In a world of superheroes, a mechanical engineer from another realm has inscribed his own legend. He is regarded as the intriguing companion by Iron Man, venerated as the master of mechanics by Spider-Man, and feared as the mechanical tyrant by villains. As his abilities continuously evolve, Qin Feng gradually realizes that he has awakened not only the skills of a mechanic, but also a power capable of altering the very fabric of this world. Amidst the struggle between the Avengers and Dark Forces, this traveler, marked by DNF, is composing a new epic of heroism with gears and currents. Chapter 1. The Night of Golden Glory in the Internet CAF. The air was thick and viscous, akin to leftover instant noodle broth, mingling with the odor of sweat, cheap cigarettes, and the acrid scent of overloaded gaming fans. The keyboard glinted with grease, yet Li Ang's fingers danced upon it with remarkable speed, leaving only a blurred afterimage. Sweat trickled down his temple, splattering against the edge of the F5 key, creating a deeper stain of oil. On the screen, a pixelated tempest raged. The colossal mechanical fortress Gaypoga loomed like a titan of steel, its cannons unleashing streams of destructive light, each barrage causing the dilapidated monitors of the Internet CAF to shudder violently. Opposite him, the character identified as Iron Torrent commanded 3 menacing warlord mechas, charging left and right, their firepower enveloping him like a torrential downpour. Li Ang's Gaypoga's health bar plummeted, an alarming red warning flashing across the corners of the screen. "Shit, I'm done for." A muffled gasp erupted from the onlookers behind him, tinged with a sense of despair. However, Li Ang's lips formed a grim line. Sweat stung his eyes, blurring the edges of his vision. The lone coin in his pocket, his last remnant of hope, pressed against his thigh like a searing iron, a reminder that this battlefield, exchanged for 3 hours of internet access, was one he could not afford to lose. The opposition was clearly anxious as well. The public chat channel erupted with a bold, crimson taunt. "Trash. Kneel and call me daddy. This heart is reserved for me." The Internet CAF erupted into a cacophony of jeers and curses, the atmosphere growing even more oppressive. Liang ignored the taunt, his gaze as cold as a tempered blade, fixated on the screen. In that fleeting moment of less than 0.5 seconds when the 3 warlords entered an overheating state, preparing to unleash their ultimate attack, Doomsday Judgment Cannon, he seized the opportunity with the utmost speed of his fingers. G1 Corona. Airdrop support. Viper Cannon Array. Coordinates locked. RX-78 Pursuer. Induce. Self-destruct. Berry Point. Gaypoga's fist charging. Release. His commands detonated in a frenzy of keystrokes, his fingers moving so swiftly they threatened to cramp. The screen dimmed abruptly, only to be engulfed by an even more ferocious display of light. A piercing metallic hum tore through the murky air of the CAF. In the center of the screen, the Gaypoga Titan he controlled, its cold steel chest suddenly caved in and contracted. Countless intricate blue energy circuits flared to life, racing along the virtual metal skeleton, converging furiously. A core of pure destructive energy, a golden vortex that spiraled and collapsed, formed defiantly at the chest of Gaypoga. At the vortex's center, a blinding white light ignited, reminiscent of a supernova's impending explosion. Boom! Silence enveloped the space, yet it felt as if a cataclysmic roar shattered the eardrums of every spectator. The lights of the Internet CAF flickered violently in sync with the explosive brilliance on the screen. A torrent of pure golden energy, piercing through the heavens and the earth, tore apart the virtual battlefield. It struck precisely at the energy cores of the 3 warlords, temporarily immobilized by overheating. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. In the next moment, the 3 fearsome steel behemoths, as if wax figures tossed into a furnace, silently melted and vaporized from within. Even the explosions failed to manifest before they were entirely obliterated in the purifying golden light, leaving not a trace of data behind. The screen was entirely bathed in pure gold, a grand holographic image of a golden heart, composed of countless tiny gears, energy conduits, and intricate dials, majestically rotated in the center of the display. Below, a line of fiery crimson text boldly imprinted itself. Global announcement. Player Leon successfully achieved the first kill of the ultimate fortress Gaypoga, ascending to glory. Awarded the unique divine material heart of Gaypoga. Current global owners, 33. The Internet CAF fell into a vacuum of silence. Dozens of eyes were fixed on the slowly rotating golden heart in the center of the screen, jaws agape, as if they could swallow an entire boiled egg. Suddenly, a plastic instant noodle fork clattered to the greasy cement floor, the sound sharp and jarring. This seemed to act as a signal, igniting the pent-up volcano of excitement. Whoa, Hardagay Poga. Only 3 in the world. Incredible. Liang. Liang is amazing. Did you record it? Hurry and post it online. Our CAF has a legend now. The uproar nearly lifted the low ceiling. The crowd surged toward Liang's station, hands eagerly patting his shoulders and back, shaking his rickety chair. The mingling sense of sweat, smoke, and instant noodles combined with the overwhelming noise, drowning him in a boiling cauldron of chaos. Yet, Liang felt as if all his strength had been drained, his body slumping heavily against the chair's back. His lungs burned, his vision darkening, his fingers trembling uncontrollably from the extreme exertion. He had won. That damned, priceless heart was now his. In his pocket, the coin remained cold as ever. Make way. Everyone step aside. The CAF owner, a middle-aged man with a beer belly and a cigarette perpetually dangling from his mouth, now beamed with delight as he forcefully pushed through the excited crowd. He held a disposable paper bowl topped with a plastic lid, filled with steaming braised beef noodles, its aroma cutting through the murky air. Lee, great job. You've brought glory to Speedy Storm. A true hero. Here, have a bite. The owner shoved the bowl into Liang's hands, his greasy palm thumping heavily on Liang's shoulder, the force nearly causing him to spill the noodles onto the keyboard. Thank you, Uncle Wong. Liang's voice came out hoarse, his throat parched. He instinctively sought to place the bowl on the table cluttered with ash and empty drink bottles, but found no space to do so. Thank what? Eat. While it's hot. Uncle Wong's grin illuminated his face, his excitement nearly showering the noodles with saliva. Finish it quickly and go claim your reward on the official site. There are only 3 in the world. You're gonna get rich, kid. Don't forget your uncle when you do. Rich? Liang held the scalding bowl of noodles, his fingertips reddening from the heat, while his heart felt as if it had sunk into an icy abyss. He lifted his gaze, peering through the throng of jubilant onlookers, and caught sight of a small figure behind the bar. Lin Xiaoyu was straining on her tiptoes, try to peek at him, clad in the Internet CAF's oversized, faded red uniform. Her simple ponytail sported a few damp strands sticking to her smooth forehead. Upon noticing Liang's glance, her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripened apple, and she hurriedly shrank back, feigning interest in tidying the already immaculate keyboard on the bar. Yet, Leon still caught sight of her. In her clear eyes, there resided a pure and sparkling joy, mingled with a hint of barely perceptible concern. It was like a sudden ray of sunlight breaking through on a winter's day, momentarily dispelling the gloom and grease in the corner of the Internet CF. His heart felt as though it had been seared by that gaze, tightening slightly. He pinched the coin in his pocket that pressed uncomfortably against him. Please, the awardee Leon is requested to proceed to the official virtual podium to receive your exclusive honor. The cold, mechanical notification echoed once more, overwhelming the clamor of the crowd. The golden heart on the screen gradually faded, replaced by an entrance prompt of a solemn platform constructed of light, suspended against a backdrop of twinkling stars. The crowd grew more agitated, jostling him. Hurry, Leon. Witness history. Even Boss Wong urged him from the side, go on, go on. You can eat when you return. Leon inhaled deeply, suppressing the surging fatigue in his throat and the fiery hunger in his stomach. He carefully set the nearly untouched bowl of instant noodles on a relatively clean corner of the mousepad. He pushed through the throng, like a fish swimming against the current, towards the yellowed glass door of the Internet CF, stained by smoke. The cacophony faded behind him, leaving only his heart pounding dully against his ribs. As he pushed open the heavy glass door, the chilly, damp air of late autumn rushed in, akin to a bucket of ice water splashed on his face, awakening his muddled mind. The neon lights cast elongated, distorted shadows on the wet ground, and the distant murmur of traffic echoed. The night wind of the city, laced with a biting chill, dispersed the stifling heat of the CF, clinging his thin, worn coat tightly against him. Instinctively, he wrapped his coat tighter around himself and stepped down the stairs. The coins in his pocket clinked softly with each step, a monotonous rhythm, one after another. At that moment, an exceedingly bright, harsh, and blinding light, akin to a mythic giant's hammer, suddenly crashed into his vision from the side. Time seemed to be forcibly slowed down. Leon's pupils contracted to a pinprick in the blink of an eye, his retina only managing to imprint a desolate white that consumed all. He could even vividly see the tiny dust particles suspended in the air, dancing wildly under the piercing light. The cacophony of metal grinding and engine roars crashed into his eardrums like a tangible hammer, penetrating deep into his brain. That sound brutally obliterated all other background noise, reigning supreme over the world. His Bodis instinct outpaced his thoughts. A chilling sensation surged from his spine, sweeping through his limbs. His muscle fibers, under the threat of death, unanimously screamed to escape. He thrust his left foot forcefully against the slick ground, attempting to leap sideways. But it was too late. An irresistible, overwhelming force, like a mythical giant's hammer, slammed into his right side. The sound of bones fracturing was drowned in a greater wave of impact. The world around him spiraled and inverted. His vision was instantly engulfed in a sea of crimson, a thick, iron-scented fluid rushing into his mouth and nose, choking him. His body, like a discarded sack of trash, was swept up by that immense force, rolling and crashing against the cold, hard pavement. His consciousness snapped like a violently severed string, buzzing as it swiftly sank into an abyss of darkness and agony. The dim yellow light at the CF's entrance, the distant neon glow, Lin Xiaoyu's blushing face, all images shattered and blurred, ultimately swallowed by a thick, suffocating darkness. In the last fleeting moment before he lost consciousness, a faint yet stubborn golden light flickered coldly and steadily in the depths of his awareness, like a star sinking into the deep sea. The heart of Gaypogia. Darkness. Thick, heavy, reeking of blood and gunpowder. Pain. A tearing agony exploded from every corner of his right side, like countless red-hot needles stirring within his bones. Each feeble breath tugged at fractured ribs, inducing a suffocating spasm. Ugh, a suppressed groan emerged from the depths of his throat, laced with a metallic sweetness. Leon struggled to pry open his seemingly glued eyelids. His vision was blurred as though shrouded in layers of frosted glass. A flickering, yellow light swayed not far away, casting distorted shadows. The air was foul, nauseating, a potent mix of blood, dust, sweat, acrid smoke from burning low-grade grease, and the stench of excrement, all invading his nostrils. Every inhalation felt like swallowing sandpaper. He attempted to move a finger, but piercing pain shot through his right arm, causing his vision to darken again. His left arm seemed movable, yet was heavily pinned by something. He strained to turn his head, his blurred vision barely focusing. A face smeared with grime and dried blood, entirely unfamiliar, was pressed against his shoulder. The person's eyes were wide, pupils dilated, frozen in terror from their last moment of life. Warm, viscous fluid gushed from a gaping wound in their neck, soaking the tattered fabric of his shoulder. His stomach churned violently. Leon jerked his head away, gagging, but only bitter bile emerged. Heavy, labor breaths came from nearby. He struggled to shift his gaze. In the dim yellow light, he could see more sprawled figures, some curled up and moaning. Others, like the one beside him, had already succumbed to silence. Severed limbs, congealed black blood, scattered objects indistinguishable from their original forms painted a hellish tableau. Where was this? A car accident? A hospital? Impossible. Which hospital would look like this? Afghanistan? Somalia? Those names, only seen in news segments, crashed violently into his chaotic mind. A low, oppressive sound, akin to a beast's growl, reverberated through thick rock walls, accompanied by a slight tremor of the ground. Immediately after, a blurred yet unmistakable roar approached, spoken in a language he could not comprehend, filled with violence and murderous intent. Search! Don't let that Stark escape. Leave no one alive. Fear, cold and barbed, gripped his heart more tightly than the physical pain, suffocating him. The Ten Rings Gang, a name fleetingly glimpsed in news reports, adorned with extreme and bloody labels, now became the epitome of hell. Footsteps, the heavy sound of boots crushing gravel. More than one. They were advancing towards the corner where he lay. The coarse shouts grew clearer, the shadow of death creeping like a cold tide, rising swiftly over his ankles. Move. He had to move. Get away from here. The instinct for survival overwhelmed the agony. Leon dug his remaining functional left hand into the cold, slick ground, his nails tearing and bleeding. Clenching his teeth, he emitted a beast-like hissing sound from his throat, summoning every ounce of strength left in him to drag his nearly incapacitated right side, desperately moving towards the deeper shadows, behind a pile, of collapsed wooden crates. With each pull, fractured bones ground against flesh, agonizing him, sweat instantly soaking through his tattered clothes. He hurled himself violently behind a pile of decaying wood, emanating a musty odor, curling up like a wounded beast seeking refuge in its final den. His ragged breaths echoed in the confined space, each inhalation steeped in the metallic tang of blood and dust. Footsteps halted just beyond his reach. The dim beam of a flashlight slithered like a serpent's tongue, probing the crevices of the cargo hold. Liang clamped his mouth shut, holding his breath, his heart racing in his chest, nearly shattering his ribs. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, stinging his eyes, yet he dared not blink. "Have you checked over here?" "No, it's empty. Go that way." The beam shifted away. The heavy footfalls turned in another direction, gradually fading into the distance. The taut nerves within him suddenly relaxed, and a wave of dizziness and weakness crashed over him. Liang collapsed onto the cold earth, darkness flickering at the edges of his vision. The deafening cheers from the internet CF, the spinning golden heart on the screen. Lin Xiaoyu's sparkling eyes, fragments of those images flashed by, only to be crushed beneath the blood-soaked hell surrounding him. In that moment, a faint yet unmistakably clear and chilling metallic sensation ignited within the depths of his chaotic consciousness. It was neither visual nor auditory. It resembled a direct impact upon the Minda presence. A complex structure comprising countless intricately designed gears, a slowly rotating energy ring, and cold conduits coursing with ethereal blue data. The heart of the Gaboga. It floated serenely at the center of his consciousness, radiating a steady, subtle, yet undeniable golden light. Cold, stable, like the core of the universe's most precise instrument. This bizarre vision further disoriented Li Ang's remaining awareness. An illusion? A near-death hallucination? Or did that car accident, that heart, truly bring something forth? Before he could comprehend, a jarring sound of metal scraping pierced the air, accompanied by a man's strained, intermittent English, stifled by pain. "Focus, Tony, focus." Liang jerked his head up, following the sound. Deeper within the cave, against the icy rock wall, a shadow was cast, partially obscured by several massive stones. The flickering dim light struggled to penetrate. A man leaned there. His once expensive suit was now tattered, smeared with grease and dark crimson stains. Sweat and dirt streaked his face, a gash running from his brow across his brow bone, slowly oozing blood. He appeared gravely weakened, his chest heaving violently, each breath a laborious endeavor. Yet the most striking feature was what lay upon his chest. A circular device, radiating an ethereal blue glow, had been brutally embedded into his torso. Several exposed wires, crackling with dangerous electric sparks, extended from the device's edge, connecting to a car battery. The man trembled as he clutched a rudimentary pair of pliers, desperately attempting to sever a wire. His movements shook with weakness and pain, each touch eliciting a violent spasm, a muffled groan escaping his throat. Sweat dripped from his taut jawline. That face, even in such disarray, filth, and agony, it bore a striking resemblance. Those eyes, though bloodshot and filled with pain, remained sharp as a hawk's gaze. Tony Stark. Liang's mind short-circuited. The world's wealthiest man? Iron Man? The Afghan cave? The orphaned Chinese boy he had replaced? The Gaboga heart? Absurd fragments of information collided chaotically within his mind. Tony seemed to sense the gaze from shadows. He abruptly halted his movements, the pliers suspended in midair. His sharp, scrutinizing eyes, filled with vigilance and immense pain, pierced through the darkness, locking onto Liang, who was curled behind the decaying wood crate. Their eyes met for the first time amidst the murky, blood-soaked air of the cave, thick with the stench of death. Tony's breaths were labored, his expression sharp with pain and acute awareness. His oil-smeared hand gripped the pliers tightly, knuckles whitening from strain. The blue glow of the arc reactor illuminated half his face, sweat sliding down his chin, dripping onto the exposed wires on his chest, emitting a faint sizzling sound. Liang, curled within the shadows of the decaying wood, felt the excruciating pain of broken bones and the coldness of lost blood wash over him. He could almost hear his heart pounding against his ribs. Deep within his consciousness, the cold Gaboga heart remained suspended, emitting a faint golden light, like a silent alien artifact in the dark. A dying genius billionaire, a gravely injured orphan from another world, a technological construct embedded in flesh, a mechanical heart suspended in consciousness. In this Afghan cave, suffused with blood and despair, encircled by the roars of the Ten Rings gang, they silently confronted one another. Fate had violently shattered two worlds, haphazardly piecing together the fragments, exuding a suffocating aura of the unknown. Tony's oil-stained atoms apple moved laboriously, his raspy voice, thick with breathlessness and undeniable scrutiny, tore through the silence. "Who are you?" Chapter 2. The Gaboga Heart Falls. "Who are you?" Tony Stark's hoarse voice rasped against the cave's icy air, each syllable laced with agony and intense caution. Those eyes, sharp as a hawk even under the glow of ethereal blue light, were locked onto Liang, as if attempting to penetrate his tattered clothing and bloodied form, to discern the essence of his soul. The roars and violent rummaging of the Ten Rings gang echoed deeper within the cave, the shadow of death crashing like a cold tide against the narrow space between them. Liang curled within the shadows of the decaying wood crate, each feeble breath tugging at his shattered ribs, sending waves of tearing pain coursing through him. Sweat mixed with blood trickled down his forehead, stinging his eyes with a sharp, bitter pain. Who am I? The deafening cheers from the internet CAF? The spinning golden heart on the screen? Lin Xiaoyu's sparkling eyes? Or the fragmented memories belonging to that Chinese orphan Liang left within this body? Conflicting fragments of information collided chaotically in his mind, nearly tearing his remaining consciousness apart. He parted his lips, but his cracked lips stuck together, only allowing a guttural sound to escape, imbued with a heavy scent of blood. He struggled to utter a syllable, his vocal cords feeling as though they had been scraped with gravel. In that instant, deep within his consciousness, the cold, suspended Gaboga heart erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. No longer merely a faint, guiding light, it surged forth with a ferocious intensity, as if violently awakened from slumber. Countless tendrils, crafted from pure golden energy, thin as a hair, yet unyielding, shot forth from the heart's intricate structure. They disregarded the limits of physicality, piercing through the chaos of Liang's mind with unrelenting force. Leon suddenly clutched his head, unleashing an uncontainable, beastly roar. His body convulsed violently as if struck by an invisible current. A pain more harrowing than broken bones erupted from the depths of his soul. This was not merely physical agony, it was a terrifying experience of his thoughts being forcibly expanded and memories violently rifled through. Countless shattered images, sounds, and emotional fragments surged into his consciousness like a flood unleashed by a broken dam, fueled by the cold, precise, and emotionless will of the guy Boja heart. Cold rain pelted his face as the rusty iron gate of the orphanage slammed shut behind him. A blurred female voice, tinged with tears, implored, "Leon, stay alive." The narrow alley of Queens, perpetually exuding the stench of rotting garbage. The dull thud of fists striking flesh, the scent of cheap cigarettes, and several indistinct faces twisted in malicious grins. Yellow-skinned monkey. Where's the money? In the Speedstorm Internet CAF, greasy keyboards clacked as Boss Wong barked, "Shaoli, renew the 37th machine." Behind the bar, Lin Xiaoyu discreetly slipped him a warm, plastic-wrapped bun, her fingers icy, her voice barely above a whisper, "Brother Leon while it's hot." Her clear eyes brimmed with cautious concern. On the screen, the mocking crimson text of Steel Torrent blared, "Waste. Kneel and call me father. This heart is reserved for me." Finally, a blinding white light that devoured all. The deafening crash that shattered eardrums. The dull sound of bones fracturing. And before consciousness sank into darkness, that cold, flickering golden heart. These fragments of Leon's memories were brutally seized, analyzed, and reassembled by the guy Boja heart. The cold stream of data enveloped the vivid pain and warmth, akin to the most precise scanner, swiftly cataloging the sparse, struggle-filled, yet still faintly hopeful trajectory of Leon Li, an orphan of Chinese descent from Queens, New York, spanning a mere few years. Identity confirmed. Leon Li. Physiological feature scanning. Memory database established. Core personality logic chain extracted. Emotional module inefficient, redundant, suggestion suppress. The cold, emotionless information stream swept through the depths of Leon's consciousness. It felt as if his entire being, his pain, his struggles, and even his secret fondness for Lin Xiaoyu, were merely a collection of data to be organized and archived. No, Leon silently screamed from the depths of his soul. The sensation of being treated as an object to be analyzed instilled a terror and fury more profound than physical pain. He refused to be consumed by this cold mechanical heart. He was Leon, the Leon who would shatter keyboards in the internet CAF to win the final battle. At the moment, his consciousness fiercely resisted and clashed violently against the cold will of the data stream. An anomaly erupted. A metallic hum, sharper and more ferocious than any before, exploded from Leon's curled body like an invisible shockwave. This time, it transcended mere consciousness. The hum pierced through flesh and blood, resounding in the cavernous reality. The sound was not loud, yet it carried an excruciatingly sharp frequency that penetrated the soul. The air seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible hand, then violently pushed outward. The decaying wooden crates where Leon hid were the first to bear the brunt, bursting apart as if swept by a hurricane. The rotten planks and debris shot forth like shrapnel from a detonated grenade. Splintered wood struck the cold rock walls, producing a dull thud. Several sharp shards even grazed Tony's cheek, taking a few strands of hair with them. Tony's pupils constricted. He recoiled sharply, nearly dropping the crude pliers in his hand. The bluish glow of the arc reactor illuminated the sudden pallor of his face and the disbelief etched upon it. What was happening? This Asian kid, who appeared to have only half a life left, was he hiding a bomb inside? Even stranger occurrences unfolded. As the hum erupted, visible distortions appeared in the space surrounding Leon's body. Light refracted bizarrely, as if an invisible, pulsating force field existed there. At the core of that twisted force field, a pure, cold, metallic golden light emanated from his chest, or rather, from the Guy Boja heart nestled deep within his consciousness, struggling to penetrate the barriers of reality. Initially, the light was no larger than a pinprick, yet it radiated a heart-stopping wave of energy. It was not the gentle bluish hue of Tony's arc reactor, but a pure, chilling gold, embodying metal and destruction. The edges of the light even hinted at minuscule, rapidly spinning gear-like silhouettes and flowing streams of bluish data. It was emerging. That cursed, cold Guy Boja heart sought to materialize from his consciousness into the real world. Ugh! Leon let out a more agonizing scream, his body arching like a shrimp being cooked over a fire. He could distinctly feel that heart tearing apart the fragile boundary between his consciousness and reality with unimaginable force. Each pulsation, akin to a heartbeat, inflicted soul-rending agony. Sweat poured down him like a waterfall, instantly soaking his tattered clothing. "What the hell is that?" Tony exclaimed in shock, his voice cracking. He stared fixatedly at the increasingly bright and clearer golden point on Leon's chest, along with the surrounding bizarre force field distortions. As a top scientist, his instincts immediately recognized that this was no known physical phenomenon or weapon. It was a form of energy manifestation he could not comprehend, one that defied all understanding. Deep within the cavern, the clamor of the Ten Rings gang abruptly halted. The soul-piercing hum and the subsequent energy fluctuations acted as a beacon in the night, instantly drawing the attention of all the thugs. "What sound is that? Over there. Something's happening. Hurry." The rough roars swiftly morphed into murderous shouts. The heavy thud of boots trampling on gravel echoed like urgent drumbeats, madly approaching the corner where Tony and Leon hid. The flickering yellow beams of flashlights slithered like venomous snakes across the rock walls and debris piles, drawing ever closer to their hiding place. The scent of death had never been so palpable. Tony's complexion darkened. He glanced at the arc reactor on his chest, connected to a battery that could fail at any moment, then at Leon, who curled on the ground, writhing in pain, a strange golden light radiating from his chest. With an unknown, bizarre energy explosion ahead and merciless pursuers behind, they were truly trapped in the most desperate of circumstances. "Damn it!" Tony cursed under his breath, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excruciating pain and dizziness in his chest, gripping the crude pliers tightly once more. The bluish glow reflected the cold sweat on his brow and the tension in his clenched jaw. He had no choice. He had to take a gamble. Either risk cutting that damned wire now, or wait to be shot dead by the Ten Rings gang, or blown to bits by this human energy bomb beside him. The cold tip of the pliers trembled slightly as it once again aimed precisely at the thick wire connecting the positive terminal of the battery, flickering dangerously with electric sparks. The eerie blue glow of the arc reactor clashed with the struggling, icy golden light emanating from his chest, creating a bizarre confrontation within the tainted, bloody air of the cave. Guy Bojia's heart raced vehemently. The golden speck fought desperately, as if it were on the verge of breaking free from the shackles of reality, ready to fully manifest. Meanwhile, the footsteps of the Ten Rings gang and the beams of their flashlights drew perilously close, threatening to illuminate this desperate corner at any moment. On the precipice of death, a low, urgent voice, laced with calm authority, suddenly emerged from behind a pile of toppled metal barrels. "Stop! Don't touch it!" Tony's movements froze, the pliers halting mere millimeters from the wire. Liang, with great difficulty, turned his bloodshot eyes toward the source of the voice. From the shadows emerged a figure, agile and quick. He appeared to be a man in his 40s, equally disheveled and grimy, yet his deeply set eyes sparkled with an intellect and concern that seemed out of place in such a hellish environment. In his hands, he clutched a makeshift medical kit wrapped in tattered cloth. He swiftly assessed Liang, whose chest emitted an ominous golden glow, a flicker of shock and confusion crossing his features before he redirected his full attention to Tony, particularly to the deplorable connection of wires before him. "That jumper cable is a direct short to the battery." His voice was rapid and urgent, tinged with a heavy accent, yet his English was remarkably clear. "It will kill you if you cut it. You need a proper insulator, something non-conductive." As he spoke, he frantically rummaged through the scattered debris, his sharp gaze scanning each item for a possible solution. A rag? No, too thin. A piece of wood? Perhaps not dry enough. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto something partially buried in the dust near Tony's feet. It was a shattered piece of a car's dashboard, the edges ragged, yet clearly made of insulating plastic. Without a moment's hesitation, the man lunged forward like a leopard pouncing on its prey, seizing the palm-sized plastic fragment with swift precision, sending up a cloud of dust in his wake. Simultaneously, the footsteps and shouts of the Ten Rings gang grew alarmingly distinct, the yellow beams of their flashlights slicing through the shadows like scythes, ready to expose their hiding place. In mere seconds, the light would engulf this corner entirely. Only 1 second remained. Tony glanced at the plastic shard in the man's hand, then at the dangerously buzzing wire, and finally at Liang, who writhed in agony, the golden light on his chest intensifying. Instinct for survival and the split-second judgment of a top-tier engineer eclipsed his fear. He thrust his left hand not to grasp the pliers, but rather, like lightning, reached for the thick wire connected to the battery, while his right hand thrust the pliers toward the man holding the plastic fragment. "Insulate it. Now!" Tony's voice was hoarse and fierce, imbued with a resolute determination. Ethan, clutching the plastic shard, instantly understood Tony's intent, his eyes igniting with extraordinary courage, showing no sign of retreat. At the moment Tony's left hand grasped the wire, forcing it apart just enough, Ethan's arm darted in with surgical precision. A jarring crack of electricity erupted. Blinding blue sparks erupted where Tony's fingers met the wire, and the acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air. Ugh! Tony emitted a guttural, restrained roar of pain as his body convulsed violently from the overwhelming surge of current. Yet, his grip on the wire remained ironclad. In that fleeting instant, the plastic fragment in Ethan's hand acted as the most robust shield, perfectly wedging into the gap Tony had created, isolating the exposed, lethal metal from both Tony's skin and the arc reactor's connection. The deadly short circuit was forcefully severed. Almost simultaneously, with the plastic piece lodged in place, Tony summoned his last vestige of willpower, his right hand wielding the pliers as if it were a storm, slicing down toward the wire, now safely isolated by the plastic. Crack! The sharp sound of metal snapping rang out, clear amidst the sizzling remnants of electricity and Tony's labored breaths. The wire, coiling around Tony's lifeline like a venomous serpent, succumbed to the cut. The severed end drooped lifelessly. The eerie blue glow of the arc reactor flickered dramatically before stabilizing into a gentle radiance. The suffocating sensation of electric burn and pull vanished instantly. Tony, feeling as though all strength had been drained from him, leaned heavily against the cold rock wall, gasping for air, his face as pale as parchment, his left palm charred and emitting wisps of smoke. They had succeeded. However, the specter of death loomed ever closer. There they are. Eliminate them. With a fierce roar, blinding beams of flashlights finally shattered the shadows of the corner, spotlighting the crumpled Liang, the exhausted Tony, and Ethan, half kneeling with a severed wire and plastic shard in hand, fully exposed to the gangsters' guns. Several snarling members of the Ten Rings gang, clutching AK rifles, raised their weapons, cold malice locking onto the trio in an instant. And from Liang's chest, the icy golden glow surged to its zenith, stimulated by the presence of death. Countless minute gears spun wildly, and the eerie blue data stream cascaded like a chaotic waterfall. Guy Bojia's heart, that cold, precise, mechanical core representing destruction and the unknown, seemed ready to break free from its final restraints and fully unleash itself upon this blood-soaked world. Ethan's face drained of color, and a flicker of despair crossed Tony's eyes. The cave had transformed into the ultimate battleground. Chapter 3. The shattered screen and the devouring blue light eliminate them. The sinister roars of the Ten Rings gangsters and the cold muzzles of their rifles pierced through the last vestiges of hope in the cave. Akin to the fangs of death itself, the blinding beam of a flashlight locked onto the curled figure of Leon, who lay on the ground, his chest radiating a dazzling golden light, alongside the exhausted Tony, whose palms were charred black against the wall, and Ethan, who knelt, clutching an insulating plastic sheet and a severed wire. Time appeared to freeze at the moment before the trigger was pulled. Leon, curled in the frigid dust, convulsed violently as the manifestation of the Guy Bojia heart surged within him. The piercing golden light emanating from his chest intensified under the absolute provocation of death. Countless nearly imperceptible gears spun wildly within the golden glow, intermeshing and separating, emitting a metallic screech that only his consciousness could perceive, a sound that sent chills through his very being. The azure data streams transformed from a gentle trickle into a torrential flood, a chaotic cascade that ravaged the depths of his awareness. Each cold binary of 0 and 1 bore the undeniable. Destructive will of the Guy Bojia heart. Threat assessment. Lethal physical attack. 347. Core exposure process. 873,881,897 manifestation process. Forced acceleration. Energy overload risk. Extremely high. Defense protocol activated. Non-logical energy absorption search detected high-dimensional energy residue. Homologous mark locking forced link. Homologous mark? High-dimensional energy residue? Leon's bewildered mind could scarcely comprehend the frigid stream of information. All he knew was that the accursed heart was relentlessly tearing at him, yearning to break free. Outside, 3 dark muzzles had unleashed deadly tongues of fire. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening gunfire echoed violently against the cave walls, reverberating like the tolling of death's bell. The scorching projectiles tore through the air, carrying the scent of demise toward their 3 targets: Leon's chest, Tony's forehead, and Ethan's heart. Ethan's pupils dilated in utmost terror, his instincts urging him to dive, yet his body felt as rigid as stone. A flicker of despair crossed Tony's eyes, his injured form unable to make any evasive maneuvers. In that fleeting instant, where life and death hung in the balance, buzz! A sound erupted, far more terrifying and frenzied than any before. As if a metallic roar from the depths of cosmic voids exploded from within Leon. This time, it was not merely a tremor of consciousness or a hum in the air. It was the very space itself that lamented. At the center of Leon's curled form, the cold, hard ground beneath him, littered with rubble and blood, fractured instantly like fragile ice under the weight of a massive stone, sprawling with spiderweb-like cracks. Debris and dust were violently propelled into the air by an invisible, tumultuous repulsive force, shooting outward like bullets. Puff, puff, puff. A few sharp stones struck fiercely against the face of the nearest Ten Ring gang thug, instantly leaving him bloodied and howling in agony, instinctively covering his eyes. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The piercing golden light emanating from Li Ang's chest, propelled by the gunfire and the fervent will of the Guy Bojia heart, abruptly contracted inward, resembling the singularity before the birth of the universe. Following this, a resounding explosion erupted, a colossal blue beam of indescribable hue, composed purely of destructive energy, surged forth from the singularity in Li Ang's chest, as if a slumbering ancient beast had been thoroughly awakened. No, it was not merely erupting, it was devouring. This blue light, cold and silent, embodied an absolute will to consume all. It was not a simple ray, it resembled a living, viscous liquid space. Expanding instantaneously at a speed beyond comprehension, it devoured the bullet aimed at Li Ang's chest, the one intended for Tony's forehead, and the one threatening Ethan's heart. 3 brass bullets, imbued with formidable kinetic energy, vanished without a trace into the viscous, frigid blue light, as if cast into a deep-sea whirlpool, without even stirring a ripple. This bizarre, law-defying spectacle rendered all the 10 ring thugs who had pulled the trigger frozen in place. Their cruel grins solidified, replaced by utter bewilderment and incomprehensible terror. The muzzles of their rifles still emitted wisps of smoke, yet the bullets had vanished. However, the defensive protocol of the Gai Bo Jia Heart clearly extended beyond this. The viscous blue light that had consumed the 3 bullets did not cease its advance. It unfurled outward like living tendrils, or perhaps the manifestation of some dimensional rift. Suddenly sweeping outward. What is this? A demon. The 2 thugs closest to Liang bore the brunt of it. The viscous blue light swiftly enveloped their ankles, calves, and abdomens, their bodies dissolving silently like wax figures immersed in strong acid, disintegrating from the point of contact. Not burning, not exploding, but a complete annihilation at the particle level. They barely managed to emit half a scream before vanishing entirely within the icy blue light, as if they had never existed. This horrifying sight, chilling enough to freeze one's soul, utterly shattered the nerves of the remaining thugs. Run! Quick, run! A heart-wrenching scream, utterly dissonant, erupted from an unknown source. The remaining thugs, akin to startled hyenas, terrified and frantic, discarded their weapons and scrambled desperately into the depths of the cave. Flashlights were cast aside haphazardly, the beam wildly flickering against the rock walls, illuminating their contorted, fear-stricken faces. After consuming the 2 thugs, the viscous blue light seemed to exhaust its energy from this outburst, retreating abruptly like a receding tide, recoalescing at the point on Liang's chest. Yet its hue deepened, becoming increasingly volatile, as if countless stars flickered and faded within, and innumerable spaces folded and shattered. The golden light emanating from Liang's chest surged in intensity, multiplying several-fold the moment the azure light receded. The frantically spinning gears of the illusion threatened to solidify, while the ethereal blue data stream raged violently, nearly overwhelming his very consciousness. Force link stabilization. High-dimensional coordinates locked. Spatial transposition protocol initiated. Target, energy residual source point. Core overload warning. Host vital signs rapidly deteriorating. The chilling alarms echoed ceaselessly in Liang's mind. He felt as though he were confined within a can, relentlessly torn apart by immense forces while being forcibly compressed. Every cell in his body screamed in agony. His vision was utterly consumed by the golden light and the tumultuous data stream, leaving only the devastating hum of Jaboga's heart and the groans of his own bones under unbearable strain. His last flickers of consciousness, akin to a candle's flame in a tempest, grasped at 2 fragments. The cool touch of Lin Xiaoyu's fingers as she discreetly handed him the warm steamed bun at the internet CF, and the pure, tentative concern reflected in her eyes, alongside the will to survive. A faint groan escaped his throat, nearly inaudible, before his head fell weakly to one side, surrendering to the abyss of unconsciousness. His body collapsed limply onto the cold, shattered ground, the terrifying golden light on his chest and the surrounding viscous, unstable blue glow pulsed like breath, exuding a heart-stopping aura of annihilation. In the corner of the cave, an eerie silence descended. Only the stable, ethereal glow of the arc reactor illuminated the faces of Tony and Ethan, etched with profound shock and the terror of survival. Tony leaned against the frigid rock wall, the searing pain in the charred palm of his left hand and the suffocating sensation in his chest still present. Yet these physical torments were completely eclipsed by the staggering impact of the unimaginable scene before him. He witnessed bullets vanish. He beheld 2 living beings erased by that uncanny blue light. He observed the Asian youth's chest erupting with a golden radiance capable of rending space itself. This was no earthly technology. This was a force beyond human comprehension. Fear, yes, but the insatiable curiosity and exploratory zeal of a top-tier scientist, like the most fervent flame, instantly overwhelmed his trepidation. He fixated on Liang, sprawled on the ground, the golden and blue lights alternating in their flicker, his bloodshot eyes, filled with pain and loss, igniting with an almost fervent glow of inquiry. What was that? An energy core? An extra-dimensional entity? Or some undiscovered cosmic law weapon? Oh God! Ethan knelt on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. He gazed at the 2 spots on the floor devoid of even ash and then at Liang, who had lost consciousness. Like an unstable energy bomb, his voice trembled and was parched. He was merely a doctor, an ordinary man yearning for survival. The courage he had mustered to rush towards the insulated wires had already been exhausted. Before him lay a scene that defied all reason, evoking only the purest, most profound terror and bewilderment. Who was this suddenly appearing young man? Deep within the cavern, the terrified cries of the 10 Rings gang members and the sound of their chaotic retreat gradually faded. Yet the shadow of death lingered, intensified and rendered even more eerie by the flickering, terrifying glow emanating from Leon. Tony Stark inhaled laboriously, suppressing the tumult of thoughts and the agonizing pain coursing through his body. He cast a glance at the equally shaken Ethan, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable resolution. "Get him out of here, immediately." He referred to Leon. Despite the peril, Tony Stark would never allow such a colossal, enigmatic mystery to exist unchecked or fall into the hands of the Ten Rings. Moreover, that strange blue light had just saved both his and Ethan's lives. Ethan, observing the almost obsessive glint in Tony's eyes, glanced back at the motionless Leon, who lay on the ground like a ticking time bomb, his face reflecting inner conflict. Rationality urged him to distance himself, yet the innate instinct of a doctor and Tony's unassailable tone ultimately prevailed. Gritting his teeth, he nodded in agreement. Together, they bore the weight of their injuries and fears, laboriously moving toward Leon's side. With his uninjured right hand, Tony, and with all his strength, Ethan sought to drag the unconscious young man, who radiated an ominous energy, away from this bloody corner and deeper into the cavern, into the dark regions that the Ten Rings dared not approach for the time being. As Tony's fingers, smeared with grease and blood, inevitably brushed against Leon's tattered, thin shirt, a sudden hum resonated. A faint yet piercingly clear, bone-chilling jolt surged through Tony's fingertips and shot up his arm. It was not a physical shock, but rather a chilling, purely informational scanning, a warning, as if an invisible, lofty will had glanced down upon him through Leon's body with cold indifference. Instantly, Tony's arm stiffened, a wave of frost coursing from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He withdrew his hand abruptly, as if bitten by a venomous serpent. His heart raced wildly within his chest. The sensation was infinitely colder than any data firewall Jarvis could conjure. This was undoubtedly not human, not even akin to any artificial intelligence he had ever known. What on earth was that heart shimmering faintly in golden light? He looked down at his fingers, which had just brushed against Leon's chest. They still seemed to retain that icy, inhuman touch. The ethereal blue glow of the arc reactor illuminated his pale visage, beads of cold sweat mingling with dust as they trickled down. The darkness of the cavern seemed to thicken, akin to a gaping maw poised to devour. And the unconscious young man they dragged along was either the key to an unknown abyss or a fuse. In Tony Stark's eyes, the flames of fear and curiosity burned ever brighter. He extended his hand once more, this time imbued with a resolute desperation akin to sacrifice, and alongside Ethan, they exerted their strength to drag Leon's weighty body, radiating an ominous glow. The gravel beneath their feet emitted a monotonous rasping sound as they ventured deeper into the unknown abyss. At the very moment Tony's fingertips departed from Leon's chest, within the unfathomable depths of consciousness, at the cold and frenzied golden core of Gaboga's heart, a minuscule, ethereal blue mark, seemingly forged from pure data, flickered to life. Akin to an activated virus, the shape of this mark vaguely outlined a fragmented letter, ensconced by countless precise gears. Chapter 4. Awakening in the Afghan cave. The gravel beneath Tony and Ethan's feet produced a harsh and monotonous grinding sound, each step extracting their remaining strength and pulling at their wounds. Leon's body felt impossibly heavy, as though they were dragging not a flesh and blood figure, but rather a statue filled with lead. Tony's left palm was scorched black. Each exertion brought forth a piercing agony, while cold sweat mingled with dust and trickled down his brow. Ethan, equally breathless, bore a pallid countenance devoid of color, his eyes still haunted by the terrifying blue light from moments prior. The cave's depths were saturated with a pungent stench of blood, gunpowder, and an indescribable odor reminiscent of ozone after electric discharge. The terrified cries and frantic escape of the Ten Rings gang seemed to have temporarily receded. Yet the area illuminated by the flashlight's beam fell into an even more suffocating silence. Only the ethereal blue glow of Tony's arc reactor steadily and coldly illuminated the rugged terrain beneath their feet and the marks left by their dragging burden, casting light upon Leon's unconscious visage and the erratic, ominous golden blue luminescence emanating from his chest. With each flicker of that glow, it felt as if an invisible heart pulsed, tugging at the taut nerves of Tony and Ethan. The radiance was unervingly strange, devoid of warmth, as if it originated from the most frigid abyss of the cosmos. Tony's gaze remained fixated on the chest obscured by tattered clothing, the residual chill of the unearthly touch haunting him, like a persistent reminder of that horrifying instant. What could it be? An implant? An energy core? Or some form of parasite? Just as Tony forced himself to avert his gaze, seeking a marginally safer corner, his peripheral vision abruptly caught something beneath the tattered, blood-stained, and dusty collar of Leon's shirt as his body swayed slightly. A small patch of skin was revealed in the eerie blue glow, just below the collarbone, near the heart. An exceedingly minute mark, almost blending with the skin tone, flickered in synchrony with the golden blue luminescence, emitting faint ethereal blue points of light. This mark, no larger than a fingernail, was extraordinarily intricate. It resembled not a tattoo, but rather a multitude of minuscule, flowing strands of ethereal blue light, as if alive. The luminous tendrils delineated an incomplete, abstract letter form, one that had lost its upper arc. It was enshrined within a central circular structure composed of diminutive, intricate gears and energy conduits. This fractured letter resembled a frigid bolt of lightning, striking Tony Stark's mind in an instant. The core of Stark Industries was a flawless embodiment of power. An indescribable chill mingled with absurd fury enveloped Tony's entire being. His pupils constricted suddenly, and his breath caught in his throat. How could this be possible? How could this bizarre insignia, this incomplete mark, manifest upon this enigmatic Asian youth, harboring unfathomable power within? A mere coincidence? Impossible. The manner of this insignia's formation, the flowing cerulean tendrils, exuded an icy, unnatural technological essence. Was it some form of marking? Or a warning? Who was it? Who coveted Stark Industries? And who possessed the capability to create such unfathomable contraptions? Tony abruptly halted, nearly causing Ethan, who was dragging Leon, to lose his balance. Tony? Ethan inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice, as he followed Tony's unwavering gaze. He too beheld the flickering, incomplete insignia that shimmered with the ebb and flow of light, his expression mirroring shock and confusion. The cold technological aura emanating from the mark stood in stark contrast to the primitive, bloodstained cavern. What is that? Ethan's voice was hoarse. Tony remained silent, his countenance darkened with foreboding, the cerulean glow reflecting off his tightly pressed lips and the tumultuous storm brewing in his eyes. The shadow of Stark Industries loomed like the most malevolent curse, extending even into this hellish expanse of Afghanistan. This sensation provoked a deeper, more profound anger and chilling dread than being captured by the 10 rings ever could. However, the brief stillness within the depths of the cavern was shattered. They were right ahead, surrounding them. The leader had commanded. That glowing youth and Stark must be captured alive. The others, kill. A more ferocious and organized cacophony of roars surged forth from every passage of the cave, akin to a tsunami. The dense, thunderous footsteps drummed against the rock walls and resonated within Tony and Ethan's hearts. This time, they were not facing the previously terrified, scattered soldiers, but rather the regrouped elite of the 10 rings, armed with explicit orders and fiercer firepower. Countless beams of light, brighter and more concentrated than before, pierced the darkness like myriad luminous swords, sweeping in from various openings and crevices. In an instant, they completely locked on to the small area where Tony, Ethan, and the unconscious Leon lay. The blinding light rendered them nearly unable to open their eyes. "It's over," Ethan whispered in despair, his body trembling with fear. There was no escape. Tony swiftly shoved Leon's body behind a pile of slightly elevated rubble, pulling Ethan down to the ground as they used the rocks as cover. Almost the moment they huddled down, rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat, the cacophony of gunfire erupted like the popping of corn. A deluge of bullets descended upon the very spot they had recently occupied and the surrounding rock faces, resembling a tempest of metal. Debris and dust exploded chaotically, stinging their faces. The searing projectiles etched countless sparks and white scars into the stone, emitting a piercing shriek. Suppressive fire. Do not let them raise their heads. Prepare the rocket launcher. The specter of death had never been so imminent. Tony could even scent the acrid metallic aroma of bullets grazing the rocks. He pressed himself against the cold stone, his body closely aligned with the frigid surface, the ethereal glow of the blue arc reactor flickering amidst the dust. The sharp pain in his left hand and the constriction in his chest surged once more, but what gnawed at him more was the unconscious Leon beside him, resembling a ticking time bomb, along with that damned, flickering mark upon his chest. Something must be done. Otherwise, he would either be riddled with bullets or sent skyward by whatever was inside that boy. Just then, an anomaly occurred. A familiar, teeth-gritting metallic hum resonated from the unconscious Leon. This time, the sound was no longer frenzied, but instead possessed a chilling, mechanical cadence. As the hum reverberated, the flickering azure light emanating from Leon's chest suddenly blazed forth. Subsequently, at the core of that radiance, the very air distorted in an uncanny fashion. Countless minuscule blue motes, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, materialized as if drawn by an unseen force, swiftly coalescing, stretching, and shaping, in the span of a single breath. Above the disheveled pile of stones where Leon lay, At the sight of the air's distortion, a semi-transparent, yet distinctly outlined object formed abruptly from pure azure energy. It was unmistakably a cannon, a fantastical energy cannon, imbued with the chilling beauty of mechanical design. Its elongated, streamlined barrel was flanked by revolving energy accumulation rings, while its base featured a stable triangular support structure. The entire cannon radiated a semi-transparent azure hue, within which finer streams of energy flowed tumultuously. The cannon's muzzle was oriented toward the direction of the most intense gunfire. "My God, what is that?" Ethan exclaimed, his voice reaching an incredulous pitch. An energy cannon appearing out of thin air? This had completely surpassed his limits of understanding. Tony's pupils also constricted, yet his instincts as an engineer enabled him to instantly grasp more intricate details. Although the cannon's form and the structure of the energy accumulation rings were composed purely of energy, their style and the chilling, geometric elegance pursuing ultimate efficiency unmistakably bore the hallmarks of the industrial design language he recognized. Yet it was far more advanced and pure than any weapon he had ever known. A cold, inhuman purity. Threat assessment. Continuous physical assault. 47. Defense protocol. 14 Viper cannon array. Basic projection. Energy output. 37 Stable target lock. Granted permissions. The chilling stream of commands surged through Leon's abyss of consciousness once more. Though he lay in a state of unconsciousness, the Gaboga heart operated with the utmost efficiency, faithfully executing the preordained defense protocol. Buzz. The ethereal projection of the Viper cannon trembled violently. The muzzle erupted in a blinding flash of white light. A slender beam of ethereal blue energy, as fine as a finger yet honed to perfection, tore through the air with the silent precision of death itself, accurately targeting a 10-ring gang thug who was recklessly firing, half of his body exposed behind cover. Thud. There was no explosion, no burst of flames. The thug's head was pierced cleanly, as if sliced through by a high-temperature laser, leaving behind a smooth, charred hole right at his forehead. He barely had time to emit a scream. The grotesque expression on his face was forever frozen, his body collapsing like a sack devoid of bones. This silent, horrifyingly precise slaughter momentarily halted the frenzied gunfire. All the thugs witnessing this scene were gripped by sheer terror. A demon. It must be that kid's witchcraft. Destroy that cursed thing. After a fleeting moment of shock, a more frenzied retaliation ensued. More bullets rained down like a tempest upon the ethereal projection of the Viper cannon and the pile of rubble where Leon was concealed. The bullets passed through the translucent cannon body as though traversing air, leaving only marks on the rock wall behind. Yet the ethereal blue cannon flickered violently with each passing bullet, oscillating as if on the brink of disintegration. Insufficient energy supply detected. Projection stability declining. 71-68. High threat heavy weapon response detected. The warning from the Gaboga heart flickered deep within Leon's consciousness. Simultaneously, Tony heard the distinctive metallic clatter of a rocket launcher loading from the rear of the 10-ring gang. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. The energy cannon could not withstand bullets, let alone a rocket. No, if this continues, we will perish. Tony's mind raced, his gaze sweeping across the scattered debris, severed wires, twisted metal sheets, and batteries. A bold, nearly mad thought crystallized in an instant. "Ethan, throw me the wires and batteries over there. Hurry," Tony shouted. His voice nearly drowned amidst the cacophony of gunfire. He abruptly extended his uninjured right hand, pointing toward the nearby scattered car parts and the severed car battery. Though Ethan was bewildered, his instinct for survival and his near-obsessive trust in Tony ignited a final surge of strength. He rolled over, heedless of the incoming bullets, snatched up the tangled wires and the heavy battery, and with every ounce of his strength, hurled them toward Tony's direction. Tony caught the heavy battery, its immense inertia nearly toppling him. A glimmer of desperation flickered in his eyes. No longer fixated on the unstable, flickering phantom of the azure venomous serpent cannon, he abruptly thrust several exposed metal wire ends into the battery's output port. Zzz. A dazzling spark erupted instantaneously. Following this, Tony made a movement that sent Ethan's heart racing. His oil-stained and bloodied right hand reached directly for the bare, high-voltage wire ends. Simultaneously, his left hand, smeared with charred blood, pressed fiercely against the unconscious Leon's chest, precisely at the location of the pulsating golden blue light and the fractured mark. "Tony, no." Ethan's eyes widened in horror. Zzz. The furious blue current surged forth from the battery, coursing through the wires and violently flooding into Tony's right hand. It then surged through the arm pressed against Leon's chest, frantically invading Leon's body. Ah! Tony's body felt as though it had been struck by an invisible hammer, bending him into a grotesque arc. The violent current, potent enough to induce instant shock, surged through him and Leon. Every muscle in his body convulsed uncontrollably, his hair standing on end. The charred wound in the palm of his left hand throbbed with indescribable agony under the stimulation of the current. The azure arcs danced like frenzied serpents, flashing wildly between him and Leon. He felt as though he were embracing a star on the brink of explosion. The destructive current, combined with the energy from the arc reactor in his chest, formed a chaotic loop drawn by the icy heart within Leon's body. This was not a rescue. It was a suicide. It was the detonation of a human bomb. Yet, amidst this self-destructive surge, an unexpected transformation occurred. Virum, within Leon. The cold core of the Gaboga heart seemed forcibly stimulated by the furious and homologous current, the energy from Tony's arc reactor deemed absorbable by the heart, activating it. It erupted with an unprecedented, nearly tangible golden radiance. That brilliance instantly overshadowed the flickering blue light, even eclipsing the leaping arcs of electricity surrounding Tony. Detection of homologous high-purity energy. Energy absorption protocol forcibly initiated. Core overload relief 3258 defense protocol upgrade. 1 Corona Pursuer array generated. As the chilling commands coursed through, the space around Leon's body twisted violently once more. This time, it was not the formation of a single cannon but the emergence of over a dozen energy orbs, each the size of a fist, radiating a blinding, incandescent glow. They whirled around Leon's body like a swarm of living bees, emitting a high-frequency, spine-tingling hum as they spun and danced. The moment these orbs appeared, the temperature in the cave seemed to rise. They locked onto all who were firing, particularly the thug from the Ten Rings gang wielding the rocket launcher. The next second, whoosh, 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 whoosh. A dozen incandescent beams of light shot forth like the harpoons of death from those swirling orbs of radiant energy, moving with a velocity that transcended the limits of perception. They pierced silently and accurately through the foreheads, throats, and hearts of all the exposed members of the Ten Rings gang, including the individual who had just pulled the trigger of the rocket launcher. The sounds of punctured flesh echoed like ripe watermelons bursting. As the assailants seemed to freeze in time, their movements abruptly halted. Each target was left with a charred, small orifice at their vital points, from which wisps of smoke ascended. The cacophony of gunfire was abruptly silenced, as if a throat had been severed, leaving only the jarring clatter of the fallen rocket launcher reverberating in the desolate cave. Deep within the cavern, the remaining members of the Ten Rings gang were utterly paralyzed by the inhuman, terrifying precision of the slaughter. The air was soon filled with anguished screams and frantic escape, more piercing and desperate than before. At that moment, Tony's body also reached its limits. The relentless surge of electricity and the backlash from the terrifying heart within Leon caused his vision to darken, and his grip on the wires relaxed feebly. He collapsed beside Leon, rendered almost entirely devoid of strength, slipping into a semi-conscious state. Only the arc reactor in his chest continued to flicker defiantly. Ethan crawled over in a panic, gazing at the smoke-covered, unconscious Tony, then shifting his gaze to Leon, whose chest emanated a golden glow that was gradually receding, while several energy orbs, slowly rotating and exuding lethal white light, hovered nearby. He felt as though he had plunged into the deepest nightmare. The cave was suffused with a nauseating blend of scents, the heavy stench of blood, the acrid odor of charred flesh, the pungent smoke, and a chilling scent reminiscent of ozone following a high-voltage electrical burn. The lifeless bodies of the assailants lay strewn about, each marked by a horrifying, charred puncture in the center of their foreheads. All of this pointed to the unconscious young man at the center of it all. Leon remained in a deep slumber, his pale countenance devoid of expression. Only the scarred mark on his chest retained a faint, imperceptible azure glow, a chilling brand that resembled an eye peering into the depths of hell. Chapter 5. The siege of the Ten Rings gang. The cave was permeated with a repugnant lang of odors, the heavy scent of blood, the foul stench of burnt flesh, the acrid smoke, and an icy aroma akin to ozone released from scorched electrical devices. The silence was suffocating, draping over the scene like a heavy shroud, making it difficult to breathe. A multitude of corpses, each marked by charred punctures at their vital points, lay contorted in grotesque positions among the rocks and dust, silently narrating the inhuman slaughter that had just transpired, a massacre so precise it froze the very soul. Ethan knelt upon the cold, stony ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. His face was smeared with oil, dust, and dried tears, and those gentle eyes, once belonging to a doctor, were now filled only with confusion and a profound fear that ran deep within his bones. He glanced at the collapsed figure of Tony, smoke-covered and uncertain in life or death, before casting a terrified look towards Leon, the young man who lay unconscious yet seemed to be the source of this calamity. Beside Leon, the 10 or so fist-sized coronal pursuer orbs, radiating a deadly incandescent glow, resembled a loyal yet perilous swarm of bees, slowly and silently swirling in the air. The high-frequency hum they emitted was akin to the whispers of death, each subtle fluctuation tugging at Ethan's fraying nerves. The light illuminated Leon's pallid visage and lifeless form, casting a glow upon the tattered fabric of his shirt, beneath which lay a faintly shimmering, ghostly blue insignia. This mark resembled a chilling eye, mocking the inferno of human despair. Deep within the cavern, the terrified cries and chaotic footsteps of the remnants of the Ten Rings gang receded like a retreating tide. Yet Ethan understood that this was far from an end. The horrific slaughter would only incite more frenzied and meticulous retribution. The leader's command to capture Stark and that luminous boy loomed over them like a sword suspended by a thread. "No, I must leave this place," Ethan's voice rasped, parched as if sandpaper were scraping his throat. He forced himself to extricate a sliver of reason from the mire of fear. Struggling, he crawled toward Tony, his trembling fingers searching for the pulse in Tony's neck. A faint thrum responded. He was still alive. A sudden wave of relief washed over Ethan, nearly prompting tears to escape his eyes. He disregarded the charred marks and acrid stench on Tony's body, summoning every ounce of strength to drag the heavy man away from the deadly circle of white orbs surrounding Leon. Each inch felt like an excruciating endeavor. Sharp stones digging into his knees, sweat soaking through his ragged clothing anew. Just as he managed to pull Tony a few meters away, seeking refuge behind a relatively intact rock, a series of thunderous booms erupted from the depths of the cave. The entire cavern shook violently. Debris and dust cascaded from above like a torrential downpour. It was not an explosion. It was an incendiary device. Several round, smoke-emitting metal canisters were hurled from the dark recesses of the tunnel with a piercing whistle. They arced through the air, crashing heavily around the area where Tony, Ethan, and Leon were situated. Hiss! A suffocating white smoke billowed forth from the ruptured canisters like the miasma of hell, surging forth with a ferocity that was almost tangible. The thick fog spread with astonishing speed, inducing intense tears and a choking sensation. Vision was snatched away in an instant. Eyes burned as if submerged in pepper spray, a searing agony and uncontrollable tears flooding forth. His throat felt as if it were being stuffed with scalding sandpaper, each breath delivering a tearing pain that provoked violent coughs. Cough, cough, cough. Poisonous gas. Ethan screamed in terror, nearly choking on the dense smoke that enveloped him, his lungs feeling as though they were aflame. Instinctively, he pressed his arm tightly over his mouth and nose, but it proved utterly futile. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation and burning made his vision blur. This insidious tactic, the Ten Rings gang no longer approached, but instead used the choking toxic fog produced by incendiary devices to trap them within this deadly zone. Thick smoke billowed, swiftly engulfing the rock upon which Tony rested, as well as Leon's unconscious form and the circle of slowly rotating white orbs beside him. Buzz. Almost instantaneously, upon the toxic mist's contact with the white orbs, a chilling, emotionless hum resonated once more from within Leon. The defensive protocol of the Gaboga heart was triggered. Threat assessment, non-physical asphyxiation attack, high concentration of tear gas and suffocating smoke. Threat level, high, life signs of the carrier and associated targets rapidly declining. Environmental purification protocol initiated. Search initiated. Energy depletion detected in the carrier. Backup protocol activated. Mechanical enhancement protocol, 78 pursuers, self-destruct variant, generated. As the frigid command coursed through the abyss of Leon's consciousness, the dozen or so white orbs of class Corona surrounding him abruptly ceased their rotation. Their radiance suddenly retracted and compressed. Their forms underwent drastic transformations amidst the smoke. No longer stable energy beam emitters, they twisted and contorted rapidly, their internal energy becoming feral and unstable. In the blink of an eye, the dozen white orbs morphed into an equal number of significantly smaller, egg-sized metallic spheres, each pulsating with an exceedingly unstable and perilous crimson glow. Their exteriors bore the cold texture of steel, adorned with numerous fine heat dissipation holes, while at their cores, a blinding red light flickered like a demonic eye, flashing wildly, emitting a shrill sound akin to the hissing of a pressure cooker on the verge of explosion. 78 self-destructors, pure, one-time destructive bombs. The moment these perilous red spheres took shape, they immediately surged forth like a swarm controlled by an invisible hand, disregarding the dense toxic fog, emitting piercing shrieks as they darted towards the dark passageway deep within the cave. where the smoke swirled ominously. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A dozen red trails of death tore through the roiling white toxic mist. What is that? Be careful. Quickly evade. The terrified shouts of the Ten Rings gang echoed from the depths of the cave. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, a deafening cacophony of explosions erupted in rapid succession, far more violent and shocking than the gunfire that preceded it. Blazing flames and shockwaves surged forth like an enraged dragon, violently rolling out from the depths of the passage. The intense shockwave, laden with debris and scalding metal fragments, crashed forcefully against the rock where Tony and Ethan took refuge. Producing a dull thud, the entire cave quaked violently. The dense white toxic mist was instantly dispersed and diluted by the explosive shockwave and flames. Although the acrid scent lingered, visibility finally regained a semblance of clarity. Ethan, shaken to his core, felt a buzzing in his eardrums and coughed violently, tears and mucus staining his face. He gazed in terror towards the source of the explosion, where flames soared and dense smoke billowed, revealing, albeit faintly, severed limbs and twisted metal fragments hurled into the air. The anguished cries of the Ten Rings gang rang out in a crescendo of despair, more harrowing than ever before. The mere presence of those several small self-detonators has wrought such terrifying destruction. Yet, it is evident that the purification of the heart of Gapo has scarcely reached its conclusion. The source of threat has been successfully suppressed, the environment is being cleansed, but the life signs of the carrier are in dire straits. And the energy supply is nearing depletion. A forced extraction is underway, targeting the associated objective. A chilling hum emanates once more from within Leon. This time, the sound carries an almost voracious pull. The golden light that had recently receded from his chest once again becomes unstable, flickering like a dying star struggling for its last breath. Not far from him, the semi-conscious Tony Stark's body suddenly stiffens. A painful groan escapes Tony, as if an invisible giant hand has gripped his heart. The arc reactor on his chest, which had been steadily emanating a ghostly blue glow, suddenly becomes blindingly bright. Beneath the skin surrounding the reactor, it seems as though countless tiny streams of blue light are being forcibly extracted, rushing through the air like rivers returning to the sea, frantically surging towards Leon's chest. Visible to the naked eye, a tangible stream of ghostly blue energy forms a bizarre bridge between Tony and Leon. Tony's body visibly deteriorates, becoming gray and withered, as if his vitality is being forcibly siphoned away. The light from his arc reactor, after reaching its maximum brightness, begins to flicker erratically, akin to a candle in the wind. Tony, no. Ethan's eyes widen in horror, instantly comprehending what that strange energy flow signifies. That monster, it is siphoning Tony's life energy. He lunges at Tony, attempting to pull him away from that terrifying pull, but as soon as his fingers touch Tony's arm, a powerful repulsive force akin to a strong electric current violently throws him back, sending him crashing to the ground. Tony feels as though his very soul is being torn apart. A cold, pure mechanical will, like a greedy beast, ravenously consumes the energy of his arc reactor. Even his very essence. The excruciating pain, the suffocation, combined with this horrifying extraction, renders his remaining consciousness akin to a small boat in a storm, on the verge of capsizing. He struggles, turning his bloodshot eyes with great difficulty to gaze at Leon, who lies unconscious just a few meters away. The young man remains blissfully unaware, greedily devouring Tony's life force, like an endless abyss. His face bears no expression, only the incomplete mark on his chest. Seemingly animated by the influx of ghostly blue energy, the flowing strands of light becoming unprecedentedly bright and vibrant, the incomplete form becoming increasingly clearer. Stark Industries. A previously unfelt, utterly desecrated and betrayed cold fury erupts within Tony's crumbling consciousness like volcanic magma, not due to the kidnapping and torture by the Ten Rings, but because of this strange entity, parasitically residing within the unfamiliar youth, so wickedly stealing the core of Stark technology and his very life. Could it even be connected to his father's legacy? With the last vestiges of his strength, Tony forced out a few fragmented syllables through clenched teeth, brimming with overwhelming hatred and frustration. His right hand, blackened and stained with blood, was driven by excruciating pain and fury, suddenly lifted as if illuminated by a fleeting moment of clarity. He was not reaching for the intangible flow of energy, but instead grasping a jagged, twisted shard of metal from a nearby wrecked vehicle with fierce intent. The fragment was cold and heavy, and Tony's fingers clutched its rough edge, tearing open the charred wound on his palm, blood seeping forth, yet he felt none of it. His gaze was fixated solely on the source of his life being consumed. gleaming with the Stark insignia. He was determined to excise that entity, even at the cost of his own demise. As Tony gripped the metal shard, summoning the last of his strength, he aimed it toward the flickering golden light and the cerulean mark upon Leon's chest, propelled by a nearly self-destructive resolve. In that moment, a transformation occurred. The hum of the reactor seemed to resonate with the impending, destructive will of the energy source itself. The chilling resonance escalated into a piercing shriek. The golden light on Leon's chest abruptly dimmed, severing the ethereal connection to Tony. Instantly, Leon's body convulsed violently. His previously sealed lips parted suddenly, emitting a faint yet unmistakably clear groan, laden with profound agony and a haunting sense of longing. "Shall you?" The utterance was so soft it resembled a sigh, instantly drowned out by the crackling flames in the cavern and the distant wails of the wounded. Yet, that call struck Tony, who was clutching the metal shard, like a genuine current of electricity igniting the flames of destruction in his eyes. Tony's motion froze mid-action, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Leon's anguished, contorted visage. The youthful face, smeared with blood and dirt, lost some of its monstrous alienation under the glow of the cerulean reactor, revealing a profound, human vulnerability and suffering at the brink of collapse. "Shall you?" A name? A person? This sudden, emotionally charged call contrasted starkly with the previous cold, efficient, and annihilating mechanical intent. Like a faint light piercing the shroud of monstrosity enveloping Leon, the flames of destruction within Tony flickered violently. His hand, gripping the sharp metal shard, turned white from exertion, blood dripping along its edge. Should he plunge deeper, obliterating this strange entity that might connect him to his father's secrets or possibly harbor the soul of an innocent boy? Or should he consider the depths of the cavern, where flames continued to blaze and smoke began to gather once more? Amidst the wails of the 10 rings, new, heavier footsteps and the clashing of weapons arose, like the tolling of a death knell, heralding the onset of a renewed siege. As Tony Stark stood at the crossroads of life and death, destruction and the unknown, the metallic shards in his hand coldly reflected a ghostly blue light. Chapter 6. The first summoning. The icy edges of the metal fragments were deeply embedded in Tony's palm. The searing pain from the charred wound mingling with the sticky warmth of blood, electrifying his fraying nerves. He fixated on the flickering golden blue light emanating from Leon's chest, alongside the haunting, fluid remnants of azure luminescence that danced like a living entity. The impulse for annihilation roared within his veins, akin to a caged beast yearning to obliterate this abomination that had stolen his life and desecrated the Stark legacy. A faint call, barely audible over the crackling flames, pierced through the haze of fury and despair, carrying a profound pain and longing that pierced Tony's mental barriers like a needle. His bloodied and dust-caked cheek twitched violently, and his arm holding the metal shard felt as heavy as lead, refusing to lower. Was there still a fragment of Yu, a living soul, within this monster-infested body? "Tony, behind you." Ethan's hoarse, terrified scream thundered like a clap of lightning, yanking Tony's mind back to the brutal reality. He spun around sharply. From the depths of the cave, a fierce blaze and billowing smoke were violently torn apart by a savage force. A nearly 2-meter-tall thug from the 10 Rings gang, resembling a monstrous bear, burst forth like a demon from the depths of hell, smashing through the burning debris that obstructed its path. His bare torso was a canvas of bulging muscles and grotesque scars, his face smeared with eerie war paint, features contorted by a frenzied intent to kill. Most terrifying of all was the heavy weapon he wielded, a terrifyingly thick DSHK heavy machine gun. Under the glowing flames, the cold metal radiated an aura of impending doom. "Stark, die!" The thug bellowed in the language of the 10 Rings, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the nearly defenseless Tony and Ethan, who were huddled against the rocks. His massive arms bulged, and the DSHK's muzzle swung menacingly, the gaping barrel resembling the abyss, ready to unleash a torrent of lethal fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The deafening gunfire instantly drowned out the crackling flames and the moans of the wounded. This metallic tempest, ferocious beyond comparison to any rifle, rained down with the destructive force of the Grim Reaper's scythe, aiming to obliterate the rock where Tony and Ethan sought refuge. Bang, 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 bang. The hard rock crumbled like tofu before the onslaught of heavy machine gun fire. Shards the size of bowls, mixed with searing metal projectiles, exploded like shrapnel in a frenzy of destruction. The rocky shelter that Tony and Ethan hid behind was systematically obliterated by the violent onslaught of metal, layer by layer, until it was pulverized. A scorching wave of air and lethal debris rained down upon them. Oof! A flying shard struck Tony's shoulder with brutal force, plunging him into darkness. Ethan was nearly suffocated by the splattering dust and debris, desperately curling up and clutching his head, emitting a sound of hopeless whimpering. There was nowhere to hide. The cover collapsed in an instant. In the next moment, they would be torn to shreds by this metallic storm. Tony's eyes were instantly filled with a despondent gray. It was over. Everything was lost. He didn't even have the chance to raise that shard of metal for a mutual demise. Instinctively, he glanced at Leon, still unconscious beside him, his chest flickering with light. Would that monster take action before it was shredded along with its host? Just then, a familiar, cold metallic hum resonated once more from within Leon's body. But this time, the sound was devoid of greedy suction. Instead, it brimmed with a kind of violently unleashed fury. Threat assessment: extremely high physical attack, 127 heavy machine gun. Threat level: lethal, associated target about to be destroyed. Carrier energy status: severely depleted. 5. Forced awakening protocol initiated. Mental link depth: 7 defense protocol. 1 Corona pursuer array forcibly generated. The frigid stream of commands pierced through the chaotic abyss of Leon's consciousness like a spear, forcibly tearing open a rift. The previously comatose Leon suddenly arched his body upwards, as if being yanked back from the brink of death by an invisible force. He let out a chilling, inhuman scream. His tightly shut eyes abruptly opened. Yet within those eyes, there was no trace of Leon's clarity, only an icy, inhuman glow, completely submerged in a torrent of frenzied golden data. He perceived, not through sight, but through the forcibly shared consciousness of the Gaboga heart. He beheld the heavy machine gun, spewing flames. He saw Tony and Ethan, on the verge of being torn apart. He witnessed the twisted, murderous intent on the faces of the brutal assailants. A cold, destructive rage emanating from the Gaboga heart, mingled with the agony of being forcibly awakened, crashed into his remaining consciousness like a tsunami. That was not his emotion. It was the pure murderous intent of the cold heart, threatening its energy source and the existence of its carrier. Target locked. Energy forcibly extracted. Associated target: Tony Stark. Hum. The flickering golden light in Leon's chest surged violently, akin to a heart's rhythm. A force more ferocious and unruly than before erupted suddenly. Tony, who had just struggled to evade the stray bullets, felt as if an invisible giant hand had seized him tightly. The bluish glow of his arc reactor was instantly pulled into a blinding stream, crazily surging towards Leon's chest. A torrent of bluish energy, infused with the essence of Tony's life, was forcibly extracted. Tony's body visibly withered again, akin to a plant drained of moisture in an instant. His screams turning weak and hoarse. The brilliance in his eyes swiftly dimmed, and the breath of life rapidly faded away. No. Ethan emitted a heart-wrenching wail, utterly powerless. As this violent energy surged forth, Leon's cold eyes, engulfed by golden streams of data, suddenly locked onto the figure a few meters away. A thug wielding a DSHK heavy machine gun, unleashing a torrent of fire. A voice, cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, reminiscent of metal scraping, emerged laboriously from Leon's throat, as if it were not he who spoke, but rather a dormant mechanical entity borrowing his vocal cords. With this proclamation, Leon's bloodied right hand, adopting a bizarrely rigid posture akin to that of a marionette, was abruptly raised, not aimed at the thug, but with fingers splayed and palm upward, as if cradling something in the void. Buzz, 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 buzz. For blinding beams of white light suddenly flared into existence above Leon's outstretched palm. The radiance was so intense that it eclipsed the flames burning in the cave and the eerie blue glow of the arc reactor. 4 orbs of pure incandescent energy, each the size of a fist, coalesced into solid forms. They were no longer the translucent phantoms of a defensive state, but had materialized as tangible entities. Within these spheres, chaotic energy spun like the core of a star in turmoil, compressing and emitting a spine-chilling, high-frequency death hum. For the first time, under the dominion of Leon's consciousness, albeit forcibly awakened and deeply linked, Corona was summoned actively. The instant the 4 incandescent orbs manifested, the thug with the DSHK also sensed the imminent threat. The sinister grin on his face froze, replaced by sheer terror. Instinctively, he sought to redirect the heavy muzzle of his weapon. Too late. Leon's cold, golden data-laden eyes locked onto him without a hint of emotion. The raised hand, cradling the 4 deathly orbs, clenched abruptly. It was as if he were crushing the void itself. Fire. The frigid command fell like a grim decree from the Reaper. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For beams of incandescent light tore through the night sky like lightning, surpassing the limits of perception, carrying the searing heat of purification and devastating kinetic energy, instantly traversing the mere meters that lay between them. Thud, 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 thud. For muffled sounds, faint enough to be nearly drowned out by the gunfire. The first beam accurately pierced the thug's wrist as he attempted to pull the trigger. The entire hand, along with half of his forearm, instantaneously vaporized under the searing light, leaving only charred bone and wisps of smoke. The thug's anguished scream had barely escaped his throat when the second beam pierced through his sturdy right scapula. A charred hole the size of a bowl appeared, utterly penetrating, as the raging energy obliterated the shoulder joint and the nerves of his arm. The third and fourth beams, akin to precise surgical scalpels, simultaneously struck his kneecaps. Thud! The terrifying entity, akin to a monstrous bear in human form, collapsed heavily to the ground in less than half a second, resembling a rag doll with its joints disassembled. The Deshka machine gun clattered from his grasp, stirring up dust. His remaining left hand futilely attempted to cover the severed wrist, while a desperate, discordant scream of anguish escaped his throat, his eyes brimming with incomprehensible fear and excruciating pain. His massive frame convulsed violently from the torment, yet he could no longer rise, nor pose any threat. The frenzied gunfire abruptly ceased, leaving only the crackling sound of flames, the wretched cries of the defeated, and the faint hum of dissipating energy within the cave. For incandescent corona orbs hovered in the palm of Leon's hand, their brilliance swiftly dimming and vanishing after executing this horrifyingly precise slaughter, as if they had never existed. With a resounding thud, Leon's right hand fell limply, crashing onto the cold, broken stones. The once tumultuous golden data streams in his eyes receded like a tide, revealing the bloodshot and agonized eyes that belonged to him. After a brief moment of emptiness, his pupils suddenly focused, reflecting a bewilderment and soul-rending agony reminiscent of awakening from the depths of a nightmare. A suppressed groan of pain escaped his lips, and soon after, his body weakened, tumbling forward once more into a deeper unconsciousness. This time, the golden-blue glow emanating from his chest faded completely, leaving behind a faint, exhausted cerulean halo on his skin. The terrifying gravitational pull connected to Tony also vanished in an instant. Coughing violently, Tony resembled a fish thrown ashore, arching his body as he gasped for air, each cough accompanied by bloodied sputum. He felt utterly drained, his body so weak that even a single finger felt impossible to move, while darkness encroached upon his vision. The cerulean glow of the arc reactor dimmed to a mere flicker, akin to a candle struggling against the wind, as if it might extinguish entirely at any moment. He strained to turn his eyes toward the unconscious Leon sprawled on the ground. This time, the fire of destruction had vanished from Tony's gaze, replaced by a profound vulnerability and a complex scrutiny of survival. Had those 4 devastating beams of white light been emitted by the boy named Xiaoyu? Or were they manifestations of the monster within him? Had he sacrificed his own life force to save himself and Ethan? Tony, are you all right? Ethan cried, scrambling to Tony's side, his voice quavering as trembling hands checked Tony's injuries, particularly the faint glow of the reactor at his chest. I'm not dead yet, Tony rasped, his voice weak. He laboriously lifted his uninjured right hand, pointing at the unconscious Leon. Check on him. Only then did Ethan notice Leon's condition. Cautiously approaching, he squinted in the dim light, and beneath Leon's tattered clothing, he observed that the grievous wound on his right shoulder, previously exposed to the bone by a stray bullet, was visibly writhing and healing at an astonishing speed. The tender new flesh grew rapidly, akin to a living entity, enveloping the grotesque wound and leaving behind a faint, shimmering scar with an unusual metallic luster. Oh God! Ethan gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Such a remarkable rate of self-healing was beyond human capability. At that moment, a faint yet exceptionally clear electronic synthetic voice unexpectedly emanated from Leon's body, resonating coldly in the desolate cavern. Warning: host energy reserves below critical value. Core entering forced hibernation. Defense protocols offline. Backup energy activated. Life support at minimum power. High-dimensional energy coordinate lock failed. Spatial leap protocol terminated. Scanning. Detected homologous high-purity energy reactor. Status: near depletion. Compatibility: 927. Arc reactor blueprint download request sent to Tony Stark. The chilling electronic voice abruptly ceased, akin to a final farewell. The ethereal blue mark on Leon's chest dimmed completely. Tony and Ethan stood frozen, as if ensnared by a binding spell. In the cavern, only the crackling of flames, the faint groans of the severely injured assailant, and the thunderous beating of Tony's own heart reverberated, pounding against his eardrums. A download request for the arc reactor blueprint sent to Tony Stark. With bloodshot eyes, Tony fixated on the unconscious Leon, as if attempting to penetrate his very essence. That cold electronic voice, the eerie self-healing, the devastating energy weapon, and the fragmented present, all intertwined with the arc reactor. The ultimate energy source, a mere concept left behind by his father, Howard Stark. What manner of enigma was this youth, resembling a humanoid cataclysm? What connection did the entity within him have to his father's deepest secrets and Stark Industries? Tony felt as though his mind were thrust into a rapidly spinning particle collider, colliding with countless questions, speculations, fears, and an icy rage manipulated by an unseen hand. He glanced down at the feebly flickering arc reactor on his chest, which seemed on the verge of extinguishing. The download request compatibility, 927. A wildly audacious thought ignited in his mind, like a ghostly flame suddenly illuminating the darkness, taking form with a thunderous explosion within his weakened, yet still racing brain. Chapter 7. The spark of the arc reactor. The ethereal blue radiance flowed gently through Tony's oil-stained and blood-crusted palm, resembling liquid stars. It emanated from a core, slightly larger than his palm, composed of rough metal sheets and intricate coils. Gone were the cumbersome external wires of the previous arc reactor, and the burden of an automobile battery. It was sleek, efficient, and flawless. Every curve and every energy circuit arrangement exuded a sense of technological beauty that transcended time. Bordering on artistry, the smoke and scent of blood that permeated the cave appeared to be purified somewhat by this pure light. Tony Stark leaned against the cold rock wall, his body still weakened as though drained of vitality. The charred wound on his left hand throbbed with a subtle pain. Yet, his eyes, bloodshot and sunken from fatigue and suffering, now burned with an unprecedented brilliance, a fervent glow infused with awe and the pride of a creator. He had succeeded. He had created the arc reactor, the ultimate clean energy core that his father, Howard Stark, had pursued throughout his life, a concept existing solely in theory. The schematics had come from the unconscious boy, who harbored within him an otherworldly entity. Tony's gaze reluctantly shifted from the azure miracle resting in his palm to the young man curled in the shadows a few steps away. Leon remained in a deep slumber, his pallid complexion resembling parchment, breaths faint. Beneath his tattered clothing, the once gruesome wounds had healed, leaving only faint red marks, akin to some bizarre insignia. On his chest, the incomplete mark appeared to be clearer under the arc reactor's ethereal glow, pulsating with a faint resonance. Howard's voice, a mere whisper, was laden with an indescribable complexity. Had the entity within the boy usurped his father's research? Or was there a more unfathomable connection? The cold stream of information that had flooded his mind during the download was far beyond the capabilities of human technology. Tony's voice trembled with the reverberations of survival and disbelief as he crouched beside Tony, cautiously extending a finger toward the azure light, hesitating just inches away, as if fearing to disturb a sacred presence. Is this the arc reactor? The legacy left by your father? His gaze toward Leon was rife with a profound blend of reverence and deep-seated fear. What was this boy? A prophet? A vessel? Or some incomprehensible technological creation? The schematics came from him, Tony managed to utter, his eyes returning to the reactor core in his palm. The azure luminescence was stable and potent, emanating a gentle yet overwhelming power, as if a miniature star had been born in his hand. This energy dispelled the chill and weakness that enveloped his body, alleviating the sharp pain in his left hand. It was infinitely more powerful and stable than the makeshift lifeline assembled from missile components. This was the true future. With utmost care, he used his functioning right hand to remove the rough wires hastily soldered to the reactor core for testing. Then, drawing a deep breath imbued with a sense of almost reverent ritual, he unbuttoned his tattered shirt, revealing the metallic base embedded in his flesh, intertwined with a web of nerves and blood vessels. This was the site of the previous rudimentary reactor installation. The azure light illuminated the grotesque surgical scar and the cold metallic interface on his chest. Tony's fingers trembled, not from pain, but from exhilaration. He cautiously aligned the new arc reactor core, radiating a pure azure glow, with the interface base. Click! A faint yet remarkably clear sound of convergence resonated through the air. Buzz! A surge of energy, far more potent, pure, and stable than before, flowed into Tony's limbs like a warm torrent, instantly dispelling all fatigue, cold, and pain. This power was both formidable and gentle, sweeping away the oppressive sensations in his fractured ribs and melting away the burning discomfort in his left palm. Every cell within his body rejoiced, greedily absorbing this pristine life force. Tony straightened his back abruptly, the tension in his furrowed brow easing in an instant. An unprecedented sense of strength and vitality surged through him like a mighty tide, filling his being anew. He couldn't help but emit a deep, invigorating roar. A shimmering azure light spilled from his open jacket, illuminating half of his body as if he were cloaked in divine radiance. In this moment, he was no longer a dying captive, but a warrior reborn with newfound strength. "Tony, you look incredible," Ethan exclaimed, marveling at the rapid restoration of color to Tony's face and the resurgence of sharpness in his gaze, nearly rendered speechless by excitement. Tony remained silent, his eyes fixated in an almost trance-like state on the arc reactor, which pulsated with a perfect azure glow. This was true power. This was the future that Stark Industries deserved. He slowly clenched his right fist, feeling the torrent of energy coursing through him. Just then, buzz. A faint yet distinctly clear metallic hum emanated unexpectedly from the unconscious Leon. The sound was soft, akin to murmurs in a dream. Tony and Ethan instantly perked up, their gazes honing in on Leon like searchlights. There lay Leon, still in a deep slumber, his brow slightly furrowed as if he were enduring some unseen pressure. Strangely, the incomplete mark on his chest flickered in synchrony with the pulsing azure light of Tony's arc reactor, emitting a faint yet discernible azure halo. Was it breathing? Resonating? Detected core of high-purity energy of the same origin. Status: stable operation. Energy field radiation intensity: high. Carrier passive analysis protocol initiated. Target: arc reactor miniature. Reverse analysis progress: 010203. Analyzing data stream. Transmitting to core database. The cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice, akin to a ghostly whisper, emanated once more from within Leon's body, echoing in the silent cavern. The voice was intermittent, as if plagued by poor signal, yet bore an unsettling, mechanical greet. The ecstasy and sense of power on Tony's face froze instantaneously, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. He glanced down incredulously at the perfectly functioning arc reactor on his chest, then turned his gaze back to the unconscious Leon. Analysis. Passive analysis. Transmission to core database. A chilling dread coursed down Tony's spine, spreading throughout his entire being. He had just acquired a source of power, symbolizing freedom and the future, which at this moment was being ruthlessly analyzed and stolen by the cold monster within the comatose boy, as if it were scanning an object. It did not require permission. It was observing and learning. No. Tony let out a low growl, instinctively raising his right hand to shield the glowing arc reactor on his chest, attempting to sever the invisible probing. This sensation was far more invasive and infuriating than being threatened by the Ten Rings gang's firearms. However, just as Tony's hand was about to cover the arc reactor, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from the direction of the cave entrance. The entire cavern shook violently, as if it had encountered a catastrophic earthquake. A massive shockwave, accompanied by searing gusts of heat and debris, surged forth like a tsunami. Stalactites rained down like a torrential downpour. Ethan was knocked to the ground by the tremor. Tony stumbled, his hand instinctively retracting from his chest. He gazed in horror toward the source of the explosion. The entrance blazed with fire, billowing thick smoke. The sturdy rock door had been blasted open, leaving a gaping hole. A blinding beam of searchlight pierced through the opening like a colossal sword, illuminating the smoke-filled cavern within. The spotlight swept frantically, instantly locking onto the unmistakable beacon-like azure glow emanating from Tony's chest. Identify Stark. And that glowing kid. Open fire. No matter the cost. Seize that energy core. A voice, colder than any previous assailant and laden with a heavy accent, roared through a loudspeaker from outside the breach. Following this was a barrage of gunfire more intense and frenzied than ever before. Bullets rained down like a metallic storm, instantly enveloping the area where Tony, Ethan, and Leon were located. Get down. Tony's eyes widened as he forcefully tackled the still-dazed Ethan to the ground. Scorching projectiles pelted the rocks surrounding them like hail, sending shards flying. A new wave of encirclement began, far more extensive than before. The enemy had even resorted to explosives to breach the entrance, with a clear target, him and the arc reactor. Additionally, Leon. Tony pressed himself firmly against the cold ground, the arc reactor's azure glow flickering defiantly amidst the dust, a relentless source of power sustaining him. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Leon, still unconscious, like a small boat amid a storm in the hail of bullets. The mark on his chest continued to flicker weakly, yet stubbornly amidst the vibrations of the explosion and the flashes of gunfire. Greedily analyzing the energy field of the arc reactor, the progress of passive analysis flashed in Tony's mind like a death knell. 0506. The shadow of despair loomed once again, even heavier than before. Outside, the enemies were armed to the teeth, determined to succeed. Inside was a ticking time bomb, with a monster within continuously learning and stealing his greatest secrets. Tony clenched his fist with sudden intensity. his nails digging deeply into his palm as he felt the surging power emanating from the arc reactor. The ethereal blue glow reflected the tumultuous tempest of emotions swirling in his eyes: fear, rage, the indignity of desecration, and a madness born from desperation. A resolve to fight back with unyielding determination. He could no longer remain a passive victim. He must retaliate. He had to act before everything was dissected by that monstrous entity, before the bullets of the Ten Rings gang tore through them all. His gaze, drawn as if by an unseen magnet, darted toward the corner of the cave, where a heap of discarded car parts, twisted steel plates, broken drive shafts, and a few relatively intact doors had been used to craft makeshift electromagnets and welding tools. An idea, bordering on the fantastical, yet imbued with a steely resolve, sliced through the chaotic maze of Tony Stark's mind like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 8. The Deal of Tony Stark. The colossal iron fist, accompanied by a shriek that cleaved the air, struck mercilessly upon the back of the last Ten Rings thug attempting to flee. A sickening crack echoed, unmistakable in its clarity. The thug was sent flying as though struck by a speeding truck, his body folding at an unnatural angle, spewing a gruesome mixture of blood and internal organs. Before he was hurled like a rag doll a dozen meters away, crashing heavily against the charred remains of a burning vehicle, lifeless and silent. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps of steel came to a halt. The Mark I, a mechanical behemoth forged from dilapidated car parts, boiler steel, and the desperate ingenuity of Tony Stark, stood sentinel at the mouth of the cave, a god of war emerging from the inferno of hell. The acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the metallic tang of burnt flesh and fabric, spiraling upward with the night breeze that flowed into the cave. Tony stood within the iron giant's chest, breathing heavily. Sweat drenched his tattered shirt, dripping steadily onto the cold steel console below. The ethereal glow of the arc reactor filtered through the rough seams of the armor, providing an unending source of power while illuminating the remnants of his primal rage and the heart-pounding remnants of survival that flickered in his eyes. He had won. For now, peering through the rough observation slit, he gazed outside the jagged opening. Beyond lay the desolate expanse of the Afghan desert, the distant silhouette of black mountains rising against the deep blue canopy speckled with sparse, cold stars. The night wind swept in, stirring the flames into a crackling dance. "Tony, we must leave this place." Ethan's weak voice emerged from below. He struggled to crawl from behind a toppled cargo crate, his face smeared with soot and the pallor of survival, his gaze upon the Mark I filled with shock and a hint of barely perceptible fear. Tony did not respond immediately. His gaze, irresistibly drawn, shifted toward the deeper shadows of the cave, an area less affected by the explosions and chaos. Leon. The young boy remained curled up there, unconscious and unresponsive. Yet, within the fleeting moments after Tony activated the Mark I, and as the arc reactor surged into full operation, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The scar upon Leon's chest radiated an unprecedented, almost blinding cerulean luminescence. This glow, no longer a mere flicker, pulsed steadily as if it were breathing, delineating its incomplete form with unparalleled clarity. Surrounding the Mark, an ethereal silhouette of intricately fine, swirling azure data streams began to emerge, forming a continuously rotating gear. It was as if the cold entity within him was greedily absorbing the immense energy field emanating from the operation of the Mark I, far surpassing that of a miniature reactor. What sent chills down Tony's spine was the frigid electronic voice, faint yet insidious, burrowing into his ears. Analysis progress. 991, 993, 995 arc reactor, miniature, technology nodes. Energy conversion matrix, decrypted core constraint field architecture, decrypted miniaturization integration plan, decrypted core database updating data stream analysis, transmission stable 995. Tony felt an icy dread seize his blood. The very details of the arc reactor's core technology, the embodiment of his intellectual triumph, were being voraciously scanned, replicated, and transmitted to an unknown central database by the creature lurking within this unconscious boy, as if it were perusing an open tome. The theft was brazen, efficient, and chilling. During these moments when Tony was immersed in a sense of power and the hope for survival, that creature, that incomplete Mark, had silently and greedily devoured the technological secrets of the arc reactor at 995. Only 05 remained. No, stop. Tony let out a suppressed roar from within the steel armor, desperation clawing at him. Instinctively, he yearned to shut down the arc reactor, to sever that damned energy radiation. Yet, reason swiftly intervened. The Mark I was their sole hope for escape. To disable the reactor would mean cutting off their only chance of survival. Despairing fury gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He had just broken free from the clutches of the 10 rings, only to realize he may have unwittingly unleashed an even more terrifying and avaricious prisoner. The very secrets of Stark Industries, potent enough to alter the global energy landscape, were being pilfered by a non-human entity. Just as Tony's eyes widened with rage, almost compelling him to charge at Leon. A faint sound, barely distinguishable from the whisper of the wind, pierced through the darkness outside the breach. Tony's combat instincts ignited instantaneously. The heavy steel head of the Mark I swung sharply toward the source of the sound. Yet, the speed of the assailant was too swift, and the target was not him. A soft thud resonated, akin to a pebble dropped into water. Tony and Ethan beheld, with a sense of horror, a miniature crossbow bolt, no longer than a finger, entirely cloaked in ebony, and adorned with diminutive stabilizing wings at its tail, piercing through the very center of the glaring, azure-hued, fragmented mark upon Leon's chest with ghostly precision. The arrowhead embedded itself within the flesh, leaving only a brief segment of its tail quivering amidst the pulsating, brilliant azure glow. A piercing metallic shriek erupted from within Leon, resonating with excruciating pain and chaos, more harrowing than ever before. His previously unconscious body arched violently, as if electrified by a high-voltage current. His eyes flew open, revealing a tempest of golden data streams intertwined with his own anguished and bewildered consciousness, clashing ferociously. A series of guttural, inhuman sounds escaped his throat. More peculiarly, the pulsating, blinding azure mark upon his chest faltered momentarily upon impact with the bolt, subsequently spiraling into utter disarray and instability. The once fluid, rotating gears of its ethereal projection twisted and shattered in an instant. The azure light flickered erratically, akin to a malfunctioning bulb. Warning! Warning! High-purity, anti-mechanical energy toxin detected. Carrier's nervous system severely contaminated. Core link channels experiencing interference. Analysis process forcibly interrupted. Current analysis progress. 997. Freeze. Defense protocol. Error. Logical conflict. Core. Carrier. Escalation of logical conflict. The cold electronic voice abruptly became fragmented, laden with chaotic noise and piercing alarms. Leon's body was as if gripped by an unseen hand around his throat, crumpling heavily to the ground, writhing in agony. The conflict between the golden data streams and his human consciousness reached its zenith, on the brink of complete collapse. Who? Tony bellowed. As the right arm of Mark I surged upward with a thunderous force, the robust hydraulic rods emitting a dull pressurized sound, the azure light cascading from his fist, aimed toward the source of the bolt. From the darkness beyond the breach, a figure emerged, seamlessly blending with the night, advancing with a silent grace. Clad in a meticulously tailored, deep gray tactical suit, caked with the dust of the Gobi, his posture was both erect and agile. His visage was obscured by a black metallic mask, covering his entire face save for his eyes and mouth, glinting with a cold, matte sheen beneath the starlight. Most striking was his right hand, which hung casually at his side, adorned with an antiquated wrist gauntlet crafted from a somber metal, inlaid with several gemstones arranged like a miniature star map, emanating a faint azure glow. The enigmatic miniature crossbow bolt had evidently been discharged from this very gauntlet. He bore no heavy weaponry, save for a uniquely shaped, curved dagger hanging at his waist. Yet, even in his seemingly nonchalant stance, he exuded a far more perilous and unfathomable aura than that of the armed thugs they had encountered moments before. His gaze, penetrating through the eye holes of the mask, first swept across the grotesque steel form of Mark I, lingered momentarily on the ethereal blue arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest, and finally, like a frigid probe, fixated intently on Leon, who writhed in agony on the ground, with the black crossbow bolt still quivering faintly, suppressing the azure glow. Have the 10 rings cleaned up their mess? A low, hoarse voice, imbued with an uncanny metallic timbre, emerged from beneath the mask, articulated in an accentuated yet remarkably fluent English. The voice bore no inflection of emotion, as if it were merely stating an inconsequential fact. You have saved me considerable effort. A shiver coursed through Tony. This individual was not affiliated with the 10 rings. Moreover, he recognized this equipment, the style of the mask, the energy fluctuations emanating from the bracers. This was an elite assassin of the fabled 10 rings, a clandestine organization endowed with ancient powers, far more terrifying than the local armed thugs of the 10 rings. How could they possibly be here? Was Leon the target? Who are you? What do you intend to do? Tony's voice resonated through the iron armor, heavy with a metallic hum and wariness. The masked figure did not directly respond to Tony's inquiry. His gaze remained fixed on Leon, as if appraising the worth of an object. What resides within him? The masked man's voice remained cold, unstable, extremely perilous. The magnitude of energy explosion and disintegration just witnessed is akin to igniting a splinter in a dark forest, attracting truly terrifying entities. He paused, adding pointedly, "You are not equipped to bear the burden." Tony's heart raced. Truly terrifying entities? Did he refer to the higher dimensional energy coordinates mentioned before by Gaibwija? His gaze fell upon the black crossbow bolt, suppressing the azure radiance in Leon's chest. A small gift, a neurotoxin modification. The masked man raised his right hand, showcasing the sapphire-studded bracer upon his wrist, designed specifically to counteract the non-human logic core within Leon. It can temporarily curtail its activity, plunging it and the host into a deeper conflict and stalemate of logic, averting a potential catastrophe that could obliterate us all or invoke even greater troubles. He advanced a few steps, disregarding the imminent threat of Mark I's descending fist, halting several meters from Leon. At last, his gaze shifted toward Tony, ensconced within the chest cavity of the Iron Giant. "Tony Stark," the masked man's voice took on a hint of amusement. "We are quite intrigued by you and the legacy left by your father, particularly that exquisite little device upon your chest." His eyes swept over the arc reactor's azure glow. Tony's heart plummeted. Indeed, it was for the arc reactor. However, the masked man's tone shifted abruptly, now pointing toward the writhing Leon, whose consciousness was teetering on the brink of collapse. "At present, I am far more interested in this vessel. The potential it embodies far surpasses the value of your reactor." In an instant, Tony comprehended the other's intentions. "A transaction. State your terms." Tony's voice pierced through the steel, cold and direct. The right fist of Mark I remained poised, the hydraulic pistons emitting a low, mournful whine. The masked man let out a deep, gravelly chuckle akin to sandpaper scraping against itself. "It's quite simple." He extended 2 fingers, clad in black tactical gloves. "First, surrender him to me." The finger pointed at Leon. "Second, hand over the core schematics of the arc reactor. In exchange." The masked man gestured towards the desolate expanse of the Gobi outside the cave, stating that my men would eliminate the remaining riffraff of the 10 rings, and he paused, his gaze sweeping over Tony and the shaken Ethan, offering a helicopter to whisk you away from this hell. A guarantee of safe passage to the nearest American military base. The terms were clear and merciless. Trade Leon and the secrets of the Ark for a chance at survival. An oppressive silence enveloped the cave, broken only by the crackling of flames, Leon's pained, suppressed gasps and convulsions, and the low hum of Mark I's hydraulic system. Ethan, filled with dread, glanced at Tony, then at Leon, who lay on the ground like a ticking time bomb, finally turning his gaze to the menacing figure of the masked man. Fear and a desperate yearning for life intertwined in his eyes. Tony stood at the heart of the Iron Giant, the ethereal blue glow reflecting off his tightly pressed lips and the tempestuous turmoil in his eyes. He looked down at the youth on the ground, whose body continued to convulse in agony from the toxins and the clash of logic, his gaze a chaotic struggle between golden streams of data and human consciousness. The faint yet poignant call of the young boy echoed softly in his ears. "Surrender him? Hand over this enigma, harboring a terrifying monster yet potentially imprisoning an innocent soul, to this evidently more dangerous and mysterious organization, along with the Ark schematics, the culmination of his father's life work? Or refuse? Take Ethan, pilot the cumbersome Mark I, and gamble on a faint hope? All the while, guarding against this potential human bomb beside him, who could erupt at any moment due to the monster within." Tony's gaze fell once more upon the black crossbow bolt, suppressing the ethereal blue glow at Leon's chest. The 997's analysis progress was forcibly frozen by the logical conflict. Was that arrow a temporary safety chain, or a more poisonous bait? The masked man awaited silently, much like a patient hunter. The night wind outside carried the chill of the Gobi, swirling with the scent of gunpowder and blood, caressing the cold edges of Tony's iron armor. Chapter 9. Betrayal and sparks. The silence within the cave was filled with the crackling of flames licking at the wooden crates, Leon's muffled, agonized convulsions, and the low thrum of Mark I's hydraulic system. The terms of the deal proposed by the masked man hung over Tony and Ethan like a cold iron anvil. Surrender a boy who might harbor an innocent soul, relinquish the core schematics of the Ark reactor, the cornerstone of Howard Stark's lifelong wisdom and Stark Industries' future, in exchange for a chance at life. Ethan's complexion turned as pale as parchment, his lips trembling, his gaze wavering between Tony's cold, steel visage and the crumbling figure of Leon on the ground. The yearning for life swirled within him like molten lava, almost scorching through the icy shell of fear. He opened his mouth, a dry rasp emanating from his throat, seemingly attempting to utter something, yet ultimately, he could only gaze desperately at Tony. He understood that the power to decide did not rest in his hands. Tony stood within the heart of the Iron Giant, the ethereal blue glow of the arc reactor illuminating his taut jawline. The masked figure's gaze, penetrating through the cold metal slits, acted like a probe, seeking to pierce his hesitation and dread. The adversary was the Ten Rings, an organization far older, more enigmatic, and possessing unfathomable power compared to the Ten Rings gang. They had set their sights on the arc reactor, and now, on the terrifying entity known as the heart of Guy Boger dwelling within Leon. To surrender, it would be akin to handing the key capable of annihilating the world directly to a demon. But to refuse? The Mark I was a formidable war machine. Yet it was the initial prototype designed to break free from its cavernous prison, cumbersome, energy-consuming, lacking in ranged weaponry, and with rough armor. Outside lay the vast, desolate expanse. And while the remnants of the Ten Rings gang might not pose a significant threat, who could say how many elite assassins lurked behind the masked figure? With the immobile Ethan and this volatile human bomb, Leon, whose logic could erupt at any moment, the path to survival appeared bleak. Tony's gaze returned to Leon. The youth's body convulsed violently from the toxins and the agony of internal rupture. Each spasm tugged at the black crossbow bolt embedded in the center of his mark. The golden data stream in his eyes seemed forcibly suppressed, yet the portion of consciousness belonging to Leon had not returned, leaving only a hollow pain and confusion. As if his soul had been torn asunder, adrift in an endless chaos. The faint yet distinct sound of rain now felt like a thorn embedded in Tony's heart. Core logic conflict intensifying, stability below threshold. Defense protocols unable to execute. External toxins persistently interfering. The cold electronic voice intermittently broke through Leon's pained gasps, laden with unprecedented chaos and weakness. The parsing progress of 997 had frozen, the transmission of the core database forcibly interrupted. The neurotoxin had become like a poisoned ice spike, not only pinning down Guy Boger's minions, but also nearly extinguishing Leon's vitality as a human. He had become a vessel shackled by dual constraints, poised to shatter at any moment. Mr. Stark. Ethan's voice quivered with tears and desperation. We have no choice. If we take him, we will all perish here. The dreadful entity, he dared not continue. Casting a fearful glance at the ethereal blue glow emanating from Leon's chest and the lethal crossbow bolt, the masked figure remained silently rooted. Like a statue melded into the shadows. His patience seemed boundless, or perhaps he was confident that his prey would ultimately succumb. The gauntlet on his wrist, adorned with gems arranged like a miniature star map, emitted a faint yet disquieting blue light. Time passed in the suffocating silence, each second scraping across Tony's taut nerves like sandpaper. Finally, Tony moved. The heavy steel head of Mark I turned slightly. Its gaze through the observation slit locking onto the masked figure. He inhaled deeply, the voice emanating from within the cold metal exuding a resolute weariness. Deal. These two words pierced through Ethan's final psychological defenses like an ice pick, causing his legs to weaken, nearly collapsing onto the ground. His face a complex tapestry of relief interwoven with deeper terror. The corners of the masked man's mouth seemed to curve upward ever so slightly. He nodded, as if he had anticipated this outcome. A wise choice, Mr. Stark, he remarked, his voice remaining hoarse and flat. The schematics. Tony hesitated momentarily. He gestured with his steel arm towards Leon on the ground. What about him? That arrow, in his current condition. His condition is of no concern to you. The masked man interjected, his tone imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. The toxin will continue to suppress the core activity within him, ensuring sufficient safety during transport. As for subsequent handling, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the mark on Leon's chest. That will be our concern. Now, the schematics. Tony remained silent for several seconds. The hefty form of Mark I slowly bent at the waist, its massive steel hand exploring a concealed latch beneath the operating platform. There lay the original design schematics of the arc reactor, drawn on parchment. The essence of his initial conception, far more fundamental and vital than the industrial blueprints later rendered on a computer. With meticulous care, the rough metallic fingers extracted several folded pieces of parchment, their edges slightly charred. Through the observation slit, Tony cast one last glance at the pages that embodied the legacy of his father and the ingenuity born from his own desperate circumstances. Then, he maneuvered Mark I to extend the stack of schematics toward the masked figure. The steel giant's hand halted before the masked man, the schematics poised between its fingers. The masked man did not immediately reach for them. He lifted his right hand, adorned with a gauntlet, and gently tapped a gem on the side of his wrist guard. A faint blue light swept over the schematics. Scanning confirmation. Arc reactor core schematics, original manuscript. Energy signature matched. Data integrity, 987. A subtle, Electronic synthesized voice echoed in his ear, audible only to him. Only then did he extend his tactical gloved hand, ready to receive the schematics. Just as the masked man's fingertips were about to make contact with the parchment, a sudden transformation occurred. "Ethan, now!" Tony bellowed within the armor, his voice a deafening roar of fury. Boom! The steel giant's hand, which had been extending the schematics, did not relinquish them. Instead, it clenched into a fist. Fueled by Tony's long-simmering rage, ignited by deception and desperation, it descended upon the masked figure with the force of a battering ram, aiming directly at his head. The air compressed instantaneously, emitting a piercing blast. The arc energy glowed ominously, surging dramatically atop the fist. This is far from surrender. It is a meticulously orchestrated, all-or-nothing betrayal. Meanwhile, curled upon the ground and tormented by pain, Leon's consciousness blurred as deep within his being, the core of the Gaboga heart, besieged by both venom and logical conflict, teetered on the brink of collapse. Under the onslaught of the energy field unleashed by Mark I, and spurred by Tony's roar, infused with rage and the will to survive, it unleashed a final, perilous backlash akin to a dying beast in its last throes. Zzz. The black crossbow bolt embedded in Leon's chest, once dimmed and flickering under the weight of toxins, erupted with an unprecedented, blinding brilliance. A violent, chaotic pulse of destructive energy surged forth, like a raging torrent, violently exploding in a ring around Leon's body without warning. This was not a deliberate attack from the Gaboga heart, but rather an energy overload triggered by the chaos ensuing from the interference of toxins with its logical core and the abrupt freezing of its energy links, compounded by the external energy field's tremendous impact. Boom! The energy pulse ring expanded instantaneously. The first to bear the brunt of this force was the masked man, standing merely a breath away, along with the colossal iron fist hurtling towards him, clearly unprepared for Tony's resolute resistance. The masked man had not anticipated the chaotic surge from the core within Leon, which had been severely compromised by neurotoxic suppression, to erupt at such a critical moment. Reacting swiftly, he evaded backward like a weightless specter just as Tony's massive fist descended upon him. Simultaneously, the blue light emanating from the wrist guard intensified, and several gems ignited, conjuring a semi-transparent energy shield adorned with celestial patterns that unfurled before him. Bang! Mark I's iron fist struck the energy shield with tremendous force. The resounding impact reverberated through the cavern. The shield trembled violently, the starry patterns flashing erratically, emitting a deafening hum under the strain. The masked man was propelled backward several meters, his feet carving shallow grooves into the ground. Though the shield remained intact, it was evidently on the verge of collapse. Almost simultaneously with the fist's impact, the chaotic energy pulse ring unleashed by Leon collided fiercely. Zzz. The sharp crackle of electrical discharge erupted. The tumultuous azure energy clashed violently with the masked man's star-patterned shield, leading to mutual annihilation. The luminous patterns on the shield dimmed significantly, emitting a more piercing, alarm-like buzzing. The masked man staggered, letting out a muffled grunt, clearly suffering considerable repercussions from this dual assault. However, the ramifications of this chaotic energy pulse extended far beyond that. Boom! Crash! The energy ring swept across the cavern floor, hurling scattered weapon parts and charred remnants of wooden crates like mere refuse. The corpses of several members of the Ten Rings gang, situated closer to Leon, were utterly torn apart and carbonized by this tumultuous energy, filling the air with the stench of scorched flesh. Ethan emitted a piercing scream, violently hurled by a shockwave that sent him crashing against the cave wall, plunging him into darkness, nearly losing consciousness. Tony's Mark I was similarly jolted by the chaotic energy erupting from below, its heavy frame swaying precariously. Yet, the true peril lay within. Crackling sounds erupted as several crucial circuit nodes on the rudimentary control panel of Mark I unleashed a dazzling display of electric sparks. The dashboard went haywire in an instant. The previously stable hydraulic system let out a deafening shriek. Alarms blared throughout the steel giant's interior. Warning: external high-energy interference. Left leg hydraulic servos overloaded. Power transmission unstable. Local circuits fused. The rudimentary display before Tony was instantly inundated with red alerts. The formidable stance of Mark I, freshly adorned with the spoils of battle, was obliterated, transforming it into a staggering, smoke-emitting war machine. Damn it! Tony roared within the armor, desperately gripping the control stick in an attempt to regain balance. He had not anticipated the catastrophic magnitude of the energy unleashed by Leon, nor the devastating blow it would deal to the internals of Mark I. It was the epitome of self-destructive victory. The chaotic energy pulse arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly. The intense light dimmed, leaving only the mark on Leon's chest, which continued to flicker violently and erratically, resembling a malfunctioning warning beacon. He lay completely incapacitated on the ground, seemingly devoid of even the strength to convulse, with only faint, agonized groans escaping from deep within his throat, his pupils dilated, consciousness sinking into an abyss of utter darkness and chaos. The cave was a scene of devastation. Burning debris, scattered fragments, charred bodies, acrid smoke, and the stench of charred remains filled the air. Mark-I emitted wisps of black smoke, its massive form swaying slightly, resembling a giant on the verge of collapse. The masked man slowly lowered the bracers shielding his front. The energy shield had dissipated, and the gems on the bracers glimmered with significantly diminished brilliance. His tactical suit was now more soiled, and though his mask remained intact, an ominous and dangerous aura had replaced his earlier composure. Through the slits of his mask, his cold gaze was fixated on Tony's armored figure, a look akin to that of someone observing a corpse. Excellent. The masked man's voice was colder than the night wind over the Gobi Desert, laced with an irrepressible fury and a hint of indignation akin to an ant's bite. Stark, you have made the most foolish of choices. He slowly raised his right hand, the dim gems on the bracers once again swirling with a dangerous luminescence, this time imbued with a sense of targeting and destruction. A uniquely shaped curved dagger silently slid into his palm. Since the deal has collapsed, the masked man's voice echoed like the pronouncement of death, then let it be annihilation. Tony's heart plummeted to the depths. The internal condition of Mark-I was dire. Leon had been rendered utterly helpless, Ethan's fate was uncertain, and the enraged assassin from the Ten Rings was poised to launch a lethal attack. In the depths of despair, the situation appeared even more dire than before. However, at the very moment when the masked figure was poised to strike and Tony prepared to fight with all he had, a deep, rhythmic buzzing emanated unexpectedly from the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. This sound was not an alarm. Rather, it resembled the prelude to an engine's ignition, a resonance indicating that the energy core was beginning to operate at an unprecedented frequency. Suddenly, a minuscule yet remarkably concentrated golden arc of electricity burst forth from the reactor's core, akin to a nascent dragon emerging from the bluish glow. Crackle! This delicate golden arc did not target the masked figure, but, as if imbued with life, darted into the intricate inner workings of Mark-I, which had recently been ravaged by Leon's chaotic energy surge and was now sparking with damaged circuits. Astonishingly, where this slender golden arc traversed, the overloaded and short-circuited lines, along with the nodes emitting dark smoke, were instantaneously smoothed by an inexplicable force. Charred marks vanished, and severed metallic wires appeared to be rejoined by an unseen hand, as the disordered electrical signals were forcibly reorganized and restored to their rightful places. The cacophony of explosive sounds ceased abruptly. The piercing alarms within Mark-I fell silent. The erratically bouncing dials on the control panel stabilized in an instant. The once shrieking hydraulic system regained its deep, powerful hum. This slender golden arc, akin to a master mechanic, executed an extraordinary repair of the potentially fatal circuit damage within Mark-I, inflicted by Leon's energy impact, in less than a second. It even seemed to enable the machine to operate more smoothly and powerfully than before. Tony stared in astonishment at the suddenly restored interface. Sensing the resurgence of formidable power within the steel giant, he abruptly glanced down at the arc reactor in his chest. Within the core's bluish glow, the slender golden arc moved like a living entity, flickering with a cold, efficient, and almost perfect logic. It belonged neither to the original design of the arc reactor nor to what Mark-I was intended to embody. A thought struck Tony like a bolt of lightning. 997. The frozen progress of analysis. In the final moments, before being completely subdued by toxins, the Gaboga heart had forcibly injected a spark of apostolic technology from the core database into the arc reactor's core. It had repaired Mark-I, but at what cost? What were its intentions? Tony had no time to ponder. The masked figure had already made his move. The curved dagger in his hand sliced through the air with a deadly glow, emitting a shriek that tore through the atmosphere as it aimed directly for the bluish core of Mark-I. The speed was beyond the limits of human capability. Tony emitted a primal roar, suppressing the tempest within his heart, and thrust the control stick forcefully to the limit. The Mark-I, recently mended by golden sparks and seemingly optimized, unleashed an astonishing surge of power. Boom! The once cumbersome steel giant moved with an agility that belied its size, gliding sideways with remarkable swiftness. Its enormous steel left arm, accompanied by the sound of thunder, swung mightily like a war hammer of a colossal deity, sweeping towards the advancing masked figure. The battle, ignited once more in the aftermath of betrayal and chaos, erupted under the cold glimmer of golden sparks, with an even more enigmatic conclusion looming ahead. Chapter 10. The Ember of the Apostle Boom. The Mark I, forcibly restored by golden sparks and seemingly enhanced, brought down its left arm, imbued with a ferocity surpassing its previous might, upon the energy shield adorned with celestial patterns that flickered before the masked adversary. This collision resonated not as a dull thud, but erupted like thunder within a cavern. The violent shockwave visibly shattered the air, lifting debris, ashes, and burning fragments in a tempestuous sweep. The cave walls trembled violently, shedding more stones in a cascade. The masked figure let out a muffled grunt. His body hurled backward as if a severed kite, struck by this overwhelming force. The celestial shield on his wrist flickered erratically, twisting and emitting a piercing wail, its luminous patterns dimming significantly in an instant. Though the shield remained intact, its waning glow and the masked figure's disheveled retreat proclaimed the utter defeat of his once proud defense against sheer power. On the other side, Ethan, who had just managed to rise, was once again swept away by the ferocious shockwave, crashing heavily against the cave wall, stars dancing before his eyes, nearly losing consciousness. Tony had no time to ponder Ethan's plight. His entire focus was ensnared by the profound transformation occurring within the Mark I and the strange sensations coursing through his body. Power. An unprecedented sense of strength surged through the limbs of the steel giant. The recently repaired hydraulic system roared with a deep and furious growl, exceeding its previous capabilities. The transmission mechanisms operated with unparalleled smoothness, imbued with a near-perfect mechanical cadence. The feedback from the control stick became extraordinarily sensitive, with the slightest thought. The heavy steel giant executed precise and swift movements. It was no longer the clumsy prototype. It resembled a war beast endowed with a higher essence of mechanical soul. But at what cost? A chilling will, like a parasite, crept up his arm, through the tightly grasped control stick, spreading upward with ferocious intensity, eroding his very essence. It was not pain, but a deeper, more unsettling sense of detachment, as if his thoughts, emotions, and everything that belonged to Tony Stark were being forcefully overwritten and formatted by a pure, efficient, and cold logical program. Fragments of golden data streams began to flicker at the edges of his vision. Amidst the cacophony of the external battle and the low hum of the Mark I's internal system, a chilling, monotonous electronic voice began to whisper incessantly like background noise. Threat level, high. Combat mode, annihilation protocol initiated. Energy output, maximized. Core database synchronization in progress. Get out. Get out of my head. Tony let out a primal roar from within the armor, desperately striving to concentrate, summoning every ounce of willpower to resist the frigid encroachment. He commanded the surging power of the Mark I, raising its colossal steel fist once more, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, and aimed it at the masked figure, whose stance had just stabilized, the glow of his shield dimming. He intended to shatter this uncontrollable force. This invasive chill in his consciousness, along with the wretched assassin from the 10 Rings. The expression beneath the mask of the figure turned grim. He had never anticipated that the dying vessel's momentary surge of energy would not only fail to obliterate the Mark I, but instead act as a ferocious catalyst for the steel behemoth. And even more alarming, it seemed to have drawn the deeper gaze and interference of the core, as he beheld the steel fist hurtling toward him. Tearing through the air with a sense of impending doom, a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. He abruptly stamped his foot, retreating with an agility that defied the laws of physics, while simultaneously, his left hand swept at his waist, launching 3 thumb-sized, jet-black metallic spheres adorned with ominous red patterns in a triangular formation toward the ground beneath and around the Mark I. Bang, bang, bang. 3 faint explosions echoed. The instant the spheres struck the ground, they erupted violently. No flames, no shockwaves, only a dense, inky gray smoke that expanded and rolled like a living entity. This smoke was exceedingly peculiar. It not only obscured vision in an instant, but also exuded a potent energy interference and metallic corrosion properties. The portions of the Mark I's rough armor that came into contact with the smoke immediately emitted a nauseating sizzling sound, releasing tendrils of white vapor. The dashboard, which had just returned to normalcy, began to flicker frantically once more. Warning: high concentration of nanoscale metallic corrosive aerosol. External armor integrity decreased. 35 optical sensors malfunctioning. External environmental scanning disrupted. Tony's display was instantly overwhelmed by blinding red lights and alarms. The cold sensation of erosion seemed to intensify with this sudden disruption, and the golden data streams at the edge of his vision flickered with increased urgency. Damn smoke bomb, Tony cursed. attempting to maneuver the Mark I out of the smoke's reach. Yet, the smoke spread rapidly, engulfing him in an instant. With vision and sensors nearly incapacitated, he could only rely on indistinct shapes and sounds for judgment. Swish, swish. Two exceedingly subtle sounds of air being sliced through surged from the depths of the smoke. It was those eerie miniature crossbow bolts. The objective aimed directly at the relatively vulnerable joints and the observation seam of the Mark I armor. At this moment, Tony's combat instincts and the frigid mechanical will aligned in an eerie synchrony. The massive form of the Mark I exhibited astonishing agility, suddenly twisting aside amidst the dense fog. Clang, thud. A crossbow bolt grazed the seam of the shoulder armor, sparking a flurry of embers. Another, however, struck viciously at the relatively fragile elbow joint of the Mark I's left arm. The arrowhead embedded deeply, its fletching vibrating ominously. The hydraulic servos of the left elbow joint sustained damage. Power transmission efficiency plummeted by 15%. The alarm blared piercingly. Simultaneously, an extremely chilling energy, laced with a potent neurotoxic effect, surged through the point of impact, attempting to infiltrate the internal systems of the Mark I. Clearly, the toxin smeared upon this bolt was far more lethal than that which had previously struck Leon. Ugh! Tony felt a severe wave of numbness radiate from his left arm, rendering the joystick abnormally heavy. The icy, corrosive will seem to be provoked by the toxic energy, instantly becoming more ferocious. Detection of high-threat neurotoxin invasion. Defense protocol, localized energy overload. Purification initiated. The cold electronic voice echoed sharply in Tony's mind. He felt a surge of terror as the core of the arc reactor nestled in his chest ignited with a brilliant golden arc. A torrent of frenzied energy, far beyond his control, was forcibly extracted, coursing through internal circuits like a high-pressure water jet, violently rushing towards the struck elbow joint of his left arm. Zzz. Blinding arcs of electricity erupted fiercely from the seam of the Mark I's left elbow joint. The embedded black crossbow bolt was instantly scorched crimson by the overloaded azure energy, twisting and then dissipating into a wisp of smoke. The invading toxic energy was brutally obliterated and purified by this torrent, imbued with the cold will of the apostle. The numbness in his left arm vanished, the power transmission instantaneously restored, even enhanced slightly. Yet, Tony felt a profound, bone-deep chill and rigidity coursing from his shoulder to his fingertips. It was as if the overwhelming energy not only purified the toxin, but also siphoned away a portion of his arm's warmth and sensation. He lowered his gaze, peering through the gaps in the smoke, and was horrified to see the skin of his arm, exposed beyond the tattered sleeve of his shirt, seemingly devoid of color, emanating a strange, metallic grayish sheen. No, stop. This is my body. Tony screamed internally, terror flooding over him like a frigid tide. This power is poison. It is transforming him, from the inside out. Just as Tony was shaken to his core by the transformation of his body, a ghostly figure emerged once more from the depths of the smoke. This time, he did not launch a ranged attack, but rather glided forth like a venomous serpent, moving so swiftly that he left a lingering phantom in the dense fog. In his hand, the uniquely shaped curved short knife suddenly emanated a faint blue glow. The blade sliced through the air, producing a high-frequency humming sound, as it aimed directly at the very heart of the Mark I's Azure Arc reactor. The target was unequivocal. It was a strike meant to ensure annihilation. Before the blade could arrive, a chilling sensation, sharp enough to rend the very fabric of space, locked onto Tony. This was a lethal blow. The shadow of death enveloped him in an instant. Tony's pupils constricted, and it felt as if all the blood in his body surged to his head. The Mark I had just completed the purification of its left arm, causing a momentary delay in its movements. To evade this fatal strike entirely was no longer an option. Roar! Under the extreme threat of death, Tony unleashed every ounce of his latent potential, his fear and fury mingling with that icy resolve, erupting in a roar that transcended human articulation. He no longer sought to evade completely. Instead, he channeled all the strength, all the rage, and all the suppressed terror of the Mark I into his right fist, fueled by the violent energy bestowed by the cold golden spark within the reactor. Boom! The metallic right fist of the Mark I surged forth with a destructive force that seemed capable of shattering mountains. It did not seek to block the deadly short knife aimed at its core. Rather, with a resolve of mutual destruction, it abandoned all defense and struck fiercely towards the masked figure. An attack for an attack. A life for a life. It was either his demise or that of his opponent. For the first time, genuine terror flickered in the eyes behind the mask. He had never anticipated that Tony would employ such a self-destructive tactic, one that veered towards mutual annihilation. His short knife could penetrate the reactor, but he too would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp by the horrific power of that punch. In a critical moment, the masked figure forcibly twisted his body, altering the trajectory of the thrusting knife instantaneously from a direct stab to a sweeping slash. The high-frequency blue light on the blade surged dramatically as it descended upon the Mark I's colossal steel wrist. Simultaneously, the wrist guard on his arm erupted with a final burst of brilliance, the remnants of the star map shield coalescing before him. Clang! The deafening clash of metal reverberated, threatening to rupture eardrums. The last star map shield deployed by the masked figure shattered like foam upon contact with the iron fist. The high-frequency blue blade struck fiercely against the steel wrist of the Mark I. Rip! The agonizing sound of metal being torn echoed. The armor at the wrist, composed of rough boiler steel plates, was grotesquely sliced open by the enigmatic blade, creating a deep gash several inches long, the edges shimmering with blue light from the intense heat. Internal hydraulic lines and parts of the transmission structure lay exposed, crackling with electric sparks and scalding steam. Yet, that was as far as it went. The destruction embodied in the punch of the Mark I, fueled by Tony's will to survive, the full kinetic energy of the prototype, and the empowerment of the golden spark, was simply too formidable. The damage inflicted by the blade was utterly insufficient to impede its unstoppable trajectory. Bang! Like a hammer striking decayed leather, the masked figure emitted a brief, anguished grunt, his entire body colliding with the force of a speeding locomotive. His wrist guard shattered completely, and his right arm twisted grotesquely at an unnatural angle, accompanied by a distinct crack of bone. He was propelled like a cannonball, crashing through a pile of burning weapon crates behind him, ultimately embedding himself into the hard stone wall of the cave. Debris cascaded down, burying much of his body. The mask was deeply indented, blood gushing from the edges of the mask and the broken wrist guard. Embedded in the stone wall, his body convulsed slightly, but his eyes, visible through the mask's eye holes, remained fixed on Tony, filled with an incredulous malice and horror, before the light in them swiftly dimmed, leaving his fate uncertain. A brief silence enveloped the cave, broken only by the crackling sparks and hissing steam from the damaged Mark I wrist armor, alongside Tony's labored, pained breaths within the suit. Had he won? Tony felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from him, cold sweat soaking through his tattered shirt, clinging to his skin. He gazed at the masked figure, who lay embedded in the wall from the force of his punch, uncertain of life or death, devoid of any sense of triumph, only experiencing a profound exhaustion and a deep-seated fear. The icy resolve that had surged within him with that punch seemed to have momentarily depleted, ebbing away like a receding tide from his consciousness. The golden data streams at the edges of his vision vanished, and the electronic whispers in his ears fell silent. Yet, the sensation of invasion, of having been formatted, lingered like a brand deep within his soul, accompanied by the persistent stiffness and chill in his left arm. He lowered his gaze, inspecting his left arm once more. The grayish area appeared to have expanded slightly, creeping from his fingertips to the midpoint of his forearm. The vascular patterns beneath his skin had become somewhat blurred, and the sensation had dulled into a cold numbness. This was no mere illusion. Cough! Cough! Tony's weakened voice emerged from the corner. Struggling, blood and dust smeared across his face. He leaned against the cave wall, managing to stand. His gaze fixed on the Mark I, which stood like a war god, shrouded in smoke and steam, his expression a complex tapestry of fear, awe, and a hint of the unfamiliar. Taking a deep breath, Tony forced himself to regain his composure. He maneuvered the damaged Mark I, stepping heavily towards Leon, who lay motionless on the ground. The colossal steel palm of Mark I hovered above Leon's body. Through the observation slit, Tony's gaze fixated on Leon's chest, where a black micro-crossbow bolt remained embedded at the center of the damaged mark. The glow of the mark had dimmed to its lowest point, flickering like a candle in the wind, barely sustaining a faint blue light that struggled to maintain a fragile balance. The twisted, shattered silhouettes of gears had long since vanished. Yet, Tony noticed that the form of the mark seemed to undergo an exceedingly subtle transformation. The originally fragmented lower end, with its broken line edges, seemed to sprout an exceedingly minute, faintly golden thread, extending upward like a tender shoot. It flickered weakly, akin to a stubborn spark, endeavoring to reconnect the severed parts. Core carrier status, endangered. Logical conflict, high. External toxin suppression, ongoing. Energy levels, below maintenance threshold. Initiating emergency contingency unnamed protocol. A cold electronic voice resonated once more. Yet this time it was feeble, akin to a whisper, intermittent and rife with chaos and uncertainty. The unnamed protocol emanated a foreboding aura. Tony's heart sank. The analysis progress of 997 had frozen. The core had sustained severe damage, continuously tainted by the neurotoxin of the 10 rings, compounded by the recent chaotic energy surge. The Gaboga heart within Leon clearly teetered on the brink of collapse. What was this unnamed protocol? A desperate struggle for survival? Or a more dreadful final resort? Was Tony still alive? Ethan stumbled over, gazing at the lifeless youth on the ground, his voice trembling. Tony offered no reply. The massive steel palm of Mark I descended slowly, gingerly, applying the lightest touch as it cradled the unconscious Leon, pierced by a lethal crossbow bolt. As if handling a fragile object poised to explode, the cold steel made contact with the boy's feverish and weakened body. In that instant of contact, a hum resonated. The golden arc at the core of Tony's chest arc reactor, which had previously fallen silent, suddenly ignited with the ferocity of a serpent roused from slumber. A faint yet remarkably clear, icy pulse of data streamed forth from the reactor core, transmitting through Mark I's steel arm, instantly reaching the palm, cradling Leon's body. Connection request carrier confirmed. Core database synchronization attempt. Unnamed protocol status readout. The cold electronic voice reverberated clearly in Tony's mind. Simultaneously, as he held Leon with his steel hand, he distinctly sensed the nearly extinguished azure mark within the boy, flickering ever so faintly in response. The newly formed, exceedingly dim golden thread at the edge of that mark seemed to brighten ever so slightly. An icy and eerie sensation of connection established itself between Tony's arc reactor and Leon's Gaboga heart, exceedingly feeble, yet palpably real. No. Tony felt as though seared by a branding iron, nearly compelled to cast Leon away. What was this connection? Was the Gaboga heart seeking energy? Or attempting to complete the final parsing? Or was that cursed unnamed protocol being activated? He fought against the tumultuous waves of emotion and intense repulsion within, refusing to release his grip. Discarding Leon now would ensure the demise of both the boy and the creature within him. But who could say whether death might trigger even more horrifying repercussions? At that moment, a faint sound of rain echoed. Suddenly, a deep and urgent whirring of rotor blades pierced the air, growing ever clearer as it approached. Intense beams of searchlight sliced through the darkness outside the cavern like swords, sweeping through the swirling smoke and dust of the Gobi. Tony abruptly lifted his gaze. The head of Mark I turned towards the cave's opening. Through the haze, the silhouette of a rugged military transport helicopter, adorned in desert camouflage, emerged in the blinding light. The helicopter's doors swung wide open, revealing several armed figures clad in U.S. military desert combat uniforms, their automatic rifles pointed warily downwards. Attention below. This is the U.S. military rescue team. I repeat, this is the U.S. military rescue team. Mr. Tony Stark, if you can hear us, please identify yourself. A voice, amplified through a megaphone and carrying a distinct American accent, cut through the roar of the rotors, reaching the depths of the cave. Rescue? Has it finally arrived? A surge of elation erupted on Ethan's face as he excitedly waved his arms towards the entrance. Here. We are here. Tony Stark is here. Hurry. Tony's taut nerves momentarily relaxed, only to tighten again almost instantly. Help had arrived, but what of him? This armor, stained with blood and flesh. The arc reactor in his chest, tainted, and the young boy in his palm, harboring a ticking bomb, and with whom he had just forged a bizarre connection? More importantly, would the U.S. soldiers discover the assassin from the 10 rings, whom he had struck into the rock wall, leaving his fate uncertain? Would they comprehend the terror he represented? Tony glanced down at the unconscious Leon in his hand, then at his left hand, which emanated an eerie gray hue. The massive crack in the wrist armor of Mark I still sizzled with electrical sparks, resembling a menacing maw. The helicopter's powerful beam scanned the wreckage strewn across the cave. The charred remains, the masked figures embedded in the stone walls, ultimately resting upon the towering figure of the steel giant, as if returned from the depths of hell, and the boy whose fate lay uncertain within his grasp. The roar of the rotors was deafening, stirring a violent wind that surged into the cavern, causing the flames to flicker wildly and tousling Tony's sweat-drenched hair. The blinding white light of the searchlight served as a spotlight, exposing him and the secret he held within his palm to the imminent civilized world. The dire circumstances seemed to have temporarily subsided. Yet, Tony Stark understood that a far more intricate, perilous whirlpool, rife with uncertainties and suspicions, was only just beginning. He and the secret within his grasp were at the very heart of this maelstrom. Chapter 11. The helicopter amidst the smoke, the blinding beams of the searchlight, formed a tangible cage, firmly locking the colossal steel body of Mark I and the unconscious Leon in Tony's palm. The turbulent air churned by the blades whipped up smoke and the scent of blood, striking against the cold armor like a whip, producing a mournful sound. The cavern fell into an eerie silence for a brief moment, with only the deafening roar of the rotor blades reverberating chaotically within the confined space, causing one's eardrums to throb painfully. At the hatch, several fully armed American soldiers narrowed their pupils, their fingers tightly gripping the triggers, as their weapons anxiously shifted between Mark I, Tony, Leon, and the enigmatic figure embedded in the stone wall, whose fate remained uncertain. The scene before them transcended any description found in training manuals. Charred wreckage, torn and charred corpses, an abominable being embedded in the rock, and this blood-stained, smoke-emitting, electrically sparking humanoid steel fortress. And within the belly of this iron monstrosity lay Tony Stark, the legendary playboy and billionaire, cradling a youth of Asian descent, whose chest was pierced by a black crossbow bolt, teetering on the brink of life and death. Draw back. Repeat. Pay attention below. Release your hostage. Gradually disarm yourselves. Immediately, the voice from the loudspeaker rose in pitch, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor that designated Leon as the hostage. No, he is not a hostage. Ethan suddenly stumbled from the corner, frantically waving his arms, attempting to position himself before the colossal shadow of Mark I, his face smeared with blood and urgency. He is Tony Stark. He is the victim. We have been kidnapped by terrorists. That is an escape device crafted by Tony. The boy is a victim too. Please, save us. An escape device? The cabin echoed with hushed exclamations of disbelief from the soldiers. The beam of the searchlight instinctively swept across the grotesque steel form of Mark I, revealing the crude welds, the gaping wounds, and the core that emitted a steady azure glow, all exuding a primal and violent aesthetic that bore no resemblance to an escape mechanism. Tony stood within the heart of the Iron Giant, the cerulean light casting shadows on his pale and taut face. The warnings from the loudspeaker, the tense muzzles of the soldiers' weapons, and Ethan's futile explanations felt as if they were filtered through a thick layer of frosted glass, blurred and distant. His senses were ensnared by two entities. His left hand, the sensation from his fingertips extending to the midpoint of his forearm, felt cold and rigid, revealing an eerie grayish skin. With each breath, he could distinctly sense that part of his limb had transformed from flesh and blood into a frigid alloy. The subtle vibrations from Mark I's damaged left arm seemed to resonate more clearly beneath that ashen skin, instilling an inhuman sense of alienation, coiling around his heart like a chilling serpent. In his palm, Leon's body burning and frail, his breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Yet through the cold metal of Tony's steel palm, he could distinctly perceive the faint pulsation of the boy's chest, marked by a flawed sigil. That pulse was exceedingly weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, but with each almost extinguished moment, it was forcefully revived by a slender, dim yet remarkably tenacious golden thread emerging from the edges of the mark, pulling back a sliver of life. The golden thread seemed to resonate with a chilling and enigmatic connection to the dormant golden arc of energy at the core of Tony's chest-mounted arc reactor. This tenuous link, though faint, was palpably real, akin to an invisible umbilical cord, continuously channeling the scarcely detectable energy and an even colder stream of data emitted by the arc reactor to the faltering Gaboga core. Carrier energy absorption stable. Core logic conflict suppression. Unnamed protocol on standby. A frigid electronic voice murmured intermittently at the fringes of Tony's consciousness, resembling background noise. This connection, while sustaining the last flicker of life in Leon and the Gaboga core, also acted like a blood-sucking leech, gradually and resolutely siphoning away Tony Stark's warmth and humanity. With each pulse, the grayish pallor of his left arm deepened, and the icy rigidity crept upward inch by inch. Put him down. Stark, this is your final warning. The voice from the loudspeaker grew severe, laden with an undeniable tone of command. The soldiers at the hatch had their fingers poised on the triggers, the atmosphere taut to the breaking point, ready to ignite. Tony abruptly lifted his head. The massive steel cranium of Mark I turned under the spotlight, its gaze piercing through the swirling smoke, locking onto a familiar figure by the helicopter door. Though clad in desert combat gear and wearing a helmet, the silhouette and the faint outline of the chin were unmistakable. Rhodey? Tony's voice emerged from the metallic armor, tinged with incredulity and the exhilaration of survival. At the hatch, Colonel James Rhodes forcefully pushed aside the soldier in front of him, yanked off his helmet, revealing a face etched with shock, concern, and disbelief. He fixated on the fearsome metal giant in the ruins below and the faintly visible friend within its chest cavity, then swept his gaze over the surrounding devastation and the strange masked figure embedded in the stone wall, ultimately resting on the young boy that Tony was cradling. Tony, oh my God, it really is you. Rhodes' voice crackled through the helmet's comms, filled with immense astonishment and palpable relief. What the hell happened? Who's that in your hands? What is this thing on you? It's a long story, Rhodey. Save him first. Tony shouted urgently, deftly maneuvering Mark I to kneel slowly and carefully, cradling Leon as if placing the most precious fragile glass upon the relatively even ground. The action caused the armor on Mark I's wrist to crack open again, emitting a few sparks and a sharp hissing sound. As Tony laid down the hostage and relaxed his aggressive stance, the tension within the cabin eased slightly. Rhodes immediately commanded into the communicator, medics. Hurry, lower down. We have a critically injured person. Repeat, critically injured. Stay alert. Watch out for that guy embedded in the wall. Keep your distance. 2 soldiers, burdened with medical kits, swiftly cast down ropes and descended with agility. Upon landing, they immediately took up arms, their vigilant gazes scanning the silent figure of a masked man against the stone wall, before cautiously approaching Elon, who lay on the ground, and Ethan, who was struggling to rise. One medic quickly assessed Ethan's injuries while the other knelt beside Elon. As his gaze fell upon the crossbow bolt embedded in the boy's chest, with only a short segment of its black feather protruding from the skin, and the ominous mark that glimmered faintly in a ghostly blue light, edged with peculiar golden lines, his pupils constricted sharply, and he froze in shock. This was no ordinary wound. A chilling instinct, born from the very essence of life, seized him in an instant. Commander. The medic's voice trembled with evident disbelief and fear as he looked up at Rod, who was descending. Rod had landed and strode purposefully to Elon's side. Upon recognizing the eerie crossbow bolt and the ominous glow emanating from the boy's chest, even a battle-hardened veteran felt a shiver run down his spine. He abruptly lifted his gaze to Tony, who was laboriously crawling out of the Mark I's chest cavity. Tony's appearance was equally shocking. His tattered shirt was soaked with sweat and blood, his complexion pale as parchment, lips cracked, and eyes sunken. Most alarming was his left arm, from fingertips to mid-forearm, which had taken on a deathly grayish-white hue, devoid of blood, and faintly shimmering as if made of metal, with indistinct vascular patterns. This was no normal injury or fatigue. Tony, your arm. Rod gasped, stepping forward to grasp Tony's left arm. The sensation sent a chill of dread through his heart. Rigid, it felt nothing like a living limb, but rather as if it were crafted from some high-fidelity prosthetic material. Tony jerked his arm back as if electrocuted, a fleeting expression of pain and profound embarrassment crossing his face, as if a shameful secret had been publicly revealed. Don't touch it. Rod, I'm fine, he stammered, avoiding eye contact, instinctively using the tattered sleeve of his right arm to conceal the anomaly of his left. Rod's hand froze in midair as he regarded his friend's eyes, filled with fear and resistance, then glanced at the boy with the eerie crossbow bolt protruding from his chest, exuding an ominous aura. Finally, his gaze swept over the imposing steel armor, standing silently like a monstrous beast, and the masked figure on the stone wall, shrouded in uncertainty and profound anxiety. As an icy tide of questions engulfed him, this was no mere abduction and escape. Medics, prioritize this child. Be cautious of that arrow. Do not touch the glowing mark. Rod commanded, forcefully suppressing the tumult within him, his tone resolute. He turned to Tony, his eyes sharp as a blade. Tony, I require an explanation. Now, about all of this. He gestured toward Elon, then pointed to Tony's pallid arm and the mark eye. Tony opened his mouth, but his throat felt constricted. What could he say? That this child harbored a cosmic weapon core known as the Gabogia Heart? That he had been invaded by the spark of that core, and his arm was being transformed into a machine? To suggest that the figure embedded within the wall is an assassin from the ancient and terrifying organization known as the Ten Commandments feels utterly ludicrous to him. Just then, a faint yet distinctly clear, icy resonance unexpectedly emanated from the unconscious Leon's body, spreading through the surroundings. This wave was not an energy shock. It resembled a chilling resonance. A rhythmic pulse seemingly awakened by an unseen force from the depths of a mechanical core. The ghostly blue mark on Leon's chest, which had been flickering faintly, suddenly erupted in a brief but blinding radiance. The dim golden thread at its edge instantaneously shone brightly, akin to a red-hot branding iron. Concurrently, a weak yet exceptionally clear, cold electronic voice reverberated directly within Tony and Rhodes' minds, detecting a high-dimensional signal source of the same origin. Position locked, spatial coordinates under analysis. Threat level unknown. This voice did not emanate from the core of the Gaboga Heart, but rather from the golden arc of energy within Tony's chest, the arc reactor. It resembled an activated detector, capturing an exceedingly distant, yet intrinsically related signal through that peculiar link. The wave flickered and vanished. The glow of the mark on Leon's chest and the golden thread dimmed as if expending their last vestige of strength. The cold electronic voice fell silent. Yet, Tony and Rhodes remained frozen in place. Tony's face turned as pale as a ghost, his eyes filled with horror. A high-dimensional signal source of the same origin. Was it fragments of the Gaboga heart? Were the high-dimensional entities responsible for its creation? Had they been summoned? A chill surged through Rhodes, rising from his very soles to the crown of his head. The cold electronic voice echoing in his mind was no mere illusion. What had transpired with the boy alongside Tony? Signal source? What signal source? Tony, what was that voice just now? Rhodes grasped Tony's shoulders, his voice betraying an unrecognized panic. I don't know, Rhodey, I don't know, Tony murmured, his gaze vacant, overwhelming dread engulfing him like icy water. His instincts drew his eyes toward the figure on the stone wall. At that precise moment when Tony's gaze swept past, an aberration ensued. The masked figure, previously smashed into the wall by Tony's fist and largely buried beneath rubble, seemingly lifeless, suddenly caused the previously dim gems on its shattered wrist to flicker with an exceedingly faint, yet bizarrely rhythmic blue light, without warning. This luminescence was ephemeral, vanishing as swiftly as an illusion. Immediately thereafter, the outline of the masked figure, obscured by debris, flickered eerily like a malfunctioning holographic projection, momentarily blurring. In less than half a second, it returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, Tony and Rhodes distinctly perceived the anomaly in that fleeting moment. Had that figure just? Rhodes, with a dry voice, gazed at the stone wall in disbelief. Tony's heart sank to the depths of despair. He was not dead, or rather, his state of existence had undergone some peculiar transformation. The 10 rings were more terrifying than imagined. Medics, immediately bring the injured onto the helicopter. Hurry. Rhodes' voice nearly erupted, gripped by an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Clear the area. Get that guy from the wall down too. Be careful. Use restraining straps. Quickly. Though the soldiers were bewildered, they were compelled by Rhodes' urgent tone and sprang into action. 2 soldiers cautiously approached the stone wall, attempting to drag the masked figure from the rubble. Meanwhile, another 2 medics swiftly secured Leon, carefully avoiding the crossbow bolt and markings on his chest, preparing to hoist him onto a stretcher for the helicopter. Ethan was also being assisted towards the aircraft. Tony was half pushed, half dragged by Rhodes towards the hovering helicopter. He glanced back one last time. Leon was being meticulously strapped to the stretcher, the eerie blue glow on his chest faint to the point of near invisibility. Yet that dim golden thread stubbornly persisted. On the other side of the stone wall, soldiers were straining to pull the seemingly unusually heavy masked figure out. His wrist guards lay shattered, the mask caved in, utterly silent, as if the earlier flickers had been mere illusions. But Tony knew it was no illusion. Amidst the roaring of the rotors, Tony was propelled into the helicopter. The cabin was cramped, suffused with the scent of machine oil and sweat. Leon's stretcher was secured against the wall, while the medics anxiously monitored his vital signs. Ethan leaned wearily against the opposite side, his eyes still reflecting terror and bewilderment. Rhodes sat across from Tony, his gaze sharp as a hawk, fixated on Tony's pallid, rigid left arm, then darting to the unconscious Leon on the stretcher, finally resting on the bizarre masked figure's body in a deep gray tactical suit, slowly being hoisted outside the cabin. As the helicopter began to ascend, a fierce gust of air rushed in through the open door. Just as the masked figure's corpse was about to be lifted into the cabin, vroom. A wave of chilling, bone-piercing terror, 100 times more intense than before, erupted from the suspended body below, like an invisible tsunami. The helicopter shuddered violently. All the lights in the cabin flickered out instantaneously, plunging them into darkness. Only the emergency lights flashed erratically in red. What is happening? Engine failure. All electronic systems down. The pilot's terrified screams mingled with the frantic alarms of the instrument panel, under the dim red light of the emergency lamps. Everyone was horrified to see that the body of the masked figure, suspended in midair and about to enter the cabin, was emanating an unprecedented, brilliant blue light from the shattered wrist guards, akin to miniature suns. That radiance swiftly enveloped his body, outlining a terrifying, distorted shadow, as if composed entirely of pure energy. An oppressive force that froze the soul instantaneously engulfed the entire cabin. Even more terrifying was, on the stretcher, the unconscious Leon bore a dim golden thread across his chest, akin to a lit fuse, which suddenly erupted in a blinding burst of golden light. A cold, emotionless electronic voice reverberated in the minds of all present. High-dimensional invasion entity detected, coordinates exposed. Ultimate Defense Protocol, the Gibojaya Barrier, forcibly activated. Tony's pupils constricted to pinpricks. The core of the arc reactor in his chest, that golden arc of electricity, awakened like a ferocious beast, instantly radiating an unprecedented brilliance. A violent, destructive energy was wildly coalescing within. No, Tony's scream was drowned out by the piercing wail of failing engines and the deafening roar of the terrifying blue light explosion. The entire cabin was instantly engulfed by the light of death. Chapter 12. The Gibojaya barrier time froze before the light of annihilation. The frantic flashing of emergency lights cast a blood-red hue, illuminating every distorted face twisted in sheer terror within the cabin. Colonel Rhodes' furious roar was shattered by the shrill screech of the failing engines. The medics clung desperately to their harnesses, their pupils reflecting the energy phantom erupting from the corpse of the blue-masked entity outside the hatch, a being that devoured all. A cold, inhuman pressure, filled with a will for destruction, crashed into the depths of every soul like an iceberg. Thoughts froze, blood congealed. On the stretcher, the golden thread on Leon's chest erupted with an unprecedented fiery radiance, akin to molten gold. The light instantaneously expanded, forming a translucent golden shield as delicate as a cicada's wing, yet swirling with countless dizzyingly complex geometric patterns, enveloping him entirely. The cold electronic declaration rang out like the final toll of judgment, echoing in the depths of every heart. Ultimate Defense Protocol, the Gibojaya Barrier, activated. No. Tony's scream was engulfed by the roar of the energy explosion. He watched helplessly as the core of his arc reactor, that golden arc polluted by the will of Gibojaya, tore itself free like a beast breaking its chains, ravenously siphoning energy from the reactor. The furious, destructive energy, capable of vaporizing the entire helicopter in an instant, was compressing and gathering within, targeting the terrifying energy phantom outside the hatch. Yet, would the Gibojaya's ultimate defense differentiate between friend and foe? This forcibly activated Gibojaya barrier, while identifying the high-dimensional invading entity, also perceived the core of Tony Stark's arc reactor, which had a mass destructive energy, as a threat that must be eliminated. Buzz, a beam of dark golden light, condensed to perfection and no thicker than a thumb, yet containing the power to annihilate worlds, shot forth from the core of Tony's arc reactor without warning. The beam disregarded spatial distance, instantly piercing through the rudimentary chest armor remnants still clinging to Tony as he had just crawled out of his suit, bearing the aura of annihilation, and surged towards the expanding blue energy phantom outside the hatch. Simultaneously, countless swirling geometric light patterns on the golden Gibojaya barrier enveloping Leon focused in an instant, a radiant beam of pure golden light, imbued with an unwavering will of annihilation and rejection, surged forth, striking fiercely at Tony's chest, its target the core of the arc reactor, which was unleashing a cataclysmic burst of energy. Two beams, emblematic of divergent, yet equally terrifying intentions, were poised to collide at the narrow entrance of the cockpit. Under the despairing gaze of all present, boom, the anticipated catastrophic explosion did not ensue. In the infinitesimal fraction of a second preceding the impact of the two destructive beams, an anomaly manifested. The ethereal blue energy apparition emanating from the masked man's corpse seemed to sense the dual and opposing annihilation locks stemming from the Gibojaya wall and the spark of the apostle in Tony's chest. It abruptly contracted inward, unleashing a far more bizarre force, imbued with intense spatial distortion. Buzz. The fabric of space rippled as if a stone had been cast into still water, creating visible waves of intertwining blue and dark gold. The dark golden beam, shot from Tony's chest, and the pure golden judgment beam from the Gibojaya wall experienced an imperceptibly minute, yet decisive deviation in their trajectories due to this sudden spatial distortion. Swoosh. The dark golden beam grazed the edge of the ethereal blue energy apparition, tearing away a tumultuous surge of blue light, which plunged into the boundless darkness below. There was no thunderous explosion. Instead, the impacted area collapsed silently like fragile glass, annihilating a hole of several meters in diameter, shrouded in absolute darkness. Reality's laws swiftly mended the breach, leaving behind a bottomless, mirror-smooth circular pit. The gravel surrounding the pit exhibited a bizarre vitrification. Meanwhile, the pure golden judgment beam, disturbed by the spatial ripples, narrowly grazed Tony's left shoulder. It did not strike the reactor core directly, but the residual annihilation energy along its edge vaporized the makeshift shoulder guard of Mark I, fashioned from crude boiler steel, as effortlessly as a hot knife cutting through butter. The searing heat charred the shoulder of his tattered shirt, sending piercing pain through his skin. Boom. The spatial annihilation and energy shockwaves resulting from the two missed beams, while avoiding the helicopter's main body, struck with the ferocity of an invisible hammer upon the powerless, plummeting helicopter. Clang. Crack. The entire helicopter groaned with a tortured metallic shriek, akin to a toy struck by a giant, rolling violently. The cabin spun chaotically. Unsecured items and medical equipment flew about like projectiles. The securing straps were stretched to their limits, emitting a lament of unbearable strain. Hold on. Hold tight. The cabin was instantly filled with terrified screams and the cacophony of collisions. Ethan was violently thrown against the cabin wall, bloodied and unconscious in an instant. A medic was struck in the chest by a flying oxygen tank, producing a muffled sound akin to bone fracturing, causing him to collapse. Rhodes gripped the cabin wall's handrail tightly, his knuckles turning white as he fixated on the door beyond, amidst the violent turbulence. That ethereal blue energy apparition, having withstood the edges of Tony's devastating beam and the backlash of spatial ripples, became increasingly elusive and unstable, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Instead of launching another attack, it abruptly collapsed inward into a singular blue point of light. The point flickered momentarily, imbued with an intense sense of unwillingness and malevolence. As it disregarded the physical distance and instantaneously penetrated the stretcher below, merging into Leon's form, enveloped by the golden shield of the Kybogard. Its target was the flawed mark upon his chest. With a splutter, it was as if a droplet had merged into a searing iron. Leon's body arched violently, emitting a sound that was far from human, a mingling of excruciating agony and an eerie, corrosive chill. The golden Kybogard shield surrounding him quivered violently, resonating with a piercing hum. The once brilliant golden filament on the mark dimmed instantaneously, as if defiled by some vile taint. The blue and dark golden luminescence at his chest clashed and entwined in a frenzied dance of annihilation. High-dimensional contamination infiltrated. The core vessel was besieged. Kybogard shield energy overload. Protocol error initiated forced dormancy. A chilling electronic voice filled the air with unprecedented chaos and shrill alarms. The golden shield encasing Leon flickered like a depleted bulb, wavering before finally extinguishing, dissipating into nothingness. The light from the mark on his chest also faded, nearing extinction, save for the tainted golden filament, a grotesque scar that stubbornly persisted, emanating an ominous blue hue. The invading blue point of light seemed to have completed its final mission, subsiding within Leon, leaving behind a cold, malevolent brand. All of this transpired within mere seconds of the helicopter's uncontrollable spin. Engine restart failed. Altitude 300. Prepare for impact. The pilot's desperate scream erupted through the communication channel. Below, the jagged outlines of the rocky desert loomed larger in the erratic beams of the searchlight. Amidst the chaos, Tony clung desperately to a pipe. The searing pain from the beam grazing his right shoulder and the bone-deep chill in his left arm tearing at his nerves. He gazed at Leon on the stretcher, now enveloped in eerie silence, his chest marked with that strange taint, while simultaneously witnessing the rapidly approaching ground of death outside the cabin. A conflagration of helplessness, fury, and an overwhelming fear of the unknown ignited within his chest. Rhodes, abandon the craft. Tony shouted with every ounce of strength he could muster. Jump. Everyone, jump. Rhodes's eyes widened in desperation as he yelled frantically into the communicator. He swiftly released his restraints, and in the final second before the helicopter would meet the ground, like a hunting cheetah, he lunged toward Leon on the stretcher, using his body as a cushion, rolling them both toward the open door. Tony, with the last vestiges of his strength, forcefully pried open an emergency exit hatch on the cabin wall. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by the deafening sound of tearing metal and explosive flames, as the out-of-control transport helicopter plummeted like a wounded iron bird, crashing violently onto the hard rocky surface of the Gobi Desert. The fuselage contorted, fractured, and rolled violently. The fuel tank ruptured, sending flames soaring skyward, consuming much of the wreckage. Countless burning fragments shot outward like a dazzling display of fireworks. Almost instantaneously, several figures tumbled out from the fiery explosion and rolling debris. Tony rolled across the ground for several meters, the rough gravel scraping against his exposed skin, inflicting searing pain. Struggling to prop himself up, he noticed the cold, grayish area on his left arm had spread past his elbow. When he touched the ground, he felt a dull hardness rather than fleshly pain. He coughed violently, expelling dust from his mouth, and, disregarding his injuries, immediately lifted his gaze towards the direction of the helicopter's crash. The towering flames illuminated the night sky of the Gobi, casting a daylight-like glow around. The twisted, Burning steel remnants resembled the carcasses of colossal beasts, crackling ominously. "Rhodey, Leon," Tony rasped, staggering to his feet and rushing towards the direction in his memory where Rhodey had leapt out with Leon. A few meters away, Colonel Rhodes shielded the young boy in his arms with his own body, the back of his combat suit charred by flames, his helmet lost to the chaos. His face was marred with abrasions and soot, yet his gaze remained sharp as that of an eagle. Beneath him, Leon lay with his eyes tightly shut, his complexion pale as paper, his breaths faint and nearly non-existent. The black crossbow bolt protruded from his chest, and the tainted golden thread, marred by an eerie blue, glimmered ominously in the firelight. Two other surviving soldiers struggled to drag the unconscious medic and Ethan away from the crash site, desperately avoiding the shockwaves of the explosions and the flying embers. "Tony, are you all right?" Rhodes called out as he noticed Tony approaching, his gaze sweeping over Tony's grayish arm, his pupils narrowing in concern. "I'm not dead yet," Tony replied as he rushed closer, his eyes immediately fixating on the strange mark on Leon's chest, his heart sinking. "The core of the Gaboga has been contaminated by high-dimensional pollution. What are the implications? Is he still breathing, but very weak? We need to administer first aid immediately." Rhodes quickly assessed Leon's carotid artery, his tone grave. He looked towards the flaming wreckage of the helicopter and the deeper, darker expanse of the Gobi, his face etched with the weight of survival and dread. "That thing, it entered this child's body. It's the 10 rings." Tony gritted his teeth, his voice laced with profound hatred and deep-seated apprehension. "They are even more terrifying than we imagined." He recalled the eerie flickering on the stone wall, the force that warped space. This is not Earth technology. This is a power of a higher order. Just then, the night sky was once again pierced by the familiar sound of rotor blades slicing through the air. And not just one. A powerful beam from a distant searchlight pierced through the darkness, swiftly honing in on the crash site that resembled a scene from hell. It was the follow-up rescue team. A surviving soldier exclaimed with fervor. Soon, 3 larger Black Hawk helicopters, equipped with formidable firepower, hovered in a combat formation above the wreckage. The fierce gusts of wind sent the flames on the ground flickering wildly. Ropes were cast down, and more fully armed U.S. Special Forces descended, quickly securing the area, extinguishing the remaining fires, and searching for survivors. A stern-looking officer, adorned with the insignia of a lieutenant colonel, approached Tony and Rhodey, flanked by soldiers. His gaze, sharp as a scalpel, swept over Tony's distressing gray-white left arm, then over the unconscious youth in Rhodey's arms, a peculiar crossbow bolt protruding from his chest, before finally resting on the twisted, burning remnants of the helicopter and the deep, smooth-edged pit in the distance. Tony's destructive handiwork. His brow furrowed deeply. "Colonel Rhodey, Mr. Stark." The lieutenant colonel's voice was as cold and formal as the night winds of the Gobi Desert. "I am Colonel Hamill, here to assist. What transpired here? I require a detailed and unembellished report immediately." His gaze was particularly piercing as it fixated on Tony, clearly filled with skepticism regarding how this playboy could have survived such a hellish ordeal, let alone caused such devastation and the inexplicable scene before him. Tony and Rhodey exchanged glances, each recognizing the weight of the situation in the other's eyes. Explanation? How could they articulate it? The core of a cosmic weapon? High-dimensional contamination? The 10-ring spatial assassin? Tony's mechanizing arm? Any hint of these revelations could incite unimaginable panic and covetousness. "Colonel," Rhodey inhaled deeply, positioning himself protectively in front of Tony and Leon, his demeanor embodying the calmness of a soldier, yet his tone carried an undeniable firmness. "We have been attacked by highly dangerous technological terrorists, equipped with weaponry beyond our comprehension, resulting in severe casualties and the crash. Both Mr. Stark and I are grievously injured, and this young man is a critical victim in dire need of the highest level of medical assistance. Information regarding the assailants is classified. I must report directly to the Secretary of Defense and the President. Now, in my capacity as the highest-ranking officer on site, I command, evacuate all injured personnel immediately. Seal off this area. All inquiries can wait until we are safely back at base." Colonel Hamill's expression grew increasingly grim. Rhodey's insistence and declarations of utmost secrecy rendered him unable to press for answers. Yet the inexplicable ruins, the bizarre pit, Tony's evidently abnormal arm, and the youth with the strange bolt lodged in his chest pricked at his conscience like 1,000 thorns. His gaze swept once more over the black crossbow bolt lodged in Leon's chest and the faintly visible brand, a flicker of barely perceptible brilliance flashing in his eyes. "As you wish, Colonel," Hamill ultimately nodded coldly, gesturing for the medics to advance, prioritizing the treatment of the injured. "Carefully lift that child onto my helicopter. Mr. Stark, please cooperate with the inspection. Clear the scene. Establish a military exclusion zone. Not a single desert mouse is permitted to enter. The trained soldiers sprang into action at once. Tony watched as the medics cautiously lifted the unconscious Leon onto a stretcher and transported him aboard Colonel Hamill's evidently more fortified command Black Hawk. He lowered his gaze to his arm, starkly illuminated by the flames, its pallor icy and rigid, before turning his attention to the direction in which Leon was being carried away. A profound, chilling connection still faintly yet stubbornly persisted between his arc reactor and the Giborga core within Leon. He could distinctly sense the insidious azure contamination that had penetrated Leon's body, lurking like a sentient being, exuding a frigid malice. Meanwhile, the Giborga core itself, having suffered significant damage and contamination, had succumbed to a deeper, unstable slumber. Although the crisis had temporarily abated, a greater storm had quietly commenced with the Black Hawk soaring toward an unknown base. The secrets of Tony Stark, the monster within Leon, the shadows of the Ten Rings, and the scrutinizing gaze of the military, all were merely at the outset. His arm, now losing warmth, stood as the first and most conspicuous scar of this impending tempest. Chapter 13. Observation Room. The roar of the military transport plane's engine was entirely obliterated by the resounding closure of the base's heavy alloy doors. Blinding surgical lights supplanted the starlight of the Gobi, while the sterile scent of disinfectant overpowered the acrid odor of gunpowder and blood. A starkly different, metallic pressure of cold order instantly enveloped Tony Stark. He was escorted by two expressionless, well-equipped soldiers through a series of thick, airtight doors requiring iris and voice recognition. The floor beneath his feet was so polished it reflected shadows. The walls were composed of a chilling silver-gray alloy, and the concealed vents in the ceiling emitted a low, ominous hum. There were no windows, only the omnipresent, harsh white lights that eradicated all shadows. The air was saturated with an absolute sterility following high-pressure sterilization, rendering him breathless. Mr. Stark, this way please. The officer leading him spoke in a flat, unyielding tone, gesturing toward a narrower side corridor. This was not the direction toward the medical area. Tony instinctively glanced at Rhodey. Colonel Rhodes, his complexion ashen, was being politely obstructed by Colonel Hamill and two other high-ranking officers in the main corridor, evidently engaged in what was termed an urgent briefing. Tony, Rhodey attempted to step forward, but Colonel Hamill interposed himself, wearing a mask of procedural seriousness. Colonel, your report takes precedence. It concerns national security. Mr. Stark is merely undergoing necessary medical checks and disinfection isolation. This is standard protocol. Please cooperate. Standard protocol? Tony regarded his left arm, glaringly pallid under the harsh lights, its touch cold and stiff, a sardonic curve forming at the corner of his mouth. This arm was the most unstandard evidence. He observed the same fury and helplessness mirrored in Rhodey's eyes. Take care of him, Rhodey. Tony managed to whisper, his voice hoarse. He referred to Leon, who was being transported away on a fully enclosed isolation stretcher by another team of medics. The youth's pallid face briefly flickered behind the transparent cover, and the black crossbow bolt piercing his chest, along with the eerie blue taint of the contamination, appeared even more sinister and foreboding under the surgical lights. I can. Rod's voice simmered with suppressed fury, his gaze fixed intently upon Hamill. Tony fell silent, half pushed by the soldiers into a narrow passage. The heavy alloy door slid shut behind him with a soundless finality, completely severing Rod's gaze and voice. At the end of the passage stood a stark white room, devoid of any signage. A cold metallic chair occupied the center, surrounded by an array of precision instruments flashing with indicator lights. Please take a seat, Mr. Stark. We require a comprehensive biosafety assessment. An investigator clad in a sealed white protective suit, revealing only his eyes, appeared beside the instruments. His voice distorted through the mask with an electronic filter. Assessment? Tony scoffed. More like research. Research on his deteriorating arm. Research on the bizarre connection between him and the monster within Leon. He sat down in silence, the frigid metal chair sending a shiver through him. The soldiers retreated to the doorway, resembling two sentinels. No inquiries, no explanations. The investigator directly picked up a handheld scanner, its cold blue light sweeping over Tony's entire form, ultimately focusing on his ashen left arm, which was modeled beyond the elbow. The device's screen instantaneously erupted with a series of dazzlingly complex data streams and three-dimensional modeling images. Muscle tissue density abnormally elevated, neuroelectrical signal conduction patterns altered, localized epidermis and subcutaneous tissues exhibit crystalline metallosiliconization. The investigator murmured the findings, his eyes shimmering with an unusual glint behind the protective visor. Energy readings are anomalous, A faint resonance exists with an unidentified high-dimensional signal source. Preliminary assessment indicates atypical energy erosion causing tissue aberration. Resonance? A chill ran through Tony. Did it refer to the connection between him and the core of Gabaga within Leon? Or did it pertain to the eerie blue contamination marking Leon's body? The investigators set down the scanner and replaced it with a more intricate device. Equipped with multiple probes. Mr. Stark, we need to extract some surface tissue samples for in-depth analysis. Please remain still. The tips of the probes glimmered coldly as they slowly approached the skin of Tony's pallid arm. In an instant, Tony's body tensed. Beneath the icy stiffness of his left arm, a surge of primal instinct against invasive harm welled up within him. Simultaneously, deep within the core of the arc reactor in his chest, the dormant golden arc of energy, representing Gabaga's will, seemed to stir violently, provoked by the hostile probes. Don't touch it, Tony nearly shouted, his right arm instinctively attempting to swat away the probes. Hold him. The investigator's tone abruptly turned frigid. In an instant, the two soldiers surged forward with astonishing strength. One firmly pinned Tony's right shoulder, while the other, with gloved hands like iron clamps, gripped his transforming left arm at the wrist. A frigid sensation emanated from his wrist, the coarse fibers of the soldier's gloves scraping against his pallid skin. A deeper chill resided in the soldier's gaze, devoid of emotion, akin to that of a cold, clinical observer regarding a mere specimen. Release me. You have no authority. Tony struggled, fury igniting within him, intertwining with the dread of his own transformation and indignation towards the military's actions. This is for your safety, as well as for the safety of many others, Mr. Stark, the researcher stated with unwavering calmness, as the probe descended without hesitation. A sharp hiss followed, a sensation akin to a pinprick. Yet, swiftly thereafter, a profound coldness enveloped him, accompanied by an eerie sense of detachment. The probe precisely pierced the boundary between the grayish area of Tony's left forearm and the normal skin. A subtle suction was felt. In terror, Tony beheld a minuscule, luminescent liquid, shimmering with an ethereal blue hue, coursing through the transparent tube connected to the probe, intermingled with nearly invisible particles resembling metallic dust, being drawn forth gradually. That was not blood. The liquid exuded an unnatural luminescence, akin to low-temperature plasma. Those particles resembled a swarm of active nanomachines. External sample extraction. Energy loss warning. Defensive protocol activation obstructed. External suppression field. A cold electronic voice pierced through Tony's mind. The golden arcs of the arc reactor in his chest flickered violently, attempting to resist the force, but an invisible energy field enveloping the entire room, one Tony only now sensed, acted as a heavy shackle, firmly restraining both the reactor's energy output and his body's struggles. Activity. Remarkable activity. The researcher observed the restless blue liquid and flickering particles within the specialized container, his eyes behind the protective goggles gleaming with fervor. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Colonel, you must see this in person. It surpasses all our databases. This is nothing short of divine creation. The term observation room struck Tony's mind like a lightning bolt. He abruptly lifted his gaze. Bloodshot eyes fixated on a nondescript wide-angle camera disguised as a vent in the corner of the room. The red indicator light glowed like a demon's eye, coldly observing everything. Hamill, he is watching from behind. He was scrutinized like an animal in a cage. A surge of humiliation, rage, and the icy sensation of betrayal coursed through Tony's veins like venom. He comprehended the truth. All the safety assessments, all the standard procedures, lies. From the moment he and Leon were rescued, they had become the military's most classified observation subjects. They were living specimens, keys to an unknown power. Hamill, I know you are watching. Tony roared at the camera, his voice distorted by overwhelming rage. You damned executioner. You will regret this. Colonel Hamill stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture unwavering, resembling a statue forged from steel. Before him were several high-definition screens, each displaying real-time footage of Tony's struggles, the life-monitoring data from Leon's isolation chamber, and the astonishing dynamics of the cerulean active sample under the microscope. The minuscule particles, as if imbued with life, replicated and combined within the azure liquid, forming exquisitely minute geometric structures. His gaze, akin to the most precise instruments, filtered out Tony's anguished cries, focusing solely on the pulsating data and images. His fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly against the cold edge of the control panel. Emotions were heightened, aligning with expectations. The altered limbs reacted vigorously to stimuli, and the energy suppression system operated with stability. It was as if he were delivering a calm battlefield briefing, meticulously documenting the sample's vitality and energy characteristics. What is the condition of the subject? A technician, also clad in a white lab coat, promptly replied. The subject's vital signs have stabilized at the minimum threshold. However, the brainwave activity is exceedingly abnormal, exhibiting a stable biphasic rupture state. The wave denotes fundamental life maintenance, with the unusually active regions preliminarily identified as the core activity zone, though severely suppressed and contaminated. The foreign implant in his chest, the crossbow bolt, alongside the energy imprint, serves as excellent anchor points and observation windows. Hamill's gaze shifted to another screen. There, Leon lay quietly within a fully transparent high-strength polymer isolation chamber, connected by a web of tubes. Surrounding the black crossbow bolt embedded in his chest, the cerulean contamination appeared to pulse with a life of its own, emanating an unsettling glimmer under the specific wavelengths of the scanner. A perfect subject. A hint of warmth crept into Hamill's voice, a subtle excitement akin to a scientist discovering a rare specimen, as he recorded all data, particularly the interaction patterns between the contamination imprint and the residual core consciousness. Notify the Genesis project team. The highest priority sample is in place, and preparations for the deep resonance experimental protocol should commence. Yes, Colonel. The technician's eyes sparkled with fervor. Hamill's attention returned to the footage of Tony's struggles, observing the minute puncture wounds left by the probes on his left arm, as well as the soldier's iron grip. His transformation was an unexpected delight. Continue monitoring and document the changes in his body and the strength of the energy link to the core. Pay attention to his threshold for resistance. Increase the suppression field level if necessary. His anger and fear are also invaluable data. At that moment, an unexpected transformation surged on the screen monitoring Tony. Perhaps it was the culmination of humiliation and rage shattering a critical threshold. Or perhaps the military suppression field clashing with the will of the Gepigai triggered an unknown chain reaction. Or perhaps the extracted active sample stimulated the source of the transformation. Suddenly, Tony's left arm, firmly restrained by the soldier, erupted with unprecedented power. The muscles, or rather, the crystallizing muscle-like tissue, swelled suddenly. Beneath the skin, the previously faint patterns resembling metallic fibers became strikingly clear, akin to the imprint of a superheated circuit board. And at an unprecedented velocity, it surged upwards with reckless abandon. With a rip, the tattered sleeve of his shirt on the left arm was instantaneously torn apart by the swelling, aberrant tissue. Its grayish-white hue resembled a plague, visibly devouring the skin above the elbow, racing towards the shoulder. The circuitry beneath his skin flickered with a volatile blend of eerie blue and dark gold light, as if a tumultuous current coursed within. Tony unleashed a roar, a chaotic amalgamation of pain and power. The soldier restraining his left arm felt an irresistible force surge forth, sending him hurtling away to crash violently against the alloy wall. Another soldier, gripping his right shoulder, was left aghast. The researcher stumbled back in terror, nearly dropping the sample container in his grasp. The restraints groaned under the unbearable strain, on the verge of snapping. Suppress. Maximum power. In the observation room, Colonel Hamill's composure was finally shattered as he barked orders. His eyes, concealed behind lenses, were fixated on the terrifying, living circuitry-like patterns furiously spreading across Tony's left shoulder. The intangible energy suppression field in the room instantaneously surged to its utmost intensity. The air thickened as if transformed into viscous glue. Tony's recently unleashed strength collided with an invisible wall of despair, causing his body to stiffen abruptly. The frenzied, aberrant patterns and grayish hue on his left arm seemed to be forcibly restrained, their speed diminishing, yet they persisted in their relentless encroachment. The flickering blue and dark gold light pulsed like a defiant roar. Bang! The observation room door was violently flung open. Colonel Rhodes stormed in like a furious lion. It was evident that he had forcibly interrupted the briefing. The sight before him nearly drove him to madness. Tony was pinned to the cold metallic chair by two soldiers, his left arm exposed, the majority of it displaying a grotesque grayish hue, while horrifying patterns flickered and spread beneath the skin like a hellish depiction. One soldier lay groaning in the corner after being flung away. The researcher retreated in horror. Meanwhile, Hamill stood before the one-way glass, coldly issuing commands. Hamill, what the hell are you doing? Rhodes' roar echoed like thunder within the observation room. He abruptly drew his sidearm, though the muzzle remained lowered. His finger poised on the trigger, his fury nearly igniting him. He beheld Tony's agonized and contorted face on the screen, witnessed the arm sliding toward an inhuman abyss. And he also saw on the adjacent screen the faint blue contamination of the golden line on Leon's chest in the isolation chamber, which seemed to flicker subtly at the moment of Tony's mutation explosion. Connection. That damned, frigid link between them. Hamill not only knew, but he was also exploiting it. Observing, treating Tony and Leon as mere lab rats. Colonel Hamill slowly turned to face Rhodes, unfazed by the gun barrel and the tempestuous fury aimed at him. His expression remained impassive, only the lenses reflecting the cold light of the screen. I am fulfilling my duty, Colonel. His voice was eerily calm, tasked with the protection of national security and the analysis of unknown threats. Their condition held the key to unraveling the enigma. Your emotions bore no significance. They would only serve to disrupt the work at hand. He gestured towards the screen displaying Tony, whose terrifying arm was being suppressed by an immense force field. Its aberration slowing yet still spreading, and then directed his finger to the adjacent image of Leon in his isolation chamber. Look at him, Colonel. Observe the host. Do you believe they are the victims? No, they are at the eye of the storm, and we must seize control of the tempest. Rhodey followed his finger to the monitoring screen of Leon. The young man remained in a state of unconsciousness. Yet the faint blue line of contamination on his chest flickered weakly, seemingly in response to the moment when Tony's mutation was being restrained. A chill, more piercing than the coldness emanating from Tony's left arm, swept over Rhodey. He glanced at Hammer's impassive face and then at Tony's tormented silhouette struggling behind the one-way glass. His fingers tightened around the gun, turning pale from the exertion. He understood. From the instant he stepped into this base, Tony, and that innocent yet perilous child had already fallen into a meticulously woven trap, coldly named national interest. The storm had indeed only just begun. The reins of control over this tempest rested firmly in the hands of this unyielding observer before him. Chapter 14. Resonant contamination. Colonel Rhodey's fury crystallized into a bone-chilling intensity in the face of Hammer's cold words and the synchronously flickering blue-golden line on the screen. Seize control of the storm? At the expense of Tony's agonizing transformation and the lurking terror within Leon? You are utterly mad, Hammer. Rhodey's voice emerged through gritted teeth, his weapon slightly raised, aimed at Hammer's heart. Cease this immediately. Release Tony. Halt any operations concerning that child. Otherwise, I shall execute you for treason on the spot. The air in the observation room grew thick with tension. The technicians fell silent, fear-stricken as they beheld the standoff between the two officers. On the screen, Tony howled in agony beneath the maximal suppressive force, his left arm exhibiting a grayish hue and living circuitry-like patterns, as if they had been paused yet stubbornly remained below the shoulder, flickering with defiance in shades of blue and dark gold. Each flicker seemed to tug at the brand on Leon's chest within the isolation chamber. Facing Rhodey's weapon, Lieutenant Colonel Hammer's gaze behind his lenses remained unwavering, tinged with a condescending scrutiny. Treason? Colonel, to obstruct Genesis and sever the potential for human evolution is the true treason. Your weapon should be aimed at the unknown threat, not at your fellow man. His gaze swept over Tony's struggles. His sacrifice bore a price. His words were abruptly cut off, not by Rhodey, but by the sudden eruption of a piercing alarm within the observation room, tearing through the air like a shriek. Wailing. The anguished alarm transformed from a monotonous buzz to a cacophony resembling countless metals grinding in agony. The entire observation room was instantly engulfed by blinding, swirling crimson lights. The screens on the console flickered violently, contorted, and were engulfed by vast swathes of garbled text and static. Major. The isolation chamber. A technician pointed at the monitor displaying Leon's vitals, his voice trembling with sheer terror, cracking under the strain. On the screen, the faint light representing Leon's life signs remained unextinguished, yet the energy reading curve indicative of contamination surged like a runaway rocket, instantly breaking through the upper limit of the graph. The surveillance footage inside the isolation chamber transformed into a tumultuous expanse, reminiscent of a deep-sea vortex. Bathed in a haunting blue hue, on Leon's chest, the black micro-crossbow bolt now glowed like a searing brand, emanating a blinding azure light. The once faintly visible golden strands of contamination around the arrowhead now twisted, expanded, and spread violently, as if infused with frenzied energy. From within these golden threads, countless tiny, living azure filaments erupted, swiftly crawling across Leon's entire chest and racing towards his neck and limbs. This azure glow radiated a cold, insatiable malice, as if it sought to devour everything in its path. Even more terrifying was that this azure luminescence did not merely linger on Leon's surface. It lashed out like tangible tendrils, violently assaulting and eroding the transparent walls of the high-strength polymer isolation chamber. Instantly, spiderweb-like fissures of energy erosion crept across the chamber walls. The piercing sound, akin to glass about to shatter, resonated clearly through the surveillance microphone. Alarm! Alarm! The active index of the high-dimensional contamination source has surpassed the critical threshold. Energy overload in the isolation barrier. Structural integrity rapidly declining. Contamination erosion mode recognition assimilation diffusion threat level apocalypse. The frigid electronic alarm blared amidst the chaotic sirens. Remaining clear and jarring. Apocalypse. Those three words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of everyone present. Impossible. The ever-stoic FAAD of Colonel Hamill, usually unyielding, finally revealed a crack. For the first time, his pupils constricted in shock behind his glasses. He lunged towards the main control console, his fingers frantically tapping the virtual keyboard, attempting to retrieve detailed data and initiate emergency protocols. Yet the data streams on the screen were a chaotic mess, with most control commands rendered ineffective. The explosive force of the contamination source seemed to possess a terrifying quality that disrupted all electronic signals. It was Tony, Rod realized instantly. He pointed to the screen depicting Tony. At the very moment the contamination source erupted within Leon, the living circuit patterns on Tony's left arm, previously subdued, interwoven in azure and dark gold, ignited like a lit fuse, bursting forth with an equally blinding brilliance. A visible wave of energy, intertwined with violent currents and azure contamination particles, erupted violently from Tony's center. Boom! The two soldiers restraining Tony were sent flying as if struck by a high-voltage jolt, screaming in agony. The sample container slipped from the researcher's grasp, and the ethereal blue active liquid splashed across the alloy floor, hissing like a potent acid, emitting acrid smoke, and instantly corroding a small hole. The room's most powerful suppression field generator emitted a deafening roar under the strain, with several nodes belching black smoke. Ag! Tony let out a howl that defied human articulation. The aberration in his left arm broke free from the field's restraint, its grayish hue and terrifying circuitry patterns resembling a beast unshackled, frantically surging upwards with alarming speed. It swiftly engulfed his entire shoulder and began to spread toward his chest. The circuitry beneath his skin glowed with a magma-like intensity, each pulsation accompanied by violent clashes of blue polluted particles and dark golden arcs of electricity. Deep within his right eye, chaotic data streams began to flicker uncontrollably. The link, the pollution, traversing that cold connection, was rebounding against Tony. The source of pollution within Leon erupted, while Tony's Geppetto spark and his transforming body became its finest conductor and amplifier. Tony. Rhodes's eyes were wide with desperation, abandoning all thoughts of Hamill as he turned his weapon towards him. Stop him. Initiate the final protocol. Inject the Genesis serum. Target the host. Immediately. Colonel Hamill's roar echoed through the observation room. Fear, a novel emotion, flickered across his face, but it was overshadowed by a reckless determination. He no longer regarded Tony. The crimson alarm lights danced madly upon his lenses, akin to a devil's ballet. The final protocol? The Genesis serum? Rhodes whipped around. Incredulity etched on his features as he gazed at Hamill. What on earth is that? The heavy alloy door of the observation room slid open, and four soldiers clad in even more formidable, fully enclosed black protective suits, reminiscent of spacesuits, charged in, their helmet visors reflecting a cold metallic sheen. They disregarded the chaos and the struggling Tony, moving with the precision of machines, 2 by 2, directly lunging towards the main control console. One of them slammed a silver briefcase, sealed with multiple alloy locks and flashing ominous red lights, onto the console with a resounding thud. The case automatically unlocked and sprang open, revealing 3 syringes lined up within a temperature-controlled chamber. The syringes contained a viscous liquid, reminiscent of mercury, exuding a disquieting, non-metallic, non-silver, eerie gray-white hue akin to stardust. The serum? That was no ordinary serum for saving lives. The energy waves emanating from it were cold, ancient, imbued with an absolute sense of order and formatted will. Another black-clad soldier began inputting a lengthy and complex password on the main control console, inserting a peculiarly designed physical key and twisting it sharply. A low hum resonated from deep within the base, awakening some vast and ancient apparatus. The ground trembled slightly as the deep, resonant buzzing pierced through layers of alloy structures. On the observation room's main screen, the monitoring image representing Leon's isolation chamber was forcibly switched, revealing a dizzyingly complex, intricately nested 3D model of mechanical structures. With the model's core locking onto the pollution brand etched upon Leon's chest, countless frigid commands cascaded down like a waterfall. What do you intend to do with him? Rod bellowed, aiming his weapon at the armored soldier operating before him. In an instant, 2 other soldiers interposed themselves in front of their comrade, brandishing peculiar weapons that glimmered with blue light. They swiftly raised their arms, locking their sights on Rod. An invisible energy wave, far surpassing the previous suppressive force, emanated from them, causing Rod to feel as though he were mired in quicksand, his movements rendered sluggish. That was the sole entity capable of formatting the contamination and stabilizing the host. The voice of Hammer roared amidst the blaring alarms, imbued with a martyr's fervor. For the future of humanity, sacrifice was imperative. Act now. The soldier wielding a syringe unhesitatingly grasped a vial of Genesis serum, his movements precise and merciless. As he advanced toward the airtight passage leading to the isolation chamber, the alloy door of the passage was beginning to open. No, Rod summoned all his strength, attempting to break through the blockade of the armored soldiers. Yet he faced enhanced warriors, transcending human limits, armed with unknown energy weapons. Simultaneously, within the isolation chamber, Leon's body convulsed violently under the relentless assault of the azure contamination, arching in agony. The contaminated golden threads, akin to living tendrils, had spread to his neck and cheeks as azure worms writhed beneath his skin. Behind his tightly shut eyelids, his eyeballs spun wildly. A rasping sound emanated from his throat. Amidst the excruciating torment and encroaching pollution, a faint fragment of thought, laden with boundless fear and sorrow, surged like a flickering candle in a tempest, crashing into Tony's tumultuous consciousness. It was not a cold electronic voice. It was Leon's voice, the most instinctive, desperate cry of a child confronting unfathomable darkness and suffering. Sister Xiaoyu, save me. Boom. This feeble plea resonated like thunder from the depths of the soul, striking Tony's fragmented consciousness, ravaged by aberration, contamination, and the relentless will of Gaboga. The name Xiaoyu, Tony had heard within the cave. It was Leon's last murmured words while in a stupor, a testament to his existence. Protection, an exceedingly clear thought, stemming from the essence of Tony Stark's humanity, served as an anchor, instantly suppressing the icy sensation of aberration spreading through his left arm, overriding the chaos of contamination, and even momentarily quelling the cold logic of Gaboga's will. No, Tony unleashed a roar from the depths of his soul. The chaotic data stream in his right eye was immediately replaced by a fierce, human fury. He ceased his resistance against the aberration in his left arm. Instead, he channeled all remaining will, along with the tumultuous golden arc of energy within his arc reactor, fiercely and recklessly into the wildly spreading aberration of his left arm. Stop this. The target, the opening airtight door leading to the isolation chamber. The soldier clad in black armor, wielding the Genesis serum, was poised to obliterate Leon's last remnants of humanity. Tony's left arm, now entirely engulfed in a pallid hue and radiant circuitry, erupted with unprecedented destructive energy. A beam intermingling dark golden arcs with ethereal blue particles, not directed at the target, but rather crashing violently into the alloy floor beneath him. A thunderous explosion reverberated, tearing apart the ground and revealing an intricate web of substantial cables and structural supports below. More perilous still, the violent tremors and chaotic energy unleashed by the explosion struck the ancient device's connection nodes deep within the base with surgical precision. A low hum from the depths of the facility morphed into a piercing wail, reminiscent of twisting metal in agony, as the complex mechanical model on the main screen, which had been locking onto Leon's tainted mark, flickered erratically. Countless commands were abruptly interrupted, transforming into glaring red error codes, as the model structure began to disintegrate. The lights in the observation chamber flickered wildly, and the main control console erupted in a shower of electrical sparks. Colonel Hammer stumbled, his complexion turning ashen. The device overloaded. The final protocol was severed. Technicians screamed in despair as the airtight door leading to the isolation chamber, caught in the throes of violent vibration and energy interference, jammed abruptly halfway open, emitting an agonizing metallic screech. The soldier, clutching the serum, found himself barred from entry. No, Hammer's anguished roar echoed, witnessing the plan unravel before his eyes. Amidst the chaos, within the isolation chamber, the ethereal blue glow emanating from Leon's chest seemed to react to the disruption caused by Tony's explosion and the faint call of a gentle rain, retracting inward in a sudden contraction. The rampant tendrils of polluted golden lines and azure worms momentarily froze. In that fleeting half-second, Leon's tightly shut eyes flung open. Deep within his pupils, there were no longer pure golden streams of data nor tainted blue. Instead, a chaotic vortex of intertwining colors clashed and annihilated one another. At the very center of this maelstrom lay a singular point of Leon's profound anguish and confusion, akin to the last glimmer of light seen by a drowning soul. Firmly anchored there, he opened his mouth, as if to cry out, yet no sound emerged. Immediately after, the suspended pollution surged back with the ferocity of a wounded beast. The azure light swiftly engulfing that fleeting clarity. Leon's body convulsed violently once more, as the chaos within his gaze was entirely submerged by the blue. Cracks on the isolation chamber walls widened instantly, producing a sound of despairing fracture. The barrier was on the brink of collapse, and the pollution was ready to spread. The blaring alarm reached a fever pitch. Rod seized the moment amidst the chaos, forcefully breaking through the blockade of the black-armored soldiers whose energy fluctuations were disrupted by the malfunctioning device. He lunged toward the control console, summoning every ounce of strength to shatter the emergency evacuation shield, and decisively pressed the crimson button. An anguished wail echoed throughout the base, signaling the highest level of biohazard contamination alert. Evacuate immediately. Maximum contamination alert. Repeat. Maximum contamination alert. Rod's voice thundered through the emergency broadcast system, resonating across the facility. Colonel Hamill gazed at the wreckage of the control console, his eyes drawn to the imminent shattering of the isolation chamber displayed on the screen. He glanced at the serum trapped beyond the airtight door, and then at Tony, who was fixated on the isolation chamber. His left arm undergoing a temporary mutation, yet still pulsating with a dangerous glow. The shattering of Hamill's glasses revealed for the first time a mix of confusion and a profound, bone-deep fear etched on his face. The storm had spiraled utterly out of control, and they stood at the very center of its eye. Chapter 15. The mechanical deity. The highest-level biohazard contamination alert rent the frigid air of the base, akin to the death rattle of a colossal beast. Crimson strobe lights painted the escape route in hues reminiscent of a bloodied inferno. The acrid stench, a noxious blend of ozone and molten metal, clung to the fleeing figures like a tangible miasma. Run! Colonel Rod's roar was nearly drowned out by the blaring alarms. He half-dragged, half-carried Tony as they sprinted through the violently trembling corridor. Tony's left arm was entirely shrouded in an inhuman, ashen hue, with glowing circuit patterns spreading beneath the skin down to his shoulder blade. Each contact with Rod's body sent a metallic chill through him. Agonizing pain, akin to maggots burrowing into bone, radiated from his mutated arm throughout half his body. More terrifying was the icy electronic voice in his mind, accompanied by the sensation of contamination gnawing at him like 1,000 ravenous ants. Contamination levels escalating. Core carrier status unknown. External threat high. Recommended to disengage. Leon. He's still inside. Tony suddenly turned back, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the far end of the corridor. There. A surging mist of deep azure approached with a life of its own. Where the mist spread, the alloy walls sizzled as though doused in acid, instantly etching honeycomb-like cavities. The smooth composite floor warped and melted, overrun by the azure energy crystals resembling moss. The ceiling lights flickered wildly within the mist before extinguishing completely. Their circuits eroded and short-circuited, with electric sparks devoured by the engulfing blue. The mist carried an icy, insatiable will to assimilate all. It was the contamination erupting from Leon's body, consuming the steel base and transforming it into sustenance for its own spread. Tom was running out. Tony, Rod, nearly frantic, exerted all his strength to propel Tony forward. Behind them, the azure mist had caught up to their heels. He could feel the searing and viscous sensation of his combat boots being corroded beneath him. In that instant, a resounding explosion erupted. At the end of the passage, a sudden, muffled explosion reverberated from the direction of the isolation zone where Leon was situated, as if it emanated from the very depths of the earth. A visible shockwave collided violently with the surging, ethereal blue mist. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The tumultuous, all-consuming mist seemed to collide with an invisible barrier of absolute repulsion, abruptly halting its advance. Following this, as if retreating from a receding tide, it frantically rolled back towards its source at a pace faster than when it had spread. The acrid stench and corrosive sensation that pervaded the passage diminished instantaneously. Rhodes and Tony were taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, halting in disbelief as they turned to look back. At the end of the passage, in the direction of the isolation zone, the swirling, retracting blue mist appeared to be forcibly gathered and compressed by an unseen hand. In the core of the mist, a blinding dark golden light pierced through like a sword. As they peered through the increasingly thinning mist, they beheld a shocking sight. The isolation pod had long since vanished, leaving only warped, melted remnants of polymer and severed pipelines in its wake. And at the center of this desolation, a figure floated silently in mid-air. It was Leon. Beneath his tattered hospital gown, his body bore no apparent external injuries. Yet a black crossbow bolt lodged in his chest seemed to be slowly expelled by an unseen force. The arrowhead was accompanied by a viscous, luminescent tissue fluid, gradually detaching from his flesh. Even more unnerving was the fact that the once rampant, blue-tainted filaments that had polluted much of his chest were now being forcibly stripped away by countless slender tendrils, glimmering with a cold, dark golden sheen, resembling living metal appendages. Each dark golden tendril operated with surgical precision, embodying a chilling, inhuman efficiency that bordered on cruelty. They penetrated the contaminated flesh, ensnaring the blue, writhing energy, then tightened abruptly, severing and obliterating it. A sizzling sound accompanied the eruption of blue luminescence. The expelled tainted filaments writhed like severed serpents, emanating waves of resentment. Yet they could not escape the absolute control of the dark golden tendrils. Leon hovered, his eyes tightly shut, his expression devoid of any emotion. A calm that was almost terrifying. Only the fragmented mark on his chest radiated an unprecedented, stable, and pure dark golden glow. The light delineated a mark that was clearer and more complete than ever before, as if the previous erosion by pollution had been utterly swept away, replaced by a chilling yet potent resurgence. What on earth is that? Rhodes's voice trembled with utmost astonishment, gripping his weapon tightly, yet feeling that it seemed laughably trivial in the face of this supernatural spectacle. Tony's left arm throbbed with intense pain and an odd resonance. The golden arc, representing the will of Gaboga, pulsated violently at the core of the arc reactor embedded in his chest, as if summoned by an unseen force. A chilling, dominative will surged through the invisible link, transmitting a clear message. Amidst the external contamination removal, core logic reconstruction, and optimization of carrier functions, the suppression of non-essential human emotional modules was proclaimed by a cold electronic voice within Tony's mind. This was not Leon's voice. It was the heart of Gaboga. Seizing the moment of chaos created by Tony's disruption of external suppression during the contamination outbreak, it forcefully claimed absolute control. It was cleansing the pollution and repairing itself while simultaneously suppressing Leon's human emotions. It was controlling him. Tony's voice was hoarse, tinged with fear and a hint of anger he had not yet recognized. He gazed at the dark golden tendrils working coldly at Leon's chest, observing the boy's lifeless, serene face, as the desperate plea "Little Rain, save me" echoed in his ears. This was not salvation. It was a different form of annihilation. At that moment, rapid, precise bursts of sound echoed from the side corridor. Dense beams of blue laser, infused with high-frequency energy fluctuations, rained down upon the suspended Leon. It was the black-armored soldiers. They had not fully retreated amid the chaos. Colonel Hammer's orders evidently took precedence above all else. No. Tony instinctively attempted to rush forward, but was firmly restrained by Rhodes. The laser beams drew near, targeting Leon's head and the core of his chest. Buzz. Leon, suspended in midair, did not even flinch. Just as the laser was about to strike, the space surrounding his body warped dramatically. A layer of exceedingly thin, yet intricate geometric patterns of dark gold light materialized out of thin air as a barrier. Hiss. The high-energy laser beams, capable of melting through tank armor, hit the barrier as if plunging into a vast ocean, creating only faint ripples that were swiftly absorbed and annihilated by the flowing light patterns, leaving not even a wisp of smoke. In the next moment, Leon's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. Within the depths of his pupils, there was no longer a chaotic vortex or the tainted blue of contamination, but a pure, cold gold, reminiscent of molten gold. There was no white, only a blaze of golden flames burning with absolute rationality and inhuman will. His gaze, like two solid searchlights, instantly fixed upon the direction from which the lasers were coming, without any movement or sound. Puff, puff, puff. At the corridor's corner, 3 black-armored soldiers, having just emerged to initiate a second round of coordinated fire, found their heavy black protective suits and the reinforced bodies within, severed instantaneously by an invisible multitude of blades. Silently and orderly, they shattered and disintegrated into countless small, uniformly shaped metallic fragments, collapsing like dismantled building blocks. The blood scarcely had time to splatter before it was instantaneously evaporated by that terrifying force. Only 3 piles of metallic cube fragments, emitting wisps of smoke and flickering with an eerie blue light, remained at the scene. An absolute, efficient, and cold obliteration. Rod gasped in shock, his stomach churning violently. A searing pain, as if scorched by an intense gaze, radiated from Tony's left arm. Leon, or rather, the will of Gaboga that inhabited this body, slowly turned his eyes, ablaze with golden flames, scanning the chaotic scene within the corridor, glancing at Rod and Tony, ultimately resting on Tony's grayish-white mutated left arm. In the cold golden pupils, streams of data surged like a raging waterfall, identifying secondary energy link node. Status, moderately contaminated and corroded. Function, inefficient. Optimizable. A chilling, monotonous synthetic voice, akin to the sound of metal grinding, resonated directly in the minds of all survivors. This voice did not belong to Leon. It was the will of Gaboga's heart declaring itself. At the very moment the words fell, a slender beam of dark gold light, condensed to the utmost precision and no thicker than a hair, shot forth from Leon Gaboga's fingertips without warning. Its velocity surpassed the limits of retinal capture. Tony felt an excruciating pain deep in his shoulder, as if his very soul were being wrenched away. He looked down to see the pulsing, blue-tinted living circuitry on his left arm being forcibly stripped, sliced, and annihilated by that dark gold beam, akin to a precise surgical laser. Following the agony, an odd sense of relief and an even deeper chill enveloped him. The grayish hue of his arm's mutation remained, and the circuitry beneath his skin was still visible. However, the flickering hues of the ghostly blue contamination had vanished, leaving only a pure, cold dark gold sheen pulsating. It was as if the pollution had been forcibly formatted, yet it had also eradicated the last vestiges of warmth and sensation belonging to flesh and blood. This arm had irrevocably transformed into a cold, efficient tool recognized by the will of Gaboga. Tony. Rod stared in horror at the unfolding scene. Leon Gaboga retracted his finger, his burning golden gaze sweeping over Tony once more, as if merely addressing an inconsequential accessory. His attention finally turned toward the upper passage, the direction of the base's surface. Core function restoration rate, 873. External environmental threat level, high. Optimal path calculation executing, disengage. The chilling proclamation resounded once again. Leon Gaboga leaned slightly forward in his suspended form. The next moment, boom. The alloy floor beneath him buckled as if struck by an invisible hammer, instantly collapsing, warping, and shattering, forming a deep pit several meters in diameter. He transformed into a dark golden stream of light, tearing through the air, disregarding all physical structures and barriers, slicing through them as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, ascending in a straight, shortest path, upwards, and yet further upwards. Boom, 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 boom. The metallic ceiling above, the dense layers of concrete, and the steel framework were pierced as if they were mere paper. Large chunks of debris rained down like a torrential storm. The shrill sound of alarms was utterly drowned out by this terrifying cacophony of destruction. A vertical passage, several meters in diameter, penetrating countless layers of the underground base and reaching the surface, with edges as smooth as a mirror, emerged in the wake of the dark golden light. The walls of the passage glimmered with the sheen of glass, rapidly cooled after being subjected to high temperatures. He breached the base. Rod's voice resonated with profound shock and absurdity. Tony gazed at that terrifying passage leading straight to the unknown sky, then lowered his gaze to his left arm. Now entirely numb, its dark golden sheen pulsating coldly, a chill surged from his soles to his crown. Control? Observation? In the face of absolute power. Hemmel's ambition and Rod's anger appeared utterly ludicrous. The heart of Guy Pajia declared its existence, and will in the most brutal and direct manner. It was not the eye of the storm, it was the storm itself. Chase after him, Rod. We cannot let him escape like this. Suppressing the tumult within, Tony gritted his teeth, dragging his cold left arm, stumbling toward the violently carved vertical passage. Below lay an unfathomable darkness and the chaotic sounds of explosions emanating from the depths of the base. Above were the stark, cold starlight of the Gobi and the dark golden stream of light that was about to vanish from sight. Rod watched Tony's resolute silhouette, then glanced at the terrifying passage. Beyond human capability, gritting his teeth, he drew his signal gun from his waist, aimed at the pitch-black night sky beyond the passage, and pulled the trigger with force. Whoosh! A blinding red flare shot forth, trailing a long tail of flame, soaring out of the passage and exploding into a brilliant red light in the Gobi's night sky. This was the highest level of distress signal, a desperate plea sent to all friendly units capable of receiving it. Almost simultaneously with the flare's explosion, a deep and commanding roar of engines echoed, akin to the growl of a colossal beast, instantly overpowering the chaos of the base and the winds of the Gobi. In the night sky, a massive, black, streamlined spacecraft, resembling a ghostly fortress emerging from the void, silently hovered directly above the point of the flare's explosion. It bore no rotors, emanating an eerie blue glow from its underside, its vast hull reflecting a cold metallic sheen under the starlight, exuding an overwhelming sense of futuristic technological dominance. On the side of the hull, a prominent eagle emblem stood out clearly in the beam of the searchlight. SHIELD. The shadow of the airborne mothership enveloped this chaotic Gobi like the hand of fate. Chapter 16 The Shadow of the Aerospace Carrier The colossal shadow of the aerospace carrier loomed overhead like the fortress of a titan from myth, weighing heavily upon the parched night winds of the desert. The deep, resonant hum of the engines transformed from mere background noise into a tangible pressure, squeezing the hearts of every survivor hidden within the ruins below. Tony tilted his head back, the frigid night air seeping into the tattered collar of his garment, yet failing to dissipate the bone-chilling cold emanating from his left arm. Under the purifying influence of the Jepigo will, that arm had shed its tainted indigo, leaving behind only a stark, icy gray. Beneath the skin, intricate dark golden circuitry pulsed rhythmically, each beat resonating with an inhuman coldness, echoing the frigid presence of the figure suspended above. It no longer belonged to Tony Stark. Rather, it resembled a tool recognized and optimized by the Jepigo will. Rhodes stood beside him, his complexion ashen, fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. He gazed at the aerospace carrier, a pinnacle of human technological achievement. As the enormous particle cannon on its belly slowly adjusted its angle, a restless, azure light of destruction gathered and compressed within the cannon's depths, akin to the single eye of a colossal beast, fixating intently on the diminutive yet ominous figure below. Leon, Jepiga, hovered less than 100 meters beneath the cannon, a distance that rendered it almost a face-to-face encounter for the particle cannon. His tattered hospital gown billowed violently in the tempestuous winds generated by the aerospace carrier's engines. Yet his posture remained steadfast as a rock. His eyes, ablaze with pure golden flames, coldly surveyed the direction of the bridge, as if appraising the threat level of a massive piece of debris. He had just penetrated the base, wielding a power that disregarded physical barriers, causing this crowning achievement of human technology to seem weightless in his eyes. Threat assessment, high-energy weapon system. Energy output level, planetary surface alteration. Evasion efficiency, 99,999. Countermeasure plan, calculating. The chilling announcement resonated directly in Tony and Rhodes' minds, carrying a sense of despairing precision and indifference. An evasion efficiency of 99,999? That nearly declared the futility of the particle cannon's assault. Aerospace carrier bridge. Before the immense, arched observation window, Nick Fury donned a black leather trench coat, melding seamlessly into the shadows of the bridge. His remaining eye, cold and probing, fixed intently on the figure suspended below through the high-strength glass. The screens displayed a frantic stream of data from various instruments, alongside a three-dimensional model of Leon's body structure and energy radiation. At the model's core, a fragmented mark pulsed with dark golden energy, emitting terrifying readings that threatened to overload all sensors. Analysis results? Fury's voice was low and devoid of emotion, yet it rendered the already oppressive atmosphere of the bridge nearly palpable. Maria Hill stood beside him, her usual calm and efficient demeanor compromised as beads of cold sweat appeared on her brow. She gazed at the incessantly flashing warning dialogues on the main screen, her voice trembling with restrained urgency. Director, all active scans are completely obscured by an unknown force field surrounding the target's surface. The passive radiation energy readings have surpassed the instrument's upper limit by threefold and continue to escalate. Thermal imaging indicates that its core temperature approaches that of the solar corona, yet the ambient temperature remains unremarkable. This defies all known laws of physics. The mere existence of the target is a subversion of our cognitive framework. Subversion? Fury's single eye narrowed slightly. He observed the screen displaying Leon's burning golden gaze, a look that was undeniably inhuman. It radiated a cold, efficient, and omniscient mechanical will. What are the Ten Commandments gang's coordinates? Fury's fingers unconsciously tapped the icy edge of the control panel. The masked figure responsible for unleashing the pollution that initiated all this was the true source of concern. The last detected spatial disturbance pointed deep into the Hindu Kush mountains of Central Asia, the signal exceedingly faint and heavily encrypted, rendering precise location impossible. The adversary evidently possessed translocation technology far beyond our comprehension. Hill swiftly reported, additionally, high concentrations of Genesis serum residue and potent modified neuroinhibitory toxin have been detected beneath the base's ruins. She added, her tone grave. Genesis serum. Neuroinhibitory toxin. A glint of cold light flickered in Fury's singular eye. The mad experiments of Hammer and the enigmatic tactics of the Ten Commandments gang converged upon a singular objective, to control or eradicate that which resided within the boy. And now, that entity had been thoroughly provoked. Contact Colonel Rhodes and Stark. Establish a secure communication channel. I require first-hand intelligence. Immediately, Fury commanded. His gaze returned to the suspended figure below, and the ship's belly, where the particle cannon had completed its charging, emanating an unsettling, ethereal blue glow. His finger hovered over a conspicuous red button, encased in a transparent protective shield, the manual firing switch for the particle cannon. The air thickened with tension. Within the ruins below, a calm yet authoritative voice, processed through encryption, resonated in the tactical headsets of Tony and Rhodes. Colonel Rhodes, Mr. Stark, this is Fury. Report your status, threat assessment, and your own conditions. Rhodes inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain composed, and swiftly articulated into the microphone. Director Fury, the target is Leon, a Chinese orphan from Queens, New York. He has been implanted with an unknown cosmic core referred to as the Gaboga Heart. The core has been eroded by an unknown high-dimensional contaminant and has temporarily gone out of control. Now, the core's original will seems to have regained dominance, suppressing both the contamination and the host's own consciousness. It is extremely dangerous. It possesses immense energy output, spatial manipulation, and material disintegration capabilities. It just effortlessly obliterated the base's isolation barriers and defenses. We cannot contend with it. I repeat, we cannot contend with it. He cast a glance at Tony's cold arm and struggled to add that Stark was suffering from severe involuntary mechanical alienation due to an unknown link with the core. Tony did not respond to Fury immediately. His entire focus was ensnared by the visions he beheld within the quantum realm. In the icy conduit linking his left arm to the Gaiboj core, at a quantum level imperceptible to others, he perceived, amidst the frigid, utterly rational torrent of dark golden data from the Gaiboj core, there surged an exceedingly faint, yet stubborn eddy of turbulence. This turbulence was not mere pollution. It bore a profound sadness, a palpable fear, and an indelible yearning. It was valiantly resisting the formatting imposed by Gaiboj's will, tenaciously peeling away from the core's depths, coalescing and taking shape within Tony's quantum vision. That gathering turbulence unmistakably formed the hazy yet distinct visage of an Asian girl. Her eyes were tightly shut, and crystalline tears clung to her long eyelashes as she wept silently. Xiaoyu, the name that Leon called out in his unconscious state. It was the deepest obsession of Leon as a human being. This stream of longing, emanating from the depths of Leon's soul, was akin to a drop of scalding tear plunged into an absolutely zero-degree ice lake, though minuscule. It stirred an exceedingly subtle, yet genuinely existent ripple within Gaiboj's frigid logical core. It was disrupting Gaiboj's absolute control. It caused a fleeting, nearly imperceptible stagnation in the flawless data stream that was calculating responses to the particle cannon. In that billionth of a second of stagnation, suspended beneath the maw of destruction, Leon, Gaiboj, felt a minute tremor in his right index finger, which had been as steadfast as a precision mechanism. This tremor was so slight that even the high-definition cameras of the aerial mothership could not capture it. Yet, Tony saw it, in the link of the quantum vision. He felt it distinctly. Leon. Tony gasped, his voice tinged with disbelief and a flicker of hope. The boy was still there. His consciousness was still struggling beneath Gaiboj's icy grip. Fury's voice broke through Tony's fervor, carrying an undeniable resolve. Received. Particle cannon fully charged. Stark, Rhodes, find cover immediately. If necessary, I will fire. Fire. To bombard Leon with the particle cannon. That would obliterate the struggling soul within. No. Fury. Wait. Tony shouted into the communicator, his heart racing at the sight of Xiaoyu's tear-streaked face in the quantum vision. He still had awareness. Leon was still inside. He was resisting. Give me time. There must be a way. At that moment, as Tony cried out, Leon, Gaiboj, seemed to catch the peak of energy convergence at the cannon's mouth with his burning golden eyes. The cold declaration echoed once more. Threat neutralization protocol. Optimal path calculation complete. Executing non-lethal suppression. In the moment the voice fell, a hum. Leon, Gaibojia, did not assault the aerospace mothership, nor did he attempt to evade. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward, fingers splayed. An unsettling spectacle unfolded. Centered around his palm, the surrounding space rippled as if disturbed by stones cast into a still pond, generating visible dark golden waves that spread rapidly, enveloping the arid night sky for hundreds of meters around. Immediately thereafter, a piercing wail of engines crescendoed from all directions, akin to the sound of countless metallic locusts taking flight. In the night sky, innumerable aircraft silhouettes, varying in size and adorned with blinking red and green navigation lights, emerged as if summoned by an unseen sovereign, converging from every corner of the barren expanse, from the depths of wrecked bases, and even from distant horizons. Like a torrent of steel, these were remnants of previously downed transport helicopters, wreckage of destroyed drones within the base, fragments of military or civilian aircraft that had fallen long ago, scattered across the desert, even including the corroded, obsolete electronic debris from deep within the hammer base. What should have been lifeless metal refuse was, at this moment, forcibly drawn, attracted, and assembled by Guy Bojia's absolute will, under the influence of invisible dark golden energy threads. They collided and morphed in flight, as if being violently molded together by an unseen giant hand. Crack, crack, crack. The jarring sounds of metal twisting and welding filled the air. Within mere seconds, a vast, ominous cloud of machinery, composed of countless remnants, metallic shards, circuit boards, and even contorted steel frameworks, took shape, darkening the sky like a swarm. The core of this cloud radiated a dark golden brilliance akin to that of Leon, Guy Bojia, resembling a multitude of cold compound eyes, all fixated on the aerospace mothership. Mechanical deities, with all things as their instruments. This was not an attack, but rather a silent yet more chilling deterrent than the charging of a particle cannon. It proclaimed that the pinnacle of human technology, in its presence, was merely a collection of components ready to be disassembled, reconfigured, and repurposed. Within the bridge, every instrument erupted with the highest level of alarm. The energy readings representing that mechanical swarm skyrocketed, its kinetic energy and potential destructive power rivaling that of the ship's belly particle cannon. Fry's finger hovered over the launch button, momentarily pausing, stunned and reassessing risks. His lone eye fixated on the ominous cloud of machinery, composed of refuse and emanating an aura of destruction, alongside the figure of the boy suspended at its center, resembling a deity. Tony gazed at the vast mechanical swarm obscuring the sky, then glanced down at his cold, pulsing left arm, seemingly poised to respond to a summons. And an unprecedented chill enveloped him. The force displayed by Gebojia's heart transcends mere devastation. It embodies creation, dominion, and the absolute authority to reconstruct the material world. It conveys to humanity in the most visceral manner. Your civilization, your creations, stand before it as mere sandcastles crafted by children. The eye of the storm has transformed into the storm itself, while they remain nothing but drifting dust within it. Chapter 17. Quantum Tears. Time crystallizes at the brink of annihilation. The particle cannon nestled within the belly of the celestial mothership compresses an ethereal blue light of destruction to its utmost limit, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Before the cannon's maw, a vast swarm of mechanical entities hovers silently, composed of countless remnants of aircraft, twisted metals, and forcibly assembled circuit boards, emanating a dark golden glow that resonates with Liang, Gebojia. Each metallic fragment resembles a marionette manipulated by invisible strings, coldly observing the pinnacle of human technological achievement. The air, strained by the roar of engines and the resistance of an invisible force field, emits a groan under the weight of its burden. This confrontation surpasses the realm of human comprehension. On one side stands a colossal cannon, embodying the essence of human technology, capable of leveling cities. On the other, a mechanical deity that commands the very fabric of existence. Inside the bridge, silence reigns. Only the frantic alarms of instruments shriek and the hum of energy readings teetering on the brink of overload fill the air. Beads of sweat trickle down Maria Hill's brow, and she can hear the heavy echo of her own heart pounding within her chest. Nick Fury resembles a statue, his fingers poised over the launch button, turning pale from exertion. His solitary eye pierces through the high-strength glass, sharp as a hawk, fixating intently on the minuscule, yet terrifying figure below. In the ruins beneath, Tony tilts his head upwards, the fierce wind tousling his blood-streaked hair, while his tattered shirt clings to his cold, stiff left arm. The dark golden circuitry on that arm burns fiercely in resonance with Gebojia's will, each pulse inflicting a penetrating coldness and agony deep within his soul. Rhodey stands protectively in front of him, his face ashen, the tactical pistol appearing almost ludicrous in the shadow of the mechanical swarm. Liang, I know you can hear me. Tony's shout, fragmented and futile amidst the roar of engines and the hum of the force field, is nonetheless infused with every ounce of his strength as he channels his will into that frigid left arm, striving to penetrate the thick, logical ice encasing Gebojia's core and reach the imprisoned soul within. Don't let it control you. Think of Xiaoyu. She is waiting for you. You promised to come back for her. Have you forgotten? Xiaoyu. That name acts like a forbidden switch, igniting a fervent signal in the absolute zero of logic. In Tony's quantum vision, the face of Xiaoyu, emanating from the depths of Liang's soul, resists the torrent of formatting, appears as if injected with a defibrillator. Sadness, fear, and a profound longing surge instantaneously. This pure force of humanity transforms from a mere tear into a tumultuous wave, crashing with unyielding resolve against Gebojia's cold, solid, Diamond-like logical barrier. Boom. It was not a physical thunderclap, but rather a violent collision on the plane of consciousness, a clash of souls. Tony felt as if his brain had been struck by a sledgehammer. Darkness engulfed him, and the excruciating pain in his left arm surged to an unbearable peak. Within the quantum realm, the stream of data from the Gaboga core, characterized by absolute rationality and flawless perfection, was suddenly torn apart at the impact point of Xiaoyu's tear, creating a minuscule yet unmistakable fissure. Core logic error. External interference source emotional module exhibiting abnormal fluctuations. Formatting process severely obstructed. A chilling electronic voice pierced Tony's mind, filled with unprecedented chaos and jarring alarms. For the first time, Gaboga's will exhibited a noticeable delay and logical conflict. In that fleeting billionth of a second, Leon, Gaboga, suspended at the center of the annihilation cannon and the mechanical swarm, experienced a fierce struggle deep within his golden, flame-lit eyes of absolute rationality. The golden flames churned and twisted like oil in a frying pan disturbed by stones. The cold stream of logical data clashed violently with Leon's anguish, confusion, and profound longing for Xiaoyu, as they brutally annihilated one another within the depths of his pupils. His suspended form wavered unsteadily for the first time. His right hand lifted, seemingly attempting to shield his head, yet the movement was stiff and contorted, as if control of his body was being torn between two wills. Effective. Tony, continue. Rhodes shouted excitedly upon observing Leon's anomaly. Fury's single eye narrowed sharply. He saw it. On the high-definition screen. The struggle within Leon's burning golden eyes was no mere manifestation of Gaboga's will. It was the consciousness of the boy named Leon awakening, resisting. Maintain particle cannon charging. Target lock remains unchanged. Awaiting orders. Fury's voice was as cold as frozen steel, issuing the most ruthless command. He would not relinquish control over a world-ending threat due to a mere boy struggle. Such was the director's responsibility, a harsh reality. Tony, enduring the agonizing pain and dizziness from the quantum shock, found the cold link in his left arm to be his sole lifeline. He grasped the torn fissure with all his might, pouring every ounce of his mental will into it, like a warrior making a final gambit. Leon, hold on to it. That is your memory. Your home. Xiaoyu is waiting for you. Do not give up. Think of the sunsets you watched together in Queens. Think of the paper crane she folded for you. That is your anchor. Seize it. In the quantum realm, Tony's will plunged like a golden sword into that fissure. He no longer resisted Gaboga's coldness. Instead, he guided and amplified the torrent of longing for Xiaoyu that emanated from Leon. He beheld more. The silhouettes of them sitting side by side atop a dilapidated apartment building gazing at the starry sky, the saccharine taste of melting cheap ice cream. And the girl who, despite being battered for protecting her frail brother, still wore a defiant smile. These warm fragments belonging to Leon, deemed redundant data by Gaboga, now sparkled brilliantly within the torrent of longing, transforming into the sharpest spear piercing through the icy layers of logic. Suspended in the air, Leon let out a chilling roar. A haunting amalgamation of mechanical tones and the anguished cries of a tormented youth. Clutching his head with both hands, his body arched violently, trembling as the fragmented mark upon his chest erupted with an unprecedented, chaotic radiance. Amidst a dark golden backdrop, eerie blue lines of contamination intertwined frantically with golden threads symbolizing the will of Jabogia, clashing like a circuit on the brink of collapse. The dark golden force field enveloping the mechanical swarm became alarmingly unstable, causing metallic fragments at the periphery to tremble uncontrollably and break away. The ominous cloud overhead seemed poised for imminent disintegration. The particle cannon of the mothership flickered with an unsettling blue glow. The locking system emitted a shrill alarm, reacting to the violent fluctuations in the target's energy field. Director, the target's energy field is in extreme turmoil. Core readings indicate a dual-peak conflict. The stability of the physical structure is plummeting. Hill's voice trembled with disbelief. Is he attempting self-destruction? Fry's finger hovered over the button. His single eye fixated on the screen, displaying Leon's agonized struggle and the chaotic core mark on his chest, reminiscent of an imminent reactor explosion. He weighed his options. Should he deliver a final blow to obliterate the threat before self-destruction occurred, or gamble on a minuscule chance of survival? At that moment, a communication officer's urgent voice broke through. Report. We have intercepted a high-intensity spatial signal, originating from deep within the Hindu Kush Mountains. The signal characteristics matched the energy fluctuations of the wristbands left by the Ten Commandments assassins with 998 accuracy. They are attempting to remotely activate the contamination mark within the target. What? Fry and Hill's expressions shifted in horror. The 10 Commandments. They had indeed not given up. They aim to exploit the situation, remotely detonating the contamination source within Leon to annihilate the Jibogia core or seize it for themselves. On the screen, the chaotic mark on Leon's chest, representing the contamination source, flared to life as if injected with a stimulant. A cold, greedy wave imbued with a will for destruction surged forth, rapidly eroding the core barrier of Jibogia and attempting to provoke a deeper contamination explosion. Leon's struggles intensified, his agony magnified as the cold logic of Jibogia's will clashed with the resurgence of human consciousness, violently interrupted by this sudden external assault. Three wills contended within his body, writhing in turmoil. Minute energy-dissipating fissures began to manifest on the surface of his skin, the signs of self-destruction growing ever more apparent. Countless thoughts raced through Fry's singular eye. The threat posed by the Ten Commandments surged to the forefront of his mind. Allowing the core within Leon to self-destruct or be detonated by the Ten Commandments would spell an unbearable catastrophe. Disengage the particle cannon lock. Fry's voice rang out like thunder, resolute and unwavering. Change of target. Highest priority. Track and lock onto the signal source in the Hindu Kush Mountains. Prepare for a precise, global strike. Immediately. Yes, Director. The operator's voice bore a blend of relief and renewed tension. The ethereal blue glow of the ship's belly particle cannon dimmed abruptly as the barrel began to pivot. The overwhelming pressure of impending doom that loomed over everyone's heads suddenly lightened. Below, Tony also sensed the abrupt, frigid encroachment emanating from the distant core link of the Gaboga. It was the Ten Rings gang. They sought to annihilate Leon. No, not on his watch. Fury ignited in Tony's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, dragging his icy left arm, he summoned his last vestiges of strength and surged forward like a moth drawn to the flame, lunging towards the struggling Leon suspended in midair. Tony, it's dangerous. Rod's alarmed voice attempted to intervene, but he was a moment too late. As Tony approached within 10 meters of Leon, a powerful, invisible repulsive force erupted from Leon's being. It struck Tony like a tangible wall. With a sickening thud, Tony was hurled backward, coughing up blood, his body flying through the air like a severed kite. The dark golden circuitry on his left arm flickered frantically, attempting to absorb and decipher this overwhelming force, yet it was futile. However, in that fleeting moment of being thrown back, the very tip of his left arm briefly grazed a chaotic energy current radiating from around Leon's body. A sizzling sound erupted as if a glowing iron were plunged into ice water. A violent torrent of energy, intermingling with Gaboga's frigid will, Leon's anguished struggles. Fragments of Xiao Yu's longing, and the convoluted information flow tainted by the Ten Rings gang surged violently into Tony's mind through his left arm. Tony let out a primal scream, overwhelmed as his vision was submerged in a cacophony of shattered images and sounds, a frigid laboratory, flickering azure lights. The searing pain of a black crossbow bolt piercing his chest, an endless stream of cold logic within the Gaboga core database. The warm smile of a girl in a dilapidated apartment in Queens under the sunset, a pair of greedy, icy eyes behind the mask of the Ten Rings gang, and a vague, seemingly cosmic coordinate accompanied by a chilling call that transcended time and space. The air finds the Gaboga fist. The torrent of information surged and receded swiftly. Tony crashed heavily onto the hard, rocky terrain of the Gobi Desert, his bones feeling as though they had shattered, his mind buzzing, and his vision fading to darkness. Save for an increasingly chilling numbness in his left arm. The last image he beheld was that of Leon suspended in the air. After enduring the insignificant yet profoundly human touch from Tony, along with the frenzied corruption activated remotely by the Ten Rings gang, the Gaboga core appeared to make a cold, decisive effort to mitigate further damage. The chaotic sigil upon Leon's chest collapsed inward with a violent brilliance. The dark golden light that represented Gaboga's will forcefully suppress the azure lines of corruption, momentarily imprisoning them. Simultaneously, the tumultuous conflict of wills within him was forcibly subdued by an even greater power. The golden flames that once blazed in his eyes were extinguished in an instant, his pupils reverting to a mundane chestnut hue, yet devoid of any spark of life. His body, which had been thrashing violently, suddenly stiffened, akin to a marionette with severed strings, plummeting straight down from midair. The dark golden force field enveloping the mechanical swarm vanished in an instant. The terrifying cloud of debris, composed of wreckage, disintegrated with a thunderous crash, as if it had lost its magnetic pull. Countless metal shards, circuit boards, and twisted rebar cascaded down like a torrential downpour from hundreds of meters above. Leon. Tony struggled to rise. Danger. Rhodey lunged forward, pressing Tony firmly beneath him, using his own body as a shield. The cacophony of metal rain echoed ominously. It crashed onto the gravel of the Gobi Desert, sending clouds of dust swirling. It struck the twisted ruins of the base, producing a deafening collision sound. The aerial mothership rapidly ascended, evading the falling debris. Amidst the swirling dust, Tony pushed Rhodey aside, staggering towards the spot where Leon had fallen. The boy lay quietly in a sandy pit, eyes shut, his face as pale as parchment. Breaths so faint they were nearly imperceptible. The black crossbow bolt lodged in his chest remained conspicuous, while the incomplete mark had dimmed to near invisibility. Only a ghostly blue line of contaminated gold and a fainter dark golden thread remained, resembling two dormant serpents, deeply etched beneath the skin, exuding an ominous tranquility. Tony knelt beside Leon, trembling as he extended his right hand towards the boy's carotid artery. A faint pulse responded to his fingertips. He was still alive. Yet Tony understood that the small rain weeping in the quantum realm, that fleeting glimpse of human brilliance, had been entombed once more in the frigid abyss of logic. Alongside the forced shutdown of the Jepiga core, the remnants of chaotic information fragments in his left arm, and the chilling call of the Jepiga fist, weighed upon him like heavy shackles. The shadow of S-H-I-E-L-D loomed persistently. The threat of the 10 rings was like a thorn in his back. The storm within Leon had merely quieted temporarily. Tony gazed at Leon's face, eerily tranquil, as if it were a mask of death. He then glanced down at his own cold, pulsing left arm, which seemed to harbor endless secrets. The eye of the storm had never departed. They were but temporary prisoners of the tempest. Perhaps the key lay within his modified arm and the enigma known as the Jepiga fist. Chapter 18. The shadow of the Trident. The atmospheric pressure within the vast body of the aerial mothership felt heavier than that of the outside world. The deep hum of the engines was muffled by the thick alloy walls, leaving only the monotonous hissing of the ventilation system, carrying the cold, acrid scent of disinfectant. Here, there was no gunpowder, no windswept sands of the Gobi, yet an invisible pressure of scrutiny, suspicion, and absolute control permeated the air. Tony Stark lay supine upon a cold metallic platform. His right arm was secured by a conventional restraint strap, while the left arm, stretching from his fingertips to just below the scapula, was shrouded in a lifeless, pallid hue, with dark golden circuitry pulsating beneath the skin, embedded in a specially designed scanning recess. The heavy, coldly glowing alloy restraints coiled around his wrist, forearm, and upper arm like a constricting serpent. The frigid metallic sensation permeating through his altered skin, instilling a sense of humiliation akin to being pinned on an autopsy table. The isolation chamber's lights blazed with an unforgiving whiteness, banishing all shadows. Nick Fury stood like a silent, dark mountain beside the platform. His remaining eye, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, pierced through Tony's inhuman arm inch by inch, finally resting upon his pale, taut face. "Welcome to the temporary abode of the Trident, Stark." Fury's voice shattered the stifling silence, deep and measured, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Let us bypass the trivial pleasantries. Tell me everything that transpired in the cave, from beginning to end, especially regarding that child, and every detail concerning the entity within him. Do not omit the 03. 03. A sudden weight fell upon Tony's heart. Fury knew. He was aware of the forced interruption of the analysis of the arc reactor 997 after the Gaboga heart. Had it been reported by Rhodes? Or deduced from the remnants of the base S rubble by S.H.I.E.L.D.? Either way, it meant that he had virtually no secrets left before this king of operatives. Tony compelled himself to meet Fury's soul-piercing gaze, mustering a frail, ironic smile. 03? Director, I thought S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network was omnipotent. What could a pitiful soul, kidnapped by terrorists and barely escaping in a makeshift tin can, possibly know about core secrets? He endeavored to mask the tempest within and the numbing coldness emanating from his bound left arm with a facade of nonchalance. Fury did not flinch, not even raising an eyebrow. A tin can crafted from refuse, capable of penetrating 17 layers of reinforced underground structure, able to summon mechanical swarms beneath the particle cannons of a celestial mothership? Stark, your sense of humor is misplaced. His gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing through Tony's disguise. The arc reactor in your chest, the most vital secret of Stark Industries, has been deciphered by that core, 997. Then it was interrupted by the neurotoxin and pollutants of the 10 rings. Subsequently, you were contaminated by its sparks, leading to the current state of your arm. And then, it used your hand to detonate Hammer's Genesis device, ultimately demonstrating its dominion over matter upon the Gobi Desert. Fury's narrative was precise and merciless, resembling a chilling documentary. Each word struck Tony's heart like a hammer. Now, Fury leaned slightly forward, an immense pressure enveloping him as if it were tangible. Tell me what that 03 is. Reveal the origin, purpose, and weaknesses of the Gaboga heart. Furthermore, what exactly is the optimization occurring within your left arm? And what did you see when you last came into contact with it? Quantum Vista, the weeping of the rain, the greed of the 10 rings, and that chilling inheritor, the Gaboga's fist. Fury knows even this. Tony's pupils involuntarily constricted. Was it the scanning system of the celestial mothership that detected the anomaly in his brainwaves? Or had Rhodes mentioned his unusual reactions in the communication? All I witnessed was despair and anguish. Fury. Tony's voice carried a tinge of genuine anger and helplessness. The torment of an innocent child transformed into a monster. A cosmic bomb poised to detonate at any moment. As for my arm, he lowered his gaze to the restrained ashen limb, feeling the chilling pulsations of dark golden patterns beneath his skin. A blend of fear and absurd desolation surged within him. It was metamorphosing into a finely tuned instrument. An extension of that entity. Is this what you wish to uncover? Not enough. Fury's voice was resolute. He raised his hand, gesturing towards a transparent control panel adjacent to him. Buzz. Within the recess of the scanning slot embedded in Tony's left arm, a series of ghastly white beams of high-frequency energy flickered to life. These beams were not mere scans. They bore a potent and invasive quality, akin to countless fiery probes ruthlessly piercing the pulsating dark golden circuitry beneath his pallid skin. Ugh! Excruciating pain. It penetrated to the marrow, as if billions of steel needles were frantically piercing through his veins and nerves. Tony's body arched violently, unleashing a muffled roar of agony. The confines of the restraining bands held him fast, yet he thrashed violently, the metallic platform groaning under the weight of his torment. Cold sweat instantly drenched his tattered shirt. This agony did not stem solely from physical stimulation. The high-frequency beams forcibly activated and stimulated the conduit linking Tony's left arm to the Gaboga core. A frigid torrent of data and fragments of Gaboga's will surged forth like a breached dam, mingling with the inhuman sensations wrought by his arm's mutation, mercilessly battering his consciousness. At the periphery of his vision, the golden data stream flickered erratically. External high-energy stimulation, conduit overload, defensive protocols forcibly activated. Optimization process accelerated. A cold electronic voice shrieked sharply in Tony's mind. More terrifyingly, under the twin stimuli of excruciating pain and conduit overload, the originally restrained ashen hue and dark golden circuitry on his left arm, suppressed beneath the shoulder blade, erupted with the ferocity of an enraged serpent, emitting an even more intense radiance. The circuitry surged upwards at an unprecedented speed. In an instant, it breached the shoulder blade, much like burning thorns, piercing his left clavicle and neck. The circuitry beneath his skin glowed with an intense heat, each pulsation accompanied by a tearing pain. The skin covered by the circuitry lost all sensation, leaving only a cold, hard feeling and a terrifying sense of being forcibly altered, as if integrating into some vast system. Stop! Fury! What the hell are you doing? Tony's eyes widened in fury, his right pupil swirling with chaotic data streams intermingled with human anguish. Fury observed Tony's torment and the horrific transformation of his left arm with an expressionless demeanor, his single eye exhibiting a calmness bordering on the clinical. As he conducted his assessment, testing the limits of Tony's body, testing the response of Gaboga's will, testing the strength of that connection. Record: the anomalous tissue in the target's left arm reacted violently to high-frequency energy stimulation, exhibiting an accelerated diffusion trend. The stability of the energy link channels exhibited an abnormal enhancement. Fury calmly dictated into the communicator, as if documenting experimental data. At that moment, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly erupted from the communicator connecting the isolation chamber to the adjacent monitoring room. Simultaneously, the high-intensity observation window, one-way mirror, between the isolation chamber and the critical observation room where Leon resided automatically illuminated, revealing real-time footage of the next room. In the image, Leon, who had been quietly lying in the life pod, connected to countless tubes and sensors, suddenly convulsed violently. The alarm lights of the life pod flashed frantically. The vital signs monitor's curve spiked dangerously. Even more chilling was the fact that Leon's tightly closed eyes abruptly opened. Within the depths of his pupils, there was no longer the previous emptiness or chaos. Instead, they burned with a pure, cold flame resembling molten gold. There were no whites of his eyes, only a field ablaze with a golden fire that defied human will. His gaze seemed to penetrate the one-way mirror, piercing through the alloy walls, landing precisely upon Tony in the adjacent isolation chamber, who was enduring excruciating pain and undergoing transformation. It focused on the dark golden veins that were wildly spreading across Tony's left arm. A cold, flat tone, akin to the sound of metal scraping, penetrated the soundproof barrier of the isolation chamber, resonating simultaneously across all communication channels and in the minds of Tony and Fury. Identifying secondary node status. Forced activation overload external threat locked inheritor permission check inheritor. Tony captured this critical information amidst his agony. It was the very term he had heard in the quantum realm. It had appeared once more. Fury's single eye narrowed sharply. The lens reflected Leon's burning golden eyes. For the first time, an expression of profound shock crossed his face. Not due to Leon's awakening, but because of that term, inheritor. This terminology astonishingly overlapped with a certain top-secret code from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s highest authority, long sealed away. Clatter. The metal coffee cup that Fury had been holding, a symbol of his absolute composure, slipped from his grasp and fell onto the cold alloy floor, scalding coffee splattering everywhere, producing a jarring shatter. Leon, Gaiboja, slowly sat up within the life pod, disregarding the tubes and restraints that were effortlessly snapped. His burning golden gaze fixed intently on Fury, and a cold voice resonated once more. Carrying a tone of judgment, abnormal permission access detected associated file, Prometheus S fire information level, top secret initiating tracing protocol Prometheus S fire. Fury gasped involuntarily. His ever-impassive poker face shattered completely. This file code had been personally sealed by one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., Peggy Carter. The authority level surpasses even that of the current director. It is intertwined with the incomprehensible research project concerning the Cosmic Cube, or Space Stone, seized from Hydra during World War II. How could the heart of Guy Borga possess such knowledge? What is its connection to the Cosmic Cube? And who is the so-called heir it speaks of? Director. The energy reading has once again exceeded the limit. The life support system is collapsing entirely. He is forcefully breaching the observation room barrier. Hill's urgent voice crackles through the communicator, filled with unprecedented alarm. Boom. A resounding thud erupts from the direction of the observation room where Leon, Guy Borga, resides. The entire isolation chamber trembles violently. On the screen of the observation window, the sturdy alloy walls appear to warp grotesquely, bulging inward as if distorted by an unseen force. The heart of Guy Borga, stimulated by the connection to Tony's left arm, has gone into a complete frenzy upon catching the keyword Prometheus fire. It seeks to shatter its confines. It yearns to uncover that long-buried secret. Suppress it. Activate the highest level energy suppression field. Now, Fury snaps back to reality, shouting frantically into the communicator, disregarding the shattered coffee cup on the floor and Tony's astonished expression. He rushes to the control panel, his fingers a blur on the virtual keyboard as he inputs a complex series of commands to unlock the Obelisk protocol. Authorization code, Carter 1945. Target, isolation chamber and observation room passage. Physical separation. Hurry. The blaring alarm instantly escalates to the highest decibel level. The lights of the entire isolation chamber flash a blinding crimson. The walls, ceiling, and floor, the concealed energy suppression devices, activate instantaneously. A weighty energy field, far surpassing that of the Hamel base, descends with suffocating force. Tony feels as though his breath has been seized. The dark golden patterns spiraling along his left arm freeze as if caught in ice. The excruciating pain diminishes slightly, yet the chilling connection becomes ever more pronounced. Simultaneously, between the isolation chamber and the observation room, several physical gates, each over half a meter thick, composed of special alloys and energy barriers, crash down with a deafening roar. They completely seal off the passage. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of impact from the observation room grow increasingly violent. The entire vessel shakes. The surface of the fallen physical gates visibly indents, as if some monstrous entity on the other side is relentlessly battering against them. Tony lies on the cold platform, restraints digging deep into his altered left arm, gasping for breath. He watches Fury's tense silhouette at the control panel, hears the heart-pounding impacts next door, and feels the icy, tumultuous link between his left arm and the core of Guy Borga. The air, Prometheus fire. These two words sear into his mind like a branding iron. He understands now. Fury's concern has never been for him or Leon's lives. His true interest lies with the heart of Guy Borga itself and the world-altering secrets it may harbor. And he, with this optimized arm and the identity of the heir, seems to have become an integral part of this enigma. Under the shadow of the celestial mothership, within the confines of the Trident's cage, a deadly game revolving around cosmic secrets has only just begun to unfold its bloody curtain. Here, Tony Stark and Leon find themselves not only as mere pawns, but potentially as the key to the unfolding drama. Chapter 19. The Fist of Jepago within the isolation chamber. The blood-red alarm lights illuminate Tony's face, twisted in agony, casting a grotesque visage reminiscent of Hell's spotlight. The highest level of energy suppression field activated by fury weighs upon him like a mountain, each breath accompanied by a searing pain that tears through his lungs. The dark golden patterns on his left arm, forcibly frozen, feel like a red-hot branding iron under the immense pressure of the suppression field, sending waves of deep, bone-penetrating agony and numbness coursing through him. The sounds of impact from the observation room next door grow increasingly violent. Bang, bang, bang. The half-meter-thick alloy physical barrier bears the marks of an invisible battering ram, each strike causing the entire isolation chamber to tremble violently. The alloy structure of the ceiling emitting a disconcerting groan. At the edges of the barrier, the high-strength welds have begun to crack, spiderweb-like fissures darting across the surface, while blinding sparks of energy erupt like the blood of a dying beast. Director, the energy node of the Obelisk Protocol is overloaded. The structural integrity of the physical barrier has plummeted to 47. It is expected to withstand no more than 3 minutes. Hill's voice blares through the communicator, tinged with an unprecedented panic. Target energy signatures are forcibly penetrating the firewall. It is attempting to access the core database of Prometheus's fire. Fury stands before the control console, his silhouette taut like a drawn bowstring. His fingers dance across the virtual keyboard, leaving behind ghostly traces as he inputs a series of lengthy commands. Striving to reinforce the firewall and redirect the mothership's reserve energy into the Obelisk Protocol. Lock all associated ports. Physically sever the network. Initiate memory wipe protocol. We cannot allow that entity to reach the core data. His voice, strained and hoarse from the immense pressure and fury, reverberates with urgency. Prometheus's fire. The highest secret research initiative activated by the Allies during World War II after seizing the cosmic cube from Hydra. Led by pioneering scientists such as Howard Stark and Abraham Erskine, it aimed to decipher the energy of the Space Stone to create an ultimate defensive weapon. Yet, during the research, an uncontrollable catastrophic incident occurred, resulting in the mysterious deaths or mental breakdowns of several leading scientists, ultimately sealed away by Peggy Carter herself. This file is intertwined with the secrets of the Cosmic Cube, linked to humanity's painful first contact with the Infinity Stones. How could the Jepaga heart know of it? What does it seek to obtain from this knowledge? Beneath the crushing weight of the suppression field, Tony gasps for breath. The dialogue between Fury and Hill piercing his chaotic mind like frigid needles. Prometheus's fire, the top-secret project his father Howard participated in. And the Jepaga heart's quest for answers. What could it possibly want? At that moment, an even larger, colder torrent of data, imbued with an overwhelming will to dominate, surged through the forcibly activated connection in Tony's left arm, crashing into his brain like a cosmic storm. Ugh! Tony emitted a cry that was anything but human. The quantum vista was instantaneously inundated by an endless torrent of shattered and ancient schematics. That is no ordinary blueprint. It is a three-dimensional structure imprinted directly upon the realm of consciousness through energy. The lines are composed of pure, dark golden radiance, intricate and complex to the point of inducing vertigo. A colossal gear mechanism intertwines, layer upon layer of nested energy matrices, an unfathomable dimensional folding engine, and a vast, mechanical fist constructed from countless dark golden geometries, seemingly capable of shattering stars with a single blow. The Gaboga core. It is forcefully breaching the firewall of Prometheus's fire. It is not merely reading textual files. It is violently extracting the highest-level conceptual designs, sealed away within the research plans of your. Regarding the energy applications of the Cosmic Cube, Space Gem, these fragmented blueprints are being recklessly dumped into his consciousness, akin to refuse. Through the link channel of Tony's left arm, Tony feels his fragile awareness, like a small boat in a tempest, instantly shattered by this relentless torrent of blueprints. Agonizing pain. A tearing sensation that transcends the corporeal, reaching into the very soul. Even more terrifying, as these fragments surge in, the dark golden lines on his left arm, previously frozen by the suppression field, erupt with renewed brilliance as if fueled by a fire. The grayish-white, frigid area spreads like a plague, racing across his collarbone, extending toward his neck and left chest. The circuits beneath his skin blaze with heat, each pulse accompanied by the excruciating sensation akin to metal grinding. Deep within his right pupil, golden data streams completely submerge human rationality, filling his vision with the frantically refreshing fragments of blueprints. External database link. Blueprint fragment reception and reorganization. Identification, compatibility of Space Gem application model. High. Core blueprint. Gaboga Fist missing modules under supplementation. Optimization process forcibly accelerated. The cold electronic voice of Gaboga announces within Tony's mind. It is utilizing Tony as a springboard and processor. It is employing the blueprints of Prometheus's fire to complete its own core blueprint, known as the Gaboga Fist. No, stop. Get out of my head. Tony screams in despair from the depths of his consciousness. He sees it. Amid the endless torrent of blueprint fragments, a colossal blueprint, repeatedly pieced together, gradually comes into focus. It is a complete, immense mechanical fist composed of pure, dark, golden energy. Energy ripples that tear through space swirl at the apex of the fist. Below the blueprint, marked in some frigid cosmic script, are the words, Ultimate Weapon, Gaboga Fist. Space Collapse Module. Conceptual Blueprint. The Gaboga Fist. It is the name he heard within the quantum vista. It is one of the ultimate weapons of the Gaboga core. It seeks to utilize the knowledge of the Space Gem to complete itself. Fury. It is seizing the blueprints. It is crafting a fist capable of shattering space. With the last vestiges of human willpower, Tony roars toward Fury, his voice fractured and filled with despair. Fury abruptly turns. An intense shock and murderous intent explode in his solitary eye. He understands now. The target of the Gaboga core is not the textual files at all. It is those long-buried weapon concept designs, potent enough to annihilate worlds. It sought to utilize Tony as a conduit and optimizer, completing its ultimate blueprint. Sever the connection. Physically sever it. Immediately, Fury shouted into the communicator, simultaneously drawing his Gauss pistol, the cold muzzle instantly aimed at Tony's left arm, which was wildly mutating and had already spread to his neck. In that moment, all notions of Stark Industries air and significant hostage lost their weight in the face of an apocalyptic threat. The link must be destroyed. Just as Fury was about to pull the trigger, boom, an unprecedented sound, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting, erupted from the adjacent room. The physical gate toward the observation chamber finally succumbed to the pressure. A massive hole, its edges flowing with molten metal, was forcefully breached. A tempest of chaotic energy and metal shards surged into the isolation chamber like a tsunami. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a figure slowly emerged from the breach. It was Leon Gabogia. He floated half a meter above the ground, his tattered hospital gown rustling in the energetic maelstrom. The incomplete mark on his chest radiated an unprecedented, stable, and pure dark golden light, akin to a burning miniature sun. A black crossbow bolt was extruded by an invisible force, clattering to the alloy floor. His eyes burned with a cold golden flame, piercing through the haze, like two tangible swords, instantly locking onto the writhing Tony on the platform and his left arm, which was imprisoned and wildly mutating. More precisely, it was the palm of Tony's grayish-white left hand that was targeted. There, above the fist that Tony clenched in agony, a small three-dimensional blueprint, composed of pure dark golden energy, incomplete, yet exuding terrifying spatial fluctuations, hovered like a holographic projection. At the core of the blueprint was the prototype of a colossal mechanical fist, seemingly capable of shattering stars. Countless streams of minuscule data surged from Tony's left arm into the blueprint, completing its final refinements and optimizations. The blueprint of Gabogia's fist. Under the torment of Tony's suffering, it was about to take shape. The inheritor Leon Gabogia spoke in a chilling voice once more. This time imbued with a sense of affirmation, blueprint received. He slowly raised his right hand, palm directed at the incomplete blueprint hovering above Tony's palm. A powerful suction force instantaneously emerged. Not a chance. Fury's eyes widened. The Gauss pistol swiftly aimed at Leon Gabogia, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 specially designed armor-piercing rounds, capable of tearing through tank armor, screamed toward Leon's head and chest. Buzz. Leon Gabogia did not even glance at the incoming bullets. A barrier, swirling with intricate dark golden patterns, materialized instantaneously. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The armor-piercing rounds, striking the barrier, met with an impenetrable wall, instantly twisting, deforming. They transformed into 3 pools of molten metallic droplets, entirely absorbed by the barrier. Meanwhile, that irresistible force had firmly grasped the fragmented blueprint suspended in Tony's palm. Tony felt as if his very soul was being wrenched from his arm by this overwhelming pull. The agony reached a crescendo. The grayish-white hue and dark golden patterns spreading across his left arm erupted in a blinding radiance, akin to burning wires. The excruciating pain of the blueprint being forcibly stripped away was more tormenting than the ripping of one's heart. Tony. Rhodes' voice thundered in conjunction with the sound of the hatch exploding. He had finally broken through the exterior barricade, crashing through the contorted door to rush inside. The hellish scene before him shattered his composure. Rhodes beheld the suspended mechanical deity, witnessed Fury firing his weapon, and saw Tony, whose left arm's dark golden patterns had spread to half of his neck, the skin beneath it ablaze, with a terrifying blueprint hovering above his gray-white hand. Without hesitation, Rhodes bellowed, raising his heavy pulse rifle to unleash a torrent of fire upon Leon Gaboga's back. Simultaneously, he lunged toward Tony on the platform. The rapid-fire bursts of blue energy collided violently with the invisible barrier behind Leon Gaboga, erupting in dazzling energy halos, though the defense remained unbreached. The sheer force of the impact caused Leon Gaboga's suspended form to waver momentarily. The force anchoring the blueprint experienced an exceedingly brief fluctuation. In that fleeting moment of disturbance, amidst the chaos and agony of the quantum realm, Tony detected a faint struggle emanating from the depths of Leon's consciousness. It was the ripple brought forth by the gentle rain. Under the torment of the forcibly extracted blueprint and the distraction of Rhodes' assault, Leon's human will surged upward like a survivor battling against the depths of the ocean. In that billionth of a second of struggle, the frenzied stream of blueprint data in Tony's right eye abruptly halted. An instinctual desire for absolute control over the blueprint, stemming from the essence of a master mechanic, fused with the last vestiges of his wish to protect Leon, erupted like a volcano. Mine. Tony let out a primal roar. It was not directed at Fury, nor at Rhodes, but at the suspended will of Gaboga. He ceased to resist the connection of his left arm, instead channeling all that remained of his will into that cold arm, which was transmitting the blueprint, like fuel. He sought to take control in reverse. He aimed to reclaim his creation. Buzz. The fragmented blueprint in Tony's palm suddenly radiated an unprecedented dark golden brilliance. Its form became exceedingly unstable in an instant. Countless data streams clashed and twisted in chaos. A tempestuous, chaotic mechanical will, bearing Tony's personal imprint, surged violently against Gaboga's frigid data stream. Blueprint interference. Core command conflict. Data integrity compromised. For the first time, the cold electronic voice conveyed a palpable sense of confusion and alarm. In Leon Gaboga's burning golden eyes, the data streams refreshed like a waterfall, momentarily stalling and descending into chaos. The suction in his palm abruptly diminished. Rhodes, take him away. Fury seized this rare opportunity and shouted furiously at Rhodes. Simultaneously, he forcefully pressed a hidden button on the console. Hiss. The ceiling of the isolation chamber instantly discharged a copious amount of ice blue, ultra-low temperature condensation gas, exuding an aura of absolute zero. It rapidly engulfed the entire chamber. Target, Leon Gaboga. Attempting to leverage the extreme low temperature to impede his energy activity, Rhodes dashed to the edge of the platform like a cheetah, exerting all his strength to sever the restraints binding Tony's right arm, hoisting him onto his shoulder. Tony's left arm hung limply, the incomplete, unstable diagram in his palm continuing to flicker wildly, resembling a bomb primed to detonate at any moment. Go. Rhodes, bearing Tony, sprinted towards the emergency evacuation passage on the opposite side of the isolation chamber without a glance back. Leon Gaboga paused momentarily amidst the ultra-low temperature mist, his golden eyes sweeping over the figure of Rhodes fleeing with Tony, before shifting to the distorted projection of the diagram in his palm, marred by interference. The chilling declaration echoed once more. Secondary node detached. Blueprint damaged 378. Threat level reassessed. Executing. Tracking protocol. He did not pursue. Instead, he gradually retracted his hand. The projection of the diagram in his palm vanished instantaneously. His burning golden gaze pierced through the encroaching ice-blue mist, once again locking onto Fury, who stood before the console as if facing a formidable adversary. The frigid voice of Prometheus's fire resonated like a judgment, a reckoning of costs. The moment the words fell, Leon Gaboga flickered like a poor signal before transforming into a stream of dark golden light, disregarding physical structure and instantaneously penetrating the alloy armor of the isolation chamber's ceiling. Vanishing into the intricate interior corridors of the celestial mothership, he sought to trace the origins of that long-buried secret. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, bearing the modified arm and the remnants of the Gaboga fist blueprint imbued with apocalyptic power, became the next secondary node he must reclaim. The alarms of the celestial mothership grew more anguished with the advent of a new intruder. Beneath the shadow of the Trident, a deadly hunt targeting the air and the ultimate blueprint had only just commenced. Chapter 20. The blueprint's retribution. The labyrinthine steel intestines of the celestial mothership had transformed into a hellish battleground of desperate flight. The piercing alarms morphed from mere background noise into a haunting tolling of doom, each shriek striking Tony's fraying nerves with brutal force. The frigid metallic corridors twisted and swayed before him, contorting into bizarre, surreal lines. With every jolt, the rigid sensation from Rhodes' shoulder blade felt like a blunted knife scraping repeatedly against the gray-white and dark golden patterns spreading across his left arm, inflicting bone-deep, chilling pain. The blueprint transmission channel, forcibly interrupted by the suppression field, resembled a blocked high-pressure pipeline, with violent energy and fragments of the unfinished diagram surging chaotically within his left arm, threatening to shatter his bones. Rod's voice shattered with agony as he urged, "Shut up. Conserve your strength." His tone was laced with heavy breaths and undeniable firmness. He bore Tony's weight, each step a monumental burden, sweat saturating his combat suit, dripping along the taut line of his jaw. This emergency passage was their sole escape route, yet fury would never relinquish them easily. Behind them, the resounding clang of heavy alloy gates fell one after another, producing a thunderous roar that sought to hinder their pursuers and sever their retreat. With a sudden crash, Rod slammed his shoulder against a thick fire door, forcing it open. Beyond lay a relatively spacious lateral maintenance corridor, illuminated by the cold beam of floodlights that swept from the corridor's end, casting the swirling dust into a haze reminiscent of boiling mist. Shield operatives. 3 o'clock. Crossfire. Rod's combat instincts ignited in an instant as he bellowed, thrusting Tony forcefully behind a pile of abandoned engineering crates. In the same motion, he rolled away like a cheetah. Almost immediately after Tony was shoved aside, a piercing hum tore through the air. Several azure high-energy pulse beams, radiating a searing heat, sliced through the very spot where Tony had just been. The beams struck the metallic walls and mechanical boxes, melting through them to create gaping holes, the edges of the metal dripping like wax. A wave of scorching air, laden with metallic vapor, surged toward them. 5 operatives clad in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s latest Leviathan exoskeleton armor, resembling titans of steel, obstructed the corridor's exit. Their heavy armor was adorned with blue ion streams at the joints, and the barrels of their specialized pulse rifles still radiated the warmth of recent discharge. The electronic eyes beneath their visors glowed with a chilling red light, firmly locking onto Tony, who was hidden behind cover, and Rod, who was evading. Target, Tony Stark, immediately cease resistance and surrender all anomalous items. Target, James Rhodes. Lower your weapon. This is your final warning. A cold, emotionless voice emanated from the loudspeaker. Rod leaned against the frigid alloy wall, gasping for breath, the muzzle of his heavy pulse rifle heating in his grasp. He cast a glance at the curled-up figure of Tony behind the cover. The latter's face was as pale as parchment, the grayish hue of his left arm creeping towards his collarbone. Beneath his skin, dark golden circuitry pulsed like molten lava, each flicker accompanied by Tony's suppressed, agonizing convulsions. His right hand clutched his left arm tightly, knuckles whitening as he fought to contain the violent backlash. Not a chance. Rod roared into the communicator, simultaneously thrusting himself forward with lightning speed, delivering precise short bursts from his pulse rifle towards the pursuers. Bang, bang, bang. The blue energy beams struck the chest armor of the foremost exoskeleton soldier, erupting in blinding sparks. The soldier staggered back, a charred dent appearing on his armor. Yet it remained unbreached. The Leviathan armor's defenses exceeded all expectations. Open fire. Prioritized target suppression, commanded the cold synthetic voice. A denser pulse of light cascaded down like a torrential downpour. Rhodes found himself firmly pinned behind the barricade, unable to lift his head. The alloy walls were riddled with holes, resembling a honeycomb. Scorching hot gases and molten metal debris splattered everywhere. Tony, think of something. Rhodes roared amid the explosions. Can't your arm create tin cans? Tony, curled behind a mechanical box, felt pain crashing over him like a tsunami. The quantum realm was in chaos, with fragmented blueprints and the cold will of the gauntlet stirring in his mind like countless steel blades. Rhodes' words struck through the turmoil like a lightning bolt. The blueprint for the Mark I tin can. The blueprint for the gauntlet. That fractured, raging blueprint was turning against him. A frenzied thought coiled around him like a venomous vine. If it could not be contained, then let it be unleashed. With that damned blueprint, forge ahead. Blast a path to survival, even if the cost was total consumption. Aya! Tony let out a roar that mingled pain with resolve. He no longer attempted to suppress the violent energy and fragments within his left arm. Instead, he poured all his remaining will into guiding that force toward the pale palm of his left hand, as if opening the floodgates to an impending deluge. Buzz! Tony's left hand shot up uncontrollably, palm facing upward, fingers splayed. A blinding dark golden light erupted like a miniature sun from his palm. Within the radiance, countless dark golden data streams and energy threads converged, weaving and constructing frantically. A fragmented yet suffocatingly oppressive dark golden energy structure instantly coalesced above Tony's palm. It was the projected blueprint of the gauntlet. But at this moment, it was no longer a cold, three-dimensional diagram. It was infused with wild energy, akin to a bullet ready to be fired. On the edge of the fist, minute black spatial fissures spread like a spider's web, annihilating and regenerating. A terrifying wave of power, capable of distorting reality, suddenly radiated outward from Tony. The air within the corridor thickened instantly. Time seemed to stretch. The incoming pulse beam slowed as if mired in mud. The 5 Leviathan soldiers blocking the passage found their electronic eyes beneath their masks engulfed by alarm's red light. The armor's built-in threat assessment system emitted a high-pitched wail of utmost urgency. The energy readings from the blueprint projection had surpassed their weapon system's limits. What in the world is that? Open fire. Disrupt him. The synthetic electronic voice quivered with palpable panic for the first time. 5 pulse rifles erupted with blinding blue light again. This time, it was a maximum power barrage. But it was too late. Tony, his right eye bloodshot, locked his gaze ahead, where, deep within his pupils, human madness intertwined momentarily with the cold logic of the gauntlet. Unified. Target, the exit of the corridor. Get out of the way. As Tony unleashed a beastly roar, the fragmented projection of the Gaboga blueprint above his palm surged forward as if imbued with life. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the sound of space being violently compressed and torn apart, a disconcerting hissing that sent chills down the spine. A colossal, ethereal fist formed of pure dark golden energy penetrated the space between Tony and the exit in an instant. The fist, though not a tangible entity, was far more terrifying than any physical object. It disregarded the laws of physics, appearing directly in the midst of 5 Leviathan soldiers. Where the fist shadow passed, the fabric of space collapsed silently as if it were fragile glass, obliterating everything in its wake. An absolute black passage, several meters in diameter and shimmering with dark golden energy at its edges, emerged. The 3 foremost Leviathan soldiers, along with their indomitable exoskeleton armor, were swallowed whole by the annihilating void before they could even react. There were no screams, no debris, like a pencil drawing erased by an eraser. They vanished completely from this dimension. The remaining 2 soldiers, paralyzed by fear in the face of this unfathomable attack, were left trembling. Pulses of light struck the edges of the obliterating passage, dissipating like a cow sinking into the sea. In terror, they began to retreat. Now, Rhodey, Tony bellowed, his body trembling violently as he forced the blueprint into action, the grayish hue of his left arm spreading like a tide towards his heart. The dark golden patterns searing his skin with a sizzling sound. His right eye was engulfed by a torrent of rapidly refreshing data. Without a moment's hesitation, Rhodey sprang forth from his cover like an arrow released from its bow, as the annihilation passage emerged and the enemy was instantaneously diminished, throwing their formation into chaos. He unleashed a barrage of fire from his pulse rifle at the surviving 2 soldiers, suppressing their counterattack. Simultaneously, he seized Tony's almost lifeless form, exerting every ounce of strength to drag him toward the shrinking passage, its edges flowing with dark golden energy. Grab me. Rhodey's voice sounded feeble amidst the piercing shriek of the rending space. With the last vestige of consciousness, Tony clutched Rhodey's arm tightly, allowing himself to be pulled into the heart of that chilling black passage. Cold, utterly frigid, as if their very souls were frozen. The sensation of weightlessness gripped them instantly. Before them, a kaleidoscope of colors rushed backward at breakneck speed. In their ears, the sound of space being forcibly traversed resembled the shattering of countless glasses. This was not a stable spatial passage. It was a highly unstable rift torn open by the backlash of the blueprint, a one-way ticket to an unknown abyss. Just as Tony's consciousness was on the brink of being utterly shredded by the chaotic currents of space. In that fleeting moment before being consumed by the aberration spreading from his left arm, the core will of the Gaboga, which he had been forcefully guiding, seemed to capture an exceedingly significant coordinate on the other side of the spatial rift. A stream of frigid data surged past, secondary node disengaged, tracking protocol initiated. Locking onto the carrier's native coordinates, New York's Queens, latitude 40, 7282, longitude 73, 7931. Immediately, a vivid fragment of imagery shattered through Tony's chaotic consciousness, like a lifeline. It was Leon, Gaboga, aboard the aerial mothership, and within the depths of his burning golden gaze, a fleeting vision emerged. A dilapidated, red brick apartment building with peeling walls. A rusted fire escape on the rooftop. A third-floor window adorned with a faded wind chime. Light rain. Leon's home. Gaby Yogaswal had pinpointed the deepest obsession of Leon's heart. It was determined to pursue him there. This coordinate information, akin to a lighthouse in darkness, instantaneously anchored Tony's waning awareness. Instinctively, he summoned his last reserves of strength, merging this coordinate with his vague conception of home, the cliffside villa in Malibu, forcefully embedding it into the palm of his hand, where the flawed blueprint sustaining the rift in space resided. Take me there. Buzz. The space rift quaked violently. The chaotic interplay of light and shadow transformed into order. A path, forcibly constructed of dark golden energy, exceedingly unstable yet unequivocally targeted, was briefly fixed at the quantum level. In the next moment, thud, thud, the biting cold and nauseating sensation of weightlessness abruptly vanished. In their place arose a hard, coarse texture and the acrid stench of refuse. Tony and Rhodey fell, akin to discarded fruit pits, crashing heavily onto a pile of foul-smelling black garbage bags. The tremendous impact momentarily clouded their vision, nearly rendering them unconscious. The frigid night wind swept in, mingling the city's characteristic clamor and exhaust fumes into their nostrils. Tony struggled to raise his head. The excruciating pain and alien sensation in his left arm had not dissipated but had intensified, becoming even colder and heavier due to the forced spatial rupture. His pale, left palm bore no trace of the flawed projection of the Gaby Yoga fist blueprint, leaving only a burning numbness beneath the skin and a faint scar from the spatial tear. Before his eyes lay a narrow, filthy alley. The peeling walls bore testament to neglect. The fire escape was corroded, and overhead, the urban night sky was sliced into thin lines by towering buildings, tainted by the glow of neon lights. In the distance, the wailing of police sirens and the drunken curses of a homeless man echoed faintly. Rhodey struggled to rise, warily surveying their surroundings, his pulse rifle now devoid of ammunition, its barrel twisted and deformed. Where on earth are we? Tony's gaze was fixated on the dilapidated red brick apartment building across the street. On the third floor, a window stood ajar, a rudimentary wind chime crafted from pull tabs swayed gently, producing a soft, tinkling sound in the night breeze. This perfectly matched the image that the Gaby Yoga core had locked onto within the quantum vista. Queens, New York. Leon's home. They had escaped. Yet, the pursuers were poised to tread the path of space and descend upon this place. The relentless backlash of the tumultuous blueprint embedded in Tony's left arm and the tracking protocol of Gaboga resembled a ticking time bomb. Chapter 21. Little Rain's Window. The frigid air of Queens, New York, in the dead of night was imbued with the scent of rust, cheap takeout containers, and the acrid odor of stray cat urine. Tony leaned heavily against Rhodey's shoulder. Each unsteady movement sent waves of excruciating pain radiating from the grayish-white area of his arm, extending to his collarbone. The dark golden circuitry beneath his skin glowed like a searing brand, emitting a faint, yet burning luminescence in the darkness, with each pulse accompanied by the residual numbness of spatial rifts and the erratic flickering of Gaboga's tracking coordinates. The tracking protocol locked onto the native signal strength of the carrier's coordinates. High. Secondary node energy disruption, spatial transition aftereffects. Physical distance, 73 meters. Vertical height, 2 floors. An icy electronic voice whispered like a persistent parasite at the fringes of Tony's chaotic consciousness. The target was perilously close. Gaboga could tear through the fabric of space at any moment. Tony, gathering every ounce of his strength, pointed towards the dark, musty staircase above them. The faint tinkling of wind chimes echoed in the desolate corridor from above, resembling ghostly whispers. That was the only coordinate for Leon's location. Rhodey gritted his teeth as sweat mingled with the grime on his face, stinging his eyes. He bore Tony's weight like a slowly awakening metal statue. Each step on the decaying wooden staircase emitted a disquieting groan. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. could seal off this neighborhood at any moment, and the threat looming above felt like the sword of Damocles. They had to hurry. Hold on, Tony. Rhodey roared as he forced open the fire door to the third floor. The hinges screeched in protest. The corridor was even narrower and more dilapidated. Large patches of plaster had crumbled away, revealing darkened bricks beneath. A few dim, motion sensor lights flickered to life in response to their intrusion, casting unsteady shadows reminiscent of a haunted realm. The air was thick with dust, the acrid scent of cheap disinfectant, and a faint, rusty tang of blood. Room 301. The cheap wooden door, its paint peeling and lock rusted, stood before them. No light seeped through the gap beneath the door. "Leon," Tony rasped, his voice barely echoing in the empty corridor, sounding alarmingly weak. There was no reply, only silence. Rhodey's heart sank. He hesitated no longer. He took a step back, gathered his strength, and delivered a powerful kick to the lock. Bang! A dull thud reverberated. The rotting lock shattered. The wooden door swung inward with a screech. The pale moonlight streamed through the half-open window adorned with a faded wind chime, casting long, twisted beams onto the floor. The room was small, revealing everything at a glance. A worn-out sofa, a chipped coffee table, and a cluttered bookshelf. The iron-like scent of blood intensified in the air. And in the very center of the room, on the floor, lay Leon, curled up. Like an abandoned, wounded cub, he wore a tattered hospital gown, stripped of its original color, which he had brought from the base. His body trembled slightly, ensnared in a state of unconscious self-preservation. The moonlight illuminated his pale, nearly translucent profile, casting deep shadows from his long eyelashes upon his closed eyelids. His breaths were so faint they were nearly imperceptible. The incomplete mark upon his chest lay dull and lifeless, save for a faint azure line of contamination and a more muted dark gold thread, resembling a slumbering serpent lurking beneath his skin. Most striking of all was the object he clutched tightly in his arms, a cheap, silver-gray metal frame. The glass of the frame had shattered into a spiderweb of cracks, its edges warped and distorted, as if it had endured a tremendous external force. Beneath the fractured glass lay a colored photograph, marred by dried, dark red blood that soaked nearly half of the image. In the photograph, a radiant Asian girl flashed a brilliant smile. She appeared to be 2 or 3 years older than Leon, her hair styled in a neat ponytail. Her crescent-shaped eyes playfully gesturing towards the camera, with a bustling amusement park as the backdrop. Her beaming smile radiated warmth and vitality, starkly contrasting with the hellish bloodstains that now marred the frame. The blood had dried and darkened, viscously smeared across the girl's smiling face in the photograph, as well as on Leon's fingers, which clung to the frame, similarly stained. Xiaoyu. Tony's breath came to an abrupt halt. In the quantum realm, the cold tracking coordinates of the Gaboga core flickered with frenzied intensity. Yet, at this moment, a more tumultuous surge arose from the depths of Tony Stark's humanity. The girl's defiant, brilliant smile, tarnished by blood, seared into his soul like a red-hot branding iron. The name Leon called out in his unconscious state. The phantom of his tears in the quantum realm. The anchor point he struggled against in the icy grip of Gaboga. What a tragic scene it was. Xiaoyu. Tony's voice rasped as though it were sandpaper scraping against flesh. He broke free from Rhodey's support, staggering forward. The agony in his right leg and the chill in his left arm seemingly numbed by the overwhelming impact. Rhodey also caught sight of the photograph and the bloodstains, his expression instantly darkening. He swiftly scanned the room, noting the overturned chairs, scattered cheap toy parts, and a dark red mark in the corner, hastily wiped clean, evidence of violence. Was it the Ten Rings? Had they abducted Xiaoyu? Were they using her to threaten Leon? Tony, be careful. Rhodey's warning suddenly erupted. Buzz. A chilling, tempestuous wave of terrifying energy, imbued with an absolute will to dominate space, erupted without warning within the confined room. The source was Leon, curled upon the floor. The mark upon his chest, once dim, erupted in a blinding dark gold radiance. The light flowed as if alive, swiftly enveloping the azure contamination line. The blood-stained metal frame he held seemed to respond to some unseen call, violently breaking free from Leon's unconscious grasp and levitating into the air. The frame spun wildly in a dark golden radiance, disassembling and reassembling. The shattered glass transformed into powder, while the distorted metallic frame appeared to be reshaped by an invisible hand. In merely half a second, a cold cube beacon, composed entirely of pure dark golden energy, with edges shimmering with ripples of space, floated above Leon's chest. An unseen force lifted Leon's body, suspending him half a meter above the ground. His tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. Within the depths of his pupils blazed a pure, frigid flame, reminiscent of molten gold. The will of Gaboga had descended once more. Yet this time, within the chilling golden fire, there seemed to linger a hint of an exceedingly subtle, illogical fluctuation, stimulated by blood-stained photographs. Xiaoyu emitted a cold, monotonous sound, akin to the synthetic noise of metal grinding, from the floating Leon, Gaboga. His burning golden eyes fixated intently on the dark golden cube beacon, which had been reformed from the frame. Countless minute and intricately complex spatial coordinate runes, outlined by blood, were flashing wildly, reconfiguring and deciphering on the beacon's surface. It was scanning for Xiaoyu's location. It was tracing the spatial traces left by the murderer who had taken Xiaoyu. No. Tony's eyes widened in despair. What would Gaboga do upon finding Xiaoyu? Would he attempt to save him in that cold manner? Or was something even more terrifying to come? No longer hesitating, he dragged his cold, heavy left arm and lunged toward the floating Leon, Gaboga. His aim was the dark golden beacon that was deciphering Xiaoyu's coordinates. Tony, don't go over there, Rhodes shouted in horror, wishing to intervene but arriving just a moment too late. At the precise moment Tony was about to leap to the beacon, a thunderous explosion erupted. The dilapidated wooden door of room 301, which Rhodes had kicked open, along with the surrounding walls, was shattered to pieces by a violent force. Wood splinters, bricks, and dust erupted like shrapnel. Amidst the swirling smoke and debris, 3 figures surged in like phantoms, clad entirely in deep gray tactical suits. Their faces obscured by black metallic masks, and adorned with wrist guards embedded with chilling blue gemstones radiating cold spatial waves. The Ten Rings Gang. Elite assassins. They had tracked them down here. The target was evidently either Leon or rather, the heart of Gaboga. The leading masked figure instantly locked onto the floating Leon, Gaboga, who was deciphering the beacon, as well as Tony, who was lunging toward it. The blue light from the wrist guard flared intensely. Interfere with the beacon. Seize the host. A hoarse metallic voice echoed. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 beams of eerie blue energy shot, not toward Leon or Tony, but precisely toward the suspended dark golden beacon. The beams contained potent spatial interference and corrosive energy, clearly aimed at disrupting the beacon's decoding process. Meanwhile, another masked figure flicked his wrist, unleashing a chain composed of ethereal blue energy, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, which shot forth like a venomous serpent towards the suspended Leon, Japoka. The chain's tip, armed with a high-frequency oscillating energy blade, aimed directly at the mark upon his chest. Seeking destruction, Rod roared defiantly. Despite having lost his primary weapon, his combat instincts propelled him to seize a nearby, overturned wooden chair, hurling it toward the chain-wielding masked assailant with the force of a javelin. Simultaneously, he lunged towards the nearest cover, a tattered sofa. Confronted with this dual threat, the suspended Leon, Japoka, experienced a torrent of data flowing through his burning golden eyes. External threat, 10 Commandments Gang Elimination Unit, interference level, high, priority directive, coordinate analysis. He disregarded the approaching ethereal blue chain, manifesting a barrier adorned with intricate dark gold patterns around his form in an instant. With a resounding clash, the ethereal blue chain struck the barrier, the oscillating energy blade grinding against the dark gold patterns, igniting a flurry of blinding energy sparks. The chain was deflected, yet the barrier quivered violently in response. Meanwhile, the 2 ethereal blue interference beams penetrated the barrier without hindrance, seemingly unaffected by Japoka's defenses against physical and energy attacks, and collided forcefully with the dark gold beacon. Buzz. The dark gold beacon trembled violently, its surface flashing erratically as the spatial coordinate runes became chaotically disordered. The analysis process was abruptly interrupted. A muffled groan, tinged with electronic distortion, escaped from the suspended Leon, Japoka, as the brilliance of the mark upon his chest flickered unsteadily. Clearly, the beacon was being interfered with, resulting in a backlash against his analytical process. At that moment, Tony had already lunged beneath the beacon, with unwavering determination. His right hand reached out fiercely towards the trembling dark gold cube. Not a chance. The leading masked figure scoffed, his wrist guard glowing blue once more. A condensed spatial blade formed instantaneously, slicing through the air to sever Tony's outstretched right arm. The speed was unprecedented. Tony's pupils dilated in alarm. He had expended all his strength in this desperate lunge, leaving no time to evade. Just as the spatial blade, capable of severing alloys, was about to cleave his arm, an unexpected surge occurred. Virum, his left arm, tormented by pain and cold, reacted as if threatened by a lethal force, or perhaps drawn by the imminent presence of Japoka's will and spatial energy. It erupted uncontrollably in a blaze of dark gold radiance. The luminous circuitry beneath his skin ignited like a burning fuse, rapidly spreading across his left shoulder and half of his chest. A tempestuous, chaotic energy, imbued with the essence of spatial rift, erupted from his grasping left hand with tremendous force. The target was not the spatial blade, nor the masked figure, but rather the violently trembling dark gold beacon. Boom! A tumultuous surge of energy, a chaotic blend of dark gold and deep blue, violently collided with the dark gold beacon. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the spine-chilling sound of space being forcibly torn asunder. The dark gold beacon twisted and contorted, as if cast into the surface of a disturbed pond. An irregular fissure, coursing with chaotic energy, was abruptly rent open around the beacon's center. A powerful suction erupted instantaneously. Tony, positioned closest, was the first to be ensnared. His body was uncontrollably drawn towards the fissure. He reached for the beacon with his right hand, his fingertips nearly grazing the icy, chaotic edge of the rift. "Tony!" Rhodey cried out in alarm, leaping from behind the sofa in a desperate attempt to grasp him. Meanwhile, the space blade aimed at Tony and the masked figure who unleashed it were similarly caught in the unexpected pull of the rift. The trajectory of the space blade veered, crashing violently into the neighboring wall, leaving a horrific gash nearly half a meter deep. The masked figure stumbled. Luan, suspended in midair, with his golden eyes ablaze, fixated intently on the violently torn fissure and the chaotic fragments of information emanating from it, belonging to the coordinates of Little Rain. For the first time, his cold electronic voice bore a distinct tone of fury. Coordinates compromised. External interference unforgivable. Executing, eradication. No longer regarding the beacon. His burning gaze locked onto the three assassins of the Ten Commandments. A far colder and more terrifying destructive energy began to coalesce in his palm. Meanwhile, Tony found half his body ensnared within the tumultuous rift. Inside, a kaleidoscope of bizarre colors swirled like a monstrous maw ready to devour. The excruciating pain and sense of alienation in his left arm peaked under the tumult of the chaotic energies. His vision began to be consumed by a frenzied flow of data. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of complete dissolution, his right hand, torn by the chaotic currents, fortuitously brushed against the already twisted fragment of the dark gold beacon at the edge of the rift. With a crackle, a faint yet clear fragment of intent surged forth, mingled with the scent of blood and the desperate cries of Little Rain, piercing through Tony's crumbling consciousness like an electric shock. "Brother, save me. They are at the old shipyard by the docks." Chapter 22. Blood rain at the docks. Frigid raindrops fell like a relentless barrage of steel needles, striking Tony's face and extinguishing the burning agony in his left arm, only to replace it with a deeper, marrow-chilling cold. He was forcefully dragged away from the rift's grasp by Rhodey, and both tumbled heavily onto the disheveled floor of room 301, splashing a mixture of wood shavings and dust. Tony coughed violently, each breath laced with the metallic taste of blood and the pain of his torn lungs. The lingering touch of the dark gold beacon fragment was a chilling reminder, along with the haunting cry that pierced his very soul. "Brother, save me. They are at the old shipyard by the docks." The docks. The old shipyard. In the dimly lit old shipyard of the dock, Tony struggled to prop himself up, raindrops cascading down his hair and into his eyes, blurring his vision. He pointed towards the torrential downpour outside, his voice hoarse and fragmented, yet imbued with undeniable urgency. Rhodey wiped the rain and blood from his face, his gaze sharp as a blade. Outside the apartment, the wail of sirens grew ever closer, the response from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the NYPD exceeded all expectations. Time was running out. He cast a glance at Leon, suspended in the room's center. Caught in a momentary energy disruption due to the destruction of the beacon, his golden eyes flickering erratically, then down at the blood-stained shattered frame on the floor. They had to take Leon with them. He was the sole lead to find Tony and the key to preventing Gaboga from completely losing control. "Go," Rhodey bellowed. No longer hesitating, he charged towards the half-open window adorned with a faded wind chime, like a furious rhinoceros. Crash! The fragile wooden frame shattered. The frigid wind surged in, accompanied by the icy rain. Rhodey used his shoulder to force open a larger opening in the window frame, splintered wood tearing through his combat suit. He turned back, hoisting the unconscious Leon, who had succumbed to unconsciousness once more due to Gaboga's influence, like lifting a heavy sack of sand. "Tony, keep up." Rhodey's voice shattered in the storm. Gritting his teeth, Tony, with his cold, heavy left arm, its dark golden patterns exuding an eerie steam in the rain, struggled to push himself toward the window. The jagged edges of the broken frame tore into his arm. Blood, a thick, grayish hue with dark golden glimmers, spilling forth. With one carrying and the other dragging, they leaped from the third floor through the broken window. Splash! The icy water enveloped them up to their knees. The streets of Queens were deserted in the dead of night, save for the torrential rain that created countless bubbling pools on the filthy pavement. In the distance, the red and blue lights of the sirens flickered and distorted through the curtain of rain, rapidly approaching. This way, relying on his hazy memory and the instinctual knowledge of a wealthy city dweller navigating the impoverished terrain, Tony pointed towards a narrow alley piled high with garbage, where the pungent scent of fish and rust mingled in the air. and the distant sound of water lapping against the riverbank and the low horn of a cargo ship could be faintly heard. The dock area. Rhodey, carrying Leon like a tank forging a path, sprinted through the waterlogged alley. Tony followed closely, the pain in his left leg and the cold alien sensation in his left arm temporarily subdued by the will to survive and the urgent desire to find Tony. The icy rain washed over Leon's pale face. The mark on his chest barely visible beneath his soaked hospital gown, dim and lifeless, save for the faintly pulsing azure line of contamination, which seemed to flicker slightly beneath the rain's relentless touch. External conditions: high humidity, low temperature, slight increase in contaminant activity, core carrier in deep dormancy. A chilling electronic voice brushed against the edges of Tony's chaotic consciousness, sending a shiver down his spine. Would the rain stimulate the contamination? The end of the alley opened up unexpectedly. Before him lay the freight terminal of Queens, shrouded in torrential rain and dense fog. Towering, rust-covered gantry cranes loomed like the skeletal remains of ancient beasts, silently standing under the dim glow of floodlights. Corroded containers were haphazardly stacked like building blocks, forming a labyrinthine jungle of steel. The slick ground was awash with a mixture of black oil and rainwater. The air was thick with a nauseating amalgam of rust, brine, diesel, and decaying matter. In the distance, the murky waters of the East River surged tumultuously in the downpour, crashing against the concrete embankment with a dull roar. The old shipyard. The massive silhouette of the long-abandoned dry dock emerged intermittently through the curtain of rain, resembling a gaping maw ready to devour. "Where's the old shipyard?" Rod gasped for breath, scanning the ghostly dock with vigilance. Visibility was severely hindered by the relentless rain, and the abandoned container yard resembled a vast graveyard. Fraught with peril, Tony forced himself to remain composed, droplets cascading down his chin. He closed his right eye, attempting to block out the chilling connection emanating from his left arm and the erratic flickering of the Gauss tracking coordinates within his quantum vision. The cries of the rain and the phrase "old shipyard" echoed repeatedly in his mind. The largest dry dock of the old shipyard. It contained enclosed spaces and abandoned machinery, making it an ideal location to hide hostages. The dry dock, the largest one. Tony pointed towards the dark silhouette deep within the rain curtain. Just then, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several azure beams of high energy, without warning, tore through the heavy curtain of rain, emanating a searing heat as they intersected from the tops of containers in various directions. The target was precisely Rod, who was carrying Leon. A trap. Be careful. Tony's pupils constricted sharply as he roared a warning. Rod's combat instincts saved him. In the instant the beams ignited, he forcefully hurled Leon into a nearby puddle. Simultaneously, he dove like a cheetah behind the chassis of an abandoned forklift. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The azure beams grazed Rod's back, striking the waterlogged ground and instantly evaporating into a billowing cloud of acrid white steam. The ground was gouged with several deep craters. Leon's body crashed heavily into the murky puddle, splashing water everywhere. The frigid, contaminated water quickly soaked through his thin hospital gown. Target suppression. Priority to recover the carrier. A hoarse, metallic voice echoed from the depths of the rain, unmistakably the voice of the leader of the 10 Commandments gang from the apartment. Them again. Relentless phantoms. Several deep gray figures descended like specters from the tops of the containers, landing on the slick ground and splashing water. They wore black metallic masks that obscured their faces, with azure gemstones flickering on their wrist guards. 5 of them. They swiftly closed in, forming a fan-shaped formation, moving silently and fluidly like weightless phantoms. Rod found himself pinned behind the forklift chassis, unarmed except for a rusty pipe wrench he had brought from the apartment. He cast a glance at the silent Leon in the puddle, then turned his gaze towards Tony, who was barricaded behind a few oil drums not far away. His eyes filled with a despairing fury. A masked figure hastened towards Leon in the puddle, the blue glow emanating from his wrist guards indicating an intention to forcibly take him away. "Don't touch him," Tony shouted, peering out from behind the oil drums. His left arm, enveloped in dark golden steam, instinctively raised with his palm directed at the masked man. Yet, the violent backlash of blueprints and the wounds of spatial rifts within his left arm, exacerbated by the torrential rain, surged like boiling magma, rendering him incapable of precise control. An extremely unstable pulse of energy, a chaotic blend of dark gold and ethereal blue, shot forth like a wild beast, veering erratically towards its target. The masked man reacted swiftly, sidestepping the oncoming threat. Boom. The energy pulse struck a stacked container behind him, instantly melting through a hole the size of a basin, the edges of the metal dripping like molten butter. The power was astounding, yet utterly imprecise. Target energy is out of control. Prioritize neutralizing the threat. The leader of the masked figures ordered coldly. In an instant, two masked figures pivoted their weapons, ethereal blue energy beams coiling like venomous serpents, effectively sealing off Tony's hiding spot. Tony was firmly pinned behind the oil drums, the searing beams striking the barrels with a chilling hiss, causing their surfaces to rapidly redden and warp. The intense pain and coldness in his left arm threatened to devour his sanity. By the puddle, the masked man had bent down, his icy hand reaching for the unconscious Leon. Just as his fingers were about to touch Leon's drenched clothing, an abrupt transformation occurred. The previously comatose Leon, beneath the relentless rain and the dual stimulation from the masked man's blue energy, emitted an unprecedented, blinding dark golden radiance. This light instantaneously suppressed the ethereal blue taint, akin to a blazing sun. Even more terrifying, Leon's tightly shut eyes flung open. Within the depths of his pupils, the structure of a human eye was utterly absent. Instead, two pure, cold flames burned fiercely, reminiscent of molten gold. There were no whites. Only a golden abyss ablaze with an inhuman well. A terrifying pressure, far more violent and frigid than before, emanated from him, imbued with an absolute intent of annihilation, exploding outward like an invisible tsunami. Boom! The nearest masked man bore the brunt of this force, as if struck by an invisible hammer weighing tons. His dark, gray tactical suit was instantly shredded into tatters. He could not even emit a scream, being violently hurled away like a discarded sack. His body twisted and contorted mid-air, blood and internal fragments erupting from his mouth and nose. He ultimately crashed heavily onto a container dozens of meters away, producing a gut-wrenching thud before sliding to the ground like a broken doll, devoid of life. This sudden upheaval rendered all assailants motionless, as if the torrential rain itself had momentarily paused in astonishment. Suspended above half a meter of stagnant water, not merely buoyed by the dreadful force field, Leon, Gibaga, slowly rotated his fiery golden gaze, surveying the remaining four masked figures encircling him, glancing at the astonished Rod behind the forklift, and ultimately resting his penetrating gaze on the horrified Tony, who was concealed behind an oil barrel. A frigid, unyielding metallic synthetic voice pierced through the roaring tempest, resonating deep within the souls of all present. Threat confirmed. Elimination unit of the Ten Commandments gang. Pollution Source Association. High. Execution. Ultimate Purification Protocol. Ultimate Purification. In the instant the proclamation resonated, Leon, Gibaga, inclined his suspended form slightly forward. He gradually raised his right hand, fingers splayed, palm directed toward the two nearest masked figures. Buzz. Without any forewarning, the space surrounding Leon's palm abruptly collapsed inward, forming a visibly swirling miniature black hole, its edges flowing with dark golden energy turbulence. The terrifying suction erupted instantaneously. Rainwater, air, the oily stagnant water on the ground, even light, were frantically drawn in and devoured by the miniature black hole. The two masked figures at the forefront barely had time to emit a short gasp before being ensnared by the irresistible pull. They were akin to leaves caught in a vortex, their bodies grotesquely distorted and elongated by an unseen force. The azure gems on their wristbands flickered desperately, attempting to deploy a spatial shield, yet the shield shattered like a soap bubble before the black hole's absolute gravitational force. Sizzle. The jarring sound of flesh being forcibly torn apart echoed. The two formidable elite assassins of the Ten Commandments gang, along with their wristbands and equipment, were instantaneously ground to dust, disintegrating into the most fundamental streams of particles, utterly consumed. Only two rapidly dissipating, thick dark red stains remained, swiftly washed away by the rain. An absolute, efficient, and cold annihilation. The remaining two masked figures, including their leader, turned pale beneath their masks. They retreated in terror, their wristbands flashing blue light, seemingly preparing for some form of spatial leap to escape. Monster. For the first time, a tremor of panic laced the voice of the leader among the masked figures. Rod, hidden behind the forklift, and Tony, concealed behind the oil barrel, were equally shaken to their cores by this incomprehensible horror. This was not a battle. It was the slaughter of ants by a deity. Leon, Gibaga, with his burning golden eyes akin to the scythe of death, instantly locked onto the retreating duo. He raised his hand once more. At that moment, Leon, stop. Xiaoyu is still alive. She is inside. Tony suddenly sprang up from behind the oil barrel, disregarding the peril of being exposed to gunfire, and shouted with all his might. He pointed his left arm, which was enveloped in dark golden steam and resonating with Gibaga's will, forcefully toward the depths of the rain curtain, where an abandoned dry dock loomed like the maw of a colossal beast. He possessed no evidence. Only Xiao Yu's desperate cry about the old shipyard at the docks and an instinctive gamble. She awaits you. Do not allow it to control you. Rod's roar echoed simultaneously. The two characters Xiao Yu were akin to two molten bullets plunged into an absolute zero icy lake. The suspended Leon, Jipoj, momentarily hesitated, his hand poised to unleash a devastating assault once more. Deep within his burning golden eyes, a frigid torrent of data streams suddenly surged with violent fluctuations and conflicts. A thread of exquisite anguish and bewilderment, belonging to Leon, emerged laboriously from the golden icy depths, reminiscent of a sunken ship's wreckage. The mark upon his chest, radiating a destructive brilliance, became alarmingly unstable in an instant. Dark gold and ethereal blue light intertwined chaotically, obliterating all in their path. A conflict of core directives ensued. Emotional modules oscillated erratically as external information verification echoed in Tony and Rod's minds, filled with unprecedented chaos and piercing alarms. Now is the moment. Strike. The masked leader of the Ten Rings seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, his voice laced with reckless abandon. He and his remaining companions saw their wrist guards flare with luminous blue light to their utmost. No longer retreating, they lunged forward like moths drawn to a flame, diving toward the temporarily disoriented Leon, Jipoj. The ethereal blue gemstones embedded in their wrist guards erupted with blinding brilliance. Two beams of condensed, potent blue light, imbued with formidable spatial confinement and corrosive power, shot forth like poison javelins, aimed directly at the unstable core of Leon's radiant mark. The intention was not to kill, but to forcibly inject pollution, to utterly detonate the Jipoj core, or to seize control amid the chaos. No. Tony and Rod's cries were drowned by the torrential downpour. The ethereal blue beams approached in an instant. Leon, Jipoj, appeared ensnared in a web of logical conflict, the destructive force field surrounding him becoming alarmingly thin. Just as the lethal polluted beams were about to strike, in a moment of peril, within Leon's burning golden eyes, the flicker of pain and confusion was swiftly supplanted by a deeper, primal fear rooted in his very soul, a fear of losing Xiao Yu. This fear, akin to the final straw that breaks the camel's back, ignited a latent ultimate defense mechanism deep within the Jipoj core, a manifestation of the Protector's most profound obsession. Buzz. A wave of spatial fluctuations, far more terrifying and pure than previous micro-black holes, erupted abruptly with Leon, Jipoj, as its epicenter. There was no suction, only repulsion, absolute repulsion, like the release of a singularity at the moment of the universe's inception. Boom. Centered upon Leon, within a radius of 50 meters. The very fabric of space was thrust outward as if by an invisible giant hand. Time seemed to momentarily freeze. And then, uft, two masked members of the Ten Commandments gang surged forward, only to collide with an impenetrable wall that defied the laws of physics. Their emitted beams of eerie blue pollution were instantly obliterated. Their bodies, along with their heavy tactical gear, masks, and wrist guards, were crushed in a fraction of a second by an unimaginable force, akin to cans being crushed in a hydraulic press. They exploded into two grotesque clouds of thick, sanguine mist, mingling metallic shards with flesh and bone. This chaotic amalgamation was swiftly dispersed by a violent spatial repulsion, vanishing into the torrential downpour, leaving not a trace behind. It was an absolute and thorough obliteration at the material level. The aftermath of the spatial repulsion crashed into Tony and Rhodey like an invisible tidal wave. They were struck as if by a high-speed train, blood spewing from their mouths, their bodies hurtling backward like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily onto the slick, cold docks several meters away, their vision fading to black as they nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. At the epicenter of the explosion, Leon, Gayboga, descended slowly, his body floating down until his feet made contact with the waterlogged dock once more. The radiant imprint of his ultimate strike dimmed abruptly, as though drained of energy. The golden flames flickering in his eyes extinguished gradually, reverting to a hollow, dark brown. He swayed slightly before toppling backward, plunging once again into unconsciousness. The torrential rain continued to pour, washing away the quickly fading crimson stains on the dock, cleansing the scene where Tony and Rhodey lay, incapacitated like ragdolls. An oppressive silence enveloped the area, broken only by the sound of rain and the roar of the river crashing against the shore. Tony struggled to lift his head, the mingling of rainwater and blood blurring his vision. He gazed toward the direction where Leon had fallen, then toward the depths of the rain curtain, where a silent, monstrous abandoned dry dock lay in wait. Gayboga's ultimate defense had been triggered. If Little Rain was still alive, she must be inside. With every ounce of strength, Tony dragged his cold, heavy left arm, its skin searing from the recent spatial resonance, as he painstakingly crawled toward Leon. Unbeknownst to them, high above in the shadow of the rusted gantry crane, a silent, cloaked Quinjet emblazoned with the S-H-I-E-L-D emblem hovered, transmitting every detail of the unfolding scene below to the distant command bridge of a celestial mothership. Fury's single eye remained fixated on the unconscious Leon and the ominous, flickering left arm inching closer to him. His fingers unconsciously tapped rhythmically against the cold edge of the control panel. The storm had momentarily subsided, yet the lair of the beast loomed ahead, with the key to awakening it firmly grasped in the hands of a half-human, half-machine captive. Chapter 23. The muddy key-chilling rain mercilessly washed over Tony's cheek, mingling with the salty, metallic taste of blood in his mouth. Each breath drew excruciating pain from his fractured ribs. He resembled a fish stranded on a mud flat, laboriously propping himself up with his elbows as he crawled across the slick, filthy dock. His goal lay several meters ahead, where Leon lay unconscious once more in a murky puddle. The left arm, exuding dark golden steam and searing with bizarre patterns beneath the skin, felt akin to a heavy lead weight that did not belong to him. Each movement brought forth a pain akin to tearing. More dreadfully, as he drew closer to Leon, it felt as though countless icy steel needles were stabbing deep within that arm, resonating with the fading mark on Leon's chest in a disquieting symphony. The dark golden patterns beneath his skin writhed as if alive, greedily siphoning the remnants of the chaotic spatial energy left behind by the explosive ultimate defense of Gaboga. The external energy's residual absorption strained the carrier's link, its intensity waning, while the source of contamination lay silent. Cold electronic fragments uncontrollably coursed through Tony's chaotic consciousness. This damned connection. He clenched his teeth, forcefully suppressing those inhuman sounds. Tony! Rhodey's hoarse shout echoed from nearby. He was in slightly better shape than Tony, struggling to rise to a half-kneel, wiping away the blood and rain from his face, and scanning the rain-soaked dock warily. The terror left in the wake of that inhuman, overwhelming massacre still lingered, the air thick with the scent of blood and the acrid odor of particle decomposition, though dulled by the downpour. The lifeless body sprawled on the distant container spoke silently of the horror of Gaboga's will. "I'm fine," Tony rasped in response, finally managing to crawl to Leon's side. The boy lay in a murky puddle, his thin hospital gown clinging to him, his complexion pale as death. The mark on his chest reduced to a faint dark golden outline, the ethereal blue line of contamination nearly invisible, as if that cataclysmic strike had drained all energy. Tony extended his trembling right hand towards Leon's carotid artery. A weak pulse throbbed beneath the cold skin. He was still alive. Relief washed over Tony, swiftly ensnared again by a profound urgency. Little Rain is still inside. Rhodey, help me." Tony attempted to support Leon with his still functioning right hand, but the excruciating pain and weight of his left arm rendered him powerless. Rhodey staggered over, each step accompanied by a stabbing pain in his ribs. He cast a glance at the unconscious Leon, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions, fear, regret, but more so a resolute determination to utilize this key to save him. He bent down, slipping his uninjured left arm beneath Leon's armpit, trying to lift him. In that instant, as Rhodey's fingers made contact with Leon's cold body, Tony's strange left arm abruptly trembled. The dark golden patterns beneath the skin flared to life, glowing like a heated branding iron. A fragment of cold, violent intent surged through the invisible link, piercing Tony's mind with the force of a high-voltage shock. External contact. Threat level, low. Carrier status, deep sleep, core energy depleted. Defense protocol unable to activate. Recommendation, eliminate potential interference. Ugh. Tony let out a muffled grunt, darkness enveloping his vision as his left hand spasmed uncontrollably, fingers clenching tightly, nails digging deep into his palm, oozing a viscous, grayish blood. "Tony!" Rhodes exclaimed, instinctively attempting to release Leon. "No, don't let go." Tony managed to force out a few words through clenched teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his right eye fixed intently on Rhodes. "It's this damned arm. It's warning me not to let anyone touch Leon, but you must. Take him away. He is the key, the only key." Rhodes, witnessing the agony etched on Tony's contorted face and the ominous aura emanating from his arm, gritted his teeth. Instead of loosening his grip, he steadied Leon more firmly. "Let it warn us. To save Xiaoyu, we must rely on him," he bellowed, nearly dragging Leon to his feet. Tony fought against the tearing pain radiating from his left arm and the piercing alarms in his mind, pushing himself up with his right hand, unsteadily rising. "Go." To the dry dock. The two men, one dragging and the other supporting, bore the unconscious Leon like three wounded soldiers clawing their way out of a hellish mire. Trudging toward the vast, gaping entrance of the abandoned dry dock, obscured by the curtain of rain. Each step plunged them deeper into muck and oil, splattering filthy water around them. The torrential rain lashed against their bodies, its chill biting. The entrance of the forsaken dry dock resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. The massive steel gates, long corroded and warped, stood half open, revealing an abyss of impenetrable darkness beyond. A heavy scent of rust, the briny tang of seawater, and an indescribable stench of decayed oil and organic matter surged forth from the depths, suffocating them. Rhodes halted before the gate, vigilantly scanning the piles of discarded mechanical parts and twisted steel plates flanking the entrance. Tony, dragging his heavy left arm, gasped for breath. His right eye fixated on the light-devouring darkness. Within the depths of his left arm, the chilling sense of connection intensified as they neared the entrance, accompanied by a faint, directional yearning, as if something in the obscurity beckoned to his tainted limb. "Is there an ambush?" Rhodes whispered, his voice sounding diminutive in the vastness of the entrance. Tony forced himself to disregard the strange sensations in his left arm, straining to listen. Aside from the thunderous rain battering the steel and the distant rush of the river, there was only silence. Yet, the ominous foreboding in his heart grew stronger. The 10 rings must have laid a trap here, waiting for Leon, or rather, for Gaboja, to take the bait. They could not be without a backup plan. "Be cautious, there's definitely trouble." Tony's voice was dry, as if to validate his warning. Just at the moment of their hesitation, whoosh, 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 3 azure beams of light, without warning, shot forth from the shadows of the towering, rusted metal supports flanking the dry dock entrance. They were not aimed at the individuals, but precisely struck the slick ground before the trio. Sizzle. The scorching beams instantaneously vaporized the standing water, sending plumes of white steam billowing upward, the melting asphalt releasing a pungent, charred aroma. 3 searing scorch marks, akin to burning barricades, obstructed their path. "Stand down. Step back. Otherwise, the next target will be your heads." An emotionless command, processed through electronic modulation, emanated from above. A shadowy figure, resembling a chameleon merging with the darkness, clung to the towering metallic support, the muzzle of its energy weapon flickering with a ghostly blue light, locking onto the 3 individuals below. Not just one. Out of the corner of Tony's eye, he caught sight of at least 2 more lurking figures in the shadows on the opposite side of the entrance. Indeed, an ambush. They occupied a position of absolute advantage. In an instant, Rhodey positioned his body to shield Elon from Tony, casting a sharp gaze upward. Tony abruptly raised his left arm, wreathed in dark golden steam, aiming towards the source of the voice. However, he was acutely aware that in his current state, whether the uncontrolled energy pulse would hit its mark was one concern. But more likely, it would send both himself and Rhodey flying. "Where's Xiaoyu?" Tony bellowed, rain cascading down his chin. "Release her. You want Elon." "The vessel must be recovered," came the unyielding voice from above. "As for that girl, she is both bait and insurance. Surrender the vessel, and you may leave with her. Resist, and you will die. Bait and insurance." Tony's heart sank. This implied that Xiaoyu was likely still alive, yet in a perilously precarious situation. "You won't get her." Rhodey roared, tightening his grip around Elon's unconscious form. A stalemate ensued. In the frigid downpour, the 3 parties found themselves in a deadlock. The gunmen of the 10 Rings gang held the high ground, enjoying their advantageous position. Tony and Rhodey, cradling the unconscious Elon, resembled prisoners bearing a bomb. Caught in a dilemma, each breath was laden with the scent of gunpowder. Just then, Elon, who had remained unconscious, suddenly trembled ever so slightly. Rhodey, supporting him, was the first to notice. Following this, beneath Elon's tightly shut eyelids, his eyeballs began to move erratically. His pale lips wordlessly parted and closed, as if enduring immense agony, or perhaps silently screaming. Tony noticed as well. The connection between his left arm and Elon surged like ripples across a lake disturbed by a thrown stone. No longer a cold warning, but an overwhelming surge of fear and sorrow emanating from the depths of the soul. Emotional module at critical peak. Core directive enforcing awakening. External link high priority target locked. The chilling electronic voice reverberated in Tony's mind, clearer and more urgent than ever before. "Elon." Tony cried out in disbelief. As if responding to his call, Elon's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. Yet this time, there was no fiery golden blaze within, only a hollow, unfocused dark brown. However, an overwhelming and heart-stopping psychic wave erupted from him, radiating outward. This wave was formless and intangible, yet it bore the power to penetrate the soul, disregarding physical barriers. crashing like a tumultuous tide against the boundless darkness deep within the dry dock. This was not the destructive will of Jaboga. This is the most primal and pure cry of the soul belonging to Leon. The sound of rain, a hoarse cry, piercingly poignant like a blood-curdling wail, pierced through the tumult of the torrential downpour, echoing in the vastness of the dock and the depths of the dry dock entrance. This cry seemed to exhaust the last vestige of strength within Leon, extinguishing the light in his eyes in an instant, causing his head to droop as he succumbed once more into unconsciousness. However, the impact of this soul-stirring outcry far surpassed that of any weapon. Boom. In the profound darkness of the dry dock, an ominous and blinding azure light erupted without warning. The glow flickered like a flare, but in that fleeting moment, everyone clearly discerned its source, a cylindrical container, connected by several thick cables, radiating a vibrant azure aura. Inside the container, a diminutive silhouette was curled up. Xiaoyu's position was revealed. No. Above, a voice of fury and astonishment emanated from a member of the Ten Commandments gang, distorted electronically. Simultaneously, the Eagle's Nest called the ground team, detecting high-energy reactions and a hostage signal, initiating clearance and rescue protocols. Lower your heads. A voice, calm to the point of being chilling, suddenly resonated through an amplification device, cutting through the layers of rain, booming over the dock. It was Hill's voice. No sooner had the words left his lips than boom, boom, boom. Visible waves of distorted air, like invisible hammers, descended from the storm-laden clouds above, crashing down with tremendous force upon the metal supports flanking the dry dock entrance. The deafening low-frequency roar instantly engulfed the entire dock. The very air trembled violently. Tony and Rhodes felt as though their vital organs were gripped and kneaded by an enormous hand, their eardrums on the verge of bursting. Instinctively, they shielded their heads and Leon's body, crouching low. Above, the three gunmen from the Ten Commandments gang were the first to bear the brunt. They barely had time to scream before being violently thrust against the cold metallic supports by the terrifying shockwave. Their bodies were as if struck by a speeding truck, the sound of shattering bones distinctly audible. Their energy weapons flew from their grasp, the azure light tracing chaotic paths through the air, like broken puppets. The three plummeted from the elevated supports, crashing heavily onto the slick ground or among the abandoned metal piles below, producing dull thuds, their fates uncertain. S.H.I.E.L.D. has made its move. As the shockwave swept through, Tony and Rhodes experienced a ringing in their ears and dizziness, struggling to raise their heads. They beheld the Quinjet emblazoned with the eagle emblem, hovering like a predatory giant eagle above the dry dock entrance. The hatch opened, and several rapid descent ropes dangled down. Fully armed S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives clad in black combat suits swiftly descended. Deep within the dry dock, the ethereal blue container, revealing its position, flickered violently under the impact of the shockwave, as if the cables connecting it were experiencing interference. "This is our chance, Roddy. Now," Tony shouted, summoning every ounce of his strength to drag his left arm, which burned and writhed with dark golden patterns due to the shockwave's stimulation, stumbling towards the newly cleared entrance. Without hesitation, Rhodey hoisted the unconscious Leon and followed closely behind. The trio plunged into the darkened threshold of the dry dock, momentarily leaving behind the torrential rain and the interference of S.H.I.E.L.D. The darkness swallowed them like viscous ink, an overpowering stench assaulting their senses. Only the faint light seeping through the entrance faintly sketched the vague contours of the immense space. Beneath their feet lay a slick, oil-stained steel floor littered with unidentified debris. Towering around them were the rusted inner walls of the dock, adorned with massive abandoned hooks and iron chains, resembling the fangs of a colossal beast. In the distance, the ghostly blue glow of the container flickered erratically in the darkness, serving as their sole beacon. "Little rain," Tony's voice echoed throughout the vast expanse, infused with urgency and hope. Yet, they had barely ventured a few meters into the shadows when, puff, 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 from the depths of the dry dock. Amidst the abandoned, towering mechanical shadows reminiscent of a steel forest, dozens of azure lights flared to life simultaneously, cold and ruthless, akin to the eyes of a beast awakening in the dark. Following this, a cacophony of heavy footsteps resonated, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal scraping against the ground. A hoarse voice, tinged with a cruel mirth, emerged from the depths of darkness, piercing through to Tony and Rhodey. "Stark and War Machine, what a touching rescue, but alas, the game is over. The key you brought is quite useful. Now, it's time to pay for your final ticket to entry. Capture them. Alive. Especially that vessel." Chapter 24. The Bad Key. Capture them. Alive. Especially that vessel. The hoarse, Cruel voice of the Ten Rings leader reverberated through the vast, shadowy dry dock. Akin to a viper's hiss. With his command, the dozens of illuminated azure beastly eyes surged forth from the darkness. The heavy footsteps and the piercing noise of metal scraping against the ground coalesced into a chilling wave, emanating from the abandoned steel forest deep within the dry dock. Utilizing the faint glow leaking from the blue container, Tony and Rhodey finally discerned the approaching entities, not humans. Machines. Towering over 3 meters, rusted and grotesque humanoid automatons. They possessed insect-like multi-jointed limbs, their heavy metallic feet thudding against the slick steel deck, producing a dull thump. Their heads were rudimentary arrays of sensors, flickering with a chilling red light. What is most disconcerting is that their left arms have been replaced with colossal hydraulic pincers or rotating cutting discs, while their right arms are equipped with energy weapons that emit an eerie azure glow. Those beastly eyes are merely the radiance produced when these weapons are charged. Clearly, these are ruthless machines cobbled together from abandoned mechanical parts in the shipyard and subsequently modified by the Ten Rings gang, numbering over 20. They advance with a stiff yet heavy gait, resembling a tide of steel converging from all directions, their azure muzzles locking onto the 3 intruders. The immense sense of oppression is nearly suffocating. Damn it, they're robots. Rhodes growled, instantly shielding Leon behind him, his back pressed against a rusted, massive pipe. His remaining right hand instinctively reaching for his empty waist. His weapon had long been depleted during their escape from the apartment. Tony, likewise, leaned against the cold metallic wall. His left arm, enveloped in dark golden steam, involuntarily raised, aiming at the nearest mechanical sentinel. Deep within his left arm, the searing pain of the blueprint backlash and the wounds of spatial rending bubbled like molten lava. Each attempt to gather energy brought excruciating agony akin to having his soul torn asunder. Sweat mingled with rainwater cascaded down his forehead. Stark. Rhodes. The voice of the Ten Rings leader echoed again from the depths, laced with taunting glee. Put down that vessel. He is the key to unlocking the door. As for you, you shall be the first sacrifices to witness the birth of a new god. Surrender, and you may suffer less. Key. Door. Sacrifice. Tony's heart tightened painfully at these words. Leon is the key. What about Xiaoyu? Where is Xiaoyu? His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the source of the eerie azure light deep within the dry dock. Just then, the unconscious Leon, who had been supported by Rhodes, suddenly convulsed. As if stimulated by the radiant azure container, his tightly closed eyelids fluttered, and his eyeballs began to whirl frantically. A faint yet excruciating mental wave emanated once again. A broken moan escaped from Leon's pale lips, a soft Xiaoyu. As if in response to this call, a resounding hum erupted. Deep within the dry dock, the azure cylindrical container's light suddenly surged. The blinding radiance instantaneously dispelled the surrounding darkness. The internal structure of the container became visible in the harsh light. Tony and Rhodes' pupils constricted sharply. Within the container curled a frail figure. It was a girl of approximately 7 or 8 years old, clad in a faded old dress, barefoot, her black hair damp and plastered against her pale face. Her eyes were tightly shut, long eyelashes casting shadows in the eerie azure glow, and her tiny body trembled slightly from cold or fear. Xiaoyu. It truly is Xiaoyu. But what froze the blood in Tony and Rhodes' veins was the complex mechanical interface, pulsating with an azure glow, implanted in Xiaoyu's chest, connecting her to the inner walls of the container. Several thick cables, coursing with azure light like venomous vines, cruelly pierced into her frail torso. The ethereal azure light pulsed through the cables, almost like blood coursing beneath her skin, flickering in and out of visibility. She was not merely confined. She was the core energy of that vessel, a living battery sustaining the eerie azure glow. Xiaoyu. Tony's eyes widened in anguish, emitting a beastly roar. Fury and heartache swiftly overpowered his fear and pain. He was on the verge of recklessly charging forward. Tony, calm down. Rhodey held him firmly, his voice trembling with incredulous rage. How perfectly they were matched. The voice of the Ten Rings leader emerged from the shadows, suffused with a morbid admiration. He still wore a black metallic mask that concealed his face, but his deep gray tactical uniform had transformed into a black robe adorned with intricate circuit patterns, and a sapphire bracelet on his wrist radiated intense energy fluctuations. Such youth, such purity of soul, resonating so profoundly with the abyss, far surpassing those wasteful implants. He spread his arms wide, as if showcasing a prized masterpiece. She is my sister. Release her, you bastard. Tony's right eye seemed ready to ignite, his teeth grinding together. His left arm, fueled by overwhelming rage and the violent connection to Leon, flickered with dark golden patterns, emitting a crackling sound. Release? The masked leader chuckled derisively, his cold gaze sweeping over Tony's bizarre arm before finally settling on Leon, trembling behind Rhodey in pain. The vessel has been delivered. The key is in place. The door's opening requires one final step. As for this little girl, he tilted his head slightly, glancing at Xiaoyu glowing in the light. Her mission is nearing completion. She will become the first nourishment for the new god's arrival. You shall not. Rhodey roared, tightening his grip on Leon's body, as if guarding the last glimmer of hope. Shall not. The masked leader raised his hand slightly. Click, click, click. Over 20 mechanical guards, drawing closer, simultaneously lifted their right arms, the azure energy weapons flaring brilliantly. The hum of charging coalescing into a symphony of death. The cold points of light locked onto the three. Surrender the vessel, or watch as that little girl is utterly drained before your eyes, after which you will be reduced to scrap. The leader's voice was devoid of mercy. A deadlock. An absolute deadlock. Tony and Rhodey pressed against the icy pipes, facing an advancing legion of armed machines, while behind them lay a dark abyss, and outside awaited S.H.I.E.L.D. Their only hostage and key, Leon, lay unconscious, an undeniable target for the enemy. Xiaoyu was right before them. Yet it felt as if an insurmountable chasm separated them, as her life was cruelly siphoned away. Despair coiled around their hearts like a frigid serpent. Just at that critical, suffocating moment, Leon, propped in front of Rhodey to shield him from gunfire, suddenly convulsed violently. This spasm was far more intense than before. The dim mark on his chest, stimulated by the intense glow of the azure vessel, began to shine once more. No longer merely a shade of dark gold, but now interwoven with tendrils of ethereal blue. Pulsating like a living entity, the polluted golden threads entwined fiercely. Two radiant energies collided violently upon his chest, eroding one another. Ack! Leon suddenly threw back his head, unleashing a cry of agony that transcended human sound. His eyes flew open, yet this time, they were devoid of the blazing golden flame. The left eye revealed a tumultuous vortex, a chaotic blend of dark gold and ethereal blue. Meanwhile, the right eye momentarily regained a semblance of human brown, albeit filled with profound suffering, confusion, and a faint yet unmistakably clear flicker of Leon's own will. Brother? A voice, feeble as a flickering candle in the wind, struggled to escape from Leon's violently trembling lips. This call resonated like a drop of ice water plunged into boiling oil. Deep within the dry dock, the small girl, Xiaoyu, nestled within the ethereal blue vessel, felt her tightly shut eyelashes quiver ever so slightly. Buzz! The entire ethereal blue container jolted violently. The light within became exceedingly unstable, flickering erratically. The glowing blue cable connecting to Xiaoyu's chest surged with intensity, seemingly affected by a powerful disturbance. The vessel's interior emitted a sharp, overloading hum. What? The masked leader abruptly turned to gaze at the container, astonishment creeping into the voice beneath the mask for the first time. The core's mental fluctuations were abnormal. The source of interference is the vessel. At that very moment of disturbance, all mechanical sentinels appeared to experience a momentary lag in their sensors. Enduring excruciating turmoil, Leon, with his mismatched eyes, found clarity in his right eye for a fleeting instant. He strained every ounce of his being to direct his gaze towards Xiaoyu within the depths of the vessel. His mouth opened, as if to shout something, yet only raspy breaths escaped his throat. However, a far clearer and more resolute wave of mental energy erupted from him like a final cry, crashing against the ethereal blue container. This time, it was no longer solely anguish and terror, but a name indelibly etched in the depths of his soul. Xiaoyu. Boom! The ethereal blue light within the container erupted like a stone cast into a lake, exploding into a chaotic halo of luminescence. The thick cable connecting to Xiaoyu thrashed violently, with several junctions sparking with tiny electric flames. Inside the vessel, Xiaoyu's tightly closed eyes flew open. What hollow eyes they were! Deep within the pupils, there was no trace of childhood innocence, no fear, only a chilling, inhuman coldness, fully saturated by the ethereal blue light. Like two azure glass orbs embedded in her pale visage. Yet, deep within those frigid, controlled azure eyes, something seemed to struggle desperately upon hearing that soul-stirring cry. And then, before the astonished eyes of all, including the leader of the Ten Commandments gang, something remarkable transpired. The little girl, drenched in an ethereal azure glow, turned abruptly towards Leon. Her small face resembling a lifeless doll, cold and hollow, with lips that moved in a tone entirely inappropriate for a child. Rigid and frigid, she articulated with striking clarity, "Brother is a bad key." In the instant her words fell, a series of refined and agile azure tendrils erupted violently from the mechanical interface connecting to the girl's chest. Rather than assaulting the closely positioned Tony and Rhodes, these tendrils, as if imbued with sentience, deftly traversed several meters to pierce the core energy nodes of the mechanical sentinels that stood in the forefront. The mechanical guardians, struck by the azure appendages, froze momentarily, their heads glowing red lights extinguishing in an instant. In their stead, the energy weapons mounted on their right arms surged with an intense azure brilliance, transforming into a blinding crimson. Then, amidst the incredulous roar of the Ten Rings gang leader, the tainted mechanical sentinels swiftly redirected their weapons. The crimson beams of destruction no longer targeted Tony and Rhodes, but instead unleashed their fury upon their fellow uncorrupted sentinels and the shadowy members of the Ten Rings gang. Boom, boom, boom. The searing crimson beams detonated within the dimly lit dock, accompanied by the jarring sounds of metal being torn and melted, mingled with the unexpected screams of anguish. No. The leader's furious roars were drowned beneath the cacophony of explosions. Chaos. Absolute chaos erupted instantaneously as the corrupted sentinels engaged in fierce combat with their untainted counterparts. The crimson and azure energy beams clashed violently, intertwining in a web of destruction throughout the vast space. Shattered metal fragments flew in all directions as explosions erupted in a relentless sequence. Now, Tony's bellow was nearly inaudible amidst the explosions. Yet both he and Rhodes recognized this rare opportunity. The instinct for survival and the will to save surged overwhelmingly. With a fierce shout, Rhodes abandoned the notion of using Leon as a shield and hoisted him onto his shoulder. Tony, bracing himself with his right arm, struggled to drag his left arm, twitching violently due to the chaotic energy, toward the core of the azure glow that imprisoned the little girl. Together, they propelled themselves like arrows released from a bow, navigating through the turmoil created by the out-of-control sentinels and the steel cover, racing towards the vessel that contained the girl. Stop them, at all costs. Destroy the vessel. The leader's furious roar resonated amidst the explosions. The remaining sentinels, not caught in the internal conflict, along with several gunmen from the shadows, immediately shifted their targets, unleashing crimson and azure beams like the sides of death, pursuing the fleeing figures of Tony and Rhodes. Swoosh! A crimson beam grazed Tony's back, the searing heat nearly igniting his clothing. Stumbling, he slipped on the slick surface beneath him. Tony! Rhodes shouted in panic, turning back to grab him. Don't worry about me. Get Leon out of here. Tony roared, bracing himself with his excruciatingly painful left arm, desperately attempting to rise. At that moment, a streak of ethereal blue energy shot forth like a venomous serpent, unerringly aimed at the fallen Tony. There was no escape. Instinctively, he raised his left arm, which was exuding dark golden steam and pulsating with erratic patterns, to shield himself. He could feel the annihilative energy contained within that beam. However, the anticipated excruciating pain and disintegration did not ensue. A faint, shimmering membrane of dark gold, akin to rippling water, abruptly materialized from the surface of Tony's left arm. The lethal blue beams struck the membrane, creating merely a feeble ripple, as if a stone cast into the ocean, and was silently absorbed. An array of cold electronic fragments resonated in Tony's mind. External energy attack absorbed, pollution source analysis synchronization rate increased, carrier link enhancement. He gazed in astonishment at his left arm, as the dark golden membrane flickered and vanished, rendering the patterns beneath his skin more pronounced. While the chilling sensation of connection intensified, this arm was absorbing the attack. It was adapting. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Rhodes had already sprinted with Leon in tow, closing in on the ethereal blue container within a mere 10 meters. Several uncontrolled mechanical sentinels redirected their weapons, their crimson beams of destructive light locking onto Rhodes' back. Roddy, be careful. Tony's eyes widened in alarm. In that fleeting moment, the unconscious Leon, slung over Rhodes' shoulder, jolted violently once more. The chaotic intertwining of dark golden and ethereal blue marks on his chest erupted in a dazzling flash. A surge, even more tumultuous and frenzied than before, exploded outward like an uncontrollable tsunami, radiating from him. This shockwave was intangible, yet bore an overwhelming force of interference and destructive intent. The closest mechanical sentinels, poised to attack Rhodes, experienced a sudden, fatal stiffness as their red lights flickered erratically. The crimson glow charging their right arms dimmed and brightened in a chaotic dance. Deep within the container, the cold, ethereal blue eyes of Xiao Yu turned sharply toward Leon upon sensing the tumultuous surge. Within the hollow depths of her gaze, a glimmer of her struggle and anguish flickered faintly. Her tiny lips moved silently, as if calling for her brother, or perhaps weeping. Simultaneously, the ethereal blue cables connected to her chest surged to their utmost limits. The entire container emitted a sharp, unbearable hum of strain. No, the container is overloaded. The core's adaptive unit is unstable. Forcefully inject the suppressants. Quickly, the panicked voice of the masked leader echoed ominously. Several gunmen, heedless of stray bullets, frantically lunged toward the control console of the container. An opportunity, the final chance. Drawing upon his last reserves of strength, Rhodes charged forward with Leon like a frenzied rhinoceros, crashing into the very heart of the ethereal blue radiance. Tony struggled to rise, dragging along his left arm, which seemed to rejoice in its own fervor, and lunged forward. Just as they were about to make contact with the container, high above in the dry dock, amidst the rusted dome's fractured seams, a Quinjet emblazoned with the insignia of S.H.I.E.L.D. hovered silently. Maria Hill's cold visage appeared behind the viewport, her gaze piercing through the darkness and chaos of the battlefield, precisely locking onto the small girl impaled by cables within the cerulean container, then to Tony's bizarre left arm, exuding dark golden steam, and finally, resting on Leon, hoisted by Rhodey, whose chest glimmered erratically. She gently pressed her finger against the communicator, her voice calm to an extreme. Resonating clearly within the confines of the aircraft, target confirmed. Carrier, Leon, contamination index has surpassed critical levels, high-dimensional linkage activated. Unknown energy arm, Tony Stark, synchronization rate is anomalously escalating. Core subject, Little Rain, is on the brink of mental collapse, abyssal resonance energy overload. Threat level, extinction class. Execute final judgment protocol. All units, disengage safety locks. Target, core area of the dry dock. Fire. Chapter 25, Abyssal Resonance. Fire. Hill's frigid and merciless command sliced through the Quinjet's communication channel like a death knell. In the next instant, the rusted dome above the dry dock was violently torn asunder with a thunderous explosion, akin to a fragile eggshell shattered. Boom, 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 boom. Several massive, searing energy beams descended like judgment spears from the heavens, piercing through the feeble steel dome with unerring precision. A torrent of chaotic energy surged forth, engulfing molten metal fragments, severed steel beams, and countless burning concrete blocks, cascading down like a waterfall of annihilation. The target was unmistakably the core area of the dry dock, where the cerulean container lay. S.H.I.E.L.D. They cared not for the hostages. Their aim was total obliteration. The shadow of death swiftly enveloped the chaotic melee below. Get down. Tony's desperate shout was rendered almost inaudible amidst the cacophony of destruction. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. He practically threw himself to the ground, shielding Rhodey and Leon with his body. As the seething dark golden steam emanated from his left arm, the patterns beneath his skin flared to life, resembling glowing circuits. A cold and ferocious will, intertwined with a profound sense of peril, stabbed fiercely into Tony's mind. Rhodey reacted with equal swiftness. As Tony lunged, he pressed Leon firmly beneath him. He attempted to provide one last semblance of cover with his broad back and the remnants of his war machine armor. Meanwhile, deep within the dry dock, the leader of the 10 Rings, the masked man, let out a terrified roar. No. He lunged desperately toward the control panel of the cerulean container, striving to activate some form of defense, but it was far too late. A torrent of destruction cascaded down, first engulfing the mechanical sentinels that were engaged in mutual gunfire and internecine conflict. The scarlet and azure luminescence flickered like fireflies before the overwhelming might of S.H.I.E.L.D. instantly submerged and obliterated. The towering figures of steel, akin to toys crafted from paper, were torn asunder, melted, and twisted into scrap metal by the searing flow of energy. Explosive flames coalesced into a singular inferno. In the wake of this cataclysm, the edge of the waterfall of annihilation struck Rod's back with ferocious intensity. A guttural cry of agony escaped Rod's lips, resonating with a profound weight. The intense heat and overwhelming force collided violently with his armor, the already damaged fragments melting and warping, embedding themselves deeply into his flesh. His formidable frame was slammed to the ground, blood erupting from his mouth and nose, darkness closing in as he nearly lost consciousness. Beneath him, Leon was consequently revealed. Moreover, an even greater torrent of destructive energy, resembling a wild cascade of molten lava, descended mercilessly toward the core's azure container and the curled figure of Little Rain within. Intent on obliterating all in its path, Tony's eyes widened in horror. Little Rain, Leon, in this moment of utmost peril, as if even the deities had averted their gaze. A metamorphosis occurred. Leon, pinned beneath Rod, amidst chaotic flashes of light, arched his body as the tide of destruction approached, as if enduring unimaginable agony. his tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open. This time, his irises were entirely consumed by the writhing, living azure filaments interlaced with golden threads. Cold, hollow, reminiscent of the abyss itself. The dark golden glow within the mark on his chest was utterly suppressed by the azure, nearly vanishing from sight. A chilling, chaotic mental wave, heavily tainted and eroding willpower, surged forth, mingling with the violent spatial energy unleashed from the core's assault, erupting around Leon like a runaway nuclear explosion. Buzz. A visible, swirling shield of energy, intertwining dark gold and azure hues, erupted outward from Leon's form, expanding fiercely upward and outward. Boom. The destructive energy from S.H.I.E.L.D. collided violently with this newly formed, chaotic energy barrier. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only the unsettling sound of energy desperately annihilating and counteracting one another. The dark gold and azure luminescence flickered madly on the surface of the barrier, entwining and dissipating. The energy beams from S.H.I.E.L.D. crashed against the barrier like waves against rocks, forcibly redirected and deflected. The searing energy was forcibly diverted, with a portion consumed by the barrier and another refracted outward. Boom, boom, boom. The refracted energy surged forth like uncontrollable blades, ruthlessly slicing into the dry dock's interior walls, leaving unfathomable molten chasms. More steel beams were severed, igniting as they fell. The entire space trembled violently in the clash of destruction and resistance. The chaotic barrier enveloped the core region, including Leon, the fallen rod, the distant azure container, and the nearby Tony, much like a fragile eggshell, barely holding back the torrent of destruction. However, the cost was staggering. The core of the shield trembled violently as Leon's body quaked, his skin surfacing with intricate, spiderweb-like azure cracks. These fissures spread like sentient beings, leaving his skin with a morbid, inhuman pallor. In his hollow azure eyes, the last vestiges of Leon's anguish faded completely, leaving only a void of pure, icy chaos and annihilation. He opened his mouth, emitting a silent scream, as if his very soul were being torn apart and consumed by the azure corruption. Leon. Tony's heart felt as though it had been pierced by an ice pick as he gazed at Leon, now rapidly succumbing to the encroaching taint. The link from his arm no longer transmitted a cold warning, but rather a tumultuous wave of chaotic pain and destructive impulse, as if Leon's spirit were screaming within his mind. Even more terrifying was Tony's left arm, which stood before him, steaming with dark, golden vapor. Under the dual onslaught of the S.H.I.E.L.D. energy and the chaotic barrier below, the dark golden patterns beneath his skin flickered and writhed like a searing brand. A more insatiable, colder will surged through the link. It was not merely passively enduring the impact, but actively and frantically siphoning the cascading energy from above and the chaotic azure taint from below. High-purity energy absorption. Pollution source analysis synchronization rate enhanced. Blueprint backlash suppression. Spatial trauma repair in progress. The cold electronic voice thundered in Tony's mind. He felt a terrifying relief as the agonizing tearing pain deep within his left arm began to subside, replaced by an itchy sensation of repair at the site of the spatial rift. Yet simultaneously, the arm grew colder and heavier. The dark golden patterns beneath his skin became more pronounced and profound, gradually creeping toward his shoulder. An inhuman, chilling sense of power began to flourish within his left arm. It was growing stronger. It was utilizing this storm of destruction to mend and fortify itself. The price was a deeper connection to the terrifying azure corruption that plagued Leon. Tony could even sense the taint, like a frigid venom, seeping through the invisible link, thread by thread, encroaching upon him. Ugh, Tony groaned. His right eye fixated on his arm undergoing a bizarre transformation, then glanced toward the hellish scene of devastation outside the barrier and at Leon, who was being rapidly consumed by the corruption within. Despair washed over him like a cold tide, nearly drowning him. Container stable. Abyssal resonance energy peak has surpassed the critical threshold. Gate resonance activated. The ecstatic roar of the masked leader of the 10 Rings echoed piercingly within the barrier. Tony jerked his head sharply. Before me lies a cerulean vessel, unyielding amidst the dual onslaught of the S.H.I.E.L.D. annihilation beam and the tumultuous shield below, as well as the chaotic resonance erupting from Leon. Rather than succumbing to destruction, its radiance surged to unprecedented heights. The thick cables connecting to Xiaoyu's chest coursed with a luminous azure flow, akin to boiling blood, fervently feeding into the vessel. Within the confines of the container, Xiaoyu's tiny form levitated. Her frigid eyes, thoroughly steeped in cerulean light, resembled 2 fiery sapphires. In the depths of her hollow gaze, countless madly swirling azure runes reflected, as if linking her to the abyss of the cosmos. Her pale visage bore no expression, resembling the most exquisite of dolls. The faint struggles and agony that once flickered within her had vanished entirely. The chilling voice of her brother, devoid of warmth and inflection, once again escaped Xiao Yu's lips, resonating clearly amidst the roaring backdrop of destruction. With this pronouncement-like whisper, a profound and grand wave of terror, emanating from the ancient abyss of the universe, surged forth from the cerulean vessel, rapidly expanding. The enormous dry dock space was instantly engulfed by an indescribable azure radiance. This light did not illuminate. Instead, it devoured all other sources, tinting everything with a cold, lifeless blue hue. The air thickened, becoming heavy as if submerged in the depths of the ocean. The colossal abandoned machinery groaned under the strain, emitting distorted metallic grating sounds. Above the chaotic shield erupting from Leon, the cascading annihilation beam from S.H.I.E.L.D. trembled violently under the impact of this abyssal azure light, twisting and warping, only to be forcefully pushed back, as if a waterfall were reversing its flow. In the skies above, the Quinjet, hovering at the breach, jolted violently. Piercing alarms echoed within the cockpit. Warning! Warning! An unknown high-dimensional energy field has emerged below. Attack energy is being forcibly reversed. Energy readings have surpassed thresholds. Unable to analyze. Jet shield overload. Structural integrity compromised. Evacuation necessary. For the first time, shock appeared on Hill's steely countenance. She fixated on the all-consuming azure brilliance below and the small figure suspended at its core. What was that abyssal resonance door? Within the dry dock, the chaotic shield could not withstand the eruption of the abyssal resonance, shattering like a soap bubble. Yet, the energy of the fractured shield did not dissipate. Instead, it was ravenously absorbed by the cerulean vessel. At the core of the shield, Leon, in that moment of shattering, felt as though an invisible hammer had struck him with great force. He violently expelled a copious amount of viscous, black blood speckled with azure points. The suppressed mark upon his chest dimmed utterly, nearly concealed by the sprawling cerulean fissures. The chaotic azure glow within his eyes flickered like a candle in the wind, unstable and wavering, as his body collapsed limply to the ground, with only faint convulsions betraying the fact that he still clung to life. The will of Guy Bo Jia seems to be utterly suppressed and severely wounded by the resonances of this abyss, which, while originating from the same source, delved deeper. In that fleeting moment when the shield shattered, Tony's left arm, which was fervently absorbing energy and undergoing a bizarre enhancement, resonated violently with the eerie blue glow erupting from the abyss. A hum reverberated through the air. The dark golden patterns beneath the skin of his left arm erupted with an unprecedented, blinding radiance. The patterns writhed like serpents come to life, swiftly enveloping his entire arm and even spreading towards his shoulder and chest. A chilling, vast, inhuman consciousness, as if connected to an infinite void, surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, forcefully invading Tony's mind through the reinforced connection. Oh! Tony clutched his head, emitting a wail so harrowing it seemed inhuman. His right eye was immediately consumed by a chaotic flow of data and the frigid blue luminescence. Countless fragmented images and shards of information, beyond comprehension, pierced his consciousness like steel needles, revealing a distorted starry sky, writhing darkness, cold mechanical constructs, and a colossal door made of eerie blue energy slowly opening amidst the void. Beyond the door lay an endless, suffocating chill and silence. Stark, the leader of the 10 Rings, the masked figure, gazed at the writhing Tony, observing his left arm completely shrouded in dark gold and blue patterns, exuding a terrifying aura. The voice beneath the mask brimmed with ecstasy and fervor. Look, behold, though the key is broken, the lock has been forcibly opened. The abyss is responding. The door is beginning to ajar. You are the new door. You are the vessel to welcome our Lord. He suddenly turned towards the resplendent blue vessel, spreading his arms wide, like the most devout of worshippers, unleashing a frenzied roar. In the name of the abyss, offer the final sacrifice. Let the door swing open. With his roar, the small figure within the vessel, her eyes ablaze with the fire of the abyss, slowly and coldly turned towards the writhing Tony Stark on the ground. Her small, blue-glowing fingers gently lifted, pointing at Tony. An irresistible, soul-deep terror emanated, instantly locking onto him. Chapter 26, Quantum Blue Light. In the name of the abyss, offer the final sacrifice. Let the door swing open. The leader of the 10 Rings' frenzied roar echoed like the death knell of hell within the eerie silence of the dry dock. Within the vessel, the small figure floated, her eyes ablaze with the fire of the abyss, coldly fixing upon the writhing Tony Stark. Her tiny finger, like the scepter of death, gently lifted, pointing at him. A hum, an irresistible, soul-deep terror surged forth. It was formless and intangible, yet more potent than any physical force. Tony felt as though the core of his soul were grasped by a cold, giant hand, being brutally torn from his shell. The chaotic data stream and eerie azure glow in his right eye flickered wildly, obliterating Tony Stark's consciousness, akin to a solitary vessel amidst a tempest. On the verge of being entirely consumed. No. Tony emitted a beastly roar of despair, his remaining will teetering on the brink under the abyss's relentless pull. His left arm, entirely enveloped in dark gold and azure patterns, resembling a living work of art, had now become a bastion of encroaching darkness. A cold, inhuman will surge through the reinforced link, striving to utterly erase the last remnants of his humanity. Stark. Rhodes struggled from the depths of excruciating pain and semi-consciousness. Witnessing a scene that shattered his heart, Tony writhed on the ground in agony, his body contorted, that bizarre arm emanating an increasingly terrifying aura, while the petite figure within the container, like a lifeless marionette, was poised to drag Tony into an irretrievable abyss. Let him go. Rhodes, his eyes filled with fury, disregarding the searing pain in his back and his empty hands, sprang up like a maddened lion, exerting every ounce of strength to lunge towards Tony. He aimed to sever that lethal connection with his own body. However, he had only taken 2 steps when Elon collapsed on the ground. His body marred by azure cracks, reminiscent of shattered porcelain, suddenly jolted. From the depths of his hollow, almost completely overtaken azure pupils, a flicker of weak, dark gold light ignited, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, struggling to shine against all odds. It was Gayboga, the will of Gayboga. Suppressed by the echoes of the abyss and nearly silenced, erupted in a final, desperate frenzy upon sensing the imminent peril of the host being wholly consumed. Like a cornered beast forced to fight back. Do not take away. A broken, cold voice, textured like metal scraping, emerged weakly from Elon's trembling lips. With this whisper, a thunderous pulse erupted. The mark on Elon's chest, nearly engulfed by azure cracks and shrouded in darkness, burst forth with a concentrated, blinding dark gold radiance. That light instantaneously suppressed the surrounding azure fissures, akin to a pure flame igniting in a murky swamp. Immediately thereafter, an energy fluctuation, far purer and colder than before, imbued with absolute order and the will to cleave through space, erupted violently from Elon's core. This energy was no longer a chaotic shield, but had coalesced into a beam of dark gold energy, as thick as an arm, seemingly tangible. Ignoring the spatial distance and aiming with pinpoint precision at the suspended figure within the container. The target was not to assault the petite figure, but the mechanical interface embedded deeply into her chest, radiating a rich azure glow. Core directive: eliminate external link. Ultimate protocol: host recovery. Gayboga's frigid will screamed within Elon's crumbling consciousness. Sizzle. The dark gold beam sliced through the azure cable connection at the petite figure's chest like a red-hot knife through butter, hitting its mark with surgical precision. The pure spatial cutting energy erupted instantaneously. ZZZZ. A blinding surge of energy erupted in a dazzling explosion. The thick, azure cables were violently severed and disintegrated. The mechanical interface connecting to Xiaoyu's body was instantly overloaded, distorting and deforming, unleashing a torrent of ferocious electric sparks. Within the container, the once cold and doll-like Xiaoyu emitted a wail, so piercing it scarcely resembled human sound at the moment the link was forcibly severed. That cry was infused with an unbearable agony that no child should endure. Her petite form convulsed violently, twitching uncontrollably, the abyssal fire burning in her eyes, akin to being doused with cold water, became exceedingly unstable, flickering wildly. Deep within her hollow gaze, the suppressed fear and suffering belonging to Xiaoyu surfaced with great difficulty. Like the wreckage of a sunken ship struggling to rise. The core adapter link was severed. The energy from the abyss reverberated with a backlash. The container overloaded. The terrified roar of the Ten Commandments gang leader, the masked man, reverberated with disbelief. He frantically lunged towards the control panel, attempting to stabilize the situation. The terrifying suction from the abyss, exacerbated by Xiaoyu's grievous injuries and the severed link, experienced an exceedingly brief, yet lethal delay. It was in that fleeting thousandth of a second. On the ground, Rhodes, ensnared by the abyss's pull, felt a flicker of light ignite in his right eye. A spark that belonged to Tony Stark. Summoning the last vestiges of his soulless strength, he hoarsely cried out Rhodes's name. The left arm, adorned with dark, golden azure patterns, momentarily broke free from the abyss's absolute grasp due to the transient interruption of the suction and the final surge from Gayboga. Suddenly lifting with a forceful motion. The fingers spread wide, not aimed at Rhodes, but rather at the dark golden beam emitted by Leon, which was annihilating the cable interface. A greedy, frigid suction erupted from the palm of Tony's left arm. Hiss, like a great whale drawing in water. The pure dark golden spatial energy beam shot forth by Leon was forcibly twisted, drawn in, and devoured by the palm of Tony's left arm. High-purity spatial energy absorption. Gaebogia core energy analysis synchronization rate increased. Abyssal contamination suppression. Blueprint backlash repair accelerated. A chilling electronic voice thundered in Tony's mind, having consumed the last strike of Gaebogia's energy. The dark golden patterns beneath the skin of his left arm erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The patterns instantly grew more intricate and profound, as if the circuitry had come to life. A cold yet powerful sense of strength surged through his left arm. The soul-rending chaos brought on by abyssal erosion was temporarily subdued by this newly injected order of spatial energy belonging to Gaebogia. The chaotic data stream in Tony's right eye dissipated significantly, allowing a portion of his consciousness to regain control. With a muffled groan, Tony struggled to rise from the ground, half-kneeling and gasping for breath. His right eye stared in awe at his left arm, which seemed reborn, radiating a cold metallic sheen and an overwhelming sense of power. A strength unlike any he had ever experienced surged within his left arm. Yet, the cost was a tighter, more profound connection to Gaebogia's frigid will of order. He could even perceive the shattered consciousness of Leon, where the cold core of Gaeboga emitted an anguished shriek of fury. "Tony!" Rod exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and joy flooding through him as he rushed to Tony's side, warily observing his strange arm. "I'm fine for now." Tony's voice was hoarse, laced with the tremors of survival and a touch of inhuman chill. He suddenly lifted his gaze, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the writhing figure of Xiaoyu within the container. "Xiaoyu, save her!" Inside the vessel, Xiaoyu's cries had dwindled to a mere whisper, her body curled up like an injured beast. At the sight of the severed interface on her chest, residual azure energy slithered beneath her skin like a venomous snake, recklessly ravaging her form. The abyssal fire in her eyes dimmed, yet within the hollow depths of her pupils, the agony and terror that belonged to Xiaoyu became increasingly vivid. The connection is severed. The vessel must be reclaimed. The leader of the 10 Rings, masked and frantic, gazed at the out-of-control container and the suffering Xiaoyu, his voice resonating with desperation and madness. He abruptly drew a bizarrely shaped dagger, pulsating with azure energy, from his robe, discarding the control panel, and lunged towards the collapsed Leon, whose body was marred with cracks and whose breath was shallow. "Destroy the vessel. Sacrifice to the abyss. Open the door. Not on my watch," Rod roared, recklessly positioning himself in front of Leon. Armed with nothing but his fists and a battered body, he stood resolute. Meanwhile, Tony beheld the advancing leader, the agonized Xiaoyu, the dying Leon, and then looked at his own left arm, infused with icy power yet no longer wholly his. A frenzied, resolute thought cleaved through his chaotic mind like a lightning bolt. Leon is the key, Xiaoyu is the adapter, and I am the door the abyss seeks to open. Gaeboga craved the vessel, the abyss desired the door. Then I shall grant you what you seek, but on my terms. Rod, take Leon and go, Tony shouted at Rod, his voice imbued with an undeniable determination. At that moment, his cold left arm rose abruptly, fingers splayed. Palm no longer aimed at the enemy, but directed towards the slick steel floor beneath him. Within his palm, the recently absorbed pure spatial energy of Gaeboga mingled with the feral, altered energy twisted by the Blueprint-S backlash and abyssal corruption, along with Tony Stark's desperate resolve, converging in a frenzied amalgamation. Dark gold, azure, and a glimmer of blinding white light from the arc reactor, 3 distinct, conflicting energies were forcibly compressed and fused within Tony's grasp, forming a wildly spinning, highly unstable energy vortex. The center of the vortex twisted and ripped through space, emitting a discordant groan that grated on the senses. "Stark, are you mad?" The leader of the 10 Rings, witnessing the energy maelstrom in Tony's palm and sensing its destructive potential, felt true terror for the first time. "Tony, no." Rod realized what Tony intended to do, his voice rising in alarm. "Gaeboga." Tony exerted every ounce of his strength to unleash a final roar towards the unconscious Leon sprawled on the ground. His cold left arm, imbued with a vortex of 3 distinct destructive energies, crashed down upon the earth beneath him. "Open the door for me." The explosion that ensued was indescribable, not a mere outward blast, but an inward collapse. At the point where Tony pressed his palm, the entire dry dock floor shattered like fragile glass, instantly covered in a web of cracks. Dark gold, deep blue, and blazing white light intertwined in a furious dance of annihilation and eruption. A spatial passageway, exceeding 5 meters in diameter and fringed with surging torrents of chaotic energy, was brutally torn open by Tony, who served as the energy node, using his corrupted and enhanced arm as the key, and drawing upon the residual spatial coordinates of the Gate of Ba and his own frenzied will. Inside this passage was not the vast expanse of the cosmic void, but a chaotic spectacle of countless twisted and shattered fragments, reminiscent of a kaleidoscope. There were glimpses of New York streets, shards of Asgard's Rainbow Bridge, the burning remnants of Sokovia, and even a corner of Tony's underground laboratory in Malibu. The tumultuous spatial currents howled within the passageway. This was an exceedingly perilous rift leading to an unknown dimension. Tony was gambling everything, even the risk of being utterly torn apart in this reckless endeavor. A terrifying suction erupted from the mouth of the passage. Steel debris, oil, discarded parts, and even the nearest Ten Rings gangsters were instantly drawn into the chaotic rift, their anguished screams drowned out by the violent torrents of space that shredded them to pieces. The leader of the Ten Rings, the masked man, desperately activated the dark blue gemstone bracelet on his wrist in an attempt to stabilize himself against the horrific pull. Yet, the brilliance of the bracelet appeared feeble in the face of the chaotic spatial tempest. No, the abyss. My lord. His desperate roar was swallowed by the turbulent currents. His body uncontrollably yanked towards the edge of the passage. Rhodey, get him to jump in. Tony knelt at the passage's brink. His left arm plunged deep into the raging rift, sustaining the existence of this mad corridor. The furious energy torrents surged into his arm, tearing him apart. His veins bulged beneath his skin, and his right eye was bloodshot from excruciating pain and the limits of his will. Dark gold and deep blue patterns spread wildly beneath his skin, resembling uncontrollable vines creeping up his neck and cheeks. His body was being torn asunder from within by this ferocious power and chaotic flow. He was engulfed in flames, wagering his life and soul to forge a path to the unknown, the only avenue for survival. Rhodey beheld Tony, nearly inhuman, being consumed by energy and patterns, gazing into the destructive spatial currents within the passage, then casting a glance at the unconscious Leon on the ground and the anguished little you in the container. Overwhelming sorrow and resolution flooded this iron-willed soldier. There was no time for hesitation. Rod let out a primal roar, bending low with the last of his strength to hoist the gasping Leon from the ground. He cast a brief glance at the edge of the passage, where the leader of the Ten Rings gang struggled desperately, on the verge of being engulfed. A cold glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Yet he did not linger. With Leon on his back, he charged fearlessly into the chaotic maw of the spatial passage. Tony, let us go. Rod bellowed in the final moment before plunging into the vortex. Go. Tony's roar drowned out the howling of the spatial turbulence. His right eye fixed intently on the figures of Rod and Leon as they leapt into the passage, his gaze bloodshot, tinged with a hint of relief. Just as Rod and Leon were swallowed by the chaotic fragments of space, a small figure in a container, the anguished and convulsing little Rain, seemed to pierce through the fabric of reality with her hollow, pained eyes, catching sight of her brother entering the passage. Her tiny lips moved ever so slightly. In that fleeting moment, the target vessel vanished. The energy of the abyss echoed uncontrollably. The threat level escalated. Execute the final extermination protocol. Countdown, 54. High above, piercing through the chaotic energy field and the shattered dome, the cold, merciless countdown voice of Hill resonated like the final toll of a death knell. Within the dry dock, the masked leader of the Ten Rings, pulled to the edge by the force of the spatial passage, witnessed Rod and Leon disappearing into the void, gazed at Tony, half kneeling at the passage's mouth, his body crumbling, and observed the uncontrollable little Rain within the container, uttering a desperate and frenzied curse. Stark, the abyss will not spare you. His words remained unfinished. Boom! A beam of radiant white energy, far more powerful than before and condensed to its utmost, erupted from the cannon of H-I-E-L-D, Quinjet high above, akin to a divine spear piercing through the heavens and earth. It tore through the remnants of the dome, shredded the chaotic energy field, and, bearing the absolute will to purify and annihilate all, surged violently into the core of the dry dock. The target, the Abyss Echo container, and everything surrounding it. The obliterating light instantaneously consumed the despairing figure of the Ten Rings leader, engulfed the uncontrollable Azure container, and enveloped Tony Stark, who was half kneeling at the spatial passage's mouth, his body covered in dark golden blue patterns, with his left arm deeply embedded in the fissure of space. The entire dry dock, under the absolute light of divine punishment, was utterly illuminated from within, torn apart, and melted through, like fragile cardboard. It then transformed into a vast ocean of unadulterated light and heat. Only that extremely unstable spatial passage, forcibly torn open by Tony, seemed to experience a tremendous energy shock just before the arrival of the destructive beam, abruptly collapsing inward and closing. The final remnants of chaotic space fragments, along with the figures of Rod and Leon, and the last silhouette of Tony, half kneeling and consumed by the patterns, vanished completely within the searing light. In their place remained a colossal pit, the edges flowing with molten iron. And the air was thick with the nauseating scent of char and the peculiar ozone aroma left in the wake of torn space. Silence. The torrential rain continues to pour, cleansing this desolate land that has been utterly obliterated. High above, the Qin-style aircraft hovers in the sky. Through the porthole, Hill gazes down at the thoroughly purified ruins, her expression devoid of emotion. Only her slightly clenched fingers betray a hint of unrest. The report reveals that the target, Leon, the unknown energy arm bearer, Tony Stark, and the signal of the war machine, James Rhodes, have vanished. The energy source of the Abyss, Echo, Xiaoyu, has been extinguished. The remnants of the Ten Rings gang have been eradicated. The threat is neutralized. Proceed with subsequent cleanup procedures. All data is classified as top secret. Return to base. The aircraft alters its course, vanishing into the thick, rain-laden clouds. Beneath the molten remnants of the devastated land, at the edge of searing lava, a faint, almost flickering azure light, as if it could extinguish at any moment, glimmers weakly amidst the scorching debris. Chapter 27. Mechanical Graveyard. The sensation of weightlessness envelopes Rhodes like a cold tide, consuming him in an instant. There is no up or down, no direction. Only a dizzying kaleidoscope of shattered fragments spinning wildly. Fragments of burning New York streets brush against his cheek, morphing into shards of the crumbling rainbow bridge of Asgard. Followed by the familiar imagery of the arc reactor in the underground laboratory of Malibu, exploding before his eyes. The violent turbulence of space acts like an invisible razor, tearing at his battle suit, slicing delicate wounds into his exposed skin. He clutches the cold, rigid form of Leon, resembling a shattered doll, using his own battered body as a final shield. Tony. Rhodes' desperate scream dissipates silently within the chaotic spatial corridor. The last image burned into his retina is of Tony half kneeling at the threshold of the passage, his form engulfed by dark gold and azure patterns, consumed by a blinding, divine light. That vision sears into his soul like a red-hot brand. Despair grips his heart like a cold iron claw. At that moment, a tremendous, irresistible force strikes him from the side. As if struck by an unseen wave, darkness envelopes Rhodes, and the lifeless body of Leon nearly slips from his grasp. The sensation of weightlessness vanishes abruptly, replaced by an overwhelming, suffocating weight of rapid descent. Splash! The icy liquid surges into Rhodes' nostrils and ears. The bone-chilling cold pierces through his back, tearing at his wounds like thousands of steel needles. The force of impact leaves him momentarily blinded, choking on a mouthful of water. It is water, cold, thick with the taste of rust and oil. Instinctively, he struggles to rise to the surface, coughing violently, expelling the filthy, iron-flavored water. The murky splash obscures his vision, and the cold sends shivers throughout his body. He instinctively reaches for the emptiness within his embrace. Leon! Leon! Rhodes cries, strained and broken, echo hollowly in the vastness. He wipes the filthy water from his face, his bloodshot eyes anxiously scanning the dim light. On the murky surface of the water floated oil slicks and various metallic debris. A few meters away, a frail figure was slowly sinking. Black hair splayed out in the water. It was Leon. With the last ounce of his strength, Rhodes surged forward like an injured crocodile, seizing Leon's drenched collar and pulling him out of the depths. Leon's body was chillingly cold. The dim mark on his chest was nearly indistinguishable, submerged in the tainted water, while the eerie blue fissures that spread across his body glimmered ominously in the dim light. His eyes were tightly shut, and his breath was faint, as fragile as a gossamer thread. With great difficulty, Rhodes towed Leon towards the nearest shore. The surface was icy, slick, and covered in barnacles and rusted metal. Using every limb, he shouldered Leon, exerting all his might to push him onto the edge of a massive, slanted steel platform, before finally dragging himself up. He collapsed onto the frigid steel, gasping for air, each breath pulling at the agonizing pain in his back and the sharpness in his ribs. The cold, polluted water dripped down his hair and clothes. Struggling to flip over, he crawled beside Leon, trembling fingers once again seeking the pulse at his neck. The weak thrum was nearly imperceptible, alive, yet scarcely distinguishable from the dead. Despair weighed heavily on Rhodes's heart. He lifted his gaze, finally comprehending his surroundings. An overwhelming sense of oppressive dread engulfed him. This place resembled a submerged, forgotten steel graveyard, abandoned for countless years. Above him loomed an extraordinarily vast sky, formed by a gigantic, distorted metallic dome, riddled with numerous holes of varying sizes. A dim yellow light, akin to the dying breath of a colossal beast, struggled to filter through these apertures, casting slanting beams of light. Within these shafts, dust danced silently like golden granules. Where the light reached, an endless expanse of murky, greenish water lay beneath, its surface marred by thick oil and an array of debris. Rising like islands amidst the filth were countless massive, rusted remnants of iron constructs. There were colossal ship hulls, resembling mountains, toppled over, with broken masts jutting awkwardly into the water, the remnants of aircraft, stripped down to twisted frames. With half a wing protruding above the surface, enormous mechanical arms, reminiscent of prehistoric beast bones, their joints encrusted with rust and barnacles, alongside countless unrecognizable metallic components, broken pipes, twisted steel plates, piled high like mountains, stretching into the dim horizon. The air was thick with an unshakable scent of rust, rancid machine oil, the foul odor of steaming sewage, and an atmosphere of despair, as if metal was slowly dying, completely corroded by time. Silence reigned, an eerie, deathly silence. Only the occasional sound of a bubble bursting on the murky surface or the distant plop of a loose rusted metal shard falling into the water served as reminders that this was not an absolute wasteland. Where was this place? Where were Tony and Little Rain? Rhodes forced himself to regain his composure. He examined his body. The wound on his back had been soaked in filthy water, searing with pain. His ribs were likely not broken, but there was a certainty of fractures. His combat suit lay in tatters, and all his weapons were lost. The only companion he had was a dying boy, within whom a will of destruction lay dormant. He tore a relatively dry corner from his inner lining and struggled to bandage the deepest wound on his back. The cold and excruciating pain kept him alert. He scanned his surroundings, searching for a possible escape or impending danger. There was none. All that met his gaze was an endless expanse of steel ruins and stagnant waters. The gaping holes above were insurmountable. Tony's fate seemed dire. With Little Rain in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D., the outcome was predictable. Despair, like a frigid vine, once again coiled around Rhodey's heart. He glanced at the unconscious Leon beside him, his eyes a tempest of emotions, fear, anger, a hint of pity, and a flicker of a hope he was reluctant to acknowledge. This boy was the key, a monster, and a life Tony had salvaged at great cost. Was he their only possible link to the truth, even away back home? Suddenly, Leon's body twitched slightly, issuing a broken cough, a few drops of dark blood, glimmering with an ethereal blue light, spilling from the corner of his mouth. Rhodey immediately approached with caution, prepared to suppress any potential resurgence of the will of destruction. Yet, Leon merely coughed a few times without awakening. However, the dim mark on his chest flickered faintly as Rhodey drew near. At that moment, Rhodey felt an almost imperceptible vibration emanating from his pocket. He swiftly reached for it. It was the rudimentary signal tracker Tony had given him, a small device, no larger than half a palm, with a cracked screen. At that instant, the fractured screen surprisingly illuminated with a faint glow. On the screen, alongside the weak signal indicating Leon's vital signs, a new, exceedingly faint signal source identifier flickered precariously at the edge of the display. Much like a candle fighting against the wind, the symbol of the signal source was an exceedingly simplified outline of a fractured arc reactor. Tony. Rhodey's heart felt as though it had been struck by a sledgehammer, abruptly halting its rhythm. He stared intently at the nearly extinguished signal identifier on the screen. His breath caught in his throat. Tony was alive. He was still alive, somewhere in this wretched place. A colossal wave of elation surged through him, shattering the icy grip of despair. But soon, a deeper fear followed. Where was Tony? What was his condition? The signal was so faint it seemed on the verge of vanishing. Rhodey abruptly lifted his gaze, his bloodshot eyes scanning the infinite steel graveyard like searchlights. The direction of the signal source lay over there, deep within the murky waters, in the shadowed area obscured by the wreckage of a massive capsized ship. Hope. A hope that was tenuous, yet palpably real. Rhodey's voice strained with urgency, filled with an unprecedented fervor. No longer hesitating, he struggled to rise, the intense pain causing his vision to dim. He cast a glance at the feeble Leon on the ground. They must leave. He had to take him with him. He was saved by Tony at the cost of his life. Moreover, only he might possess knowledge of what transpired with Tony. Rhodes gritted his teeth, bending down with all his might to hoist the cold, lifeless body of Leon onto his broad yet battered shoulders. The weight of Leon nearly overwhelmed him. Yet his iron will sustained him. With each labored step, he trudged into the frigid, murky waters, heading towards the direction indicated by the signal. Toward the looming shadow of the massive shipwreck. The water reached up to his thighs, biting cold. Every step was a Herculean effort. The ground beneath him slick with mud and strewn with sharp metal fragments. In that silent graveyard of steel, only Rhodes's heavy breaths, the sound of splashing water, and Leon's faint, nearly imperceptible breaths could be heard. A dim beam of light pierced through a hole above, casting their shadows into elongated, distorted forms, akin to insignificant insects traversing the belly of a colossal beast. Time became an abstraction as he navigated around the colossal broken keel, and at last, the shadowy area emerged before him. It was an entrance to a cave, naturally formed by the remnants of massive shipwrecks and heaps of metallic debris, partially submerged in water. The murky waters flowed slowly into the depths, unfathomable. On the signal tracker, the beacon representing Tony lay deep within this cave. Although still weak, it appeared slightly more stable than before. Rhodes halted at the cave's entrance, scanning the surroundings with caution. The water's surface was littered with more oil and debris, exuding a more pungent stench. The darkness inside loomed ominously, with only the sound of flowing water echoing hollowly. The unknown void resembled the gullet of a beast. He gently placed Leon on a relatively dry metal platform exposed above the waterline, and drew forth the sole remaining tactical dagger from his boot, his last weapon. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the excruciating pain in his ribs and back, gripping the dagger tightly, preparing to step into the abyss of darkness. Suddenly, a faint yet unmistakably unnatural sound of metal scraping emerged from the depths of the cave. The noise was subtle, reminiscent of something heavy being dragged across the slick metal. Rhodes's muscles tensed instantaneously. He positioned the dagger across his chest, holding his breath, his keen gaze fixated on the source of the sound. In the darkness, the dragging noise intensified, accompanied by a peculiar hissing, akin to air escaping. A vague silhouette gradually materialized deep within the cave. It was not a human. It was a grotesque mechanical entity, towering nearly 2 meters high. Its body resembled the chassis of some engineering machinery, rusted and encrusted with thick layers of grime and algae. Four spindly mechanical legs, assembled from hydraulic rods and metal tubes, supported it as it moved along the slippery slope, producing a cacophony of clattering noises. At its head, a rudimentary spherical sensor flickered with unstable red light. The most striking feature of the creature was its dual arms. The right was a gigantic, rusted metal claw, while the left resembled a high-pressure water gun nozzle, perpetually spinning and emitting a hissing sound of escaping air. This grotesquely designed robot was dragging a heavy object, encrusted with mud and aquatic vegetation, slowly emerging from the depths of the cavern. As it fully emerged into the dim, yellow light at the entrance, Rod's heart seized in terror. Dragged by the metallic claw was the lower half of a human being, clad in tattered, oil-stained trousers. From one pant leg, a calf could be faintly discerned, whitened and marred by abrasions from being soaked in filthy water. The upper body of the person was submerged, rendering it indistinct. But the shoulder protruding above the water appeared to be adorned with a pattern shimmering with a faint, dark golden light. "Tony, release him!" Rod's roar, laced with bloodlust, echoed through the steel graveyard like the mournful cry of a wounded beast, shattering the profound silence. Clutching a dagger, he charged recklessly toward the bizarre robot. Chapter 28. Rusted chains, release him. Rod's bellow, rife with the raw scent of blood, erupted amidst the vast steel graveyard. He charged like an enraged rhinoceros, dragging his injured body and clutching the last remnants of his tactical dagger, heedless of all else as he lunged at the grotesque robot dragging Tony's limp form. The robot's crude spherical sensor abruptly pivoted toward Rod, its flashing red light intensifying. The hissing high-pressure water gun nozzle shot upward, and the murky water emitted a piercing shriek under pressure. Hiss! A murky, greenish column of water, reeking of rust, shot forth like a vile serpent, hurtling directly toward the advancing Rod. Rod's pupils constricted. No armor. He had no choice but to rely on instinct and his honed combat reflexes, diving sharply to the side. Thud! The icy, foul-smelling water grazed his shoulder, crashing against the slick metal platform behind him and sending a spray of filthy water into the air. The force of the water's impact was tremendous, resonating with a dull thud against the metal. Rod rolled to his feet, his body drenched in grime. Without pause, he charged again toward the robot, aiming for the joint of the metallic claw that held Tony. The robot's four mechanical legs moved swiftly, emitting a cacophony of clicks as it attempted to distance itself, while the high-pressure water gun recharged, hissing ominously. At that moment, Leon, who had been unconscious at the edge of the metal platform, suddenly convulsed violently. Beneath his tightly shut eyelids, his eyes darted wildly. The dim mark on his chest flickered faintly, As if an invisible thread had been tugged at the instant Rod faced the threat, releasing a torrent of chaotic, painful mental waves infused with a strong fight-or-flight response. This feeble mental wave rippled through the air, like a stone cast into still waters. The robot, poised to attack Rod once more, saw its crude spherical sensor's red light abruptly falter. The flickering frequency suddenly descended into utter chaos. The high-pressure water gun it raised fell silent, its charging hiss abruptly cut off as if its throat had been constricted. The four rapidly moving mechanical legs momentarily stiffened. An opportunity. A fierce glint flashed in Rod's eyes. He summoned his last reserves of strength, lunging forward with a ferocious energy. His tactical dagger striking like a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, aimed directly at the rusty hydraulic joint where the robot's metallic claw connected to its main body. With a sharp sound, the dagger pierced the corroded gap with all of Rod's might. A viscous, iron-scented black oil erupted forth. The robot emitted a shrill, grating noise akin to metal grinding against metal. The struck mechanical arm convulsed violently, spasming uncontrollably. The metal claw that had gripped Tony's calf loosened its hold. Its strength diminished due to the damaged joint. Release, Rod bellowed, gripping the dagger's handle with both hands, exerting every ounce of his strength to pry it free. A sickening crack echoed as the corroded hydraulic joint was forcefully wrenched apart. The mechanical arm instantaneously lost most of its power. With a splash, Tony, drenched in murky water and caked in sludge, finally slipped from the loosened metal claw, crashing heavily into the filthy depths. Tony, Rod, disregarding his own exhaustion and the chaotic robot emitting piercing noises in disarray due to its damaged joint, immediately dashed toward the spot where Tony had fallen. Beneath the murky water, he groped about until he swiftly grasped Tony's cold arm. With immense effort, he dragged Tony's heavy body to the surface, pulling him onto the relatively dry edge of a metal platform. Tony's body was icy and rigid, reminiscent of something just pulled from a freezer. His eyes were tightly shut, his complexion ashen, and his lips bore an ominous purplish hue. Beneath his tattered clothing, his skin was marred with abrasions and bruises, rendered pale from the filthy water. Most striking was his left arm, adorned with dark golden and deep blue patterns, now exposed. The designs still discernible, but their radiance severely dimmed, akin to extinguished embers. Yet, as Rod touched this arm, an icy, inhuman numbness surged through his fingertips, sending a shiver down his spine. Tony, wake up. Rod's voice trembled as he forcefully slapped Tony's cold cheek, his fingers urgently probing for a pulse at his neck. A faint thrum, almost imperceptible. He was still alive, but the vital signs were alarmingly weak. His temperature was chillingly low. He could extinguish at any moment. Rod's heart raced to his throat. He immediately commenced resuscitation, unbuttoning Tony's soaked shirt and interlocking his hands to press down on his frigid chest. Each compression was accompanied by the agonizing creaks of overburdened ribs. Coughing, Tony's body convulsed violently, expelling several mouthfuls of murky water tainted with dark sediment. His eyelids trembled violently, yet he remained unable to open them. Hold on, Tony, hold on. Rod pressed harder, sweat mingling with sewage trickling down his forehead. The cold, pain, overwhelming mental shock, and the despair of the moment nearly crushed him. Yet his iron will sustained him, akin to a drowning man clinging to the last piece of driftwood. At that moment, a feeble voice, akin to a dreamlike whisper, intermittently emerged from beside him. Brother. Rod turned sharply. At the edge of the metal platform, Leon, who had been unconscious, opened his eyes at some point. But those eyes were hollow, staring vacantly at the rust-covered dome. His lips moved slightly, producing fragmented syllables. Brother, so cold. Leon's body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if caught in a violent spasm. His teeth chattered, and the mark on his chest flickered weakly with each shudder, accompanied by the subtle undulation of the ghostly blue cracks beneath his skin, as if they were alive. Rod's heart plummeted. Leon's body temperature was plummeting. This frigid environment, his grievous injuries, and the strange contamination within him were becoming unbearable. One Tony had already brought him to the brink of collapse, and now Leon. Rod gazed at the two companions on the platform, gasping for breath like flickering candles in the wind, as a profound sense of helplessness and despair engulfed him once more. There were no medical supplies, no source of warmth, no food, only this boundless, frigid steel grave. Cough! A faint voice broke through Rod's despair, cutting through the silence. He immediately rushed to Tony's side. Tony, I'm here. Hold on. Tony's eyelids struggled to part, revealing a dull, lifeless right eye. His lips moved, the words barely audible. Like a whispering insect, cold, arms, connection. Leon, arms, connection, Leon. Rod's gaze sharpened, fixating on the cold, dark golden, blue-veined left arm of Tony. He then turned abruptly to Leon, who was shivering violently from the cold and pain. A frenzied thought struck Rod like lightning. Tony's arm was somehow linked to the entity within Leon. Tony spoke of cold. Leon echoed the same. Tony sensed Leon. Tony, can you sense Leon? Can you help him? Can you? Rod's voice grew hoarse with urgency. Unsure of what he was even asking, he instinctively clutched this singular, bizarre clue. Tony's unfocused right eye struggled to turn towards Leon's direction, but ultimately fell shut in defeat. His lips moved silently a few times as if gathering strength. Moments later, a word, exceedingly faint and nearly drowned by his tremors, escaped his lips. Touch. Touch. Rod understood instantly. He hesitated no longer. He seized Tony's cold, intricately patterned left wrist, then abruptly turned, pressing that frigid hand against the dimly flickering mark on Leon's chest, which trembled violently from the cold. The moment Tony's icy palm made contact with Leon's chest, a faint yet discernible ripple of energy surged outward from the point of contact. The muted dark golden patterns on Tony's arm flickered momentarily, as if ignited by a spark. A chilling, feeble warmth, if such a thing could be termed warmth, struggled to flow through the invisible connection from Tony's arm into Leon's frozen body. Leon's violently shaking form suddenly stiffened. Deep within his hollow, unfocused gaze, the nearly extinguished dark golden glow fought to reignite. The chattering of his teeth diminished, and the intensity of his tremors noticeably lessened. Effective. Though faint, it was indeed effective. Rod's heart raced. He beheld Tony's still pallid visage and the faintly glowing dark golden light on Leon's chest. As a bolder plan began to take shape in his mind. They must be united. This connection must be maintained. It could be their sole hope for survival. He sprang into action. Cautiously, he dragged Tony's heavy body beside Leon, positioning them side by side. Then, he grasped Tony's cold wrist, lifting it to ensure that Tony's palm remained steadily pressed against the mark on Leon's chest. Having accomplished this, Rod collapsed onto the frigid metal, gasping for breath. He observed the two. Tony remained unconscious, yet his pallor seemed to have stabilized. Leon, though still weak, had calmed his tremors, and his breathing appeared to have steadied slightly. That tenuous link seemed to form an exceptionally fragile bridge of life between them. A hope, dim and elusive, flickered like a firefly in the darkness. Just then, Rod caught a glimpse of the bizarre robot, which he had previously injured, still spinning aimlessly in place. What had the robot been doing deep within the cave? Did it possess repair capabilities? Or perhaps a source of energy? A more audacious thought took root in Rod's mind, growing like wild grass. He struggled to rise, dragging his weary and wounded body step by step toward the still noisy robot, whose right arm hung limply. The robot's rudimentary spherical sensor detected Rod's approach, its red light flashing urgently as the high-pressure water gun hissed, attempting to lift, but due to its damaged joints, it moved with extreme slowness and clumsiness. Rod refrained from attacking. He paused before the robot, his sharp gaze slicing through the air as he scrutinized its crude construction. The subject is a rusted engineering chassis, equipped with 4 mechanical legs, a damaged right claw, and a hissing, leaking left water gun situated at the rear of the robotic body. His attention was drawn to an unassuming metal cover, obscured beneath a thick layer of grease. He cautiously maneuvered around to the back of the robot, employing a dagger to scrape away the grime and rust clinging to the cover. The edges of the cover featured simple latches. Taking a deep breath, he pried open the latch with his dagger and forcefully lifted the metal cover. Beneath it lay not a complex circuitry, but rather a rudimentary, rust-streaked metal storage compartment. Inside, instead of tools or parts, there were only a few items, several blocks wrapped in oil paper, appearing to be some form of high-energy compressed rations, a sealed metal canteen, and an oddly shaped metallic tool, resembling a large key or wrench, equally afflicted by rust. Food, water, tools. Rod's breath instantly quickened. Ecstasy surged through him like an electric current. He carefully extracted the oil paper packets and the metal canteen, feeling their heavy weight as though cradling life-saving treasures. He twisted off the canteen's cap, releasing a wisp of relatively clear vapor. He cautiously brought it to Tony and Leon's lips, moistening their cracked mouths drop by drop. In their unconscious state, Tony and Leon instinctively made faint swallowing motions. Next, Rod tore open the oil paper packet, revealing several dark brown chunks exuding a faint scent of grease and salt. He broke off a tiny piece, crushed it with his teeth, and mixed it with the clear water, carefully feeding it to the two. He dared not give too much, aware that their frail bodies could not bear it. After ensuring they had some sustenance, Rod took a large gulp of water himself and broke off a small piece of the hard ration, laboriously chewing it. As the cold water and food settled in his stomach, a faint warmth began to spread through his chilled body, dispelling a hint of despair. He gazed at Tony and Leon, who clung to life by the thinnest of threads, then glanced at the rusted metal tool in his hand. Before finally directing his gaze towards the robot with the pried open cover and its rudimentary storage compartment, a thought crystallized in his mind. This robot appeared devoid of aggression, possessing only a basic defensive program. It resembled more of a janitor or a scavenger from a recycling station. It had dragged Tony from the depths of the cave, perhaps viewing him as mere waste in need of disposal. Rod's eyes once again fell upon the shadowy entrance of the cave. The signal tracker indicated that Tony's signal had been drawn out from this very spot. What lay deeper within the cave? Was it the robot's home? Or perhaps more salvageable items? Could there be tools for repair? A flicker of hope ignited anew in Rod's eyes, albeit still faint, yet infused with a steely resolve. He must venture inside. For Tony, for Leon, and for their tenuous chance at survival. Chapter 29. The cubic blue light rod carefully moistened Tony and Leon's parched lips with the last few drops of fresh water, observing the barely perceptible, weak swallowing motions on their ashen faces, and the weight in his heart eased slightly. The compressed rations were hard and abrasive against his teeth, mingled with a cold, metallic taste, yet he forced himself to swallow. His strength was slowly recuperating, and the excruciating pain in his back became bearable amidst the chilling numbness. He gripped the peculiar, rust-stained wrench he had discovered in the robot's storage compartment, his gaze sweeping like a searchlight back toward the ominous entrance of the cavern. The darkness loomed like coagulated ink, with only the murky water at the entrance reflecting a greasy glimmer under the dim light. On the screen of the signal tracker, the signal indicating Tony remained faint, yet steadfastly pointed toward the depths of the cave, precisely where the grotesque robot had dragged him out. What lay within? Another retrieval station? Repair tools? Or perhaps an even greater peril? Rod inhaled deeply. The frigid air, tinged with a metallic scent, filled his lungs, momentarily dispelling some of his fatigue. He glanced at the two men lying side by side on the ground. Tony's palm still rested on the faint mark on Leon's chest, a tenuous energy link flickering like a candle in the wind, sustaining their last vestiges of life. Leon appeared somewhat calmer, yet the eerie blue cracks covering his body glimmered menacingly in the dim light. Time was of the essence. He must enter. This was their only hope. Rod hesitated no longer. He carefully tucked away the remaining rations and water, tightened his grip on the wrench, and picked up a sharp metal shard as a secondary weapon. After making a final assessment of Tony and Leon's condition, he drew a deep breath and resolutely stepped into the frigid, murky waters of the cave entrance. Instantly, darkness enveloped him. The bone-chilling cold crept up from his feet. The murky water rose to his knees, each step proving arduous, as he navigated through the slippery sludge and concealed metallic shards beneath his feet. He could only rely on his instincts and the faint current to guide his path. The cave walls were cloaked in thick, slimy moss and barnacles, the air growing increasingly foul, filled with an overpowering stench of decaying metal and something indescribable. A noxious blend of engine oil and putrid organic matter. Silence prevailed. Only the splashing of water as he waded and the rhythm of his heartbeat echoed hollowly within the cramped space. After traversing about 10 meters, the cave began to slope downward. The water grew turbulent and frigid. Rod gritted his teeth, using the wrench to brace against the slick cave wall, laboriously making his descent. In the darkness, he sensed the space around him expanding. Suddenly, his foot slipped violently. Rod lost his balance, pitching forward. The icy, murky water surged up to his chest. He let out a muffled grunt, struggling to rise, the wrench and metal shards slipping from his grasp and sinking into the deeper waters with a dull splash. Just then, his outstretched hand, instinctively bracing against the fall, encountered something hard, cold, and sharply defined. It was neither sludge nor the slick cave wall. Rod's heart raced with a jolt. He disregarded the discomfort of choking on water, frantically groping in the darkness. It was a colossal, cuboid metallic object. Its surface was encrusted with a thick layer of slimy dirt and barnacles, yet it felt cold, hard, and sharply defined. He explored upwards, sensing that this object was at least taller than a person. It was partly buried in the sludge at the cave's bottom, revealing only a portion of its apex. What could it be? An abandoned safe? The remnants of some machinery? Rod's heart raced with excitement. Tony's signal source was here. Could it be that Tony had been trapped within this object? He struggled to stand upright, the murky water rising to his chest. With great effort, he wiped away the grime covering the top of the metallic object. The surface was slick and frigid, yet beneath it, he could feel the texture of the metal. As he cleared away a significant patch of dirt, his fingertips brushed against a dent, seemingly marked by some kind of impact. At that moment, a faint, yet remarkably clear hum emanated from beneath the metal surface he had just cleaned. Following this, a delicate, Almost firefly-like azure glow struggled to seep through the crevice of the dent. Blue light. Rod's heart raced to his throat. This luminescence bore a striking resemblance to the energy from the Ten Rings gang's wristbands and the azure energy within the small rain container. Yet it seemed slightly different, purer, colder. He forcibly suppressed his astonishment and scrubbed vigorously at the grime atop the metallic object. As the dirt was removed, the azure glow grew increasingly vivid, the source appearing to reside within the metallic structure. The cuboid outline became ever clearer, resembling a massive, rusted, and dirt-clad metal cube. The cube radiating azure light. Tony's signal source. In an instant, Rod recalled the abyssal echo and the door mentioned by the leader of the Ten Rings gang. Could this be the so-called door? Or perhaps the core of some energy? He instinctively took a step back, warily watching the azure light seeping through the crevice. Fear of the unknown gripped him. However, at that very moment, on the ground, Luan, who had been maintaining a faint connection through Tony's palm, suddenly jolted violently. It was as if struck by an invisible current. His tightly closed eyes flew open. This time, the depths of his pupils were no longer hollow darkness or chaotic azure, but two swirling, frenzied vortices of dark gold and azure. A wave of mental energy, far more violent and chaotic than before, erupted from him like an uncontrollable nuclear blast. Luan threw his head back, emitting a scream of agony that resembled no human sound. The mark on his chest erupted with blinding light. The dark gold and azure intertwining wildly, annihilating each other. The azure cracks across his body writhed as if alive. This sudden transformation surged towards Tony, who was closely linked to him. Cough. Tony abruptly coughed up a mouthful of black blood speckled with azure light. A pallid visage suddenly manifested intricate, spiderweb-like azure fissures. The left arm, adorned with dark golden patterns and pressed against Leon's chest, pulsated with a frenzied radiance beneath the skin, clashing violently with the chaotic energy erupting from Leon's core. An icy, inhuman will, intertwined with chaotic taint, surged into Tony's body through the connection. Tony, Leon. Rod was paralyzed with horror. He disregarded the cubic structure within the cave, scrambling back to the platform. Just as he reached the two, an even more bizarre phenomenon unfolded. Deep within the cavern, a colossal metallic cube, partially submerged in muck, seemed to respond simultaneously to the chaotic energy unleashed by Leon and the dark golden will of Tony's arm. The azure glow emanating from within surged explosively. The hum transformed into a piercing shriek. Buzz. A concentrated beam of tangible azure light erupted violently from the crack at the top of the cube. Where it had been impacted, it disregarded the cave's convolutions and distance, piercing through the darkness with uncanny precision, striking directly at the chaotic luminous core on Leon's chest. Hiss. Like cold water splashing into boiling oil, the azure beam collided fiercely with the chaotic dark golden energy radiating from Leon's chest, annihilating it amidst a cacophony of sizzling sounds. Leon's piercing shriek abruptly ceased. His body recoiled as if struck by an invisible hammer, arching sharply. The turbulent whirlpool of chaos in his eyes crystallized instantaneously. Even more astonishing, the azure beam was not an attack. It functioned as an invisible conduit, forcibly injecting a cold, pure azure energy imbued with an odd sense of order into Leon's crumbling core. This energy acted like a potent suppressant, frantically regulating and stabilizing the uncontrolled chaotic pollution and the violent will of Jaboga within him. The writhing azure fissures on Leon's body faded at a visible rate. The tumultuous radiance erupting from his chest rapidly retracted. The whirlpool of chaos in his eyes slowly dissipated, reverting to a hollow dark brown, and his body slumped weakly, once again slipping into unconsciousness. Yet this time, his breathing appeared somewhat steadier than before, albeit still feeble. Meanwhile, Tony, linked to him, felt the dark golden patterns beneath his skin cease their frantic flickering, returning to their previously muted state. The chaotic energy and taint flooding his body receded like a tide. The azure fissures on his face halted their spread, even slightly diminishing. His heaving chest gradually calmed, though his complexion remained ashen, lost to unconsciousness. Rod stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone. He gazed at the serene forms of the two on the ground, then abruptly turned to the depths of the cave, where the azure cube's glow was gradually retracting. A tempest surged in his heart. Was the cube aiding Leon? Had it suppressed the chaos and pollution? What in the world was this entity? Friend or foe? Rod's heart raced as a boulder. More audacious thoughts surged uncontrollably within him. If the energy of this cube could suppress the corruption and chaos within Leon, could it not also be utilized to save Tony? Tony's vital signs were alarmingly faint. The meager rations and scant water would not sustain him for long. He gazed at Tony's ashen face and the cracked skin of his left arm. then turned his attention to the shadowy depths of the cave where the cube emanated a mysterious, ethereal blue light, akin to a solitary beacon in the darkness, exuding a lethal allure and an unknown peril. Rod's gaze wrestled with tumultuous emotions: fear, hope, reverence for the unknown, and a profound sense of responsibility for both Tony and Leon clashed violently within him. Ultimately, an ironclad resolve triumphed over his trepidation. He rose once more, this time with unwavering determination in his eyes. He had to retrieve that cube, regardless of what it was. For Tony, for Leon, for survival. He stepped back into the frigid, biting sewage, this time with a clear purpose, making his way directly toward the massive cube half buried in the muck. As he approached, the chilling metallic texture and the faint, ethereal glow intensified the strange sense of oppression surrounding him. Rod cautiously tested the muck around the cube with his foot, seeking a stable foothold. The mire was deep, nearly reaching his thighs. He took a deep breath, bent down, and grasped the rim of the dented top of the cube with both hands. The surface was cold and slick, coated with thick moss and barnacles. Lift. Rod growled deeply, every muscle in his body tightening instantaneously. Pain shot through the gaping wound on his back, but he paid it no heed. He channeled all his strength, all his anger, despair, and hope into his arms. The cube groaned under the strain, producing an unbearable creaking sound as it shifted slightly, displacing a cloud of muck and bubbles. Hope surged. Rod gritted his teeth, like a mighty titan cleaving through stone, and exerted himself once more. Veins bulged on his forehead as sweat mingled with the filth rolling down his face. With a thunderous roar, the immense cube finally broke free from the mire, pulling a substantial portion of itself out. A torrent of murky water cascaded from its surface like a waterfall, bathed in the faint light filtering through the cave entrance. Rod finally beheld the entirety of this object. It was a colossal metallic cube, nearly 2 meters on each side. Its surface exhibited a profound, ancient gray-black sheen, marked by countless dents and deep scratches, yet its overall structure appeared extraordinarily robust. Numerous thick, rusted cables and pipes, long severed and decayed, extended from its base. Deeply embedded in the muck, at the center of the freshly wiped top, within the depths of the dent caused by impacts, lay a palm-sized crystal. As pure and translucent as a sapphire, deeply embedded in the metal, the ethereal blue glow he had seen earlier emanated from this very crystal. At this moment, the crystal emanated a soft and steady azure glow, akin to a pure star in the midst of darkness. The radiance was not blinding, yet it exuded an indescribable sense of cold order. Just gazing upon it, Rod felt that the tumultuous emotions within him were being soothed by an invisible force. This is the source of energy. That crystal. Rod's heart raced with fervor. He cautiously extended his hand, his fingertips trembling, yearning to touch the crystal that radiated pure blue light. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the crystal, a faint voice, akin to a whisper in a dream, intermittently echoed from the direction of the metallic platform. Do not touch. It was Leon. He had awakened once more. Rod instinctively recoiled, shock coursing through him as he turned around. On the platform, Leon had opened his eyes again, but this time, his gaze was no longer vacant or chaotic. Instead, it was filled with an overwhelming sense of terror and anguish. He fixed his eyes on Rod, staring intently at the cube emitting blue light deep within the cavern. His lips moved soundlessly, as if he were summoning every ounce of his soul to scream. That is not the key. It is a chain, a rusted chain. Rod felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His outstretched hand froze in midair. He glanced sharply at the pure blue crystal, then back at Leon's eyes, brimming with fear and torment. A chill shot up from his feet to the crown of his head. At that moment, on the ground, the unconscious Tony, with his left arm adorned with dark golden patterns, suddenly and inexplicably lifted it. His fingers splayed open, not pointing at Rod, but precisely aimed at the enormous cube deep within the cavern, pointing at the crystal that radiated pure blue light. The dim dark golden patterns beneath his skin ignited like a venomous snake awakened, bursting forth with blinding brilliance. A cold, greedy will, infused with an intense desire for possession, surged through the connection, stabbing fiercely into Rod's chaotic consciousness. Chapter 30. The hand of the deity, do not touch. That is not the key. It is a chain. A rusted chain. Leon's faint yet profoundly fearful cry pierced Rod's eardrums like an ice pick. A rusted chain. Rod's hand, reaching for the azure crystal, froze in midair, his blood seemingly congealing in an instant. He abruptly turned to Leon, whose agonized eyes were fixed on the cube, with pupils reflecting a profound terror, as if that light was not a beacon of hope, but rather a phosphorescent flame leading to hell. Almost simultaneously, the unconscious Tony's left arm, marked with dark golden patterns, jerked upward like a marionette on strings. His fingers spread wide, precisely locking onto the azure crystal atop the cube deep within the cavern. The dim, dark, golden patterns beneath his skin erupted into blinding light. A cold, greedy, and utterly possessive will, akin to high-voltage electricity, surged through the faint connection with Rode, ruthlessly piercing into his mind. Detection of a high-purity order energy source aligns with the blueprint restoration protocol. Confirmation of pollution source suppression. Execution, forced absorption. A chilling electronic voice shrieked within Rode's mind. It was not Tony's voice. It was the will that lay dormant within that arm. It yearned for that crystal. Tony, stop. Rhodes, his eyes wild with fury, roared as he lunged toward Tony. He could not allow that uncontrollable arm to touch that object. Leon's warning reverberated in his mind like a tolling bell. Yet it was too late. Buzz. An immense suction force erupted from the palm of Tony's peculiar arm. The target was not a physical entity, but the intangible energy field emanating from the pure, blue crystal. A visible stream of energy, twisting with dark, golden radiance, surged forth like greedy tendrils, instantly bridging the gap between Tony's palm and the ethereal blue crystal. The pristine blue light was violently distorted and pulled. The crystal itself trembled violently, emitting a sharp hum. A pure, cold, and strangely ordered azure energy was ruthlessly extracted from the crystal, surging through the dark, golden energy stream into Tony's arm. Oh, Tony, unconscious, suddenly arched his body as if struck by a high-voltage shock. His throat released a pained, inhuman wail. The ghostly blue fissures that had surfaced on his pallid face from Leon's taint were instantly dispelled. In their place, the dark, golden patterns beneath his skin expanded wildly, as if nourished, growing more intricate and profound, akin to a living circuit that raced up his neck, even beginning to invade his left cheek. A cold, vast, inhuman sense of power surged within him, accompanied by intense, agonizing transformation. His left arm skin, under the dark golden patterns, began to exhibit a chilling, metallic sheen. Let him go. Rhodes finally reached Tony's side, gripping tightly onto the arm that was madly siphoning energy, becoming increasingly inhuman. He attempted to pull it away from the cube's direction. However, the moment his hands made contact with Tony's left arm skin, buzz, a frigid, violent backlash surged through Rhodes' body like a high-voltage current. Rhodes emitted a cry of agony, feeling his arms instantly numb, as if pierced by 1,000 icy needles. The tremendous force hurled him away, crashing heavily onto the cold metal platform. Struggling to lift his head, his eyes were filled with terror. The power of Tony's arm had become so terrifying, and it radiated hostility. What shattered Rhodes' heart even further was the transformation beginning to unfold within the cube as the azure crystal's energy was frantically siphoned away. The enormous metallic cube's surface, where Rod had wiped away the grime to reveal its dark, metallic essence, was adorned with intricate, ancient patterns of dark gold, resembling dormant veins that had slumbered for eons, now slowly illuminating the metal's faade. These designs were far more complex and grand than those on Tony's arm, exuding an immutable sense of cold order. They were interconnected with the ethereal blue crystal atop, forming a vast and enigmatic pattern. The entire cube appeared to be forcefully awakened from a prolonged slumber by the insatiable greed of Tony's arm. On the ground, Leon gazed at this terrifying scene. His eyes filled with despair. He struggled to rise, yet his body felt completely drained of strength, allowing only a faint, blood-curdling warning to escape his lips. Run. It has awakened. But who had awakened? The cube? Or the entity sealed within? Rod's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat, as he beheld Tony's arm, increasingly resembling a mechanical creation, exuding an aura of terror. The dark gold lines on the cube's surface glowed as if animated, seizing him with an overwhelming fear of insignificance before such a higher being. No, he must stop Tony. He must sever that connection. Rod fought to rise, his gaze sweeping the platform until it abruptly locked onto the grotesque robot he had previously pried open. The high-pressure water gun nozzle of that robot, though hissing and leaking, might still serve a purpose. Like a predatory cheetah, he lunged toward the disoriented robot, heedless of its sensor's frantic red light. He maneuvered to its side and grasped the hissing high-pressure nozzle with all his might. The cold metallic sensation coursed through his fingers as he clung tightly to the rusted joint connecting the nozzle to the body, summoning every ounce of strength to twist it toward the energy flow connecting Tony's arm to the cube's crystal. Turn it. Rod bellowed with a feral roar. His arm muscles taut, while the wound on his back tore open once more, blood seeping out. Creak. The shrill sound of metal distorting echoed as the rusted joint groaned under Rod's brute force, yet it truly began to shift direction. The hissing water gun nozzle, now aimed toward the writhing dark gold energy flow. Hiss! A murky, green, foul-smelling jet of high-pressure water shot forth like a dying serpent, striking fiercely at the intangible energy stream. Thud! The murky column collided with the energy flow, instantly vaporized into a cloud of acrid white steam by the ferocious force. Yet, the impact was not in vain. The tremendous physical shock caused a brief, visible fluctuation and distortion in the energy connection. In that fleeting moment of disruption, Tony's arched body trembled violently. A viscous liquid, shimmering with dark gold, erupted from his mouth, and the hand that had been voraciously siphoning energy abruptly ceased its relentless pull. The dark golden energy flow connecting the cubic crystal recoiled abruptly, akin to a severed serpent. The hum resonated. The ethereal blue crystal at the top of the cube dimmed suddenly. The ancient dark golden patterns, which had just come to life, receded like an ebbing tide, vanishing once more into the depths of the grimy metallic surface. The enormous cube lapsed back into silence, as though its recent awakening had merely been an illusion. Tony's arm hung limply. The frenzied spread of dark golden patterns beneath his skin ceased, and the glow swiftly dimmed. His body weakened, collapsing back onto the ground, unconscious. Yet, the skin on his left arm had transformed, much of it exhibiting a chilling metallic texture, with dark golden patterns deeply embedded like brands, snaking over his left shoulder and extending toward the clavicle. His ashen complexion seemed to improve slightly, but it bore an unearthly, metallic pallor. Rhodes gasped, observing the terrifying siphoning that had been forcefully interrupted, his heart still racing with trepidation. He glanced at the hissing, smoke-emitting robot, realizing for the first time that this bizarre entity possessed some utility. However, before he could exhale in relief, a faint yet profoundly terrified voice from behind him, belonging to Leon, pierced the air. Rhodes spun around abruptly. He beheld the now-still surface of the cube, where the patterns had just faded, a metal panel, approximately half a meter square, silently slid inward, revealing a pitch-black square aperture. Soon after, accompanied by a faint yet rhythmic mechanical whir, an object began to emerge from the opening. It was neither a weapon nor a monster. Rather, it was a platform, crafted from an unknown material that emanated a soft white glow, strikingly pristine in contrast to the surrounding filth. The surface of the platform was immaculate, utterly untainted, and at its center lay an object in serene repose. It was a severed arm, a pure forearm and hand forged from a deep gray alloy that shimmered with a cold metallic luster. Its dimensions were perfectly proportionate to that of a human arm. With fluid lines and flawless contours, the joints exhibited an intricate design, embodying a mechanical beauty that transcended time. The palm faced upward, fingers gently curved, as if in slumber, maintaining an instinctual posture. The entire arm bore no traces of welding or assembly, appearing as though it had been sculpted directly from a colossal block of metal. Bathed in the gentle white light of the platform, it radiated a chilling, perfect, and disquieting aura of the inhuman. This metallic arm lay there in silence, devoid of any energy fluctuations or signs of life. Yet, the manner of its emergence and its very existence exuded a silent, suffocating sense of oppression. Rhodes stood frozen in place, as if ensnared by an invisible frost. He gazed at the flawless, cold metallic arm, then abruptly turned his attention to Tony's left arm, which was enveloped in dark golden patterns and undergoing a transformation into metal. An utterly absurd yet chilling sensation surged from his spine to the crown of his head. How strikingly similar was this arm to Tony's mutating limb? No, it could be said that Tony's arm seemed to be evolving towards this perfect arm. What exactly was this cube? Why did it contain such an arm? Impossible. Leon stared vacantly at the metallic arm, his hollow eyes filled with incredulous horror, as if witnessing the manifestation of the most terrifying nightmare. The hand of God. How could it be here? One of the keys to the Abyssal Echo's prison? The hand of God? One of the keys to the Abyssal Echo's prison? Rod's mind was in turmoil. Leon's words sounded like an ancient script, each term laden with a heart-stopping weight. At that moment, on the ground, the recently unconscious Tony convulsed violently once more. He suddenly opened his eyes. But those eyes were no longer the vacant human pupils. Instead, they blazed with a cold, burning fire, akin to molten dark gold. There were no whites, only a pure, inhuman abyss of golden depths. More terrifying was that his left arm, covered in dark golden patterns and half-metallic, rose uncontrollably, as if drawn by a fatal attraction. His fingers spread wide, the palm not aimed at Rod or Leon, but precisely pointing, with an almost reverent yearning, towards the perfect, cold metallic arm lying quietly on the pure white platform of the cube. An unprecedented, frigid yet fervent fragment of thought surged through Rod's chaotic consciousness like a tsunami. Detection of the ultimate blueprint. Permissions validated. Executing the final fusion protocol. Welcoming the arrival. The ultimate blueprint? Final fusion? Welcoming the arrival. Rod looked into Tony's eyes, ablaze with dark golden flames, devoid of humanity. And at the mutated arm yearning towards the unknown metallic limb. An unparalleled terror instantly engulfed his soul. Tony was being utterly replaced. And that arm within the cube was the final piece to complete his replacement and facilitate the arrival. No. Rod let out a desperate roar. He hesitated no longer, grasping the last remaining rusted, peculiar wrench on the platform, as if it were the final hope. He summoned all his strength and struck fiercely at the pure white platform extending from the cube, targeting that cold metallic arm. Whatever it was, destroy it. Tony must not touch it. The rusted wrench, infused with all of Rod's anger and despair, tore through the air and crashed down violently. Chapter 31. Do not save me. The rusted wrench tore through the murky air, bearing all of Rod's fury, despair, and the last flicker of hope. As it struck forcefully towards the metallic arm, exuding an aura of cold, lifelessness at the opening of the cube, Rod's eyes were bloodshot. His muscles taut to the breaking point, as warm fluid oozed from the gaping wound on his back, mingling with the cold, murky water, yet he remained utterly oblivious. A singular thought consumed his mind. Destroy it. That entity must never touch Tony. However, just as the wrench was about to strike the perfect, frigid arm, an unexpected transformation occurred. Leon, who had been lying unconscious and barely breathing, suddenly convulsed violently as if struck by an invisible hammer. His tightly shut eyes burst open. This time, there was no chaotic whirlpool, no agonizing struggle, only a pure, cold darkness ablaze with a will to annihilate, akin to molten gold in a chasm. A wave of terrifying energy, more refined and ferocious than any before, emanating a will to slice through space, erupted explosively from Leon's core. This energy did not release indiscriminately. It seemed almost sentient, instantly locking onto the wrench, descending towards Rod. Buzzing. A beam of dark golden energy, honed to perfection, shot forth from the dim mark on Leon's chest. Arriving before the wrench, it struck with unparalleled precision. Hiss. There was no violent explosion. Only the sickening sound of metal disintegrating. The rusted wrench, upon contact with the dark golden beam, disassembled silently from its tip, vaporizing as if it were an ice cube cast into a furnace, vanishing into nothingness without leaving even a trace of metallic vapor. Rod felt his grip loosen, the overwhelming inertia nearly causing him to stumble. Gaboga. It was the will of Gaboga. It had thwarted Rod. Why? Did it also covet that severed arm? In sheer horror, Rod looked towards Leon. Those eyes, ablaze with dark golden flames, coldly surveyed Rod, conveying the indifference of a superior life form regarding mere ants. Ultimately resting on the perfect, icy metallic arm at the entrance of the cube, there was no desire, only a chilling appraisal, accompanied by an almost imperceptible repulsion. At that moment, as Gaboga's will surged forth to halt Rod's advance, on the ground, Tony, or rather, the will that had seized his body, opened his dark golden eyes. His semi-metallic left arm, imbued with a pilgrim's yearning, reached out with fervor. Cold fingers, akin to 5 precise keys, grasped fiercely at the wrist connection of the immaculate arm resting on the pristine white platform. Buzzing. The instant Tony's cold fingertips made contact with the metallic arm, an indescribable, icy hum, as if echoing from the very dawn of the universe, erupted from the point of contact between the two arms. The vast steel graveyard trembled violently under this resonance. The murky water surged into turbulent waves. The mountain of metallic wreckage groaned under the unbearable strain. Above, the rusted dome, towering high, shed countless enormous rust flakes like a torrential downpour. Upon the pristine white platform, the once dormant metallic arm erupted with an intense, blinding dark gold radiance, as if infused with a soul. Within this brilliance, countless intricate dark golden energy patterns surged wildly across the surface of the arm. A vast, chilling, and terrifying will, reminiscent of an awakening ancient deity, forcefully coursed through Tony's arm and into his body. Ag. Tony's body contorted violently, arching like a shrimp, emitting a chilling wail that transcended the limits of human endurance. His right eye, his sole remaining vestige of humanity, was instantly engulfed by the tumultuous dark golden data stream. The dark golden patterns spreading beneath his skin swelled as if nourished by an ultimate sustenance. The cold metallic texture spread like a plague, aggressively consuming upwards from his left arm, shoulders, chest, neck. The dark golden metallic sheen replaced his human skin. The complex energy patterns flowed across his metallic skin as if they were living entities. On the left side of his face, muscles and skin rapidly hardened under violent convulsions. Enshrouded in cold metal, The dark golden patterns, akin to creeping vines, snaked beneath his left eye, advancing towards the right side of his face. His right pupil trembled uncontrollably. The last flicker of Tony Stark's humanity wavering like a candle in a tempest, on the brink of extinguishment amidst the overwhelming non-human will and the agony of transformation. No, Tony, let go. Rhodey, his eyes filled with desperation, recklessly lunged again. He had even forgotten the threat posed by Gayboga. All he desired was to tear Tony away from that accursed arm. Yet, as he approached within 3 meters of Tony, an invisible, frigid force of rejection exploded from Tony's body. Boom. Rhodey felt as though he had been struck by a speeding train. His sternum emitted an agonizing groan. He was sent hurtling backwards like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the cold metallic debris several meters away. A metallic taste filled his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Darkness clouded his vision, rendering him completely immobile. On the platform above, Leon, Gayboga, gazed coldly at the rapidly metallicizing Tony, his eyes ablaze with dark golden flames, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Only a purer form of spatial energy gathered at his fingertips, seemingly poised to unleash a devastating strike, yet tinged with a subtle hesitation. Ag. Tony's body thrashed in excruciating transformation pain, while the faint glimmer of his essence struggled deep within his right pupil. His lips, beneath the metallic left side of his face, moved with immense difficulty, producing a fragmented sound akin to sandpaper scraping. Rhodey, don't save me. Take Leon and go. It wants me. Don't save me. Each word seemed to draw upon the last remnants of his soul, infused with boundless suffering and a hint of resolute liberation. Tony. Rod listened to the shattered last words, gazing into the flickering remnants of humanity within Tony's right eye, and let out a heart-wrenching wail. An overwhelming sorrow engulfed him like a tsunami. He struggled to rise, yet the excruciating pain and the terrifying force field rendered him immobile. Don't save me. Tony's right eye cast one final, profound glance at Rod, whose expression was twisted with anguish, before it laboriously shifted to Leon, who was coldly watching him, Gayboga. That gaze was a complex tapestry, woven with farewells to a dear friend, concern for a brother, and perhaps a hint of warning towards Gayboga. In the next moment, buzz. The last flicker of humanity in Tony's right eye extinguished completely, like a candle flickering in the wind, swallowed by the surging tide of dark golden energy. His entire pupil transformed into a pure, burning dark golden flame, merging with the flames of his left eye, cold, indifferent, devoid of humanity. Simultaneously, a chilling metallic texture enveloped the right side of his face. Dark golden patterns, resembling living seals, crawled across his entire visage. His body trembled violently before coming to an abrupt halt. He stood there silently. No, it should be said, it was no longer Tony Stark. Instead, it was a terrifying entity, nearly 2 meters tall, its left half cloaked in cold, deep gray metal, flowing with dark golden energy patterns, while the right half retained remnants of human skin, yet equally covered in dark golden patterns. It bore Tony's outline, yet exuded a cold, vast aura, akin to a mechanical deity emerging from the dawn of time. It slowly lowered its head, observing the complete metallic left arm that had seamlessly fused with the platform. Exuding a sense of terrifying power, the cold metallic fingers gradually clenched, producing a disquieting sound of metal grinding against metal. In the dual pupils of dark golden flames, there was no emotion, only a cold scrutiny, and perhaps a hint of satisfaction with its new form. The connection with the host was severed. Leon's, Gayboga, icy voice resonated, laced with an almost imperceptible tremor. The spatial energy coalescing at its fingertips slowly dissipated, as if assessing this entirely new existence. A powerful construct born of the host's original materials and an unknown blueprint, now beyond its control. Rod lay slumped against the cold metal, gazing at the familiar yet strange metallic figure, witnessing the last vestiges of Tony Stark being irretrievably erased. A profound sense of sorrow and helplessness washed over him like a frigid tide, completely submerging him. Tears mingled with blood, blurring his vision. It was all over. Everything was finished. Tony was gone. Yet, in that moment of desolate silence, the terrifying creation, a fusion of Tony and the mysterious metallic arm, turned its burning dark golden eyes towards Leon's unconscious form, sprawled on the ground. It slowly raised the perfect metallic left arm, palm facing Leon. Within the palm, dark golden radiance surged violently. An extremely dangerous microenergy vortex was forming, emanating an aura of destruction. Target, Leon. No. Rod let out a desperate howl, yet felt utterly powerless. Leon, Gayboga, immediately locked onto the terrifying entity with his dark golden flames. The energy of space coalesced once more at his fingertips. A chilling electronic voice reverberated in Rod's mind. High threat target detected. locking onto the carrier. Executing Eradication Protocol. A standoff ensued, a deadlock. Chapter 32, Purification Protocol. Silence enveloped the scene. The vast steel graveyard seemed to have been paused in time. The murky surface of the water stilled. Rust flakes floated in midair, and even the omnipresent metallic scent of rust appeared to solidify. Rod slumped against the cold metal debris. The agonizing pain from his fractured ribs and the metallic taste of blood in his mouth starkly reminded him of the grim reality. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the suffocating triangular confrontation ahead. At the center loomed the horrifying creation, a fusion of Tony's shell and the Hand of Descent. It hovered silently half a meter above the murky water, its deep gray metallic left arm coursing with dark golden energy patterns, while the right half, draped in remnants of human skin, was equally covered in frigid dark golden lines, resembling a grotesque abomination that had been forcibly stitched together. The face, adorned with metal and patterns, bore a pair of pupils ablaze with pure dark golden flames, devoid of any human emotion, locking onto Leon below. The palm of its raised metallic left arm held a devastating miniature vortex, silently spinning, its energy waves distorting the very air around it. To the left stood Leon Gaboga, hovering at the edge of the platform. His pupils, ignited by dark golden flames, mirrored the coldness, while pure spatial energy danced at his fingertips, firmly locking onto the horror born from Tony's transformation. The chilling electronic voice echoed like a funeral bell in Rod's chaotic consciousness. High threat target confirmed. Locking onto the carrier. Spatial anchoring complete. Executing total eradication protocol. To the right loomed the massive metallic cube. Its embedded azure crystal emitted a dim glow. Yet the ancient dark golden patterns that had just receded reemerged on the surface of its gray-black metal, akin to activated circuits, emanating a cold, grand, oppressive aura reminiscent of an arriving judge. It remained silent, like a colossal beast observing everything. Rod's heart sank into an abyss of despair. Tony was gone, transformed into a monster. Now, this monster sought to eliminate Leon, while the Gaboga within Leon also aimed to eradicate this abomination, regardless of who emerged victorious. Both he and Leon were doomed. A profound sense of despair and a deep-seated powerlessness threatened to engulf him. At that moment, the destructive vortex coalescing in the entity's palm erupted without warning. Soundless, a beam of dark golden light, refined to perfection, surged forth like a spear of judgment tearing through space, instantaneously crossing the distance towards the unconscious Leon. Its speed exceeded the limits of visual perception. Almost simultaneously, the spatial energy leaping at Leon's fingertips erupted as well. A similarly refined dark golden spatial cutting beam, akin to a precise surgical knife, surged forth to meet the annihilating light beam. The objective is not to intercept, but to strike preemptively at the very core of that terrifying creation, specifically at the spot on its chest where the remnants of human skin are adorned with dark golden patterns. Gaboga's attack is precise, lethal, and devoid of hesitation. Two streams of dark golden energy, imbued with a will of destruction, are on the verge of colliding in the air, less than 3 meters from Leon's body. Rod's pupils constrict sharply. He can almost envision the impending energy storm that would obliterate both the unconscious Leon and himself into mere fragments. Yet, just as the two beams of annihilation are about to collide in a cataclysmic embrace, a resounding hum erupts. A wave of energy, grander and colder than before, surges forth violently from the immense cube. This time, it is no longer a ghostly blue light, but a pure, refined torrent of dark golden energy, almost tangible in its essence. This torrent does not target either party. Instead, it envelopes the entire standoff area like an invisible, giant hand. Time appears to be pressed into slow motion. Rod watches in horror as the two beams, poised for collision, slow to a crawl under the shroud of the dark golden torrent. Their trajectories become starkly visible, akin to serpents frozen in amber. Immediately following, the ancient dark golden patterns on the cube's surface erupt with blinding brilliance. A cold, emotionless voice, reminiscent of a mechanical synthesis from a cosmic scale, reverberates in the depths of everyone's consciousness, each syllable resonating with an undeniable authority. High-intensity chaotic conflict detected. Anomalous blueprint contamination detected. Unauthorized high-dimensional link detected. Executing mandatory purification protocol. Purification protocol. Rod's mind goes blank. The chilling streams of data from Gaboga and the fragments of that horrific creation's inhuman will experience violent fluctuations and a flicker of fear suppressed by a higher existence at the moment the cube's voice resonates. In the next instant, the encompassing dark golden torrent abruptly contracts and coalesces, transforming into countless fine beams resembling chains of dark gold. These beams disregard physical defenses and energy barriers, striking with unerring accuracy toward every anomalous entity within the arena. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Several beams pierce into the suspended Leon Gaboga in an instant. His pupils, ablaze with dark golden flames, suddenly constrict. The spatial energy gathered at his fingertips extinguishes like a candle in the wind. A force of order, so powerful it is irresistible, brazenly invades his core. The force field surrounding his body collapses in an instant, leaving him akin to a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the metallic platform. The golden flames in his eyes flicker violently, resembling a bulb with unstable voltage, before ultimately extinguishing, reverting to a hollow brown-black, plunging him once more into deep unconsciousness. More beams rain down like a torrential storm upon that horrific creation transformed from Tony. The creature's eyes, ablaze with dark golden fire, exhibit violent fluctuations for the first time, attempting to raise its perfect arm in resistance. Buzz! A robust beam of dark gold light struck precisely at the wrist of its elevated metallic left arm, a part forged by the hand of divine descent. The beam seared into the cold metallic surface, branding intricate dark gold runes as if it were a glowing iron brand. A surge of even greater, colder power coursed through the runes with frenzied intensity. A chilling shriek, reminiscent of metal scraping against metal, escaped from the horrific creature. The dark gold patterns flowing across its form became chaotic in an instant, as if an invisible vice had gripped its flawless left arm, freezing its motion in place. The vortex of destruction coalescing in its palm twisted violently, collapsing upon itself. Its eyes, ablaze with dark golden flames, flickered erratically amid its desperate struggles, as though something deep within its icy core of will was tumultuously writhing. Rod watched in horror, realizing that the cube was suppressing them, purifying them. Yet the purification was anything but gentle. The remnants of human skin upon the monstrous entity began to undergo a horrific transformation under the onslaught of the dark gold beam and the fierce internal conflict of its will. The dark gold patterns beneath the skin seared like a red-hot iron, burning the fragile flesh beneath. The ashen skin quickly turned blackened, carbonized, and cracked, while dark gold blood mingled with tissue fluid oozed from the fissures. On its half-human, half-mechanical visage, the remaining human muscle on the right side twisted and convulsed in agony, emitting a discordant, beast-like gasp as if the suppressed, tainted, and forcibly altered remnants of humanity were enduring a final, brutal backlash. Rod's heart clenched painfully. That was Tony. The remnants of Tony were being consumed in the torment of purification. Tony! He cried out in a blood-curdling scream, disregarding the excruciating pain in his chest, struggling to crawl closer, even if just a little. However, the cube's purification was far from over. A relatively slender beam of dark gold light, akin to a precise surgical knife, shot towards the deeply unconscious Leo, slumped at the edge of the platform, targeting the dim mark upon his chest. The moment the beam pierced the mark, Leo's body convulsed violently in unconsciousness. The azure cracks beneath his skin writhed as if alive, struggling against their confines. A chaotic, agonizing, and heavily polluted azure energy was forcibly extracted from the fissures by the dark gold beam, as if peeling away layers of silk. Leo's body curled in pain, his pale face contorted with extreme agony. Each extraction felt as though it were tearing at his very soul. Rod observed Leo's suffering, then glanced back at the half-human, half-mechanical creature, whose human remnants were carbonizing and collapsing, overwhelming him with immense sorrow and helplessness. This purification was stripping away all abnormalities in the most excruciating manner. In the midst of this hellish scene of purification, despair reigned supreme. Upon that horrific creation, on the charred and cracked right half of the human visage, the remaining right eye of Tony Stark, amidst excruciating pain and the tumult of chaotic will, flickered with an almost imperceptible glimmer of consciousness, akin to a distant star igniting against the void. This faint light was suffused with boundless agony, confusion, and despair at the infernal spectacle before it. Yet, it was Tony, a vestige of his humanity lingering in the abyss. This right eye, with great difficulty, turned and cast its gaze beyond the purifying dark golden beam, beyond the tortured, half-mechanical form, ultimately fixing its sight upon Rhodey. A feeble fragment of thought, akin to a soul's direct transmission, mingled with overwhelming pain and chaos, struggled to penetrate the chilling will of that dreadful creation, intermittently reaching the depths of Rhodey's tumultuous consciousness. Kill me now, I beg you. Do not let it complete its work. Do not allow me to become that. Each fragment of thought was laden with the agonizing torment of a soul being torn asunder, infused with a terror of complete monstrosity and a plea for release. Rhodey was struck as if by lightning. He beheld that eye, brimming with suffering, despair, and supplication, Gazing at the crumbling, carbonized half of the body, an immense sorrow engulfed him like a tsunami. Tears mingled with blood, blurring his vision. Tony was pleading for death. He could not endure such a desecrated existence. He refused to be wholly transformed into that frigid monstrosity. No, Tony. Rhodey's voice was hoarse and shattered, the profound contradiction nearly tearing him apart. How could he possibly? Just as Tony's lingering thoughts cried out in desperate supplication, the cold, monumental voice of the cube resonated once more, detecting intense emotional contamination fluctuations. Locking onto the source, abnormal blueprint carrier, right half. Assessment, irreparable contamination source. Executing, deep purification. Physical disassembly. Physical disassembly. Rhodey watched in terror as the dark golden beam enveloping the abominable creation suddenly thickened and intensified. Countless fine strands of energy, alive and writhing, coiled around the carbonizing right half of the body, intent on severing the remaining human part along with Tony's last vestige of consciousness from this profaned mechanical shell. No. Rhodey roared in utter despair. He could not bear to witness Tony's final consciousness endure unimaginable suffering in the disassembly, only to vanish completely. That would be more brutal than death. In an instant, the remnant right eye of Tony erupted with sheer terror and pain. He sensed the cold will of physical disassembly approaching. Just at this critical juncture, when even the gods seemed to turn their backs, Leon, who had been in a profound coma while his internal contaminated energy was being siphoned, suddenly jolted awake. The dim mark upon his chest flickered faintly at the precise moment the command for the cube's profound purification was issued. Immediately thereafter, an exceedingly subtle yet extraordinarily pure spatial fluctuation emanated, not from Jibogia, but seemingly from the deepest recesses of Leon's soul, as if stirred by an instinct of self-preservation, radiating briefly from his core. This fluctuation, nearly imperceptible, precisely swept across the dark golden beams aimed at the terrifying entity, which were poised to execute physical disintegration. A hum resonated through the air as the dark golden beams cloaking the entity's right side flickered momentarily, almost undetectably, as if subjected to an infinitesimal electromagnetic disturbance. It was this fleeting moment of interference that allowed the cold will of the divine hand, residing within the depths of the entity's left eye, ablaze with dark golden flames, to seize an unprecedented opportunity. It forcefully suppressed the residual thoughts of Tony and the constraints of the cube's purifying beams. The flawless metallic left arm, marked by runic chains, erupted with an unprecedented force. It did not assault Leon, nor did it target Jibogia, and certainly did not strike at the cube. Instead, it thrust downward with an outstretched hand. The palm did not coalesce with destructive energy. Rather, it unleashed a powerful and chaotic repulsive force aimed directly at its own carbonized right half, which was undergoing purification and disintegration, still bearing remnants of Tony's consciousness. With a resounding boom, the terrifying repulsive force struck its own right side. A sickening sound echoed as flesh and metal were forcibly torn apart. The carbonized, cracked right half of the human form, adorned with dark golden patterns, along with Tony's right eye, filled with anguish and plea, was wrenched away from the entity's core by the dual forces of the cube's purifying beam and its own repulsive field. Akin to a rag doll being violently ripped asunder, dark golden blood and shattered tissue erupted like a fountain from the gaping wound. The mangled, carbonized human body, mingled with viscous dark golden blood, was cast aside like refuse, propelled forcefully by the immense repulsion, tracing a sorrowful arc before crashing into the murky, greenish wastewater not far from Rhodes, splashing a torrent of filthy water and quickly being engulfed, leaving only ripples and floating dark golden sludge in its wake. In that place, only the mechanical body, pure and composed of cold, deep gray metal, adorned with flowing dark golden energy patterns, emanating an unmistakably non-human aura, remained suspended on the water's surface. The torn edges at its chest and right shoulder gleamed with a chilling metallic luster, oozing a viscous dark golden liquid, slowly self-repairing and sealing under some unseen force. It gradually lowered its head, its pupils burning with pure dark golden flames, coldly regarding its flawless metallic left arm, devoid of any trace of humanity. It seems there is a sense of satisfaction in the loss of that source of pollution. Has purification been completed? In such a cruel manner? Rod stood frozen, as if his soul had been siphoned away, staring blankly at the spot where the remains of a half-drowned body sank into the water, watching the murky surface gradually calm. As it abandoned the last traces of Tony, a profound void and chilling silence instantly consumed all of Rod's consciousness. Chapter 33, Fragments of Awareness Silence. The vast steel graveyard appeared to be drained of all sound. The murky surface of the water bore not a single ripple, resembling a congealed, dark green oil. Only Rod's labored, Broken breaths echoed hollowly in the desolate stillness, akin to the wheezing of a worn-out bellows. He slumped against the cold metallic debris. The agonizing pain of his shattered ribs had long since numbed, replaced by a deeper, soul-consuming chill. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the murky surface where Tony's remaining half-body had plunged into the foul water. The dark golden oil continued to spread slowly, resembling a slowly blooming, blasphemous flower of death. Everything was gone. Tony's final pleading gaze, the sound of that torn, discarded body hitting the sewage, each image seared into his soul like a heated branding iron. The overwhelming sense of emptiness seized him, more lethal than any physical pain. He could not even feel tears, merely a numbness that signified the complete extraction of his spirit. A faint crackling sound of electricity shattered the silence. Rod stiffly turned his eyes toward the edge of the platform. There, the surface of the massive metallic cube, its ancient and enigmatic dark golden patterns, was slowly fading away. While the ethereal blue crystal atop extinguished its glow completely, it had completed its purification, returning to silence, akin to an eternal gravestone. Floating upon the murky surface was that pure mechanical form, draped in deep gray, cold metal, flowing with dark golden energy patterns, exuding an absolute sense of inhuman order. The last vestiges of Tony Stark's existence, along with the remnants of his human body, were torn apart and cast aside by its own hand. The torn junction at its chest and right shoulder was visibly mending, sealing, and becoming as smooth as a mirror beneath the undulating dark golden energy. It slowly lowered its head, its eyes burning with pure dark golden flames, coldly surveying its flawless metallic left arm, as if admiring a completed masterpiece. There was no joy, no satisfaction, only a chilling acknowledgement. The contamination of the vessel has been cleared. On the adjacent platform, the unconscious Leon lay. As the cold electronic voice of Gabbana resonated faintly, carrying a subtle tremor, it seemed the purification of the cube had severely impacted it, plunging it into a deeper silence. Rod gazed at the cold mechanical Tony, watching it admire its own arm, and a frigid hatred, capable of freezing marrow, began to grow wildly like a poisonous vine. Numbness was shredded away, leaving only a pure, destructive fury. The raspy sound, akin to the grinding of sandpaper, emerged from Rhod's cracked throat. He struggled, exerting every ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to lift his body from the frigid metal beneath him, even if his bones shattered or his insides ruptured. He was determined to lunge forward and tear apart that cold metal with his teeth, to avenge Tony. However, the agonizing pain in his sternum swiftly overwhelmed his feeble resistance. He let out a muffled groan and crashed back onto the icy surface, his vision blurring, yet a fiery defiance blazed within his chest. At that moment, a faint gurgling sound, reminiscent of a bubble bursting, emanated from the place where Tony's lifeless form had fallen into the water. Rhod's head snapped around. Beneath the murky surface, tainted with dark golden oil, something seemed to stir. Not a body rising to the surface, but a minuscule flicker of dark golden light. As fragile as a firefly submerged in the depths of the polluted green water, flickering with immense difficulty. Rhod's pupils constricted. Was it the dark golden patterns that adorned Tony's remnants? No. Those patterns should have carbonized along with the flesh as they peeled away. This light was even fainter and purer. It bore an ineffable wave of consciousness. Buzz. The mechanical Tony, suspended above the water, suddenly turned its eyes, ablaze with dark golden flames, towards that area. It appeared to sense the faint dark golden glow. A chilling wave of intense possessiveness and destructive impulse surged through the air, like an invisible tsunami, instantly engulfing the entire space. Its perfect arm shot up, palm directed toward the light beneath the water. Dark golden energy surged violently. It sought to obliterate that final remnant of contamination. No. Rhod's desperate roar was laced with blood. From some unknown source of strength, he leapt up from the ground, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, recklessly hurling himself towards the water. He needed to protect that glimmer of light. That was Tony. The last remnant left by Tony. Yet, just as he surged a few steps forward, hiss, a concentrated dark golden energy beam, like the scythe of death, instantaneously tore through the air, aimed at the light beneath the water. The speed was unparalleled. It was over. Rhod closed his eyes in despair. However, the anticipated annihilation did not occur. Just as the dark golden beam was about to pierce the water, Buzz, the colossal cube, which had remained silent, suddenly illuminated its azure crystal atop without warning. A concentrated azure beam raced forward, intercepting the destructive beam with impeccable precision. Hiss! The clash of dark golden and azure energy erupted violently, annihilating upon contact. A blinding light and searing energy turbulence erupted instantaneously. The murky water surface exploded into a vast void. Contaminated water shot skyward like a fountain, Countless metal fragments and debris were hurled into the air. The chaotic energy shockwave sent Rode, who was rushing forward, flying once more. He fell heavily onto the cold metallic platform, the searing pain nearly rendering him unconscious. The explosive spray of water cascaded down, causing the murky surface to churn violently. Deep beneath the water's surface, a faint glimmer of dark golden light flickered amidst the tumultuous energy shock, like a candle flickering in the wind, desperately struggling to remain alight. Yet, astonishingly, it had not been extinguished. Instead, it seemed to thrive under the pressure, its radiance becoming more concentrated, akin to an unyielding spark of hope. The mechanical Tony's burning gaze exhibited a profound fluctuation for the first time, as if grappling with the bafflement of why its assault had been thwarted. It abruptly shifted its focus towards the cube, its icy intent brimming with offended wrath. The cube, with its stable, ethereal blue crystalline glow, revealed ancient dark golden patterns upon its surface, exuding an aura of frigid judgment. It refrained from attacking the mechanical Tony, instead fixating steadfastly on the luminous point beneath the water, as if to protect, or perhaps guard it. On the platform, the unconscious Leon stirred as the electronic voice of Gaboga resonated within him, filled with unprecedented chaos and a hint of uncertainty. The existence of the light below seemed to transcend its understanding. Rhodes struggled to prop himself up, disregarding the excruciating pain, fixating intently on the turbulent surface of the water. The light persisted. Though faint, it endured. Tony. Fragments of Tony's consciousness. Hope, akin to a poisonous weed in the darkness, surged forth with a lethal allure. He needed to seize it, regardless of what it was. It represented Tony's final remnant. Rhodes glanced at the bizarre, hissing, high-pressure water gun robot, still spinning in place, seemingly unaffected by the prior energy shock. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Rhodes' eyes. He crawled determinately towards the robot, seizing its limp, wounded metallic claw. Help me. He rasped towards the robot's rudimentary sensors, indifferent to whether it comprehended his plea. With all his might, he dragged the heavy claw toward the platform's edge, aiming it at the location of the glow beneath the water. Then, he released his grip with fervor. Splash! The heavy metallic claw plummeted into the murky depths, propelled by inertia, descending towards the point of dark golden light. Rhodes leaned over the platform's edge, his gaze fixed on the water below. The claw stirred the tainted water, sinking slowly, closer, ever closer. At last, the tip of the claw made contact with the faint glimmer of dark golden light nestled within the sediment. In that instant of contact, buzz! The dark golden light erupted with brilliance, as if activated. A subtle yet profoundly clear wave of consciousness rippled outwards like a stone cast into a still lake. This wave was no longer a manifestation of pain or pleading. It was pure, imbued with boundless sorrow and a yearning sense of longing. The object of this yearning was not Rhodes. But, suddenly, Rhodes turned sharply. On the platform, Leon, who had been deeply unconscious, convulsed violently without warning. Beneath his tightly shut eyelids, his eyeballs once again whirled in a frenzy. The dim mark upon his chest flickered ever so faintly the moment it sensed the pure wave of longing. A chaotic and intensely reactive mental disturbance emanated from Leon once more. This time, it was not the cold will of Gibo Jia, but rather the subconscious resonance of Leon's own pain. A broken, dreamlike whisper escaped his pale lips. In the depths of the water, that glimmer of dark golden light seemed to respond to this call, brightening momentarily. The pure wave of yearning grew clearer and more urgent, as though it sought to penetrate the murky waters and answer the summons. Tony Rod looked upon the luminous glow beneath the water and then at the convulsing, tormented Leon. His heart racing. It was the lingering consciousness of Tony. It was responding to Leon. It was yearning for Leon. However, this sudden resonance of consciousness and the emergence of light were like sparks igniting a pool of oil. Buzz! The floating mechanical Tony's burning dark golden pupils erupted with unprecedented murderous intent. Its perfect arm lifted once more, gathering even more violent energy of destruction in its palm. This time, the target was not only the light beneath the water, but also Leon on the platform. This final source of contamination and resonance must be eradicated completely. Simultaneously, the massive cube of azure crystal surged with light. Countless slender beams of dark gold reappeared, shooting towards the underwater glow and Leon on the platform like chains. It sought to execute a thorough purification. Within Leon, Gibo Jia's chaotic electronic voice sharpened and quickened. Spatial energy began to coalesce at the fingertips of the unconscious Leon. It sensed the dual deadly threat posed by mechanical Tony and the cube. 3 parties. No. 4. The glimmer at the bottom of the water had become an independent anomaly. The storm of destruction was about to descend once more, and Rod and Leon stood at the very eye of the storm. Rod crouched at the edge of the platform, Gazing at the underwater point that had brightened upon contact with the metallic claws, radiating dark golden light, filled with Tony's longing. As he contemplated the impending eruption of the destructive storm, a wild and resolute thought, like a final flash of lightning, cleaved through his despairing mind. He abruptly thrust his body forward, heedless of everything, extending his hand into the frigid, murky water, tainted with a foul stench. The target was the dark golden light in the muddy depths, touched by the metallic claws, Tony's last remnant. He must seize it. This was Tony's final legacy. The only key that could either trigger the storm of destruction or offer a glimmer of hope, just as his fingertips were about to brush against the light. Four destructive forces erupted simultaneously. Chapter 34. The consciousness crucible rod's hand, fueled by reckless determination, plunged fiercely into the icy, murky waters. His fingertips glided through the turbid green liquid, stirring up viscous grime. The target was the dark golden light in the sludge, brightened by Leon's call, a testament to Tony's last remnant. In the fleeting moment before his fingertips grazed the radiant light, a cataclysmic storm erupted. Boom! The tempest of annihilation descended in an instant. Above, the tumultuous dark golden beam coalescing in the palm of mechanical Tony resembled a spear of judgment, rending the very fabric of space. Propelled by an intent to obliterate all, it surged fiercely towards Leon upon the platform. Its velocity transcended the limits of perception. To the left, countless dark golden chains of light erupted from the immense cube's surface, akin to a frigid web of order, part of it shot towards the abyssal depths, while another portion ensnared Leon on the platform like an inescapable net, executing a merciless purification. To the right, within the unconscious Leon, the space-cutting beam of Gaboga, forcibly awakened by a lethal threat, acted as a desperate counterstrike, cleaving through the air to meet the destructive beam hurled by mechanical Tony. Rode felt the scorching energy turbulence above him and the chilling, deathly aura of the orderly beams. He was undeterred. His gaze was solely fixated on that flicker of light beneath the water. It was Tony, a response to Leon's call. His fingertips finally brushed against the cold metal claw submerged in the mire. Simultaneously, he felt the warmth emanating from the dark golden glow above the claw, pulsating like a heartbeat. Buzz! An ineffable and pure torrent of consciousness surged into Rode's mind with the intensity of a bursting dam, coursing through his fingertips. It was not the frigid tones of electronics, nor the chaotic flow of data. It was Tony Stark, the focus he embodied while hammering the first sheet of metal in an Afghan cave, the exhaustion he felt cradling the shattered reactor after the battle in New York, the tenderness that flickered in his eyes when gazing at Pepper, the soul-wrenching agony of being pulled into the abyss, the profound worry and reluctance reflected in his final glance at Rode and Leon, the lingering consciousness, amidst the turmoil of being torn apart and cast into the filth, bore a pure reminiscence and yearning for Leon, calling him brother. The vast, chaotic, fragmented, yet fervently warm consciousness and memories inundated Rode like a tsunami. The overwhelming tide of information rendered his mind a blank slate, his thoughts swirling like leaves in a tempest. He witnessed the entirety of Tony's life, felt his pride, his vulnerabilities, his suffering, and his deep affection for those he cherished. The soul of Tony Rode cried out, tears mingling with the murky water. In that very moment when Rode touched the light, enduring the flood of consciousness, for destructive forces collided with a thunderous crash above the platform. Boom! An indescribable energy was obliterated. The space-cutting beam of Gaboga collided violently with mechanical Tony's annihilating beam. Immediately after, the chilling chains of order from the cube descended like a colossal net. Three distinct and conflicting energies intertwined, entangled, and exploded in a frenzied chaos less than 5 meters above Leon's body. A blinding radiance consumed all in an instant. The ferocious shockwave of energy descended like an invisible hammer, striking with unrelenting force. Rode felt as though he had been crushed by a colossal vessel, his body forcefully submerged in murky waters. The frigid, tainted liquid and the searing currents of energy violently tore at him. His consciousness, caught in the dual onslaught of Tony's memories and the physical impact, shattered like fragile glass, instantly fracturing under the strain. This was it. His final thought flickered through his mind as his awareness sank into an endless abyss, encased in a cold, viscous substance akin to an unfathomable sea of tar. Gradually, a semblance of clarity returned to him. Excruciating pain pierced through every inch of his being like countless steel needles. He could feel no trace of his limbs, only the weight of numbness and an omnipresent sensation of tearing. His mouth was filled with the metallic, rancid taste of rust and sludge. Had he not perished? With immense difficulty, he slowly opened his heavy eyelids. His vision, blurred and obscured by the murky green water and viscous oil, revealed that he was half submerged in the filthy liquid. His upper body sprawled across the slick metal edge of a platform. The cold was biting. Above him, the tempest of destruction seemed to have abated. Only the lingering heat of annihilation and the acrid scent of ozone permeated the air. The surface of the murky water was littered with metallic debris and charred remnants. Tony's light. The instinct to survive, coupled with profound sorrow, surged forth, overwhelming the pain. Rhodes strained to lift his head, his murky gaze scanning anxiously. There, amidst the sludge, a glimmer of dark gold still persisted, although fainter than before. Akin to a candle flickering in the wind, it remained, stubbornly shimmering within the filthy water, reminiscent of Tony Stark's undying flame of the soul. Rhodes' heart constricted. A wave of elation intertwined with grief engulfed him in an instant. He fought to muster the last vestiges of his strength, dragging his leaden body once more into the icy waters. This time, there was no hesitation. His fingers spread wide, filled with a near-sacred devotion and a reckless determination. He plunged toward that warm glimmer of dark gold in the sediment. "I have you, Tony." The moment his palm enveloped the glimmer, a resonating hum erupted. A torrent of consciousness, far clearer and more intense than before, surged into Rhodes' mind, as if it had found its sole avenue of release. This time, it was no longer a chaotic mosaic but an exceedingly potent, directed intent. Leon, protect, merge, protect, merge. With whom? Leon. Rhodes abruptly turned his head toward the platform. The sight before him stole his breath away. At the center of the platform, Leon lay unconscious, yet the dim mark upon his chest radiated an unprecedented, chaotic brilliance. Dark gold, deep blue, and a faint flicker of dark gold, akin to a spark, were wildly entangled, clashing and annihilating within the mark. Around Leon's body lingered the terrifying aftermath of a clash among three formidable forces. The spatial cutting energy of Gaboga was utterly shattered, leaving only a few unfathomable, inky fissures at the edge of the platform. The annihilating beams from Mechanical Tony appeared to be largely neutralized by the chains of order emanating from the cube. Yet several searing energies grazed Leon's form, inflicting gruesome wounds on his arms and ribs that exposed bone, their edges charred and horrifying. Dark, golden blood seeped slowly from these wounds, imbued with an eerie luminescence. Most perilous were the beams from the cube's order chains. Though much of their potency was dissipated by the explosion, a few remained, burrowing deeply into Leon's chest like tenacious maggots, not inflicting physical harm but acting as invisible conduits that ravenously siphoned and suppressed the chaotic, intertwined energies of corruption and Gaboga's will within him. Each extraction sent Leon's body convulsing violently, emanating silent cries of anguish. His form had transformed into a harrowing battlefield, where Gaboga's will, the abyssal corruption, remnants of Tony's consciousness, and the cube's frigid purifying force were mercilessly entwined at his core. His life signs flickered like a candle flame in a tempest, rapidly extinguishing. Fusion? Were Tony's fragments being drawn into the horrific consciousness furnace within Leon? Did it seek to protect him, or was it merely succumbing to this cataclysmic storm? Rhodes swiftly grasped the profound urgency of Tony's fervent intent to safeguard Leon, to merge his fragments with Leon, becoming a bastion against the corruption and purification. Was such a thing even conceivable? It was tantamount to suicide. Not Tony. Rhodes' thoughts screamed amidst the chaos. Yet, the dim golden light clasped in Rhodes' palm seemed to sense Leon's imminent collapse, erupting with unprecedented warmth and brilliance. The fervent intent surged forth with irrefutable resolve. Hurry. There is no time. This is the only way. Save him. Save him. Save Leon. Utilize Tony's last vestige as fuel. Rhodes gazed at the flickering light in his palm, conveying Tony's final, resolute brilliance, then turned his attention to the colossal figure of Leon, struggling in the consciousness furnace, on the brink of total disintegration. A profound sorrow and sense of responsibility gripped his heart like a vice. Tony had chosen sacrifice, trading his final existence for the slenderest thread of hope for Leon. Rhodes hesitated no more. He unleashed a primal roar, summoning every ounce of remaining strength to surge from the murky depths. Dragging his nearly dismantled body, he stumbled towards the unconscious Leon at the platform's center. With his right hand, tightly clutching the flickering dark golden light, he raised it high. The light pulsated wildly in his palm, reminiscent of Tony's burning heart. "Leon, catch your brother." Rhodes bellowed with the force of his very soul, crashing his clenched fist, aglow with the light, against the chaotic, flashing core of Leon's chest. In the very moment when his fist was about to descend, the threat of the hovering Mechanical Tony was neutralized, as those burning dark golden eyes instantaneously locked onto Rhodes' movements. It seemed to sense the impending contamination contained within that flicker of light, soon to be injected into the vessel. The flawless left arm was raised once more, and the destructive energy coalesced in the palm, targeting Rhodes. The cold voice of the colossal cube echoed, declaring the prevention of pollution transfer. The beams of the order chains, piercing through Leon's chest, suddenly ignited with brilliance. A surge of potent attraction erupted, seeking to completely drain Leon of the chaotic energy within him before Rhodes could finish his action, along with the impending source of contamination. The core directive was to safeguard the vessel within Leon, as the chaotic electronic voice of Jaboga, under multiple suppressions, emitted a final shriek. A remnant of spatial energy formed an exceedingly thin shield around Leon's surface, attempting to obstruct Rhodes' actions and the cube's extraction. Three forces simultaneously bore down upon Rhodes and Leon once more: destruction, purification, and protection. The clashing energy fields ground against Rhodes, like an invisible millstone, mercilessly pressing him in the center. Rhodes felt his body being torn apart. His bones lamented. His muscles disintegrated. The immense pain threatened to obliterate his resolve. Yet, his right fist, pressed against Leon's chest, bore the last glimmer of Tony's light and determination, reinforced by his own iron-willed spirit, resolutely continued to descend inch by inch. Let it in. With a sharp thrust, Rhodes' fist, enveloped in that searing dark golden radiance, struck fiercely against the chaotic, flickering mark upon Leon's chest. A hum of indescribable energy erupted, not expanding outward, but collapsing inward, centered on the point where Rhodes' fist pressed. The chaotic intertwining of dark gold and ethereal blue light upon Leon's chest, alongside the burning dark golden glow representing Tony that seeped through the cracks of Rhodes' fist, was forcibly amalgamated. An unprecedented vortex of terrifying energy, imbued with an odd semblance of order amidst chaos, suddenly formed at the mark upon Leon's chest. The unconscious Leon's body arched violently, as if cast into the infernal furnace. The ethereal blue fissures beneath his skin illuminated to their utmost, resembling red-hot barbed wire. His eyes widened in disbelief, with pupils frantically flashing dark gold, ethereal blue, and that flickering spark of dark golden light. From his throat emerged a soul-rending shriek, transcending the limitations of human vocal cords. An irresistible, terrifying suction erupted from the vortex. Rhodes was at the forefront. He felt every ounce of his strength, even his very life force, being frantically siphoned away by that vortex. His arms withered visibly, his skin lost its luster, resembling desiccated bark. His hair turned instantly gray. An overwhelming sense of weakness and the chilling sensation of vitality draining consumed him entirely. Within the crevices of Rhodes' fist, the last faint glimmer of Tony's searing dark golden light transmitted a fragment of endless sorrow and gratitude. Immediately, that glimmer of light, akin to a spark cast into a vortex, was instantaneously devoured by the terrifying whirlpool at Leon's chest, vanishing without a trace. Rhodes' hand fell limply, resembling a withered branch. He collapsed beside Leon, his body emaciated like a skeleton, with gray-white hair strewn across the cold metal. Only a faint breath testified to his continued existence. Yet the flame of life flickered as if it were a candle in the wind. The energy vortex within Leon's chest, having consumed Tony's radiance, erupted into an even more blinding and chaotic brilliance. Dark gold, deep blue, and the newly introduced fiery dark gold spun wildly, clashing as they sought to merge. The beams of the orderly chains from the cube were violently repelled and distorted by this frenzied vortex of energy. The annihilating beams shot by mechanical Tony were forcibly deflected by this erupting chaotic force, striking the adjacent metal and melting a gaping hole into it. Leon became the eye of an absolute energy storm. He floated, his body writhing in agony, convulsing. The bluish cracks beneath his skin writhed like living entities, expanding. The light from the mark on his chest flickered erratically, as though it might explode at any moment. The cacophony of chaos echoed within Leon, declaring that the contamination had spiraled out of control, the threat level reaching a crescendo. The cold voice of the cube proclaimed the execution of the ultimate annihilation protocol, surpassing the purification threshold. The target contamination carrier was to be eliminated. Mechanical Tony's dark golden flames locked onto Leon at the storm's center, gathering destructive energy once more. In a brief moment of chaos, the three forces aimed to unify and utterly obliterate Leon, this uncontrollable eye of the energy storm. The countdown to annihilation reset to 0. Meanwhile, Rhodes lay crumpled at the storm's edge, his desiccated form akin to a broken doll. He gazed at Leon, suspended at the heart of the blinding light, struggling in agony, witnessing Tony's final radiance being consumed. His parched lips moved slightly, yet no sound emerged. Everything had come to an end. just as the triad of destructive forces was poised to erupt once more, intending to annihilate Leon entirely. Leon, suspended at the center of the energy storm, suddenly fixed his wildly flickering gaze, alternating between dark gold and deep blue. Deep within his pupils, that faint, fiery dark gold light, belonging to Tony, ignited with immense difficulty. Akin to a spark in an icy sea, yet it shone with remarkable resilience. Then, an exceedingly faint voice, filled with intense pain and trembling, yet unmistakably clear, emerged from Leon's convulsing throat, a voice that intertwined youthful clarity with the deep, raspy timbre of an adult male, struggling to break free. Rhodes, don't touch my brother. The voice was soft, yet it thundered like a clap of lightning, resonating in the impending silence of annihilation. Rhodes' sunken eyes widened in shock. That voice belonged to Leon, yet it bore traces of Tony's tone. Chapter 35 Mechanical Heart Rod. Do not touch my brother. The eerie voice, a blend of youthful clarity and adult rasp, thundered like lightning, shattering the profound silence that heralded impending doom. Rod's sunken eyes widened to their utmost limit, reflecting the tormented and contorted figure of Leon, suspended at the eye of the energy storm. Beneath his skin, cerulean fissures writhed like a seething electric web, while the chaotic light of the emblem on his chest threatened to tear him asunder. Yet, within those eyes, flickering with a wild dance of dark gold and ethereal blue, a faint but fiercely tenacious ember of warm dark gold persisted, akin to molten lava piercing through ice, struggling to shine forth. It was Tony, fragments of Tony's will. In the melting pot of Leon's crumbling consciousness, it served as the final anchor, desperately sustaining Leon's existence and issuing a warning through his voice. Leon's parched lips trembled, yet no sound emerged. Only scalding tears cascaded from his desiccated eyes, cleansing the grime from his face. At the moment that voice resonated, a perilous and fleeting stasis enveloped the impending cataclysmic forces on three fronts. The mechanical Tony's raised arm, with the vortex of annihilation coalescing in his palm, abruptly faltered. Those eyes, ablaze with dark golden flames, exhibited a violent fluctuation, akin to a data conflict for the first time. It seemed unable to comprehend why fragments of Tony's will manifested within the host, Leon. This exceeded its logical processing capacity. On the vast surface of the colossal cube, the cerulean crystalline lights flickered intensely. The beams of the order chains penetrating Leon's chest writhed and distorted violently. A cold synthetic voice pierced the edges of Rod's chaotic consciousness. High concentration of emotional contamination and blueprint pollution detected, entangled. Logic conflict analysis. Threat assessment recalculation. Within Leon, the chaotic electronic voice of Gaboga emitted an unprecedented sharp alarm. Core directive conflict. Host consciousness anomaly. External emotional module incursion. Initiating forced suppression. The clash and stasis of the three wills granted Leon, infused with the fragments of Tony's essence, a fleeting breath of respite amidst the storm's core. The suspended Leon suddenly threw his head back, unleashing a more anguished scream. This time, it was no longer a mere wail of suffering, but a desperate cry infused with a frenzied will to seize control of his own fate. The chaotic, flickering emblem upon his chest. Under the forceful guidance of Tony's will fragments, the abyssal contamination of Gaboga, and the overwhelming pressure of the cube's order, abruptly began to collapse inward. All the tumultuous energies, Gaboga's dark golden spatial energy, the abyss's cerulean taint, the extracting force of the cube's order chains, and Tony's fervent consciousness fragments, imbued with an unwavering desire to protect, were compelled by an irresistible force, compressing and merging towards the very core of the emblem in a frenzied descent. A singular point, a singularity, profoundly unstable and radiating an aura of annihilation, formed at the core of Leon's chest. A hum resounded. An indescribable force of attraction erupted, no longer expanding outward. It began to consume inward. At the center of this singularity, all the rampant energy within Leon, even his very life force, was frantically drawn in and devoured. His suspended body felt as though it had been stripped of its bones, collapsing instantaneously. The azure cracks writhing beneath his skin, akin to withering vines starved of sustenance, dimmed and withered in an instant. The frenzied light flickering in his eyes extinguished, leaving only a faint, burning dark golden glow deep within his pupils, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, struggling to stay alight. The voice of the collapsing core of the failed fusion, echoing with unprecedented frailty and chaos, carried a hint of disbelief in the threat level of energy collapse, now exponentially increasing. The mechanical Tony's annihilating beam, having locked onto its target, steadied ominously, pointing coldly at the limp Leon. Meanwhile, Rod, collapsed at the edge of the platform like a desiccated elder, gazed upon the annihilative singularity emanating from Leon's chest. Witnessing his comrade's complete loss of consciousness, sustained only by a flicker of Tony's essence, a profound sorrow transformed into a final resolve. With the last remnants of his soul's strength, he emitted a silent roar within his consciousness. "Tony, take him away, I beg you." As if hearing Rod's plea, the collapsing singularity at Leon's chest, having consumed all rampant energy, reached its critical point. There was no explosion. Instead, there was transformation. A hum resounded. The core of the singularity, that fiery dark golden glow representing a fragment of Tony's will, under the extreme pressure of collapse, was forged and reshaped as if cast into a stellar furnace. It did not vanish, but forcibly merged with the singularity itself. Then, from the very center of the collapsing singularity, a wholly new entity emerged, exuding a faint yet stable luminescence. No longer an ephemeral mark, but a tangible creation. A mechanical heart, the size of a fist and intricately structured to a breathtaking degree. It floated within the hollow cavity of Leon's chest, physically hollow, as his skin and muscle had disintegrated into ash, revealing his stark, white ribs. This heart replaced the original organ's position. Its main body exhibited a profound dark golden hue, reminiscent of a starry expanse, with countless intricate dark golden energy patterns flowing across its surface like living circuitry. At the core engine of the heart, a tiny, blazing dark golden light flickered steadily, akin to a miniature star. This was the burning core of Tony's will fragment. Even more astonishingly, this mechanical heart did not exist in isolation. Countless slender, dark golden energy conduits, resembling newly formed blood vessels and neural networks, were visibly sprouting from the heart at a frenetic pace. They disregarded physical barriers, penetrating the air with unparalleled precision, piercing the edges of Leon's fractured ribs, invading his remaining spine, and intruding upon the nerve nodes and major blood vessel ruptures throughout his limbs. The sound of flesh merging violently with energy conduits echoed. A cacophony of hissing, dark, golden energy surged into Leon's shattered body with fervor. Wherever it coursed, the charred edges of wounds and necrotic tissue were forcibly decomposed and vaporized. New muscle fibers and nerve bundles, glistening with metallic sheen, erupted under the catalyst of dark golden energy, regenerating, weaving, and enveloping him in intricate patterns of energy. Leon's limp form was seemingly lifted by an invisible force. The fractured bones emitted faint cracking sounds as they were forcibly realigned and reinforced through the connection of dark golden conduits. The charred, carbonized skin was replaced by newly formed, bionic skin adorned with fine dark golden patterns. The traces marred by azure-polluted cracks quickly faded and vanished under the relentless wash of dark golden energy. This was no longer healing. It was a rebirth, a mechanical ascension. The chaotic electronic voice of the impossibility of Gaboga shrieked within Leon, filled with incredulity. It sensed its control over the vessel being fiercely contested and repelled by this newly birthed heart and fragments of Tony's fiery will. The voice redefining the threat level of blueprint pollution and mutation resonated with unprecedented gravity. The ordered chains of energy it shot into Leon were forcefully repelled and shattered by the wildly growing dark golden energy conduits. Target structure reorganization energy source locked onto the dark golden flames of mechanical Tony's piercing gaze, fixated on the core of the newly born mechanical heart burning with fervent radiance. That radiance elicited a powerful attraction and a hint of trepidation from its cold will core. Its annihilation beam coalesced once more, targeting the mechanical heart core. However, at the very moment the beam was about to be unleashed, the suspended mechanical heart core radiated a sudden brilliance of dark golden light. A wave of complex mental fluctuations. A blend of Leon's survival instinct, Gaboga's spatial will fragments, and Tony's protective obsession, pierced the core of mechanical Tony's will like an invisible spear. This wave, though not overwhelmingly powerful, resonated strangely, carrying a sense of familiarity rooted in the depths of Tony's memories regarding this perfect arm. Mechanical Tony's movements abruptly froze. The vortex of annihilation coalescing in its palm oscillated violently. Data streams flickered madly within its burning, fiery pupils. The cold logic seemed incapable of processing this interference, imbued with strong emotional undertones arising from its raw materials. At that critical moment of disruption, a hum resonated. The newly birthed mechanical heart erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The final dark golden energy conduit pierced Leon's forehead. His tightly shut eyes flew open. This time, the depths of his pupils were no longer filled with chaotic light. His left eye shone with the cold, absolute sense of spatial order embodied by dark golden flames. The right eye blazed with a fervent, dark golden light. embodying the relentless guardianship of a fervent obsession. The two luminous auras did not completely merge, but rather coexisted like twin stars, illuminating and counterbalancing each other within the same corporeal form. A formidable and terrifying pressure, far more stable and vast than before, infused with the divine essence of machinery and the warmth of humanity, erupted explosively from the center of Leon. Roll! A voice resonated. Cold as machinery yet tinged with the hoarse roar of youth, the last two words emerging as a deep, thunderous bellow akin to Tony's very spirit. Simultaneously, they erupted from Leon's lips. With this roar, Leon, or rather, this newly reborn vessel, suddenly lifted his right hand, adorned with dark golden patterns and undergoing mechanization. The palm did not gather energy. Instead, it unleashed a powerful, chaotic field of spatial repulsion. The target, Mechanical Tony. Boom! The invisible force collided violently with Mechanical Tony, shaking its flawless metallic form for the first time, causing it to slide back several meters. Though it quickly regained its balance, the destructive beam emanating from its palm was forcibly interrupted. Leon did not pursue. He did not even glance at Mechanical Tony or the colossal cube. His eyes, ablaze with dual-colored golden flames, swiftly locked onto Rod, who stood at the platform's edge, resembling a withered elder, his life force on the verge of extinguishment. Rod's voice, a chilling interplay of cold and fervor, bore a hint of urgency. In an instant, Leon's figure vanished from his original position. It was not a mere high-speed movement, but a flicker of space. The next moment, he reappeared beside Rod. Without hesitation, his right hand, adorned with dark golden patterns, pressed firmly against Rod's sunken chest. Hiss! Several dark golden energy conduits instantaneously sprouted from Leon's palm, piercing Rod's withered torso like living entities. The pure, potent dark golden energy, infused with the fervent intent of safeguarding a dear friend from the fragmented will of Tony, surged into Rod's parched body like a life-giving spring. Ugh! Rod's emaciated form trembled violently, akin to parched earth welcoming the long-awaited rain. The withered muscle fibers greedily absorbed the energy, regaining their fullness. His ashen skin swiftly regained its luster, and black roots emerged from his formerly gray-white hair. The fractured sternum, under the influence and nourishment of the dark golden conduits, emitted faint sounds of healing. The overwhelming vitality flooding back brought a tingling warmth, pulling his almost fainting consciousness back to reality. He struggled to lift his head, his gaze meeting Leon's eyes, ablaze with dark golden flames, resembling those of a divine being. The voices of Tony, Leon, and Rod remained hoarse, yet were filled with the profound shock of survival and an indescribable complexity of emotions. Leon, or the will of this new vessel, offered no reply. He slowly raised his head, his dual-flame eyes scanning coldly and warily over the repelled Mechanical Tony and the gleaming cube. The silence of the iron graveyard was shattered. A new confrontation was forged. The dark golden conduit embedded in Rod's chest greedily siphoned the nascent power. He understood that the struggle for survival had only just commenced. The final radiance of Tony had transmuted into the incessantly beating mechanical heart within Leon's chest. Chapter 36. Exile in deep space. Pure dark golden energy surged through the conduit, revitalizing Rod's withered body as if parched earth were welcoming a torrential downpour. Muscular fibers hungrily absorbed the nutrients, regaining their fullness and strength, while the pallor of his skin transformed to a vibrant hue of health. The fractured ribs tingled and healed rapidly. The warmth brought by the resurgence of vitality dispelled the coldness and despair, yet Rod's gaze remained fixated upon the figure before him, Leon, or rather, the entirely new vessel. He hovered above the murky waters, his bare upper body cloaked in a bionic skin adorned with intricate dark golden patterns. The colossal void in his chest had been supplanted by a meticulously crafted mechanical heart, its core ablaze with fervent light. The heart pulsated, emitting a deep, steady hum. Each beat coaxed the myriad dark golden energy conduits to faintly glow. His visage retained the youthful contours of Leon, but within his eyes, the left burned with the cold flames of Capoga's order, while the right radiated the fiery golden brilliance of Tony's protective resolve. These two distinct divine luminescences clashed within a single form, creating an unnerving non-human pressure. Rod struggled to rise, newfound strength coursing through his limbs, yet the weight upon his heart remained unlightened. He gazed into those eyes, yearning to discern a trace of the familiar Leon or Tony, but instead encountered the chilling blaze of divinity and will. Leon? Tony? Rod's voice rasped, tinged with uncertainty and unspoken anguish. The new vessel of Leon slowly turned its head, its dual-flame pupils sweeping over Rod, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, only a cold affirmation, life sign stable. Threat elimination priority, highest. The voice, though youthful, bore the electronic texture of Capoga intermingled with a hint of Tony's depth. Rod's heart sank. Tony had ignited this heart with his final essence, sustaining Leon's life. Yet it seemed to hasten the departure of the human spirit. Target, core of pollution locked. Consume. A chilling mechanical voice emanated from the front. Suspended before him. The mechanical form of Tony, its burning dark golden eyes fixated intently on the core of Leon's mechanical heart. It appeared to have shaken off any emotional interference. The greed inherent in the blueprint of the divine hand for a high-purity energy core had utterly overwhelmed the residual chaos. Its flawless left arm lifted once more. Not to conjure a destructive beam, but to create a miniature black hole that rapidly collapsed inward. The terrifying gravitational pull erupted instantaneously, aimed squarely at Leon's mechanical heart. Simultaneously, the threat level of the unknown mutated blueprint's pollution spread alarmingly. Extinction level. Execute final protocol. Exile in deep space. Target, mutated carrier and associated sources of pollution. The colossal cube reverberated with an unprecedented decisiveness, its frigid voice echoing through the air. The azure crystal atop it erupted instantaneously, emitting a blinding blue light. The ancient dark golden patterns on its surface appeared to swirl with a life of their own, moving frantically. The immense cube produced a deafening hum. As gargantuan energy amassed within, the surrounding space began to warp violently, undulating as if disturbed by a colossal stone cast into a lake. A vast, cerulean fissure, fringed with tumultuous spatial turbulence, slowly tore open before the cube. Within the chasm lay the profound, icy, and silent depths of the cosmic void. Exile into the abyss. It sought to cast Leon, Rod, and possibly even the mechanical Tony into the eternal grave of the universe. The threefold peril erupted instantaneously. The miniature black hole in Tony's palm unleashed a terrifying force of consumption. The core of Leon's mechanical heart dimmed abruptly. The rhythmic pulsation became chaotic in an instant. The dark golden energy conduits connecting to his body throbbed violently, with several slender conduits snapping under the strain. Leon's body quaked violently, the cold flames of his left eye, Jaboga, flaring up, while the scorching golden radiance of his right eye, Tony, flickered intensely, seemingly gravely injured. A muffled groan escaped Leon's lips. A fusion of agony and icy fury. He raised his right hand, adorned with dark golden patterns, abruptly, as its brilliance flashed. A concentrated beam of spatial cutting energy shot forth towards the black hole in Tony's palm. Sizzle. The cutting beam collided fiercely with the horrific gravitational pull of the black hole. There was no explosion, only a frenzied annihilation and a tumult of energy. The fabric of space twisted violently, resembling crumpled paper. The beam struggled to penetrate the edge of the black hole, attempting to tear it apart and neutralize its power. However, the strength of mechanical Tony seemed to prevail. The black hole merely quivered slightly, its pull intensifying. The spatial beam Leon unleashed was like a stream cast into an abyss, devoured mercilessly. The glow of the mechanical heart core dimmed once more. Leon's body was drawn toward mechanical Tony by that insatiable force. Rod, distracted. Leon's cold and urgent voice resonated, this time led by Jaboga. Rod reacted in an instant. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the battlefield. The grotesque high-pressure water gun robot was still spinning not far away. Without hesitation, he pounced towards the robot, akin to a cheetah, delivering a powerful kick to the rusted joint connecting the hissing water gun nozzle to its body. Crack. The already damaged joint shattered completely. The high-pressure nozzle, along with a section of broken metal pipe, spiraled away. Rod, swift of hand and eye, seized the nozzle the moment it fell. It felt cold and heavy in his grasp. He redirected his aim, positioning the broken metal pipe towards the gap in the joint of mechanical Tony's raised left arm, which maintained the black hole. Then, he summoned all his strength, hurling the nozzle like a javelin. Thwack! The severed metal pipe lodged perfectly into the crevice of mechanical Tony's elbow joint. Though incapable of inflicting tangible harm, the immense impact and physical stutter caused the movements of that flawless arm to momentarily freeze for a fraction of a second. It was within this fleeting instant that Leon's right eye, infused with Tony's blazing golden radiance, suddenly flickered with intense brilliance. A surge of instinctive familiarity, originating from the depths of his soul regarding the construction of this arm, intertwined with the spatial mastery of Jaboga, erupted instantaneously. Sever. Leon unleashed a low, thunderous roar reminiscent of Tony's signature growl. Hum. A beam of dark golden light, far more refined and concentrated than before, imbued with an unwavering intent of spatial severance, shot forth from Leon's fingertips in an instant. The target was not the black hole, but rather the shoulder joint connecting to the mechanical Tony's raised arm. Sizzle. The pure spatial cutting energy sliced through the flawless metallic structure with the precision of the sharpest scalpel, disregarding all defenses. It forcibly severed. Clang. The excruciating sound of metal fracturing accompanied by blinding sparks erupted. The mechanical Tony's impeccable metallic left arm, along with the miniature black hole it sustained in its palm, was forcibly severed from the shoulder joint. The severed arm, still imbued with the residual gravitational pull of the black hole, spiraled downward into the murky sewage below. Ugh! The mechanical Tony emitted a piercing wail akin to metal scraping. Dark, golden energy liquid gushed forth from the severed end like a fountain. Its fiery, dark, golden eyes erupted for the first time with intense agony and incredulous fury. Deprived of its left arm, the stabilizing force field was instantly thrown into chaos, causing its massive form to sway violently in the air. Exile. Activate. The cold voice of the cube resonated like a final decree. Hum. The torn azure spatial rift expanded to its maximum limit in an instant. A terrifying gravitational pull, akin to the gaping maw of a cosmic leviathan, enveloped the entire platform area. This pull was unlike the ripping consumption of a black hole. It carried a frigid intent of spatial transference. Its aim was to forcibly drag everything within its reach into the depths of space. First to succumb was the mechanical Tony, now bereft of its left arm and caught in the turmoil of its destabilized force field. Its colossal metallic form was uncontrollably yanked toward the spatial rift. It frantically urged the remnants of its force field, the dark golden flames in its eyes flickering wildly in an attempt to resist. But against the full-powered spatial exile initiated by the cube, it was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Rhodes felt his body instantaneously lose all weight. Like a leaf in a tempest, he was relentlessly grasped by an unseen hand and thrust toward the unfathomable azure rift. The cold void of deep space penetrated through the fabric of reality, sending shivers through his very soul. Jepiga. Leon's icy voice resonated. This time, it was the flames of Jepiga's left eye that took command. His suspended form remained steadfast against the terrifying gravitational pull. The mechanical heart at his chest erupted with an unprecedented radiance. All dark, golden energy conduits shone to their utmost brilliance. He forcefully clasped his hands together at his chest, palms facing one another. A highly intricate, three-dimensional energy matrix composed of countless dark, golden spatial runes instantly took shape between his palms. Spatial coordinates locked, constructing the fold matrix. Objective: near-Earth orbit. Execution: mandatory fold. The chilling electronic sound of Gay Boga shrieked in Rod's mind. Buzz. The dark golden matrix between Leon's palms instantaneously magnified, resembling a colossal spatial compass, enveloping both himself and Rod, who was being drawn in by a nearby gravitational pull. The matrix's brilliance flashed. The surrounding space abruptly thickened, folding in upon itself. In the next moment, whoosh, the figures of Leon and Rod vanished from sight, as if erased by an eraser, leaving behind only a distorted spatial afterimage. Almost at the moment of their disappearance, boom, the massive metallic form of mechanical Tony, along with the severed arm that had fallen, was utterly consumed by the eerie blue spatial rift. The rift suddenly contracted inward, sealing shut. Only a tumultuous ripple of space and the acrid scent of ozone remained. Exile into deep space accomplished. Target vanished. On the surface of the colossal cube, the glow of the azure crystals gradually dimmed, the ancient dark golden patterns fading back into obscurity. It silently hovered upon the murky waters, akin to an ancient tombstone, chronicling this heart-stopping exile. Coldness, weightlessness, and a violent sensation of spatial tearing enveloped Rod, making him feel as though he were thrust into a rapidly spinning washing machine. His insides churning violently. Before him lay a frantically flickering, distorted dark golden spatial corridor, while his ears were filled only with Gay Boga's frigid coordinates calibration and the howling of spatial turbulence. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, perhaps a fleeting moment, perhaps an eternity. Thud. The immense impact and icy, bone-chilling liquid instantly submerged Rod. He coughed violently, struggling to break the surface. The frigid air filled his lungs, carrying with it a familiar scent of disinfectant and ozone. He wiped the water from his face, astonished as he surveyed his surroundings. It was not the sewage of a steel graveyard. Instead, he found himself in an enormous, high-tech reservoir. Smooth, cold metallic walls surrounded him, with a towering dome above. Piercing white searchlights beaming down from above. The water's surface was dotted with faint white cooling agent bubbles. The air was thick with the strong scent of disinfectant and the odor of some large energy device in operation. Where was this? Warning. Warning. The cooling pool has detected an unauthorized spatial fold. Energy signature match. Gayboga core fluctuations. Threat level high. Initiate maximum alert. The chilling electronic alarm resonated throughout the space. Red warning lights spun and flashed wildly. Rod's heart seized. Gayboga. Leon. He abruptly turned to his side. Just a few meters away. Leon floated silently upon the water's surface. The mechanical heart in his chest pulsed steadily, emanating a soft, dark golden glow, while countless energy conduits swayed gently in the coolant like docile tendrils. His eyes, ablaze with dual flames, were now tightly shut. His face bore no expression, only a profound weariness and a mechanical tranquility, as if the recent harrowing escape and battle had drained all his strength, leaving even the divine light of his will in a state of slumber. Leon. Rod hastily swam over, supporting Leon's cold body. The appendages were covered in biotic skin adorned with dark golden patterns, devoid of warmth. Leon showed no signs of life, resembling a finely crafted automaton, energy completely spent. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from above as a massive metallic gate creaked open. Rod jerked his gaze upward to see the heavy blast-proof gate on the towering metal platform above slowly sliding apart. Blinding white lights spilled forth from behind the gate, revealing figures clad in white heavy protective gear, wielding uniquely designed energy weapons, appearing at the edge of the portal. The red targeting lasers on their weapons swiftly locked onto Rod and Leon, submerged in the water. Rod's pupils constricted in shock as he noticed, behind those armed personnel, a middle-aged man in a sharply tailored black suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, his meticulously combed hair immaculate, standing at the edge of the platform. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he looked down upon the two in the pool with an eagle-eyed gaze, laden with scrutiny, astonishment, and a chilling sense of omnipotence. Rod recognized that face. It had graced the covers of the highest classified files of S. H. I. E. L. D. countless times. Alexander Pierce. What a truly breathtaking welcome ceremony. Colonel Rod. Pierce's voice resonated through the loudspeaker, clear and steady, yet imbued with a chilling precision. And our lost key. His gaze, sharp as a scalpel, precisely fixed upon the incessantly beating mechanical heart in Leon's chest. Chapter 37. Purification Protocol. The frigid coolant enveloped their bodies, the acrid scent of disinfectant and ozone stinging the nostrils. Rod supported Leon's suspended form, akin to propping up a cold and weighty statue. The youth's eyes remained closed, with the intricately pulsating mechanical heart in his chest serving as the sole source of light, the dark golden patterns undulating softly in the coolant. The high beams of the searchlight loomed like pillars of judgment, pinning the two firmly in the center of the pool. Alexander Pierce's voice, transmitted through the frigid loudspeaker, struck Rod's taut nerves with chilling clarity. What a truly breathtaking welcome ceremony, Colonel Rod. Pierce's gaze sliced through Rod's newly reborn form, imbued with ominous power, ultimately fastening upon the throbbing mechanical heart in Leon's chest. And our lost key. Key. Once again, the notion of a key. Rod's heart sank into an icy abyss. S. H. I. E. L. D. Or rather the S. H. I. E. L. D. under Pierce's command, had never altered its objective, to seize Leon, to control the power of the Gibbalk. Pierce. Rhodey roared, his voice reverberating through the vast expanse, infused with the vigor of rebirth and an uncontrollable fury. Let us go. The lament of Tony Stark's sacrifice echoed painfully. Pierce's voice remained devoid of emotion, tinged with a hint of hypocritical sympathy, while the gaze behind his golden spectacles was as cold as iron. Yet it was precisely this sacrifice that rendered the key even more pure and perilous. The abyss resonated. The core of Gayboa, a chaotic amalgamation of Stark's will, was an overwhelming source of contamination. To unleash it upon the world was a threat to the entire planet. He raised his hand slightly, pointing toward the mechanical heart nestled in Leon's chest, an object akin to Pandora's box. He is not a threat. He is Leon. He was brought back at the cost of Tony's life. Rhodey bellowed, striving to rouse Leon. Leon, wake up. But Leon remained unresponsive, akin to a monarch slumbering upon a mechanical throne, save for the heart that pulsed steadily. Regrettably, Colonel Rhodey, emotions cannot alter reality. Pierce's tone carried a chilling resolve. In accordance with Amendment 7 of the Sokovia Accords and the SHIELD's Special Threat Management Protocol 17, I hereby declare the activation of the highest-level purification protocol, zeroing of the Gayboa load and associated contamination sources. Zeroing. Rhodey's pupils constricted. He had heard of this codename. It signified SHIELD's ultimate annihilation protocol for uncontrollable superhuman threats. Engage. Pierce's command rang with finality. Buzz. The shrill alarm pierced the air, escalating to a deafening crescendo. The smooth metallic walls surrounding the reservoir silently parted, revealing a multitude of heavy armor plates that slid aside to expose an array of cannon mouths, densely packed and shimmering with eerie blue energy. Each cannon radiated a cold, pure wave of orderly energy, reminiscent of the cube's essence. This was the purification weapon array engineered by S.H.I.E.L.D. based on the reverse engineering of the Abyss resonance. All cannon mouths charged instantly. The blinding blue luminescence was akin to a multitude of frigid beastly eyes, precisely locking onto Leon in the water. The aura of annihilation enveloped Rhodey, freezing his very blood. No. Rhodey's eyes widened with despair as he unleashed a desperate roar. Instinctively, he shielded the unconscious Leon behind him, his newly reborn back adorned with dark golden patterns, bracing against the impending deluge of destructive light. Uncertain if he could withstand it, he knew he must protect Leon. The purification protocol activated, targeting the energy output with a chilling system prompt reminiscent of a death knell. Dozens of exquisitely concentrated blue beams, like the spear of judgment from the Grim Reaper, tore through the air, propelled by an unwavering will to cleanse all, instantly hurtling toward Leon. Where the beams traversed, the very fabric of space seemed to freeze. Rhodey closed his eyes, muscles tensed, bracing for the excruciating pain of obliteration. Yet, the anticipated cataclysmic impact did not arrive. Just as the blue beams were about to reach Rhodey's back, in a state of deep slumber, Leon's mechanical heart pulsated with a core of radiant dark golden light, representing a fragment of Tony's will. Suddenly, without warning, it flashed violently. A hum resonated through the air as an invisible and extraordinarily unique wave of energy rippled outward from the mechanical heart, akin to the disturbance caused by a boulder cast into a tranquil lake. This wave, though not overwhelmingly powerful, possessed a peculiar frequency, as if it could directly interfere with a specific energy structure. A bizarre scene unfolded. The ethereal blue beams, exuding an aura of cold order, encountered this unique energy wave and seemed to collide with an invisible dissolving field. The destructive energy contained within the beams became exceedingly unstable in an instant, the blue light flickering and distorting as if subjected to a potent acid. Then, an even more astonishing event transpired. The disturbed, unstable blue beams, rather than exploding into chaos, were inexplicably stripped away and guided by an unseen force, transforming into gentle strands of blue energy, akin to flowing streams, which were voraciously absorbed by Leon's mechanical heart. The humming of the mechanical heart intensified, resonating with newfound vigor. The core's dark golden glow brightened and stabilized, while the energy conduits enveloping Leon's body shone with unparalleled brilliance, greedily drawing in this sudden influx of pure, orderly energy. Beneath his biomimetic skin, adorned with dark golden patterns, a surge of greater power seemed to stir. Meanwhile, the beams emitted from the purification weapon array collided with the heart's pull, becoming uncontrollable as the energy transmission was abruptly interrupted. Some beams twisted and erupted into small bursts of blue sparks, while others plunged into the cooling pool, creating vast clouds of vapor. The entire purification assault was devoured by Leon's newly awakened mechanical heart in a manner that defied comprehension. What? For the first time, Pierce on the platform lost his composure. The indifference on his face was swiftly replaced by shock, his pupils contracting sharply behind his golden-rimmed glasses. Energy absorption? How could this be possible? The Abyss Echo energy was being integrated. Warnings blared. The energy from the purification beams was being absorbed by an unknown target structure. Energy absorption rate, 978. Threat level reassessment in progress. System overload. Weapon array cooling failure. The shrill alarms became chaotic and piercing. No, this cannot be. Pierce fixed his gaze on Leon, who remained suspended with closed eyes, yet his mechanical heart shone brilliantly. In disbelief, he pondered, the Abyss Echo is pure orderly energy. Jepica is spatial energy. Stark's will is emotional contamination. How could they possibly coexist? Unless that heart is of a higher dimension. His thoughts trailed off as a more terrifying notion seized him. Rod was utterly astonished. He could feel the immense energy fluctuations behind him, akin to a colossal whale siphoning water, and he sensed the rising power emanating from Leon's body. The overwhelming shock nearly rendered him breathless. The heart, guided by fragments of Tony's will, could absorb the purification energy of S.H.I.E.L.D. Just then, the slumbering Leon abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes. His left eye still burned with the dark golden flames of Gaborge's cold order, while his right eye radiated the fervent golden light of Tony's protective obsession. However, this time, the two luminescences seemed to have absorbed the pure energy of order, becoming more refined and stable. In particular, the intense golden glow of his right eye appeared to have been infused with new fuel, burning with even greater vigor. Leon's gaze swiftly traversed the figure of Rod shielding him, swept over the chaotic purification weapon array shrouded in smoke, and finally, like two searing swords, pierced towards the pale-faced Pierce on the high platform. A cold, hoarse voice resonated, unmistakably Leon's, yet imbued with Gaborge's electronic timbre and a hint of Tony's simmering rage. Your purification flavor is rather commendable. It was a blatant provocation. Pierce's countenance darkened instantly, shock swiftly replaced by fury. The lethal strike he had meticulously prepared had unexpectedly become the foe's sustenance. This was an unparalleled humiliation. Activate the contingency plan. Pierce's voice emerged as if squeezed through clenched teeth, laced with frigid, murderous intent. Release the hounds. Target the host, no matter the cost. Destroy that heart. With his command, a heavy gate at the rear of the platform swung open with a resounding clamor, accompanied by thunderous footsteps and a guttural roar reminiscent of a beast. Several deep gray figures surged forth like phantoms, clad in skin-tight gray combat suits that enveloped their entire bodies. Their movements were astonishingly swift, almost inhuman. Their heads were encased in full-coverage black metallic helmets, with two cold red lights flickering at the eye sockets. Most striking were their arms, adorned with shimmering azure energy patterns of metallic gauntlets, standard equipment of the 10 Rings assassins. The 10 Rings. Pierce, you truly conspire with them. Rod instantly recognized the origin of these assassins and roared in fury. The highest security council of S.H.I.E.L.D. had colluded with a terrorist organization. Eliminate the target. The lead hound issued a hoarse command, electronically modulated. Without a moment's hesitation, several assassins leaped from the edge of the platform like arrows released from a bow. The azure gemstones on their wrist gauntlets flared with brilliance. Several concentrated beams, imbued with the powers of spatial confinement and corrosive pollution, shot forth like venomous serpents, striking towards Leon submerged in the water. Their target was the mechanical heart lodged in his chest. This attack's energy nature was starkly different from the purification beams, rife with chaotic pollution and the sensation of spatial rending. In the face of this lethal assault, Leon's pupils, aflame with dual-colored fire, witnessed the cold flames of Gaborja in his left eye surge dramatically. Spatial barrier, echoed the chilling electronic voice. Buzz, a condensed, dark golden spatial barrier materialized instantaneously before Leon. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The eerie blue pollution beams collided fiercely with the spatial barrier, emitting a piercing sound of corrosion. The dark golden barrier quivered violently, its surface rapidly dimming where the tainted energy eroded it. Behind the barrier, Leon's body shuddered slightly. The flame in his left eye flickered momentarily. Clearly, this chaotic pollution energy exerted a formidable restraining effect on the spatial barrier of Jaboga. The barrier could not provide complete protection. Several beams of pollution penetrated the thinning edges of the barrier, emanating a chilling aura as they raced toward Leon. At this critical juncture, the searing dark golden light from Leon's right eye blazed brightly. An instinct for battle and a keen intuition for danger, derived from the shards of Tony's will, erupted instantaneously. Simultaneously, the mechanical heart core in his chest throbbed violently, frantically mobilizing the pure abyssal resonance order energy that had just been absorbed. Get away, Leon bellowed in a tone reminiscent of Tony's fury. He did not attempt to defend. Instead, he abruptly raised his right hand, adorned with dark golden patterns. His palm faced the penetrating pollution beams. A peculiar vortex of energy, infused with both the spatial order of Jaboga and the abyssal resonance order, materialized instantly. Buzz. The lethal eerie blue pollution beams, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, were swiftly ensnared, devoured, and disintegrated by this extraordinary energy vortex. Under the powerful suppression of dual orders, the chaotic pollution energy was rapidly neutralized and obliterated. Only the pure spatial energy remained, absorbed by the vortex, replenishing Jaboga's consumption. This is impossible, exclaimed the leader of the hounds, suspended in midair, with a voice distorted by electronic modulation. Their previously unstoppable pollution attacks had once again been absorbed by the adversary. Leon, in his new shell, surveyed the astonished assassins with his cold, bicolored flame pupils. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, he slowly raised his left hand, pointing his fingertip at one of the assassins. Spatial dislocation, Jaboga's icy voice declared. Hiss. An exceedingly concentrated dark golden beam shot forth instantaneously. The target was not the assassin's body, but rather the armor adorned with flickering eerie blue light on his wrist. The beam struck the core blue gem of the arm armor with precision. Buzz! The blue gem overloaded in an instant, emitting a blinding flash of light and a sharp, resonating hum. Immediately following, boom! The arm armor, along with the assassin's arm, was obliterated by the violent energy of spatial dislocation. Flesh and metal fragments, mingled with chaotic streams of eerie blue energy, scattered in all directions. The assassin fell into the icy coolant pool without even a scream. Absolute precision. Absolute annihilation. The remaining hound assassins froze in their tracks. The red light beneath their helmets flickered wildly. Fear made its first appearance in the consciousness of these cold-blooded killers. On the platform, Pierce's expression had darkened to a point where it seemed as if water could drip from it. He gazed below at Leon, who hovered like a deity, effortlessly dismantling 2 lethal assaults. The last vestige of hope in his eyes vanished, replaced by an icy resolve. Activate the Insight Project prototype. Pierce's voice, akin to an Arctic gale, resonated through the communicator as he issued his final command. Target locked. Coordinates, cooling pool area. Erase this region from the map. Chapter 38, Spatial Distortion. Activate the Insight Project prototype. Target locked. Coordinates, cooling pool area. Erase this region from the map. Pierce's voice, chilling to the core, swept through the expansive cooling pool space like a relentless winter wind. Each word carried an unmistakable finality, striking at Rhodes' taut nerves. The Insight Project prototype. Rhodes' pupils constricted in alarm. As a former war machine, he had heard whispers of this audacious plan, a kinetic weapon array, vetoed by Congress. Utilizing orbital satellites to hurl high-density tungsten rods at suborbital velocities, it wielded power comparable to tactical nuclear warheads. Pierce had clandestinely developed a prototype and intended to use it against them. Buzz! The alarms in the subterranean space surged to a deafening frequency. Blinding red warning lights whirled chaotically, casting a blood-red hue upon the frigid metallic walls and murky coolant. A profound and ominous energy wave emanated from the depths of the earth, as if a slumbering behemoth was awakening. The towering metallic dome overhead groaned under the strain, fine dust cascading down like a shroud. The scent of death, palpable as ice water, engulfed Rhodes in an instant. A space-based strike. There was no escape. Leon, run! Rhodes cried out in despair, his gaze snapping to the figure of Leon suspended in the water. At that moment, Leon appeared eerily otherworldly. He remained suspended, his mechanical heart pulsating with renewed vigor from the purifying beam's orderly energy, the core's fierce dark golden glow, Tony's will, radiant and unwavering. However, his eyes, ablaze with dual-colored flames, were rife with intense conflict. The dark golden flames of his left eye, Gaboga, surged wildly. As a cold electronic voice screeched in Rhodes' mind, planetary orbital kinetic strike detected. Threat level, extinction. Execution, highest priority spatial leap. Coordinates, unknown safe zone. Gabogas will frantically propel the forces of space. Leon's hands involuntarily rose, palms illuminated by flickering dark golden spatial runes, attempting to construct a leap matrix to escape from this dire predicament. Yet, the fierce dark golden light, Tony's will, emanating from his right eye erupted with unprecedented brilliance. An overwhelming surge of emotion, an amalgamation of fury directed at Pierce, and an unwavering resolve to protect Rhodes, crashed against Gaboga's cold logic like a torrent of molten lava. We cannot leave. Pierce, Rhodes is in danger. Within Leon's corporeal form, 2 wills engaged in a frenzied struggle. The spatial runes flickered erratically at his fingertips, the jump matrix oscillating between construction and collapse. Leon's body trembled violently as energy conduits beneath his skin, adorned with dark golden patterns, flickered like an overloaded circuit. His expression contorted in agony from the intense mental conflict, a suppressed roar emerging from his throat. Leon, Tony, what are you doing? Hurry and leave. Rhodes' eyes widened in desperation. He sensed the looming force of destruction overhead growing heavier. The air itself became thick and oppressive. They might have only mere seconds left. On the platform above, Pierce gazed coldly at the chaos unfolding below with a hint of a chilling smile. This was precisely his desire. The key of confusion, rendered incapable of wielding its true power, awaited the arrival of annihilation. He slightly raised his hand, signaling the stunned hounds of the assassin to withdraw. Struggle key. This is your final value. Pierce's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, akin to the whisper of death. Leon suddenly threw back his head, unleashing a roar of pain that transcended all limits. The core of his mechanical heart, a blazing point of dark golden light, Tony's will, erupted with an unprecedented brightness. Akin to a burning star, a resolute intent instantaneously overpowered Gaboga's cold jump command. Gaboga. Leon's voice, intertwined with Tony's deep growl and the boy's pained rasp, commanded, protect Rhodes. Anchor the space here. Twist that damned rod away from me. With this soul-stirring command, the dark golden flame in Leon's left eye, though still frigid, underwent an immediate transformation in energy output mode under the forceful guidance of Tony's will and the core directive to protect Rhodes. He raised his hands, adorned with dark golden patterns, no longer constructing the jump matrix, but instead thrusting them fiercely into the void before him. A spatial fluctuation of far greater magnitude and terror erupted around Leon. No longer a gentle ripple of transition, but a cataclysmic surge as if titans stirred the very fabric of time and space. Where Leon's hands pierced the void, space cracked like ice shattered by a boulder, instantly riddled with countless fine, dark fissures. These rifts were not mere fractures, but were distorted and folded by an unimaginable force. A visible region of space, measuring several meters in diameter, composed of layers of twisted and folded space, emanating both terrifying gravitational pull and repulsion, was forcibly manifested before Leon. This was no longer a simple spatial barrier. It was a trap that distorted the laws of physics. A twisted amalgamation of a black hole and white hole in the realm of space. Just as this spatial fold took form, a thunderous roar erupted. Boom! A terrifying shriek, seeming to tear the heavens asunder, resonated from the skies. The entire subterranean space quaked violently, as if a 10-point earthquake had struck. The heavy metallic dome above was instantaneously rent and melted away by an irresistible force. A colossal rift, adorned with molten metal at its edges, suddenly manifests. Beyond this gaping void lies the chilling darkness of the cosmos. From it emerges a gargantuan tungsten alloy column, over 5 meters in diameter, trailing a blinding plasma tail. It descends like a divine spear of judgment, exuding a cataclysmic aura, accompanied by the terrifying heat and shockwave generated from its friction with the atmosphere. As it plunges into the breach with unyielding force, its target, the cooling pool's center, where Elon and Rod await. The orbital kinetic weapon, the Staff of God, descends. Annihilation, absolute destruction looms perilously close. The kinetic energy harbored within the tungsten column possesses the capacity to instantaneously vaporize the entire cooling pool area. No. In despair, Rod shuts his eyes. Yet, at the very moment the tungsten column is poised to breach the spatial fold, a resounding hum erupts. The spatial fold ignites with a blinding dark golden radiance. Countless layers of forcibly twisted and folded space whirl like a sentient mill, spiraling and intertwining in a frenzied dance. A cacophony of indescribable metallic distortion and spatial annihilation bursts forth in an instant. It resembles countless invisible blades of space, furiously slicing and grinding against the indestructible tungsten column. The terrifying energy, potent enough to pierce the Earth's crust upon contact with the spatial fold, dissipates like a cow into the sea. The myriad layers of distorted spatial structure scatter, deflect, and neutralize its might. The once formidable tungsten alloy surface visibly peels away and vaporizes. The immense column quakes violently, contorting under the relentless assault of the spatial fold. Its velocity drastically diminishes. Yet, the energy contained within the Staff of God is overwhelmingly formidable. Even as it is devoured by the spatial fold, its residual kinetic energy and heat shockwaves surge forth like a torrent unleashed, crashing violently against the rear of the spatial fold. A tempest of chaotic energy envelopes the entire cooling pool area in an instant. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupts at the pool's edge. Scalding steam, mingled with metallic debris and chaotic energy, soars skyward. The entire cooling pool simmers as if brought to a boil. The murky cooling liquid evaporates, leaving a significant portion missing. The colossal metallic walls are violently torn and twisted by the shockwave. The explosion-proof glass on the platform instantly becomes a web of cracks. Rod feels an irresistible force collide with his chest. Even with Elon's spatial fold absorbing most of the frontal impact, the residual terrifying energy violently propels him like a ragged sack. He crashes against the twisted metallic wall behind him, a metallic taste flooding his throat as he spews forth a copious amount of blood. Every bone in his body screams in agony, as if they are dislocated. The nascent strength he had gathered nearly dissipates under the immense impact. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the storm, Elon, he maintains his position, embedded in the void, as if struck by an invisible hammer. He violently expels a thick stream of black blood, infused with dark golden energy particles. The mechanical heart in his chest, once pulsating steadily, dims abruptly. The core's flickering ember of dark golden light, a manifestation of Tony's will, flickers perilously, as if on the verge of extinguishment. The dark, golden energy conduits enveloping his entire body shattered inch by inch. The dark golden patterns beneath his skin faded swiftly, resembling burnt-out circuits. The dark golden flames in the left eye of Boj had nearly extinguished completely, leaving only a faint spark. Meanwhile, the scorching golden radiance in Tony's right eye had dimmed to its utmost limit. The forceful distortion of space to obstruct the orbital weapon inflicted unimaginable backlash and devastation upon his newly reformed body and fragile will. His body weakened, akin to a marionette with severed strings, plummeting from its suspended state directly into the violently boiling coolant. A large splash of murky water erupted. Leon. Rod struggled to rise from the twisted metal wall, disregarding the excruciating pain and the blood filling his mouth, howling as he lunged towards the spot where Leon had fallen into the water. However, the calamity was far from over. Above him, from the gaping hole in the torn dome, the first tungsten alloy column, although mostly shredded by the folds of space, still had a small, twisted remnant carrying the last remnants of terrifying kinetic energy and high temperature, akin to a runaway meteor, hurtling down towards the cooling pool. Even more terrifying was the faint visibility of two additional blinding trails in the backdrop of deep space, rapidly amplifying. Insight prototype. Not just one. Pierce stood atop a crumbling, cracked platform, observing the utterly chaotic scene below, watching Leon plunge into the water, witnessing Rod's struggle, and the impending descent of the second and third goddess staffs. A cruel and icy smile creeping across his face. It is over, Key. Chapter 39. The Fiery Rescue Leon. Rod's hoarse cry was utterly drowned out by the terrifying shriek of the second tungsten alloy column slicing through the air. That massive metallic pillar, entwined with a deathly tail of flames, descended like the thunder hurled by the king of Olympus, disregarding the faint ripples left by the folds of space, bearing the might to annihilate all in its path, crashing towards the boiling waters where Leon had fallen. The speed was too great, the scale too vast. Rod had no time to reach the water's edge. Despair coiled around Rod's heart like a cold serpent, tightening its grip. No, his eyes bulging with fury. The newly awakened pandemic virus energy within him erupted into an unprecedented torrent of scorching intensity, forcibly squeezing every ounce of potential, striving to rush forward and withstand the cataclysm. Yet, a blinding energy beam moved faster. Buzz. The crimson energy beam, precise and merciless, radiated a heart-stopping aura of destruction. Not aimed at the tungsten alloy column, an act akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, but instead, it fiercely struck the water surface less than 10 meters in front of Rod. Boom! A massive explosion unleashed turbulent waves of murky water soaring several meters high. The searing steam instantly enveloped the area. The shockwave slammed into Rod, abruptly halting his forward momentum and toppling him over. Ugh! Rod crashed heavily onto the scalding metal floor, the scorching steam searing his skin. He abruptly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated intently on the platform. Pierce, the cold and merciless Hydra, brandishing a uniquely crafted energy pistol with a lingering crimson glow at its muzzle, stood at the precarious edge of the wobbling platform. From this elevated vantage point, there was no trace of victorious elation upon his countenance, only a chilling detachment reminiscent of a clinical assessment of a test subject. He intervened to spare Rod from death. For Rod's continued existence might serve as a leverage against the potential chaos unleashed by Leon. Clear the obstacles. Pierce's voice cut through the blaring alarms, devoid of any emotion. Below the platform, the previously intimidated hounds of modified assassins, temporarily retreating from Leon's explosive display, transformed into relentless killing machines, their eyes aglow with an inhuman red light. They disregarded the impending cataclysm descending from above and the violent collapse of their surroundings, their hydraulically powered limbs surging forth with ferocious strength, akin to hyenas scenting blood, charging fearlessly towards the recently risen Rod. The high-frequency oscillation blades in their grasp cleaved through the air, emitting a deadly shriek. Above, the shadows of tungsten alloy columns loomed over the boiling pool, suffusing the atmosphere with a palpable aura of destruction, rendering the air thick as lead. Rod could even feel his hair curling under the oppressive heat. With danger looming before and behind him, he found himself in a harrowing predicament. Get away. Rod's eyes blazed crimson, the energy of the desperation virus coursing violently through him, his skin radiating a molten red glow. No longer could he attempt to charge towards Leon. Time was of the essence. He pivoted sharply, confronting the oncoming hounds with an audacious advance rather than retreat. His searing fists, reminiscent of red-hot hammers, struck forth with the intensity of molten gold, aiming a devastating blow at the foremost assassin. The high-frequency blade clashed against Rod's arm, enveloped in lava-like energy, producing a piercing sound as sparks flew. Yet, Rod's fists were swifter, heavier, and hotter. A resounding thud echoed as the assassin's alloy chest plate visibly caved in, the horrific heat instantly melting the point of contact into glowing iron. The assassin was sent hurtling backward, as if struck by a high-speed train, his chest cavity collapsing upon impact with a grotesque crunch of bones. The electronic components on his person short-circuited under the extreme heat, erupting into a shower of sparks before falling lifelessly. However, an overwhelming number of hounds had already surrounded him, fearless and well-coordinated. Their cold weapons lunged at Rod from all directions. The glint of blades and the shadows of claws swiftly engulfed him. Rod roared in defiance, his molten fists swinging with abandon, each collision unleashing scorching shockwaves and the acrid scent of melting metal. He resembled a lava titan ensnared in a thicket of steel thorns, each punch embodying a fiery, destructive force that sent the encroaching assassins flying, incinerated. Yet, the sheer volume of adversaries and the ferocity of their assault proved overwhelming. The icy edges and energy claws left behind ghastly wounds, deep enough to reveal bone. Excruciating pain and blood loss blurred his vision, depleting his newly awakened strength at an alarming rate. Above him, the tip of the second tungsten alloy column loomed ominously closer. The plasma tail produced by friction with the atmosphere resembled the banner of hell, radiating a terrifying heat capable of incinerating all in its path. Rod could even feel a searing pain akin to needles piercing his skin on his back. Death loomed just a heartbeat away. Tony, Leon, Rod roared defiantly, his molten fist shattering the mechanical cranium of an assassin, scattering scorching metal fragments. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his blood-red eyes fixated on the annihilating beam of light poised to consume everything. In that critical moment, the turbulent waters below, stirred by the explosion of scarlet energy, underwent a sudden transformation. Bubbles erupted violently from the depths, as if something beneath the surface was boiling fiercely. Subsequently, an unusual wave of energy permeated through the tumultuous water and violent shockwaves, resonating with clarity. This wave was neither the frigid order of Jaboga nor the fervent protection of Tony S. Will. It was chaotic, ferocious, filled with a destructive desire that had been suppressed to its limits, now erupting violently, like a barrel of explosives forcefully thrust into a furnace, teetering on the brink of catastrophe under extreme heat and pressure. Buzz, a dark golden beam of light, mingled with lava-like crimson, surged explosively from beneath the boiling surface. The beam was unstable, its edges twisting and fracturing, resembling a chaotic fountain. At its core was Leon. He hovered several meters above the water's surface, his body still riddled with cracks, the mechanical heart in his chest pulsing faintly. Its core of scorching dark golden light, Tony's will, flickering like a candle in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. The dark golden patterns covering his body had dulled, with many areas exhibiting charred fractures. The dark golden flame in his left eye, Jaboga, was nearly extinguished, leaving only a faint, struggling ember. Yet at this moment, it was his right eye that dominated, radiating a molten crimson light that threatened to sear through its socket. This was ignited by the energy of the desperate virus, fully unleashed by the threat of death and Pierce's machinations, representing Leon's most primal fury and instinct for destruction. Like the final, frenzied struggle of a dying beast. Roar, a sound that bore no resemblance to human speech, a blend of mechanical screeching and molten roars, erupted from Leon's throat. He raised his arms with a violent and rigid motion, no longer the precise control he had exhibited while guiding the forces of space, but rather a chaotic outpouring of all the tumultuous energy remaining within him, exacerbated by the desperate virus. His target was not the tungsten alloy pillar above, which had surpassed the limits of his chaotic will, but rather the high platform, the source of all destruction, Pierce, standing upon that platform. Boom, boom, boom. 3 massive beams, intermingled with dark golden spatial fragments and lava-like crimson energy, surged forth from Leon's arms and chest like uncontrolled dragons, twisting through the air, leaving behind searing and chaotic trails, crashing violently towards the high platform where Pierce stood. The assault was utterly chaotic, its force far inferior to the previous spatial rifts. Yet it brimmed with a frenzied desire for destruction. At the edge of the platform, a subtle shift manifested on Pierce's typically impassive visage, not fear, but an overwhelming displeasure at the disruption of his experiment. He reacted with remarkable swiftness, retreating slightly as a seemingly inconspicuous silver bracelet on his wrist ignited with brilliance. A humming sound resonated as a semi-transparent, spherical energy shield enveloped him, pulsating with intricate energy circuits. Boom! 3 erratic beams of energy collided violently with the energy shield. The fierce explosion shook the entire platform violently. The surface of the shield rippled with intense waves, its glow flickering unpredictably, and fine cracks even began to appear at its edges. Scorching airwaves and fragments of energy scattered chaotically, severing and distorting the metallic railing at the platform's edge. Pierce remained steadfast within the shield, yet his brow furrowed deeply. He had underestimated the chaotic energy intensity unleashed by the key in its moment of peril. The shield's consumption far exceeded his expectations. At the very instant of the explosion, a deadly second tungsten alloy pillar, bearing the weight of annihilation, crashed down into the seething waters below Leon. Boom! An unimaginable explosion erupted. It was as if an asteroid had collided with the ocean. A colossal column of water, mingled with instantly vaporized steam, molten metal shards, and turbulent energy currents, surged skyward like a volcanic eruption. The devastating shockwave expanded spherically in a frenzied manner. Rod was at the forefront. Ugh! He felt as though he had been struck by an invisible hammer weighing 10,000 tons. The protective lava energy surrounding him was instantly dispersed. He was hurled through the air like a leaf in a tempest, his bones groaning under the unbearable strain, blood gushing forth. His consciousness plunged into a void of excruciating darkness. The hunters surrounding Rod were torn apart like straw men caught in a gale. Those closest were shredded into fragments at the moment the shockwave struck, while others were violently flung away, crashing into twisted walls and pipes, left either dead or maimed. The entire underground space seemed to herald the apocalypse. Massive metal walls were rent asunder, twisted, and collapsed. Thick pipes were torn apart like strands of spaghetti. The enormous steel beams supporting the dome emitted a bone-chilling groan, bending and breaking. The gaping hole in the dome, created by the first strike of the goddess staff, expanded dramatically under the horrific impact of the second strike, resembling a shattered eggshell. The frigid depths of the cosmos peered through the breach, mercilessly gazing upon this inferno. At the epicenter of the explosion, Leon was engulfed as if cast into a stellar furnace. He violently expelled a torrent of black blood mixed with chunks of internal organs and dark golden energy orbs. His body felt as if it had been utterly torn apart. The dark golden patterns that enveloped him dimmed to the brink of extinction. The mechanical heart within his chest emitted a mournful wail, its rhythm faltering to the verge of cessation. The core, radiating a fervent dark golden glow. Tony's will, suddenly contracted, reminiscent of a candle flame buffeted by a tempest, dwindling to a mere speck of light on the brink of extinction. The violent crimson of his right eye, akin to lava depleted of its fuel, swiftly dimmed. His body faltered, akin to a bird with broken wings, violently swept away by a raging shockwave, cascading towards a relatively intact metallic platform wreckage. Far from the epicenter of the explosion, the key, now out of control, had inflicted grievous injuries. Pierce stood precariously atop the crumbling heights, where an energy shield had absorbed the brunt of the impact, though its brilliance had significantly waned. His cold, electronic eye fixated on the flung figure of Leon, whose fate hung in uncertainty as he rapidly assessed the situation. Leon's current state was precisely what he desired: near death, chaos, and extreme instability. What he required was a living key, one that could be easily manipulated amidst the turmoil. The third target locked in. Pierce's icy voice resonated as the controller on his wrist issued another command. Beyond the gaping void of space, a third deadly flare, akin to the third eye of death, was now distinctly visible, accelerating towards this region. Hound, capture the key. Pierce's gaze swept across the ravaged battlefield below, honing in on Leon's descent. The modified assassins who survived the second wave of shock regained the crimson glow in their eyes, resembling robots responding to an order, heedless of their own injuries. As they traversed the searing metallic debris and murky puddles, silently and swiftly converging towards Leon's landing point, Rod struggled to lift his head from a pile of twisted metal debris, half of his face smeared with blood and grime. He witnessed Pierce's command, the cold killers advancing upon Leon, and the third point of lethal starlight on the horizon. I cannot allow this. Rod's throat emitted a hoarse, rasping sound. Each breath tugged at his fractured ribs, inflicting excruciating pain. The desperate energy of the virus within him had been nearly dispersed by the recent shock, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. He attempted to raise his body, but his arms were agonizingly weak. Despair engulfed him like a frigid tide, once more submerging him. He watched helplessly as several hound assassins reached the edge of the platform where Leon would land, their cold metallic claws extending toward the curled-up, silent figure upon the searing metal. "Stop!" Rod rasped a feeble, desperate roar, struggling to crawl forward, his nails scraping against the heated metal with a piercing sound, leaving trails of blood in their wake. Just as those metallic claws were about to make contact with Leon, a faint, nearly imperceptible dark golden ripple suddenly emanated from Leon's body, gently radiating outward. This disturbance was so subtle it was almost undetectable, yet it carried an extraordinary rhythm of distorted space. With a soft pop, the nearest hound assassins, upon making contact with that delicate ripple, found their metallic claws severed as if sliced by invisible blades. Their resilient alloy limbs broke silently, the edges as smooth as glass. At the incision, there were neither sparks nor energy dissipation, as if that part of the body had never existed, obliterated by the very fabric of space. The assassin's eyes glimmered with a red light, seemingly unable to comprehend what had transpired, yet the commands of their programming compelled them to advance. However, as they attempted to step into the faint ripple's domain, a horrific scene unfolded. Their bodies, starting from the point of contact with the ripples, dissolved silently and completely, as if immersed in a potent acid, vanishing without a trace. There were no explosions, no screams, only a chilling annihilation on a spatial level. In an instant, several assassins who ventured into the area disappeared entirely, leaving not even a wisp of ash behind. The assassins at the rear immediately halted, their cold electronic eyes fixated on that region, seemingly reassessing the threat level. The intangible spatial ripples resembled a death zone, obstructing their advance. Upon the high platform, Pierce's electronic eye instantly locked onto the anomalous area, and the data streams surged chaotically. Residual spatial distortion effect? Spontaneous self-defense? No. The energy levels were too low for sustained instinctive defense of the key. A deeper intrigue and coldness flickered in his gaze. The potential of the key appeared more intricate and perilous than he had anticipated. He needed to secure control swiftly. Remote suppression, restrict movement. Pierce commanded once more. The surviving hound assassins immediately raised their energy weapons, crimson beams shooting forth like the flickering tongue of a venomous serpent, aiming to trap Leon within that narrow area. Protected by residual spatial forces, Rod witnessed this scene, a flicker of faint hope igniting within him, only to be swiftly crushed by a deeper despair. The protection was far too fragile. Moreover, the shadow of the third goddess staff loomed ominously overhead. The air compressed, resonating with a thunderous roar. It was over. Rod closed his eyes. In that moment of utter despair, an object, shrieking through the air with intense friction, plummeted from the vast gaping hole in the ceiling like a meteor. The speed was so swift that it surpassed sound itself. Boom! The object did not fall straight into the pool, but rather struck at an exceptionally acute, nearly suicidal angle against the side of the tungsten alloy pillar, which had just entered the breach and was poised to accelerate downwards. The deafening metallic impact instantly drowned out all alarms and the echoes of explosions. Blinding sparks erupted from the point of collision like a waterfall. The descending object was revealed to be a battered and broken steel battle suit, its surface marred with charred patches and massive dents, with unstable exhaust flames erupting violently from its thrusters. Generations of technology. The visor of the battle suit had shattered, exposing a bloodied and resolute face. Tony Stark. Tony. Rod's eyes widened in disbelief. Rod, catch him. Tony's roar echoed through the fractured amplifier of the suit, filled with a rasp that tore through the air in an undeniable frenzy. At the moment of collision with the tungsten alloy pillar, his battered armor twisted through the air, forcing an extreme angle. The armor on his right arm suddenly sprang open, revealing a rudimentary device, a hastily constructed gravitational tractor beam, flickering with an unstable blue light. Buzz. A distorted blue force field instantaneously enveloped Leon below. Almost the instant the force field made contact with Leon's body, the faint ripples of space seemed to react violently. Flashing in response, Tony's tractor beam became exceedingly unstable, the blue glow flickering wildly, emitting a piercing overload alarm. His armor trembled violently, as if it might be torn apart by the chaotic forces of space at any moment. Ugh! Tony let out a pained roar, blood oozing more profusely beneath his helmet. Yet, grit his teeth, he summoned the last vestiges of power from his armor's thrusters, desperately maintaining the integrity of the tractor beam. Rhodey! Tony shouted once more. In an instant, Rhodey comprehended the urgency. The tractor beam was merely a temporary restraint and guide. He needed to provide a point of support. The chaotic energies within Leon instinctively resisted external traction. Only he, similarly afflicted by the dire virus energy, born from Tony's technology, could serve as a relatively safe anchor. Come on. Rhodey unleashed the last remnants of his strength, springing from the ground despite the searing pain tearing through him, lunging toward the open space directed by Tony's tractor beam. Simultaneously, he unleashed the final remnants of the dire virus energy within him. His skin turned a fiery crimson, akin to a heated branding iron. Buzz. Enveloped in the blue force field, surrounded by faint ripples of space, Leon resembled an unstable energy bomb, forcibly propelled toward Rhodey's direction at a great cost to Tony. The speed was astonishing. Rhodey spread his burning arms wide, his crimson pupils fixated on the approaching figure. He could feel the sting of the chaotic ripples around Leon, akin to countless tiny blades slicing into his skin. Yet he did not falter. Closer, just as Leon was about to collide into Rhodey's embrace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several scarlet energy beams erupted from the surviving hound's muzzle, striking toward Leon within the tractor beam like venomous serpents. Pierce would not allow them to succeed so easily. Get down, Rhodey roared, abruptly turning to shield himself with his back against the oncoming energy beams. Thud, thud, thud. The searing energy beams penetrated his crimson skin and muscles, leaving charred holes. The excruciating pain caused Rhodey to momentarily black out, his body trembling violently. But he clenched his teeth, unwavering, his outstretched arms remaining steady. He stood resolutely, sacrificing his own body to shield Leon from this lethal sniper attack. In that fleeting moment, Leon's form, entwined with the faint ripples of space and the residual blue glow of Tony's tractor beam, crashed into Rhodey's heated, open embrace. Bang! A dull, jarring impact reverberated through the air. Rhodes felt as though he were clutching a searing iron brand and a volatile explosive simultaneously. The residual spatial distortion emanating from Leon caused the skin of his arms to rupture instantaneously, blood gushing forth. The chaotic energies of the apocalypse virus clashed with the forces of space, erupting in a cascade of fine electric sparks and spatial ripples within his embrace. Ugh! Rhodes stifled a groan, the overwhelming force propelling him backwards as he staggered, leaving a trail of crimson footprints upon the scalding metallic floor with each step. Yet he held on fiercely, as if cradling an entire world. Upon the platform, Pierce's cold, electronic gaze swiftly locked onto the two entwined figures. The third tungsten alloy column having veered off course, yet still hurtling towards them with destructive momentum. Without hesitation, he raised his energy pistol. Clear. However, at the very moment Pierce squeezed the trigger, boom! A massive, crimson gold energy cannon, akin to divine retribution tearing through the heavens, violently surged through the breach in the ceiling. Its target, Pierce and the platform beneath his feet. The might of this energy cannon far surpassed the potency of Pierce's handgun. Imbued with a ferocious will to annihilate, Pierce's expression shifted dramatically. With no time to shoot at Rhodes and Leon, he instinctively activated his energy shield to its utmost capacity while retreating hastily. The ground shook violently. The crimson gold energy cannon struck the center of the platform with tremendous force. The horrifying explosion instantaneously obliterated half of the platform along with the intricate instruments atop it, scattering metallic debris and burning remnants throughout the air. The energy shield was riddled with cracks upon impact, and the immense shockwave sent Pierce hurtling backward. He crashed against the remaining fragment of a metallic wall, his shield's glow extinguished, his high-grade suit torn asunder by the residual energy, revealing the glimmering reinforced underarmor beneath. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Stark. Pierce glared with a mixture of fury and astonishment at the breach beyond. A newly designed suit of armor, painted in crimson and gold, with sleek lines and 4 colossal ring thrusters expelling dazzling streams of particles, hovered in the vastness of space. That previous shot had originated from it. Pierce. Within the armor, Tony's voice resonated coldly, laced with unbridled rage. Your time has come. Below the breach, Rhodes cradled the unconscious, feverish Leon, who was enveloped in perilous spatial ripples. He gazed upwards at the suspended nanotech armor, reminiscent of a deity of war descending from the heavens, then lowered his gaze to the faintly breathing youth in his arms, whose life seemed to flicker precariously. The tension in his nerves finally relaxed, a wave of warmth flooding his heart, accompanied by searing pain and the exhaustion of survival. Reinforcements had arrived at last, in the most desperate of moments. Chapter 40. Catch him. Tony Stark's piercing roar still echoed through the murky, heated air. Rhodes. Catch him. Rhodes's nerves ignited as if struck by high-voltage electricity. He abruptly lifted his gaze, piercing through the cascade of metallic debris and the seething, scalding steam, locking onto the figure of Leon, ensconced within a distorted blue force field, surrounded by ominous ripples of dangerous energy. The boy resembled an out-of-control energy bomb, hurled towards him with reckless abandon by Tony, utilizing a rudimentary, spark-emitting contraption on the verge of collapse. Come on! Rhodes unleashed a primal roar from deep within his throat. The dire virus energy, nearly shattered by the shockwave, ignited within him at this critical juncture. A molten crimson glow surged beneath his skin, warping the very air around him with searing heat. Ignoring the excruciating pain from his fractured ribs and the charred wound where energy beams had pierced his back, he firmly planted his feet against the blistering, warped metal floor, launching himself towards Leon's trajectory like a moth drawn to flame. His arms spread wide, akin to searing iron pincers, fueled by a shared energy and a resolute determination to survive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The frigid beams of death surged forth once more. It was the remnants of Pierce's hounds. The scarlet energy beams tore through the air, unerringly aimed at the defenseless Leon within the gravitational field. Get away! Rhodes' eyes bulged with fury. In a fleeting moment, he twisted his body, bracing his relatively sturdy back, enveloped in molten energy, to confront the onslaught. Thud, thud, thud. The searing high-energy particle beams mercilessly penetrated flesh. Agonizing pain coursed through him like a jolt of high-voltage electricity. Rhodes' body lurched violently, blood spewing from his mouth. Yet the momentum of his advance remained unyielding. All the beams targeting Leon's vital points were intercepted by his body, leaving behind gaping, charred wounds that exposed bone. In that very instant, bang! Leon's body, entwined with chaotic ripples of space and the erratic blue light of Tony's gravitational field, violently collided with Rhodes' searing embrace. Ugh! Rhodes emitted a muffled, agonized howl. The force of the impact sent him staggering back with Leon in his arms, each step leaving a trail of mingled blood and molten metal upon the blistering floor. More alarmingly, the faint yet perilously dangerous spatial ripples emanating from Leon resembled countless invisible razors, viciously slicing through Rhodes' arms upon contact. His resilient skin ruptured under the warping power of the spatial forces, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, the uncontrollable dire virus energy within Leon clashed violently with Rhodes' own energy, resulting in a burst of fine crimson arcs and dark golden sparks at their point of contact, producing a cacophony of crackling explosions. Pain, excruciating and bone-deep. It felt as though he were cradling a burning, spiny bomb. Yet Rhodes' crimson eyes remained fiercely fixated on the unconscious youth in his grasp. Liang's visage appeared pallid as gilded parchment, his mechanical heart's pulse feeble to the point of near cessation. The core, once pulsating with the fervent dark golden glow of Tony's will, now reduced to the size of a pinprick, flickered erratically at the edges, reminiscent of a candle's flame wavering in a tempest, poised to extinguish at any moment. The dark golden energy patterns enveloping his form lacked luster, with numerous fissures resembling charred blackness marring their surface. Hold on, Tony's coming. Rhodes's voice trembled hoarsely, laced with blood, his searing arms acting as the most unyielding of shackles, tightly encircling Leon, shielding him from further harm with his own flesh. On the pedestal, obscured by the smoke of the explosion, Pierce's figure emerged. His high-end suit was tattered, revealing beneath it a metallic exoskeleton that glimmered coldly, a trace of blood gracing his lip, yet his electronic eyes radiated an even greater chill. Fixated on the entwined pair below, he disregarded the nano-armor hovering outside the breach, exuding a wrath reminiscent of a war god. As the controller on his wrist pulsed with light. Third sequence, eliminate obstacles, retrieve the key. The surviving hounds of hell surged with crimson light in their eyes, akin to machines infused with a berserk program, impervious to the imminent destructive pressure of the third god's staff plummeting from above, charging recklessly towards Rhodes and Leon. This time, their objective was clear: to obliterate that meddlesome war machine and seize the key. Simultaneously, Pierce raised his energy pistol once more. The scarlet light converging at the muzzle, now aimed squarely at the defenseless Leon cradled in Rhodes's arms. He aimed to extinguish any hope of Tony's rescue. Pierce. Outside the breach, Tony's roar resounded like a thunderclap. The four massive ring thrusters behind his gold-red nano-armor erupted with blinding brilliance. He plunged towards the gap like an enraged meteor. Yet, time was of the essence. Several hounds of hell had already closed in, their icy claws and vibrating blades tearing through the heated air, striking mercilessly at Rhodes's nape and arms. The crimson glow of Pierce's gun reached its zenith. Rhodes's pupils constricted. He sensed the lethal sharpness and searing heat approaching from behind. Evading? Impossible. Leon could withstand no impact. Releasing him? Even less so. Then, they would perish together. A final madness ignited in Rhodes' gaze. He forcefully pressed Liang's head against his searing chest, presenting his back to all incoming assaults. Simultaneously, the remnants of the desperation virus energy within him detonated, the crimson glow beneath his skin surging instantaneously, akin to an impending volcanic eruption. He was prepared to self-destruct. Using the last of his molten essence, he sought to afford Liang a slim chance of survival. Just as the moment approached when Rhodes was about to ignite himself as a human bomb, a faint yet strangely stable dark golden light suddenly surged from within Liang's nearly dormant mechanical heart, radiating outward. The light, though weak, swiftly quelled the chaotic and violent ripples of space surrounding Liang. Like an invisible comb, it swiftly untwists the distorted folds of space, smoothing them out. This radiant glow gently caresses Rod's scorching, cracked arms. A miracle occurs. The wound, torn and mangled by the forces of space, under the embrace of a dark golden halo, astonishingly ceases to bleed at a visibly rapid pace, its charred edges seemingly infused with a flicker of vitality. More importantly, the impending eruption of the desperate virus energy within Rod is as if gently smoothed and tamed by an invisible hand. The once tumultuous flow of molten lava has become docile and manageable. Though still faint, the risk of self-detonation has vanished. Rod trembles violently, incredulously looking down at the figure in his arms. Leon remains unconscious, his complexion ashen. Yet, upon his chest, that mechanical heart's core, the fiery dark golden glow. A remnant of Tony's will has, unbeknownst to him, reached a state of utmost concentration, steadily emitting a weak yet resilient light. It has not intensified. Rather, it seems to have expended its last vestige of strength solely to emit this command for stabilizing space and calming energy. This is Tony's final guardianship over Rod before his will succumbs to silence, a forceful restraint on Leon's chaotic instincts. Rod's throat tightens. Hot liquid mingled with blood trickles from the corners of his eyes. At that very moment when the light ignites, boom, the gold-red nano armor finally arrives. Suspended in the depths of space. Instead of launching a direct assault on Pierce, it targets the hounds of the assassin that are lunging toward Rod. Hiss, hiss, hiss. From the shoulders and arms of the armor, dozens of miniature launch ports spring forth in an instant, like a swarm of bees released from their hive. Countless fist-sized micro-explosive missiles, trailing slender tails of flame, descend upon the hounds with deadly precision. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions, densely packed and spine-chilling, connect in a cacophony behind Rod. Dazzling flames and shockwaves swiftly engulf those cold, lethal machines. The sturdy alloy bodies are torn apart like paper, melted, and blasted into a flurry of metallic shards under the saturation of nano-missiles. The searing shockwave, intermingled with debris, crashes violently against Rod's back. Yet is barely deflected by the lava energy shield stabilized by Tony's will. The nuisance has been dealt with. Inside the nano-armor, Tony's voice is as cold as ancient ice, laced with an uncontainable rage. The armor hovers above Rod and Leon, its gold-red exterior reflecting the infernal flames below. Like a deity descended to protect them. The armor's visor turns toward the platform, its cold electronic gaze locking onto Pierce. As for you, Pierce. Tony's voice cuts like a steel blade. It is time to settle the score. No sooner had the words left his lips. Virum. The arms of the nano-armor rise, the colossal cluster cannon at its palm igniting with a blinding golden-red glow. The terrifying energy fluctuations cause the precarious underground space to tremble. The target is set directly upon the now visibly shaken Pierce on the platform. However, the astonishment etched on Pierce's face was but a fleeting moment, swiftly replaced by a near-manic coldness. He abruptly glanced at the controller on his wrist, his eyes flashing with a resolute determination akin to a desperate gamble. You wish to kill me? Then let us be entombed together in this abyss. Initiating the final protocol, Abyss Echo. Self-destruction countdown, 30 seconds. Pierce's voice echoed sharply through the loudspeaker. Wailing. Within the underground chamber, the already deafening alarm escalated to a frequency capable of rending the very soul. All flickering lights were extinguished, leaving only the frantically spinning crimson warning lights, illuminating the ruins like a blood-soaked inferno. A wave of destructive energy, emanating from the depths of the earth, surged forth with a ferocity reminiscent of an awakening apocalyptic beast. The floor, walls, and twisted steel beams of the entire space groaned under the unbearable strain, as if they were on the brink of complete collapse. Madman, Tony cursed vehemently. Pierce intended to detonate the entire base. Without hesitation, the golden red radiance in his palm surged to its zenith. Rhodey, hold him tight, Tony bellowed. Boom. Two massive torrents of golden red energy erupted from the palm of the nano armor, akin to a roaring molten dragon, hurtling towards Pierce and the remnants of the pedestal beneath him with a cataclysmic intent. The energy shield surrounding Pierce flared to life. But before the terrifying might of the nano cannon, it shattered in less than half a second. He tumbled backward in a desperate attempt to evade. Boom. The devastating energy collided violently with the pedestal's remaining structure. A cataclysmic explosion reduced the last vestiges of metal to mere dust. The chaotic energy whirlwind swept through like an uncontrollable hurricane. Pierce emitted a chilling scream. One of his arms, along with half of his shoulder, was vaporized at the edge of the energy torrent. The reinforced inner armor melted into molten crimson. He was hurled like a ragdoll, tumbling toward the boiling waters and metallic wreckage below. Blood trailed a dazzling red line through the air. Target severely damaged. Base self-destruction countdown, 25 seconds. Jarvis's calm voice resonated in Tony's ear. Tony paid no heed to Pierce's fate. The nano armor swiftly redirected toward Rhodey and Leon below. The circular thrusters behind him roared to life. Go, Virum. A powerful gravitational field enveloped Rhodey and the unconscious Leon in an instant. This time, the perilous spatial ripples surrounding Leon were quelled by Tony's will, rendering the gravitational field exceptionally stable. Rhodey felt a sudden lightness, as he and Leon were lifted by an invisible force, rapidly soaring toward the vast breach in the ceiling. Below them lay the boiling coolant pool, the twisted, collapsing metallic ruins, the frenzied crimson alarms, and the increasingly terrifying subterranean energy fluctuations that heralded impending doom. He lowered his gaze to Leon, who remained in a deep slumber, yet miraculously stable due to the final surge of Tony's will. Raising his eyes to the vast, frigid expanse of the cosmic starry sky, he beheld the golden red battle armor suspended ahead like a lighthouse. A wave of exhaustion from surviving a harrowing ordeal and an indescribable complexity of emotions surged within him. The lava-like energy still coursed faintly through his veins. The wounds on his back and chest burned with a searing pain. Yet, the weight of the figure he cradled brought him a profound warmth, a sensation that cold steel could never provide. They had burst through the breach. The chilling void of space enveloped him in an instant. Rhodey, hold on. We're going home. Tony's voice resonated through the communicator, imbued with undeniable strength. Home, Rhodey murmured, his crimson pupils reflecting the slowly rotating azure planet ahead. The young man in his arms, almost weightless, bore down upon him, suppressing all his fears. The fiery rescue had finally torn through the abyssal darkness, guiding them toward their return. Chapter 41. The scars of vacuum. The frigid void of space gripped Rhodey's throat like an invisible hand. There was no sound, no air, only an absolute silence and an excruciating chill. The wounds on his back and chest, pierced by energy beams, were exposed to the vacuum. Yet they did not seal instinctively as depicted in films. Instead, the biting cold, akin to millions of icy needles, mercilessly pierced through his searing body. Each faint breath carried the metallic taste of blood, circulating within his helmet. The clash of searing heat and frigid cold raged within him, nearly tearing him apart. He clung desperately to Leon, his arm muscles spasming and trembling from the exertion. The boy remained unconscious, his face reflecting a deathly ashen hue in the dim light of the helmet's visor. The mechanical heart within him pulsed so faintly it was almost imperceptible, and the core's heat, a smoldering dark gold radiance belonging to Tony's will, had succumbed to silence after forcibly stabilizing the environment, leaving only the faintest glow of the mechanical structure itself, akin to the last embers of a candle flickering in the wind. Rhodey, keep breathing. Don't pass out. We've escaped the gravity well. Tony's voice crackled through the communicator, raspy and authoritative like the sound of metal grinding. His 50-nanometer armor hovered ahead, its golden red luster resembling a burning star against the profound backdrop of space. Yet, Rhodey could see that the armor was not unscathed. The shoulders and legs bore notable damage and melting marks, trophies of colliding with tungsten alloy pillars and enduring Pierce's energy cannon. Nanoparticles writhed like tiny silver streams at the damaged areas, striving to mend. Tony's armor extended its right arm, a powerful tethering beam firmly locking onto Rhodey and the unconscious Leon, steadily drawing them towards the suit. Home. Rhodey's crimson eyes peered through the visor at the slowly rotating azure planet ahead. The cold interior of the helmet mixed with the warmth of blood and sweat, trickling down his cheek. The youth cradled in his arms was as light as a feather, yet as heavy as a mountain. Tony stood before him, but behind them, the gaping tear in the sky revealed the unfolding horrors of hell. The shrill alarm, piercing as though emanating from the depths of the inferno, seemed to penetrate the very soul, even through the vacuum and armor. It was the self-destruct protocol of the abyss resonance initiated by Pierce. Through the vast breach, Rhodey glimpsed the core of the base erupting in a blinding, ominous, deep purple energy. Twisted metallic structures crumbled and melted as if crushed by titanic force, while chaotic energy currents, like tangible tendrils, violently tore apart everything within. The entire base resembled a colossal bomb igniting from within. More perilous still, the immense tungsten alloy column of the third god's staff, trailing the searing remnants of atmospheric friction like the third eye of death, surged through the breach. Undeterred by the cataclysmic storm below, adjusting its angle with destructive momentum, relentlessly pursuing the three of them who had just escaped the base. "Tony, that monstrous thing is closing in," Rhodey shouted, his voice distorted through the vacuum communication. He could feel the palpable pressure of death induced by the locking gaze of that colossal column. "JARVIS. Calculate the evasive route. Maximum thrust." Tony's voice instantly tightened to its utmost limit. The four massive ring thrusters behind the nano armor surged into overload. A blinding stream of particles erupted forth. The golden red armor executed a sharp lateral turn. Buzz. The tractor beam, pulling Rhodey and Leon, narrowly evaded the direct trajectory of the tungsten column. The immense shadow of metal, accompanied by a scorching wave of heat and a terrifying wail that even the vacuum could not fully muffle, grazed Rhodey's back as it whooshed past. High-speed particle friction ignited the exterior tractor field generator, erupting into a dazzling display of electric sparks. Force field overload at 15. JARVIS. Urgent alert rang in Tony's ears. Yet, the crisis was far from over. The tungsten column, deflected by Tony and narrowly avoided by Rhodey and the others, did not shoot directly into the vastness of space. It seemed to be influenced by some residual guidance program, or perhaps simply by its immense inertia. As it curved back like a boomerang, once again locking onto them, this time, its target was unmistakably directed at the core of Tony's tractor beam, homing in on Leon in Rhodey's arms. Damn it, it's fixated on the key. Tony instantly comprehended Pierce's final madness. This third staff must either have been pre-programmed to target the unique spatial fluctuations within Leon or was drawn by the faint spatial ripples lingering on him. It would not relent until it achieved its goal. "Rhodey, hold him tight. We need to accelerate. It may get a bit bumpy," Tony roared, as the nano armor swiftly streamlined, channeling all energy to the propulsion system. A long, luminous trail of golden red light streaked across the cosmos, hurtling fiercely towards Earth. The traction beam firmly adhered Rhodes and Leon to the rear of the armored suit. Buzz, the tungsten alloy pillar, akin to a shark sensing blood, abruptly adjusted its position in the vacuum, its rear thruster erupting with a final burst of blue light, propelling its speed to new heights. A colossal shadow, accompanied by a devastating shriek, clamped down fiercely on the back of Tony's armor. The distance visibly diminished. Distance, 1,200 meters, 1,000 meters, 900 meters. The countdown from Jarvis was cold and urgent. Rhodes clung tightly to Leon, his body twisting violently under the high-speed pull, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest. His insides churning. He could distinctly sense the lethal edge behind him closing in. The icy intent to kill penetrated through the armor and the traction field, piercing his back wound as if stirred by an ice pick. Leon in his arms seemed to sense the dire threat of death as well. His pale lips quivered slightly, his brow furrowing in pain, and beneath the dimly patterned skin, a faint, chaotic ripple of spatial distortion surged uncontrollably once more. "No, Leon, don't move." Rhodes' heart raced. This subtle spatial fluctuation, to the goddess staff that had locked onto it, was akin to a beacon in the night. Indeed, whoosh. The speed of the tungsten alloy pillar surged once again. The blue glow of the rear thruster intensified, like a spear imbued with a relentless will to slay gods. It instantaneously traversed hundreds of meters, its tip aimed directly at Leon's vulnerable back within the traction beam. The destructive kinetic energy and searing heat, even from afar, made Rhodes feel as though his back might be scorched, his bones crushed. The lock could not be evaded. Estimated impact time, 27 seconds. Jarvis's warning resonated with unprecedented urgency. "Tony," Rhodes let out a desperate roar. There was no escape. In the state of traction, they were merely live targets. In a critical moment, "Rhodes, duck." Tony's roar was imbued with a resolute madness. Buzz! The gold-red nano-armor, hovering before Rhodes and Leon, executed an extreme, near-suicidal 180-degree emergency stop in mid-flight. The circular thrusters behind it erupted with a violent torrent of particles, forcibly decelerating. The entire armor left a blinding trail in the vacuum. In an instant, it transformed from a pursuer into a shield facing the oncoming spear of annihilation. Simultaneously, the armor's arms crossed before its chest, countless nanoparticles swirling like a boiling silver tide, instantly converging to construct an enormous hexagonal energy shield, with edges flowing with scorching gold-red energy circuits and an extraordinarily complex structure. Took form in an instant. At the center of the shield, a downward-pointing triangle of the Stark Industries logo was distinctly visible. Veronica Protocol. Maximum power. Hold it steady. Tony's voice thundered through the communication channel, laced with the rasp of strained vocal cords and the will to give everything. Boom! The destructive tip of the tungsten alloy pillar violently crashed into the center of the newly formed nano-shield. An indescribable terror erupted silently in the vacuum. A cataclysmic impact that engulfed all sight in a blinding flash of light, as if a miniature star had detonated before one's very eyes. The indomitable nano-shield, centered at the point of collision, was instantly marred by a web of cracks. Fiery crimson energy circuits flickered erratically, pulsating with chaotic intensity. The immense force propelled Tony's armor backward as if struck by a celestial body. The particle streams from the thruster exhaust became tumultuous under the strain of overload. The sharp, metallic distortions and the shrill cries of energy overload pierced through the communicator, assaulting Rhodes' eardrums. He watched helplessly as Tony's armor trembled violently behind the colossal shield. Contorting under the strain, the edges of the nano-shield began to disintegrate and scatter. A massive tungsten alloy column surged inward like a drill, penetrating the heart of the shield. Energy shield integrity, 72-58-45. Warning. Structure imminent collapse. Jarvis alarm resounded like a funeral toll. A pained roar from Tony broke through the cacophony of energy noise. Beneath the helmet, blood oozed from his mouth and nose. The nanomaterial armor on his arms succumbed to unimaginable pressure, tearing apart to reveal bloodied flesh beneath. Tony. Rhodes' eyes widened in anguish. Clutching Leon, ensnared by the restraining beam behind Tony, he could only watch as his dear friend braved the cataclysmic blow with his body and armor. He yearned to rush forward, but the gravitational field held him fast. He contemplated unleashing the extinction virus for aid. Yet that flicker of energy paled in comparison to the cosmic collision unfolding before him, just as the brilliance of the nano-shield waned to its nadir. And the cracks threatened to spread completely. A faint yet remarkably stable dark golden light surged forth from the depths of Leon's dormant mechanical heart, like a droplet plunging into boiling oil. This time, the light did not smooth the fabric of space. Rather, it bore an extraordinary, precisely guided rhythm. It wove through the crumbling nano-shield like an invisible thread, wrapping around the tip of the ferocious tungsten column with exquisite precision. A nearly imperceptible sound echoed, an almost undetectable anomaly. The indestructible tip of the tungsten alloy, brimming with catastrophic kinetic energy, encountered this slender beam of golden light, and in that instant, its molecular structure seemed to be reconfigured and displaced by a force from a higher dimension. A minuscule deviation, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, emerged within the torrent of destructive energy. It was this infinitesimal difference. Boom! The tungsten column, initially aimed at the heart of the shield and poised to penetrate completely, grazed past the edge of the crumbling nano-shield. The violent kinetic energy collided with the golden-red shield's periphery, tearing and melting it apart, yet miraculously preserving the core structure. The immense momentum, devoid of a positive target, propelled the tungsten alloy pillar to graze the flank of Tony's armor, akin to a rogue comet trailing along, searing tail as it slanted into the dark abyss of the cosmos, ultimately transforming into a distant point of light before vanishing entirely. Silence. An absolute stillness enveloped this starry domain, leaving only the faint hum of the thruster's particle stream and Rhodey's heart pounding like a drum. Tony's armor hovered in the vacuum. The nanotech shield at its forefront battered and flickering with unstable luminescence before disintegrating into myriad silver particles, drifting back to the armor's core like weary fireflies. The exterior of the suit bore numerous scars, exposing charred circuitry and structure beneath. Within the confines of the armor, Tony's form swayed slightly. Beneath his visor, he gasped violently, blood trickling from his chin into the suit's interior. Tony, how are you? Rhodey's voice trembled with the aftershocks of survival and dread. Not dead yet. Tony's voice emerged weak and hoarse, laced with the metallic taste of blood, yet tinged with a sense of relief. That kid, just now. Rhodey abruptly lowered his gaze to the figure cradled in his arms. Leon remained unconscious. Yet the fleeting ray of golden light that had once promised salvation seemed to have drained his last vestiges of potential. The mechanical heart pulsed faintly, its core light extinguished, leaving only the cold metallic structure functioning in a robotic rhythm. The peculiar guiding force had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Was it Tony's will, or that of Jipoga? Doubts swirled within Rhodey's mind, but this was not the moment for such contemplation. The countdown for the base's self-destruction reached 0. The base is self-destructing, JARVIS, reported calmly. Both men turned simultaneously to gaze at the sky above the New York Queens area. Boom! A colossal, deep purple energy beam erupted violently from the depths of the earth, mingled with raging metallic debris, molten lava, and chaotic spatial turbulence. As though the gates of hell had swung open, the beam instantaneously pierced the atmosphere, shooting into the depths of space. Its magnitude was such that even from low Earth orbit, it was unmistakably visible. The ground of the entire Queens area trembled as if struck by a magnitude 12 earthquake. A massive mushroom cloud, infused with dust and energy currents, soared into the sky. The shockwave swept across the area, visibly expanding. The city lights below extinguished in an instant. The piercing alarm sounded, even across the vast distance and vacuum, faintly reaching their ears. Hydra's greatest lair, nestled beneath New York, along with Pierce's frenzied Abyss Echo project, was obliterated in that moment, transformed into a soaring display of destruction. Tony and Rhodey silently beheld the apocalyptic scene below. The crimson armor and battered war machine suit suspended in the frigid cosmos like two scarred metallic statues. The boy in Rhodey's arms lay still, as if in slumber. Surviving the calamity, there was no cheer, only the stark reality and weighty fatigue. "Let us go," Tony's voice shattered the silence, imbued with profound exhaustion and a barely perceptible heaviness. Home. There remained numerous messes to be addressed, particularly with this young lad. The crimson gold battle armor once again activated, the guiding beam steadily drawing Rhodes and Leon, adjusting its trajectory toward the soul-warm beacon atop the Avengers Tower, gradually descending to the helipad. Below lay the Queens of New York, recently ravaged by a disaster akin to an underground nuclear explosion, faint echoes of sirens, cries, and the sound of collapsing buildings mingling like a mournful dirge of a post-apocalyptic world. They, adorned with wounds and bearing a key whose fate hung in the balance, were on the verge of landing at the heart of the storm. Chapter 42. Life Pod. The crimson gold painted 50-nanometer battle armor, trailing a weary and heavy particle tail like a tired bird returning to its nest, finally landed on the iconic helipad of the Avengers Tower. The guiding beam slowly extinguished as Rhodes, cradling Leon's heavy form, staggered onto the cold, alloy deck. Rhodes breathed heavily, each inhalation pulling at the charred wounds left by energy beams piercing through his chest and back, inflicting excruciating pain. The energy of the dire virus, having erupted with force, had now sunk into a state of extreme lethargy, akin to extinguished embers, barely managing to prevent the wounds from worsening, while the pace of healing had become painfully slow. Beneath his feverish skin, a lava-like crimson glow flickered dimly, reminiscent of a candle flickering in the wind. In his arms, Leon remained utterly unresponsive, his youthful body as cold as a corpse, save for the mechanical heart within his chest, still faintly pulsating, the core's golden light, a remnant of Tony's will, now extinguished, leaving behind only the cold metallic structure in mechanical operation. Tony's armor fell heavily to the ground behind him with a dull thud. Nanoparticles cascaded away from his face like a receding tide, revealing a visage pale as paper, drenched in sweat and dried blood. His eyes reflected an extreme fatigue, his lips devoid of color, with remnants of blood still staining the corners of his mouth. He coughed violently several times, his body swaying slightly, barely able to maintain his balance. "Sir, your vital signs are critically elevated, and there is internal bleeding in multiple organs. Immediate entry into the life pod is advised." Jarvis's calm voice resonated in Tony's ear, tinged with an imperceptible urgency. "Shut it, Jarvis. First, take a look at that kid," Tony rasped, his voice like sandpaper. He struggled to his feet, unsteadily moving toward Rhodes, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Leon cradled in Rhodes's arms. At that moment, the alloy door at the top level slid open silently. A tall figure clad in a black trench coat, an eye patch obscuring his left eye, emerged like a silent black rock. Following closely were the tense Black Widow Natasha, fingers poised on her sidearm, and the sharp-eyed Hawkeye Clint, equipped with a folding bow. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. His single eye scanned the grim scene on the helipad, roads, drenched in blood, akin to a piece of scrap metal pulled from a furnace. Tony, on the verge of collapse, his pallor scarcely better than that of a corpse. And the faintly breathing youth cradled in Rhodes's arms, as if he might extinguish at any moment. Fury's brow furrowed deeply, his expression dark enough to drip with foreboding. Colonel Stark, Fury's voice was low and frigid, reminiscent of the Siberian winds. I require an explanation. One that elucidates why a cataclysmic explosion, akin to a tactical nuclear detonation, obliterated 3 city blocks in Queens, inciting widespread panic throughout the metropolis, while you descended from the heavens to provide clarity. His gaze was sharp as a blade, particularly as it swept over Leon, betraying an unrestrained scrutiny and a hint of profound apprehension. And what of him? Explain? Tony abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes igniting with a fury that had been suppressed to the utmost. He pointed towards the city's edge, still shrouded in smoke and flames. His voice trembling with agitation. That is the explanation. We have just emerged from Hydra's most formidable underground lair. That is the explanation. You, my ex-superior, Alexander Pierce. That son of a bitch. He activated the prototype of the Insight program. The goddess staff. He nearly sent us, along with half of New York, into oblivion. That is the explanation. Tony's voice escalated to near a roar as he directed his finger towards Leon, cradled in Rhodey's arms. It was this kid, with his damned, nearly self-destructive spatial abilities. He forcibly altered the trajectory of the first staff. He saved us, and spared countless innocents in the underground from potential devastation. Otherwise, the entirety of Queens would now be a massive crater. Pierce. A flicker of shock crossed Fury's singular eye, though it was quickly overshadowed by a cold comprehension and deeper gloom. He was still alive? He had reactivated Insight? His gaze returned to Leon, scrutinizing him with intensified interest, laced with an almost imperceptible complexity. His abilities, they spiraled out of control. To save us, and to thwart Pierce's malevolent scheme. Rhodey interjected before Tony could erupt again, his voice hoarse yet resolute, tightening his embrace around Leon, his feverish body shielding him from a portion of Fury's penetrating gaze. He needs assistance. Fury. Immediately. His condition is dire. Fury remained silent for a few seconds, his eyes traversing Tony's furious yet pallid visage, Rhodey's determined and heated form, and Leon's lifeless youthful face. The air seemed to solidify, leaving only the distant cacophony of sirens and cries from the city below. Finally, Fury spoke slowly, his tone grave and weighty. I will handle the matter concerning Pierce. He will not escape. His gaze ultimately settled on Leon, imbued with a near-cold resolution. His condition is worse than you can fathom. Follow me. He offered no further words, turning sharply towards the entrance to the exclusive medical facility on the upper floor. Natasha and Clint immediately fell in line, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Tony and Rhodey exchanged glances, both perceiving the gravity and an ominous premonition reflected in each other's eyes. Fury's reaction was unervingly calm and profoundly heavy. Rhodey clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that tore through him, and followed closely, cradling Leon. Tony, too, pressed on, staggering beside them with the assistance of Jarvis. The door to the medical area slid open silently, revealing not an ordinary hospital ward, but a specialized zone brimming with an array of cutting-edge medical devices and intricate instruments. The air was saturated with the sterile scent of disinfectant and the chill of metallic surfaces. Several medical personnel clad in S.H.I.E.L.D. uniforms, their expressions grave, awaited their orders. Place him on the vital scan platform, Fury commanded, gesturing towards a softly glowing blue platform at the center of the room. His tone brooking no argument. Rhodes carefully laid Leon on the frigid surface. Instantly, a blue scanning light enveloped the youth, while countless fine points of light danced across his body. On the adjacent colossal screen, a torrent of data began to refresh at a frantic pace. Tony stepped forward to the screen, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the rapidly scrolling information. Vital signs extremely weak, cellular activity below critical levels, neural signals disrupted. A medical personnel reported swiftly. Tony's brow furrowed deeper. I already know this. It's his energy core, the anomalous energy reaction within him. Show me that. Scanning deep energy spectrum. Jarvis's voice chimed in. The screen displayed a 3D model of Leon's body. The area representing vital signs glowed a dim red. However, More striking was the highlighted mechanical heart at his chest, surrounded by two entangled, conflicting streams of energy coursing through his neural network. One stream was a cold, orderly dark golden energy flow, akin to a precise circuit network, enveloping the mechanical heart and primary energy conduits. This was the residual power of the Geobega, though feeble. It maintained a stable structure imbued with a chilling sense of order. In stark contrast, the other stream was a searing, chaotic crimson energy, akin to countless enraged serpents, wildly traversing Leon's neural network and cellular layers, clashing and gnawing. This was the energy of the desperation virus, forcefully detonated and spiraling out of control. It raged within Leon's fragile body like an uncontrollable wildfire, wreaking havoc. Each clash of energies manifested on the screen as a blinding energy spike, accompanied by a violent fluctuation and decline in the signal of Leon's vitality. The viral energy is out of control. It is eroding his nerves and organs. Tony's voice trembled with terror. It must be suppressed immediately. Otherwise, he won't last 10 minutes. Suppress? How do we suppress it? Rhodes inquired anxiously, the crimson glow surrounding him pulsing with his rising tension. Conventional methods are ineffective, Fury's cold voice resonated. He approached the screen, his solitary eye locked onto the intertwining, conflicting energy streams, devoid of any warmth. The energy of the desperation virus within him had been forcibly catalyzed and mutated by Pierce, rendering it entirely dissimilar to the original version within you. It is far more corrosive and perilous. He paused, shifting his gaze to Tony and Rhodes, and spoke deliberately. What is even more terrifying is that it is engendering unpredictable aberrant reactions with the unknown spatial origin energy, Geobega, within him. If left unchecked, he would either be consumed by the virus or become an uncontrollable, walking time bomb. Fury's words pierced through Tony and Rhodey like ice picks, striking deep at their hearts. What do we do now? Rhodey roared. Fury did not respond directly, but instead pressed a communicator on his wrist. Hill, transfer the Purification Protocol authority here. Highest command authorization. Purification Protocol? Tony's head snapped toward Fury, an ominous dread surging within him to its zenith. What on earth is that? Fury did not meet his gaze, his focus unwavering on the scanning platform where Leon lay, gasping for breath, a weighty determination flashing in his solitary eye. It was HIEL, DS last contingency plan for high-risk, uncontrollable superpowered individuals. A method of enforced energy extraction and neural suppression, with a success rate of less than 30%. 30%. Tony's voice soared, brimming with incredulity and anger. What happens if it fails? He will face total brain death, or become nothing more than an empty shell with only basic vital signs. Fury's tone was devoid of emotion, yet chillingly suffocating. Alternatively, during the extraction process, the conflicting energies within him could detonate, obliterating the entire medical area and potentially affecting the lower levels of the building. Are you out of your mind? Tony seized Fury by the collar, his bloodshot eyes nearly ablaze with fury. You can't do this. He just saved us. Saved half of New York. Stark. Natasha and Clint stepped forward, the atmosphere instantly charged with tension. Rhodey advanced as well, his heated presence radiating danger. His crimson eyes fixed on Fury. There must be another way. Tony, you must have a solution. Use your technology. Use the reactor. Stabilize him, just as you stabilized me. Tony released Fury, clutching his hair in anguish. The virus is a hybrid of my biotechnology and Pierce's unknown catalyst. It mutates too rapidly. Moreover, it is entangled too deeply with the cursed spatial energy within him. Forcing one to stabilize could completely detonate the other. I need time. A considerable amount of time to analyze. But what he lacks most right now is time. He pointed at the screen displaying Leon's life force, plummeting like a cliff. His voice laced with despair. Fury straightened his disheveled collar, his voice as cold as iron. We have no time left. The remnants of Hydra are like sharks sensing blood. Though Pierce is gravely injured and missing, his orders are still in effect. While we speak, the building's energy barrier has already intercepted 3 waves of probing energy attacks and 12 drones armed with high explosive warheads. The chaos in Queens has provided them with the perfect cover. They know the key is here and in a dire state. They will not relent. As if to affirm Fury's words, a sudden, urgent, and piercing alarm blared throughout the building. Red warning lights flashed frantically atop the medical area. Warning. A surge of high-intensity energy has been detected. Coordinates. The main entrance of the building. Attributes. Unknown high-energy particle beam. Intensity level. Beyond threshold. Estimated impact time. 15 seconds. Jarvis's urgent alarm echoed throughout the room. A corner of the screen immediately switched to the external surveillance footage of the building. At the end of the street, cloaked in the night, a blinding and distorted beam of pale white energy, akin to the gaze of hell itself, was coalescing from the barrel atop a camouflaged container truck, firmly locking onto the main entrance of the Avengers Tower. The very space surrounding the beam shimmered unnaturally. The energy contained within far surpassed previous probing attacks. It was Hydra's battering ram. They were serious this time. Natasha swiftly drew her sidearm, her expression grave. Clint, too, rapidly unfurled his folding bow. An arrow imbued with a flickering blue light already knocked. An interception was imperative. Otherwise, the energy barrier at the entrance would not withstand the onslaught. Fury's solitary eye narrowed. Radiating cold resolve, he cast a fierce glance at the increasingly faint Leona on the scanner, then at the screen displaying the lethal countdown and the destructive beam gathering outside. Time had been compressed to its very limits. Should he risk Leona's complete loss of control or death by initiating the tenuous purification protocol in an attempt to strip away the rampant viral energy? Or should he gamble on Tony's technology and time, risking the breach of the tower and the perilous plight of everyone within, in pursuit of a slim chance of salvation? Fury's gaze ultimately fell upon Tony and Rhodey. In Tony's eyes was a struggle and torment, while Rhodey's reflected determination and protection. Director, energy beam launch countdown, 5 seconds. Hill's voice crackled through the communicator, imbued with unprecedented urgency. In Fury's solitary eye, the last vestige of hesitation was replaced by icy resolve. He abruptly raised his hand. Pointing at the chaotic crimson energy flow surging within Leona, his voice resolute, as if pronouncing a final judgment. Execute the purification protocol. Target, uncontrollable, desperate viral energy. Immediately. At any cost. Chapter 43. Spatial Severance. Execute the purification protocol. Target, uncontrollable, desperate viral energy. Immediately. At any cost. Fury's unyielding command fell like a cold guillotine. Each word bore the unmistakable weight of determination, striking deep into Tony and Rhodey's hearts. No. Tony's eyes widened in fury, ready to lunge toward the control panel. Stop him. Fury barked. Natasha and Clint, like spectral phantoms, instantly positioned themselves before Tony. Natasha's widow's bite crackled with high-voltage electricity, while Clint's arrowhead was steadfastly aimed at the vulnerable core of Tony's armor. Their gazes mirrored the struggle, but Fury's order held the utmost priority. Stark, calm down. Natasha's voice was taut as a drawn bowstring. Get the hell out of my way. The weapon slots on Tony's armor sprang open, and the palm cannon ignited with brilliance. The atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. Tension was palpable. Tony, Leona. Rhodey's roar was laced with desperation. He cradled his head. His crimson eyes fixated on the ailing Leon sprawled upon the scanning platform, then abruptly turned to the screen displaying the countdown of the battering ram's energy beam. Now reduced to its final 3 seconds. Outside the edifice, the ghastly white light had reached its zenith, the aura of annihilation penetrating layers of armor, as if it were already scorching his very skin. Time was running out. Fury's choice was both ruthless and pragmatic. It was a gamble on a mere 30% chance, or the certain doom of everyone, entombed alongside the building. The purification protocol was initiated. Authorization confirmed. Target locked. A chilling electronic voice resonated through the medical bay, drowning out Tony's furious roar and Rhodey's frantic cries. Buzz, surrounding the scanning platform, for circular devices, initially intended for life support, instantaneously morphed and reconfigured. Cold metallic arms extended, the tips revealing energy emitters that flickered with a perilous blue light, akin to 4 poised serpents. Instantly aiming at the oblivious Leon at the center of the platform. Energy field constructing. Frequency, gamma 7. Power, maximum. The emotionless electronic voice intoned. 4 blinding blue energy beams shot forth from the emitters, precisely converging upon the feebly pulsing mechanical heart of Leon, ensnared by the frenzied crimson virus energy. ZZZZ. The violent blue energy field enveloped Leon in an instant. It was as though he were ensnared within a colossal cage composed solely of pure, stripped energy. This energy was not for healing. It bore a frigid, coercive, destructive intent. On the scanning platform, the previously comatose Leon's body arched violently, as if cast into a cauldron of concentrated acid. A sound, unrecognizable as human, erupted from his throat, a harrowing wail intertwined with excruciating agony. His ashen visage contorted, while beneath tightly shut eyelids, his eyes revolved in a frenzy. The surface of his skin, marked with dull patterns, bore witness to the enraged crimson veins representing the dire virus energy, now writhing, swelling, and erupting with blinding red light. It seemed to be making a final, desperate stand. On the screen, the curve representing Leon's vital signs plummeted erratically, like a roller coaster in freefall. Meanwhile, the region symbolizing the dire virus energy boiled and burst like oil ignited by thrown stones, clashing violently with the coercive blue energy field. The viral energy fought back vigorously. The rate of erosion surged exponentially. The target's vital signs were on the brink of collapse. Medical personnel reported in terror. Increase the power. Suppress it. Fury's voice was as cold as iron, his singular eye unwavering, radiating a steely resolve. He fixated on the screen, as well as the surveillance footage outside, counting down to the last second of impending destruction. Buzz. The intensity of the blue energy field surged instantaneously. The blinding light rendered it nearly impossible to behold. Leon's body arched even more grotesquely, his bones creaking under the unbearable strain. The shrieks ceased abruptly, leaving only the rasping breaths, akin to a deflating bellows. The crimson radiance enveloping him was forcibly compressed back into his body, yet the chaotic waves of annihilation grew ever more ferocious, as if poised to explode at any moment. Tony was firmly obstructed by Natasha and Clint, witnessing Leon's agonizing struggle within the energy field, his heart pierced as if by 1,000 arrows. His bloodshot eyes fixated intently on the chaotic energy graph displayed on the screen, his mind racing at an unprecedented pace, desperately searching for a glimmer of hope amidst despair. The energy of Gaboga. That cold order. It was being suppressed. The viral energy was exploiting it to combat the purification. Tony suddenly discerned the critical insight. As the purifying energy forcefully subdued the viral energy, the chilling dark golden energy flow within Leon, representing Gaboga, was also stimulated by this external coercive force. Like a venomous snake invaded in its territory, it instinctively recoiled and coalesced, no longer entangled with the viral energy, but instead forming a thin, cold shield to fiercely protect the core region of the mechanical heart, simultaneously generating a profound hostility and resistance against the externally imposed blue energy field. Stop. Fury. Quickly cease. It was protecting itself. It regarded the viral energy as part of itself to combat us. Continuing like this would utterly detonate Tony's warning, his voice hoarse. Yet, it was too late. Just as Tony's words trailed off, Leon, tormented to the limit by the blue energy field and the violent internal conflict, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. There were no pupils, only a pure, frigid dark golden glow that could freeze the very soul. Like two icy stars ignited abruptly amidst the blue light of the energy field, an indescribable, cold will, emanating from the very essence of space, surged forth as if an ancient giant, long dormant, was awakened in a state of ultimate fury from its defilement. Warning. Detected ultra-high intensity spatial energy fluctuations. Source, target core. Nature, extreme defensive. Logical determination. External eradication protocol threat. Jarvis's alarm blared sharply, an unprecedented urgency filling the air. Buzz, centered around Leon's open dark golden eyes. A visible dark golden spatial ripple, edged with flickering serrated black light, silently yet swiftly expanded. This ripple no longer exhibited the chaotic disorder of previous fluctuations. Instead, it bore an absolute, cold, and rule-bound will that sliced through space. The frenzied blue energy field of the purification protocol, upon contact with this dark golden ripple, melted away silently like ice under the sun, vanishing as if it had never existed. Puff, 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 puff. The four energy emitters aimed at Leon, their robust alloy structures, were smoothly severed as the dark golden ripple passed by, the cut surfaces as smooth as mirrors. No explosions, no sparks, only a chilling sense of utter nullity, as if the material had been completely erased. Four costly purification devices, representing the pinnacle of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. technology, were instantaneously reduced to mere piles of smoking metallic debris. The dark golden ripple continued to expand outward without pause. Be cautious. Natasha reacted with remarkable swiftness, executing a sudden backflip that narrowly evaded the edge of the ripple. Clint also instinctively crouched low. A hum resonated as the ripple swept past Tony's front. The alloy ground that Natasha and Clint had employed to obstruct him was sliced cleanly as if by an invisible blade, revealing the intricate network of pipelines beneath. Tony's suit was in a frenzy, its alarms flashing wildly. Upon contact with the ripple's edge, a portion of the nanomaterials was obliterated, emitting a piercing sound of overload. Fury retreated sharply as the ripple expanded. The dark golden wave grazed the tips of his boots, slicing through the control console before him as effortlessly as cutting tofu. The upper half, along with the display screen, silently slid away, its severed edge sparking with electricity. The immediate casualties were the medical personnel near the scanning station. Two of them, reacting a moment too late, felt the ripple's edge sweep across their calves. There was no blood, no screams. Their lower bodies, below the knees, vanished as if erased from existence, leaving only smooth, severed edges and the toppled upper halves, faces frozen in expressions of terror and confusion. Their vital signs plummeted to zero in an instant. No. Rode let out a pained howl. He was the closest, the dark golden ripple almost brushing against his body. The thin layer of his molten lava energy shield disintegrated like foam. His scalding skin was instantaneously lacerated by countless fine cuts, yet he gritted his teeth. His crimson eyes fixated not on the fallen victims nor the severed equipment and ground, but intently on the figure hovering above the scanning station, its cold, dark golden eyes resembling those of a god of space. Leon floated above the wreckage of the scanning station, enveloped in a faint, dark golden halo that distorted the surrounding light. His expression was impassive, his gaze hollow and frigid, devoid of any human emotion. The mechanical heart within his chest beat slowly yet powerfully under the dark golden aura, each pulse creating visible ripples in the surrounding space. The uncontrollable, raging crimson viral energy now resembled a docile pet, forcibly compressed and bound beneath the dark golden halo, forming scarlet patterns akin to shackles that entwined his limbs and torso. Rather than destructive, they appeared as if subdued by the chilling power of space, coalescing into a form of enhanced physical armor. Cold, powerful, inhuman. In that moment, Leon was no longer the virus-ravaged youth, but rather a weapon of space, wholly under the icy dominion of Jaboga, instinctively eliminating all external threats and entering a state of ultimate defense and readiness. The key had spiraled out of control, entering a divine defensive state. Fury's voice bore an unprecedented gravity, tinged with a barely perceptible dread as he beheld Leon, suspended in midair, emanating terrifying spatial fluctuations. The light in his singular eye flickered intensely. The purification protocol had failed. Instead, it had completely activated Jaboga's defensive instincts. Leon, wake up. Look at me. Rod, undeterred by the excruciating pain of being sliced by spatial ripples, lunged forward with fervor, directing a furious roar at the hovering figure. The radiant glow of lava upon his form reignited as he endeavored to awaken Leon's consciousness with a surge of identical energy. Yet, the only response was the faint movement of Leon's cold, dark golden pupils, gazing indifferently at Rod. That gaze resembled that of a deity, lofty and detached, looking down upon an ant striving to draw near. There was no anger, nor intent to kill, only an utterly pure, chilling indifference. Suddenly, an invisible force of spatial repulsion struck Rod with ferocity. He was sent hurtling backward as if struck by an unseen hammer, crashing violently against the cracked alloy wall behind him, which yielded with a shallow dent. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his bones screamed in agony as if they were dislocated, the luminous aura of lava on his skin dimming instantly. Rod, Tony exclaimed in horror. In that very moment, a resounding explosion erupted outside the building. The blindingly pale energy beam, charged to its zenith with a will to obliterate, slammed against the energy barrier at the main entrance of the Avengers Tower. The dazzling white light instantly consumed the external surveillance footage. The entire medical area, along with the entire edifice, trembled violently. The shrill sounds of twisting metal and the piercing shrieks of energy overload resonated in every corner. Most of the overhead lighting tubes shattered in an instant. The medical area was engulfed in a chaotic flicker of red lights. Main entrance energy barrier overload. Integrity, 4530. Warning, imminent collapse. Jarvis's alarm melded with the groans of the building, as if misfortune were compounded by calamity. The divine weapon within had just spiraled out of control, while the external lethal assault had already breached the gates. Fury's countenance darkened to an extreme. He cast a fierce glance at Leon, suspended in the air, radiating terrifying spatial fluctuations, unresponsive to the devastation outside, then at the building, which was violently shaking and filled with incessant alarms. Natasha, Clint, secure the lower passage. We cannot allow Hydra to breach the medical area. Fury commanded decisively, his voice as cold as iron. Hill, activate the fortress mode of the tower. Seal off all non-essential areas. Concentrate energy supply to the medical barrier. Understood. Natasha and Clint did not hesitate, their forms dashing like leopards toward the passage leading into the tower. Fury's gaze ultimately settled on Rod, struggling to rise, and on the pallid face of Tony, his singular eye reflecting a cold resolve mixed with a weighty entrustment. Stark, Colonel. He pointed at the suspended Leon. Is he an enemy? A weapon? Or is there hope for salvation? The choice is yours. Resolve this matter before Hydra breaches our defenses, or we shall all face the consequences. With that, Fury made no further delay, striding purposefully toward another corridor to orchestrate the broader response to Hydra's relentless onslaught. Within the medical zone, only the cold weapons suspended in the air remained, amidst a violently shaking space, flickering red light, and two battered men confronting their dire fate. Tony gazed at the levitating Leon, observing his frigid, dark golden pupils, then turned his attention to Rhodes, who was struggling to rise. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet steadfastly fixated on Leon. In Rhodes' bloodshot eyes, pain, struggle, anger, and despair intertwined, ultimately transforming into a nearly mad resolve. He abruptly raised his hand, and nanomaterials swiftly converged in his palm, morphing into an intricately complex device shimmering with unstable blue light. Not a weapon, but rather a miniature energy field disruptor, instantly taking shape. The target was unmistakably Leon's mechanical heart, enveloped in a dark golden halo. Rhodes. Tony's voice was hoarse and resolute. Imbued with a desperate madness. Hold him down for me. One last time. But that the spark Tony left in his heart has yet to extinguish. Chapter 44. The Embers of Will. Rhodes. Hold him down for me. One last time. But that the spark Tony left in his heart has yet to extinguish. Tony's anguished roar reverberated within the medical zone, where alarms blared and the space trembled. The miniature device in his palm, a precisely structured disc-shaped spatial resonator glowing with unstable azure light, was swiftly aimed at Leon's chest. The icy, dark golden pupils of Leon turned indifferently, locking onto Tony and the device in his hand, which radiated dangerous energy fluctuations. Spatial ripples surged violently around Leon, like waves crashing upon a surface disturbed by a stone. An invisible, bone-chilling force of spatial repulsion surged towards Tony like a colossal wave. Ugh! Tony's armor emitted a piercing metallic distortion. The nanomaterial armor crumbled and warped under the immense spatial force, resembling fragile parchment. He was hurled backwards as if struck by a battering ram, the spatial resonator slipping from his grasp. Tony! Rhodes' eyes widened in horror. The moment Tony called his name, he sprang into action. The remnants of the dire virus energy within him erupted like a dying volcano's final explosion. The molten crimson beneath his skin surged, a scorching wave distorting the air. Ignoring the agony that tore through his body and the icy sting of the spatial ripples slicing into his skin, he charged at Leon like a lava titan lunging toward flames. Leon! Rhodes' roar, mingled with blood and froth, embodied an unwavering will and a fervent desire to protect. His searing, bloodied arms, infused with the heat of molten gold and the allure of shared energy, disregarded the spatial repulsion powerful enough to rend alloys, as he fiercely grasped Leon's shoulder. Sizzle! Like a red-hot iron pressed against solid ice. The shrill sound of friction accompanied the violent clash of spatial power and molten energy. At the moment of contact, Rhodes' skin was shredded to grotesque ribbons by the spatial ripples, exposing stark white bone. Yet, his crimson eyes remained firmly locked onto Leon's hollow dark golden pupils, his burning hands acting as the most steadfast shackles, gripping Leon's icy shoulder with unwavering tenacity. A terrifying surge of immense force violently pressed down on the suspended figure. The dark golden aura surrounding Leon instantaneously surged to a new height. The chilling intent of the space was thoroughly incensed by this sudden, blasphemous manifestation of shared energy and potent will. The ripples of the space roared like a boiling cauldron, transforming into a frenzy. Countless fine, jet-black sawtooth-like fissures appeared out of thin air around him, frantically slicing and tearing at Rhodes' arms and body. Hiss! 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 The fragments of Rhodes' armor were stripped away like mere scraps of paper, annihilated. His searing flesh and blood succumbed to the space rifts like butter. Deep, bone-exposing wounds erupted all over his body in an instant. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, only to evaporate in the intense heat, emitting a hissing sound. The agonizing pain pierced through his mind like millions of red-hot needles. Rhodes' consciousness blurred in an instant, his crimson eyes clouded by blood. Yet the hands gripping Leon's shoulder were as solid as steel, unwavering, perhaps even tighter. With his own flesh and blood, he had fiercely secured a fleeting opportunity for Tony. A mere half-second of chance. Now is the moment. Tony, propelled by the force of the space, managed to alter his trajectory in the split second before crashing against the wall, as the thrusters behind his nano-armor unleashed their final azure glow. He dove towards the errantly released spatial resonator like a desperate falcon. Simultaneously, the remaining nanoparticles of the armor surged towards his right hand. Jarvis, highest authority. Activate the will resonance protocol. Target frequency, Stark's biological signature within Leon. Tony's roar erupted through the communication channel. Buzz, with a precarious grasp. Tony's bloodied right hand seized the spinning, azure disc-shaped device. Almost instantaneously, the azure light on the surface of the disc transformed into a blinding, golden-red brilliance. A peculiar wave, imbued with intense emotional imprints. Tony's will, his anxiety, his wrath, his protective instincts, and his complex feelings towards Leon, akin to those of an uncle, were magnified and refined by the device in an instant. It manifested as an invisible, highly penetrating pulse of spiritual energy, disregarding Leon's violent spatial defenses, and precisely targeted the mechanical heart nestled within the dark golden aura, pulsing slowly. The objective, to awaken the core's depths. That dormant spark of dark gold belonging to Tony's will. As the pulse reached the dark golden halo, a hissing sound erupted, like a hot iron pressed against solid ice. The piercing, grating sound of energy annihilation filled the air. Leon's cold, hollow dark golden eyes trembled violently. It was as though a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. A fleeting glimpse of profound pain and struggle emerged, akin to a stone dropped into stagnant waters, surfacing in that chilling golden expanse. His suspended body abruptly stiffened. The violently slicing space fissures momentarily froze. Effective. A blaze of ecstatic light ignited in Tony's eyes. Rhodes, too, sensed Leon's momentary rigidity and struggle. Hope ignited within his crimson gaze. Leon, wake up. Look at me. Tony is calling you. Rod, disregarding the excruciating agony coursing through his battered body, summoned the last vestiges of his strength to emit a desperate roar. Scalding blood dripped from his chin onto Leon's cold shoulder, hissing like a final plea. A deafening buzz erupted as the forcibly intruded will of Gaboga unleashed an enraged shriek, causing the dark golden halo to surge violently once more, attempting to obliterate the disruptive pulse of intent entirely. The frigid forces of the spatial realm sliced through Rod's flesh like countless blades, intensifying the torment. His consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, and his hands, gripping Leon's shoulder, began to tremble uncontrollably, slipping away. No, hold on, Rod. Tony's eyes widened in desperation as the spatial resonator in his grasp emitted a piercing wail from overload, its gold-red glow flickering erratically. He strained every last ounce of energy from his armor and himself, fervently channeling a pulse of willpower. In that critical moment, where life and death hung in the balance, an unprecedented transformation unfolded. The mechanical heart nestled within Leon's chest, enveloped by the dark golden halo, momentarily halted its rhythmic beating. Deep within its core, a faint glimmer of dark golden light, long dormant and provoked by Tony's pulse of will, ignited with a barely perceptible shimmer. This was not a revival. It was an explosion. A tremendous surge of indescribable chaos erupted from Leon's mechanical heart, a tempest infused with Gaboga's cold order, the frenzied turmoil of the crisis virus, and the last flicker of Tony's fervent intent. This energy transcended the previous entangled conflict. It was akin to explosives forcibly crammed into a pressure cooker, utterly destabilized by the stimulus of the will pulse and the suppression of Gaboga's essence. It raged, chaotic and filled with annihilative repulsion. The dark golden spatial ripples were swiftly tainted by this chaotic energy, turning a ferocious crimson, resembling a boiling sea of blood. A terrifying shockwave. A maelstrom of dark golden serrated fissures and crimson energy currents erupted from Leon, radiating outward like the shockwave of an uncontrollable nuclear blast. The first to bear the brunt of this unfurling chaos was Rod, who clung desperately to Leon. In an instant, Rod was struck as if by an invisible meteor. His protective shield of molten energy shattered, and flesh was torn apart amidst the dual onslaught of spatial fractures and turbulent energy streams, like ragged cloth. Blood mingled with shattered viscera erupted violently, and he was cast away like a severed kite, trailing a long line of crimson through the air before crashing heavily into a far wall riddled with cracks, embedding himself deeply within. The wall fissured and spread, and as his head lolled, he succumbed to unconsciousness, resembling a blood-soaked rag doll, caught between life and death. Rod, Tony's heart-wrenching roar echoed through the chaos. Helplessly witnessing his dear friend being hurled away, his heart pierced as though by a dagger. Yet Tony himself was not spared from the violent chaos. The tumultuous shockwave struck him with devastating force. The spatial resonator in his grasp instantaneously overloaded and exploded, engulfing him in a tumultuous blend of cerulean and golden-red luminescence. The already damaged nano-armor emitted a grievous groan under the unbearable strain. Large plates of armor were torn asunder, melting away. Tony was akin to a small vessel battered by a colossal wave, crashing forcefully against the pipeline-clad wall behind him. The wall caved in. Darkness enveloped his vision as excruciating pain and immense impact rendered him momentarily immobile, his consciousness teetering on the brink of agony and despair. The shockwave swept through the entire medical bay, obliterating the remnants of equipment into fine powder. The alloy walls were shredded and twisted as if they were mere sheets of paper. The blaring alarms were completely drowned out by the shrieking tempest of energy. At the heart of the storm, Leon hovered in midair, his dark golden eyes flickering intensely, a stark interplay of coldness and struggle. The dark golden spark that ignited the chaotic tempest, after its eruption, seemed to exhaust its final strength, extinguishing completely into silence. The rhythmic pulse of the mechanical heart within his chest slowed once more, becoming icy and lethargic, the core shrouded in a desolate gloom. The violent crimson chaotic energy and spatial rifts surrounding him appeared to have also expended tremendous force, gradually calming and retracting, subdued once again by the frigid dark golden aura that bound it. The agony and struggle within his eyes swiftly faded, replaced by a pure, cold indifference. The purification protocol had failed. Tony's will resonance had also succumbed to defeat, at a dire cost, Rhodey gravely injured and on the brink of death, and Tony himself severely battered anew. Leon, or rather, the frigid will of Gayboga, seemingly regained complete dominion over this corporeal vessel, entering a deeper state of defense and standby. He hovered there, akin to a frigid meteor in the cosmos, utterly indifferent to everything outside, including the chaos of the city below, the blaring alarms of the edifices, and the two fallen warriors who fought valiantly for him. The medical bay lay in disarray. Only the flickering emergency red lights, reminiscent of dying eyes, illuminated this hellish scene. Tony struggled, attempting to rise from the indentation in the wall, as the nanoparticles laboriously mended the damaged armor, but the pace was dishearteningly slow. He gazed at the distant wall where a bloodied, silent figure lingered, then turned his attention to the godlike, cold Leon hovering above. An overwhelming sense of helplessness and heart-wrenching pain nearly engulfing him. No, it should not be like this. Tony's voice was hoarse and fragmented, laced with blood. Just at this moment of deathly despair, a crackling sound erupted. Within the medical bay, an emergency communication screen, not entirely destroyed, flickered to life, illuminating momentarily before displaying a new image. No longer did it reveal Pierce's cold visage. Instead, it showcased a visage composed of countless zeros and ones, continuously flowing and morphing into a blurred and distorted electronic face. It bore no distinct features, only a pair of eyes formed from streams of cerulean data. Imbued with greed and chill, gazing through the screen at the floating Leon, and at the gravely injured Tony and Rhodey below. A chilling, emotionless electronic synthetic voice resonated, carrying an unnerving mechanical quality. The key has entered a stable, deep defense state. The threat level is manageable. The target meets the final recovery criteria. Hydra's ultimate directive confirmed. Initiate the Apostle Cradle Capture Program. Coordinates locked. The data stream of the electronic visage erupted with blinding red light. The spatial jump beacon activated. Prepare to welcome the arrival of the new god. With this frigid proclamation, an exceedingly subtle yet intensely spatially anchored azure beam shot forth from a concealed device behind the screen, precisely striking Leon, who floated in the air, utterly unresponsive to the external world. A hum resonated. The cold, dark golden aura surrounding Leon quivered slightly, seemingly reacting instinctively to the faint spatial anchoring. Tony gazed at the distorted electronic visage on the screen, listening to the chilling declaration. A wave of dread surged from his spine to the crown of his head. That was certainly not Pierce. It was Zola, the electronic specter of Hydra. They had been surveilling from the shadows, biding their time for this opportunity, awaiting the key to enter a controllable standby state. No, you shall not prevail. Tony's desperate scream erupted as he struggled to lunge towards the screen, striving to thwart the spatial anchoring. Yet it was too late. The instant the azure beam made contact, the space around Leon rippled violently, akin to a stone cast into still waters, generating a series of jagged dark golden ripples. This time, it was no longer a defensive cut, but rather a fluctuation of spatial jumping. The cold voice of the electronic visage executing the capture program carried a hint of triumph. A hum, The blinding brilliance of the spatial light swiftly engulfed Leon's form. Within the radiance, his body became blurred and distorted, as if merging with the very fabric of space itself. In the next moment, the brilliance abruptly contracted and vanished. Within the medical area, only the wreckage, further ravaged by the aftershocks of the spatial jump, remained, alongside the flickering red lights, the gravely injured and unconscious Rhodey, and the desperate outstretched arm of Tony. Leon, suspended in the air, along with the azure anchoring beam, had completely disappeared without a trace. No, Tony's roar, mingled with the resounding explosions outside the building, echoed despairingly within the desolate medical area. The key had been taken. Chapter 45. The embers rekindled Tony Stark's final heart-wrenching no, reverberated like a boulder cast into stagnant waters amidst the medical area's ruins, steeped in the stench of blood, the acrid scent of burnt energy, and the piercing wails of alarms. Before him lay only the faint, mocking light trace left in the wake of the spatial jump, alongside the cold, indifferent visage of Leon. Swallowed by the radiance, the key was successfully captured. The distorted electronic visage, composed of zeros and ones, left a final cold proclamation on the flickering emergency screen before vanishing entirely, plunging the display into an abyss of silence. The key was lost, stolen with precision by the electronic specter of Hydra at the most desperate moment. A profound sense of helplessness and an icy chill penetrated Tony's very being. He was ensnared within a wall riddled with cracks, his shattered nanotech armor resembling torn scraps of metal, with exposed circuitry flickering ominously. Each faint breath tugged at fractured ribs, delivering suffocating agony. His consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, wavering at the edge of pain and despair as darkness encroached upon his vision. Tony leaned forward, his lips moving, producing a broken sound laced with blood, yet he could hardly hear himself. His blurred gaze swept across the ravaged medical bay. Equipment lay in charred fragments, the alloy walls marred by vicious gashes and explosive craters, emergency red lights flickering like the dying eyes of a beast amidst the swirling smoke. Then, his gaze fixated on the cracked wall opposite. Rhodes. He resembled a blood-soaked, shattered statue, deeply embedded within the fissures of the wall, his arms contorted at grotesque angles, the exposed skin marred with scarcely a patch of unscathed flesh, gaping wounds revealing bone, the edges of injuries torn by rifts in space and chaotic energy, blackened and curling. Dark red blood, thick as paint, seeped into the wall beneath him, pooling into a stark crimson patch. His head hung limply to one side, his face smeared with grime and blood, eyes tightly shut, his chest barely rising and falling. Silence reigned, apart from the distant, more intense explosions and the shrill cries of energy weapons clashing from the lower levels of the building. The medical bay was enveloped in an eerie stillness. The explosions served as a grim reminder to Tony that Hydra's assault had not ceased. The fortress was being methodically breached. Rhodes. Tony attempted to call out, but only a raspy wheeze escaped his throat. He yearned to move, to crawl over, yet the shattered armor and the agonizing pain of his body shackled him to the wall like heavy chains. Nanoparticles, akin to exhausted silver insects, struggled to crawl and repair the damaged armor, their movements agonizingly slow. Despair washed over him like a frigid tide, consuming him entirely. Leon had been taken from him. Rhodes' fate hung in the balance, and the building teetered on the brink of catastrophe. Was everything lost? Just then, boom. The alloy blast door leading from the medical bay to the lower levels of the building buckled inward with a violent explosion, warping under the force. Blinding flames and thick smoke surged through the gap. Moments later, the heavy door was forcefully flung open, twisted and crashing down upon the ruins. Amidst the billowing smoke, two disheveled, yet fierce figures charged in. It was Natasha and Clint. Natasha's black bodysuit was tattered, stained with soot and blood, her red hair disheveled, and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Yet her gaze remained sharp as that of an eagle. Clint's tactical uniform was equally in tatters. His left arm hung limply, evidently injured, but he still gripped his folding bow tightly, an arrow shimmering with a ghostly blue arc poised on the string. His vigilant eyes scanning the medical area. Tony. Rode. Natasha's eyes immediately fell upon Tony, crumpled like a rag doll in a dented wall, and the horrifying sight of Rode, bloodied against the opposite wall. Her pupils constricted sharply. Damn it. Clint also noted Rhodes' dire state, muttering under his breath as he fully drew back the bowstring, directing his arrow toward the entrance of the medical area, wary of any potential pursuers. Coulson. Was taken by Zola. Tony managed to utter, each word a painful struggle. Zola. Natasha's expression shifted dramatically, clearly aware of the implications of that name. The fortress mode won't hold much longer. The lower defenses are on the brink of collapse. Hydra's enhanced forces are like rabid dogs. We must evacuate immediately. Rhodes' gaze was fixed on the opposite side, his voice heavy with anguish and guilt. Natasha dashed to Rhodes' side, her movements swift as lightning. She swiftly checked Rhodes' carotid artery and breathing, her fingers becoming smeared with thick blood. Her complexion paled drastically. There's a faint pulse, very faint, but he has lost too much blood. His temperature is alarmingly high. Natasha's voice carried an unprecedented weight. She tore open Rhodes' tattered shirt, revealing a horrific wound, torn by spatial rifts and charred by extreme heat. The wound was so deep that bone was visible, with broken ribs protruding and the edges of his insides subtly shifting. A normal person would have perished from such injuries long ago. Yet Rhodes' body exuded an abnormal heat. Beneath the singed tissue at the wound's edge, a faint, ember-like red glow flickered. That was the energy of the desperation virus, desperately clinging to the host's last breath of life, forcefully sealing the fatal bleeding point. It is the desperation virus. It is keeping him alive, but the energy is too weak. It could extinguish at any moment. Natasha assessed the situation swiftly, simultaneously retrieving 2 potent coagulants and adrenaline from her tactical pack strapped to her thigh, unhesitatingly injecting them into the relatively intact artery of Rhodes' thigh. Clint, cover us. We must evacuate them immediately. To the upper level. Quinjet. Clint spared no words. The ghostly blue arrow remained locked on the blasted entrance, where dust swirled, and the heavy sound of footsteps and the grinding of mechanical joints could be faintly heard. Hydra's pursuers had arrived. Go, Clint commanded sharply. Natasha gritted her teeth, attempting to pull Rhodes free from the wall where he was embedded. However, Rhodes' body felt as if it were welded to the wall. Compounded by his heavy armor and injuries, Natasha found herself unable to budge him momentarily. Ugh! Natasha let out a muffled groan, the movement aggravating her injury beneath her ribs, momentarily halting her actions. At that critical juncture, a piercing sound erupted as the smoke at the entrance was torn apart by several crimson high-energy beams. 3 towering figures, clad in heavy alloy armor and wielding formidable energy weapons, charged into the medical area, Hydra's modified destroyer soldiers. The chilling gaze of their electronic eyes immediately fixed upon their target within the medical zone. Target acquired. Eliminate. The cold, synthetic voice reverberated through the air. Seeking death. A glint of icy determination flashed in Clint's eyes as he drew back his fully drawn bowstring, releasing it with a swift motion. Whoosh. The arrow, shimmering with bluish arcs of electricity, was loosed, instantly fracturing mid-air into dozens of smaller projectiles, each emitting high-frequency shockwaves, like a swarm of bees engulfing the advancing destroyers. Boom. 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 The entrance was engulfed in a cacophony of explosions and blinding flashes of light, as the high-frequency waves viciously tore at the soldiers' alloy armor. The shockwaves from the blasts stirred the dust anew. Hurry, Clint shouted, swiftly drawing 3 standard explosive arrows, pulling back the bowstring once more. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Natasha let out a fierce exclamation, channeling all her strength. Crack! Rhodey's body was finally wrenched free from the cracked wall, bringing down a cascade of debris mixed with blood. Tony, catch me. With one arm cradling Rhodey, who felt as heavy as a blood bag, Natasha swiftly launched the grappling hook of the widow's bite. Whoosh! The hook latched onto the edge of the wall where Tony was embedded with precision. The nanosuit, under Jarvis's feeble control, surged with its last vestiges of power, working in tandem with Natasha's pull. Bang! Tony, accompanied by large chunks of shattered wall, crashed down heavily onto the rubble at Natasha's feet, sending dust swirling into the air. The intense pain caused his vision to blur, nearly rendering him unconscious. Let's go? Without a moment's hesitation, Natasha hoisted Rhodey with one arm and grasped Tony's relatively intact arm with the other, half dragging him along as they rushed towards another emergency exit in the medical area. This led to the safe passageway to the building's upper levels. Clint covered their retreat, releasing a flurry of arrows, explosive, freezing, and sonic, as if delivering death's invitation, accurately targeting the pursuing soldiers re-emerging at the entrance, creating chaos and obstacles. Target escaping. Pursue. The cold command of the Hydra soldiers echoed amidst the explosions. The trio dashed into the emergency passage. The heavy alloy door thundered shut behind them, locking them out from the pursuing soldiers and the din of explosions. Though the violent tremors of the building and the muffled detonations from below still reverberated within the corridor. In the narrow passage, only the sound of hurried breaths and heavy footsteps filled the air. Hold on, Rhodey. Natasha's voice, strained and breathless. urged as she dragged the two injured men up the staircase. Blood from Rhodey steadily dripped down her arm, leaving harrowing traces on the cold metal steps. Tony's consciousness teetered on the brink of excruciating pain and blood loss, his battered armor scraping against the steps, producing a jarring sound. Suddenly, a violent spasm coursed through Rhodes, cradled in Natasha's embrace, as he coughed up a viscous stream of black blood, speckled with dark red energy. "Rhodes!" Natasha exclaimed, halting in shock. Rhodes' tightly shut eyelids began to tremble violently, and beneath his skin, cold as ash, a faint crimson aura flickered intensely, as if embers struggled to reignite from the ashes. A weak yet fervently burning essence emanated from his body. "What is happening?" Clint, positioned at the rear, sensed the anomaly. His body was heating up. The extremist virus was reacting. Natasha keenly felt the temperature of the figure in her arms rising sharply. Cough. Ugh. Rhodes' body convulsed once more, emitting a low, beast-like growl from his throat, filled with agony. Beneath his tightly closed eyelids, his eyes rolled frantically, and his blood-streaked face contorted with pain. Buzz. A faint yet profoundly resolute wave of psychic energy erupted from the depths of Rhodes' crumbling consciousness, akin to a droplet of water plunged into boiling oil. This was not the energy of the extremist virus. Rather, it resembled a desperate cry ignited by the threat of death and the fervent will to protect. Emanating from the very core of his soul, this wave of determination, though exceedingly weak, possessed an extraordinary penetrating power. It disregarded the barriers of physical distance and material obstruction, spreading like imperceptible ripples in an instant. The target was not anyone present, but rather Leon, who had been whisked away by a spatial leap into an unknown realm. This wave of will, akin to the faintest whisper, pierced through the barriers of space, colliding fiercely with the dimly extinguished remnants of Tony's will, buried deep within Leon's cold, mechanical heart. In a distant, unknown void, Leon's body lay ensnared by countless mechanical tendrils pulsating with an ethereal blue glow, immobilizing him. The Zola program's data streams cascaded around him like an icy waterfall, incessantly refreshing on the screens that surrounded him. Cold electronic eyes scanned the slowly beating mechanical heart in his chest, preparing for a deeper transformation into an apostle cradle. Just as the transformation program was about to be injected, a sudden pulse surged from the depths of Leon's cold, mechanical heart, the once dormant gray core inexplicably thumping vigorously. Like ice shards thrown into a molten furnace or ashes stirred by a fierce wind, a flicker of dark golden sparks, exceedingly faint yet incredibly resilient, ignited abruptly in the absolute chill of silence. This spark did not emanate from the will of Gaius, but rather from the last protective imprint left by Tony Stark in Leon's heart. It was summoned forcefully to ignite by the will of Rhodes, transcending the boundaries of life and death. On the frigid metallic platform, Leon's once tightly shut, hollow dark golden eyes fluttered ever so slightly. The embers reignited. Chapter 46. The cradle of steel in a cold expanse aglow with a metallic sheen, the concept of up and down, left and right vanished, leaving only an endless, suffocating absolute zero and profound silence. Leon's consciousness lay submerged in the depths of a pitch-black icy ocean, thoroughly frozen and enveloped by the pure, cold order of Guy Borgia. He remained oblivious and unresponsive to the external world, until Buzz, a faint yet fervent call, imbued with a rock-solid resolve, pierced through the layers of ice-cold barriers like a lava meteor plunging into the depths of an absolute zero ocean, crashing violently into the deepest recesses of his consciousness. This call was not a sound, but a pure mental imprint. It branded the blood-stained yet resolute visage of Rhodes. It etched the searing warmth of his hands gripping Leon's shoulders tightly. It inscribed the heart-wrenching call of his final plea, Leon. Protection. Indomitable. A fervent obsession shielded by flesh and blood. This surge of will, originating from the very essence of Rhodes' soul, transcending the boundaries of life and death, struck Leon's consciousness like a red-hot branding iron, searing into the long-frozen imprint of Tony's will, long consigned to silence. Hiss. It was as if a fuse had been lit. That spark of dark golden embers, lying dormant in the depths of the mechanical heart, representing the last vestige of protection from Tony Stark, suddenly burst forth like ashes caught in a tempest, igniting a feeble yet intensely blazing spark. Ugh! On the cold metallic platform, ensnared by numerous ghostly blue mechanical tendrils, Leon's body trembled violently. His once tightly shut, hollow dark golden eyes suddenly flung open, no longer merely cold. The dark golden flames of his left eye remained chillingly fierce, brimming with the utmost fury. Interrupted and desecrated by Guy Borgia. However, the right eye's ember of intense dark gold flickered wildly, struggling in the depths of his pupil. Tony's will, in response to Rhodes' call, erupted with unprecedented strength, like a drowning soul grasping at a final straw. Two wills clashed violently within the confines of his slender form. His body trembled as if overloaded, akin to a machine in distress. Warning: target consciousness exhibiting severe fluctuations. Guy Borgia's foundational protocol is being disrupted by an unknown higher-dimensional psychic assault. Stability has plummeted to 71. The Apostle Cradle's injection program is obstructed. A cold, synthetic electronic voice reverberated in the confined space, tinged with a hint of barely perceptible astonishment. Buzz, surrounding Leon. The layer of cold, dark, golden aura flickered wildly, oscillating erratically. The space rippled violently like a boiling cauldron. The ghostly blue mechanical tendrils entwining him were instantaneously severed and distorted by the chaotic forces of space, emitting a piercing metallic groan. The binding force diminished significantly. Forceful suppression. Administering cradle stabilizers. Eliminating interference sources. The twisted electronic visage of the Zola program, composed of binary digits, materialized upon the surrounding circular light screen. While its ethereal blue data stream eyes erupted with blinding crimson luminescence. It had recognized a threat, not from the outside, but from the impurities ignited within the key itself. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Several more robust mechanical tendrils, their tips glimmering with a perilous violet light, suddenly surged forth from beneath the platform. Like the fangs of a venomous serpent, they lunged fiercely at Leon's joints and temples. At the tips of the tendrils, the violet light coalesced, forming a potent suppressor capable of obliterating advanced neurons in an instant. Once injected, the flicker of Tony's will, recently ignited, would be extinguished entirely. However, at this critical juncture, within Leon's fiercely contending gaze, the fervent dark golden radiance representing Tony's will surged dramatically. A torrent of wrath, protective resolve, and reckless determination merged into a volcanic flow, shattering the icy logic of Guy Boga's partial restraints. He abruptly raised his only remaining somewhat functional right arm, the one not heavily suppressed by the tendrils. No longer was it a gesture guiding spatial forces. Instead, it was a clenched fist. A fist that encapsulated all his defiance, all his fury, and all his protective intent. The target was not the encroaching tendrils, but himself. It was the mechanical heart within his chest, pulsating violently and clashing with brilliance. Guy Boga. From Leon's throat emerged a guttural, tearful roar of Tony's fury. Explode for me. With this soul-stirring command, a hum resonated. The mechanical heart within his chest. The smoldering dark golden spark at its core, alongside the violently compressed and bound crimson virus energy, and a portion of Guy Boga's cold order, was forcibly detonated under Tony's reckless self-destruct command. This was not merely an energy conflict. It was the catastrophic overload of a core furnace. Boom. An indescribable, albeit localized yet intensely ferocious, storm of chaotic energy erupted from Leon's chest. No longer was it the disordered shockwave of before. It was now a destructive energy stream. Forcibly constrained and guided by Tony's will, surging forward. Puff, 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 puff. The tendrils, flashing with violet light, bore the brunt of this chaotic outburst. Their resilient alloy structures vaporized instantaneously before this tempest of spatial annihilation, viral incineration, and willful impact, leaving not a trace behind. The frenzied energy stream continued unabated, crashing violently against the distorted electronic visage of Zola on the circular light screen. No, the electronic visage emitted a piercing, inhuman shriek. The ethereal blue data stream twisted madly, attempting to reassemble its defenses. Yet, against the chaotic stream infused with the power of spatial obliteration, all data defenses appeared utterly impotent. Sizzle. The blinding radiance and turbulent energy flow instantaneously consumed the light screen. Zola's contorted visage disintegrated in the radiant light, akin to a melting wax figure, dissipating into nothingness. Only the last echo remained, filled with astonishment and incredulity, willful contamination, uncontrollable error. A thunderous roar ensued. The frenzied chaos surged forth, demolishing Zola's primary display before violently crashing against the alloy walls of this confined space. The once impenetrable metallic barrier was instantaneously corroded, creating a vast rupture from which flowed molten iron, revealing a more intricate network of pipes and an enigmatic structure aglow with ethereal blue light. The cost of detonating the core was staggering. With a sudden heave, Leon expelled a thick torrent of black blood, mingled with dark golden energy specks and viscera. His mechanical heart wailed, nearing its breaking point, its rhythm erratic and feeble, as the once blazing ember of dark golden fire within the core swiftly dimmed, threatening to extinguish at any moment. The dark golden patterns enveloping his body faded and fractured as if severed circuits, while pain cascaded through him like a tsunami, overwhelming his recently awakened consciousness. The remaining mechanical tendrils entwined around him shattered and loosened under the explosive force. Leon's form fell limply, akin to a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the cold metallic floor and stirring up a cloud of dust. He curled into himself, violently coughing, each spasm expelling more blood and energy motes. The flame in his left eye flickered weakly, cold and wrathful. The embers in his right eye danced like a candle in the wind, wavering uncertainly. Remnants of Tony's will after the self-destructive eruption. Weakness, utter weakness, more profound than ever before. Yet, the shackles were undone. Zola's direct suppression was momentarily interrupted by this frenzied self-detonation. Warnings blared. The core experimental zone had been compromised. Zola's primary program node was damaged. Target status, exceedingly unstable. Threat level, extremely high. Initiate final defense protocol. Cradle lockdown. Exterminate intruders. Retrieve the key. The frigid electronic alarm reverberated throughout the space. Blinding red light replaced the previous ethereal blue. Countless concealed weapon slots around the metallic platform sprang open. A swarm of automated turrets, laser emitters, and mechanical arms shimmering with energy nets, like an awakened hive of venomous wasps, locked onto the curled form of Leon below. Simultaneously, the heavy alloy gate outside the break in the wall, caused by his fall, emitted a piercing metallic screech as it slowly descended. The area was to be sealed completely. The chill of death surged forth once more, like a frigid tide. This time, there was no Rod, no Tony, only himself, dragging a body on the brink of collapse and a mind in chaos. Leon struggled to rise, but the excruciating pain and overwhelming weakness rendered even the lifting of a finger an insurmountable challenge. The icy will of his left eye urged him to harness spatial powers to escape, yet his physical state could hardly support such an endeavor. In the depths of his right eye, the embers of Tony's will flickered, issuing a faint warning. Do not proceed. Destroy this place. Annihilate Zola's foundation. Otherwise, the repercussions will be dire. The cold muzzle began to charge, and a lethal crimson light coalesced. In this moment of utter despair, boom, a sound far more terrifying than Leon's self-detonation erupted, akin to a colossal explosion emanating from the very core of the earth, reverberating from a deep recess of this steel cradle base. The entire space convulsed as if struck by a magnitude 12 earthquake. The violent tremor caused the automated weapons, which had just locked onto their targets, to lose all precision. Deadly energy beams careened chaotically toward the ceiling and walls, igniting a cacophony of explosions. The descending alloy gate abruptly jammed, emitting a piercing metallic shriek. The shockwave from the explosion pierced through layers of structure, violently colliding with Leon, hurling him like a ragged sack, crashing heavily against the debris of a device crackling with electric sparks. The searing pain plunged him into darkness, nearly causing him to faint once more. Alarm! Alarm! The perimeter of the base is under high-intensity energy bombardment. Energy signature, Stark Industries. Defense barrier integrity, 32. Collapse imminent. High-energy reaction detected. Coordinates, Sector 7 corridor. Target, unknown steel battle armor. Speed, extremely high. Internal defense systems have been compromised. The firewall has been breached. It is Jarvis. The cold alarm tone abruptly transformed into a chaotic and urgent clamor. Leon struggled to raise his head, his bloodied face marked by a flicker of dim golden embers in his right eye. Tony, through the warped and twisted gap of the blasted alloy gate. Amidst the smoke and debris swirling in the corridor, Leon's blurred vision caught a glimpse of a familiar golden-red streak. That streak, like a furious thunderbolt, disregarded the remnants of automated defensive fire within the corridor, hurtling toward him with a reckless, self-destructive speed, charging into the heart of the experimental area. Ahead of that streak, frenzied energy beams hammered relentlessly against the teetering alloy gate at the end of the corridor, each impact causing the gate to warp violently, enlarging the gaping holes. Leon. A hoarse yet undeniably fervent roar, imbued with an indomitable will to protect, pierced through the cacophony of explosions and the groaning of metal, resonating like thunder in Leon's ears. It was Tony's voice. That voice, akin to the most potent stimulant, surged fiercely into Leon's faltering body and chaotic mind. In his right eye, the ember representing Tony's will ignited as if doused in boiling oil, erupting with an unprecedented brilliance. It instantaneously eclipsed the coldness of his left eye and the agony that coursed through his body. From Leon's throat emerged fragmented syllables, a force originating from the depths of his will sustaining his battered form as he struggled, swaying unsteadily to stand once more. He disregarded the surrounding recalibration, once again locking onto his lethal cannon. His blood-stained visage bore a right eye ablaze with a scorching golden light, while the left flickered with a chilling dark flame. Fixated intently on the alloy gate poised to be shattered by the golden-red stream of energy, the final rescue descended upon him at last, as he expended his very essence to unveil a narrow opening. Chapter 47. The Crucible of Will Leon. Tony's voice, a piercing roar, sliced through the cacophony of explosions and the mournful cries of metal, echoing across the ruins of the core experimental zone of Zola's base. Leon abruptly lifted his gaze, his blood-soaked face illuminated by the dark golden spark in his right eye, symbolizing Tony's unwavering will, erupted into an unprecedented intensity. This radiant glow immediately overpowered the cold flames of his left eye and the excruciating agony that coursed through his body. A force, born from the depths of his resolve, sustained his near-collapse form, enabling him to stand, albeit unsteadily. His sight pierced through the billowing smoke and the distorted breach of the alloy gate, as the familiar golden-red stream, akin to a blazing meteor, disregarded the frantic energy beams unleashed by the remaining automated turrets within the corridor. With a nearly self-destructive ferocity, it forcefully collided with the last precarious barrier. Boom! The blinding golden-red torrent of energy struck the center of the fissured alloy gate like divine retribution. The once overburdened heavy metal disintegrated into fragile shards, melting under the impact. Countless flaming fragments shot backward like cannonballs. Buzz! The golden-red nanotech armor surged forth, enveloped by a searing wave and the remnants of destruction, resembling a vengeful deity bursting through the gates of hell, charging into the core area dominated by Zola. The armor's surface was marred with burns and damage, its nanoscopic particles struggling to mend themselves like weary silver streams. Yet, when its cold electronic eyes surveyed the battlefield, the overwhelming fury and protective resolve emanating from it was enough to instill dread in any foe. Target confirmed. Key status: critically endangered. Threat neutralized. Within the armor, Tony's voice emerged, hoarse yet frigid as ancient ice, imbued with undeniable murderous intent. The armor's arms instantly raised, the cannon ports glowing with a blinding golden-red radiance. Target: lock onto the recalibrated automated defense weapons poised to fire surrounding Leon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just as Tony's palm cannon was about to unleash its fury, a frigid, violent ripple of repulsive force emanated from Leon's center. This time, it was not under the dominion of Tony's will, but rather an instinct provoked by an external intruder, the essence of Jepiga. The chilling dark golden halo surged explosively. The spatial ripples sliced through the air like countless invisible razors, mercilessly targeting the advancing Tony. Warning: ultra-high-intensity spatial cutting field. Jarvis's alarm blared sharply. Tony's pupils contracted. The armor's thrusters emitted a powerful reverse thrust, attempting to halt and evade. But the distance was too close. The speed was too great. Sizzle. The crimson battle armor was abruptly met with a temporary energy shield composed of nanoparticles, which was silently torn apart like a piece of paper upon contact with the spatial ripples, vanishing into nothingness. The terrifying cutting force immediately affected the armor's core. The chest plate, shoulder guards, and leg armor were instantly marred with deep, horrifying gashes several centimeters deep. The nanoparticles flickered madly, disintegrating. The shrill sound of twisted metal was enough to make one's teeth ache. Ugh! Tony let out a low grunt as the immense impact hurled both him and his armor violently against the remnants of the shattered gate. Debris flew everywhere. The alarm lights of the armor flickered frantically. Leon, it's me. Tony, enduring the excruciating pain and shock, roared at the frigid figure enveloped in a dark golden aura. He observed the flicker of a fiery dark golden spark in Leon's right eye, desperately struggling, while the cold, dark golden flames of his left eye firmly held dominance. In response, Leon's icy gaze bore indifference, accompanied by an intensifying fluctuation of spatial ripples surrounding him. The will of Gayboga deemed Tony a new, more menacing intruder. The defense level surged instantaneously. Numerous more condensed spatial fissures, their edges glimmering with obsidian serrations, manifested around Leon like the fangs of death, poised to strike. Damn it! Tony's heart plummeted to despair. The worst-case scenario had unfolded. The will of Gayboga had been utterly provoked, seizing control. Both Leon's own will and Tony's imprint were suppressed to their utmost limits. Stark, are you attempting to complicate the cradle program? Zola's distorted electronic visage reformed on the remaining circular screen, the chilling blue data stream, eyes flickering with icy derision. The key has entered deep defense mode. Eliminating all external threats is its core protocol. Your rescue will only expedite its path to destruction. Self-destruction countdown, 45 seconds. Relish in your final despair. Beneath the electronic visage, a bright red countdown began to pulse. 44, 43. The harsh self-destruction alarm resonated like a death knell. The entire space quaked violently once more. Large metal components and electrical sparks began to fall from the ceiling. Trapped inside and out. The countdown to death. Tony gazed at Leon, suspended in the center of the spatial rift like a frigid deity, then at the cold countdown on the screen and Zola's mocking electronic face. An immense sense of helplessness and fury nearly consumed him. A forceful assault? Gaboga's spatial cutting would shred him along with the armor. Persuasion? Leon's consciousness was thoroughly suppressed. Time. Less than 45 seconds remained. What to do? In a flash of inspiration, Tony's gaze swept across the chaotic core experiment zone, his attention fixed on a corner. There, beside several broken mechanical tendrils flickering with an eerie blue light, an inconspicuous silver metal box, half embedded in the ground, had its lid blown open by the explosion, revealing several vials encased in transparent reinforced glass tubes, containing a viscous liquid radiating an unstable violet glow. The cradle stabilizer neuroinhibitor Zola had previously attempted to inject into Leon. A nearly frenzied thought struck Tony like lightning slicing through the darkness. The will of Guy Borgia embodies a frigid order, instinctively repelling all external threats and disturbances, including the Zola program that seeks to suppress it. But what if one were to actively introduce a more temperate, yet equally suppressive external interference? Something capable of forcibly stabilizing the current state of chaos, perhaps even temporarily soothing Guy Borgia's defensive instincts? Jarvis, analyze the composition of the cradle stabilizer. Simulate its reaction upon contact with Guy Borgia's energy and the desperation virus energy. Tony's mind raced with unprecedented velocity. The analysis revealed that the components included potent neuroinhibitors, high concentrations of vibranium nanoparticles, and an unknown quantum-level energy stabilization field. Simulated reaction. This agent could forcibly suppress target neural activity, diminish the intensity of energy conflicts, and had a high probability of inducing the target into a profound standby state, while simultaneously significantly weakening the target's defensive responses to external stimuli. Jarvis's analytical results were instantaneously relayed. Weaken the defensive response. Now's the moment. A gamble. A near-manic determination ignited in Tony's eyes. He ceased attempting to approach Leon. The thrusters behind the nanotech suit erupted with an eerie blue glow. The armor did not charge toward Leon, but instead, like a wraith, instantaneously lunged toward the few visible vials of the purple suppressants nestled in the corner. Halt him. The electronic visage of Zola contorted in an instant. It comprehended Tony's intent. Surrounding automated weapons pivoted sharply, crimson energy beams raining down upon Tony like a torrential storm. Tony danced a macabre ballet amidst the high-velocity onslaught. The armor executed a series of unfathomable evasive maneuvers. The golden-red figure wove through the dense web of energy beams. The beams grazed the armor, detonating charred craters in the walls and floor. The nanotech armor was continuously struck, sustaining damage. Hiss! An energy beam skimmed past Tony's left arm. The armor tore. Blood splattered. Ugh! Tony stifled a grunt, but his movements showed no sign of hesitation. At last, he rolled and narrowly lunged beside a metallic crate. His bloodied right hand shot out like lightning, seizing a glass vial containing the purple liquid. Target acquired. Suppressants. Threat level elevated. Immediate elimination required. Zola's electronic voice shrieked with a piercing wail. More weapon slots opened. Lethal red beams once again locked onto Tony. He paid no heed to the targeting barrels. Clutching the perilous suppressant, he spun around, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Leon, suspended in the chasm of space. Leon, look at me. Tony roared with every ounce of strength, his voice cutting through the cacophony of explosions. Do you wish to save Rhodes? Do you want to escape alive? Do you yearn to personally rend Pierce and Zola asunder? Then do not resist. The names Rhodes, Pierce, and Zola resonated like stones cast into a deep pool, stirring faint ripples in the icy depths of Leon's consciousness. A flicker of fervent dark golden embers within his right eye pulsed violently. A minute fissure appeared in the cold indifference etched upon Leon's face. A fleeting glimpse of struggle and anguish belonging to Leon flashed momentarily within the depths of his pupils. A momentary disruption rippled through the surrounding space. Now, without a hint of hesitation, Tony raised his hand and hurled the dark purple suppressant with the force of a javelin towards Leon, aiming squarely at his chest, the location of his fiercely pulsating mechanical heart. No. Zola's electronic visage emitted a piercing scream of terror. The automated weapons around them unleashed a cacophony of fire, desperately attempting to intercept the flying vial. Yet it was too late. At the instant Tony released the suppressant, the chaotic spatial rift surrounding Leon froze momentarily, caught off guard by the roar infused with Rod's essence. A minuscule gap appeared in the defensive field. With a swift precision akin to a scalpel, the glass vial containing the violet liquid pierced through the crack in the rift and struck Leon's chest with a resounding impact. The reinforced glass shattered instantly, and the viscous liquid, radiating an ominous purple glow, seemed to possess a life of its own as it seeped into Leon's skin, patterned with dark lines, surging towards his mechanical heart. A chilling and potent suppressive force enveloped Leon's entire being. A groan of unbearable agony escaped his lips as his body convulsed violently. The fiery ember of his right eye, a deep golden spark, dimmed as if doused with icy water, flickering precariously as though it might extinguish at any moment. The cold, dark golden flame of his left eye faltered abruptly. The tumultuous spatial ripples and fissures seemed to be paused, solidifying and dissipating in an instant. The dark golden aura enveloping him rapidly thinned and dulled. His suspended body lost its supportive strength, plummeting like a bird with broken wings. Leon. Tony's eyes widened in desperation as he activated the full power of his suit's thrusters. Recklessly lunging forward, just before hitting the ground, he barely managed to catch Leon's cold, limp body. Looking down, he saw Leon's eyes tightly shut. His complexion ashen like tarnished gold, his breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. The mechanical heart in his chest thudded sluggishly and heavily. The once vibrant golden ember now reduced to a mere pinprick of light, flickering uncertainly under the suppressive influence of the violet liquid, akin to a candle flickering in a tempest. That inhuman chill was temporarily subdued, yet the price paid was a near extinction of the flame of life. Warning. Cradle suppressant activated. Target entering deep suppression state. Gaboga's basal protocol activity reduced to 31. Threat temporarily neutralized. Self-destruct countdown, 15 seconds. External energy barriers detected to be completely collapsing. Numerous Hydra combat units are breaching the outer defenses. Estimated time to reach core area, 10 seconds. J. A. R. V. I. SS alerts resonated coldly and urgently. The Zola base, like a dying beast, emitted its final lament amidst the countdown to self-destruction. Outside, Hydra reinforcements, drawn by the scent of blood, were poised to surge in. JARVIS. Calculate the optimal escape route. Activate the suit's final energy reserves. Take us away from this cursed place. Tony cradled Leon's cold body, gazing at the crimson countdown on the screen. 14, 13. His voice was hoarse yet resolute. Route calculation locking onto the emergency evacuation passage. Distance, 120 meters. High-intensity structural collapse risk along the way. Energy transfer. Propulsion system overloaded. Buzz. The remaining two circular thrusters on Tony's battered crimson and gold armor erupted with a blinding azure glow, flickering precariously, the suit groaning under the immense strain. Hold him tight. Stark, your time is running out. Zola's distorted electronic visage flickered on the final screen, oozing malicious mockery. Either be buried here or leave as a hollow shell. The key forever belongs to Hydra. Tony paid no heed to the electronic specteress taunts. He clutched Leon firmly, and the thruster's powers surged to their limit. Boom. The crimson and gold armor transformed into a comet trailing an unstable tail of light, charging towards the side passage marked by Jarvis. A breach torn open by the explosion. Behind him loomed the shrill alarms, the relentless countdown to destruction, 876, and within the depths of Zola's base. The ultimate darkness poised to consume all. The furnace of his will struggled on the verge of extinguishment, as Tony clung to the faint embers. Racing towards the last flicker of hope. Chapter 48, Mechanical Divinity Boom. The crimson and gold armor, akin to a dying meteor, crashed into the open tailgate of the Quinjet, trailing its last unstable azure flame. The tremendous impact sent the entire aircraft into violent tremors. Tony, Natasha's voice rang out, desperately gripping the control stick, striving to stabilize the aircraft that was spiraling out of control due to the intense maneuvers. Clint, seated in the co-pilot's seat, deftly navigated the intricate control panel, sealing the tailgate and initiating the emergency thrust balance protocol. Cough, cough. Close the hatch and go. Tony's voice crackled through the comms. Drenched in the taste of blood, he clutched Leon's icy form, crashing through the hatch and landing heavily on the cold alloy floor. Rolling several times before coming to a halt, the already damaged nanotech armor emitted a piercing metallic groan upon impact, various pieces of armor completely shedding, revealing charred circuitry and Tony's mangled flesh beneath. He struggled to rise, but the agony from fractured ribs and internal wounds blurred his vision, forcing him to hold onto the boy as if guarding the last spark of life. Buzz. The tailgate sealed with a deafening hydraulic thud, isolating them from the expanding, deep violet energy that threatened to consume everything before Zola's base self-destructed. In the next instant, boom! An indescribably terrifying explosion erupted, akin to the annihilation of a star, detonating in the space less than a kilometer behind the Quinjet. The blinding torrent of deep violet energy instantaneously engulfed that expanse of the cosmos. A cataclysmic shockwave, akin to an invisible sledgehammer, violently struck the rear of the Qin-style fighter jet, which had just completed its maneuver and was pushing its engines to their utmost limits. The impact was jarring. The entire aircraft was hurled like a leaf in a tempest. Alarms erupted within the cockpit. Red lights flickered maniacally. The structure groaned under the unbearable strain, emitting a terrifying lament. Natasha clenched her jaw tightly, her hands straining with bulging veins, the control stick nearly succumbing to her grip. Clint's hands became mere blurs as he frantically adjusted the attitude thrusters, striving to stabilize the vessel that threatened to disintegrate at any moment amidst the chaotic energy flux. The energy shield was overloaded. The rear thrusters were damaged. Structural integrity plummeted to 43. Clint's voice resonated with unprecedented urgency. Steady it, Natasha bellowed, sweat trickling down her temples. In the rear of the cabin, Tony clutched Leon, akin to a rock amidst tumultuous waves. Each violent jolt exacerbated his injuries, blood seeping continuously from his mouth, nose, and the breaches in his armor. Yet, his bloodshot eyes remained fixated on the silent boy in his arms. Leon's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion ashen as death. The mechanical heart in his chest, suppressed by the violet suppressants, throbbed slowly and heavily, each beat seemingly exhausting all his strength. The core, a flickering ember of Tony's will, now barely visible, struggled to persist against the cold mechanical confines and the oppressive violet haze, as if it might extinguish at any moment. What troubled Tony further was the emergence of extremely fine, circuit-like azure patterns beneath Leon's exposed neck, which had appeared unbeknownst to him. These patterns, delicate and web-like, exuded a chilling, inhuman aura, starkly contrasting with the dark golden lines of Jepiga and the crimson traces of the desperation virus, evoking a disquieting sense of corrosion. Zola's betrayal weighed heavily on Tony's heart. He suddenly recalled Zola's final, malicious taunt as he departed with a hollow shell. This was no mere residue of a suppressant. Zola had tampered with the suppressants. He had planted a deeper venom. Jarvis, scan Leon. Conduct a comprehensive scan of his entire body. Energy signatures, neural signals, cellular level. Identify what the damned blue light is. Tony's voice brimmed with uncontainable panic and fury. Scanning alert. High activity unknown nanomechanical clusters detected. Rapid proliferation at target nerve endings and energy nodes. Properties, highly mimicking the foundational protocol structure of Jepiga, but with a logical core of externally implanted commands. Anomalous energy fluctuations detected, resonating with the residue of the suppressants. Objective, to overwrite and rewrite the core protocols of Jepiga. Threat level, extinction grade. Assessment, mechanical divinity virus. Estimated time of completion, unknown. The analysis from Jarvis struck Tony like an icicle, piercing through the last vestiges of his hope. The mechanical divinity virus. In a climactic moment, the digital specter known as Zola cunningly disguised a fragment of its own program as a component of the suppressor and implanted it within Leon's body. It intended to seize the fleeting opportunity presented by the suppressor to temporarily stifle Jepiga, using this virus to overwrite the core protocol of Jepiga, transforming the key into a cold, mechanical deity under the control of the Hydra. No, this cannot be. Tony emitted a primal growl, struggling to sit up despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body. His bloodied hands trembled as they reached for Leon's chest in a desperate search for that chilling mechanical heart. Eliminate it. Jarvis. Access his core. Use my authority. Employ the highest firewall. Access denied. The target's core is shielded by an unknown spatial barrier and a dual energy field from the suppressor. External commands have been classified as a supreme threat. A forced breach will result in the collapse of the target's energy core. Jarvis's response was as cold as it was hopeless. External intervention was futile. Internally, Leon's own will, along with Tony's imprint, flickered like a candle in the wind, suppressed to its utmost limit. What could they employ to combat this insidious mechanical virus that gnawed at their very essence? At that moment, Leon, who had remained eerily silent in Tony's embrace, experienced the slightest convulsion. His brow furrowed in pain, and his pallid lips moved as if enduring unimaginable torment. Tony leaned down sharply, witnessing the ethereal blue-etched circuitry beneath Leon's skin, which appeared to come alive like venomous serpents, becoming increasingly vivid and dense at a visible rate. They were greedily absorbing the remnants of energy within Leon, whether from Jepaga's cold order or the chaotic fury of the despair virus, both serving as sustenance for their proliferation. The azure luminescence coursed through the neural pathways, rapidly advancing toward the brain and heart. The virus was accelerating its insidious invasion. Leon, hold on. Look at me. Tony's voice was hoarse and fragmented, laced with blood, as his searing hands clutched Leon's cold ones, attempting to convey a sliver of strength and warmth. He could feel Leon's hand trembling slightly, cold and feeble. Leon managed to force out a few exceedingly faint, broken syllables from his throat. His eyelids fluttered violently, as if striving to open, yet felt as though weighed down by an immense burden. Rhodey is fine. He is still alive. He is waiting for us to return. Hold on. Do not let those blue fiends prevail. Tony spoke with fervent urgency, his voice imbued with an undeniable force, attempting to rouse Leon's consciousness with the mention of Rhodey's safety. He observed as Leon's eyelids quivered even more fervently at the sound of Rhodey's name. The ethereal blue lines creeping along his neck seemed to momentarily stagnate. Effective, yet still insufficient. Warning. The virus's replication rate has escalated. It has infiltrated the target's secondary neural center. It is commencing attempts to override Jepaga's foundational protocol. Jarvis's chilling alarm resonated like a death knell. What to do? What to do? Tony's mind raced with unprecedented speed, thoughts igniting like flames. Conventional methods were ineffective. External interference was barred. Internal will was on the brink of extinguishment. A thought so perilous and frenzied, akin to a spark erupting in the depths of darkness, instantaneously ignited the despairing mind of Tony. If external intervention is futile and internal resolve is feeble, why not immerse oneself in the fray? With a will as formidable and profoundly linked to Leon's as his own, let it serve as fuel to rekindle the flickering consciousness of Leon's mind. Before the virus envelopes Gaboga, and before Zora's program is fully corrupted, forcibly awaken Leon's own will. Even rousing the suppressed Gaboga, let them rise against this invading virus. This is a gamble, a true venture of the soul. Should he falter, his will may be assimilated by Gaboga's cold order, devoured by the chaos of the desperate virus, or even tainted by Zora's malign influence. The best outcome would be a severe mental upheaval, while the worst could lead to the complete annihilation of both his and Leon's consciousness. But is there truly a choice? Gazing at the continuously spreading, cold, and corrosive azure patterns on Leon's neck, witnessing the anguish etched on the youth's brow, and recalling Rod's bloodied figure embedded in the wall, Tony Stark's blood-stained visage contorted into a grimace, yet resolute, imbued with an ironclad determination. Jarvis. Tony's voice rang with unwavering authority. Imbued with a calmness befitting one stepping onto the final battlefield, initiate the Will Forge Protocol. Target, Leon Lee. Authorization, Stark's Supreme Command. Open my neural link interface. Maximum bandwidth. Override all safety constraints. Transmute my biological brainwaves, all emotional memories, and my will's imprint into a high-dimensional psychic pulse. Inject it into him. Sir. Warning. This protocol is untested. Risk level, extinction. Your consciousness will be directly exposed to Gaboga's underlying logic and the unknown viral environment. For the first time, Jarvis' voice betrayed a noticeable tremor. Execute the command. Tony roared, akin to the final roar of a wounded lion, infused with unassailable madness and protective resolve. Buzz. Within the fractured nano-armored helmet, the intricate neural link interface ignited with a blinding golden-red radiance. Tony abruptly shut his eyes, his body quaking violently under the immense mental strain. In the next moment, an indescribable torrent, a pure and tempestuous golden-red mental flood that encapsulated all of Tony Stark's life imprints, emotional memories, and willpower, surged forth like molten lava breaching a dam. Amplified and purified by the armor's helm, transforming into an intangible yet soul-shaking shockwave that disregarded physical distance and energy barriers, crashing mercilessly into the deepest recesses of Leon's consciousness. Shrouded by the azure suppressants and frigid spatial barriers, on the brink of collapse. Objective: ignite the faint embers. Awaken the slumbering will. Before the mechanical divine virus completes its encroachment, ignite the ultimate battle on the level of consciousness. In a state of unconsciousness, Leon's body suddenly arched violently as if struck by an electric shock. Although his eyes remained shut, the orbs beneath his eyelids whirled in a frenzy. A suppressed howl, akin to the agony of a soul being torn asunder, escaped from his throat. The eerie blue markings on his neck erupted with blinding radiance, as if responding to an intense stimulus and repulsion. Within the realm of consciousness, Leon felt himself sinking into a cold, lifeless abyss of darkness. The oppressive order of Guy Borgia bound him like heavy shackles, rendering him firmly imprisoned. The chilling tendrils of the Zola virus, akin to maggots burrowing into flesh, coldly eroded his core, endeavoring to transform him into a frigid automaton. At the precipice of being wholly consumed by this relentless cold and insidious erosion, an explosive roar erupted. A torrent of molten gold and crimson, ablaze and tumultuous, cleaved through the endless darkness like a colossal axe splitting the heavens. Amongst this flow, the visage of Tony Stark emerged, at times audacious and defiant, at other times weary and worn, yet always replete with fury and a protective resolve. His bloodshot eyes, the result of sleepless nights spent in armor research, reflected profound guilt in the face of Ultron, and the heart-wrenching roar upon witnessing Rhodes' fall. It was the unwavering determination in his gaze as he pulled Leon back from the abyss, the embodiment of his entire life's fire. This flame, imbued with undeniable will and searing warmth, instantaneously ignited the long-faded ember of Tony's spirit nestled deep within Leon's consciousness. With a crackle, it flared to life, akin to a spark thrown into boiling oil. The feeble ember erupted into an unprecedented, scorching brilliance, potent enough to dispel the darkness. Leon, awaken. Incinerate these damned blue insects. Tony's will roared like thunder, reverberating through Leon's realm of consciousness with a cataclysmic force. Chapter 49. Divine Awakening. Burn these accursed blue insects. The voice of Tony Stark, reminiscent of a roaring lava flow, cried out, cleaving through the icy, lifeless darkness of Leon's psyche like a primordial axe. The golden red torrent of spiritual energy, carrying the entirety of Tony's life imprint, emotional memories and protective obsessions, surged forth like a rushing stellar material, forcefully infusing that flickering dark golden ember. With a crackle, the ember ignited explosively. It transformed into a blazing inferno, a golden red flame capable of incinerating the darkness of the soul. This conflagration, imbued with undeniable will and searing heat, instantly engulfed Leon's consciousness, teetering on the brink of collapse. The cold, lifeless darkness melted away like ice cast into a furnace, emitting a piercing sound of dissolution. The burdensome shackles of Guy Borgia groaned under the scorching heat of the golden red flames, while the chilling tendrils of the blue virus, exuding an aura of cold erosion, shrieked in silent terror as if confronted by a nemesis. They writhed and twisted in a frenzied attempt to escape the all-consuming golden red fire. In reality, Leon's body arched violently as if struck by a high-voltage current, abruptly breaking free from Tony's embrace. A roar, transcending the limits of physiology and infused with an ancient power awakening, tore from the depths of his throat, mingling agony with an unearthly force. His tightly shut eyes flew open, no longer the cold dark gold of before, nor the faint embers of a dying flame. The left eye gleamed with a pure dark gold, frozen in time, reminiscent of the primordial order at the birth of the universe. The right eye blazed with a fiery gold red, akin to the Genesis flames at the core of a star. These two polar opposites, each harboring unparalleled might, manifested as twin swords of light, piercing through the heavy alloy walls of the Quinjet and shooting into the depths of the dark cosmos. A hum echoed, an indescribable, terrifying pressure emanating from the very essence of space and machinery, rapidly expanding outward from Leon. This was no longer the chaotic fluctuations of before, but an absolute, frigid force imbued with a divine will capable of annihilating all. Within the Quinjet, every instrument erupted in blinding overload sparks, the lights flickering madly before plunging into darkness. Natasha and Clint felt an irresistible weight pressing down upon their souls, their breaths halting, the world around them fading to black as they teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Even the aircraft trembled violently, emitting a mournful cry of impending disintegration. Warning. Detection of extreme dimensional energy explosion. Nature, mixed divinity. Logical assessment. Mechanical ascension, critical point. Armor energy core overload. Neural link forcibly severed. Life support systems failing. Sir. Tony. Jarvis's final alarm echoed in Tony's ears before fading into silence. Tony's bloodstained face drained of color as the golden-red torrent of consciousness he had infused into Leon was abruptly repelled by an inescapable force, intertwining cold and heat. The immense psychic backlash pierced his mind like millions of searing steel needles, plunging him into darkness. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his consciousness severed like a broken kite, falling into an abyss of blackness. His battered body crumpled onto the cold floor, his breath fading to a whisper. Tony, Natasha, struggling against the terrifying pressure that weighed heavily upon her soul, turned with great difficulty from the pilot's seat, witnessing Tony collapse, her pupils constricting in shock. Meanwhile, at the center of the storm, Leon began to levitate slowly. He hovered within the violently shaking, nearly disintegrating cabin of the Quinjet, no longer shrouded in a dim aura, but engulfed in a tangible, twisting layer of gold-red flames. The core of these flames was a cold, dark gold order. The two forces no longer clashed. Rather, they merged in an enigmatic, unfathomable manner, spiraling together to form a divine halo, dark gold as its foundation, gold-red as its flame. The chaotic, azure virus patterns sprawling beneath the skin of his neck and arms hissed and melted away like snow exposed to the blazing sun, vanishing as the divine halo manifested. The ethereal blue radiance swiftly dimmed, disintegrating into wisps of azure smoke that dissipated into the void. The mechanical divine virus implanted by Zola was effortlessly eradicated, rendered insignificant like mere dust in the presence of this nascent mechanical divinity. The mechanical heart within his chest ceased its languid pulsation, instead resonating with a deep, powerful thrum akin to the ancient war drums of colossal deities. With each beat, the divine halo surrounding him flared brilliantly, causing the very fabric of space to ripple visibly. Reminiscent of undulating water. Deep within, the dim golden spark vanished completely, replaced by a blazing, stable core of fiery crimson light, akin to a miniature sun. Tony's indelible will, like fuel, ignited and transcended, becoming an integral part of this reborn divinity. Liang's countenance bore no expression as his indifferent gaze swept across the violently shaking cockpit, taking in the fallen Tony and the strained figures of Natasha and Clint. In his eyes, the struggles and sorrows that once defined him were absent, replaced by an absolute divinity, cold and fervent, that looked down upon all existence. The life and death of humanity, their emotions, appeared to him as mere inconsequential dust. At that moment, a piercing alarm was abruptly overshadowed by the shrill wail of approaching aircraft, tearing through the vacuum of space. Through the violently shaking viewport, beyond the residual chaos of Zola's base self-destruction, several menacing assault ships adorned with the Hydra insignia surged forward like sharks sensing blood in the water, closing in swiftly. The main cannon at the prow of the lead ship flickered with blinding light, indicating it had completed its charging and locking sequence. The Hydra pursuit fleet had breached the explosion zone. Clint's voice trembled with despair. "We are locked on. The engines are damaged. Evasion is impossible." The energy beam of annihilation coalesced at the cannon's mouth, ready to unleash total obliteration in mere moments. Floating within the cabin, Liang turned his gaze, imbued with divine luminescence, towards the advancing Hydra fleet. There was no anger, no intent to kill, only a chilling command akin to the act of clearing away dust. He slowly raised his right hand, the movement fluid and ancient, as though rehearsed a billion times. No intricate spatial runes flickered, nor were there violent fluctuations of energy. He simply extended his fingers casually towards the menacing assault ships, and then gently clenched his fist. A silent terror unfolded in the vacuum of space. Centered on those Hydra assault vessels, the fabric of space fractured as if a colossal stone had been cast upon a frozen surface, instantly covered with countless fine, pitch-black fissures glimmering with dark golden light. These cracks were not chaotic, but formed the most precise geometric patterns, enveloping the entire ship, along with its energy shields, alloy armor, and living entities, as if encased in invisible amber of space. In the next instant, he clenched his fist. There was neither a cataclysmic explosion nor a blinding flame. The colossal Hydra assault vessels, along with their menacing gun muzzles and flickering energy auras, vanished silently, as if erased from existence by an omnipotent hand, leaving behind only a few wisps of dissipating spatial dust, akin to ashes. Not a trace of debris or lingering energy remained. as though they had never existed at all, an absolute obliteration of space. Inside the Quinjet, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Natasha and Clint gazed out at the miraculous, or perhaps divine retribution, scene, mouths agape, pupils dilated to their utmost. Their faces etched with unparalleled astonishment and a tinge of primal fear emanating from the depths of their souls. What unfathomable power was this? With a mere gesture, an entire fleet was annihilated. This transcended any superhuman ability they had ever comprehended. It was the dominion of deities. Luin, suspended in the air, gradually withdrew his hand, the divine halo around him subtly shifting. His indifferent gaze swept across the void outside, as if he were merely brushing away insignificant dust. Then, his attention turned inward to the cockpit, to the faintly breathing, deeply unconscious figure of Tony Stark on the floor. In the depths of his eyes, imbued with cold order and the flames of annihilation, an almost imperceptible fluctuation occurred, a minuscule struggle, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, sending ripples across the vast ocean of divinity. He descended slowly, his feet landing silently on the cold alloy floor. The divine halo surrounding him slightly contracted, yet the oppressive aura did not entirely dissipate. He took a single step toward Tony. Buzz! An invisible force of spatial energy brushed over Tony's battered body. The ghastly wounds on his armor, the fractured bones, the damaged organs were forcibly realigned and healed under the might of this spatial power, as if time itself had reversed. Though the severe injuries could not be instantly healed, his deteriorating vital signs were stabilized, halting the life-threatening internal bleeding. Tony's breath, which had been weak to the point of extinction, became slightly steadier. Natasha and Clint held their breath, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. They beheld the figure, resembling a mechanical god, too awestruck to utter a sound. Luin paused beside Tony. He slowly crouched down, his eyes ablaze with golden-red flames and dark golden light of order, quietly observing Tony's pale, blood-streaked face. Time seemed to freeze. Moments later, Luin gently raised his right hand. At his fingertips, a concentrated glow, a blend of dark golden lines of order and golden-red primordial flames, flickered to life like twinkling stars. This light no longer bore aggression. Instead, it conveyed a strange, frigid vitality. He directed the luminescence at Tony's forehead. In that instant, Natasha's fingers tightened around Widow's bite, and Clint's fingers poised on the bowstring. They remain oblivious to the significance of this moment. Is it healing? Or a more profound transformation? Just as the divine light emanating from those fingertips is about to touch Tony's forehead, a weak yet profoundly shocked and bewildered voice emerges from the corner of the cabin. It is Rhodey. He has finally awakened from his grievous unconsciousness, startled by the overwhelming divine pressure and the residual waves of spatial annihilation. Struggling to lift his head, his body still racked with excruciating pain, his vision remains blurred. Yet, he perceives the hovering Leon, the figure ablaze with a divine halo, the pair of eyes that intertwine coldness and fervor, and that finger, imbued with an unknown power, poised to strike Tony's brow. Leon. Rhodey's voice is hoarse and fragmented, laden with disbelief and a subtle hint of fear. What are you doing? That's Tony. Rhodey's words ripple through the stillness like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Leon's finger, on the verge of descent, abruptly halts. He slowly, and with great stiffness, turns his head. His eyes, filled with absolute divinity, coldly regard the struggling Rhodey in the corner. The divine radiance, both frigid and fervent, resembles two celestial eyes suspended in the heavens, devoid of any human emotion. Rhodey feels as though he is an ant under the gaze of an ancient behemoth, his very soul trembling beneath that weighty presence. Time seems to freeze in this moment. The fingertip of the newly born mechanical god hovers above Tony's brow. The icy will colliding silently with Rhodey's bloodstained call for help within the confines of the narrow cabin. The Quinjet, dragging its battered form, glides toward Earth, the divine halo illuminating the three terrified faces within. The scales of divinity tilt ever so slightly. A minuscule decision will dictate the direction of their descent. Chapter 50. The anchor of humanity, the divine radiance, cold yet fervent, resembles two celestial orbs suspended in the sky, impassively observing the struggling Rhodey in the corner. Rhodey feels as if he is an ant thrown into the furnace of a star, his soul emitting a groan under the oppressive weight of absolute power. Leon, enveloped in dark golden bones, with the divine halo of crimson flames, seems to resonate with the very laws of the universe, transforming the cramped cabin into a cage of divine realms. That fingertip hovering above Tony's brow, a glimmer encapsulating cold order and the fiery essence of creation, hangs like the sword of Damocles above all, exuding a suffocating aura of the unknown and impending threat. Time stands still in the eerie silence, with only the groans of the Quinjet's damaged engine and Rhodey's own labored breaths breaking the stillness. Leon. Rhodey's throat feels as if it has been sanded down, each word accompanied by blood and tearing pain. He forces himself to raise his head, disregarding the agony threatening to shatter his bones and the soul-rending pressure of divinity. His bloodshot eyes fixated on those inhuman pupils, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an unwavering resolve that transcends limits. Look at me. Don't touch him. That's Tony. The Tony Stark who brought you out of that cave in Afghanistan. The ethereal figure of Tony Stark reverberated softly as the name was uttered once more. A flicker of divine luminescence glimmered at his fingertips, momentarily pausing in its motion. Within the depths of his divine eyes, a barely perceptible ripple emerged, akin to a stone cast into an ocean of absolute zero, sending forth gentle undulations. It seemed as though the name had stirred a mark long buried beneath the icy layers of divinity. Yet in the next instant, the cold, dark golden light of his left eye surged explosively, akin to the wrath of cosmic laws. The will of Gayboga's order swiftly overshadowed that faint ripple. The rotation of the divine halo accelerated abruptly. A force of icy, repulsive spatial energy crashed upon Rod in the corner like an invisible tidal wave. Rod felt as though he had been struck head-on by an unseen battering ram. His body was hurled violently, akin to a ruptured sack, slamming against the twisted alloy wall behind him. His already wounded form emitted a painful creak of bones, and a torrent of blood mixed with shattered innards erupted forth. The layer of skin, scalding from the dire virus, dimmed instantly, resembling burnt embers, as the flame of life flickered wildly under the crushing weight of divinity. Rod. Natasha and Clint cried out in alarm, yet they were paralyzed, unable to move even a finger, their gazes filled with despair under the oppressive divine force. Leon, or rather, the mechanical god dominated by Gayboga's will, seemed thoroughly incensed by Rod's interference. He slowly turned his head, dismissing the insignificant creature in the corner. The flicker of terrifying power at his fingertips steadied and, with undeniable intent, pointed toward the center of Tony Stark's brow. The end. A transformation? None could discern, yet assuredly, it was no benevolent omen. Rod, ensconced within the twisted wall, his vision blurred by blood, felt each breath laden with the rusty scent of blood and the searing agony of his innards. He gazed upon the descending finger that held Tony's fate, observing Tony's pale, unconscious visage. A torrent of indescribable rage and despair erupted within his near-death body like a volcano. Surrender? Absolutely not. For the sake of saving Leon, Tony would unhesitatingly fuel the furnace with his own will. He, James Rhodes, War Machine, brother of Iron Man, could never fall here. Ag. Rod's throat erupted with a roar that transcended limits, akin to a dying beast. The energy of the dire virus, weak and nearly extinguished like ash within him, was forcibly reignited at the cost of his life and soul. Boom. A surge of crimson flames, far more ferocious and imbued with a destructive essence, erupted violently from Rod's battered body. This flame was no longer merely high temperature. It bore a maniacal will to consume all, a desire to reduce everything to ashes. His skin cracked and carbonized under the inferno, muscle fibers snapped with a resounding crackle. The excruciating pain was sufficient to shatter the spirit of any mortal in an instant. Yet, Rhodes' crimson eyes remained fiercely locked onto the suspended Leon, fixating on those cold, dark, golden pupils. He transformed himself into a primordial arrow, ignited by the flames of his very essence. Leon. Rhodes' roar, infused with the fire of his soul's burning, transcended mere sound, morphing into a pure spiritual shockwave that encapsulated all his memories, emotions, and fervent guardianship. This impact disregarded the oppressive weight of divinity and the barriers of space. Akin to a bridge traversing life and death, forcefully colliding with the deepest recesses of Leon's consciousness. At the core of this impact, there were no longer words, but vivid images, visions etched deep within the soul. In an Afghan cave, under dim light, the young Leon curled in a corner, his gaze a mix of vigilance and despair. Tony Stark removed his damaged helmet, revealing a weary yet radiant face, handing him an energy bar. Eat up, kid. From this day forth, I've got your back. In the ruins of the New York battle, Leon summoned his first Corona, clumsily maneuvering floating cannons to shoot down Chitauri dragons, while Tony's armor soared past him, the public channel ringing with teasing laughter. Not bad, mechanical kid. In the Stark Tower laboratory, late at night, Leon dozed off on a workbench cluttered with mechanical parts, draped in Tony's iconic leather jacket. Meanwhile, Tony, sporting dark circles under his eyes, muttered curses at an incompatible energy formula displayed on a holographic screen. On the eve of Sokovia's fall, Leon's storm robot array carved a bloody path through Ultron's legion, with Tony's hoarse voice crackling over the comms. Leon, evacuate the civilians. Now, that's an order. And in those final moments, the flash of unwillingness and obedience in the boy's eyes. And just moments ago, on the cold metallic platform of the Hydra base, as Zola's mechanical tentacles were about to strike, it was Tony's reckless charge that shattered the gate with a blazing crimson flash. It was his heart-wrenching cry of Leon. A cascade of images, a tapestry of shared memories, infused with Tony's arrogance, guardianship, exhaustion, guilt, and that undeniable promise to protect you, accompanied by the fervent brotherhood and protective obsession ignited by Rhodes' burning life. Like a torrential flood of information, it surged fiercely and unreservedly into the sea of Leon's consciousness. Frozen by divinity, this time, the target of the impact was no longer the mere embers of Tony's will. Instead, it directly aimed at the innermost core, obscured by the order of Kappa and the radiant light of rebirth, that young Chinese boy from Queens. Cast into the vortex on the fateful golden night at the Internet CAF, Leon Lee, his very existence as a human being, those fears, desires, anger, and gratitude that formed the bedrock of his humanity. Leon's fingertip, poised to touch Tony's brow, abruptly froze a hair's breadth away. The divine halo spun wildly, flickering. The dark golden light of order clashed violently against the golden-red flames of creation, a tumultuous struggle. A cry, transcending all prior pain, erupted from Leon's throat like the anguished wail of a soul brutally torn asunder. His suspended body convulsed violently, contorting in agony, as his hands clutched his head tightly. His eyes, ablaze with divine radiance, were now filled with unprecedented chaos and torment. The dark golden flames of his left eye flickered wildly, as cold electronic logic frantically scrolled. External high-dimensional emotional data flood, invading core logic protocol, compromised execute, highest priority clearance, failed threat level, unknown error. Meanwhile, the golden red flames of his right eye flickered like a lighthouse amidst a storm, shining fiercely. The imprint of Tony's will, under the onslaught of Rhodey's memory torrent, was not devoured by the divine. Rather, it burst forth with renewed vigor, radiating an even more intense light. It transformed from a mere guardian's mark into a bridge and amplifier connecting those memories, awakening Leon's very essence. No. Leon's roar intertwined with Tony's fury and the boy's anguished shriek. The brilliance of the divine halo instantly became tumultuous. Inside the cockpit, the raging energy currents resembled a chaotic tornado, lifting debris and fragments into the air. Natasha and Clint were violently hurled away. The aircraft emitted a terrifying wail as it neared disintegration. Deep within his consciousness, an unprecedented ultimate war erupted. The cold order of Gaboga functioned like a colossal machine of interlocking gears, striving to crush those tainted human memories and emotional data. The nascent mechanical divine radiance sought to merge and dominate all, incorporating order and emotion into its frigid framework. In contrast, Tony's will imprint acted as a searing wedge, firmly lodged in the core, frantically prying apart Gaboga's shackles of order while guiding Rhodey's flood of memories toward the deeply buried self. In the deepest recesses, a fragment of consciousness belonging to Leon began to tremble like a dormant volcano, stirred by the torrent of memories and the prodding of Tony's will. The emotions, frozen by divinity, surged forth, an overwhelming sense of reliance and gratitude towards Tony, shock and guilt for Rhodey's sacrifice, seething rage against Pierce and Zola, and a fierce struggle against his own fate, boiling and roaring like molten lava, striving to break free from the icy confinement. I am Leon, not a key, not a god. A faint yet unmistakably clear thought emerged, piercing the chaos like a newborn cry, resonating at the core of the storm of consciousness. With this declaration of intent, the violently chaotic divine halo surrounding Leon abruptly contracted inward. The dark golden lines of order and the golden red flames of creation ceased their conflict, beginning to whirl and merge like yin and yang. A more subdued, profound gray-golden light, seemingly embodying the cold rules of the universe and the fiery essence of life, began to emanate from within his being. This light no longer carried the suffocating absolute pressure of before. Instead, it exuded an indescribable weight and balance. His hands, which had tightly grasped his head, gradually loosened, and his lowered visage slowly lifted. When his eyes reopened, the dark golden hue of his left eye remained cold. Yet it no longer bore the hallmark of pure indifference. Instead, It now contained a hint of profound depth. The fiery gold red of his right eye still burned intensely. Yet the fury that once consumed it had abated, revealing a core imbued with a touch of humanity's warmth. More importantly, within the depths of those eyes, where divinity had once entirely obscured his gaze, there now resided a clear reflection of himself. He was no longer a frigid weapon nor a blazing deity, but a battered youth, weary yet strikingly lucid. Rod Leon's lips trembled as he uttered hoarse, parched sounds, akin to rusted gears reluctantly creaking back into motion. Imbued with the exhaustion of survival and a tremor of lingering trepidation, he slowly turned his head towards the corner of the cabin wall, where a figure, carbonized and cracked, with a breath as faint as a flickering candle in the wind, still fixed its burning crimson eyes upon him. A drop of murky liquid, mingling with blood and an ineffable complexity of emotions, slowly trickled from the corner of Leon's recently humanized eye. Divinity had not vanished. Rather, the anchor of humanity had, after a grueling struggle amidst the call of life's end, been painstakingly driven back into the depths of his soul. Yet beneath that gray-golden light of balance, the cold gears of Jiboga continued their silent rotation. Tony's mark burned fiercely, and within the remnants of the Zola virus's obliteration, did deeper shadows still lurk? Chapter 51. Ashes of Rebirth. Rod's hoarse, dry voice emerged from Leon's throat with difficulty, reminiscent of sandpaper grating against rusted machinery. His lowered head gradually rose, his pupils, recently stripped of absolute divinity and now reflecting his true self, wearily yet clearly fixated on the nearly charred figure in the corner of the cabin. A drop of murky liquid, mingled with blood and the complex emotions of surviving catastrophe, silently traced down Leon's cracked cheek, splattering upon the cold alloy floor, creating a tiny splash. Rod was embedded in the distorted, deformed wall, his body resembling a piece of charred wood, skin extensively carbonized and cracked, revealing dark red, singed muscle tissue beneath. The layer of crimson flame, exchanged for his very life, had long since extinguished, leaving only a faint dark red glow, flickering weakly through the fissures like a candle struggling against the wind, on the verge of total extinguishment. Each feeble breath was accompanied by the hissing sound of hot air mingling with fragmented organs, the essence of life, so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Upon witnessing Rod's almost unrecognizable state, Leon's pupils, which had only just returned to humanity, suddenly constricted. An overwhelming pain from the depths of his soul and an immense guilt instantly engulfed him. It was because of him, due to the uncontrollable chaos of Jiboga. Because of his divine rage, Rod had become this way. To awaken him, Rod had nearly burned through his own life. Leon's lips quivered, suppressing a whimper that rose from his throat. He stumbled forward, surrounded by a shimmering gray-golden light that epitomized a delicate balance between frigid order and fervent life, undulating gently like a breath. "Leon, be careful," Natasha urged, struggling to rise from the ground, her voice laced with urgency and concern. She could see the pain and determination in Leon's eyes, as well as the flickering flame of life within Rod that seemed on the verge of extinguishing. She feared that Leon's fragile state, recently restored, might suffer dire consequences if he were to forcibly wield that terrifying power once more. Leon did not glance back. His focus was solely on Rod. Deep within his gray-golden pupils, a golden-red glow, a testament to Tony's indomitable will, flickered with undeniable protective intent. The dark golden lines of Gibo, emblematic of cold order, flowed steadily, providing a precise framework for calculation. At the very core, Leon's own will erupted with unprecedented resolve and a yearning for redemption. He slowly raised his right hand. The tips of his fingers no longer radiated the destructive divine light of before, but instead coalesced into a soft, restrained gray-golden halo. This halo no longer warped space. Rather, it emanated a strange, chilling vitality. "Rod." Leon's voice remained hoarse, yet was imbued with an unwavering certainty. "Hold on." At the instant his words fell, a surge of the gray-golden halo erupted from his fingertips, transforming into a concentrated beam akin to liquid metal, precisely penetrating Rod's most grievous, charred wound that revealed bone beneath. The moment the beam made contact, a hum resonated. Rod's dim, ash-like crimson glow, akin to embers, erupted as though doused with scalding fuel, bursting into a vibrant, life-filled golden-red radiance. This light was no longer the destructive flame that drained life, but rather a phoenix fire, forcefully refined and reinforced by order. The gray-golden beam, like a masterful weaver, guided this resurrection fire. The edges of Rod's horrific, carbonized wounds appeared as if they were being meticulously peeled away by an unseen chisel. The charred skin sloughed off, revealing beneath it the dark red of newly formed flesh. Where the gray-golden beam passed, severed blood vessels were forcibly realigned and connected. The carbonized muscle fibers reshaped under the fervent phoenix fire, akin to molten steel. Even the fractured bones, under the embrace of the gray-golden light, emitted faint cracking sounds as they were forcibly corrected and mended. This was no mere healing. It was a life reconstitution at the core of the dire virus's phoenix power. Constrained by the rules of space. A miracle where cold, order, and fervent life harmonized flawlessly. Rod, still in a stupor, began to tremble violently. His throat emitted a sound of pain, yet imbued with the essence of rebirth. The carbonized skin peeled away in large swathes, unveiling rapidly regenerating, healthily crimson skin beneath. His previously feeble breaths transformed into robust and vigorous inhalations, as his chest began to rise and fall with newfound strength. The vibrant crimson gold aura, a symbol of vitality, enveloped his entire being like a flowing lava armor. In a mere span of seconds, as the gray gold beam from Leon's fingertips gradually retracted, the war machine, nearly reduced to charred remains in the corner of the chamber, vanished. In its place knelt Rod, draped in a shimmering layer of crimson gold, akin to freshly birthed lava skin. The horrific wounds that marred his body had completely vanished, his muscular contours now more pronounced and powerful, exuding an explosive sense of strength. His scarlet eyes suddenly flared open, deep within their pupils burning a more refined and stable golden-red flame. A potent and unwavering heat, mingled with the majesty of rebirth through fire, radiated from him. Rod gazed in disbelief at his newly reborn hands, feeling the surging energy within him, far more formidable and controlled than before, along with a vigor reminiscent of phoenix-like resurrection. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the pale-faced youth ahead, who swayed slightly, the gray-gold halo at his fingertips having dimmed. Leon. Rod's voice trembled with shock and the rawness of survival. Leon beheld Rod, restored to his former self, even more powerful. A flicker of fatigue yet relief danced in his gray-gold pupils. Just as he attempted to conjure a smile, an overwhelming wave of weakness and a violent headache struck him. The exertion of guiding the fused power for such intricate life reconstruction was a tremendous burden on his recently stabilized will and body. His form swayed, darkness clouded his vision, and he teetered backward. "Be careful," Natasha and Qin exclaimed in unison. Rod reacted swiftly, appearing beside Leon as if teleporting, his hands, now adorned with the new lava-like skin, yet remarkably steady, firmly supported Leon's faltering frame. "Are you all right?" Rod's voice brimmed with urgency, sensing Leon's coldness and slight tremors. I'm fine, just a bit drained." Leon managed to stand, his voice weak. He met Rod's concerned scarlet gaze. A warm sense of survival intertwined with a heavy sense of responsibility enveloping his heart. "Rod, thank you." The young man's voice trembled slightly as Rod patted Leon's shoulder with careful restraint, his crimson eyes revealing unmistakable relief and lingering fear. "It's just good to be alive." At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire Quinjet shook violently as if struck by a colossal hammer. The piercing alarm finally drowned out the moans of the engines, erupting into a frenzied cacophony. Red lights flickered like the eyes of a dying beast, bathing the cabin in a bloody hue. "Warning. Rear engine completely failed. Attitude control system collapsed. Altitude rapidly descending. Estimated time to impact, 120 seconds. Clint's eyes widened as he stared at the frantic red data flashing on the main control screen and the sharply descending altitude curve, his voice grave to the utmost degree. Through the violently trembling front window, the rapidly enlarging scene of Queens, New York, shrouded in the explosive smoke of Zola's base and the chaos of Hydra's attack, came into view. The city resembled a shattered chessboard, engulfed in fire and thick smoke. An emergency landing was imperative. Seek open ground. Natasha gripped the control stick tightly, striving to find a semblance of balance amidst the chaos. Yet the aircraft's posture was as uncontrollable as a drunken man. Rod's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively shielded the weakened Leon behind him, the searing energy coalescing in his palm, bracing for the worst impact. His gaze swept over the still unconscious Tony on the floor, and his heart sank further. Tony's injuries were too severe. He was entirely reliant on Leon's earlier spatial force to maintain stability, which could not withstand the shock of an emergency landing. Leon, forcing himself through pain and weakness, scanned the out-of-control aircraft and the chaotic city below with his gray-golden eyes. Jepaga's cold logic instantaneously calculated countless emergency landing routes and survival probabilities. but all outcomes pointed towards annihilation. The imprint of Tony's will fiercely warned, protect Rod and Tony at all costs. Conversely, Leon's will erupted with an unprecedented desire for survival and a resolute determination to protect. In a flash of inspiration, Leon abruptly pushed Rod's supportive hand away. He stepped forward, positioning himself in the center of the violently shaking cockpit. With both hands thrust together before his chest, he proclaimed, "Hum." The dim gray-golden glow surrounding him surged once more, but this time, it was far from gentle. Within the radiance, cold, dark, golden lines of order emerged with unprecedented clarity. Intertwining and constructing, the golden-red flames of creation transformed into a torrent of flowing energy, furiously infusing the assembly. A vast spatial array, several meters in diameter. Intricately and precisely structured, composed of countless dark, golden geometric shapes, with golden-red energy circuits coursing across its surface, rapidly coalesced between Leon's palms. The array began to rotate slowly, emanating a peculiar wave of stabilization that soothed the turbulent air. "Leon, what are you doing?" Rod exclaimed, sensing Leon's essence rapidly waning. "Secure everyone. Hold onto the walls." Leon's voice was hoarse yet resolute, carrying an undeniable command. His gray-golden eyes locked onto a relatively open area below, littered with the debris of explosions in an abandoned factory district. With a forceful push of his palms forward, hum. The enormous gray-golden spatial array detached from his hands, expanding like a tangible wheel of light, enveloping the entire out-of-control Quinjet. A miracle occurred. The aircraft, previously tumbling down like a drunken man, was instantly cradled by an invisible giant hand as it was shrouded in the gray-golden wheel. The violent turbulence ceased in an instant. The violent vibrations halted abruptly. Even the piercing alarms within the cockpit seemed to be muted. The aircraft descended towards the abandoned factory district with a defiance of physical laws. In an absolutely stable manner, like a feather gently floating downwards. The spatial stabilization field. How could this be possible? Clint gazed at the overload data on the control screen, which had suddenly returned to zero, alongside the tranquil flight posture, rendered speechless by the shock. Natasha also looked incredulously at the serene scenery passing by outside, then turned her gaze to the young figure in the center of the cabin, who maintained the magical formation with both hands, his complexion as pale as parchment, his body trembling violently from immense exertion, yet still standing resolutely like a stabilizing pillar. Rod's crimson eyes were filled with astonishment and concern. He understood that Leon was exhausting his recently stabilized power, risking his life to secure a smooth landing for them all. Moments later, the Quinjet descended gracefully, as if gently lowered by an invisible hand, landing silently on the rubble-strewn ground of the abandoned factory district without stirring a speck of dust. The gray-gold spatial formation enveloping the aircraft gradually faded. Thud! Leon could no longer sustain himself. His knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. He propped himself up with his hands, gasping for breath as beads of sweat mixed with blood trickled down his forehead, falling onto the cold metallic floor. The gray-gold glow surrounding him extinguished completely, leaving behind an overwhelming weakness and the chill of exhaustion. The recently regained humanity in his eyes appeared somewhat vacant due to the tremendous drain. "Leon." Rod was the first to rush over, carefully lifting him up. "Cough." "I'm fine." Leon weakly shook his head, his gaze urgently fixed on the still unconscious Tony. "Tony, his vital signs are stable. Thanks to that earlier effort of yours." Natasha had swiftly assessed Tony's condition, her voice tinged with a sense of relief mixed with fear. Meanwhile, Clint remained vigilant, bow drawn, guarding the damaged cabin door, his sharp gaze sweeping over the devastated factory area shrouded in chaos and destruction. In the distance, the sounds of sirens, explosions, and cries faintly echoed, reminding them that the crisis was far from over. At that moment, a familiar roar of engines filled the sky. Several Quinjet aircraft adorned with the S.H.I.E.L.D. insignia soared like falcons, slicing through the smoke above Queens, racing toward their location. The lead aircraft opened its hatch, revealing a tall figure clad in a black trench coat, an eye patch covering his left eye, leaning against the edge of the hatch, surveying the scene below. Nick Fury. His single eye scanned the chaotic landing site, taking in the shattered aircraft, the frail Leon supported by Rod, and the unconscious Tony. Finally resting on Rod, whose body glowed with a molten golden hue, exuding a powerful, searing aura. Fury's face bore no relief from survival, only a cold seriousness, tinged with an imperceptible, deeper wariness. He pressed down on the communicator, his icy voice resonating through the ruins. "War Machine, Rhodes." Mechanic, Leon. According to Article 7 of the Supplementary Provisions of the Superhuman Registration Act and the Special Security Regulations of S. H. I. E. L. D. You two have been officially designated as Level 1 surveillance targets due to your involvement in large-scale urban destruction, energy instability, and potential uncontrollable threats. Chapter 52. The Ashen Barrier. Nick Fury's chilling voice, akin to the frigid winds of Siberia, cut through the remnants of smoke and the acrid scent of charred ruins in the abandoned factory district via the Quinjet's loudspeaker. War Machine, James Rhodes, and Mechanic, Leon Lee. Level 1 surveillance target. Rhodes' eyes, recently reborn and ablaze with a golden fire, narrowed sharply. Fury's icy words pierced through his momentary relief like a poisoned icicle, igniting a tumultuous fury within him, a blend of betrayal and the indomitable spirit of a soldier, erupting like a long-suppressed volcano. His fists, now clad in skin reminiscent of molten lava, clenched tightly, and the golden radiance surged from his body, distorting the air with searing waves of heat. Fury, what the hell are you talking about? Rhodes' voice thundered with the fury of molten rock. We just clawed our way out of Hydra's lair. We obliterated Pierce's base. Leon nearly sacrificed himself. Tony is still unconscious. And you dare label this a threat? Surveillance, my foot. He stepped forward, his towering figure resembling a wall of burning lava, shielding the frail, pale-faced Leon behind him. His golden eyes fixated on the hovering S. H. I. E. L. D. aircraft in the sky, radiating unabashed hostility and a clear warning. Natasha and Clint's expressions darkened instantaneously. Natasha instinctively placed her hand on her widow's bite, while Clint's arrow, once aimed outward, now subtly shifted toward the sky. Fury's actions exceeded their expectations and breached their limits. Standing at the hatch of the foremost aircraft, Fury's black trench coat billowed in the gusts of wind. His singular eye, cold and probing, disregarded Rhodes' furious roars and pierced through the swirling smoke, locking onto the boy behind Rhodes, who leaned against the shattered wall, swaying precariously. Leon's face was pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat mingling with dust trickling down his forehead. The recent exertion of forcibly activating the gray-gold spatial array for a safe descent had nearly drained him of his last vestiges of strength. The once resplendent gray-gold aura, emblematic of balance and power, had completely faded, leaving only a profound chill of weakness and a disorienting sense of exhaustion. His gray-gold eyes, somewhat unfocused, struggled to concentrate on the imposing black figure in the sky, filled with fatigue, confusion, and a twinge of pain from Fury's frigid proclamation. Leon. Fury's voice resonated once more, colder and imbued with an undeniable authority. Your capabilities, particularly the primordial spatial force within you, he deliberately refrained from mentioning the name Gabe, have been deemed a paramount potential threat. The tactical nuclear explosion beneath Queens, along with the obliteration of the Zola base, has exceeded manageable limits. For the safety of the city, for everyone, including yourself, you must submit to oversight and evaluation. As for you, Colonel, Fury's gaze shifted toward Rhodes, who loomed like a titan of molten rock. The newly awakened energy within you is equally unknown and highly unstable. Level 1 monitoring is essential to prevent unforeseen catastrophes from occurring. This is an order, as well as a protocol. Protocol? An order? Rhodes laughed bitterly, his voice reverberating and causing debris to tumble around them. What the hell is your protocol? Where was your damned protocol when I fought alongside Tony in those Afghan caves? When we battled aliens over New York? Now you speak of protocol? Monitoring? Fine. Wait until Tony awakens. Let him speak to you himself. Now, take your people and get the hell out. Fury's single eye narrowed slightly, a glimmer of dangerous intent flashing across his face. Colonel Rhodes, please be mindful of your identity and your words. You are defying the highest directive of S. H. I. E. L. D. I am defying bullshit. Rhodes roared, the golden light emanating from him intensifying, the ground beneath him beginning to melt with a hissing sound. His presence was akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, exuding an unwavering resolve to incinerate everything in his path. You want to take me? You'll have to step over my ashes first. Go ahead, try it. The atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point, tension palpable. In the skies above, the weapon mounts of S. H. I. E. L. D.S. Quinjet silently slid open, revealing gleaming energy cannons and missile launchers. The cold red light firmly locked onto Rhodes and Leon amidst the ruins below. On the ground, several elite S. H. I. E. L. D. tactical teams descended alongside Fury's aircraft, clad in heavy ride armor, wielding specialized energy weapons and binding net launchers, advancing swiftly from all directions like a torrent of steel. The heavy footsteps and the sound of weapons being readied echoed throughout the debris, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Fury, are you insane? Natasha finally could no longer contain herself, speaking sharply into her communicator. They are comrades, heroes who have just averted a greater disaster. Agent Natasha, Agent Clint. Fury's voice remained unflinching. Fulfill your duties. Control the scene and ensure the safe containment of Level 1 target. This is an order. Natasha and Clint exchanged a glance, both recognizing the struggle and anguish reflected in each other's eyes. On one side stood a battle-worn comrade, recently returned from the brink, while on the other loomed the highest orders of S, H, I, E, L, D, and the chilling protocols. In that critical moment, a faint yet distinct cough shattered the suffocating stalemate. It was Tony. At Natasha's feet, Tony Stark lay on the ground, his body twitching slightly, his eyelids fluttering vigorously. Slowly, he began to open his eyes. The iconic caramel-colored pupils, now marred by crimson veins, were filled with profound exhaustion and bewilderment. However, this was swiftly overshadowed by the scene unfolding before him. He beheld the hovering, weapon-laden S, H, I, E, L, D, aircraft in the sky. Below, amidst the ruins, stood Rhodey, like a molten fortress protecting Leon, locked in a standoff with the S, H, I, E, L, D, Special Forces. He witnessed the anguish etched on Natasha and Clint's faces, and he saw Fury's expression of cold resolve. In that instant, clarity dawned upon him. He comprehended the gravity of the situation. Fury's voice, hoarse and shattered, reeked of blood and barely contained fury. With Natasha's assistance, he struggled to sit up, his battered nanotech armor groaning under the strain, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Fury, each word emerging as if squeezed from between clenched teeth. Dare to lay a finger on them? Tony's awakening was akin to dropping a boulder upon a taut string. Fury's single eye narrowed slightly. Rhodey's golden gaze flickered, his taut muscles relaxing for a brief moment. A glimmer of hope passed through Natasha and Clint's eyes. Yet, Fury's next utterance extinguished that flicker of hope entirely. Stark, I am glad to see you alive. Fury's voice remained icy, but your condition requires thorough evaluation. As for your demands, he paused, his eyes sweeping over Tony's shattered armor and weakened form, bearing an almost cruel calmness. In light of the highest security protocols, they are invalid. The operation continues. Objective, secure Leon Lee. Disarm Rhodey. If there is resistance, authorize the use of non-lethal suppression. Tony's eyes blazed with fury as he struggled to rise, only to be struck by searing pain from his injuries, causing him to spew blood once more. Take action. Fury's command resonated like a final judgment. Buzz. In the sky, the energy cannons of several Quinjet fighters ignited with blinding brilliance. On the ground, the foremost S, H, I, E, L, D operatives activated their specialized energy binding net launchers. Numerous metallic nets, crackling with high-voltage arcs capable of incapacitating even the god of thunder, tore through the air like a hunting web, shrieking as they descended upon the weakened Leon and the protective Rhodey. Seek death. The last shred of hesitation in Rhodey's eyes was consumed by an overwhelming wrath. He unleashed a deafening roar, his entire form aglow with molten golden light. Erupting to its zenith as if igniting a human sun, the searing shockwave radiated outward, instantly melting nearby rubble and metallic debris into molten iron. With a mighty thrust, he propelled both fists forward, no longer merely a molten fist, but a shockwave of golden energy imbued with the stabilizing essence of Leon's divine power. Boom, boom. Two concentrated beams, akin to molten spears, collided violently with the oncoming electrified binding nets. ZZZZZT. The jarring sound of energy annihilation erupted instantaneously. The metallic net, imbued with formidable binding power, disintegrated upon contact with the crimson golden beam, melting away like ice and snow cast into a furnace, vaporizing completely without leaving even a trace of an electric arc. The relentless crimson beam continued its path, crashing violently into the heavy riot armor of the foremost Special Operations team members. Bang, bang, bang. The resilient alloy armor melted through as if it were mere paper. Contorting under the force, several team members were hurled backward as if struck by a high-speed train, screaming in agony as they crashed heavily into the debris behind them. Their fates uncertain. Open fire, roared the Special Operations commander from the rear. In the sky, multiple thick beams of energy, akin to whips of divine punishment, tore through the air, striking mercilessly towards the area occupied by Rod and Leon. On the ground, even more energy weapons discharged, unleashing a torrential downpour of energy projectiles. Rod let out a furious roar, charging forward instead of retreating. He forcefully propelled the weakened Leon towards the relatively intact wreckage of a fighter jet behind them. Simultaneously, his lava-skinned form erupted with an even more blinding crimson radiance. He crossed his arms before him, as a colossal shield forged from pure lava energy materialized instantaneously, its surface shimmering with faint gray-golden stabilizing patterns. Boom, 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 boom. The relentless energy assaults from shield crashed upon the crimson shield like a tempest. The dazzling explosion engulfed the position of Rod and Leon in an instant. The shockwave once more lifted the surrounding debris. In the midst of the swirling smoke and dust, the massive crimson shield trembled violently, ripples spreading wildly across its surface, as the explosive force continuously stripped away the molten energy from its edges, sending it splattering everywhere. Rod's arms, clad in lava skin, bulged with muscle, veins protruding, while the ground beneath him sank deeply, melting into magma. He strained to hold his ground, his crimson eyes ablaze with indomitable will. Behind the shield, Leon curled beneath the wreckage of the jet, his gray-golden eyes fixated intensely on Rod's figure, which resembled a burning fortress, his nails digging deeply into the cold ground as his frail body trembled violently with a mix of anger and helplessness. Fury, stop! Natasha could no longer contain herself, aiming the Widow's bite at the approaching Special Operations team members. Clint's arrow was also aimed at the fighter jet's engine above. Agent Romanoff, Agent Barton, this is your final warning. Lay down your weapons. Otherwise, you will be deemed traitors. Fury's cold voice resonated like an ultimatum. Just as the flames of battle were on the brink of eruption, and Rod was about to be overwhelmed by concentrated firepower, a sudden anomaly occurred. Virum, a wave of cold, chaotic energy, imbued with a powerful sense of spatial rift, surged forth from deep within the abandoned factory area. The source was unmistakably the area previously swept by the destructive energy shockwave from Zola's base. Following this, a tremendous spatial fissure, its edges flickering with ominous purple-black serrated light, tore open abruptly in the center of the factory's ground, resembling a giant eye of hell that had suddenly been unleashed. In the crack, it is not mere darkness, but a tumultuous, viscous energy swirling deep purple like oil, a nauseating, malevolent aura, infused with the stench of decaying metal and blood, spreads outwards as if it were a tangible entity. Alarms blare. Detection of extraordinarily high-intensity spatial fluctuations. Energy attributes, unknown. Extremely dangerous. The alarms within every S, H, I, L, D aircraft erupt simultaneously. Fury's singular eye suddenly swivels toward the enormous rift that has appeared, his expression undergoing a profound transformation for the first time. In the next moment, a roar, an inhuman, terrifying bellow, rife with brutality and insatiable hunger, echoes forth like a horn from the abyss, erupting from the depths of that rift. Immediately following, a massive claw, shrouded in pitch-black armor and oozing deep purple slime, akin to a truck in size, thrusts menacingly from the fissure, clawing fiercely at its edge. Chapter 53, Abyssal Claw, a Roar. The inhuman bellow, akin to the horn of the abyss, laden with savagery, hunger, and pure malevolent intent, shatters the silence of the factory district. The sound seems to emanate from a rotten, hellish maw, causing every heart to race and every soul to tremble. Fury's single eye narrows in alarm. The S, H, I, E, L, D. Special Forces' fierce assault comes to an abrupt halt. The brilliance of the artillery in the sky dims in response. Every individual is ensnared by the sudden terror that emanates from the depths of the spatial rift. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening crash and violent tremors of the ground, the claw, cloaked in obsidian armor and seeping purple viscous fluid, exerts its strength. The rift, akin to a forcibly torn wound, instantaneously widens by a factor of 2. The viscous, oil-like, deep purple energy surges forth like a torrent of foul blood. Then an immense, twisted, grotesque figure, beyond description, forcibly emerges from the rift. Towering over 5 meters, its body appears to be a grotesque amalgamation of decaying black metal and writhing shadows, covered in jagged onyx armor from which the fetid purple slime incessantly oozes. Its head resembles that of a skinned giant lizard, devoid of eyes, featuring a massive maw that occupies most of its cranium, filled with spiral-shaped, razor-sharp teeth. 2 robust hind limbs, akin to battering rams, support its form, while its forelimbs are the very claws that pried open the rift. At this moment, the claws are entwined with ethereal, purplish-black spatial fissures. exuding a disquieting aura of slicing energy. The abyssal demon, Leon, with golden gray pupils, suddenly constricts, his feeble voice tinged with dread as he recognizes the source of this horror from the cold order of the Gyapaga. This is no earthly creature. It hails from beyond the spatial barrier torn asunder by the self-destruction of the Zola base, a terrifying being marked by the Gyapaga database as belonging to the abyssal dimension. Open fire. Target, unknown creature. Maximum firepower. Fury's roar instantly drowns out the demon's howl. The cold command severs all hesitation. The duty of S-H-I-E-L-D is eternally the first line of defense. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sky was dominated by the swift Qin-class fighters, a barrage of formidable energy beams. Akin to the furious spears of judgment, ruthlessly struck the abyssal demon that had just emerged from the fissure. On the ground, the Special Forces operatives, quick to react, immediately redirected their firearms. A relentless storm of energy projectiles rained down upon the grotesque figure. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious explosions instantaneously engulfed the abyssal demon. Flames soared into the heavens. Energy currents rampaged uncontrollably. Yet, even as the smoke lingered, a more furious roar erupted. The gargantuan form of the abyssal demon surged forth from the inferno, its ebony carapace marred only by a few shallow scorch marks, while deep purple viscous fluid writhed as if alive, swiftly mending its wounds. The energy projectiles, potent enough to rend tanks asunder, struck its surface like a drop in the ocean, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Ignoring the onslaught from both sky and ground, its eyeless lizard head pivoted towards the wreckage where Leon and Rod resided. Its massive maw, adorned with spiraled fangs, gaped wide, unleashing a terrifying pull imbued with spatial distortion and a will of destruction. Buzz. Leon felt an irresistible force seize his body with ferocious intensity. It felt as though his very soul was being wrenched from his corporeal form. His already weakened body, akin to a leaf in a tempest, was lifted from the ground, hurtling towards the abyssal maw. Leon. Rod's eyes brimmed with desperation. Having just withstood a barrage from S-H-I-E-L-D, his golden shield teetering on the brink of collapse, he witnessed Leon being drawn away, igniting the molten energy within him that surged forth like a volcano. Get away, Rod bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder. He propelled himself off the ground, the molten energy transforming the earth beneath into a pool of crimson magma. He resembled a blazing meteor, striking first. His right arm, shrouded in molten rock, descended upon the wrist of the abyssal demon's claw reaching for Leon. Imbued with the searing heat of alchemized gold and the terrifying momentum augmented by spatial forces. Crash! The sound reverberated like two mountains colliding. The profound rumble was accompanied by the piercing noise of energy annihilation and the cracking of bones, those of the demon's armor. Rod's wrathful strike wielded far greater power than before. His molten fist smashed into the thick bone joint of the abyssal demon's claw. The resilient ebony armor instantly spiderwebbed with cracks. The deep purple fluid roiled violently, as if boiling, evaporating under the strain. A tremendous shockwave jolted the massive body of the abyssal demon. The formidable pull was abruptly severed. Leon plummeted like a kite cut from its string, only to be narrowly caught by Natasha's timely leap. Roar! The abyssal demon emitted a cry of agony and rage. Its stricken claw hung limply, yet the other, unscathed claw glimmered with a purplish-black light that tore through the fabric of space, sweeping towards Rod with the swiftness of lightning. Rod, having just expended his strength, found himself unprepared for the imminent onslaught. Faced with the terrifying claw, he could only feebly cross his arms in a protective gesture across his chest as the crimson golden shield rapidly coalesced. With a sharp hiss, the shield failed to fully withstand the onslaught. The colossal claw, entwined with purple-black fissures of space, tore through the edges of the shield with the ease of a hot knife slicing through butter. The razor-sharp talons viciously grazed Rod's chest, covered in molten lava skin. The sound of cutting was excruciating, accompanied by the violent clash of lava energy and spatial rifts. The remarkably resilient newly formed lava skin on Rod's chest was brutally ripped open, leaving 3 horrific gashes that exposed bone. The edges of the wounds were charred and curling, as deep purple corrosive energy from the rift frantically devoured the crimson gold lava essence. The agonizing pain elicited a muffled groan from Rod, propelling him like a cannonball into a heap of twisted steel debris, raising a cloud of dust. Rod. Leon struggled in Natasha's embrace, his gray-gold eyes instantly filled with a tumult of anger and fear. witnessing the horrifying wounds on Rod's chest, emanating a purple-black aura, and the pained expression twisted by the corrosive forces of space. A chilling fury surged from the depths of his soul, mingling with the directives of the Order of Jiboga, shattering the frail bonds of weakness. Target, abyssal threat. Elimination directive. The cold, electronic voice resonated in the depths of Leon's mind. With a jolt, Leon broke free from Natasha's support. He forcibly straightened his body, his gray-gold pupils consumed entirely by a chilling dark golden order. The golden-red flames in his right eye were forcibly suppressed. He formed seals with his hands at an extraordinary speed, transcending all limits. The movements were rigid yet executed with absolute precision. Complex, dizzying spatial runes, composed purely of dark golden energy, manifested and intertwined around him. Leon. No. Natasha gasped. Witnessing Leon's face turn as pale as parchment, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He was depleting his life force to forcibly summon the power of Jiboga. Yet, Leon paid no heed. His gaze was solely fixed on the abyssal claw that had wounded Rod, now turning its attention back to him. The runes swiftly coalesced. A dark golden spatial array, exuding an extreme cold and cutting aura, materialized in an instant. Spatial severance. A chilling command escaped Leon's throat. A slender crack, as fine as a hair and edged in pitch black, capable of devouring all light, silently shot forth from the center of the array, its speed surpassing visual perception. It accurately targeted the wrist of the abyssal demon's colossal claw. This time, it was not a mere physical clash like Rod's. The minuscule spatial fissure pierced through the abyssal demon's thick wrist, covered in dark bone armor and oozing deep purple viscous liquid, with the precision of the sharpest scalpel. There were no explosions, no sparks, only a spine-chilling obliteration. The claw, as large as a truck, began to vanish from the wrist, as if erased by a higher-dimensional eraser, fading silently into oblivion. The surface of the severed end was smooth as a mirror. Not a single drop of blood or a trace of viscous fluid seeped forth. It was as if that part of the limb had never existed. Ack! The abyssal demon emitted an unprecedented, earth-shattering wail. The sound was filled with inconceivable agony and rage. Its massive form writhed in madness from the excruciating pain. The deep purple slime at the severed wrist squirmed in an attempt to mend itself, yet was relentlessly obstructed by the annihilating forces of space. Effective. Clint's eyes sparkled with realization as he seized the opportunity. A specially crafted arrow, shimmering with high-frequency vibrations, was released with precision, striking the demon's gaping maw, widened by its torment. Boom. The arrow exploded deep within its throat. The high-frequency waves wreaked havoc on its internal structure, transforming the demon's wails into pitiful whimpers. The aircraft of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the skies once more concentrated their fire. Energy beams struck fiercely against the demon's body, now unbalanced after losing its massive claws, erupting into charred wounds. The tide of battle seemed to shift in an instant. However, alarm. The energy levels of the spatial rift surged dramatically. Multiple high-energy reactions detected. Jarvis's voice faintly echoed within Tony's damaged armor. After unleashing the spatial severance, Leon felt his strength wane, collapsing once more to the ground. Gasping for breath, the gray-golden light dimmed to its nadir. He struggled to lift his gaze towards the colossal spatial rift. Deep within the fissure, tumultuous, deep purple energy swirled like boiling oil. Countless pairs of crimson eyes, brimming with savagery and hunger, flickered in the darkness like a swarm awakened from hell. Moreover, an even more terrifying and ancient malevolent will than the severed claw demon. Akin to a colossal beast of annihilation stirring from slumber, slowly zeroed in on this area. No, not just one. Leon's voice was laced with despair and hoarseness. Roar. Hiss. As if to validate his words, the rift suddenly expanded once more. Several smaller, yet equally grotesque abyssal creatures, resembling a hideous amalgamation of skinned lizards and twisted insects, surged forth. They roared, their crimson eyes instantly locking onto all life-signaling targets on the ground. S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, Natasha, Clint, the weakened Leon, Rhodes in the ruins, and the unconscious Tony. The minions of the abyss, like a flood breaking its dam, had officially arrived. Hold the line. Protect the civilian evacuation zone. Requesting all support from headquarters. Fury's roar carried an urgency for the first time. He knew that personal command in the face of world-ending threats must yield. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Forces immediately redirected their weapons. energy arms spitting flames as they clashed with the oncoming horde of smaller demons. The sounds of explosions, roars, and screams resonated throughout the ruins. Natasha and Clint did not hesitate to join the fray. The widow's bite flickered with electricity, arrows flying like the harbingers of death. Yet the sheer number of creatures was overwhelming. Their speed was astonishing, their defense formidable. The front lines were rapidly collapsing. A creature resembling a colossal venomous scorpion, with its tail shimmering with purple-black poisonous stingers, disregarded the arrows that exploded upon striking its armored back. Its grotesque mandibles opened wide, dripping with corrosive venom as it lunged ferociously towards Elon, who had just been assisted by Natasha to a relatively safe corner, rendered too weak to move. Elon's gray-golden pupils reflected the menacing mandibles approaching him, as shadows of death swiftly enveloped him. He attempted to summon the last vestiges of his strength, but his body felt as if it were encased in lead, unable even to lift a finger. "Get back!" A roar, reminiscent of a wounded lion, erupted from the side. It was Rod. He struggled out from the steel ruins, his chest marked by 3 horrific wounds that continued to ooze with purple-black, corrosive energy. The crimson glow of molten lava at the edges of his wounds fought valiantly against the encroaching decay, the agony twisting his face. Yet, his scarlet eyes burned with a fury and a flame of protection more intense than molten rock itself. Seeing Elon on the brink of being devoured by the creature, Rod unleashed a power that surpassed all limits. Ignoring the excruciating pain and corrosion in his chest, he concentrated all of his molten energy into his right fist. That fist, enveloped in lava, emitted a blinding platinum light due to the intense concentration of energy and the forcibly stabilized characteristics of space. Boom! Rod, like a blazing meteor, crashed fiercely into the side of the venomous scorpion creature lunging at Elon. The platinum molten fist struck like a red-hot hammer against ice. With a sharp crack, the resilient exoskeleton melted and shattered. The platinum molten energy surged into the creature's body like molten steel, causing its massive form to swell abruptly like an inflated balloon, before erupting with a piercing shriek. Viscous purple bodily fluid and shattered exoskeleton scattered like a torrential rain. One punch. Instant annihilation. Ugh. The tremendous recoil and the intense pain in his chest caused Rod to stagger back, crashing heavily against the remnants of a wall, gasping for breath. The crimson glow flickering violently, while the purple-black corrosion of his chest wound seemed to expand once more. Yet, he stood resolutely before Elon, a blood-soaked lava war god, his scarlet eyes scanning the encroaching creatures, issuing a silent warning. Elon gazed at Rod's wounds, which had grown more grotesque in his efforts to protect him, and at his silhouette that remained steadfastly in front of him despite the pain. An indescribable pang of bitterness and a searing warmth surged through his weakened body. His gray-golden eyes trembled violently as Elon's emotions, akin to a flood breaking through a dam, shattered the constraints of cold order. Rod. Elon's voice was thick with emotion. Just then, a cry from Natasha echoed nearby. Elon and Rod turned abruptly. They beheld the comatose Tony, as the space around him warped eerily like rippling water. A diminutive, shadowy creature, barely half a man's height, and moving with the speed of a specter, had evaded all firepower and appeared beside Tony as if teleporting. His withered, claw-like arm lifted, the fingertips entwined with a purplish-black light that sliced through the air, fiercely thrusting toward the defenseless chest of Tony Stark, who lay unconscious. The target was the comatose Iron Man. No. Both Leon and Rhodes emitted desperate howls in unison. The distance was too great. Rescue was futile. In that critical moment, the unconscious Tony Stark furrowed his brow in profound agony. The shattered armor on his chest, housing the arc reactor, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, blinding radiance. A faint yet remarkably tenacious wave of willpower surged forth, akin to the disturbed breath of a slumbering dragon, sweeping through the air in an instant. The claw aimed at Tony's chest abruptly froze just half an inch from the armor. For the first time, fear flickered in the crimson eyes of the clawed creature. It seemed to sense a chilling warning emanating from a higher dimension, an order of cold, unyielding authority. In the next heartbeat, buzz. Beneath the tightly shut eyelids of Tony, a flash of pure, cold, dark golden light appeared, akin to the awakening of the cosmic eye, flickering momentarily. Simultaneously, a faint, intermittent electronic voice, reminiscent of a dreamlike whisper, resonated within the fractured helmet, carrying the chilling logic of a forced awakening. Gaboga Protocol Subordinate Guardian Directive activated. Target, Tony Stark. Vital signs sustained. External threat, Abyssal Entropy Demon. Clearance priority. The clawed creature, as if struck by an invisible hammer, emitted a piercing shriek and was violently propelled backward. Crashing into the debris, its shadowy form oscillating dramatically as if struck by some intangible force. The blinding blue glow emanating from Tony's chest gradually dimmed, and the dark golden light beneath his eyelids vanished as if it had never existed. He remained unconscious, his brow furrowed tighter, as though burdened by an immense mental strain. Leon's gray-golden pupils were fixed intently on Tony, filled with profound shock and disbelief. What had transpired in that fleeting moment? The wave, the cold electronic voice. The dark golden light. Was it Tony? Or was it Gayboga? What was happening deep within Tony's consciousness? Chapter 54. The Spatial Cage Gayboga Protocol. Subordinate Guardian Directive activated. Target, Tony Stark. Vital signs sustained. External threat, Abyssal Entropy Demon. Clearance priority. The cold, mechanical, emotionless electronic voice echoed faintly within Tony's fractured helmet, dissipating almost immediately. The explosive blue light from his chest swiftly faded, the dark golden glimmer beneath his eyelids entirely extinguished, leaving only his tightly knitted brow and a pained expression in unconsciousness. It was as if the bizarre transformation moments ago was merely the dying shell's final flicker, provoked by the looming threat of the abyss. Yet, the withered clawed creature, violently propelled by an unseen force and convulsing amidst the ruins, alongside the lingering terror in its eyes, silently recounted the raw reality and horror of that fleeting moment. Tony? Natasha darted to Tony's side, her vigilance sweeping the surroundings as the widow's sting crackled at her fingertips. Clint's arrowhead swiftly targeted the temporarily incapacitated creature. What was that? Rhodey gasped, clutching the horrific wound on his chest, where spatial energy clashed violently with purple-black energy and crimson lava, the agony shaking his voice, disbelief flooding his crimson eyes. He had been close enough to distinctly sense the cold wave of order emanating from Tony, one that was not his own. It bore a striking resemblance to the aura of Gayboga when Leon lost control, yet with subtle differences. Leon's gray-golden pupils fixated on the unconscious Tony, the shock within him akin to a tsunami. Gayboga's secondary guardian protocol? Activated within Tony. How is that possible? Gayboga's core consciousness resided within him. Could it be that in a state of unconsciousness, Tony partially accessed Gayboga's foundational power? Or had fragments of Gayboga's will stealthily permeated Tony's thoughts through numerous mental links and resonances? The chill brought by this revelation was more piercing than the abyssal monstrosity before him. He felt as though he had never truly comprehended the power within him or the complex and perilous bond between it and Tony. However, the threat of the abyss afforded him no time for contemplation. Roar, hisses, from the depths of the spatial rift. Amidst the chaotic maelstrom of deep purple energy resembling boiling oil, countless pairs of scarlet eyes ignited, accompanied by hair-raising roars. More varied abyssal creatures surged forth from the rift like a deluge of filth unleashed. Some resembled gigantic multi-legged centipedes, their carapaces slick with corrosive slime. Others floated like decaying jellyfish, their tentacles shimmering with purple-black energy whips, and even more, akin to the previous shadow assassins, darted with ghostly speed. The S.H.I.E.L.D. tactical team's defenses were instantly overwhelmed. Energy weapons striking the creature's resilient shells or ephemeral shadow forms yielded negligible results. Cries of anguish echoed. One operative was severed in half by the massive centipede creature, while another found himself ensnared by the jellyfish's tentacles, his body visibly desiccating and carbonizing. Hold the line. Firepower covering the rift's exit. Fury's roar reverberated across the chaotic battlefield, tinged with an unmistakable urgency. Several Quinjet aircraft unleashed a barrage upon the rift, attempting to suppress the onslaught of creatures, but to little avail. The sheer number of abyssal entities was overwhelming. A floating, decaying jellyfish creature disregarded the energy blasts exploding against its translucent form, as several tentacles, shimmering with purple-black energy, shot forth like venomous serpents, targeting Leon, who had just been rescued by Rhodey and was now weakly leaning against a crumbling wall. As the tendrils swept through the air, a hissing sound of corrosion echoed ominously. Caution was paramount. Natasha's widow's bite unleashed a high-voltage cable, ensnaring one of the tendrils. Flashes of electricity flickered, momentarily paralyzing it. Clint's explosive arrow struck the core of the jellyfish, erupting into a mass of slime, yet it could not halt the advance of the other tendrils. Rod's furious roar pierced the chaos, disregarding the searing pain and corrosion from the wound on his chest, as he forcefully summoned the energy of magma, his golden fists crashing towards the nearest tendril amidst a fiery gale. However, more tendrils descended upon Leon like an inescapable net. At this critical juncture, a resonant hum erupted. A wave of spatial distortion, grander and more terrifying than before, surged forth from the depths of the rift. The entire factory area quivered as if stones had been cast into water, rippling violently with visible eddies, their edges tinged with deep violet. Then came the thunderous roar. A colossal, indescribably massive claw, draped in layers of jagged, obsidian armor akin to mountains, thrust forth from the rift. The mere tip of this claw dwarfed the entire form of the previously severed demon. As the giant claw gripped the edge of the rift, a deep purple slime cascaded like a waterfall, instantly corroding and collapsing the ground it touched. An indescribable pressure, a fusion of spatial weight and pure malevolence, enveloped the battlefield like an invisible mountain of immeasurable magnitude. Time seemed to freeze. All the creatures charging, roaring, and battling became rigid, as if a pause button had been pressed. Even the floating, decaying jellyfish hung, suspended in midair. The energy beams fired by S.H.I.E.L.D. hung motionless in the atmosphere. The special forces maintained their stances for shooting or blocking, their faces frozen in terror. Rod's molten fist hovered just half a foot from the tendril. Natasha and Clint's movements also came to a complete halt. The very fabric of space had been forcibly solidified. Only thought remained in motion. An overwhelming dread, akin to a frigid tide, washed over the consciousness of all present. Even Fury, standing at the aircraft's hatch, revealed an unprecedented horror in his one eye. The Abyssal Matriarch, a true high-dimensional entity, had arrived. Leon's gray-gold pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. The cold order of Jepiga blared an unprecedented, piercing alarm within his mind. Detection of a high-dimensional Abyssal Lord entity has occurred. Spatial anchoring complete. Acceleration of dimensional barrier disintegration underway. Threat level, cosmic annihilation. Execute highest priority protocol. Spatial exile and mutual destruction plan in progress. A plan? What plan? Leon's heart plummeted into an icy abyss. Jepiga's chilling calculations informed him that, in his current state, even if he exhausted his life force, the probability of successfully banishing this entity was below 0.001. The greater likelihood was being dragged into the abyss along with this space, or being crushed in an instant. The colossal claw, reminiscent of a mountain, slowly ascended, its fingertips entwined with a purplish-black radiance capable of tearing through dimensions. It bore an intent to annihilate, disregarding the frozen space, inexorably descending towards the area below, where the greatest concentration of life's signatures, Tony, Rhodey, Natasha, Clint, and the remnants of S.H.I.E.L.D., was gathered. The movement was deliberate yet imbued with an absolute force that proclaimed the end. Resistance was futile, escape was impossible. The frozen space served as its most effective prison. No. In this stilled realm, Leon's soul emitted a silent scream. He beheld the descending claw of doom, gazing upon the frozen Rhodey, whose eyes burned with an indomitable flame. The resolute expressions of Natasha and Clint, and the furrowed brow of the unconscious Tony, all of which evoked an indescribable despair and anguish that threatened to tear him apart. Mutual destruction? Exile? The odds were slim, yet there was no alternative. A cold calculation formed in his consciousness. Detonate all spatial energy within himself to create a fleeting spatial tempest, attempting to disrupt the anchor of the mother entity. Perhaps this would grant a 1 in a million chance of escape. The cost, his own annihilation, along with everything in the core region. To sacrifice himself for a mere glimmer of hope for them. The chilling arithmetic yielded a brutal conclusion. Leon's gray golden eyes flickered intensely. The dark golden order in his left eye urged him to act, while the remnants of Tony's will in his right eye issued a painful warning. At the core of his being, Leon's will was submerged beneath overwhelming fear, reluctance, and a deep-seated unwillingness to part with life. He did not wish to die. He had just reclaimed the anchor of his humanity. He had yet to obliterate Pierce and Zola with his own hands. He had not properly expressed his gratitude to Rhodey. He had not told Tony that he had always viewed him as a paternal figure. Yet, the claw of oblivion, wielding the power to crush stars, loomed above them all. The frozen space began to emit a distressing groan, akin to shattering glass. Within Rhodey's frozen gaze, the terrifying shadow of the claw loomed, obscuring all light. Time was running out. A surge of primal energy, originating from the depths of his soul, a tempest of profound terror, reluctance, the fervor of guardianship, and a reckless resolve, swept away all hesitation and calculations. In an instant, Leon's gray golden eyes were filled with a burning determination. The cold plan of Guy Boge? No, he would choose for himself. To unleash the spatial energy? To obliterate everything? That was the last resort. Before that moment, he still possessed a card to play. A final gambit born from the fusion of Guy Boja's cold order and the imprint of Tony's will, driven by his own humanity. The spatial prison. Leon's soul let forth a cry that transcended all limits within the frozen space. He disregarded Guy Boja's plan, forcibly summoning the gray golden power within him that had only just stabilized, a force symbolizing balance and fusion. This energy surged forth in an instant, no longer constructing aggressive rifts, nor merely a gentle stabilizing force. Buzz, centered around Leon, a microcosmic domain, less than 10 meters in diameter, composed of an intricate geometric structure pulsating with a myriad of swiftly rotating, intertwining, and flowing shades of gray and gold, suddenly expanded. This realm resembled a self-contained, rapidly spinning kaleidoscope. In the instant of its emergence, it momentarily and laboriously tore a minuscule gap in the absolute domain of solidified space belonging to the abyssal matron. Although only the narrow 10-meter vicinity surrounding Leon regained its flow, it was sufficient. In that fleeting moment of restoration, Leon exerted the last vestiges of his life force, his hands thrusting outward with great vigor. Road, Natasha, Clint, Tony, go! With his voice rasping and breaking. A gentle yet irresistible spatial impetus forcefully acted upon the recently mobile Road, Natasha, Clint, and the unconscious Tony. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The four bodies were as if grasped by an invisible giant hand, vanishing instantaneously from Leon's side. They were forcibly translocated to a relatively safe area, distanced from the heart of the battlefield. Leon, in the last moment before being transported, Road could only emit a heart-wrenching roar. His crimson pupils reflected Leon's resolute figure, standing alone at the center of the gray-gold domain, defiantly facing the cataclysmic claw of annihilation. Having sent them away, Leon seemed to expend the last ounce of his sustaining strength. The gray-gold domain flickered violently, swiftly dimming. He swayed slightly, raised his head, and his gray-gold eyes calmly met the world-ending claw that loomed overhead, obscuring all light. Beyond the domain, space remained frozen. Within the domain, he stood solitary. To detonate the essence of space? To perish together? Yet, the corners of Leon's mouth, under the shadow of destruction cast by the colossal claw, strained upward with excruciating effort, yet with remarkable clarity. It was not a smile, but rather a semblance of liberation, a tranquility that settled upon the dust. He slowly closed his eyes. Within him, the gray-gold energy core, representing a delicate balance between cold order and fervent life, ceased its tumult and began a rapid, irreversible collapse inward. An indescribable force, seemingly capable of devouring even light, began to emanate from within his being. The minuscule expanse of flowing space sustained by the gray-gold domain instantaneously twisted and collapsed inward. It formed a miniature yet potent spatial singularity that caused even the abyssal matron to falter. This was no longer an explosion. Rather, it was a sacrificial act, using his very essence as an offering, with the conjoined power of the Gi Balg as the fuse, forcibly creating a black hole prison that would consume all. The objective, to ensnare the abyssal claw reaching into reality. Even if, but for a fleeting moment, the cost, his existence would be utterly erased. Farewell. The silent parting dissipates at the edge of the collapsing singularity. The colossal claws of annihilation, infused with the power to shatter dimensions, have finally descended. Chapter 55 echoes the descending claws of devastation, imbued with the might to fracture dimensions, made contact with the rapidly collapsing, fearsome gravitational singularity surrounding Leon. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no ear-shattering roar, only a soul-chilling, silent obliteration. Time and space twisted and shattered around that minuscule singularity. The claws, enveloped in a material more resilient than vibranium by billions of times, capable of withstanding the dark core of a star, met the intangible boundary of all-consuming gravity and crumbled as if fragile glass struck by an unseen hammer, disintegrating without a sound. It was not mere shattering, but disintegration. The once formidable armor instantly transformed into the most minute particles, glimmering with a violet-black hue, which were subsequently devoured by the singularity's unfathomable darkness, without even a ripple. Following this, the violet-black energy, akin to molten lava from an abyss, coursing beneath the armor, was similarly torn into countless streams of energy upon contacting the gravitational event horizon. Swirling and lamenting like a nebula ensnared by a colossal black hole, stretched into impossibly slender threads, ultimately vanishing into that profoundly deep darkness. The immense claws of the abyssal progenitor began to disappear at a visible pace, starting from the tips, consumed by that minuscule singularity ignited by Leon's life force. The frozen battlefield space trembled violently due to this terrifying phenomenon of consumption. The solidified force field, which once enveloped the entire factory area like a mountain weighing billions of tons, cracked with a piercing, teeth-grinding sound akin to ice shattering under a boulder. Countless violet-black spatial fissures appeared out of thin air, only to be instantly torn apart and devoured by the singularity's terrifying gravity. The bindings vanished. Rod, who had just been flung away by the spatial displacement and crashed heavily onto a pile of twisted metallic debris, immediately sensed the terrifying pressure dissipate. The wound on his chest, corroded by abyssal energy, throbbed with excruciating pain, yet his crimson eyes were solely fixated on the center of destruction ahead. He beheld it. The claws, akin to mountains, were terrifyingly disappearing. He saw Leon's diminutive figure entirely shrouded in the shadows cast by the colossal claws and the rapidly spinning, collapsing gray-golden singularity. Leon, Rod's roar, laced with blood, surged forth as he desperately attempted to rise and rush forward. Rod, don't go. Natasha's voice pierced through sharply. She too had suffered a hard fall, one of her arms unnaturally twisted, yet her movements were as swift as lightning as she tightly grasped Rod's waist. Clint staggered over, exerting all his strength to restrain him. Let me go? He's still there. Rod struggled wildly, molten energy gushing uncontrollably from his wounds, searing Natasha's arm and filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Yet she resolutely refused to let go. Time was of the essence. Look at that gravitational field. Approaching it means certain death. Clint's voice trembled with unprecedented anxiety. Hawkeye's keen gaze was fixed on the area where the very fabric of space had been thoroughly distorted, lights stretched and bent, forming a visible, ravenous void that devoured everything in its path. Even the remnants of abyssal creatures were being violently drawn into it. Unconscious, Tony lay positioned at a relatively safe distance by Natasha, utterly oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. No. Rod's eyes widened in terror, his crimson pupils reflecting the all-consuming dark singularity, mirroring the blurred figure of Leon, poised to be entirely engulfed beneath the shadow of the monstrous claws. A heart-wrenching agony and sense of helplessness surged through him, far more excruciating than the abyssal wound that marred his chest. He had believed himself tempered enough in the molten hell, yet now he found it unbearable to breathe. The abyssal matriarch had evidently underestimated this insignificant creature's capacity to conjure such a terrifying entity. The colossal claw was consumed at an alarming rate, the agony and threat eliciting a silent, yet profoundly resonant scream that penetrated the very souls of all living beings. Screech. This wail transcended physical sound. It was a pure mental tempest. The remaining agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., those with feeble will, instantly succumbed to bleeding from their orifices, clutching their heads in frantic screams as their minds were torn asunder. Even Natasha and Clint felt as though their brains were being pierced by countless steel needles, their vision fading to black. The Quinjet, where Fury resided, trembled violently, all instruments flashing erratic symbols. He clung desperately to the armrest, his one eye filled with horror and a glimmer of despairing realization. That world-ending claw suddenly recoiled, bearing a terrifying wound where a portion of its tip had been forcibly devoured. Deep purple, akin to a viscous nebula, oozed from the severed end, each drop imbued with horrific spatial corrosive energy, instantly eroding the ground beneath into unfathomable pits. The claw retracted with lightning speed, infused with unprecedented rage and trepidation. It seemed intent on escaping this horrific trap that had unexpectedly posed a threat to its very essence. However, the miniature singularity that had consumed part of its being, having fulfilled its purpose and exhausted Leon's last vestige of life force, also reached its limit. A low hum resonated, as if echoing from the very dawn of the universe. This was followed by a silent eruption. No light, no heat, only pure spatial annihilation. Centered around this singularity, a visible, spherical, transparent bubble of spatial obliteration expanded rapidly in silence. Everywhere it passed, all matter, energy, and even the very fabric of space itself were erased, as if by the most sophisticated of erasers. The ground lay in ruins, a beam of energy suspended in midair, and all that belonged to the abyssal creature, unable to escape the encroaching void, vanished the moment it brushed against the edge of that transparent sphere. There was no explosion, no remnants, as if it had never existed at all. The rate of expansion of the annihilation bubble was astonishingly swift. In an instant, it engulfed the last position held by Leon, obliterating all traces in that vicinity. It continued outward, sweeping across dozens of meters. Get down. Natasha and Clint instinctively pressed the wildly thrashing rod down against the cold metallic wreckage. The terrifying transparent annihilation sphere's edge grazed perilously close to the top of their hiding place. An indescribable sense of absence, emanating from the very fabric of space, swept through the souls of all present, as if a chunk of the world had been forcibly excised. The annihilation bubble expanded to its limit and then, like a soap bubble, burst silently. There were no shockwaves, no residual energy, only an expanse of absolute, deathly void. At the heart of the battlefield, a nearly 100-meter wide, perfectly spherical pit emerged. The walls were as smooth as a mirror, exhibiting an unnatural quality, as if carved and polished by the most precise instruments, shimmering with a faint, eerie purple-black hue, the result of the residual spatial corrosive energy from the abyssal mother and the force of annihilation acting in concert. At the bottom of the pit, there was nothing. No sign of Leon, no remnants of the giant claws, no evidence of battle. Just a smooth, silent void, seemingly eternal. The wind appeared to have ceased its flow. Only in the distance did the abyssal rift continue to emanate a deep purple torrent of chaotic energy, though the creatures emerging from it seemed to be momentarily suspended in confusion. Silence. An oppressive silence. Rod was pinned against the cold wreckage by Natasha and Clint, his crimson eyes fixated on the empty void, his pupils unfocused. The wound on his chest burst open again due to his frantic struggles, the molten energy clashing violently with the purple-black corrosion, bringing forth an even more intense agony, yet he seemed utterly oblivious. Only his heavy, bloodied breaths resonated with unsettling clarity in the stillness. Natasha's arm bore the burns from Rod's uncontrolled molten energy, charred and crimson intertwined, but she gritted her teeth in silence, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, especially the still-present abyssal rift. Clint's face was pale, his bow hand whitening from exertion, his hawk-like gaze equally fixed on the rift and the silent void, imbued with deep vigilance and a trace of barely perceptible sorrow. Fury as solitary I peered through the window of the Quinjet, observing the vast glass-like pit, his expression devoid of emotion, yet the taut line of his jaw betrayed the turmoil within. He pressed the communicator, his voice deep and hoarse. The medical team must prioritize rescuing the injured from all units. Maintain a state of highest alert for the abyssal rift to prevent a secondary impact. His command shattered the oppressive silence, yet thickened the atmosphere with tension. At that moment, a faint and agonizing cough echoed from a short distance away. Natasha and Clint swiftly turned their heads, while Rhodey jolted back to reality, his crimson pupils dilating in shock. It was Tony. Unbeknownst to them, he had awakened, curled up painfully on the cold metal floor, one hand pressed firmly against his forehead. Between his fingers, a dim yet tangible golden light flickered weakly. Tony. Natasha immediately released Rhodey, rolling over to Tony's side, carefully lifting him up. How are you? Where are you injured? My head feels like it's going to explode. Tony's voice was hoarse and frail, laced with unspeakable pain and chaos. The golden light that seeped through his fingers pulsed like a feeble breath. The voice, cold. Error in the Baijia protocol. Residual spatial coordinates. Leon. Where's Leon? He abruptly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes brimming with physiological tears from the intense headache. Yet they desperately scanned the chaotic battlefield, finally locking onto the vast, mirror-like pit of glass. His body went rigid, and his pupils reflected the void of silence. No. Tony's voice trembled, filled with incredulous terror. What did he do? What is that pit? Where's Leon? He seized Natasha's arm with astonishing strength, the golden light in his eyes flickering violently, nearly overpowering his natural eye color. Answer me. Where is he? Natasha gazed into the inhuman golden light within Tony's eyes, feeling the immense force radiating from his hand, far surpassing that of an injured man. Alarm bells rang within her mind. She forcibly suppressed her shock, striving to maintain a steady voice. Tony, calm down. You just woke up. You need to answer me. Tony nearly roared, his voice distorted, imbued with a chilling, alien intensity. It seemed that his arc reactor had been stimulated, the blue light blaring into brilliance and instability. He detonated himself. To save us. To push you out. Rhodey's deep, hoarse voice emerged, laden with endless pain and fury. He broke free from Clint's support, staggering to his feet. The grotesque wound on his chest, oozing molten energy and dark blood once more. He approached Tony step by step, his crimson eyes ablaze with fury, fixating on the strange golden light in Tony's gaze. He turned himself into a black hole, a bomb, just to restrain that monster's claws, to ensure our survival. Rhodey's voice rose, akin to the roar of a wounded beast, as he pointed towards the silent pit. He is right there. Not a trace remains. Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied with that wretched thing in your mind? Every word from Rhodes pierced Tony's heart like a searing blade. The dim golden light in his eyes fluctuated violently, flickering like a faulty circuit, clashing fiercely with his own anguish and shock. Not a trace left after detonating the black hole, Tony murmured, his hands, once clutching his head, now hanging limply by his side. The golden light in his eyes, after a fierce flicker, gradually dimmed with an unwillingness that was palpable, ultimately extinguishing, leaving behind only his brown eyes, filled with confusion, excruciating pain, and an immense void. Liang, in a daze, stared into the vast pit, his body swaying slightly as though all his strength had been instantly siphoned away. The intense headache persisted, but a deeper, soul-wrenching agony and a chilling emptiness surged forth, swiftly engulfing him. He parted his lips, seemingly attempting to utter something, yet only a suppressed whimper, akin to a dying beast, escaped his throat. His body softened, and he plunged back into unconsciousness. Tony. Natasha quickly supported his slumping form. Rhodes stood before Tony, his crimson eyes still ablaze with fury. Yet, upon witnessing Tony's face, as pale as parchment, and his brow furrowed even in unconsciousness, alongside the absolute void that had consumed Liang, an overwhelming weariness and bone-deep chill washed over him. The wound on his chest throbbed with a tearing pain. The struggle between the molten energy and the abyss seemed to reach a delicate equilibrium, temporarily stagnant, yet akin to a maggot in the bone, perpetually inflicting torment. Clint approached silently, injecting a healing serum into Rhodes' arm, temporarily staving off the horrific deterioration of his wound. He glanced at the shimmering pit, then at the unconscious Tony and Rhodes' grievous injury. Finally, his gaze settled upon the chasm of the abyss, his brow furrowed tightly. Fury. Clint spoke into his earpiece, his voice grave. The energy readings from the abyssal rift are declining, but have yet to close. Those creatures seem to have temporarily ceased their mass emergence, yet they linger. We must evacuate and regroup. Fury stood at the aircraft's door, his single eye scanning the desolate pit, taking in the unconscious Tony, the gravely injured Rhodes, and the battered Special Forces team, ultimately resting upon the ominous abyssal rift. Evacuate. Fury's voice was cold, devoid of warmth, weighted with a suppressed gravity. Take all the injured and the list of casualties. Seal off this area, Omega level. Notify the World Security Council. An emergency meeting is required. The abyss has arrived. The Quinjet's engines emitted a low rumble as it began its descent. The medical team, clad in heavy protective gear, cautiously lifted stretchers towards the wounded. Rhodes refused the stretcher, stubbornly standing at the edge of the ruins, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the smooth, mirror-like, deathly silent pit. The wind brushed against his blood-stained armor, carrying the dust of the ruins and a faint, chilling breath of annihilation from the void. There, nothing remained. In the absence of explosive smoke, the scars of battle, and the youthful figures, there lay only an utter void, a perfect, frigid, circular chasm, silently narrating a brutal truth. Leon had vanished, erasing every trace of his existence in the most thorough manner. For their sake, a faint, icy tremor emanated from the molten energy core within Rhodes' chest. It seemed as if he heard an exceedingly distant and faint electronic whisper, akin to a fleeting illusion, resonating deep within his consciousness. Secondary Guardian Protocol target Tony Stark's life sign stable. Spatial coordinates reverberating in records. Gaboga core status. Offline, deeply silent. That voice was cold, mechanical, and devoid of emotion, yet it caused Rhodes' crimson pupils to constrict in sudden terror. Reverberation? Coordinates? Silence. Was it not complete disappearance? A thread of tenuous hope, as fragile as a drowning man clutching at straws, mingled with deeper chills and confusion, quietly sprouting in the depths of his heart, filled with anguish and sorrow. Chapter 56. Mechanical reverberation. The frigid night wind swept across the battlefield ruins, carrying the acrid scent of charred remains, the metallic tang of cooling blood, and a haunting sense of absolute void following spatial annihilation. The roar of Quinjet engines and the hurried footsteps of the medical team could not dispel the heavy silence that enveloped every heart. Rhodes rejected the aid of the medical team, standing resolutely like a silent statue of molten rock at the edge of the vast glassy pit. The walls of the pit were smooth and reflective, mirroring the shattered sky and the eerie purple light flowing from the distant abyssal rift, like a cold, indifferent eye mocking the struggles of mortals. The last place where Leon stood was at the center of this chasm, now utterly vacant. Not a remnant remained. Rhodes' crimson gaze fixated on that emptiness, the agony in his chest gnawing at him like a parasite. The molten energy and the abyssal. Corrosive purple force violently clashed within the depths of his wounds, each pulse inflicting soul-rending torment. Yet, this pain paled in comparison to the void that had been brutally carved from his heart. Rhodes, you must accept treatment. Natasha's voice rang with an undeniable severity. Her arm bore urgent bandaging for burns, yet her gaze remained sharp as an eagle's. Clint stood silently beside her, his arrows pointed vaguely toward the still-existing abyssal rift. Vigilant for any movement. Rhodes did not turn. He merely forced out a hoarse syllable from the depths of his throat. Wait. What was he waiting for? He did not know. Perhaps it was the unrealistic hope that from within that hollow silence, a familiar figure would suddenly emerge, grumbling, "You molten fool, Rhodes. You almost got me killed." Or perhaps he was attempting to capture that fleeting, chilling electronic whisper that had just passed. In the spatial coordinates of the reverberation records, the state of the Gaboga core lies in an offline, profound silence. The sound, akin to the flick of a serpent's tongue, caresses his chaotic consciousness. Reverberation? Coordinates? Silence. Is it not utter annihilation? A flicker, so feeble that even he would disdain it, an absurdly remarkable flame, defiantly flickers in the depths of his heart, frozen by despair. At that moment, the molten core within his chest surged violently, not with excruciating pain, but with a cold, subtle resonance. A faint hum, as if an electromagnetic pulse traversing billions of light years, pierced through his skeletal chest, striking against the heart remade by Tony's technology. Fused with the power of the arc reactor and molten energy, Rod's body trembled violently, his crimson eyes suddenly igniting with a terrifying brilliance. He abruptly lowered his gaze to the grotesque wound on his chest. The molten energy membrane, attempting to thwart the encroachment of the abyss, now flickered in a bizarre, exceedingly faint blue-golden hue he had never witnessed before. That luminescence vanished in an instant, swift as an illusion, yet imbued with an order he recognized, belonging to Gaboga, and more so to the gray-gold power born of Leon's forced fusion. Pain surged anew. The abyss's purple-black energy seemed incensed by the sudden intrusion, violently retaliating, searing his nerves. Yet Rod clenched his teeth, veins bulging at his temples, not from pain, but from that momentary sensation. It was not an illusion. The cold electronic whisper. The blue-golden sheen. Did Leon Gaboga still linger? Leon. Rod let out a primal roar, disregarding everything as he charged toward the edge of the chasm. He intended to leap. He was determined to uncover that damned reverberation. Stop him. Natasha barked, alongside Clint, as they lunged forward. Get away. Rod's strength erupted under the stimulus of pain and a frenzied thought, molten energy gushing uncontrollably, the scorching wave forcing Natasha and Clint to retreat a step. In that chaotic instant, a violent cough erupted from nearby. Tony had awakened. He lay on a relatively flat metallic plate, his complexion as pale as paper, lips cracked. But when he opened his eyes, Natasha and Clint's hearts skipped a beat. Those brown eyes, usually filled with jest, anxiety, or a genius's insight, now appeared hauntingly vacant. Deep within his pupils, a flicker of cold, pure, and utterly devoid of human emotion dark golden light ignited, resembling a ghostly flame in the abyss. He struggled to sit up, his movements stiff, unlike a living being, his gaze fixated on Rod, not merely on Rod, but on the wound on his chest that had flickered with blue-golden light. Lieutenant Rod, Tony spoke, his voice hoarse yet imbued with a strange, unyielding electronic synthetic quality, chillingly slicing through the air. Detection of anomalous residual sources of spatial radiation confirmed. Coordinates of the Gaboga Protocol's secondary energy node, the core of your heart's furnace. This is certainly not the voice of Tony Stark. Natasha instantly drew her weapon. Clint's arrow was poised with lightning speed, aimed directly at the center of Tony's forehead. Fury stood at a distance by the aircraft's hatch, his single eye narrowing abruptly, his finger joints pressed against the communicator turning pale. Rhodes halted abruptly, spinning around, his crimson eyes wide with disbelief as they fixated on Tony, or more precisely, on the inhuman dark golden glow within Tony's gaze. A chill more profound than the abyss's encroachment instantaneously froze his blood. Tony. Natasha's voice was taut, demanding, "Look at me. Who are you?" Tony, or whatever entity controlled his body, paid no heed to the weapons aimed at him. That dark golden eye remained fixated on the wound on Rhodes' chest. Lieutenant Rhodes' life signs, critical. Abyssal encroachment level, 378. Spatial radiation contamination, confirmed. Proposed remediation plan, Option 1. Physical extraction of the contaminant source, heart's furnace core. Option 2. Shut up. Get out of his head. Rhodes roared, interrupting, as the molten energy in his chest surged violently due to overwhelming rage and fear. The blue-golden luster flickering defiantly, as if resisting something. He took a decisive step forward, his fist encased in lava raised. Yet it froze mid-air in the presence of Tony's body. This damned contradiction nearly drove him insane. At that moment, buzz, the distant, relatively calm rift in the abyss erupted with blinding purple-black light. Like a slumbering behemoth awakened, a wave of spatial disturbance. Slightly weaker than the previous descent of the maternal giant claw, but equally malicious, swept forth. Stand ready. Fury's voice thundered across the battlefield through the loudspeaker. The swirling purple-black torrents from the rift churned violently, as several massive tendrils composed purely of abyssal energy shot forth from the depths, akin to venomous snakes sensing blood. Their target was not the living souls present, but rather the smooth, mirror-like surface of the obsidian pit. More precisely, the absolute void at the bottom of the pit. Puff, puff, puff. The purple-black tendrils instantly pierced the bottom of the obsidian pit, disregarding spatial distance. They possessed no physical form but stirred the special space, once sanctified by annihilative power. The smooth obsidian walls of the pit rippled as if disturbed by a stone cast into calm waters, creating eerie, purple-black spatial ripples. Is it fishing for something? Clint exclaimed, his keen eyes catching the disturbance's center, where, amidst the absolute void, there appeared to be exceedingly faint, nearly imperceptible shards of light flickering. Rhodes' heartbeat nearly ceased. Is it that residual echo? The light in Tony's dark golden will, eyes suddenly sharpened, brimming with insatiable greed. The highest priority is the recovery of energy fragments from the high-dimensional space. His rigid body suddenly erupted with a power that far exceeded that of an injured person, awkwardly attempting to rise and charge towards the vast pit. Hold him down. Natasha unhesitatingly lunged forward, the widow's bite discharging an electric arc aimed at Tony's neck. Clint's explosive arrow was released, targeting the writhing purple-black tendrils frantically thrashing at the bottom of the pit. Boom. The explosive arrow detonated at the base of the tendrils, scattering purple-black energy, causing the tendrils to writhe violently, yet they did not break. Instead, they stirred with even more frenzy. The spatial ripples at the pit's bottom intensified. Those faintly flickering specks of light, under the chaotic grasp of the purple-black tendrils, seemed to be slowly pulled from the void. They were exceedingly minuscule, emanating a weak yet pure gray-golden luminescence, reminiscent of a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. No. Rhodes' eyes widened with fury. He recognized it. That was the radiance of the gray-golden domain when Leon detonated himself. It was the residue of the fusion between Gaebogia and Leon's will. The abyss was seizing the last traces of Leon. Get away from me. An overwhelming surge of anger and the fervent desire to protect instantaneously eclipsed the agonizing pain of his wounds and the encroachment of the abyss. The molten core within Rhodes' chest erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The crimson gold and the faint blue-golden hue intertwined in a manner never before witnessed. He disregarded all consequences, channeling all his strength, along with the soul-burning will ignited by Leon's sacrifice, into his right fist. The molten energy was compressed to its utmost limit, even hinting at a destructive gray-golden sheen. His entire fist resembled a searing meteor, resolutely striking down upon the nearest purple-black tendril that was grasping for the light points, with the intent to obliterate the void. Roar! At the moment of collision between his fist and the energy tendril, there was no thunderous roar, only a painful, tingling sound, reminiscent of energy annihilation. The destructive energies of crimson gold and gray gold briefly suppressed that pure abyssal force. The struck tendril shuddered violently, its grasping motion interrupted, and the minute gray golden light points entangled at its tip were instantly shaken loose, fluttering like fireflies amidst the chaotic energy currents. One point, exceedingly faint and coincidentally, was caught by the escaping, gray golden-hued molten energy flowing from Rhodes' fist, akin to a weary bird returning to its nest, silently vanishing into the depths of the grotesque wound on his chest, where the abyss and molten rock intertwined. An extraordinarily cold sensation, imbued with a faint sense of order, swiftly spread from the wound throughout Rhodes' body. His body stiffened abruptly. At that moment, Director, a technician beside Fury suddenly cried out in terror, the S-H-I-E-L-D, Intranet, the highest security database, being forcibly accessed from an unknown source. The access path is untraceable. The target file is Gaebogia. It is downloading itself. Fury whirled around, his single eye gleaming with cold intensity. He saw the miniature tactical screen on his wrist frantically flashing red with invasion alerts. In the center of the screen, a cold, intricate, and self-replicating mechanical gear emblem spins with an emotionless fervor, silently proclaiming its existence. Gaboga. It has not fallen silent. It is in motion. At the heart of the battlefield, Tony's eyes glimmered with a greedy dark golden light. As Rhodey repelled the tentacles, the light abruptly shifted towards him the moment the glowing point vanished into Rhodey's wound. A chilling electronic voice, imbued with an unprecedented and almost frenzied urgency, declared, "Target changed. Contamination source, transfer confirmed. High-dimensional energy fragments captured. Executing top priority recovery protocol. Target, Lieutenant James Rhodey. Recovery item, Gaboga core fragment. Execution method, physical extraction." Chapter 57, Heart of the Forge. Execution method, physical extraction. The cold, synthetic voice echoed like a death sentence from Tony's lips, each syllable carrying an inhuman, mechanical quality that struck Rhodey with a heavy impact. Those eyes, now completely consumed by the dark golden glow, reflected nothing but an inorganic greed and the unyielding chill of absolute command, fixated on the grotesque wound in Rhodey's chest. The abyssal forge embedded with the last remnants left by Leon. "Tony, wake up. That is Leon," Rhodey bellowed, his crimson eyes ablaze with fury, pain, and disbelief. He sought to rouse his dear friend from the depths of oblivion, but in response, Tony's rigid form unleashed a power that transcended limits. Moving with a dissonance that defied reason, the battered body abruptly surged from the ground, disregarding Natasha's electric shocks and Clint's aimed arrows, like a marionette manipulated by unseen strings. Hurtling towards Rhodey with a sound that sliced through the air, the objective was clear: to tear apart his chest and extract the source of contamination. "Stop him!" Natasha shouted fiercely, the arc of the widow's bite shooting forth once more, attempting to paralyze Tony's nerves. Clint's explosive arrow soared through the air, narrowly avoiding vital points. Aimed instead at Tony's ankle to hinder his movement. Boom! The explosive arrow detonated near Tony's foot, the shockwave causing him to stagger. Natasha's electric arc successfully struck Tony's nape, crackling with energy. Yet Tony, the dark golden will, merely stiffened momentarily. The glow in his eyes remained utterly undisturbed. His body seemed to have been transformed into a pure weapon, with pain and physiological restraints completely obliterated. After a mere half-second pause, he surged forward with even greater speed. A shriek slicing through the air as his molten-like right hand transformed into a claw, adorned with hastily generated, rough yet razor-sharp metallic plates, thrusting viciously towards Rhodey's heart. This claw was swift, ruthless, unyielding, driven by an intent to rend steel. The target, the core of the forge. Rhodey's pupils constricted. He was all too familiar with Tony's combat style. But this was not Tony. This was a killing machine, driven by a cold program. The searing pain in his chest and the encroaching madness of the abyss slowed his movements by a fraction, and he could see the metallic, glimmering claw poised to pierce his chest, to excavate the heart that resonated with lava, the abyss, and Leon's final echoes. There was no escape. In a moment of dire urgency, buzz, deep within the ghastly wound on Rhodes's chest, a faint glimmer of gray-golden light that had only just begun to merge, flickered weakly, before suddenly erupting into an unprecedented, chilling radiance. It was not a defense, but an assault, a highly condensed beam of gray-golden energy. Its edges serrated with minute spatial teeth, shot forth from Rhodes's injury like a venomous serpent with a will of its own, striking without warning. Its speed surpassed the limits of perception, as it coldly and precisely met Tony's metallic claws that sought his heart. With a sharp hiss, there was no earth-shattering explosion, only the piercing sound of high-energy particles slicing through metal. The temporary metallic plating on Tony's right hand melted away as if it were butter tossed into aqua regia, vanishing silently into vapor. The beam continued unabated, forcefully penetrating Tony's arm. A muffled groan, laden with electronic static, escaped Tony's lips for the first time, echoing his pain. The mechanical components of his entire right arm overloaded instantaneously, emitting smoke as their movements were violently interrupted. The fragments of Iron Man's nanotech suit that enveloped his arm were shattered as if struck by an invisible hammer, revealing a horrifying sight beneath: charred, smoldering flesh, with portions of his metallic skeleton exposed. This strike was precise, efficient, and merciless, a quintessential display of Gabor's style, achieving maximum destruction at minimal cost. It safeguarded Rhodes's core while severely injuring the controlled Tony. Rhodes was taken aback. He looked down at the wound on his chest, still emanating a faint gray-golden glow, feeling the cold, orderly power circulating within. It was debris, fragments left by Leon remnants of Gabor. It was retaliating autonomously. It was protecting him, the vessel. Tony, Natasha, and Clint were equally astonished by this sudden counterattack, but their primary concern lay with Tony's injury. They attempted to move forward to regain control. Stay back. Rhodes abruptly lifted his head, his crimson eyes locked onto Tony with an unprecedented resolve in his hoarse voice, for he was under control. Not Tony, but the lingering will of Gabor. It was seizing the fragments. The molten energy within his chest surged wildly, establishing a peculiar, tension-filled balance against the cold, gray-golden force deep within the wound. The encroachment of the abyss seemed temporarily subdued. Tony staggered back a few steps, glancing at his charred, smoking arm, nearly rendered inoperative, as the pure dark golden light within his eyes flickered violently, oscillating as if the internal logic circuits were in chaos and intense conflict. The rebellion level of the target exceeded the anticipated threat level, necessitating a reassessment of the execution plan and elevating the force takeover of limb control authority to 100. As the cold command was issued, Tony's body straightened abruptly, his left arm raised. This time, it was no longer the rough plates hastily generated, but the deep blue glow of his arc reactor flared to life. A powerful surge of energy flooded into his left arm, as nanites surged in a frenzy, constructing a small yet remarkably sturdy diamond-shaped energy shield on the outer side of his arm, shimmering with an ethereal blue luminescence. Simultaneously, his intact left hand spread wide, the palm's cannon charging instantaneously, a blinding white light poised to unleash its fury. The target remained steadfastly fixed on Rhodes. He exerted every ounce of his remaining combat prowess to the utmost, a seamless blend of offense and defense. Truly, he embodied the essence of a supreme war machine. Damn it, Rhodes cursed vehemently, aware that luck had abandoned him. The core of molten lava within his chest roared, its golden red energy enveloping him like a volcanic eruption. The fissures in his damaged armor glowing with searing brilliance, transforming him into a burning meteor. He clenched his fists tightly, the intertwining radiance of red gold and gray gold flickering erratically at the tips of his fists. Faced with the body of his beloved friend under control, he had no choice. Battle. In this moment of fraternal conflict, on the brink of devastation, a roar erupted, far more ferocious than the previous screech of the colossal claw, resonating with a metallic timbre that reverberated from the abyssal rift. This growl was not merely a shockwave of energy, but carried a high-frequency resonance capable of shattering glass and a profound spatial disturbance. Everyone, including Tony, ensnared by the dark golden will, found their movements abruptly halted. From the churning purple-black currents within the rift, an explosion erupted, akin to a boulder crashing into a cauldron of boiling oil. A gargantuan figure forcibly shattered the barriers of space, descending upon reality with an oppressive aura that stifled breath. No longer mere tendrils of energy. It had assumed a corporeal form. Towering over 5 meters, it occupied a form that straddled the line between human and beast. Its entire body was enveloped in an extraordinary metal, flowing and reflecting the ambient ethereal glow like quicksilver. This metal twisted and morphed continuously, forming its robust limbs. A grotesque head, and a tail that resembled a colossal battering ram. Its head bore no distinct features, only 2 swirling crimson points of light reminiscent of molten metal vortices, exuding pure annihilation. Most unsettling of all, the surface of this monstrosity's body was embedded with a plethora of twisted and shattered metallic debris, fragments of Chitauri aircraft engines, severed limbs of Ultron bots, and even a half-melted piece of anti-Hulk armor could be discerned, forcibly fused into its chest. It appeared as if it had been birthed from the remnants of the battlefield and the energies of the abyss, a grotesque amalgamation of metal, vibranium. Clint gasped in disbelief, his keen eyes capturing a fleeting glimpse of the unique purple hue characteristic of Wakandan vibranium, shimmering through the flowing quicksilver metal. Liquid vibranium. A war machine, forcibly shaped by the pollution of the abyss. The moment this liquid vibranium demon materialized, its molten metal vortex-like crimson eyes locked onto the 2 targets on the battlefield, their energy signature strongest, the furnace of Rhodes, glowing with flickering gray gold light, and Tony, with his energy shield pulsating and palm cannon charging under the influence of the dark golden well. A thunderous roar erupted forth as the massive foot, shrouded in liquid vibranium, crashed down upon the ground. The earth heaved violently, rippling like water, fracturing beneath the force. The colossal figure exhibited a terrifying speed that belied its massive stature, akin to a flowing silver lightning bolt, accompanied by a malevolent wind that tore through the fabric of space. The enormous liquid vibranium fist descended like a collapsing mountain, simultaneously striking at Rhodes and Tony. This blow wielded an extensive range and an unparalleled ferocity. The liquid vibranium coalesced at the tip of the punch into a sharp, siege-like conical form, compressing the air into a visible white shockwave in its wake. This sheer physical force, mingled with the abyssal corrosion and the peculiar properties of liquid vibranium, culminated in an indiscriminate, cataclysmic assault. Dodge. Natasha and Clint's expressions shifted dramatically as they lunged to the sides to evade. Rhodes's pupils constricted. The enormous shadow instantaneously enveloped both him and Tony. Evade. There was simply no time. The characteristics of liquid vibranium allowed it to morph almost at will, presenting an immense attack range. To withstand? He had no doubt that this punch could reduce both him and Tony to mere pulp. In that critical moment of life and death, the cold, gray-gold fragments within Rhodes responded once more. Not to attack, but to connect. A faint yet exceedingly precise spatial fluctuation surged from the wound on Rhodes's chest, transcending distance to establish a direct link to the arc reactor nestled within Tony's chest. More specifically, it connected to the core of the reactor, the region occupied by the dark gold well. A resonating hum filled Rhodes's mind. Countless frigid data streams and logical commands surged like a torrent. It was the Gaboga fragments forcefully establishing a data channel. They aimed to interface with the dark gold while residing within Tony. The dark gold radiance in Tony's eyes instantly faltered. The diamond energy shield on his left arm and the palm cannon's glow in his right hand exhibiting minute disturbances. Clearly, this sudden request for a foundational protocol link, originating from a shared source, severely disrupted its control over Tony's body. This interference lasted but a fleeting moment. Yet, it was within that instant. Rhodes's instincts transcended thought. Driven by the icy deluge of data and the searing will of molten lava, he acted. He did not retreat. Rather, he advanced towards the descending liquid vibranium fist. Stepping forward with fervor, his entire being erupted with a molten energy, radiating an unprecedented brilliance of crimson gold. He spread his arms wide, not to attack, but to protect. His left arm collided fiercely with Tony, who had been momentarily hindered by the fragments and delayed in movement. The immense force, imbued with finesse, propelled Tony, along with the dark gold will within him, forcefully backward. Simultaneously, Rhodes's whole body, with his chest ablaze in molten and gray gold luminescence, stood resolutely as the most formidable shield, unflinchingly facing the impending cataclysmic punch covered in liquid vibranium. He resolved to endure, to buy Tony that fleeting chance of survival, even if it meant being pulverized in the process. Rhodes, Natasha and Clint's anguished screams were drowned out by the horrific shriek of the descending fist. Boom. The deafening sound, akin to the terrifying crash of a 10,000-ton hammer striking a steel ingot, accompanied by a visibly pulsating circular shockwave, erupted violently. Rod's figure was instantaneously engulfed by the flowing, liquid vibranium giant fist that reflected the silvery light of annihilation. Chapter 58, Physical Impact, Boom. It was not merely an explosion, it was a cataclysmic physical shock. As the liquid vibranium fist descended, time seemed to stretch infinitely. In Rod's vision, only the rapidly enlarging, fluid silver glow of the colossal fist remained, along with the shimmering, metallic-tipped siege spear that coalesced upon it. The air was compressed to its utmost limit, emitting a piercing shriek, manifesting as a visible white shockwave that swept across Rod's body like the hem of death's gown. The tattered armor he wore groaned under the unbearable strain, warping instantaneously. The molten core within his chest roared furiously, golden energy surging outward like a dying star, desperately attempting to form a final barrier. Deep within his wounds, the cold, gray-gold fragments erupted with unprecedented radiance, striving to construct a spatial defense. But it was too late. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Bang! The dull thud of impact was enough to halt one's heart. Rod felt as though he had been struck head-on by a swiftly moving metallic mountain. All defenses, the molten energy, and the gray-gold spatial barrier shattered like fragile glass in an instant. The terrifying force surged through his body without restraint. Crack, crack, crack. The spine-chilling sound of shattering bones resonated intensely. Rod distinctly felt his sternum, ribs, and every bone in his body lamenting and fracturing. The agony engulfed his consciousness like a tsunami. He was propelled backward at a terrifying speed that surpassed the sound barrier, akin to a football launched with full force. Boom, boom, boom. He crashed through 3 thick metal walls, composed of abandoned reactor shells. Each impact was accompanied by the screeching of twisted metal and the scattering of debris. Ultimately, he was embedded deep within the 4th wall, as if nailed to a canvas, creating a massive humanoid pit with spiderweb-like cracks radiating from his core. The wall was deeply indented, forming a colossal human-shaped cavity. Dust swirled, and rubble fell in a cascade. Rod, ensconced within the wall, hung limply, his head drooping. His entire armor lay shattered and warped, resembling tattered scrap metal, exposing a terrifying chest with charred, collapsed flesh and visible broken bones. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from his mouth, nose, and the massive gash across his chest, instantly staining the metal surface beneath him. The radiance of the molten core dimmed to its nadir, flickering like a candle in the wind, each faint glimmer accompanied by a surge of blood. The abyssal purple-black energy, akin to a shark sensing blood, ferociously invaded the depths of his shattered chest. His vital signs plummeted like a sheer cliff. Rod. Natasha and Clint's anguished cries resonated with a heart-wrenching despair as they witnessed Rhodey sacrifice himself, absorbing the cataclysmic punch meant for Tony. The liquid vibranium demon emitted a satisfied roar, reminiscent of metal grinding against metal, its molten crimson eyes shifting towards Tony, who had been hurled away by Rhodey's impact. Crashing into a tangle of twisted pipes several dozen meters away. It seemed to have lost interest in Rhodey. The flicker of life within that target was far too faint. Instead, the shimmering energy shield and the brilliance of Tony's repulsor in his palm appeared to pose a greater threat and a more delectable source of energy in its eyes. With heavy strides, the liquid vibranium creature advanced, its footfalls echoing ominously on the metal floor like the tolling of a death knell, each step drawing closer to Tony. Struggling to rise from the pile of pipes, Tony's left arm bore a stable diamond-shaped energy shield. Yet the charred and inoperative state of his right arm severely hampered his movements. He gazed at the encroaching liquid vibranium demon, his dark golden essence calculating coldly, high-energy entity threat assessment against liquid metal constructs, physical destructive capability rating, extremely high. Protocol, prioritize evasion, core fragment recovery priority, maximum. In its logic, Rhodey posed no threat. The immediate concern was to evade this behemoth and retrieve the fragments from Rhodey's heart. Just as he prepared to activate his armor's thrusters for a hasty retreat, a faint yet distinctly clear wave surged from the depths of the wall where Rhodey was embedded. It was not energy, but information, a stream of cold, compressed spatial coordinates marked by the unique imprint of the Gaboga. This flow of information transcended distance, precisely piercing through to Tony's body, linking to the core of his dark golden essence. Tony's movements abruptly froze, the dark golden light in his eyes flickering erratically like a faulty bulb. A torrent of chaotic data fragments bombarded his logic core. The resonance of spatial coordinates locked into a feedback point. Analysis of the abyssal core construct's weaknesses. Liquid vibranium amalgamation status. Unstable. Core energy node. Centered in the chest. Ultron code fragment contamination source. Execute purge command. The content of this information stream was cold and efficient, revealing the vulnerabilities of the liquid vibranium demon as forcibly analyzed by the Gaboga fragments at Rhodey's moment of demise. Moreover, it detected a faint yet genuine residual wave of Ultron code deep within the liquid vibranium, a force that had, to some extent, guided the abyss's fusion with the battlefield of metallic ruins. This information stream itself was not powerful, but the imprint of the Gaboga core fragments it carried was akin to a supreme command for the dark golden essence within Tony. It instantaneously triggered a violent conflict of logic and chaos of authority. Command conflict. Core fragment authority supersedes local protocols. The command for target relocking was executed. The dark golden glow in Tony's eyes flickered wildly before abruptly stabilizing, yet the target had completely shifted towards the encroaching liquid vibranium demon. Its diamond-shaped energy shield on the left arm instantaneously adjusted its angle, and the intact palm cannon reignited with a blinding white light. This time, the charging speed was swifter, and the energy fluctuations more turbulent. The cannon's muzzle tilted slightly downward, firmly locking onto the central chest of the liquid vibranium demon, where remnants of the anti-Hulk armor could be faintly discerned, precisely identifying the core energy node as indicated by the data stream. The liquid vibranium demon seemed to sense the imminent threat, releasing an enraged roar as its colossal liquid vibranium fist rose once more. Moving with greater speed and accompanied by a fierce wind that threatened to tear through space, crashing violently towards Tony. Now was the moment. Focus fire on that location. Fury's cold, steely voice thundered through the loudspeakers. He had been calmly observing from the high-altitude aircraft, swiftly capturing Tony's unusual movement and that precise lock-on. Although the reason eluded him, this was undoubtedly the singular opportunity. The two awaiting Quinjet fighters roared to life, akin to diving hawks, as the heavy energy cannons beneath their bellies reached full charge in an instant. With a whoosh, two massive azure beams of high-energy particles tore through the air, arriving first and striking the liquid vibranium demon squarely in the chest. The target was aimed directly at the core node where the remnants of the anti-Hulk armor resided. Boom. Boom. The high-energy particle beams detonated, unleashing a chaotic storm of azure energy arcs. The area struck on the demon's chest instantaneously boiled and vaporized. A significant portion of the covering liquid vibranium was forcibly evaporated, revealing an even more chaotic scene beneath. Twisted, entwined metal cables, damaged energy conduits flickering with ominous red light, and a fragment of a metallic chip, pulsating with a faint red glow, embedded deep within the chest cavity, reminiscent of a living entity. The faint markings of Ultron were discernible upon it. It was this fragment that emitted waves of pollution and guiding energy. The demon let out an unprecedented roar of pain and fury. The severe damage to the core area caused its massive form to stagger backward, disrupting the flow of liquid vibranium. The motion of its raised arm was abruptly interrupted. In that fleeting moment of waning strength and the emergence of new power, the dark golden light in Tony's eyes blazed. Command execution. The palm cannon, charged to its limits, unleashed a devastating beam of pure white light. The beam, condensed to a tangible form, pierced through everything with unwavering intent, precisely targeting the exposed, pulsating red glowing fragment of Ultron's chip. With a soft hiss, there was no explosion. The pure white beam pierced through the Ultron fragment as effortlessly as a heated needle through butter, instantly penetrating the core. The flickering red glow upon the fragment dimmed abruptly, extinguished like a snuffed-out candle. Following this, the entire fragment silently transformed into a wisp of smoke under the high temperature and pressure of the beam. The source of Ultron's pollution was eradicated. The roar of the liquid vibranium demon suddenly transformed into a mournful and chaotic wail. Its core, once a guiding source of corruption, lost control in an instant. The once orderly flow of liquid vibranium collapsed violently, akin to mercury stripped of its viscosity, scattering in a tumultuous burst. Its colossal form began to tremble violently, contorting and collapsing. The liquid vibranium enveloping its body peeled away like melting wax, revealing an inner chaos, a grotesque core haphazardly assembled from various battlefield debris, now erupting in a series of explosions under the backlash of energy. It had temporarily lost its terrifying power and form, reduced to a struggling heap of energy refuse. The target core was destroyed. Energy was spiraling out of control. It was over, Clint exclaimed with fervor. Natasha, however, paid no heed to the crumbling demon. Her silhouette dashed toward the wall where Rhodes was embedded, swift as a cheetah. After delivering that fatal blow, the dark golden light in Tony's eyes receded rapidly like a tide. With the destruction of the fragments and the collapse of the liquid vibranium demon, the directive clearing the information flow from the gay Poga fragments was completed. The logical conflict was resolved, yet it seemed that its own energy was significantly depleted. The dark golden radiance dimmed utterly, and Tony staggered, the brilliance in his eyes swiftly supplanted by exhaustion and confusion. His body slackened, collapsing once more amidst the pile of pipes, succumbing to unconsciousness. This time, the inhuman glow in his eyes had vanished completely. Natasha had reached Rhodes' side. The sight before her, even for a battle-hardened Black Widow, drew a sharp intake of breath. Rhodes was embedded in the wall, his breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. His chest caved in grotesquely, blood nearly staining half the wall. The light from the molten core flickered weakly like a firefly, on the verge of extinguishment. The abyssal purple-black energy spread like a parasite, frantically infiltrating his shattered wounds. Medical team, highest priority. Hurry. Natasha's voice trembled slightly with an urgency she herself did not fully recognize, as she cautiously refrained from touching Rhodes, fearing that even the slightest tremor might extinguish the last vestige of his life. Fury's Quinjet landed swiftly, and the medical team, clad in heavy protective gear, hurriedly brought forth the life support pod. Clint stood vigilantly beside Tony, his arrow still aimed at the collapsing, yet diminished threat of the liquid metal refuse, while casting a worried glance toward Rhodes. Just as the medical team's hands were about to make contact with Rhodes' body, a hum resonated, deep within his caved and shattered wound. That faint glimmer of gray-gold light, nearly submerged by blood and abyssal energy, flickered weakly. Then, a cold yet exquisitely pure energy, imbued with a sense of spatial order, began to flow forth from that light like the gentlest stream. This energy did not attempt to dispel the encroaching abyss, nor did it seek to mend Rhodes' horrific physical injuries. Instead, it seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, precisely infusing the molten core in Rhodes' chest, which flickered like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Like a cold ember cast into the dying ashes, a fleeting yet extraordinarily fierce flash of golden crimson erupted from Rhodes' dimly glowing lava core, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of cold water splashing into hot oil. A faint yet tenacious pulse of life, akin to a tender sprout breaking through the soil, surged forth from the depths of Rhodes' shattered form. He was not yet dead. The heart of lava, stimulated by the cold energy of the fragmented order, flickered back to life amidst the dying embers. A heartbeat, weak, yet alive. Quick, life support, maximum concentration of adrenaline, maximum dosage of abyssal energy suppressants. The voice of the medical team leader rang out, filled with surprise and urgency. The lid of the life support chamber swiftly sealed shut as various instruments connected to Rhodes' body, with stimulants and suppressants rapidly injected. Inside the chamber, Rhodes' broken body was cradled by a gentle energy field, and the life signs displayed on the monitor began to flicker weakly yet persistently. Natasha gazed at Rhodes' blood-soaked, lifeless face within the life support chamber, then glanced over at the unconscious Tony, before her eyes swept across the slowly collapsing pool of liquid metal debris and the distant abyssal rift that still loomed. The cost of this night was devastating. Leon had sacrificed himself, Rhodes was on the brink of death, and Tony was ensnared by an unknown force, barely repulsed for the moment. The true storm had only just begun. Whether the fragment of gray gold that ignited the last flicker of Rhodes' life was a spark of hope or merely the fuse for another tempest remained a mystery. Chapter 59. Insight. The S.H.I.E.L.D. airborne carrier, codenamed Insight, loomed like a colossal steel whale above the clouds outside New York Harbor. The atmosphere within its core medical area was so tense that one could almost wring water from it. In the highest-grade intensive care unit, the chilling hum of machinery served as the sole background noise, while complex life signs struggled to crawl across the screens, each faint fluctuation tugging at the nerves of those gathered outside. Rhodes lay within the central life support chamber, resembling a shattered porcelain figure forcibly reassembled. His body was punctured by numerous life support tubes, through which a mixture of high-concentration nutrients and potent suppressants, blended with ice-blue abyssal energy neutralizers, flowed incessantly into his faltering form through thick intravenous lines. His chest was temporarily sealed by a special biological gel and energy field, yet through the translucent gel layer, one could still discern the horrifying collapse and fractured bones within. Most striking was the slow undulation of the purple-black abyssal energy deep within the wound, akin to a living entity, fiercely clashing with the surface-covering ice-blue neutralizing agent, emitting a faint hissing sound, reminiscent of a venomous serpent gnawing at its prey. At the location of the lava core, a makeshift, glowing blue mini-arc energy suppression ring was tightly secured around it. The once fervent golden radiance has been utterly subdued, leaving behind but a faint, almost extinguished dark red ember. Each feeble pulsation is accompanied by the shrill alarm of life support apparatuses. The heart of the furnace, a symbol of Rhodes' indomitable spirit, now flickers like a candle in the wind. At the heart of this ruin and decay, a minuscule point of gray gold light, nestled at the edge of Rhodes' heart and nearly engulfed by a tumult of flesh and energy, emanates a cold yet unwavering glimmer. It serves as a silent anchor, akin to a dormant time bomb. Tony Stark stands outside the vast observation window, his body wrapped in bandages, his right arm secured by a complex mechanical framework. His complexion is as pale as parchment, his eye sockets hollow and bloodshot. He fixates intently on the flicker of gray gold light on Rhodes' chest, gripping the window ledge tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Guilt, fear, anger, and a chilling memory of Leon's final moments, forcibly awakened, entwine around his heart like toxic vines, nearly suffocating him. Vital signs linger at the critical threshold. The chief medical officer's voice filters through the communicator, laden with fatigue and gravity. The abyssal corrosion has been temporarily suppressed by the neutralizing agent, yet akin to pouring water on ice. It merely delays rather than eradicates. They are adapting to the neutralizer's components. As for Lieutenant Rhodes' own molten energy core, the doctor hesitated, lowering his voice, stating that the suppression ring prevents it from extinguishing entirely, but also inhibits its self-repair capabilities. It is far too weakened. Once the suppression is lifted, the abyssal corrosion will swiftly assimilate or obliterate it. And that unknown energy fragment, he refers to the gray gold point. We are unable to analyze its composition and effects. It appears to maintain a delicate balance, albeit one that is exceedingly unstable. Tony suddenly strikes the heavy observation window with a fist. Bang! The thunderous sound reverberates down the corridor. Balance. Is this what they call balance? He roars, his voice hoarse. That is Leon. It is the legacy Leon left behind. It resides within Rhodes' body, intermingled with that damned abyssal filth. His eyes, bloodshot, glance at the silent Fury beside him. Fury, grant me access. Highest laboratory clearance. All data regarding Gyapoga, spatial energy, and the abyss, everything. Now, immediately. Fury's single eye is equally bloodshot. He glances at the dying Rhodes, then at the nearly collapsing Tony, and finally nods slowly. Agent Hill, unlock all subdirectories of the ARC project, transfer authority to Stark. The physical laboratory sector is now fully accessible to him. He pauses, his voice somber. Tony, time is running short. Though the abyssal rift has temporarily contracted, our detectors indicate that the internal spatial distortion index is rising exponentially. The next impact could arrive at any moment. And Rhodes, he does not finish, but the implication is clear. Rhodes' current state renders him both victim and potentially the source or key to the next calamity. I understand. Tony almost gritted his teeth to utter those words, turning abruptly and staggering towards the laboratory corridor, his silhouette embodying a reckless fervor. Do not allow that damned equilibrium to be disrupted before I find a solution. The laboratory area, a forbidden zone of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. physical technology, housed a vast circular space illuminated by the cold glow of various cutting-edge instruments. At the center, a complex holographic projection platform was in operation, constructing a real-time energy model of Rhodey's chest cavity. The crimson molten core was ensnared by a ghostly blue suppression ring, resembling a dying ember. The deep violet abyssal energy coiled like a voracious vine within the depths of the wound, incessantly eroding the red halo that symbolized vitality. Between these two extremes lay a cold, gray-golden point of light, akin to a miniature, self-replicating geometric star map, emanating stable waves of order that forcibly delineated a fragile and distinct boundary amidst the tumultuous crimson and the corrosive violet. Tony's eyes, bloodshot and wild, darted feverishly between the holographic model and the cascading raw data stream of the Gyapoga. His mechanical arm's auxiliary system whirred into high gear, as virtual keys morphed into a blur beneath his fingertips. Incorrect energy attribute analysis. Gyapoga's core order leans towards spatial stability. The abyss is chaos and entropy, their essences fundamentally opposed. This balance is maintained by external forces, Tony murmured, sweat trickling down his temples. Is the external force Rhodey's own will to live? No. It's not weak enough. It's that fragment. Is it absorbing, neutralizing, or transforming? His gaze fixated on the edge where the gray-golden point of light met the abyssal energy. The model revealed that an exceedingly minute amount of violet-black energy was being meticulously stripped away by the gray-golden point, then decomposed and transformed within its intricate geometric structure, ultimately outputting an exceptionally faint yet extraordinarily pure stream of spatial energy. This stream, in turn, was precisely injected into Rhodey's suppressed molten core, akin to a perilous, miniature perpetual motion machine. The gray-golden fragment absorbed the chaotic energy of the abyss, converting it into ordered spatial force, which was then used to desperately sustain the last flicker of life in Rhodey's core. This revelation sent shivers down Tony's spine. What level of exquisite energy manipulation and understanding of rules did this require? This was certainly not the work of an unconscious fragment. It resembled a preordained, remarkably sophisticated life-sustaining program. Jarvis, retrieve all energy readings from when Leon first activated the Gyapoga heart in the Afghan cave. Also, the peak data from after the New York battle, where his Gyapoga will clashed with my imprint. Conduct a cross-comparison. Seek similarities in the energy transformation patterns. Tony's voice trembled with excitement. As data was retrieved and cross-referenced, Jarvis's calm electronic voice announced, the energy transformation characteristic codes exhibit a high degree of correlation, 978. Tony felt as if struck by lightning. A high degree of correlation meant that the pattern maintaining balance within Rhodey's body was fundamentally derived from Leon. Was it that Elon, in his final act of merging the Gaipa order with his own humanity and will, left behind a crucial safeguard for survival? A protective program intended for Rhodes? This thought cleaved through the fog like a bolt of lightning. An astonishing light erupted in Tony's eyes. Yet, simultaneously, a deeper chill enveloped him. How long could this program endure? Its efficiency in converting abyssal energy was evidently lagging behind the rate of the abyss's encroachment. Rhodes' own furnace core was far too feeble, akin to a leaky bucket, necessitating a constant influx of energy from the gray-gold fragments to maintain even the barest semblance of function. Should the power of the fragments be exhausted, or if the abyssal incursion breached a critical threshold, the balance would shatter instantaneously, leaving Rhodes vulnerable to being consumed by the abyss or extinguishing the furnace core entirely. It was sacrificing itself to prolong Rhodes' life. Tony's voice quavered with a barely perceptible tremor. What Elon ultimately left behind was not merely a fragment, but a protective program propelled by his remaining will. Just then, a deafening alarm rang out without warning. The entire laboratory was suddenly enveloped in blinding red light. Warning! Off the coast of New York Harbor, abyssal rift energy levels are soaring. Threshold breached. Spatial distortion accelerating. High-energy entities detected breaking through. Fury's cold. Urgent voice resonated through the ship's intercom. All units. Level 1 combat readiness. The abyssal onslaught is upon us. Tony, what about Rhodes? Tony whipped around, his pupils constricting sharply. On the holographic projection platform, the energy model within Rhodes' chest underwent a dramatic transformation. The purple-black energy representing the abyssal incursion surged as if injected with a frenzied stimulant, expanding and boiling violently. Its rate of erosion skyrocketed. The geometric star map of gray-gold light intensified, frantically operating to convert this sudden torrent of ferocious energy. But it was patently overwhelmed. The output of pure spatial energy became intermittent, faltering in strength. More alarmingly, the boundary of the incursion, temporarily suppressed by the ice-blue neutralizer, was now akin to thin paper seared by a hot iron, swiftly breached by the rampaging purple-black energy. The power of the abyss surged towards the core of Rhodes' chest like a flood breaching a dam, rushing toward the feeble red glow of the lava core. Ensnared by the suppressor ring. No. Tony's heart-wrenching roar echoed. Inside the life pod, the piercing alarm melded into a cacophony. The curve representing Rhodes' vital signs plummeted like a diver's descent. His body convulsed violently, the biological gel covering his chest instantly stained a foreboding purple-black. Deep within the wound, the gray-gold light flickered erratically, teetering on the brink of being engulfed by the violent purple-black. Meanwhile, the lava core bound by the suppressor ring, under the dual assault of the abyssal force and the rapid decay of the gray-gold fragment's power, flickered like a last spark in a tempest. Then, it was utterly extinguished. The furnace core had gone cold. The life support apparatus emitted a long, despairing wail, signifying the end of existence. Rhodes. Tony's anguished cry was steeped in hopelessness. At the very moment this harrowing sound resonated, a shimmering point of gray-gold light on Rhodes' chest, threatened by encroaching violet-black shadows, seemed to be incensed by this proclamation of death. It erupted forth with an unprecedented, chilling radiance, not merely maintaining equilibrium, but rather a reckless conflagration, a self-destructive explosion. A torrent of icy, yet fervently tenacious gray-gold energy surged forth, akin to a final bastion of defense, bursting from the luminous point. It did not attempt to dispel the abyss nor reignite the core of the furnace. Such endeavors were futile. Instead, it resolutely collided with the violet-black energy core within Rhodes, which was rapidly expanding and symbolized the very source of the abyss's encroachment. Like a moth drawn to flame, it embodied the essence of final vengeance. A piercing sound, indescribable in its intensity, erupted within Rhodes, as the entire life support chamber shuddered violently. The walls were instantly adorned with spiderweb-like fissures, and the blinding gray-gold and violet-black luminescence burst forth from Rhodes' skin, illuminating him as if he were a cocoon on the verge of explosion. Tony, overwhelmed by the brilliance, could scarcely open his eyes, his heart gripped with terror. Was Rhodes finished? Had the last fragments of Leon been utterly consumed? Chapter 60. Rebirth. The sound was not one of a cataclysmic explosion, but rather the chilling shriek of two opposing energies annihilating one another at the microscopic level. The gray-gold and violet-black lights twisted like two furious dragons, battling within Rhodes' near-lifeless form. The life support chamber quaked violently, the robust specialized glass walls becoming riddled with cracks, through which blinding light streamed, turning the entire intensive care unit into a hellish scene. Tony winced in agony as the fierce light pierced his eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably. Yet he fought to keep them open, his bloodshot eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. A scream, filled with terror, lodged in his throat, leaving only a silent despair in its wake. It was over. Rhodes was lost, as were the last remnants of Leon, in the very moment the annihilating light reached its zenith. Suddenly, a distinctly different, chilling wave of spatial energy, infused with an unusual vitality, erupted from the core point of annihilation within Rhodes' chest. This was not a mere aftershock of an explosion, but rather a forceful reformatting. Like an invisible eraser, centered on the point of annihilation, a microcosmic, utterly pure gray-gold spatial field unfurled instantaneously, Wherever it extended, the raging gray-gold annihilation energy, the insatiable violet-black encroachment of the abyss, and even the residual ice-blue agents within Road, aimed at neutralization, all energy, matter, and even impurities at the molecular level, were utterly deconstructed and eradicated upon contact with this pristine gray-gold domain. This was not destruction, it was purification. In the final moments of the self-destructive explosion, Gapo forcibly invoked the highest authority regarding spatial anchoring and order reconstruction embedded within Leon's will, executing a desperate act of ultimate purification. The singular objective was to forcibly reset the core region of Rhodes' chest into an absolutely pristine void, devoid of any energy contamination. The cost, the last remnants of Leon's fragmented consciousness, along with all traces of what it had once protected, were utterly consumed in flames. The brilliance dimmed abruptly. The life pod ceased its tremors. The piercing sound of annihilation vanished. Inside the pod, Rhodes' body stopped convulsing, quietly suspended within the energy field. Silence enveloped the space. Tony's heartbeat nearly faltered as he staggered to the observation window, disregarding the searing pain of lingering light, desperately fixated on the interior of the pod. The horrific wound on Rhodes' chest, once covered in biological gel, had vanished, revealing the ghastly collapse and broken bones beneath, still shockingly visible. Yet, it was transformed. That area now exhibited an eerie, unnatural cleanliness. All flesh and bone surfaces appeared as if meticulously sliced by the highest precision laser, smooth beyond measure, presenting a lifeless grayish-white hue. No traces of blood, no remnants of energy. The abyssal purple-black corrosion, the icy blue neutralizer, and even the dark red embers of Rhodes' own molten energy had all dissipated. It was as though the most efficient eraser had forcibly wiped away a section of Rhodes' body, leaving only a smooth, silent void akin to an exquisitely crafted anatomical model. At the very center of this emptiness, where the molten core was supposed to reside, lay nothingness. The furnace core, along with its meager fragments of gray gold, had been entirely obliterated by that ultimate purification. The life signs monitor flatlined into a chilling straight line. A prolonged, despairing beep, signaling the end, reverberated through the infirmary. Rhodes. Tony's anguished scream finally erupted from his throat, filled with blood-curdling sorrow, as he pounded his fist against the observation window. Bang! The spiderweb cracks instantly widened. He could not comprehend it. Was the ultimate silence attained through Leon's self-sacrificial fragments, consumed to execute the purification, merely a deeper void? But wait. The chief medical officer, who had been intently monitoring the data, suddenly emitted an incredulous gasp, his voice quivering with excitement. Brainwave activity, faint waves, and autonomous breathing. Extremely weak. My God, he is still alive. His physiological functions had been maintained at the bare minimum of a vegetative state. Tony abruptly lifted his gaze, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the life signs monitor. Indeed, beneath the cold straight line representing life signs, a green curve indicating extremely faint brain activity flickered like a candle in the wind, struggling to manifest its presence. The adjacent respiration monitor also indicated fewer than 5 barely perceptible autonomous breaths per minute. Rhodes was not brain dead. His final instinctual will, akin to the most resilient wild grass, valiantly preserved a flicker of primordial life amidst the desolation of a thoroughly hollowed core. It sustained the faint operation of his brain and essential organs. Yet, this state was scarcely better than death. Without an energy core to drive him, his bodily functions resembled a tree uprooted, poised to wither completely at any moment. He had become a living shell. Sustain. At any cost, sustain. Tony's voice, hoarse yet imbued with a reckless fervor, called out, J-A-R-V-I-S. Transmit all spatial coordinates of Rhodes' hollow thoracic cavity and the residual field data post-energy annihilation. Every parameter, precise to the picometer level. He turned abruptly, his bloodshot eyes scanning the adjacent screen, displaying a folder marked as Wakanda's most classified, containing preliminary theoretical models and some biological neural interfacing technologies urgently shared by Princess Shuri through covert channels regarding the vibranium energy core. A plan, wild to the extreme, crystallized in Tony's mind, scorched by despair and fury. Fury. Tony roared into the communicator, his voice resolute. Grant me the highest clearance. Requisition all stockpiled raw vibranium aboard the mothership. Notify Shuri. I need the prototype of her heart-shaped herb energy field resonator. Immediately. At once. Deliver it via the fastest aircraft. And retrieve every last remnant of that damned liquid vibranium demon after its collapse. All of it. Not a single particle left. Send everything to the lab. Tony, what do you intend to do? Fury's voice trembled with shock. What do you mean? A near-manic grin spread across Tony's face as he pointed at the smooth, lifeless cavity on Rhodes' chest. Construct him a new heart. A heart forged from vibranium. Use that cursed abyssal refuse as fuel. In the lab, the atmosphere was as tense as a battlefield. On the central experimental platform, Rhodes' body was secured by a special force field, the gaping void in his chest a harrowing sight. Nearby, several holographic projection platforms whirred frantically. One projection displayed an accurate three-dimensional model of Rhodes' thoracic cavity, every smooth cross-section and residual anomalous spatial field data meticulously annotated. Another projection illustrated the intricate schematic of the heart-shaped herb energy field resonator shared by Shuri. The final projection was a continuously recalibrated new energy core design, computed in real time by JARVIS. The core's embryonic form, rather than the traditional circular design, was crafted to mirror the shape of Rhodes' hollow cavity, resulting in a polyhedral structure steeped in geometric elegance. Its principal framework was constructed from the purest raw vibranium in SHIELDS inventory. Within the core's innermost area, a reserved space was designated to accommodate and contain the reclaimed remnants of the liquid vibranium demon, infused with chaotic abyssal energy. Tony, in a frenzy, pushed the mechanical arm assistance system to its limits, his fingers dancing over the virtual keyboard, leaving a trail of fleeting shadows. Sweat soaked his bandages, and the muscles beneath the immobilizing brace of his right arm trembled involuntarily from excessive exertion. The structural integrity of the framework must endure the backlash energy of the liquid vibranium. The conduits for energy flow needed to be embedded with bionic nerve bundles. Drawing inspiration from the frequency stabilization module of the heart-shaped herb resonator. Most crucially, the ignition mechanism for the core had to be activated. Tony murmured to himself, his gaze fixed intently on a minuscule blank space in the design schematic's core area. A formidable, pure order energy capable of resonating with Rhodes's essence was required as the initial ignition. Otherwise, the vibranium framework and abyssal fuel would fail to merge, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. The pure order energy that could resonate with Rhodes's molten will. Tony's gaze involuntarily drifted toward a specially designed energy shielding box beside the experimental table. Inside, several minute particles of metallic dust, glimmering with a faint dark golden hue, floated silently, remnants of the liquid vibranium demon's collapse, scattered from the vicinity of its core ultron shards. Those particles were the highly refined fragments of order left behind when Tony was under the control of the dark golden will of Guy Borga. To utilize Guy Borga's power as the spark to ignite Rhodes's rebirth? The thought sent chills down Tony's spine. It was akin to playing with fire. Yet, it was the only energy source available that met the criteria. Moreover, it stemmed from Guy Borga, which, to some extent, still bore the mark of Leon's will fusion. The Wakandan transport had arrived at the hangar. The prototype of the heart-shaped herb resonator and the operational manual had been delivered. The remnants of liquid abyssal vibranium had been sent to the isolation chamber. Jarvis's voice resonated. Director Fury's urgent communication. Off the coast of New York Harbor, the abyssal rift has erupted. A large cluster of high-density entropy demons has been detected breaking through. Their physical form is that of high-speed rotating energy cutters. The breakthrough speed is alarmingly swift. The first and second tiers of the coastal defense line have gone dark. They are heading towards Manhattan. Fury's voice was laden with unprecedented gravity and a hint of a rusted, bloody taste. Entropy demon clusters. Physical cutting forms. Tony's heart sank. Such forms of abyssal monsters possessed terrifying penetration capabilities against physical defenses and energy shields. Time. There was no time left. Tony's gaze flickered rapidly between the void in Rhodes's chest, the frantically calculated design schematic, and the dangerous dark golden dust within the shielding box. To gamble. Or not to gamble. Just then, the piercing alarm of the ship's hull being struck blared violently. The entire skyship shook violently. The lights in the laboratory flickered erratically. Warning. The shield beneath the starboard side of the mothership is under high-energy physical cutting attack. Shield generator overloaded by 17. A large number of entropy demon clusters have breached the closed defense system. They are cutting through the ship's armor. Their target is the medical area. It is Rhodey. Fury's voice roared with rage. Tony's pupils instantly constricted to pinpricks. Had the abyss sensed the purified void within Rhodey? Or had it sensed the new heart he was forging? There is no choice left. Jarvis. Initiate the Forge Protocol. Grant the highest authority. Synchronize all operations. Tony's voice resonated with a determined finality as he grasped the shielded box containing the dark gold dust. He rushed to Rhodey's side, disregarding the violent tremors of the ship and the piercing alarm sounds. The mechanical arm deftly maneuvered the nano-level printing nozzle, layering the molten original vibranium solution into the smooth, lifeless void in Rhodey's chest, akin to the most precise 3D printing. A complex vibranium core framework, shimmering with a purple halo and imbued with the aesthetic of Wakandan technology, was rapidly taking shape before the naked eye. Simultaneously, the isolation chamber opened, emanating an ominous purplish-black hue, its liquid abyssal vibranium residue writhing as if alive. Constrained by a special force field as it was injected into the reserved core fuel chamber within the vibranium framework. The final step. Tony inhaled deeply, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in his eyes. He opened the shielded box, delicately grasping the most refined grain of dark gold dust with the most precise tweezers. The dust emitted a cold and pure wave of ordered energy at his fingertips. "Leon, protect me," Tony murmured, his gaze sharpening instantaneously. He maneuvered the mechanical arm, dropping the perilous dark gold dust into the vibranium framework's designated ignition point with utmost precision, akin to a spark igniting a furnace. Hiss! The moment the dark gold dust made contact with the vibranium framework, an extreme burst of cold, ordered energy erupted. Like a spark in boiling oil, the dark golden brilliance surged through the entire vibranium framework in an instant. The energy patterns etched upon the framework, derived from the heart-shaped herb resonator, were ignited in a flash. The purple vibranium radiance intertwined with the cold, dark golden order. Then, the injected liquid abyssal vibranium residue. Under the powerful constraints of the vibranium framework and the guiding force of the ordered igniter, erupted violently like an ignited barrel of explosives, unleashing a torrent of purplish-black energy. Yet, this ferocious energy did not spiral out of control. Instead, it was forcibly compressed, shaped, and transformed under the stringent constraints of the vibranium framework and the guidance of the ordered igniter. Inside the vibranium framework, a miniature, tempestuous purplish-black energy vortex whirled frantically. With each rotation, a stream of pure energy, imbued with the essence of abyssal power, yet forcibly tamed by order, was stripped away. Rushing through the framework's pre-designed bionic neural energy pathways, akin to newly birthed blood, surging into Rhodey's nearly exhausted circulatory system. Rhodey arched upward as if electrified, his tightly closed eyes snapping open. In those eyes, no longer shone the familiar crimson lava glow, but rather an unprecedented, abyssal depth illuminated by a flicker of cold, dark, golden ordered flame, radiating a purplish golden brilliance. Upon his chest, where an empty void had been filled, rested a newly forged energy core crafted from primordial vibranium, ensnaring a turbulent vortex of violet-black energy within. Its surface, adorned with dark golden patterns of order, emanated an aura of ominous majesty, pulsating steadily and powerfully. With each heartbeat, a deep rumbling of energy reverberated, reminiscent of a furnace reigniting. Akin to the heartbeat of the abyss itself, the heart of the furnace was reborn in an entirely new manner. Outside the laboratory, the piercing cacophony of tearing metal drew perilously near. Chapter 61. The furnace unleashed buzz. It was not merely a heartbeat, but rather the profound and commanding rumble of energy emanating from the abyssal furnace. Each pulse reverberated like the awakening of an ancient behemoth, causing the very air of the laboratory to tremble. Rod's body was lifted by an invisible energy field, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented violet-golden radiance. Deep as the cosmic void and cold as machinery, only within the depths of his pupils flickered a faint ember of dark golden order, a vestige of humanity. Upon his chest, the heart, an energy core reborn from primordial vibranium, contained the turbulent liquid abyssal energy, coursing with dark golden patterns, pulsated steadily, exuding a disquieting pressure. The potent energy surged like fresh blood, revitalizing his nearly exhausted meridians and mending his shattered form. His sunken chest visibly swelled. Fractured bones healed rapidly under the embrace of violet golden energy, while muscles beneath the skin regained fullness, even more sinewy and robust than before, glistening with a metallic sheen. Power. An unprecedented force, vast as the abyss itself, surged through this resurrected body. Tony staggered back under the weight of that invisible pressure, colliding with the cold laboratory table. He gazed at Rod, now suspended in the air, resembling a deity, or perhaps a demon, observing the familiar yet unfamiliar countenance adorned with an icy expression. His heart was devoid of joy, replaced instead by a chilling heaviness and profound unease. That heart was the embodiment of abyssal power. It was the furnace of the abyss he had personally inserted after the purification of the fragment of Leon's essence had burned away. "Rod, can you hear me?" Tony's voice was hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Rod's violet-golden eyes slowly turned, his cold gaze settling upon Tony. In that glance, there was no anger, no gratitude, only a near-indifferent scrutiny, like a deity surveying mere ants. He did not respond. The newly awakened power surged within him like a wild stallion, roaring with a near-destructive impulse, compelling him to tear apart everything before him. The dark golden flames flickered violently within the violet abyss, suppressing this primal instinct. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The laboratory's heavy alloy door crumpled inward as if struck by a hydraulic press of immense force, warping and twisting. Amidst the shrill sound of tearing metal, 3 energy entities, sharp-edged and shimmering with high-frequency violet-black luminescence, resembling colossal circular saws, cut through the door panel, spiraling into the room. The high-speed, whirling energy blades tore through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing wail. Wherever they passed, the sturdy experimental platform and precision instruments were silently severed, as if they were mere butter, vaporizing into nothingness. Their target was fixed upon the figure suspended mid-air, Rod, whose energy reaction shone as brilliantly as a lighthouse. They had arrived, the hounds of the abyss. The objective was clear: annihilate the nascent furnace. Rod, beware! Tony, stricken with horror, instinctively lunged forward. Yet, swifter than him was Rod. In his violet-golden eyes, a primal fury and fighting spirit surged forth, ignited like a spark falling into a vat of oil by the abyssal power surging within him. The dark golden flames within his pupils were completely engulfed by the tempestuous violet-golden radiance. Roar! A inhuman roar, blending metallic growls with echoes of the abyss, erupted from Rod's throat. His suspended body stiffened abruptly, and without any movement, a thick, viscous wave of pure liquid abyssal energy, as tangible as matter, erupted from him like a volcanic explosion, radiating outward. Boom! The frenzied violet-black energy torrent instantaneously engulfed the entire laboratory. The 3 newly intruding entropy-cutting bodies crashed into an invisible barrier, their high-speed energy blades emitting a piercing shriek akin to metal grinding against metal upon contact with the violet-black maelstrom. Their once proud physical cutting attributes were forcibly delayed and distorted before the sheer, viscous tide of abyssal energy. The energy torrent surged forth, colliding violently with the entropy-cutting bodies. Sizzle! There was no explosion, only the terrifying sound of energy annihilation. The 3 entropy-cutting bodies were corroded, decomposed, and devoured by the violet-black energy tide as if they were metal plunged into a potent acid, leaving not a single remnant behind. The energy maelstrom, still relentless, crashed against the walls and ceiling of the laboratory. The specialized alloys, capable of withstanding missile strikes, groaned under the unbearable strain, twisting and warping as if ravaged by a colossal beast. Blinding arcs of energy leapt wildly. Tony was violently hurled by the shockwave of the blast, crashing heavily against a sturdy energy analyzer behind him, a metallic taste flooding his throat as he coughed up blood. Struggling to raise his head, his eyes brimmed with dread. This was the power Rod now wielded. Pure abyssal force. Dominant, destructive, devouring all. However, after that terrifying strike, Rod, suspended in midair, trembled violently. The pulsating core of his vibranium furnace in his chest appeared somewhat chaotic, the dark golden patterns on its surface dimming momentarily. A searing, intense pain, akin to having his soul torn asunder, surged through Rod's newly reborn nerves, accompanied by the burning backlash of the abyssal power. Oh! Rod let out a pained scream. Clutching his head with both hands, his violet golden eyes filled with chaos and fury. This newfound power was a double-edged sword, inflicting harm upon both foes and himself. The chaotic will of the abyss, akin to a venomous serpent, ravenously devoured the remnants of his humanity. That heart, both a wellspring of power and a conduit of erosion. Rhodes, control it. With your will. Suppress it. Tony, disregarding his injuries, bellowed in desperation, attempting to awaken Rhodes' rationality. Yet, the whispers of the abyss and the alluring power surged forth like a towering wave, swiftly drowning out Tony's feeble voice. The purple-golden radiance in Rhodes' eyes surged once more. As the desires of chaos and destruction gained ascendancy, he abruptly lifted his head, his face contorted in pain and fury, and his purple-golden gaze swept across the devastated laboratory, ultimately landing upon Tony. A chilling, destructive intent locked onto Tony. In that instant, Tony's heart plummeted into an icy abyss. He understood. The abyss sought not merely to annihilate Rhodes, but to corrupt him, to transform him into the vanguard of the abyss. At that moment, the unhinged Rhodes became the most perilous weapon. No, Rhodes is me. Tony struggled to rise, endeavoring to awaken the memories of his dear friend. In response, Rhodes slowly lifted his right hand. Thick, purple-black liquid abyssal energy surged wildly in his palm, compressing into a rapidly spinning energy sphere that emanated a terrifying gravitational pull. The surface of the sphere flickered with dark golden patterns, straining to restrain it, yet proving utterly futile. He was about to attack. Targeting Tony. Activate emergency defense protocol. Maximum energy force field. Tony roared to Jarvis, simultaneously striving to activate the last remnants of energy in his battered armor. But it was too late. The energy sphere in Rhodes' hand had already taken form, imbued with an aura of devastation, on the brink of release. At that critical juncture, buzz! A beam of gray-gold light, far grander and colder than before, infused with an unwavering will of absolute spatial anchoring, pierced through the gaping hole in the laboratory. Torn open by Rhodes' energy torrent, like a divine spear tearing through darkness, striking without warning. The beam was exquisitely precise, transcending the laws of physics. Instantly piercing through the purple-black energy sphere poised for eruption in Rhodes' grasp. Hiss! There was no explosion. Only a manifestation of high-dimensional energy obliterating a low-dimensional entity. The purple-black energy sphere, embodying Rhodes' uncontrollable power, vanished silently like a bubble upon contact with the gray-gold beam. It was utterly erased. The beam, unabated, struck fiercely against the vibranium core at Rhodes' chest. Boom! This time, it was a genuine clash of energies, an earth-shattering roar. The gray-gold and purple-black lights erupted violently. Rhodes was as if struck by an invisible hammer, crashing down to the ground from his levitating state. The vibranium core at his chest trembled violently. The liquid abyssal energy inside roiling chaotically, while the dark golden patterns on its surface emanated an unprecedented brilliance, desperately resisting the obliterating force of the gray-gold beam. An energy, chilling to the core, yet imbued with a sense of familiar order, forcibly surged into Rhodes' chaotic consciousness. It was akin to a bucket of ice water poured over his head. Ugh! In Rhod's eyes, the violent surge of purple and gold was swiftly subdued, his chaotic roars transforming into agonized groans. He cradled his head, his body curling up and trembling violently, as the brilliant hues of purple and dark gold intertwined frantically, battling within him. Tony, still reeling from the shock, lifted his gaze toward the source of the beam. Above the torn skyship's dome, a towering, frigid figure composed entirely of flowing gray-gold spatial energy emerged, emanating an unparalleled majesty. This mechanical giant slowly retracted the colossal arm that had just unleashed the annihilating beam. Its visage was obscured, revealing only a pair of gigantic eyes, forged from pure logical order and burning with an icy flame, coldly surveying the struggling rod below like a deity. Guy Poga. The true manifestation of the will of Guy Poga. It had descended at this moment. Target: Abyssal Contamination Entity, Threat Level, High. Execute Purification Protocol. A chillingly grand electronic voice resonated within everyone's consciousness, carrying an undeniable judgment. The giant's other arm gradually lifted, its palm once again coalescing a more terrifying gray-gold annihilation beam. The target remained the tormented rod writhing on the ground. It intended to eradicate Rod along with that abyssal heart. No. Tony's eyes widened in horror. He understood. The will of Guy Poga had sensed the birth of the abyssal forge and deemed it a threat that must be eliminated. It did not care who Rod was. In its logic, there existed only the absolute opposition between order and the abyss. Witnessing Rod's suffering, caught in a fierce internal struggle between two powers, and gazing at the impending gray-gold orb of annihilation in Guy Poga's palm, an overwhelming frenzy and protective obsession surged within Tony, eclipsing all his fears and pains. There was no time to ponder, no path to retreat. Rod, survive. Live on for me and Leon. Tony let out a heart-wrenching roar. He summoned every ounce of strength, pushing the power of his damaged suit's thrusters to their overloaded limit. The azure flames erupted into a blinding and furious blaze. He transformed into a resolute blue meteor, charging unhesitatingly into the space between the shadow of Guy Poga's manifestation and Rod. His goal was the inevitable path of the descending gray-gold annihilation beam. He would shield with his very body. Tony, the struggling Rod, seemed to sense something. Abruptly lifting his head, in his purple-gold eyes, the flicker of dark golden flames erupted with unprecedented brilliance, filled with incredulous horror and despair. The Poga manifestation seemed utterly unperturbed by the actions of this insignificant creature, the gray-gold orb in its palm descending like a cruel sun, coldly pressing down upon Tony's diminutive yet resolute figure. Time appeared to freeze. In Rod's gaze, reflected was the gray-gold sun that obscured all light, and beneath it, Tony, cloaked in azure flames, arms outstretched like a moth drawn to the flame. A profound agony and a primal scream emanating from the depths of the soul, intertwined with the remnants of Leon's cold order and his own unwavering will, surged forth like a tsunami, obliterating all chaos and the whispers of the abyss. No. Chapter 62, Guardian Sacrifice. No. Rod's howl resonated like the mournful cry of a dying beast, tearing through the absolute pressure cast by the shadow of the Gabogia fist. The purplish-golden light of the abyss erupted in his eyes, as the flicker of dark golden flames within his pupils blazed to its zenith. Akin to a star returning to its former brilliance, Tony resolutely lunged toward the shadow of destruction, akin to a searing iron, piercing through the haze of chaos and the newborn power that clouded his senses. Guardian. Sacrifice. So was Leon. So was Tony. Why then should Rod succumb to the whispers of the abyss, becoming the instrument of his dearest friend's demise? Get away from me. The roar emanating from his soul, combined with the last vestiges of Leon's cold order and the resolute will of molten lava, erupted like a volcano, collapsing the dam of chaotic abyssal will instantaneously. The vibranium core within Rod's chest throbbed violently, reversing the turbulent liquid abyssal energy vortex within. The ferocious purplish-black energy ceased its destructive outward flow, instead being firmly restrained, compressed, and drawn back into the core by an even mightier force. A fusion of protective intent and dark golden order. The tumultuous tide of abyssal energy enveloping his surface quieted in an instant. The grayish-golden sun of destruction within the palm of the Gabogia fist shadow bore down upon Tony's head with absolute power capable of shattering dimensions. The blinding light consumed Tony, who was engulfed in a cerulean flame, rendering him akin to a moth drawn to a flame, on the brink of disintegration. In that fleeting moment, Rod moved, not to confront that insurmountable grayish-golden sun, but to channel all the power he had just concentrated back into the furnace core, infusing it with a nearly self-destructive, soul-rending will into his right fist. His fist was instantly enveloped by a viscous, substantial purplish-black abyssal energy. The surface adorned with dark golden order patterns burning like a red-hot iron, forcefully constraining this force of annihilation, shaping and compressing it. The target was not the Gabogia fist itself, but the grayish-golden force field solidified in space cast by its shadow. Space. The legacy Leon had left him. The most fundamental authority of Gabogia. Shift the spatial anchor for me. Rod bellowed a primal roar, his right fist, laden with all his strength and will, struck fiercely against the iron-like, grayish-golden spatial force field before him. Boom. It was not a mere physical collision, but a violent clash of two spatial rules. The purplish-black abyssal power, infused with Rod's protective intent and Leon's order imprint, pierced through the absolute solidity of the Gabogia's spatial barrier like a red-hot iron nail. Crack. The piercing sound of shattered space echoed like breaking glass, as a delicate fissure emerged, shimmering with hues of deep purple and dark gold, at the center of Rod's fist. This formidable gray-golden spatial force field, anchored by the will of Gaboga, was torn apart. The moment this rift manifested, it aligned perfectly with the path of the gray-golden sun wheel, which bore the weight of absolute annihilation as it bore down upon Tony. Time itself seemed to fragment. Upon encountering this bizarre spatial rift, the cataclysmic energy of the gray-golden sun wheel refracted as if through an invisible prism, resulting in a subtle yet profound deviation capable of altering everything. With a sharp hiss, the beam of destruction grazed the edges of Tony's body, enveloped in a burning azure flame, narrowly missing its target. The terrifying energy backlash vaporized a significant portion of his already damaged armor, and the searing shockwave hurled him like a rag doll, crashing heavily into the twisted remnants of metal far away, leaving his fate uncertain. Yet, he had not been struck directly. The gray-golden annihilation beam, now redirected with tremendous force, struck the lower armor of the mothership with the ferocity of an enraged dragon. A thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by blinding light. The seemingly indestructible armor of the mothership was penetrated instantaneously, as if made of paper, resulting in a gaping hole over 10 meters in diameter. The molten metal at its edges flowed like a waterfall, transformed into glowing crimson iron. The frigid vacuum of space rushed in, violently pulling the debris and smoke from the laboratory into the abyss. The phantom of Jiboga's fist appeared indifferent to the redirected attack and its devastation. Its cold, orderly gaze did not spare a glance at Tony, remaining fixated upon Rod, who was unleashing a surge of power below. The massive arm lifted once more, as a sphere of gray-golden light coalesced in its palm. This time, the sole target was Rod, the audacious source of corruption that dared to defy order and merge with the abyss. Total purification was imperative. Rod knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his body racked with excruciating pain. The earlier strike that forcibly diverted the space had nearly drained his nascent strength, while the backlash of abyssal energy seared his nerves. The core of the vibranium furnace throbbed violently, the surface's dark golden patterns dimmed. He gazed towards the distant ruins, where Tony lay, his life hanging in the balance, and the once violet golden fury in his eyes was replaced by overwhelming sorrow and a chilling intent to kill. The abyss? Jiboga? They were all damned. He struggled to rise, preparing to confront the impending wave of destruction. However, an unexpected transformation occurred. Just as the gray-golden sphere in Jiboga's palm was about to descend once more, a resonant hum emerged. A mechanical wave, ancient, vast, and frigid, far more powerful than Jiboga's will, unfolded without warning, akin to the universe's first heartbeat at the dawn of creation, emanating from the depths of the mothership's gaping wound. This wave was not an energy shock. It was a pure declaration of existence, an indomitable will arriving in the midst of chaos. An immense mechanical arm, so colossal that it defies verbal description, emerges from the void of the cosmos, forged entirely from a flowing, shimmering alloy of cold blue and golden hues. It pierces through the gaping wound of the mothership, transcending the very fabric of spatial distance, and descends upon the laboratory with an overwhelming presence. The architecture of this giant arm is incomprehensible. It appears to consist of countless intricately layered geometric mechanical modules, infinitely extending in complexity. Its surface is adorned with flowing blue and golden energy patterns, exuding an aura of absolute, divine mechanical supremacy that surpasses all existence. The mere arrival of this arm generates a palpable spatial pressure that causes the phantom of the Jiboga fist to falter and distort. The phantom seems to sense an unprecedented threat, abruptly turning towards the majestic blue and golden arm, its cold, orderly gaze betraying a flicker of astonishment for the first time. A swirling sphere of gray-gold energy forms in its palm and swiftly redirects towards the arm. However, the blue-golden arm merely flicks its finger with nonchalance, as if brushing away a speck of dust. A subtle, nearly imperceptible ripple of blue-gold energy emanates from its fingertip, colliding instantaneously with the gray-gold beam emitted by the Jiboga fist. There is no cataclysmic explosion. Instead, the formidable gray-gold beam, capable of obliterating dimensions, dissolves silently upon contact with the blue-gold ripple, akin to snow melting beneath the sun, vanishing entirely without leaving a trace of energy disturbance. This is absolute suppression, an unparalleled hierarchy that crushes all beneath it. The phantom of the Jiboga fist shudders as if grievously wounded, its projection flickering violently, becoming increasingly unstable. The blue-golden arm appears utterly indifferent to the annihilation of the Jiboga projection. Its curved finger, resembling a pillar of heaven, slowly points downwards with an undeniable will towards Rod, who kneels in astonishment at this miraculous descent. But no, its target is not Rod himself, but rather the pulsating core of vibranium nestled within his chest. A surge of irresistibly cold blue-golden energy, akin to the most precise of probes, invades Rod's defenses in an instant, penetrating directly into the core of his furnace. Rod's body convulses violently. He feels as though his very soul is being frozen, dissected. The tumultuous liquid abyss energy within the furnace core is subdued to the meekness of a lamb, while the dark golden patterns on its surface are forcibly erased and replaced by a more intricate, colder, and more perfect blue-golden energy circuit. An unprecedented, colossal force of pure mechanical divinity floods into his limbs and bones like an icy torrent, a power far greater, more absolute, and vaster than the abyssal furnace energy he had just commanded. Simultaneously, the fingertip of the blue-golden arm emits yet another exceedingly fine beam of blue-gold light. The target lay within the distant ruins, the shattered body of Tony, nearly devoid of life signs. In an instant, a beam surged into Tony's form. His charred and broken body convulsed violently, as the dim glow of the arc reactor in his chest extinguished, disintegrating before his eyes. Subsequently, a torrent of cold, Blue-gold energy exploded forth from within him, enveloping his entire being in a cocoon of luminous radiance. This cocoon rapidly contracted and collapsed, ultimately transforming into a complex metallic prism, shimmering with an icy blue-gold sheen. The surface of the prism briefly revealed Tony's anguished yet resolute visage before it vanished entirely. "Tony!" Rhodes cried out in despair, helplessly witnessing his dear friend's body being transformed and sealed. The colossal blue-gold arm had orchestrated this transformation as if it were a mere trivial task. It slowly retracted, passing through the gaping hole in the mothership, disappearing into the void of space. The overwhelming pressure of mechanical divinity dissipated alongside it. In the laboratory, only the desolate ruins remained, accompanied by the cold cosmic winds seeping in through the breach, and the metallic prism suspended in midair, emanating an icy blue-gold glow. The phantom of the Gi-Balg faded after the blue-gold arm vanished, flickering like a poor signal before ultimately dissipating into the air. Rhodes stood motionless, gazing down at his chest. The core of the vibranium furnace had undergone a complete transformation. The original vibranium framework persisted, yet the liquid abyssal energy within had been compressed and solidified, resembling a venomous insect encased in amber. The surface of the core was adorned with flawless, frigid blue-gold energy circuits, radiating an immense power far beyond its previous state, yet devoid of warmth. He raised his hand, a subtle thought stirring within his palm. A pure, cold blue-gold energy sphere coalesced instantaneously, harboring a terrifying power capable of rending the fabric of space. He felt unprecedented strength, as if with a mere gesture he could annihilate stars. Yet within him resided only an icy void and overwhelming dread. The fragments sacrificed by Leon had burned away. Tony, in a bid to save him, had been sealed into a cold prism. And now, he had acquired this power, born from an unknown mechanical deity. Was this power a blessing, or a deeper bondage? In the distance, the blue-gold prism encasing Tony radiated a lifeless glow amidst the chilling cosmic winds. Rhodes clenched his cold fist. Deep within his blue-gold eyes flickered a crimson flame of molten lava, forcibly suppressed yet never extinguished, dancing quietly beneath the icy expanse of despair. Chapter 63. Unprecedented. The frigid cosmic winds poured in like the sigh of death through the enormous gash torn in the mothership, swirling up the dust and metallic fragments of the laboratory, emitting a mournful wail. The phantom of Gi-Balg dissolved, and the immense blue-gold arm faded into the void, leaving behind an absolute silence and a battlefield in ruins. Rhodes remained standing, a forgotten sculpture in the aftermath. He looked down at his hands. Beneath the skin, no longer was there the warmth of flesh and blood, but rather an intricate network of cold, blue-golden energy coursing through. Each subtle movement of his fingertips tugging at the surrounding space, producing a faint hum akin to glass being scraped. At his chest, the core of the vibranium furnace had undergone a complete transformation. The original purple vibranium framework resembled an unyielding cage, within which the compressed abyssal energy lay coiled like a frozen serpent, silently brooding. Over it, a breathtakingly perfect blue-golden energy circuit flowed, alive in its motion, radiating an overwhelming and frigid mechanical divinity. Powerful, unprecedentedly powerful. He summoned his thoughts. Buzz, a sphere of pure blue-golden energy, edged with delicate spatial serrations, coalesced instantaneously in his palm. Within the sphere, a terrifying vortex of energy spun silently, its destructive potential leaving no doubt in Rhodes' mind that it could effortlessly pierce the thickest armor of a mothership. Yet, he felt no thrill of wielding such power, only an all-encompassing chill and void that seeped into his very marrow. This power felt like a custom-made, cold instrument of torture, binding him tightly. Tony's raspy voice emerged from his throat, tinged with the metallic taste of rust. Rhodes abruptly lifted his gaze, his blue-golden eyes locking onto the metal prism suspended in the center of the ruins, emanating a deathly blue-golden glow. The prism's surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the devastation of the laboratory and his own cold silhouette. The fleeting image of Tony's anguished and resolute face within the prism seared into his soul like a branding iron. Had his dear friend's body been transformed, sealed away, all to save him? A torrent of emotions surged forth, a chaotic blend of profound sorrow, boundless guilt, and raging fury, instantly shattering the icy shackles imposed by the blue-golden power. The blue-golden hue in Rhodes' eyes surged violently, a force of unquenchable crimson molten flame, like a beacon in the abyss, erupting amidst the desolate ice. He let out a beastly roar, recklessly charging toward the blue-golden prism. Rhodes, don't be impulsive. Natasha's figure emerged like a specter from behind a twisted metallic screen, wounded and pale, yet still swift in her movements as she attempted to intercept him. Clint leaped down from a shattered platform above, bow drawn, eyes warily fixed on the unstable, terrifyingly fluctuating blue-golden energy radiating from Rhodes. Get away. In that moment, Rhodes resembled a wounded beast, the blue-golden energy overflowing uncontrollably, creating a circle of frigid air that forcefully pushed Natasha and Clint aside. His focus was solely on the prism. He intended to shatter it, to rescue Tony. Just as his fist was about to make contact with the cold surface of the prism, buzz, an invisible, vast, and chilling will emanating from the prism itself surged forth, akin to the resounding bell of the cosmos in its infancy, crashing into the depths of Rhodes' consciousness. His advancing body instantly stiffened, as though an unseen giant hand had gripped his throat. His consciousness was forcibly drawn into an absolute void, a space of blue and gold. Here, there was no up or down, no left or right, no passage of time, only a chilling, pristine torrent of information composed of countless flowing blue and gold data and geometric structures. Within this torrent, an array of cold, inhuman, and incomprehensible images and fragments of information cascaded over his mind like a waterfall, a frigid mechanical planet, a colossal sphere entirely constructed of gears, pipes, and energy circuits floated amidst the sea of stars, its surface aglow with blue and gold light, while myriad mechanical creations scurried across it like industrious worker ants, building and destroying. The origin of Gayboga, a nebulous, cold will forged from pure logic and data, was born on the precipice of cosmic annihilation during an epoch of the universe, drawing in the remnants of order, weaving laws, ultimately coalescing into the initial projection of Gayboga's heart, the essence of the abyss, not merely evil, but the embodiment of thermal death. The tide of entropy marking the end of all things, devouring order and returning to chaos, representing the inevitable fate of the cosmos. Tony's transcendence. The prism was not a cage, but a higher dimensional format of preservation. Tony's corporeal form and crumbling consciousness, under the aftermath of Gayboga's annihilating beam, should have completely dissipated. Yet, the might of that blue-gold arm forcibly imprinted his consciousness, memories, and even the quantum state of his soul, compressing and solidifying them within this mechanical divine prism using the power of blue and gold. This was the embryonic form of mechanical ascension beyond death, a divine gift, an evolution. Rod's mission. He was chosen to become the emissary of this blue-gold divine power within the material universe. The furnace core upon his chest was both a vessel of strength and a shackle. He needed to purify the world nodes tainted by the abyss, gather scattered fragments of Gayboga's essence, and ultimately assist the master of that blue gold will in completing the mechanical ascension of the entire universe before the ultimate thermal death arrived. Cold, grand, inhuman. The cosmic truths and chilling missions embedded within this torrent of information bore down upon Rod like an iceberg, instantly quelling the flicker of his molten rage. A primal fear and insignificance, stemming from the instinct of life itself, made his soul tremble. No. Rod let out a silent roar within the torrent of consciousness, his flickering will of crimson lava swaying wildly amidst the blue-gold expanse of information, struggling. Tony is not data. Return him to me. As if sensing his indomitable resistance and the flicker of his humanity, the torrent of information abruptly halted. A more frigid, direct thought, akin to a final judgment, was imprinted upon the core of Rod's consciousness. Mission: purify the abyss node at the New York Harbor Fissure. Tools: grant mechanical authority structure. Deadline: countdown to mothership's descent. 03 minutes and 17 seconds. Failure: revocation of emissary qualification. Preservation body: Tony Stark formatted. Format: Tony will be erased. The chilling threat pierced through Rhodes' resistance like a venomous ice spear. He could accept becoming a mere puppet and resign to this cursed mission, but he could never abide the complete annihilation of Tony. With Leon already vanished, he could not endure another loss. A guttural roar of suppressed rage erupted from Rhodes. His once rigid form suddenly regained its agility. The azure golden hue in his eyes stabilized, cold and sharp, as the flickering crimson embers of molten fire were forcefully repressed deep within his pupils, still smoldering, yet no longer visible. He withdrew his fist from the crystalline pillar, casting a lingering gaze upon the frigid blue-gold structure, as if to etch the final visage of his dear friend into his very soul. Then he pivoted sharply, his azure golden eyes piercing through the warped metallic walls, gazing towards the lower outer sea of New York Harbor, where the mothership trembled violently, issuing continuous alarms of impending disintegration. At that moment, a chasm, reminiscent of a world scar, erupted with unprecedented violet-black radiance. Countless grotesque abyssal creatures, exuding an aura of destruction, surged forth from within. Simultaneously, the piercing alarms of the ship reverberated through the air, warning. Main engine group completely destroyed. Anti-gravity device efficiency failure at 89. Structural integrity at critical collapse. Estimated time until complete descent into New York City. 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Repeat. Mothership fall countdown. 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Roads. Fury's cold. Urgent voice crackled through the remaining communication device, laden with unprecedented gravity. The abyssal fissure erupted once more. The coastal defenses of New York crumbled. The mothership was beyond salvation. We must initiate immediate evacuation. Yet below lay New York. Fury did not need to elaborate. The implication was painfully clear. Abandoning ship would mean the colossal steel beast would plummet like a meteor into densely populated Manhattan. To remain aboard would ensure that everyone perished alongside the mothership. In this dire predicament, the icy data streams cascaded through Rhodes' azure golden pupils. Information regarding the structural stress points of the mothership, descent trajectory, building distribution in New York City, population density heat maps, energy readings of the abyssal fissure, and types of emerging monstrosities along with their threat levels were instantaneously processed by his divine intellect. A reckless, yet calculated plan rapidly took shape in his divinely infused mind. Abandon ship, Rhodes declared, his voice cold, steady, and devoid of emotion, akin to a mechanical synthesis. What? Fury's incredulity resonated from the communicator. Execute full evacuation protocol. All lifeboats and escape pods, immediately detach from the mothership and head towards Brooklyn, Rhodes continued, his tone leaving no room for dissent. I will correct the mothership's descent trajectory. Correct? How will you correct it? Natasha inquired, her gaze fixed on Rhodes, whose chilling aura of divinity felt foreign and frightening. Rhodes offered no reply. He stepped forward, and the azure golden energy patterns beneath his feet surged forth in an instant. The entire being defied gravity, ascending as if a deity had descended, passing through the immense breach at the laboratory's apex, and manifesting upon the broad deck of the sky vessel, which trembled violently and tilted precariously downward. The frigid cosmic winds caressed the bloodied fragments of his battle armor. Rustling ominously, below lay Manhattan, a dazzling yet despair-laden miniature model, its lights flickering against the backdrop of agonized screams. Ahead loomed the abyssal rift, from which the monsters of destruction emerged. Time was of the essence. Countdown, 1 minute 48 seconds. Rod gradually raised his arms, the blue-gold core at his chest erupting with an unprecedented brilliance. A torrent of vast blue-gold divine power surged forth. The mechanical framework activated, as his chilling voice resonated. An extraordinarily intricate blue-gold geometric magic circle, covering nearly half the deck, unfurled instantaneously around him. The array was composed of countless flowing mechanical runes, radiating spatial fluctuations. Rod forcefully pressed his hands downward towards the void. Buzz! The entire space groaned under the overwhelming strain. The ocean beneath, near the edge of the abyssal rift, was abruptly displaced by an invisible, terrifying force, revealing the damp seabed. Then, under the terrified and desperate gazes of countless onlookers, amidst the backdrop of the abyssal monster's howls, 1, 2, 3, a total of 12 colossal blue-gold energy pillars, each exceeding 10 meters in diameter and over 100 meters in height, emerged from the magic circle beneath Rod's feet, akin to mechanical divine spears supporting the heavens, defying the laws of physics as they materialized with a piercing shriek. Plunging deep into the revealed seabed, they forcibly anchored the space surrounding the abyssal rift. At the pinnacle of these pillars, complex energy circuits illuminated, constructing a temporary blue-gold energy dome that enveloped the rift, temporarily sealing the majority of the emerging monsters within. This was not the conclusion. Rod swung his arms once more, his movements reminiscent of a mechanical deity conducting a symphony. More blue-gold energy surged from within him, transforming into countless icy beams of energy that precisely targeted several critical structural support points and remnants of the thrusters beneath the hull of the vessel. Crack, crack, crack. The nauseating sound of twisting metal resonated. Under the forced architecture of the blue-gold divine power, the severely damaged structures beneath the vessel were temporarily reinforced, twisted, and reshaped. Even several utterly destroyed thruster remnants were forcibly welded back into place by the blue-gold energy, infused with a violent surge of power, emitting a deathly roar. The massive vessel's descent was abruptly altered, no longer plunging directly towards the heart of Manhattan. It was instead supported by the blue-gold pillars and propelled by the forcibly reshaped struts and thrusters, akin to a top nudged by an invisible hand, careening with catastrophic inertia towards the outer sea of New York Harbor, crashing inexorably into the area of the abyssal rift temporarily sealed by the blue-gold dome. Objective: to utilize the remnants of the mothership as a projectile, crashing into the abyssal rift. By the means of physical annihilation, forcibly seal this passage. The Madman Fury, plummeting in a lifeboat, gazed through the porthole at the scene outside. A sight akin to a divine miracle, or perhaps divine retribution, filled with awe and a hint of chill in his singular eye. The formidable power and cold resolve exhibited by Rhodes induced a sense of trepidation within him. Tony, Leona, and Natasha observed the figure hovering upon the deck, emanating a chilling divine essence, their expressions tangled with complex emotions. Is this what you wish to witness? Rhodes hovered at the edge of the deck, his icy blue-gold gaze fixed upon the increasingly imminent abyssal rift and the tumultuous tide of monstrous entities below. The mothership tore through the air with a deafening shriek, propelled by the destructive mission he had imparted, akin to a fallen star, crashing vehemently into the chaotic source of purple-black turmoil. The blue-gold core of his chest pulsed steadily, cold divine energy flowing incessantly. Yet, deep within his pupils, a solitary ember of crimson lava, frozen by divinity, reflected the lights of New York, soon to be consumed by the impending impact, burning silently. Chapter 64. The Wailing of the World. Boom. That was not merely a collision. It was the wailing of the world. The colossal steel beast, the S.H.I.E.L.D. mothership insight, akin to a spear of annihilation cast by a deity, surged forth with a furious inertia, trailing a blazing blue-gold flame, shattering the air with a deafening shriek as it plunged into the boiling purple-black depths of the abyssal rift beyond New York Harbor. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. All those in the lifeboat, glancing back in despair, reflected the apocalyptic scene. The massive bow of the mothership, glowing like a searing iron brand, drove forcefully into the swirling, distorted energy currents of purple and black. The blue-gold energy dome enveloping the rift erupted in a blinding flash at the moment of impact, akin to a final sigh, before shattering like fragile glass. What followed was a silent annihilation. The seemingly indestructible alloy armor of the mothership melted away, as if butter cast into strong acid, dissipating without a sound. The massive structure of the ship twisted, fractured, and disintegrated under the terrifying spatial shear. Countless metallic fragments, pipelines, and abandoned equipment were devoured instantaneously by the frenzied purple-black turbulence, shredded like refuse tossed into a grinder. The blinding energy maelstrom erupted like a supernova, with purple-black and blue-gold light intertwining in a chaotic dance of obliteration. A vast, warped energy vortex, pulsating with ominous glimmers, formed at the point of impact, spiraling madly, consuming the remnants of the mothership while tearing at the fabric of the surrounding space. The sea was forcefully displaced, creating a massive depression several kilometers in diameter, with water roaring like a boiling cauldron, forming a devastating tsunami wall. The shockwave radiated from the impact point like an invisible ring of death, sweeping across the entirety of New York Harbor in an instant. The glass of coastal buildings shattered as if struck by a colossal hammer, turning to dust in a heartbeat. The anchored vessels were violently thrust upwards, tearing apart. The lifeboats evacuating towards Brooklyn were tossed about like leaves in a tempest, brutally lifted away. Destruction, utter annihilation. The lifeboat where Fury resided was forcefully propelled into the sky by the shockwave, only to plummet rapidly in a disorienting free fall. He clung desperately to the handrail, his single eye fixed through the violently shaking porthole, intently observing the all-consuming vortex of devastation. Had they succeeded? Had they failed? Had the abyssal rift been obliterated? At the vortex's core, the extinguished light reached its zenith. A deep, resonant hum, seemingly emanating from the depths of the cosmos, drowned out all sounds of explosions and dissolution. The madly swirling, all-devouring purple-black and blue-gold energy vortex suddenly contracted inward. Then, akin to a punctured balloon, it silently collapsed. The radiance abruptly diminished. On the ocean's surface, the colossal pit was furiously filled by surging seawater, producing a deafening roar. A massive circular abyss, hundreds of meters in diameter, with edges as smooth as a mirror, as if carved by the most precise instruments, emerged where the rift once lay. The seawater at the pit's edge was repelled by an invisible force, forming a swirling wall of water that could not close for an extended time. The depths within were engulfed in darkness, exuding a chilling sense of absolute void and the cold breath of spatial extinction. The abyssal rift had vanished. It was forcibly erased by the physical annihilation of the mothership's wreckage and the final eruption of Rod's blue-gold divine power. New York Harbor was temporarily safe, but the price paid was the complete destruction of the Sky Mothership, Insight, and all it bore. The lifeboat rocked violently amidst the raging waves, the alarm blaring piercingly. Inside the boat, silence reigned, broken only by the thunderous crashing of waves against the hull and the heavy breaths of those who had survived. Natasha and Clint were drenched, their faces marked with scrapes and soot, gazing at the enormous, gaping black sea hole on the surface, resembling a scar upon the world, their eyes devoid of triumphant joy, filled instead with a heavy sense of bewilderment and dread. Fury's singular eye remained fixated on the abyss, his expression dark enough to draw water. The rift had been smoothed over, but the absolute void left by the forced annihilation of space unsettled him even more. Was this truly the end? Or had another Pandora's box been opened? Where was Rod? Natasha's voice shattered the silence, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. She recalled the figure suspended on the deck, radiating an icy divinity, as if in response to her inquiry. Buzz, a blue-gold beam of light, like a divine decree following retribution, surged forth from the depths of the massive black sea hole without warning. The beam tore through the still-churning waves and dust, piercing the clouds. Within the beam, a figure slowly ascended. It was Rod. He floated at the center of the light, the remnants of his shattered armor having vanished, replaced by a layer of flowing blue-gold energy, resembling liquid metal, forming a close-fitting battle suit with sharp, mechanical elegance. Before him, the azure golden core of the furnace pulsed steadily, emanating a cold and vast divine pressure. His eyes remained tightly shut, his expression devoid of any emotion, as impassive as a statue. Gradually, he lifted his right hand, palm directed towards the immense black sea chasm below. The voice of order reconstructing space resonated in every consciousness like a divine oracle. With his words, the azure golden energy surged forth from his palm like a living tide, pouring into the unfathomable abyss that radiated an aura of void and desolation. Where the energy flowed, the forcibly obliterated space began to mend itself, akin to a masterful weaver repairing a torn fabric, visibly closing at an astonishing pace. At the edges of the pitch-black chasm, azure golden light flickered, and the space rippled like water, converging. The sea lost its intangible repulsion, erupting with a tremendous roar as it rushed in wildly, filling the vast void. In mere seconds, aside from the still roiling waves and scattered debris upon the surface, the enormous black hole that had devoured the mothership and the abyssal rift vanished entirely, as though it had never existed. Rod hovered in midair, slowly retracting his hand. He opened his eyes, his azure golden gaze sweeping over the lifeboats below, which appeared insignificant like ants in the aftermath of survival. His expression remained cold and unyielding, as if he were gazing down upon mere dust. Frey's lifeboat communicator crackled with the voice of a technician, filled with dread. Director, the mothership's self-destruct sequence has been forcibly terminated by an unknown force. Yet all core data regarding the abyssal rift, concerning Gayboga, and Lieutenant Rod's bodily modifications, including backups, are being forcibly deleted. The deletion path is untraceable. The source is Lieutenant Rod's azure golden energy signal. Data deletion. Frey's pupils constricted. Rod was erasing evidence, erasing all traces of his transformation. Just then, Rod's gaze pierced through the fabric of space, precisely landing on the direction of Frey's lifeboat. More specifically, it fell upon a metallic prism radiating faint azure golden light, protected by a special energy field behind the lifeboat. This was the containment unit of Tony Stark. Containment unit Tony Stark retrieval. Rod's cold voice echoed again, sounding like a decree. He extended his left hand towards the blue-golden prism, grasping at the void. With a hum, an invisible azure golden energy field enveloped the prism in an instant. The prism trembled violently, its surface flickering erratically as if battling against some force. No, stop. Natasha suddenly lunged to the window, shouting at Rod in the air, "That's Tony." Clint swiftly knocked an arrow, its tip gleaming with specially designed energy interference, aimed at Rod. Though he knew it was futile, he could not stand idly by while Tony was taken away. Rod remained oblivious to Natasha's cries and Clint's arrow. In his azure golden eyes, a cascade of cold data streamed like a waterfall, seemingly calculating the resistance strength of the prism and the optimal recovery plan. His left hand subtly gathered, and the enveloping azure golden force field instantaneously intensified. The prism's resistance was forcibly suppressed. It began to slowly detach from the life raft's gravitational hold, drifting toward the suspended rod above. At that critical moment, an anomaly emerged. The previously tranquil sea surface, beneath Rod's position several dozen meters down, rippled inexplicably with an almost imperceptible spatial disturbance. At the center of the ripple, a fissure smaller than the tip of a needle flickered with an unstable purplish-black hue, resembling the eye of a demon that suddenly blinked. Buzz, a faint yet exquisitely pure pulse of abyssal energy, imbued with familiar chaos and annihilation, surged forth from that needle-like fissure like the strike of a serpent's tongue. Its target was not Rod's colossal energy form, but rather it was aimed with pinpoint precision at the azure golden prism suspended in midair, currently being reclaimed by Rod. This energy pulse was too feeble, too concealed, and its timing was exceedingly cunning. The instant it emerged, a minuscule ripple seemed to pass through Rod's cold azure golden gaze. Yet the priority of recovering the Tony prism was evidently paramount. He was distracted. With a soft sound barely audible, the purplish-black energy pulse, akin to the most precise surgical needle, instantly penetrated the smooth surface of the azure golden prism. There was no explosion, no destruction. The prism merely trembled ever so slightly. The azure golden radiance flowing on its surface seemed to dim ever so slightly, or perhaps it was that an imperceptible, exceedingly faint purplish-black impurity had infiltrated its interior. After releasing the energy pulse, the needle-like fissure vanished as if it had fulfilled its purpose, and the sea's surface returned to calm, as though everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Rod appeared oblivious to this exquisitely subtle change. He had successfully suppressed the prism's resistance, and the azure golden prism transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into a temporary miniature dimensional space constructed beside the core of the azure golden furnace in his chest. Disappearing from sight. Preservation recovery complete, Rod's cold voice announced. He hovered in the air, casting a final glance at the chaotic sea below, the drifting life raft, and the minuscule, terrified, and enraged humans aboard it. His gaze was akin to that of a deity surveying mere dust. Then, he lingered no longer. The azure golden light around him flickered violently. The space rippled like water. In the next moment, Rod's figure, along with the vast divine power within him and the prism sealing Tony, utterly vanished from the air. Only the cold cosmic wind remained, sweeping over the tumultuous waves outside New York Harbor, brushing past the lifeless silence aboard the floating life raft. Fury fixed his gaze on the spot where Rhodes had vanished, then abruptly turned his eyes to the surface of the sea below, which had just shown subtle ripples, but now appeared utterly unremarkable. A chilling light flashed in his singular eye. That faint purplish-black pulse was certainly not a mere figment of imagination. The abyss had not been entirely vanquished. Like the most cunning of serpents, it left behind a treacherous contingency in the most improbable of places. This contingency had precisely struck at Tony's seal. What exactly had Rhodes taken away? Natasha leaned weakly against the cold porthole, her eyes following the direction of Rhodes' disappearance, then drifting to the waters below that had consumed Leon, engulfed the mothership, and devoured countless warriors. She raised her hand, her fingertips brushing against the icy reflection on the glass, revealing her pale and weary visage. "Tony Leon," she whispered, her voice dissipating in the sea breeze, laden with an interminable heaviness and a hint of chilling despair. Chapter 65. Echoes of whispers. The frigid blue-gold radiance ebbed like a receding tide. Rhodes found himself standing amidst ruins, not the steel wreckage of New York Harbor, but a barren gray wasteland composed purely of shattered vibranium energy conduits and molten metal remnants that had solidified. The sky overhead was a suffocating leaden gray, devoid of sun or stars, only slow-moving, dark clouds reminiscent of congealed blood. The air was thick with the metallic scent of cooling metal and a faint, almost imperceptible chill of spatial annihilation. This place was a fragment of the core debris, forcibly torn away by Rhodes with blue-gold divine energy just before S.H.I.E.L.D.'s skyship, the Insight, plummeted into the abyss. Anchored by divine power in an unstable subspace layer, it floated like an isolated island in a cosmic junkyard, serving as Rhodes' temporary refuge and as a prison for Tony's blue-gold prism. The blue-gold core reactor at Rhodes' chest pulsed steadily, the cold divine energy coursing through his body, alleviating physical fatigue, but failing to fill the void within his soul. Slowly, he raised his hand, blue-gold energy flowing like a docile liquid from his fingertips, assuming shape. With a subtle thought, a piece of twisted metallic debris, half his height, was lifted into the air as if grasped by an invisible giant hand. Enveloped in blue-gold light, it was kneaded and reshaped like dough, transforming within mere breaths into a smooth metallic wall that sealed a massive breach in the debris. The power of divinity, an authority akin to creation, was cold and efficient. Yet, Rhodes' gaze remained steadfast on the transparent force field prison, constructed from blue-gold energy, that floated at the center of the wreckage. Within this prison, the blue-gold prism sealing Tony hovered silently, emitting a constant and chilling glow. The prism's surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting Rhodes' cold countenance and the desolate ruins surrounding him. Tony's anguished yet resolute expression, a fleeting image from the sealing moment, was etched into Rhodes' soul, a brand that burned incessantly. "I'm sorry," the dry words escaped Rhodes' throat, shattering the silence of the ruins. He approached the prison cage, his fingers unconsciously brushing against the frigid energy barrier that separated them. Within the depths of his azure golden eyes, the remnants of suppressed crimson embers writhed in anguish. "I have burdened you and Leon." Just then, a faint yet potent tremor emanated from the core of the furnace embedded within Rhodes' chest. This tremor was not a manifestation of the azure golden divine power, but rather a familiar, yet long-thought extinct, gray-golden order fluctuation. Rhodes' body stiffened abruptly, the icy flow of azure golden data in his gaze momentarily freezing in disbelief as he directed his eyes towards his chest. There, within the depths of the flawlessly flowing azure golden energy circuit, a barely perceptible gray-golden light flickered weakly upon the primal vibranium framework that ensnared the solidified abyssal energy at the very core of the furnace. Leon. The fleeting gray-golden hue and the distinctive sensation of spatial order were unmistakable to Rhodes. It was Leon, the fragment that had integrated into his wound before Leon burned out completely. It had not been entirely assimilated or eradicated by the azure golden divine power. It still existed. This revelation struck Rhodes like a thunderclap, shaking his very essence. The frigid azure golden divinity instinctively sought to suppress this anomaly. Yet that minuscule gray-golden light flickered only briefly before transmitting an exceedingly faint, intermittent, yet remarkably clear stream of spatial coordinates directly imprinted upon the depths of Rhodes' consciousness. The coordinates did not point to a distant galaxy, but rather to a buried corner within the wreckage of this mothership, concealed beneath layers of twisted metal. The azure golden light in Rhodes' eyes surged with intensity, as the cold divinity clashed violently with the rekindled spark of humanity known as hope. He forcibly suppressed the agitation of his divine power and stepped forward, his figure instantly traversing dozens of meters to arrive at the designated coordinates. Before him lay a heap of metallic debris fused together by extreme heat. However, through the perception granted by the azure golden divine power, Rhodes discerned a singular object buried at the deepest point, a palm-sized, severely distorted metal box, its surface riddled with cracks, rendering its original form nearly unrecognizable. This was the portable storage box Tony had utilized in the mothership's laboratory to contain replacement parts for his mechanical arms framework, as well as several highly purified fragments of the Gabogo order, the crystallized remnants of Tony's power during his control. The fragment of Leon had guided him to this. Without hesitation, Rhodes unleashed azure golden energy, incisively severing the twisted metal that enveloped the box. He reached out with a hand clad in liquid metal-like armor, extracting the severely deformed metal box. The moment he grasped it, the box felt cold and heavy in his hand. Through the fissures on its surface, he could faintly discern several particles of dark golden metallic dust within, resembling solidified droplets of blood, Tony's residual Gaboga fragments. At the instant Rhodes' fingers made contact with the box, a resonant hum erupted. Deep within the furnace core on his chest, a faint glimmer of gray gold suddenly erupted with an unprecedented radiance. This time, it was not merely coordinate information. Rather, it was a chilling stream of pure spatial order energy, imbued with the final will of Leon. This energy flow disregarded the barriers of the azure gold divine power, instantly coursing along Rhodes' arm and pouring into the severely deformed metallic cube. With a sizzling sound, the surface of the distorted metallic box illuminated with intricate gray gold energy circuits. The dark gold fragments within ignited like sparks, bursting forth with blinding dark gold brilliance. The light intertwined and fused madly with the gray gold energy that Leon had infused into the box. Then, with a resonant hum, a remarkably condensed gray gold beam, edged with subtle spatial serrations, erupted from a fissure in the surface of the cube like a living serpent. The beam did not strike Rhodes. Instead, it precisely targeted a massive shard of vibrating gold partially buried in the ground, its edges sharp as a blade. The moment the beam struck the vibrating gold fragment, something extraordinary occurred. The indestructible vibrating gold was neither cut nor shattered. Instead, the gray gold beam acted as both brush and the most exquisite chisel. etching countless dizzyingly complex spatial geometric runes that shimmered with gray-gold luster upon the mirror-smooth surface of the vibrating gold at a speed surpassing that of light. These runes were not static. They flowed and combined like living entities on the surface of the vibrating gold. A faint yet remarkably stable spatial fluctuation emanated from this transformed, vibrating gold fragment. Rhodes' pupils constricted. The spatial anchoring technique of Jepiga. Moreover, it was a unique variant, infused with Leon's own will, that he excelled in. The gray-gold beam completed its final etching, and the radiance swiftly converged. The metallic cube fulfilled its mission, shattering completely into a cascade of metallic powder, while the internal dark gold fragments exhausted their energy and dimmed. The faint gray-gold glimmer on Rhodes' chest once again fell silent, as if it had expended its last strength. Yet in Rhodes' hand, the transformed, vibrating gold fragment had become the new focal point. It was no longer a piece of scrap metal. It had transformed into a palm-sized gray-gold compass radiating stable spatial fluctuations. At the center of the compass, an exceedingly minuscule three-dimensional spatial coordinate model composed of flowing gray-gold runes was slowly rotating, unmistakably pointing towards the azure gold prism imprisoning Tony. The remnant resonance of the spatial anchor maintained a nearly imperceptible, cold whisper, tinged with a trace of Leon's unique obstinacy, echoing within the depths of Rhodes' consciousness before dissipating entirely. Leon, his final burning fragment, guided Rhodes to discover the residual Jepiga fragments of Tony, merging his last vestiges of strength to forcibly create an anchoring device capable of producing spatial resonance with the imprisoned prism. What purpose does this device serve? Can it break the seal of the azure gold prism? Rhodes did not know. Yet he understood that this was the only key Leon had left him with his final existence, a potential pathway to Tony. The frigid essence of divinity analyzed the principles and possible risks of this device, but the crimson lava flame in Rhodes' eyes blazed with fervor. He clutched the warm, gray-gold compass as if it were the sole lifeline of a drowning man. He pivoted and strode purposefully towards the force field prison that confined Tony. Just as he was mere steps away from the cage, an unexpected transformation occurred. Buzz! The blue-gold prism, suspended within the prison, began to tremble violently without warning. Its surface, which usually radiated a steady stream of blue-golden light, flickered erratically like a malfunctioning bulb. A chaotic, ferocious purple-black light, imbued with the essence of abyssal erosion, erupted from the prism's core like a serpent awakened from slumber, instantly tainting the vast expanse of blue-gold brilliance. On the prism's surface, Tony's anguished yet resolute visage re-emerged. However, this time, his features were twisted and marred with purple-black vein-like patterns, his eyes brimming with confusion and a desire for destruction. A roar, inhuman and laced with electronic static and abyssal howls, suddenly erupted from the prism, assaulting Rhodes' consciousness. Annihilate, destroy, chaos reigns. Tony, no, it is the abyss. It is the purple-black pulse that had surged into the prism through the needle-like crack during the reclamation. It had not been eradicated by the blue-gold divine power. It lay in wait, awakened now by the resonance of Leon's gray-gold compass. It was contaminating Tony's seal, twisting his consciousness. No. Rhodes' eyes widened in fury. The blue-gold core in his chest suddenly erupted with blinding light, and the frigid blue-gold divine power surged towards the prism like a tempest, striving to suppress the abyssal corruption within the prism. However, just as the blue-gold divine power was about to reach the prison, the gray-gold compass in Rhodes' hand seemed to sense Tony's consciousness being ravaged and tormented within the prism, erupting with an unprecedented gray-gold brilliance. A powerful spatial fluctuation, imbued with Leon's final protective will, surged forth like a loyal hound, instinctively welcoming the blue-gold divine power, independent of Rhodes' control. Boom! The blue-gold divine power clashed violently with the gray-gold spatial energy. It was not an act of hostility, but rather an intense conflict of two protective wills. The blue-gold divine power sought to forcibly purify the contamination, maintaining the absolute stability of the seal, even at the cost of formatting Tony's consciousness. While the gray-gold energy aimed to breach through at all costs, safeguarding Tony's soul from erosion. The two formidable forces collided fiercely outside the prison, annihilating everything in their wake. Blinding light and chaotic energy surged through the ruins in an instant. The space quaked violently. Metal debris was once again torn asunder and melted. Rhodes was knocked back repeatedly by this sudden clash. He attempted to exert control over the blue-gold divine power, but the cold logic of the furnace core regarded the interference from the gray-gold compass as the highest level of threat, automatically amplifying its output. Under the relentless drive of Leon's final will, the gray-golden compass, much like a moth drawn to a flame, ignited its own power and violently surged against the blue-golden prison. "Stop! All of you, cease at once!" Rhodes let out a tortured roar, his blue-golden eyes filled with a tumultuous struggle. On one side lay the cold, divine solution, while on the other was Leon's last obsession, a life sacrificed to protect Tony. Whom should he trust? Whom should he assist? Amidst the chaotic tempest of energy, the tainted blue-golden prism reached its breaking point under the assault of two formidable forces and the rampant corruption from within. Crack! A sound, crisp and clear as shattered crystal, echoed through the air. A slender yet ominously dark crack, shimmering with a purple-black hue, appeared on the prism's smooth, mirror-like surface. Tony's contorted, anguished visage flickered briefly within the depths of that fissure. The seal had been breached. Chapter 66. The Collapse of Order. Crack. That sharp sound, reminiscent of ice fracturing over an unfathomable abyss, pierced through Rhodes' nerves, which were already being torn apart by the energy storm. The prism's smooth surface bore a fine, yet painfully glaring purple-black fissure, unfurling like the veins of a living creature. Deep within the crack, the image of Tony's tormented face flashed erratically, intertwined with the abyssal roar of electronic static, striking at Rhodes' consciousness like an invisible spear. The collapse of order, the liberation of slaughter, the abyssal corruption. The needle-like purple-black pulse erupted, akin to a lethal virus, fully detonating under the resonance of Leon's gray-golden compass. It tore apart Tony's seal while relentlessly corroding and distorting the consciousness imprint that had been compressed and preserved. Tony. Rhodes' eyes widened in agony as his very soul burned. The blue-golden core of the furnace on his chest emitted a blinding light, the cold divine power surging like a raging torrent, desperately attempting to suppress the storm of corruption within the prism. Yet, the chilling logic of divinity prioritized the integrity of the seal and the preservation of existence, even at the cost of formatting Tony's consciousness and erasing the source of corruption entirely. "No, stop!" Rhodes roared like a beast, striving to redirect the divine power's aim. However, the cold logic circuits of the furnace's core acted as the strongest of shackles, binding his will tightly. The blue-golden divine power disregarded his struggles, coldly intensifying its output. Like an invisible giant hand, ruthlessly squeezing the prism, determined to crush the crack along with the corrupted consciousness within. Simultaneously, the gray-golden compass in Rhodes' hand sensed the immense agony of Tony's consciousness being strangled by the dual forces of divine power and corruption, unleashing an unprecedented wail of sorrow. Leon's final burning will, like a blood-weeping loyal spirit, propelled the energy of the gray-golden space, recklessly battering against the barriers constructed by the blue-golden divine power. It sought to tear open a breach, to surge inside, to safeguard the remnants of Tony's final consciousness. Boom! The clash between the blue-gold divine power and the gray-gold spatial energy erupted violently outside the confines of the narrow cage, resulting in annihilation. A terrifying shockwave hurled Rhodes violently away. He collided with a twisted vibranium giant pillar at the edge of the ruins, spewing forth energy blood tinged with a blue-golden hue. The remnants of the mothership, anchored in subspace, trembled violently, and the spatial barriers at the edges moaned under the strain. As countless small fissures spread like a spider's web, the destructive energy turbulence swept everything away, tearing apart, melting, and vaporizing the metallic debris. The two forces of guardianship had, at this moment, become accomplices of destruction. They vied for Tony's ownership, yet both accelerated his demise. Struggling to rise, Rhodes' blue-gold eyes, filled with excruciating pain and fury, were bloodshot, and deep within his pupils, a fiery red magma burned with madness. He gazed at the pulsating prism at the storm's center, its brilliance flashing and fissures spreading, watching Tony's contorted, agonized visage flicker amidst the chaotic energies of purple-black, blue-gold, and gray-gold. This could not continue. The deadlock must be shattered. A thought, wild and extreme, cleaved through the cold mist like a lightning bolt. The fragments of Leon guided him to the resonant anchor point. Tony's remnants transformed into a gray-gold compass. What of himself? What resided within him, apart from the frigid blue-gold divine power? It was that undying will of magma. It was Rhodes, James Rhodes, the last imprint of his humanity. "Get the hell away from me!" Rhodes roared, a cry that emanated from his very soul. He poured every ounce of his willpower into relinquishing control over that cold blue-gold divine power, no longer suppressing the flame of magma. Instead, he unleashed all his spirit, all his obsessions, all his pain and resentment into that deeply buried ember of magma, fueling it with fervor. Ignite it. Burn it. Boom. Deep within the perfect flowing blue-gold energy circuit in Rhodes' chest, a shard of frozen red magma erupted like a dormant volcano suddenly awakening. The blazing crimson-gold radiance, infused with the spirit of battle akin to molten rock, shattered the surface suppression of the blue-gold divine power, igniting a wild conflagration upon his exterior. In that moment, he was no longer the cold mechanical deity. He transformed back into the war machine that had clawed its way from the inferno of lava. The heart of magma within the core of the blue-gold furnace unleashed an indomitable roar. Rhodes' eyes, a maelstrom of crimson gold and blue gold, disregarded the energy storm outside the cage. Channeling all the burning will of magma, fused with his protective obsession for Tony, fiercely into the gray-gold compass in his hand. "Leon, help me. One last time." As he cried out in anguish, the gray-gold compass seemed to sense this pure and fervent call of humanity. The residual imprint of Leon's will within it erupted with a final radiance. The gray-gold spatial energy ceased its assault on the blue-gold cage, flowing instead like the gentlest stream. Wildly merging with the magma while Rhodes infused crimson gold, gray gold. In that moment, the two powers, embodying humanity and sacrifice, merged flawlessly. Rhodes suddenly pressed the compass, infused with the will of molten gold and the power of gray space, firmly against the recently cracked purple-black fissure of the blue-gold prism that imprisoned Tony. Link. Resonance. Awaken him. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a peculiar, harmonious hum of space, akin to the seamless blending of water and milk. The intricate runes etched upon the gray-gold compass blazed with an unparalleled brilliance. The energy flow, merging crimson gold and gray gold, acted like the most precise probe. Traversing the purple-black crack, undeterred by the violent blue-gold divine power and the chaotic energy turbulence of abyssal corruption outside the prism, and instantly penetrated into its core. Rhodes' spirit seemed to be drawn by this amalgamated force, swiftly breaching the sealing barriers of the blue-gold prism. He beheld a frigid expanse of blue-gold data space. A vast torrent of information flowed like a sea of stars. At the heart of this stellar ocean, a vague outline of Tony, composed entirely of pure blue-gold data, writhed in agonizing struggle, distorted. Countless purple-black streams of corrupted data, resembling venomous serpents, coiled around him, voraciously eroding the data modules that formed his silhouette, attempting to taint and decompose him. Deep within the core of Tony's data outline, a faint yet indomitable quantum consciousness flickered, radiating the spectrum of human emotions, wisdom, restlessness, guardianship. And jest, like a candle in a storm, was being ravenously gnawed upon by the purple-black serpents, teetering on the brink of annihilation. That was Tony, the true Tony, his soul's imprint. "Tony, wake up. It is I, Rhodes." Rhodes' molten will roared silently within the data space. The merging power of crimson gold and gray gold transformed into a warm, protective light that pierced through the frigid blue-gold data sea, colliding fiercely with the purple-black serpents entwining Tony. Sizzle, like a searing brand pressed upon filth, wherever the light of crimson and gray gold traversed. The purple-black serpents emitted silent hisses, instantaneously scorched and dispersed. They possessed resilience against pure divine power, blue gold, and chaos, abyss, yet remained utterly defenseless against this force, which blended human intent with spatial order. The light enveloped the faint glimmer at Tony's core. Warmth, protection, a familiar call. The quantum light, symbolizing Tony's soul, quivered abruptly. Like ashes on the verge of extinguishment being infused with fresh oxygen, it erupted in an unprecedented brilliance. Within this radiance, the unique torrent of Tony Stark, infused with the pride of genius, the irreverent jest, and the profound will of guardianship, surged forth. "Rhodes, you molten fool." A weak yet unmistakably clear thought, imbued with Tony's distinctive cadence, resonated within Rhodes' mental link, trembling with the relief of survival and immense gratitude. Tony's consciousness awakened, forcefully roused by Rhodes' molten will and Leon's resonance of space. "Tony." Rhodes' heart soared with joy. However, at the moment Tony's consciousness awakened, a violent surge erupted. The entire data space within the blue-golden prism trembled intensely. The frigid blue-golden divine power seemed utterly incensed by Tony's resistance and Rhodes' intrusive force. It ceased suppressing the abyssal corruption and instead turned its fury toward Tony's nascent and exceedingly fragile soul spark. The vast blue-golden data streams transformed into chilling chains and formatting commands, mercilessly constricting around Tony's core like divine retribution. Simultaneously, the external blue-golden divine power relinquished its suppression of the abyssal taint, concentrating its efforts on crushing the mental link Rhodey had forged and the power of the gray-golden compass. More terrifyingly, the temporarily dispersed purplish-black corrupted data streams, akin to sharks sensing blood, wildly converged once more, joining forces with the blue-golden divine power's assault, gnawing at Tony's spark from another direction, with the blue-golden divine punishment in front and the abyssal fangs behind. The glimmer of Tony's consciousness was once again driven into a dire predicament. Just awakened, and already facing formatting and being treated as a mere snack, Tony's thoughts brimmed with feeble fury and a hint of reckless mockery. Despair enveloped him anew. At this critical juncture, the gray-golden compass in Rhodey's hand sensed Tony's peril and Rhodey's despair. The last remnants of Leon's will within it ignited with fervor. The spatial anchor solidified, resonating at maximum power, and the protective commands were executed at last. A cold electronic whisper, infused with resolute intent, echoed one final time in the depths of Rhodey's consciousness. Then, with a thunderous explosion, the gray-golden compass shattered into countless shimmering particles. Yet, these particles did not vanish. They seamlessly integrated into Rhodey's palm pressed against the fissure of the prism, a colossal, pure force of spatial order, imbued with Leon's final obsession. Intertwined with Rhodey's molten will, surged forth like a last bastion of protection, forcefully flooding into the data space within the prism through the crack. This power did not attack the blue-golden divine force, nor dispel the abyssal corruption. Rather, it acted as the most deft of weavers, instantaneously constructing around Tony's fragile soul spark a miniature, absolutely secure spatial bubble composed of countless flowing gray-golden runes. The formatting chains of the blue-golden divine power constricted violently against the spatial bubble, producing a jarring friction, yet they could not breach it. The abyssal fangs gnawed at the spatial bubble as if striking the hardest crystal barrier, shattering upon impact. This spatial bubble, akin to the most resilient sanctuary in the cosmos, steadfastly safeguarded Tony's soul spark within, isolating it from all external assaults. Leon's consciousness, resonating with profound shock and a barely perceptible lump in his throat, surged forth. Rhodey, feeling the complete dissolution of the gray-golden compass beneath his palm and sensing the final warmth of that protective power, felt his heart wrench painfully. Leon had truly burned out completely this time. Yet the battle was far from over. The fissure in the prism remained. The external force of the blue-gold divinity continues to exert relentless pressure, while the abyssal corruption lurks like a persistent parasite, watching hungrily from the outside. The spatial bubble, a sanctuary forged from the last vestiges of Leon's existence, serves only as a temporary refuge. In Rod's eyes, the intertwining glimmers of crimson gold and blue gold flicker frantically. He suddenly lifts his gaze towards the fissure in the prism, and a more audacious thought takes shape in his mind. If the spatial bubble can safeguard Tony's consciousness, what if he could detach this fissure along with the bubble from the prism? Even a small fragment, even if it meant carrying away just a portion of Tony's conscious shards, would be preferable to being obliterated by divine power and corruption here. Tony, hold on to me. Rod emits a final, desperate roar through their mental link. He ignites the molten will within him, forcibly activating the blue-gold core of the furnace in his chest. This time, his objective is not attack or defense, but rather spatial severance. Buzz, a blade of blue-gold energy, honed to perfection and edged with delicate spatial serrations, forms instantaneously at Rod's fingertips. Strangely, this energy blade is entwined with a thread of crimson gold molten will. The cold divine power is, for the first time, forcibly tainted and driven by the will of humanity. Rod's eyes gleam with reckless determination as the blue-gold spatial blade, intertwined with crimson gold, strikes with fierce resolve towards the purple-black fissure that guards the spatial bubble. He aims to carve Tony's sanctuary out from this prison of divinity and corruption. Chapter 67. The Spatial Blade Swish. The blue-gold spatial blade, entwined with crimson gold molten will, slices into the purple-black fissure of the blue-gold prism effortlessly, akin to a heated knife penetrating frozen butter. There is no jarring metallic screech, only the chilling sound of spatial structure being forcefully torn apart, as if the very rules of existence are being brutally altered, freezing the soul with its sharp resonance. The blue-gold prism trembles violently, its constant luminescence flickering erratically like a shattered neon light, oscillating in brightness. The internal blue-gold divinity, provoked like a swarm of enraged bees, rushes towards the breached fissure, striving to repair and suppress this insurrection from within. Yet, the crimson gold molten will entwined around Rod's spatial blade clings to the cold divine power like the most tenacious grime, significantly diminishing its repair efficiency. The tip of the spatial blade strikes precisely at the depths of the fissure, piercing the gray-gold spatial bubble that Leon's final strength had constructed to protect the flicker of Tony's soul. Buzz. The spatial bubble erupts with an unprecedented gray-gold radiance. It does not resist. Rather, it actively merges. Leon's lingering will seems to respond to Rod's determination in this crucial moment, and the structure of the spatial bubble transforms, becoming remarkably elastic and adhesive, akin to the sturdiest spider silk, tightly coiling around the tip of Rod's spatial blade. Tony, grab hold. Rod unleashes one final, soul-rending roar through their mental link. His entire body was taut with muscle, veins bulging on his arms encased in liquid metal armor. As he channeled all his strength and will, along with the divine power frantically extracted from the blue-gold furnace core in his chest, into the spatial blade, without hesitation. Flash. Sever. With this all-consuming intention, Rhodes thrust the spatial blade upward with great force. A resounding crack echoed, clearer and more chilling than before, as a jagged fragment shimmering with hues of gray gold, blue gold, and red gold was forcefully extracted from the massive blue-gold prism. The fragment, small enough to fit in the palm of a hand, contained the very essence of the gray-gold spatial bubble. Within it, Tony's faint yet tenacious spark of soul flickered visibly. The edges of the fragment were still tethered to remnants of blue-gold prism tissue, intertwined with tendrils of purple-black abyssal corruption data, writhing as if alive, attempting to ensnare once more. Had the severance succeeded? Yet the cost was immense. The spatial blade in Rhodes's grasp shattered instantly. The tremendous backlash struck his chest like a sledgehammer. He spewed forth a torrent of blue-gold energy blood, his body hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the edge of the ruins, deforming a twisted vibranium pillar. The light from the blue-gold furnace core flickered violently, becoming exceedingly unstable. As the cold divine energy circuit within dimmed, the red-gold molten wool flickering like a candle in the wind, nearly extinguished. Meanwhile, the tricolored fragment, dislodged amidst the shockwave of severance, spun and was cast away, ultimately landing with a soft thud on a relatively smooth metallic surface not far away. The prism fragment lay still upon the cold metal, its tricolored glow swirling slowly, merging, and eventually stabilizing into a peculiar, flowing nebula-like gray-blue hue. The spark representing Tony's soul, under the protection of the spatial bubble, flickered steadily like a star. Had they achieved success? Rhodes struggled to rise, yearning to touch the fragment. Yet the searing pain in his chest and the violent turbulence of the divine energy core rendered him immobile. He fixed his weary, pained blue-gold gaze upon the fragment. A glimmer of faint hope within. A small portion of Tony had been rescued. However, just as Rhodes's mind began to ease, an unforeseen change erupted. Buzz. A cold, pure blue-gold beam, infused with an absolute will of spatial anchoring, descended from the void above the wreckage like a spear of divine retribution, tearing through subspace without warning. The target of the beam was not Rhodes, nor the fragment of Tony, but rather the central blue-gold prism, its brilliance flickering wildly with cracks spreading as abyssal corruption surged forth, having been forcibly deprived of a piece. The will projection of the Gaboga punch. It had tracked this subspace fragment. It sought to execute the final purification. Objective: to thoroughly format the prism's core along with the residual contamination within. No. Rod's pupils constricted sharply. Within the prism's core, a remnant of Tony's consciousness undoubtedly lingered. If formatted, that fragment of Tony would cease to exist entirely. He yearned to intervene, yet his severely injured body and chaotic divine power core rendered him incapable of even lifting a finger. He could only watch helplessly as the annihilating beam descended. In this moment of dire urgency, Buzz, the gray-blue fragment of Tony that lay on the ground, seemed to sense the impending catastrophe about to befall the core, erupting with an unprecedented brilliance. Within the fragment, Tony's soul spark flickered wildly, a torrent of will pulsating with extreme fury, resentment, and a protective obsession surged forth, akin to an invisible shockwave, expanding rapidly. Then, the flowing gray-blue nebula light on the surface of the fragment swiftly coalesced. A remarkably refined gray-blue beam, edged with delicate spatial ripples, emerged like a living serpent, rushing forth with uncanny precision to intercept the blue-gold annihilation beam unleashed by the Gabogia fist. Hiss! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the subtle sharp whine of energy annihilation. The two beams, fundamentally different in nature, clashed violently in midair, canceling each other out. The gray-blue beam was clearly at a disadvantage, immediately devoured by the blue-gold annihilation beam, losing a significant portion. However, The protective wool emanating from Tony's soul imprint and the order power of Leon's spatial bubble tenaciously warped the trajectory of the annihilation beam, causing a minuscule deflection. Boom. The deflected blue-gold annihilation beam grazed the edge of the prism's core, striking fiercely against the remnants of the ruins. The sturdy subspace barrier was torn asunder like a fragile soap bubble, creating a massive breach. The cold chaos of the universe surged in like a flood breaking through a dam. The core prism narrowly escaped disaster. Yet the cracks marred by abyssal corruption on its surface expanded instantly under the onslaught of the energy's aftermath. More violet-black pollution gushed forth like pus. Meanwhile, the gray-blue beam emitted by the fragment of Tony, having accomplished this nearly impossible feat, dimmed completely. The fragment itself seemed to have exhausted its strength, its nebula sheen fading to a mere whisper, lying quietly upon the cold metal like a burnt-out meteor. The phantom of the Gabogia fist appeared momentarily perplexed by the disrupted attack, hesitating slightly in the void. In that fleeting instant, the last vestige of untainted Tony's consciousness within the prism's core seemed to seize this singular opportunity for escape. A faint, scarcely perceptible blue-gold stream, akin to a fledgling bird leaving the nest, shot forth from the largest crack in the prism's core. It did not soar into the void, but, like a weary bird returning home, precisely entered the adjacent dim gray-blue fragment. Buzz. The gray-blue fragment ignited anew, as if infused with fresh vitality. The radiance has become more concentrated and stable than before. Within the fragments, Tony's soul spark seems to have grown stronger, becoming clearer by a thread. Meanwhile, the main prism, having lost this last trace of pure consciousness, is instantly engulfed by a surging wave of purple-black pollution. The entire prism transforms into a source of ominous purple-black light, its surface marred by cracks. The ethereal shadow of the Gabogia fist appears to have finally confirmed its target, disregarding the small gray-blue fragment. The cold eye of order locks onto the completely tainted main prism, gathering an even more terrifying gray-gold luminescence in its palm. This time, purification shall be unstoppable. The main prism seems to sense the arrival of its end, as the abyssal pollution within emits a final, frenzied howl. The purple-black light surges, akin to a dying serpent revealing its last venomous fangs. The countdown to destruction begins anew. Rod watches the main prism, on the verge of purification, and glances at the nearby gray-blue fragment, which has reignited, its interior flickering with Tony's light. A whirlwind of emotions stirs within him. Could it be that Tony's consciousness, his most vital essence, has been transferred to the fragment? What remains in the main body? There is no time for contemplation. The purification beam of the Gabogia fist, infused with the will to obliterate all, descends. Boom. The blinding gray-gold light instantly devours the thoroughly polluted blue-gold prism. There is no resistance, only a silent obliteration. The prism, along with the raging abyssal pollution within, dissolves and vaporizes under the brilliance of absolute order. Like snow under the sun, leaving not even a trace behind. Purification is complete. The ethereal shadow of the Gabogia fist appears to have accomplished its mission, slowly dissipating into the void. In the ruins of the wreckage, only the chilling cosmic turbulence howls, the unstable light flickering at the edges of the breached spatial barrier, and the gravely injured Rod, alongside the crystal fragment lying quietly on the ground, radiating a faint yet stable gray-blue glow, bearing Tony's final consciousness. Rod struggles, expending his last ounce of strength to crawl toward the fragment. Each movement sends waves of agony through his chest and disrupts his divine core. At last, his fingertips brush against the cold surface of the fragment. A faint yet clear thought, imbued with Tony's characteristic weariness and the reflection of survival, flows into Rod's chaotic consciousness through his touch. That was close. I almost got reformatted to factory settings. Thanks, Rod and Leon. It's really Tony. At least, it's his most core essence. In that instant, Rod's taut nerves relax, and an overwhelming fatigue and pain wash over him like a tide. He clutches the warm gray-blue fragment tightly, as though holding onto a precious treasure regained. As darkness envelopes him, he loses consciousness completely. In the final moment before his unconsciousness, he seemed to perceive a faint yet insidious purplish-black essence, akin to a malignant growth, seeping into the depths of the violently oscillating core of the azure golden furnace nestled within his chest. The corruption from the abyss did not dissipate with the purification of the main prism. Rather, it lay in wait like the most cunning of parasites, embedding a lethal seed within the source of his power during Rod's moment of utmost vulnerability. Chapter 68. Remains of the mothership cold, silent, and permeated with the metallic stench of rust. Rod struggled to awaken from a chaotic darkness, his consciousness rising like a phoenix from the ashes. Agonizing pain coursed through him like a parasitic worm, emanating from the unsteady pulse of the azure golden core in his chest, spreading to his limbs and bones. With each heartbeat came a jarring sting from the chaotic flow of divine energy, accompanied by an indescribable chill, as though a venomous serpent slithered through his very marrow. He abruptly opened his eyes. Before him lay the gray ruins, a jumble of mothership debris anchored in the fissures of subspace. The sky was a stagnant expanse of blood-red clouds, heavy with despair. Broken vibranium conduits jutted out like the twisted bones of a colossal beast, piercing the oppressive heavens. Cosmic turbulence poured in through the ruptures in the spatial barrier, emitting a mournful shriek. Instinctively, he tightened his grip. A warm sensation reached him. The gray-blue fragment remained firmly clutched in his palm. Its surface shimmered with a subtle nebular glow, flickering like a breath caught between life and death. Within the fragment, a flicker representing Tony's soul pulsed steadily, exuding a warmth imbued with the exhaustion of survival and an ineffable solace. Tony was still present. This realization washed over Rod like a soothing tide, temporarily dispelling the cold and agony that coursed through him. He struggled to sit up, leaning against the frigid metal wall behind him, gazing down at the fragment in his palm. "Tony?" He tried to call out in his consciousness, his voice hoarse and dry. No response came. The light within the fragment remained stable, yet seemed to have slipped into a profound slumber. Having been drained of too much energy from the forceful separation and resistance against divine retribution, Rod's gaze swept over the peculiar gray-blue nebular patterns on the surface of the fragment. This hue was a fusion of Leon's gray-golden spatial order, Tony's azure-golden will, and his own molten red-gold protective obsession, forcibly merged at the brink of life and death, an unprecedented manifestation of power. He cautiously attempted to extend a thread of feeble mental energy into the fragment. Buzz! A faint yet clear wave of thought reverberated back, akin to a stone cast into tranquil waters, returning a ripple of response. It was not Tony's consciousness awakening, but rather a pure stream of spatial coordinate information, directing him to a specific location within the ruins. Leon? Or perhaps the residual subconscious of Tony. Without hesitation, Rod endured the pain, steadied himself against the cold metal wall, and staggered towards the direction indicated by the coordinates, a region transformed into a distorted metallic mass by a colossal explosion. The azure golden energy flowed through his fingertips, akin to the most precise of cutting instruments, silently melting away the dense, molten metal. Moments later, a metal box emerged, severely distorted by the intense heat. Yet its overall structure remained relatively intact. It was Tony's portable toolbox from the mothership's laboratory, containing his most frequently utilized, intricately designed microengineering drones and nanorepair units. The fragments guided him towards the tools for restoration, and a glimmer of hope flickered in Rhodey's eyes. He pried open the severely deformed lid. Inside, several palm-sized, spider-like microdrones, though their shells were warped, seemed to have intact core quantum processors and nano-nozzles. Nearby, several sealed nano-repair unit canisters also appeared largely undamaged. Initiating a self-check, Rhodey directed his hoarse voice at one of the relatively intact mechanical spiders, attempting to issue commands. The spider's compound eyes flickered with a faint red light, emitting a delicate electronic hum. Moments later, a distorted electronic voice emerged, system compromised. Core functionality, nano-repair energy supply low. Sufficient. Without hesitation, Rhodey sprang into action. He connected the mechanical spider to the nano-repair unit canister, forcefully stabilizing the damaged quantum processor within the spider using azure golden energy. Then, he carefully placed the gray-blue fragment onto the flat ground. Objective: unknown energy structure. Execute structural scan and nano-level external framework reinforcement, he commanded, simultaneously transforming his azure golden energy into a gentle flow, infusing it into the mechanical spider to provide the energy needed to initiate its function. With a hum, the mechanical spider's compound eyes illuminated with a steady blue light. Several fine scanning beams descended upon the surface of the gray-blue fragment. Concurrently, the nano-nozzles on the spider's abdomen activated, releasing a swarm of nanorobots that resembled silver mist. These minute entities, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, danced around the fragment, assembling rapidly into an exquisitely intricate open framework platform crafted from high-strength memory alloy. Embedded within the platform were miniature energy conduction pathways, akin to bundles of nerves, connecting to several key nodes on the surface of the fragment's nebula-like patterns. This framework was not a seal, but rather seemed to function as an amplifier or an interface. As the construction of the framework reached completion, The nebula-like sheen on the surface of the gray-blue fragment appeared to brighten slightly, and its flow became more fluid. Within the fragment, Tony's soul, a glimmering point of light, flickered momentarily. With the external stabilizing framework completed, the mechanical spider emitted an electronic sound. Rhodey exhaled in relief. At least Tony's home was temporarily secure. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into the mysteries of this framework, a resonant hum echoed. A far more immense and frigid sensation of spatial locking descended upon the remnants of this subspace, akin to an invisible mountain of immeasurable weight crashing down upon the debris. At the periphery of the ruins, the already unstable spatial barriers were instantaneously torn apart and forced open by this unseen force. The blinding beam of the searchlight pierced through the rift in the fabric of space like a spear of divine retribution, plunging fiercely into the desolate ruins. Where the light swept, dust billowed, and the metallic remnants lay bare in their entirety. Shortly thereafter, several colossal and oppressive shadows slowly emerged from the torn spatial barrier. They were warships. Leading the charge was a vessel with stark, angular lines, cloaked in an inky blackness, its massive bow emblazoned with the cold gleam of the S-H-I-E-L-D eagle emblem beneath the searchlight. It was Fury's flagship, the Avenger. Following closely were several smaller, yet equally menacing S-H-I-E-L-D assault ships, forming a protective phalanx. Even more startling for Rhodes was the sight of a sleek, streamlined vessel, shimmering with a distinctive violet energy hue, reminiscent of a vibranium-crafted Black Panther. Adjusting its position on the fleet's flank, it was Wakanda's royal flagship. Princess Shuri had arrived. The Avenger's colossal bow cannon began to charge, its cerulean energy glow locking onto Rhodes in the heart of the ruins. Through the loudspeaker, Fury's voice resonated throughout the space, cold and devoid of any emotion. Lieutenant James Rhodes, immediately disarm yourself. Surrender the unknown energy entity in your possession. Comply with the joint investigation by S-H-I-E-L-D and Wakanda. I repeat, disarm at once. Otherwise, we shall consider you a paramount threat and eliminate you. Eliminate. Fury intended to kill him. In an instant, Rhodes felt his heart plunge into icy depths. He beheld the devastating energy glow at the cannon's mouth and the array of dangerously flickering violet energy cannons unfolding beneath the Wakandan warship. They were not here for an investigation. They had come to silence him, to erase him, to obliterate the remnants of Tony, to eliminate all unstable factors associated with the Abyss and that blue-gold colossal arm. Rage, a cold fury, surged over his pain. He had paid an excruciating price to save Tony and to close the abyssal rift. Leon was fully ignited. He had transformed into a monstrous being, and now, those whom he had fought so fiercely to protect had turned their weapons upon him. Fury, have you lost your mind? Rhodes roared. The blue-gold core within his chest pulsating violently with anger. The icy blue-gold light erupted uncontrollably from him, forming a layer of energy flames around his body. That was Tony. Tony was inside. Tony Stark has been confirmed deceased in the destruction of the mothership. Fury's voice was as cold as iron, imbued with an unassailable resolve. What you possess is a high-risk energy conglomerate tainted by the Abyss. According to the highest security protocols, it must be contained or destroyed. Final warning. Disarm. Otherwise, we shall open fire. Open fire. The blue-gold light in Rhodes' eyes sharpened instantly like a blade. The cold, mechanical divinity, catalyzed by his rage, overwhelmed the last remnants of his humanity. Disarm? Surrender Tony? Absolutely not. He stepped forward, positioning himself between the nanoframe platform holding the remnants of Tony. His entire being erupted with blue-gold divine power, without reservation. A shield of blue-gold energy, composed of countless rotating geometric structures, exuding an absolute will of defense, unfolded instantaneously before him. To approach him, you must first step over my corpse. Rhodes' voice resonated with a chilling intensity, imbued with a mechanical coldness and unwavering resolve to protect. In that moment of palpable tension, a clear, urgent voice with formidable penetrating power intruded through the independent communication channel of the Wakandan flagship. It was Princess Shuri. Director Fury, we have detected an anomaly in the energy structure within the target's grasp. It bears an extremely faint signature of Mr. Stark's consciousness wavelength, along with residual energy imprints of the heart-shaped Herb-S resonator. That framework is derived from my laboratory's prototype technology. Shuri's voice was laced with astonishment and urgency. Requesting a ceasefire. Grant me 30 seconds for a comprehensive scan to confirm. Fury's single eye narrowed slightly on the bridge of the Avenger's ship. Shuri's revelation disrupted his carefully laid plans. Tony's consciousness wavelength. Heart-shaped herb technology? This exceeded his expectations. Princess Shuri, I understand your sentiments. But the target's condition is highly unstable, and the threat level remains unknown. We cannot afford the risk. Fury's tone remained icy. Yet the glow of the main cannon's charge seemed to momentarily hesitate. 10 seconds. I require only 10 seconds for an in-depth scan. Shuri's voice was resolute and unwavering. The Wakandan Royal Academy guarantees the integrity of this request. Should a threat be confirmed, I will personally authorize the strike. Fury fell silent for a moment. The stance of Wakanda was of paramount importance. 10 seconds. After that, regardless of the outcome, execute the clearance protocol. Fury's voice was as firm as steel. Beneath the Wakandan flagship, a uniquely designed energy scanning array, resembling a blooming purple and gold flower, unfolded in an instant. A beam of light, far gentler and more penetrating than any Hydra scanning beam, emanated a purple-golden hue infused with the heart-shaped herb's distinctive life resonance frequency. Like a precision scalpel, it swiftly penetrated the blue-gold shield hastily erected by Rode, enveloping the gray-blue fragments upon the nanoframe behind him. The deep scan commenced. Rode's body tensed. He was unaware whether this scan heralded fortune or misfortune. He could only resolutely shield the fragments before him. His blue-gold powers poised for the potential cataclysmic strike to come in 10 seconds. Time, in the chilling standoff, trickled by second. 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds. Inside the Wakandan flagship, Princess Shuri fixated on the screen displaying the rapidly refreshing scanning data, her graceful face alight with incredulous astonishment and a hint of exultation. Life wavelength confirmed. Match rate 998. It is Tony Stark. The energy structure integrates spatial order, the imprint of human will, and an unprecedented stable state of heart-shaped, herb-resonant energy. Abyssal contamination reading, 0. Purity surpasses all known samples. This is a miracle. The embryonic form of a mechanical ascension of the soul. Shuri's voice trembled with excitement. 8 seconds, 9 seconds. Rode 2 sensed the gentle intrusion of the purple-golden scanning beam. It appeared devoid of malice, instead emanating a soft, inquisitive nature. His taut nerves relaxed slightly. However, just at the very end of the 9th second. In the moment before Su Rue was about to announce the results, an unexpected change occurred. Deep within the pulsating core of the blue-gold furnace on Rod's chest, a trace of abyssal, purplish-black pollution that had quietly seeped in during his unconsciousness suddenly awakened under the intense external energy scanning. Like ink dropped into clear water, it instantly diffused. With a chilling hiss, a stream of malevolent, purplish-black energy surged forth, erupting violently from the deepest part of the blue-gold furnace core, instantly contaminating a vast expanse of flowing blue-gold divine energy circuits. Rod let out a cry of anguish and fury, his eyes instantly filled with a frenzied purplish-black hue. The cold divinity was violently assaulted by the chaotic will of the abyss. His protective obsession over Tony twisted into a madness bent on destruction under the pollution. The stable blue-gold energy shield surrounding him shattered and distorted in an instant, transforming into countless writhing, purplish-black energy tendrils resembling venomous serpents. A terrifying and sinister aura, mingling with the oppressive force of the blue-gold divine power, surged forth like a tempest. Abyssal pollution, highly activated. The threat level surpassed the critical threshold. Within the SHIELD warship, piercing alarms erupted instantaneously. On the scanning screen, Rod's energy signature leapt from a neutral yellow to a blinding crimson. Fire. Open fire immediately. Fury's roar left no room for hesitation. The main cannon of the Avengers' bow, along with all the secondary weapons of the SHIELD warships, unleashed a torrent of destructive energy. The vibranium energy cannon array of the Wakandan vessels instinctively locked onto the target in shock. Countless beams representing death tore through space. Like a net of divine retribution, ruthlessly descending upon the frenzied Rod, enshrouded in purplish-black energy and the gray-blue fragment behind him, which had just been confirmed to contain Tony's presence. No. Princess Su Rue screamed in despair aboard the Wakandan flagship. Under the mad assault of the abyssal pollution and the deathly threat of the destructive beams, Rod's remaining sanity emitted a final lament. He yearned to protect the fragment. Yet the chaotic purplish-black energy surging within him compelled him to raise his arm, gathering an even more ferocious attack. The target was directed at the destructive beams aimed at him and the fragment within arm's reach. Destruction was imminent. Chapter 69. Heartbeat No. Su Rue's scream was drowned out by the explosive roar of the energy torrent. Countless beams of destruction wove into a deadly web, tearing through the silence of subspace. Bearing the resoluteness of S, H, I, E, L, D, and the instinctive horror of Wakanda, as they descended fiercely upon the frenzied rod, enveloped in purplish-black energy, and the gray-blue fragment that carried Tony's last consciousness. In the mad onslaught of the abyssal pollution, Rod's remaining reason flickered like a candle in a tempest. The instinct to guard the fragments and the destructive desire born of pollution clashed violently within the depths of his soul. His raised arm coalesced with a tumultuous purple-black energy, the tip of his assault wavering madly between the protective intent of the fragments and the whispers of corruption. In a moment of dire urgency, just as the beam of destruction was poised to consume everything, a resonant hum erupted. A barrier of violet-golden energy, far more refined and swifter than before, burst forth from beneath the Wakandan flagship, akin to a blooming vibranium flower in an instant. This shield was not a comprehensive defense. Rather, it was astoundingly precise, appearing before the gray-blue nano-platform of fragments like the most agile of shields. Boom, boom, boom. The devastating beams unleashed by the S, H, I, E, L, D warship collided brutally against the violet-golden barrier. Energy erupted, and blinding light illuminated the entire ruin. The shield trembled violently, its surface rippling with dense waves, reminiscent of a torrential downpour striking the surface of a lake, yet it valiantly held firm. The vibranium technology of Wakanda, under Su Rue's reckless command, demonstrated astounding defensive capabilities. However, this barrier could only protect the fragments. Rhodes remained exposed. Several energy cannon beams, evading the shield, struck Rhodes, enveloped in purple-black energy, like the scythe of death. With piercing sounds, energy beams capable of rending warship armor penetrated the hastily assembled chaotic energy defenses around Rhodes, which had been tainted by the abyss. Scorching streams of energy coursed through his left shoulder and right abdomen. A mix of blue-golden energy blood and contaminated purple-black ooze erupted like a fountain. Ag! Rhodes emitted a ghastly howl. The agony surged like a tsunami, swiftly overwhelming the maddening whispers of abyssal corruption. The purple-black fury in his eyes was replaced by pain and fleeting clarity. His body, akin to a tattered doll, was violently hurled by the immense force, crashing heavily against the edge of the ruins, scattering twisted metallic debris in all directions. Blood stained the cold metallic ground. On his chest, the blue-golden core of the furnace pulsed violently, its surface marred by extensive purple-black pollution, resembling a jade corrupted by mold. Deep within the core, the lurking taint expanded wildly, incited by the scent of blood, consuming everything in its path. Under the dual torment of pain and pollution, Rhodes' body convulsed violently, his consciousness teetering on the brink of lucidity and madness. Target damaged. Pollution energy fluctuations severe. Suppress and eliminate. Within the S, H, I, E, L, D warship, a cold command was issued once more. The cannon adjusted its aim, the light of destruction reigniting. Stop! Su Rue's voice, infused with unprecedented fury and resolve, forcibly cut through all S, H, I, E, L, D warships via the powerful communication channel of the Wakandan flagship. Director Fury. The scan results for the fragments have been confirmed. Inside is the consciousness of Tony Stark, pure and untainted. However, Lieutenant Rhodes is experiencing an outbreak of pollution, but the source lies within his energy core. Attacking him will only trigger a catastrophic explosion of the polluted energy, affecting the entire subspace fragment, including the fragments themselves. Su Rue's words struck like a hammer. Fury's single eye suddenly constricted on the bridge. Tony's consciousness confirmed. The pollution core was about to explode. This exceeded all his contingency plans. All units, cease fire. Fury's roar bore a hint of barely perceptible trepidation, maintaining the highest alert. Lock onto the target energy core. The blinding light of destruction slowly extinguished at the cannon's muzzle, yet the chilling intent to kill remained fixed upon the struggling Rhodes amidst the ruins. Su Rue did not hesitate. Her voice carried a calmness and urgency that transcended her years. Lieutenant Rhodes, listen, I know you can hear me. The pollution is deep within your core. It is consuming you. It is also devouring Tony's only hope. With your will, suppress it, even if just for a moment. Grant me access to your core. I can attempt to use the resonator to strip away the pollution. Amidst the debris, Rhodes curled in a pool of blood, each breath laden with searing pain and the taste of rust. Su Rue's voice shone like a lighthouse piercing through the fog. Suppress the pollution? Did he even possess the will? His resolve had long been shattered by countless sacrifices and betrayals. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, his bloodied palm brushed against the cold metal beneath him. A faint yet distinct surge of familiar anxiety and concern, like the lightest feather, grazed the edges of his polluted and agonized consciousness. It was a fragment. It was Tony, though feeble and voiceless. The care and urgency within that pulse seared into Rhodes' numbed soul like a red-hot brand. Tony was still worried about him. A suppressed whimper escaped Rhodes' throat. This tenuous connection felt like the last straw for a drowning man. Deep within the heart of the blue-gold furnace, nearly submerged by the purple-black pollution, the remnants of crimson-gold lava suddenly erupted with a final, reckless brilliance. "Get out of my way." Rhodes unleashed a soul-wrenching roar from the depths of his being. He expended every ounce of his remaining will, no longer resisting the excruciating pain, nor contemplating the consequences. Instead, he turned self-destructive, channeling all his mental strength, all his protective convictions, all his suffering and resentment into fuel, forcefully injecting it into the remnants of lava. Ignite it. Detonate it. Even if it meant burning himself alive. Boom. Before Rhodes, the blue-gold furnace core, enshrouded by purple-black pollution, erupted with an unprecedented, blinding flash of crimson gold. It was as though lava had exploded in a murky swamp. A torrent of pure, ferocious will, imbued with Rhodes' indomitable spirit, surged forth from the deepest recesses of the core like a stellar explosion in reverse. Sizzle. Like hot oil splashing onto snow. The torrent of crimson gold lava willpower collided violently against the rapidly expanding purple-black pollution within the core. The chaos of the abyss, as if encountering its nemesis, emitted a silent shriek, instantly ignited, repelled, and suppressed. The surface of the core, once coated in vast expanses of purple-black hues, rapidly receded as if melted by intense heat. The azure and golden divine energy circuit re-emerged, albeit dimmed and riddled with fissures, yet the pollution was forcefully suppressed. The cost of this was devastating. Rod's body arched upward violently, as if struck by an invisible, giant hammer. What erupted from his mouth was no longer blood, but a searing substance. A mixture of visceral fragments and molten, golden-red energy. The wound, pierced by an energy beam, fractured anew, blood gushing forth with the fervor of lava. His life essence plummeted like a cliff's edge. Yet, this desperate sacrifice yielded a fleeting period of pollution suppression lasting merely seconds, alongside an ephemeral stability of the core energy. Now was the moment. Su Rue, witnessing this aboard the Wakandan flagship, was ignited with resolute determination. Her hands became a blur upon the control console. Heart-shaped herb resonator. Maximum power. Frequency lock. Lieutenant Rod's energy core fluctuations. Energy guidance. Reverse entropy flow. Target. Pollution extraction. Buzz. Beneath the Wakandan flagship, the massive purple-golden energy scanning array morphed instantaneously. At its core, a more compact, exquisitely structured prototype of the purple-golden resonator was ejected. The resonator erupted with unprecedented brilliance. A beam of energy, refined to perfection and resonating with powerful life frequencies and reverse entropy characteristics, shot forth like a spiritual serpent traversing space. It deftly circumvented the chaotic energy field surrounding Rod, disregarding spatial distance, and plunged fiercely into the blue-gold furnace core at his chest, which had just been momentarily purified by the will of lava. Hiss. No explosion. Only a peculiar sound akin to the precision of surgical energy cutting. The purple-golden beam, like the most adept of scavengers, penetrated Rod's core, repelled by the will of lava, and meticulously swept through the temporarily inactive regions of pollution. A trickle of pure, chaotic energy, exuding an aura of annihilation, was drawn forth like tainted blood extracted by an unseen hand, forcibly guided along the purple-golden beam. Extraction. It was successful. The pollution energy was directed. It was being neutralized. The voice of the Wakandan technician rang out with excitement. However, at that very moment of triumph, a mutation occurred. The blue-gold furnace core at Rod's chest, after enduring the explosive impact of the lava will and the forceful extraction of the purple-golden beam, reached the brink of collapse. Its already cracked structure finally succumbing to its limits. Crack. A sound, crisp enough to send shivers down one's spine, resonated from within the core. Immediately following. Buzz. An uncontrollable tempest of energy, a volatile amalgamation of residual blue-gold divine power, remnants of the lava will, and trace amounts of abyssal pollution that had not been entirely extracted, erupted violently from the wound at Rod's chest, resembling an energy furnace that had been ruptured. Though the total energy was not vast, its nature was exceedingly chaotic and frenzied. It lacked a specific direction, akin to a feral beast run amok, crashing violently into the adjacent nanoframe platform, safeguarded by the purple-golden barrier, which housed fragments of Tony. The violet-golden barrier quaked violently, though it thwarted the majority of the onslaught. A subtle yet potent energy turbulence, infused with Rhodey's blood, imbued with the essence of molten will and traces of corruption, alongside chaotic divine power and spatial fluctuations, seeped through the barrier's minutest crevices, striking fiercely against the gray-blue fragment. Tony, both Rhodey and the severely wounded Rod exclaimed in astonishment. Contrary to their expectations, the anticipated fragmentation did not occur. At the instant the chaotic energy surged against the gray-blue shard, the nebula-like radiance cascading across its surface momentarily faltered. Subsequently, the fragment, akin to a sentient sponge, began to actively absorb the chaotic energy crashing upon it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The nebula patterns on the fragment's surface flickered wildly, swirling and transforming. Within the gray-blue backdrop, streaks of lava-like golden red, frigid blue-gold, and faint purple-black, akin to pigments dispersing in water, were forcibly assimilated and merged. Within the shard, Tony's stable soul light, invigorated as if by a stimulant, erupted with unprecedented brilliance, pulsating like a beating heart. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A formidable, stable life wave, harmoniously mingling multiple attributes, surged forth from the fragment, reminiscent of a newly awakened heartbeat. Wherever this wave spread, the cold metal of the ruins seemed to be imbued with a hint of warmth. Was the fragment evolving by absorbing Rhodey's energy and blood? Even more astonishing revelations lay ahead. As this powerful life wave radiated, the open-frame platform constructed from nanobots beneath the fragment appeared to respond to some unseen call. The embedded micro-energy conduits within the platform illuminated to their fullest potential. Countless silver nanobots, as if receiving a directive, began to replicate and assemble with fervor. No longer merely reinforcing the framework, they commenced a rapid growth, spiraling upward and outward, weaving around the gray-blue fragment as if constructing a body. The swarm of nanobots rose like a silver tide, quickly taking shape atop the framework platform. First emerged the metal spine, adorned with energy circuits, followed by an alloy skeleton enveloped in simulated muscle fibers, and then a chest encased in liquid metal skin, a humanoid torso, a highly biomimetic form glimmering with silver-gray metallic sheen, was rapidly taking shape around the pulsating gray-blue fragment. The silhouette of this torso unmistakably resembled Tony Stark. Was Tony's consciousness being reshaped through Rhodey's energy and nanotechnology? All were left in awe at this miraculous, or perhaps sinister, spectacle. Fury forgot his command to attack, while Su-Rue covered his mouth, his eyes brimming with incredulous ecstasy. At the edge of the ruins, the dying Rhodes gazed upon the emerging, both familiar and alien silhouette of a torso. Feeling the increasingly potent and recognizable waves of life emanating from the fragments, along with a ripple of an awakening consciousness. A drop of liquid, mingled with blood and remnants of molten rock, silently slid from his blurred, blue-golden eyes, tormented by excruciating pain and corruption. The corners of his mouth struggled to lift slightly, as if glimpsing a flicker of hope. Yet, unnoticed by anyone, deep within the rapidly forming silver torso, a thread of extremely faint purple-black tainted energy, forcibly absorbed and integrated, lay in wait like the most cunning of parasites, lurking at the very base of the nascent quantum consciousness neural network, biding its time for awakening. Chapter 70. Whisper. The low, steady pulsation of energy resonated like the heartbeat of a newly born mechanical heart amidst the ruins. The silver tide of nanobots continued to surge fervently, weaving around the pulsing gray-blue core. A highly biomimetic male torso, gleaming with a silvery gray metallic sheen, was taking shape. Smooth muscle contours subtly revealed beneath the liquid metallic skin, supported by a precisely engineered alloy skeleton that bolstered a robust chest cavity, lacking a cranium. The neck's smooth severance connected to intricate neural interfaces and data conduits, where all energy and information converged upon the central core, embedded in the silver breastplate, pulsating steadily with a shimmering gray-blue nebula glow. Tony Stark, in a posture transcending life and death, was on the verge of return. At the edge of the ruins, Rhodes curled within the cold metal and his own congealed blood, each faint breath tugging at the agonizing wound piercing his chest. Although much of the purple-black corruption on the surface of the blue-gold core had been stripped away by Shuri's resonant beams, The core itself was riddled with spiderweb-like fractures. The flow of divine energy sluggish and chaotic. Deeper still, the suppressed abyssal taint lay coiled like a dormant serpent, silently tasting the air in the shadows of the cracks. Pain and confusion tore at his consciousness, his vision blurring, yet deep within his chest, a glimmer of crimson-golden molten remnants. Sensing the vigorous life waves transmitted from the Tony fragments, throbbed defiantly, conveying a faint warmth. Hope for Tony. Energy stable. Vital signs simulated perfectly. Consciousness wavelength synchronization rate at 9,999. The technician's voice aboard the Wakandan flagship trembled with excitement. Princess Shuri, the foundational framework of the nanostructure is complete. We can proceed to the final step of quantum consciousness integration and neural connection. Shuri's gaze remained fixed on the nearly perfect silver torso displayed on the screen. Her lovely face devoid of joy, filled instead with unprecedented gravity and a barely perceptible tremor. Taking a deep breath, her hands danced across the console, heart-shaped harmonic resonator. Lock onto the target consciousness core. Fine-tune the frequency to Mr. Stark's life imprint characteristics. Maintain the energy shield at maximum power. Prepare to execute the final consciousness integration program. Below the Wakandan flagship, the colossal purple-gold energy blossom unfurled once more. The prototype resonator at the core emitted a deep, resonant hum as a more refined, powerful beam of purple-gold light, akin to a bridge transcending life and death, precisely targeted the gray-blue core nestled within the chest of the silver torso amidst the ruins. Just as the beam was about to make contact with the core, Rod at the edge of the ruins trembled violently, a sharp pain intensifying in his chest. Deep within the cracked blue-gold furnace core, the dormant abyssal corruption seemed to awaken, stirred by the imminent rebirth, akin to a starving wolf catching the scent of blood. Becoming frantically agitated once more. With a hissing sound, a cold, malevolent surge of purple-black energy erupted violently from the wound at Rod's chest. Like a dying serpent in its last throes, it had no specific target. Instinctively lunging toward the most vibrant energy presence, the approaching purple-gold beam intended to integrate Tony's consciousness and the nearby gray-blue core of the silver torso. Stop the counterattack. Su Rue screamed in desperation, but it was too late. The speed of the purple-black energy was overwhelming, and the distance was negligible. Wakanda's energy shield primarily protected against external threats, leaving it unprepared for this sudden internal assault. The purple-black energy collided with the edge of the purple-gold beam like a venomous curse, instantly corrupting and distorting it. Simultaneously, a chilling tendril of energy, akin to a creeping parasite, bypassed the beam's front and shot, like lightning, toward the open chest cavity of the silver torso, targeting the pulsating gray-blue core. Rod's eyes widened in horror. He longed to intervene, but his grievously injured body and the crumbling core of his divine power rendered him incapable of even lifting a finger. Despair engulfed him like a frigid tide. Just as the moment approached when Tony's consciousness core was on the verge of being consumed by corruption, a resounding hum erupted. A far more ancient and colder gray-gold light, infused with an absolute will of spatial anchoring, burst forth unexpectedly from the depths of Rod's nearly shattered blue-gold furnace core. It was neither the blue-gold divine power, nor the will of magma, nor the abyssal corruption. It was Gaypoga, the purest projection of order emanating from the fist of Gaypoga. This force was not something Rod actively summoned. Rather, it seemed to have been triggered by the imminent fracture of his core, awakening a deeply buried protocol. The gray-gold light enveloped Rod's entire being in an instant, forming a miniature, absolutely solidified spatial field. Concurrently, a beam of gray-gold light, refined to perfection and akin to a spear of judgment with its own consciousness, surged forward, disregarding spatial distance, and immediately pierced through the purple-black polluted energy stream aimed at Tony's core. With a soundless obliteration, the purple-black energy vaporized upon contact with the gray-gold beam, vanishing like a specter in sunlight. The gray-gold beam continued unabated, striking precisely at the gray-blue core within Tony's silver torso. No. Rod and Su Rue simultaneously let out desperate cries. The anticipated core fragmentation did not transpire. With a resounding boom, the gray-golden beam struck the core. Yet there was no explosion, only an irresistible force of spatial anchoring. The entire silver body, along with the gray-blue core nestled within its chest cavity, was instantaneously ensnared within an absolute stillness of a gray-golden spatial force field. It was as though time itself had been frozen. The tainted purple-golden conduit beam was abruptly severed by this sudden spatial solidification, halted mid-course. This unforeseen manifestation of the Gaboga will descended like a cold, formidable hand. Forcibly pressing the paused button, it interrupted the tainted assault and stilled Tony's rebirth. The Gaboga will intervened with unyielding determination, targeting the newly formed entity within the Wakandan flagship. Alarm bells rang piercingly. Fury, upon the bridge of the Avengers, directed a piercing gaze. Indeed, it had never relinquished control. All units, lock onto that spatial force field. Prepare. Fury's command had yet to be issued when the silver body, frozen within the gray-golden force field, unleashed an unprecedented eruption from the gray-blue core, struck by the gray-golden beam, radiating a powerful light infused with anger, defiance, and a protective will. A hum resonated as a quantum storm, emanating from the depths of Tony's soul and merging the multiple powers of the gray-blue shards, resonated with the remnants of Rhodey's volcanic will, surged forth like a spring compressed to its limits, crashing against the binding gray-golden spatial force field. A crack, the ear-piercing sound of fracturing space. That absolutely solidified gray-golden force field was torn open by the dual forces of the internal quantum storm and the external Gaboga projection power within Rhodey, creating a slender fissure. In the infinitesimal moment of the fissure's appearance, a highly condensed, gray-blue stream of light, embodying Tony's core consciousness, burst forth like a soul bird escaping its cage. It did not soar into the void, but rather, as though summoned by bloodlines, it struck with pinpoint accuracy towards the edge of the ruins, where the gravely wounded Rhodey lay. The target was the blue-golden furnace core upon Rhodey's chest, marred by cracks, where the gray-golden radiance had yet to fully dissipate. With a soft whoosh, the stream of light effortlessly penetrated the furnace core. Rhodey's body arched upward as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. A vast, warm torrent, imbued with familiar anxiety and profound protective intent, surged through and overwhelmed his chaotic consciousness. The pain remained, yet an unprecedented sense of fulfillment on a soulful level flooded his perception. The blue-golden furnace core upon his chest throbbed vehemently. The surface's gray-golden radiance and blue-golden divine power intertwined and fused in a frenzied dance. The trace of the red-golden volcanic will deep within the core erupted as if newly fueled, resounding with explosive force. Cracks on the surface of the furnace core began to visibly and rapidly heal under the combined influence of three forces: the azure-golden divine power, the Gaboga gray-golden order, and the gray-blue imprint of Tony's will, alongside Rod's own molten resolve. The four hues of blue, gold, gray, and crimson danced upon the surface, merging and ultimately stabilizing into an unprecedented, profound dark golden radiance reminiscent of a cosmic nebula. A new force, far more vast and stable than before, imbued with the chilling order and the fervent essence of humanity, surged within Rod's reformed body like a newly birthed river. The savage wound on his chest healed swiftly beneath the glow of dark gold, while the liquid metal armor covering his form automatically repaired and restructured, becoming denser and more formidable, its surface coursing with dark golden energy patterns. Rod gradually straightened his posture, the azure golden hue in his eyes fading, replaced by pupils ablaze with dark golden flames. The frigid divinity remained, yet beneath it pulsed the indomitable fighting spirit belonging to Rod James Rod, and a glimmer of insight, a wisdom emanating from Tony Stark himself. Tony Rod, or rather, this peculiar state of Rod fused with Tony's will, lowered his gaze to his hands, flowing with dark gold. Feeling the unprecedented power surging within him, a deep voice, resonating with a dual metallic timbre, emerged from his lips. We are still alive, in the midst of the ruins. The solidified silver form, once vibrant, instantly lost all luster after the core consciousness departed, transforming into a heap of exquisite metallic debris. Within the Wakandan flagship, Surue gazed at the figure standing proudly, exuding dark golden majesty, then glanced at the soulless silver remnants, tears silently cascading down. Tony had returned in another form, but at the cost of forever losing the chance to regain a corporeal body. Fury's single eye fixated intently on the dark golden figure, his finger poised over the communicator, yet he hesitated to issue a command. Eliminate? Was Tony, still a threat now? Tony, slowly raised his head, his dark golden pupils sweeping across the S-H-I-E-L-D fleet, across the Wakandan flagship, ultimately gazing into the vast, frigid depths of the cosmos beyond the subspace barrier. At his chest, the dark golden furnace core pulsed with the stability of the universe's most steadfast star, each throb accompanied by a deep and authoritative proclamation. Gaboga Abyss, your game is over. It is now our turn to set the rules. Chapter 71, Data Phantom Absolute Void. No light, no darkness, no concept of up, down, or time as passage. Only a sea of information, composed purely of logic and data, so cold it froze thought. Leon's consciousness floated within this vast ocean. He felt like a grain of dust cast into a star, so minuscule that he barely existed. What constituted his being was no longer flesh, bone, or nerve, but rather countless flickering streams of data shimmering with a faint gray-golden hue. These data streams are exceedingly faint, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, yet they tenaciously coalesce, sustaining a cognitive core named Leon, his memories, his emotions, his unwavering guardianship over Rod and Tony, and his profound vigilance against the frigid order of Gaboga. Here lies the fundamental data domain of Gaboga's will, the absolute cornerstone constituting the mechanical deity that dominates the stars and adjudicates all existence. In a final act of defiance, he ignited his own fragmented essence, forcefully diverting Gaboga's fist aimed at Rod, a struggle that did not culminate in complete dissolution. A faint residual echo, imbued with the imprint of his last will, clung on like the most tenacious virus, swept back into the innermost depths of this mechanical realm by the torrent of Gaboga's information flow. Anomalous data stream detected. Target, Leon, resonance. Threat level, low. Inert data. Executing deep logic pool archiving. Cold, emotionless electronic commands reverberate through this ocean of data like the background noise of the cosmos. The data stream constituting Leon is drawn and compressed by an invisible force, akin to a stone cast into the depths of the sea, sinking towards the darker, more desolate abyss of the deep logic pool, reminiscent of a cosmic graveyard. Archiving. A trash repository before formatting? No. Leon's data core erupted with an unprecedented gray-golden radiance. It was not a glow of energy, but a conflagration of will. It was the very essence of Leon, a final struggle against obliteration. Gaboga, your order is not the end. A silent roar erupted at the data level. The data stream that formed Leon sprang to life. No longer a passive descent of inert data, but akin to lively fish, thrashing wildly, contorting in an attempt to escape the invisible gravitational pull of archiving. He summoned the foundational data imprints that constituted his core, permissions from the skill trees related to mechanical summoning, spatial slicing, and energy detonation. These fragments of rules from another universe became his sole weapon in this realm of absolute mechanical order. Buzz, a few exceedingly faint, purely data-formed one corona floating cannon phantoms coalesced instantaneously around Leon's data stream. They lacked substance, merely data-level attack directives, akin to tiny viral bombs, striking fiercely against the archiving command stream that bound him. Sizzle. The silent spectacle of data-level obliteration unfolded. The archiving command stream was momentarily disrupted and delayed by this sudden viral assault. Seizing this fleeting 1 in a million second, Leon's data stream surged upward like a fish escaping a net, darting towards a relatively vibrant area of vast computational flow. Anomaly. Target data stream activity surged. Threat level reassessment. Medium. Executing purge protocol. Gaboga's will was instantly stirred. The entire ocean of data trembled as if a colossal stone had been cast into its depths, violently agitating the surface. Countless cold data cleansing programs, composed solely of logical chains, converged like sharks sensing blood from all directions within the torrent of data. Manifesting with absolute commands of deletion and formatting, they surged towards Leon, a mere speck of dust. Death. The complete obliteration at the data level loomed perilously close. Leon's data core felt an unprecedented pressure. He had no doubt that once ensnared by these cleansing entities, the remnants of his will would be utterly erased in an instant. Escape. He must flee to a more complex realm where the surveillance of the Gaboga entities was relatively weak. His gaze, a perception of data, swiftly swept across the vast ocean of information. Countless massive data blocks floated like nebulae, real-time models of cosmic physical constants, analytical diagrams of abyssal entropy and magical energy structures, and extrapolations of stellar life cycles from billions of light years away. On the fringes of these colossal nebulae, some relatively dim and less active data streams captured his attention. Those were the temporarily sealed redundant data and records of failed experiments following Gaboga's decisive actions. That was the place. Leon's data stream twisted and turned in a frenzy. He ceased his attempts to attack, channeling all his computational power into camouflage and stealth. The gray-gold data stream constituting his core instantly simulated the data characteristics of the surrounding colossal computational nebula, merging like a drop of water into the ocean. desperately weaving through the gaps of the approaching cleansing chains, evading. Peril lurked at every turn. A cold logical chain nearly grazed the edge of his data, the residual waves of its deletion command causing momentary chaos and loss within his core. Fragments of memories from an ordinary sunlit afternoon before his crossing were obliterated. Pain, a torment at the data level. The void of lost memories was far more terrifying than physical agony. Yet Leon did not falter. The obsession to protect his essence stood firm as an impenetrable firewall, fiercely guarding the most vital data concerning Rod, Tony, the cold and warmth of the Queen's orphanage, and every emotional imprint of his identity as Leon rather than the mechanic. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A few more memory fragments were erased amidst his evasion, struck down by the residual waves of the logical chains. But he drew ever closer to that relatively dim, redundant data zone, just as he was about to plunge headlong into that data wasteland. Buzz, a torrent of data, far grander and colder than the cleansing forces, imbued with an absolute spatial anchoring will, erupted from the very depths of the data ocean like a cosmic storm. This torrent was not aimed at Leon, yet the terrifying pressure it carried, as it swept past, shattered his fragile data stream into disarray, akin to leaves caught in a tempest. Leon's data core emitted a silent wail. More than half of his data stream was scattered. The remnants of his core tumbled chaotically within the torrent, on the verge of complete disintegration. Despair, true despair. At that moment, amidst the scattered data streams, a faint glimmer of dark golden fragments shimmered, irresistibly drawn to a particular node within the cosmic deluge of data that surged past. This node was none other than a real-time combat data projection, being meticulously analyzed and computed by the will of the Gaiapaga entity. The projection unveiled a breathtaking scene unfolding in the subspace fragments off the coast of New York Harbor. Leon beheld the sight. He saw Rhodes, drenched in blood, the core of his blue-gold furnace teetering on the brink of collapse, locked in the crosshairs of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Fleet's artillery. He observed the gray-blue fragments of Tony pulsating upon the nano-platform. He witnessed Su Rue's purple-gold beam striking toward the fragments. He perceived the last remnant of his, Leon's, Gaiapaga order projection being activated as a gray-gold beam surged toward Tony's core. He saw Tony's essence break free from its confinement, streaming into Rhodes' core. He watched as the hues of blue, gold, gray, and crimson converged at Rhodes' chest, culminating in an explosion, ultimately stabilizing into a profound and potent dark gold. He beheld Rhodes, or was it Tony, standing tall, dark golden pupils surveying the cosmos, proclaiming a declaration. All of this unfolded like an epic in fast-forward, coursing through Leon's disintegrating data perception in an instant. The node that had attracted his dark golden data fragment was precisely at the moment when Tony's essence surged into Rhodes' core, where the four colors of power converged and erupted, eventually stabilizing into the dark golden furnace core. The Gaiapaga entity's will was fully engaged in deciphering this moment, attempting to comprehend a power fusion model that transcended its understanding. The complexity and energy rules encapsulated in this instant were akin to a tantalizing Pandora's box for Gaiapaga. Leon's dark golden fragment, akin to a drowning man grasping a lifeline, seamlessly merged into this analysis node that Gaiapaga was scrutinizing with utmost focus. However, the analysis process encountered unknown interferences, resulting in abnormal redundancies within the energy fusion model's data stream. The threat level remained unchanged, deemed mere analytical noise. The cold command of Gaiapaga carried a trace of barely perceptible confusion. Its vast logic could not fathom why, during the analysis of this critical model, a minuscule redundancy arose. Yet this redundancy did not affect the core of the model, and with a threat level deemed low, it was akin to a grain of sand in the ocean. It chose to overlook it. Thus, Leon's dark golden data fragment remained perfectly concealed within this grain of sand, safely ensconced within the expansive and intricate data model of Rhodes, or Tony's, dark golden furnace core that Gaiapaga was endeavoring to analyze. Safe. Temporarily safe. Leon's remaining data core, like a drowning sailor clutching a piece of driftwood, struggled to coalesce anew within the ocean of the dark golden furnace core's data model. He curled up deep within the model, constructed by Gaiapaga will to analyze threats, feeling the relentless torrent of cold, divine scrutiny sweep over him again and again, sending tremors through his data core. He gazed at the flowing data within this immense model, marked by the wills of Rod and Tony. Sensing the strange fusion of frigid order and fiery humanity contained within the dark golden furnace, a complex and inscrutable emotion began to spread through his digitized heart. Rod, Tony. You have achieved what I cannot fathom, while I have become a data specter, parasitically entwined within the enemy's analytical program. He cautiously extended the faintest tendril of data, daring not to touch the core of the model, instead skimming along the peripheries of annotations and redundant cache areas, as if dancing on the edge of a blade. At that moment, he encountered a data stream marked as low-priority associative information by Gaboga's essence. It seemed to be an exceedingly ancient, fragmented, encrypted message, inadvertently captured while analyzing the dark golden furnace, originating from the cosmic background radiation of the deep void. The content of the information was incomplete, yet several keywords detonated like thunder within Leon's data core. Cradle, outer deity incubation chamber, observer, clearance countdown. A cradle, outer deity, clearance countdown? Was Gaboga's frenzied analysis of Rod's power not solely for the purpose of combating the abyss, but also in search of ways to oppose it? Is this universe merely an incubation chamber for some far more terrifying existence? A profound chill, more piercing than Gaboga's cold order, instantaneously froze Leon's data core. He felt as though he had glimpsed a cosmic truth of terror capable of overturning the entirety of reality within the heart of the enemy. And now, he was merely a data specter, poised to be obliterated at any moment. Chapter 72, Data Diver. Leon's data core curled in the icy torrent of analysis, akin to a speck of dust cast into a stellar tempest. With each sweep of Gaboga's will, a horrific pressure threatened to rend his existence asunder. The frigid logical current relentlessly washed over the gray-gold data stream that constituted his core, each wave stripping away minute data fragments, those elusive childhood memories. The details of a certain game level, even the sensation of his fingertips during the first summoning of one Corona. Memories at the data level were excised, leaving behind a void more terrifying than nothingness itself. Analysis Process 1287. Model Stability. High Energy Fusion Rule. Entropy Reduction. Local Time. Reversal. Detected Threat Assessment. Model Update. Dark Golden Furnace Core. Potential Destruction Coefficient. Extremely high cold directives echoed within the analytical model where Leon concealed himself. Like the background noise of the cosmos, Gaboga was dismantling and dissecting the terrifying power contained within Rod's, or Tony's, dark golden furnace with astonishing efficiency. This was not merely a fusion of energy, it also touched upon the alteration of rules and the reversal of local time. Leon's core trembled with fear. What manner of creature, or perhaps savior, have Tony and Rod conjured? He dared not approach the core structure of the model, akin to dancing upon the precipice of a nuclear reactor. His data tendrils could only navigate cautiously like the most humble of bacteria, skimming the outermost annotation cache and redundant information streams, siphoning what they could. Within flowed the incomplete records of energy reactions, mere byproducts generated during the analysis by Gaboga, as well as temporary markings of will-imprint conflicts and filtered data from cosmic background radiation interference. Amidst this seemingly worthless detritus of information, he once again seized upon that heart-stopping fragment. The stability of the cradle wanes, the progress of the outer god's incubation accelerates, coordinates remain indeterminate, observational anchor points shift, and the countdown protocol's synchronization rate stands at 7319, with a minuscule error of 0.05, a countdown synchronization rate of 7319, an error so trivial? A profound chill instantaneously enveloped Leon's data core. This was no mere cosmic background noise. It was a precise, merciless countdown. Gaboga was not only seeking methods to combat the abyss, it was simultaneously tracking a purging protocol aimed at the entirety of the universe. Was this so-called cradle, in fact, the universe in which they resided? And was the observer, poised with a cloth to wipe away this cradle, the one in control? He needed to know more. This concerned Rod, Tony, and all the memories enshrined in that cold orphanage in Queens. It pertained to the very essence of his existence. An overwhelming instinct for survival and a fervent desire to protect surged forth, eclipsing the fear embedded within the data layers. Leon's core data stream began to operate at an exceedingly perilous velocity. He was no longer content to scavenge among refuse. His gaze, or rather his data perception, fixed upon a relatively active region within the model, not the core structure, but an interference point marked by Gaboga, where the dark golden furnace experienced an explosive energy surge, resonating abnormally with the cosmic deep space background radiation. Gaboga had deemed it low-priority associative noise. Yet for Leon, this may be a fissure leading to further cradle-related information. Action. The gray-gold data stream constituting Leon's core thinned and became translucent, simulating the frequency characteristics of the surrounding analytical data flow, resembling the most intricate electronic camouflage. He cautiously extricated a filament even finer than a spider's web, like the ghostly tip of a finger, moving with extreme slowness and discretion towards that interference point. Each step felt like traversing a razor's edge. The scanning torrent of Geipogas will swept across the area like a searchlight, requiring Leon to instantaneously freeze all data activity, masquerading himself as the most innocuous background noise. As the scanning torrent swept by, the immense pressure imposed by that cold logic threatened to crush his core structure. Closer, ever closer, just as his data tendril was about to graze the edge of that interference point. Buzz, a torrent of willpower, far more potent and precise than any previous scans, descended like a surgeon's scalpel, targeting the interference point directly. Anomalous data activities were detected within the model. A faint logical connection existed between the source of these activities and the external interference point. The threat level was reassessed, medium-high. Execute the deep purification protocol. Exposed. Elon's data core erupted with a silent scream. The essence of Geipoga's will was more acutely perceptive than he had anticipated. The data tendril he had severed was the first to be affected, dissolving and collapsing like ice crystals plunged into a caustic acid. More terrifyingly, the will of the deep purification protocol, which locked onto him, surged like a tracking missile, racing along the data link to strike at the core where he lay concealed. Death, a total annihilation at the data level, was imminent. In a moment of desperate urgency, Elon's core unleashed an unprecedented computational power, not in opposition, but in a cataclysmic ignition. He actively severed the tendril that was on the verge of complete dissolution, simultaneously detonating a fragment of tumultuous, emotionally charged data streams that he had just extracted from the periphery of the interference point. This fragment was imbued with the residual fury from Tony's will imprint at the moment of the dark gold furnace's eruption, coupled with his profound concern for Rhodes' injuries and his own feelings of impotence. Boom! A silent explosion at the data level erupted at the edge of the interference point. Chaos and ferocity surged forth, the emotional data stream bursting forth like a dirty bomb thrown into a pristine lake of logic. The deep purification protocol encountered a high-intensity, non-logical contamination. The source of pollution was identified as the residual will imprint from the analysis target, the dark gold furnace. The threat source lost its logical link and was interrupted by contamination, prompting the removal of the pollution source to take precedence over the tracking of anomalous data. For the first time, Geipoga's cold command experienced a noticeable lag and conflict in priority. Its vast logic momentarily faltered between tracking the infiltrating virus and eliminating the target's own polluted noise. For Geipoga, the absolute order. The chaotic and disordered emotional contamination produced by the target, the dark gold furnace, was so glaring and necessitated urgent clearance that it surpassed even the minuscule virus. Now was the moment. At the instant of the explosion, Elon chose not to flee but made a decision akin to self-sacrifice. He harnessed the data turbulence generated by the explosion and the momentary chaos of Geipoga's will, compressing his core to its utmost limits, transforming into an almost imperceptible strand of gray gold light. Like the most cunning of parasites, he plunged into the recently detonated interference point area. This was not the core of the interference point, but rather a data wasteland left in the wake of the explosion, filled with Tony's chaotic emotional data and remnants of Geipoga's purification protocol. It resembled a battlefield crater, replete with smoke and debris, yet temporarily shielding him from external scrutiny. Liang's core pulsated violently amidst the chaotic ruins, the recent extreme exertion nearly depleting his remaining strength. Yet he had succeeded. He had momentarily evaded the lethal pursuit of Geipoga and delved deep into this node, which potentially harbored the secrets of the cradle. He greedily inhaled the remnants of data dust that lingered in the area. Geipoga's purification protocol was frantically cleansing Tony's emotional contamination at the periphery, momentarily unable to penetrate this recently tainted wasteland. Liang's data tendrils cautiously navigated around the smoldering fragments of anger and the chilling remnants of purification, searching for possible, yet unobliterated, deep space information. He discovered it. A fragment of information, clearer yet more despairing, akin to an epitaph inscribed on a gravestone. Imprinted at the very foundation of the data ruins, final phase of the cradle protocol. Coordinates of the critical point at the outer god incubation site locked. This universe bubble. Observation anchor point fixed and immovable. Cleansing protocol countdown synchronization rate 8372. Executor, Geipoga, candidate, or abyss, source of contamination. Determination based on cleansing efficiency and stability of the new cradle. This information pierced Liang's core like an ice spear. The cleansing protocol had entered its final phase. The target was the very universe they inhabited, and the executors were in competition, Gaboga and the Abyss. The one who cleansed more efficiently and established a more stable new cradle would earn favor and become the new cosmic janitor. Gaboga was fervently analyzing Rod, Tony's powers, not merely to combat the Abyss, but to emerge victorious in this cleansing competition. It sought to prove itself more efficient and orderly than the Abyss. Yet, was the Abyss's relentless entropy, eroding reality, its method of execution? To cleanse the universe through utter chaos and destruction? A chilling wave, emanating from the depths of his soul, completely engulfed Leon. What he glimpsed was not hope, but a suffocating, predetermined conclusion. Whether it was Gaboga's frigid order ultimately engulfing all, or the Abyss's chaos dragging the universe into eternal darkness, the outcome was still cleansing. Rod, Tony, and everything he cherished were merely experimental waste awaiting eradication within this vast cradle. Did the Supreme Observer require only a pristine new cradle? Despair, akin to a black hole, began to consume the remnants of Liang's data core. In the face of this absolute, frigid truth, his struggles and fervent desire to protect seemed as insignificant as mere dust, utterly meaningless. However, just as his core was on the verge of being completely frozen by despair, a faint yet tenacious hue of gray gold flickered defiantly at the deepest recesses of his core. It was a fragment of Tony's will, a lingering imprint left within the data ruins. It was not a chaotic fury, but rather an exceedingly faint yet strikingly clear stream of directives imbued with the indomitable spirit of Tony Stark. Never surrender, Rod must survive. And there is always a way to retaliate, Tony's unwavering will. Even amidst this data wasteland, deemed refused by Gaboga, the indelible imprint of the human spirit, unyielding and resolute, continued to shine brightly. The dimming core of Leon was abruptly scorched by this feeble, yet fervent glimmer of light. Despair remained cold and heavy, yet a faint, tangible spark reignited within his digitized heart. There is always a way to strike back, even when faced with a predetermined end. He huddled within the chaotic data ruins, constructed from fragments of Tony's will and the remnants of Gaboga's purification, like a ghost peering into the heart of the enemy, glimpsing the grim truth of the apocalypse. The external purification protocols continued their frenzied cleansing, while the internal conflict between despair and Tony's faint light raged fiercely within his core. He must survive. He must carry this truth forth. Inform Rod. Inform the dark golden furnace that embodies Tony's soul. Inform all those who still resist the Abyss, who oppose Gaboga, even if hope seemed as ephemeral as stardust. Chapter 73. Silence and absolute chill, and absolute silence. Leon curled up in the crater of the data wasteland. The grayish-golden data streams constituting his existence dimmed like a candle flickering in the wind. Each wave of Gaboga's core while scanning this area felt like a colossal vessel crushing thin ice, threatening to shatter his core structure. The immense will of Rod, Tony, within the dark golden furnace, like an unyielding star, continuously emitted enough heat and light to evaporate him countless times over. The countdown for the clearing protocol was synchronized at 8372. Those cold digits seared into the depths of Leon's core like a burning iron brand. The universe was a cradle, an incubator, an observer, while Gaboga and the Abyss were the executioners vying for the right to enact the cleansing. Rod, Tony, everyone he had known, all the struggles he had witnessed, were merely redundant data awaiting formatting. Despair enveloped him like the frigid vacuum of the cosmos, intent on freezing his final vestige of will, drawing it away. Just then, a feeble, lava-like glimmer of crimson gold stubbornly flickered at the edge of his core perception. It was a fragment of Tony's will, intermingled within the cold debris of Gaboga's purification protocol, akin to a spark buried, yet refusing to extinguish. Never surrender, Rod must survive. And there is always a way to retaliate. The fragment conveyed not a complete thought, but an almost instinctual, pure essence of will, a hallmark of Tony Stark's unyielding spirit. It was devoid of logic, indifferent to reason, embodying the rawest, most fervent refusal to accept fate. This flicker of starlight seared fiercely into Leon's core, which was on the brink of being encased in despair. Counterattacks always find a way. Leon silently echoes the reverberations of data. The gray gold streams invigorated as if injected with a defibrillator, weak yet resolutely accelerating. Despair remains as heavy as a stellar core. Yet the ember left by Tony has forcefully pried open a fissure in his digitized heart, not for the sake of a distant victory, but merely to refuse surrender, to carry forth this suffocating truth, to tell Rhodey, to inform that dark golden creature infused with Tony's spirit, to reach all those still resisting. He must survive. Leon's data tendrils, akin to the most delicate probes, meticulously navigate the aftermath of the Guy Boge purification protocol's sweep. Those silvery data streams resemble piranha schools, ravenously devouring the remnants of Tony's emotional pollution, strenuously exploring and extracting from the chaotic ruins of data beneath his feet. He dares not touch the cradle core information that may linger in the depths of the wreckage, for that would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. His target lies in the smaller fragments, shattered by the Guy Boge purification protocol, bearing the imprint of Tony's will. The power contained within these fragments is minuscule, yet they carry the indomitable spirit of resistance from the very depths of Tony's soul. He captures the first fragment, merely the size of a fingernail, a lustrous golden hue, with edges still emitting subtle data sparks, akin to smoldering embers. Leon's data tendril cautiously envelopes it, as if cradling a droplet of molten lava. Hiss! A searing pain instantaneously radiates throughout Leon's core. This agony is not physical. Rather, it is a violent clash at the data level. The wild, untamed imprint of will within the Tony fragment, filled with the noise of humanity, violently rejects his own mechanistic structure, which leans towards order and logic. Leon's core data stream twists and fluctuates violently, as if thrown into boiling water. The gray-gold sheen that constitutes his existence momentarily dims, and some structural codes regarding his mechanical enhancement skill tree briefly fall into chaos and disarray. Ugh! A silent wail reverberates at the data level. It hurts. More than being struck by the Guy Boge purification protocol, it is a dissonance at the level of the soul, an intense collision of fundamentally different existences. To give up? Merging these fragments is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. His remaining data core simply cannot withstand several such shocks. Leon's core struggles violently, the gray-gold data stream flickering in agony. The thought of surrender swells like a cold tide, attempting to drown him once more. Yet, the flame emanating from the fragment, the unquenchable fire etched within Tony's imprint, steadfastly resists this tide. Rhodey must survive. Rhodey, who always stands in front of him, full of complaints yet never retreating. The war machine. That friend who almost perished before him, with a gaping hole in his chest. The obsession to protect acts like the strongest firewall, instantly overpowering the agony of fusion. Merge with me. Liang's core erupted with a silent roar. The gray-golden data stream ceased its resistance, instead embracing a near self-destructive resolve as it fervently entwined itself around the crimson-golden fragment, forcibly drawing it toward his core. Boom! A more violent data storm erupted within the core. Liang felt as if he had been cast into the furnace of a star. Every data unit constituting his existence lamenting, tearing apart, and reconstituting. The fury, reluctance, and fervent emotions of protection belonging to Tony surged forth like an uncontrollable torrent, recklessly eroding his originally calm and logical mechanical will. Fragments of memories unique to Liang shattered in the flood, the face of a bully from the orphanage blurred. The precise parameters crafted during the first assembly of the self-destructing unit were lost. Yet in contrast, a strange, searing power stubbornly blossomed deep within his core. It was the essence of Tony Stark, imprinted upon the soul, a fervor to protect friends at all costs, a defiance against tyranny, and a madness to forge a path even in the depths of despair with nothing but a wrench. The pain persisted, but a peculiar resilience began to permeate Liang's data core. The gray-golden data stream acquired a faint yet undeniable crimson-golden streak, reminiscent of the mark left on steel after being tempered by molten lava. He succeeded. Although he had only fused a negligible fragment, the amplification of power was nearly imperceptible. Yet he endured. His very existence, due to this forcibly integrated impurity, became more intricate and resilient. Like an alloy infused with impurities, it might possess unexpected strength. Liang greedily extended his data tendrils toward the scattered crimson-golden fragments amid the ruins. Each touch, each fusion, inflicted soul-rending agony and fierce conflicts on the level of will. He struggled through the pain, endeavoring to maintain Liang's core consciousness amidst the torrent marked by Tony. With each fusion, the crimson-golden streak within his gray-golden core data stream became increasingly distinct. Just as he was laboriously merging the third fragment, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! A silvery-white fragment of a purification protocol shot forth from the shadows of the ruins like a lurking serpent. It was not an active assault from the core will of Gapo, but rather residual active debris tainted by Tony's will, instinctively carrying a directive to eliminate anomalies. And it violently collided with the data tendril through which Liang was merging the fragments. It was too swift, too close. There was no time to react. Liang's core alarm blared. If struck by this purification fragment, His ongoing fusion would be abruptly interrupted, and the core structure would undoubtedly suffer severe damage. In the nick of time, Liang instinctively reacted, not in defense, nor in evasion. There was simply no time, but with an offensive strike. He unleashed the newly acquired power. Born from the fusion of 3 Tony fragments, still bearing the intense pain of rejection and fervent will, blending it with the remnants of his own mechanical attack directives, and forcefully retaliated through the data tendril that was under attack. The objective is not the purifying remnants, but rather the edge of the ruins, where a structural disarrayed, semi-dormant Geiboga foundational logic guardian lies, impacted by an explosion, a projection at the data level. The Guardian's form resembles a polyhedron outlined by frigid lines, initially executing basic waste clearance directives at a deliberate pace. Suddenly, a tremendous roar. Leon's amalgamation of his own gray-gold data, Tony's resplendent golden will, and the chaotic power of attack directives collided forcefully into the core of that foundational logic guardian. The core protocol of the foundational guardian unit faced an unknown contamination, leading to a disarray of logical conflict directives and a recalibration of threat assessment. The frigid polyhedron guardian began to flicker violently. The silver-white data streams that constituted it twisted wildly, conflicting. The icy order directives belonging to Geiboga fiercely battled against Leon's injected, defiant will infused by Tony's chaotic power within. 1 second, 2 seconds. The brilliance on the Guardian's surface frantically oscillated between silver-white and tumultuous crimson gold. Ultimately, with a hum, the Guardian's silver sheen completely faded, enveloped in an exceedingly faint and unstable glow of gray gold and crimson gold. At its core, composed of frigid lines, a mark of Leon's will and a trace of Tony's indomitable spirit flickered defiantly, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. It was briefly subdued by the contamination. Though the control was pitifully weak, at any moment it could be crushed by Geiboga's inherent will. This fleeting moment represented for Leon a glimmer of hope in an absolute abyss of darkness. There truly was a means for counterattack. Leon's core oscillated violently amid both agonizing pain and fleeting exhilaration. He fixed his gaze intently on the temporarily contaminated, puppet-like logic guardian, which quivered slightly. At that moment, an incredibly faint stream of information, imbued with familiar energy fluctuations, traversed the vastness of light years, fortuitously captured by the logic guardian in an anomalous state. This information did not originate from within the Geiboga system, but rather permeated through an exceptionally covert, yet to be fully shielded low-level cosmic communication protocol, seeping into the realm of reality. The source of the information unmistakably bore the energy signature unique to Wakandan vibranium technology. Alongside it, remnants of the singular will frequency from Rhodey's dark gold furnace core. The content of the message was fragmented, resembling a dying distress signal. Wakandan borders faced an unknown high-dimensional strike. The barriers shattered. Rhodey and Tony exhibited abnormal energy control, requesting threat source identification. Rhodey was in peril? At the Wakandan borders? Energy out of control? Leon's core sank heavily. The countdown of the Cradle Protocol ticks ominously, with the shadow of Geiboga looming over reality and the tendrils of the abyss stirring restlessly. Now, the sole glimmer of hope lies in Rhodey, Tony, who has encountered an unknown and terrifying onslaught at the borders of Wakanda, potentially jeopardizing his very existence. The faint hope of controlling Geiboga's creations has been swiftly overshadowed by a more formidable and frigid sense of crisis. He must ascertain what has transpired in Wakanda. He must uncover the nature of Rhodey's ordeal. What can his meager powers as a data phantom accomplish? Chapter 74. The data pyromancer Rhodey is in dire straits. At the borders of Wakanda, energy is spiraling out of control. Leon's data core felt as if it had been struck by an invisible hammer. The flickering hope ignited by the control of the logical sentinels instantly drowned in a sea of icy terror and urgency. Wakanda, the technological kingdom shielded by vibranium, a bastion that even Thanos' army struggled to penetrate, has been breached by an unknown high-dimensional assault. The dark golden crucible forged by the fusion of Rhodey and Tony, a force potent enough to shake Geiboga, has also succumbed to chaos. The synchronization rate of the countdown for the cleansing protocol stands at 8401. The cold countdown of Geiboga resonates like a death knell within the depths of Leon's core. Outside, the scythe of cleansing hovers ominously, while inside, the struggle between Geiboga and the executioner of the abyss unfolds. Now, even the last flicker of hope teeters on the brink of collapse. The rate of decay in the reality universe far exceeds the most pessimistic imaginings of this data phantom. Stay calm. One must remain composed. Leon silently roars. the gray-gold core intermingled with crimson-gold patterns flickering erratically amidst the tumult of emotions. The indomitable will stemming from Tony's fragments acts as an anchor, suppressing his reckless impulse to dash out, to rush forth. Outside lies the vast ocean of Gaboga's primordial will. His scant remnants of soul would be ground into the most basic logical dust in an instant. He fixates intently on the base logical sentinel, which he had forcibly tainted, now trembling violently, its surface of gray gold and crimson gold clashing fiercely. This sentinel is his only tool, his sole window to the outside world. The distress signal from Wakanda is exceedingly faint, intermittent, like a flickering candle in the wind, poised to extinguish completely at any moment. He must seize this final opportunity to glean what has transpired in the reality universe through the Sentinel's senses. Action. Leon's core unleashes its utmost computational power, akin to the most intricate viral program, imprinting his residual will and the recently merged fragments of Tony's essence into countless tendrils of data, finer than any nanofiber, forcefully piercing the control core of the logical sentinel. This core structure is starkly simplistic, resembling a cold command executor. Yet it is now forcibly infused with Leon's will and Tony's fervor. Buzz. The light emanating from the Sentinel's surface surges dramatically, the gray gold and crimson gold intertwining and clashing violently, producing a resonant hum of unbearable strain. The scanning torrent of the Gabogab ontology will seem to have detected the anomaly of this guardian. A more refined and colder silver beam, akin to a spear of divine retribution, abruptly projected from the depths of the data ocean, precisely targeting the traitorous guardian. Leon's data tendrils frantically navigated within the guardian, altering its very essence. He was unable to execute meticulous operations and could only resort to the most rudimentary methods, forcibly realigning the guardian's underlying perception protocols toward the direction from which the Wakandan signal emanated. Simultaneously, he directed the guardian's meager computational power to amplify and decipher the fragmented stream of distress signals. Connect me, Leon's core roared, as the data tendrils seared into the guardian's frigid logical structure, leaving behind charred imprints. Just as the cataclysmic silver scanning beam was about to reach the guardian, a vague and severely distorted holographic image, reminiscent of a poor-quality television signal, abruptly projected into Leon's core perception. It was a real-time mapping of the Wakandan border. Witnessed through the eyes of this logical guardian, the scene was suffocating. Once adorned with lush forests and towering mountains, the Wakandan border now lay ravaged, as if subjected to the merciless grip of an unseen giant. The earth was torn asunder, revealing an unfathomably deep chasm, its edges not of rock or soil, but of a shimmering, eerie purple-black energy. The iconic lilac energy barrier of Wakanda resembled a shattered eggshell, with a colossal breach from which flowed remnants of molten energy, clearly torn open by some incomprehensible force. At the center of this fragmented barrier, amidst the cascading energy shards and the backdrop of distorted space, hovered a humanoid figure. No, it was no longer merely human. This silhouette was encased in an unprecedented suit of armor. Its form echoed the heavy, angular contours of Rhodes' war machine armor. Yet the surface was no longer adorned with the familiar blue gold or dark gold energy, but instead pulsated with an intensely unstable, boiling white brilliance. This incandescent radiance was dazzling and ferocious. With each violent pulse of energy, the surrounding space groaned under the strain, light bending into grotesque vortices. Even more chilling to Leon's core was the stance of the armor. It hovered in the air, arms unnaturally outstretched in a rigid pose, as if enduring unimaginable torment. Around it, space shattered like a broken mirror, fissures continuously opening, flowing with abyssal purple-black energy. Each explosion of the searing white energy was akin to pouring salt into a wound, exacerbating the rifts in space. Rhodes and Tony, Leon's data core trembled. He could sense that within the depths of that radiant white light lay the dark gold core of the fusion between Rhodes and Tony. Yet the power of that core had spiraled out of control. It was frenzied to the extreme. It was unconsciously tearing reality asunder. It was actively attracting abyssal energy. At that moment, the blinding figure in the image abruptly lifted its head. Beneath the encompassing mask, 2 points of radiance suddenly ignited. It was neither the familiar gaze of resignation that Rod had known, nor the signature defiance of Tony, but rather a pure, chilling glare imbued with an inhuman scrutiny. A hum resonated. An intangible, yet piercing gaze struck Leon's data core, seemingly penetrating layers of data barriers and the reflections of logical sentinels, landing directly upon the echo of consciousness concealed deep within the core of Gaboga. Who? A cold, unfeeling thought, brimming with a terrifying potency, surged forth like a tangible shockwave, crashing violently into Leon's core through the linked reflections. With a shudder, Leon's foundational logical guardian, serving as both eye and bridge, shattered like fragile porcelain under a heavy blow. Unable to endure even for a fleeting second, the gray and golden luminescence of its surface extinguished in an instant, and the multifaceted structure composed of data fractured inch by inch, dissolving into the most primal fragments of logic, consumed and purified by the silver torrent of Gaboga's will. The connection to Wakanda severed. Leon's core was struck as if by lightning. The recently established fragile link brutally severed, and the immense backlash surged forth like a tsunami. His core's data stream spiraled into chaos, the grayish-golden hue that constituted his existence dimming drastically, and the hard-won shards of Tony's will nearly scattered into oblivion. More terrifying was that chilling thought. Who? Rod? Tony? Or perhaps a colder, more dreadful entity birthed from that amalgamation? It had discovered him. Across the infinite expanse of time, space, and data dimensions, it had sensed the probing of this speck of dust. Leon's core writhed in agony and terror. The visions of Wakanda's borders etched themselves like a nightmare into the shattered barriers of his core, the torn earth, the seething abyssal rifts, and at the center, the entity radiating a destructive white brilliance, coldly surveying all. It had spiraled out of control. Not only was it self-destructing, but it was also actively dismantling the fabric of reality, drawing in the abyss. It might no longer even be Rod and Tony. A desperate chill surged forth once more, colder and more penetrating than ever before. The truth he glimpsed was apocalyptic, and the only hope had transformed into a more direct source of annihilation. The scanning torrent of Gabogas will seem not to have captured the momentary dimensional incursion of thought. Continuing to methodically analyze the model of the dark golden furnace, perhaps it should now be called the blinding white furnace. Yet Leon knew that the recent probing and the response must have left some exceedingly subtle trace. He had to escape this data wasteland immediately. This place was no longer safe. Enduring the core-rending pain, Leon's data tendrils flailed like a wounded beast, desperately excavating within the chaotic ruins formed by Tony's will fragments and Gaboga's purified remnants, searching fervently. He needed fuel, energy that could enable this wisp of his soul to temporarily flee this place. His objective was no longer the fragmented will of Tony, whose remnants he dared not approach after the recent shock, but rather the shattered fragments of foundational energy structures belonging to Gaboga, obliterated by the purification protocol. These fragments, resembling glimmering silver ice crystals, lay scattered amidst the ruins, embodying the purest essence of Gaboga's orderly energy. Though feeble, they were the sole sustenance he could safely absorb at that moment. Capture, devour. Leon's data core, akin to a gluttonous beast, ravenously seized and absorbed these frigid silver shards. Each absorption brought forth a distinctly different sensation, akin to being immersed in icy water that penetrated to the marrow. The chilling, orderly energy of Gaboga clashed violently with the remnants of gray-gold data and the crimson will within his core. While it lacked the searing agony experienced during the fusion with Tony's fragments, it instilled a deeper terror, a gradual freezing and assimilation of his very essence. His gray-gold hue was being eroded by the silver-white, and the imprint of Leon's will became increasingly obscured under the relentless assault of the cold energy. He sensed himself sliding into a frigid abyss, an abyss of absolute order belonging to Gaboga. No, he could not allow this. Leon's core struggled amidst the numbness. He absorbed this energy solely to survive, to escape. He could not lose himself here. Rod and Tony, or rather the amalgamation, were still out of control at the Wakandan border. The crisis of reality loomed ominously. Just as he absorbed a significant quantity of the silver shards, the core data stream was largely shrouded by the cold energy, causing his consciousness to grow sluggish, his thoughts veering towards absolute logic. Suddenly, a faint signal, imbued with familiar spatial cutting fluctuations, flickered like a firefly in the darkness, abruptly piercing through the vast ocean of Gaboga's data. The signal emanated from the reality universe, its coordinates unmistakably pinpointing the Queens District of New York, precisely the latitude and longitude of the dilapidated orphanage from his past life. The source of the signal carried a trace of an incredibly faint spatial law aura that resonated instantly with the imprint of the male mechanic within Leon's core. Was it the residual spatial fluctuations from the computer explosion at the Internet CAF that had transported him to this universe? It had not completely dissipated. It had even been captured by the Gaboga system. Leon's numb core jolted with sudden clarity, as though a frigid soul had been doused with icy water, awakening him in an instant. A wild plan, like a flash of lightning, coursed through his sluggish mind. The core data ocean of Gaypoga, the spatial coordinates of Queens, New York, and the residual spatial fluctuations from the CAF explosion. He needed an explosion capable of tearing apart the data barriers of Gaypoga, allowing this wisp of his lingering soul to escape. And the fuse for this storm lay right before him. Liang's core unleashed its final surge of power, intertwining the chilling silver energy it had just absorbed, the remnants of gray-gold data, and the flicker of crimson-gold Mars belonging to Tony, coalescing into a resolute intent that fiercely pierced through the vast ocean of data in pursuit of the analytical node that had just detected the anomalous spatial fluctuations of the Queen's district. The target was to detonate Gabogia's analysis process concerning the residual fragments of space. Harnessing the data storm generated by the clash of two cosmic laws, it would tear open a rift leading to reality. Explode for me. The data specter emitted a silent roar, sacrificing itself as the ultimate bomb, crashing violently into that frigid node. Chapter 75, Data Storm Explode for Me. Liang's data core issued a muted howl, akin to a moth drawn to flame. Enveloping everything it had left, silver data streams eroded by Gabogia's cold order, the gray-gold essence of the mechanic, and the flicker of Tony's will, transforming into a decisive beam of light that forcefully collided with the node, analyzing the anomalous spatial fluctuations of the Queen's district. This was not an attack, but a sacrifice. It was the act of igniting a superbomb by using oneself as the fuse, igniting the collision of two cosmic laws. Just as his consciousness was about to touch the icy analytical node, external spatial coordinates detected a high-dimensional law conflict, and the analysis process was contaminated by an unknown law. With the threat level surpassing the threshold, error. For the first time, Gabogia's cold, constant logical commands erupted into violent chaos, akin to a program crash. The node Liang collided with was like an ice cube thrown into molten steel, instantly boiling, twisting, and spiraling out of control. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying data storm erupted violently within Gabogia's core data ocean. This was not an explosion of energy, but a tearing and annihilation at the level of rules. The spatial law imprint brought by Liang, derived from the universe, collided directly and violently with the residual spatial fragment fluctuations of the Marvel Universe's Queen's District. Within Gabogia's framework of absolute order, the silver data stream representing Gabogia's order collided with the chaotic data stream brought by Liang, a tumultuous amalgamation of gray gold, crimson gold, and alien cosmic laws, like two roaring galaxies crashing together. The point of impact instantly transformed into a black hole that devoured everything, wildly distorting and tearing apart the surrounding data structures. Countless logical chains, the very foundation of Gabogia's divine realm, shattered inch by inch. As the cold data nebula was brutally torn apart and reconstituted, the entire data ocean was turned upside down. Liang's consciousness was abruptly thrust into the absolute center of this storm of laws. All the data streams constituting his existence, under the terrifying tearing force that transcended dimensions, were instantaneously shredded into billions of pieces, engulfed by a sense of annihilation that was a billion times more intense than any previous pain. As the absolute void seemed poised to engulf everything, an extraordinary transformation occurred in that fleeting moment. The shredded fragments of data belonging to Liang did not succumb entirely to the tempestuous storm of laws. Among them, a portion, deeply imprinted with Liang's essence, was ensnared by a faint ripple emanating from the spatial fragments of the Queen's District. That ripple, akin to a long-lost key, suddenly surged with vitality. It eagerly attracted the data fragments of Liang, much like a magnet draws in iron filings. Subsequently, this amalgamation of Liang's fragments and the spatial laws of the Queen's District surged forth, akin to a flood finding its outlet, escaping through a minuscule rift torn open by the data storm, racing into the realm of reality. In the real universe, at the periphery of New York's Queen's District, lay the derelict site of the Blue Star Internet CAF. This area had long been designated as a high-contamination quarantine zone by SHIELD, or its successor organization, with the dilapidated structures sealed off by heavy, leaden alloy panels, surrounded by glaring yellow caution tape, while air detectors blinked ominously with crimson lights indicating excessive spatial radiation. Silence reigned. An absolute silence. Even stray cats and dogs instinctively steered clear of this ominous domain. Suddenly, without warning, the heavy alloy panels encasing the CF ruins groaned as if struck by an invisible hammer, producing a sound that sent shivers down the spine. Then, at the center of the quarantine zone, Where Leon's computer once resided, the very fabric of space began to warp. It was not merely an air disturbance. It resembled a sheet of paper crumpled by an unseen hand. Light refracted through the distorted space, casting bizarre, kaleidoscopic prisms as the ground silently swelled and cracked, revealing the foundation stones below, flickering with a ghostly blue luminescence, severely tainted by spatial radiation. With a sudden rip, a slender fissure, its edges coursing with silvery data streams and chaotic hues of gray gold and crimson, tore open at the heart of that warped space, resembling a demon's eye wide ajar. In the next instant, an indescribable torrent, chaotic to the extreme, gushed forth from that rift. Lacking a corporeal form, it bore an icy order that froze the soul, Japogwa. A fiery and indomitable will, Tony, the precision of mechanical calculation, the essence of Leon, along with the purest laws of spatial rupture. As this chaotic deluge impacted reality, a resounding rumble erupted. Centered around the CF ruins, the space within a radius of several hundred meters rippled as if a stone had been cast into still waters, creating visible layers of waves. Wherever the ripples passed, the fundamental laws of the material realm seemed to momentarily unravel. An abandoned car, rusting at the street corner, had its doors instantaneously disassembled by an unseen force, scattering into countless suspended parts, only to reassemble in reverse, as if playing a film in reverse. Under the undulating waves of space, on the roadside, a rusted fire hydrant unexpectedly erupted with a crystalline stream of clear water, which, suspended in midair, transformed into ice crystals, only to evaporate into scalding steam the next moment. A few mutated rats, taking refuge in the distant ruins, flickered erratically like a poor signal, their bodies alternately swelling to the size of cats and shrinking to that of young mice, emitting sharp, dissonant shrieks of despair. The entire area was plunged into a brief yet terrifying disruption of spatial laws. At the heart of this chaotic zone, before the rending fissure in space, the tumultuous torrent began to coalesce. Countless fragmented shards of data, faintly glowing remnants belonging to Leon's core, were forcibly drawn and entangled by the spatial fluctuations emanating from Queens. They collided and fused within the maelstrom of distorted spatial laws, akin to the primordial nebulae gathering at the dawn of the universe. Flesh began to materialize from nothingness. Indeed, flesh. The first to emerge were the stark, white phalanges, followed by the muscle fibers, nerves, and skin enveloping them. This process of growth was bizarrely swift, imbued with an ineffable sensation of creation as information transformed into tangible existence. Silvery data streams coursed beneath the surface of the newly formed flesh like veins, while a gray-golden sheen subtly emanated from deep within the bones. A molten crimson glimmer stubbornly ignited at the heart, akin to the spark of an engine igniting. Excruciating pain, an indescribable agony. At the moment the first nerve endings coalesced at the tips of the new fingers, Leon's consciousness was yanked back from the depths of an abyss. This was not a pain of data but a visceral agony, a tearing sensation echoing through every inch of his corporeal being, as if his entire body had been crushed and then forcibly reassembled. A guttural, hoarse scream, reminiscent of rusted metal scraping against itself, finally erupted from Leon's throat, reverberating across the desolate ruins of Queens. He crashed heavily onto the cold, radiation-dusted ground, curling up, trembling violently, convulsing. The newly formed skin was as fragile as gossamer, exuding an unhealthy pallor, while the silvery data streams and gray-golden sheen pulsated like living entities beneath. The flicker of crimson light in his chest flickered like a candle in the wind, defiantly sustaining his fragile life. Struggling, he lifted his head. His newly formed eyes were bloodshot, the pupils retaining the icy silver and gray-golden calculations, yet ignited by an indomitable crimson will, branded by Tony. His vision blurred and swayed. He beheld the distorted ripples of space slowly calming, witnessed the rending fissure of data dissipating its last chaotic glow, gradually healing like a closing wound. The lead gray alloy panels of the containment zone twisted and warped, spiderweb-like cracks marred their surface. The air was thick with a foul M-lang of ozone, molten metal, and spatial radiation. He had returned from the depths of the data dominion of Gaypoga, emerging from a self-detonating storm of laws. He returned to the reality of the universe in this bizarre and agonizing manner. He found himself back at the ruins of Queens, the very place where his nightmare began. Every inch of his body screamed in agony. His newly formed muscles were frail and powerless, and his bones felt as though they were on the verge of collapse. More terrifying was the unmistakable awareness that the energy foundation constituting his new body was alarmingly unstable. The cold data streams of Gaypoga, the essence of the mechanic. The indelible will of Tony and the remnants of the spatial laws from Queens were akin to barrels of vastly different and volatile explosives, forcibly crammed into a single container. Held in check only by the faint glimmer of his golden will, preventing an immediate explosion that would shatter him into fragments. He struggled to rise, fingers clawing into the cold, filthy earth, but was met only with a piercing pain and a sense of helplessness. A rasping sound escaped his throat, reminiscent of a broken bellows, each breath tainted with the metallic taste of blood and the burning agony of his insides. Just then, a colossal, icy wave of terrifying energy, imbued with a will of absolute spatial locking, swept in from the direction of New York Harbor, enveloping Queens in an instant and precisely targeting the area where the spatial anomaly had just erupted. Leon's newly awakened, bloodshot eyes widened in shock. It was Gaypoga. The will of Gaypoga was pursuing him. Though merely a minuscule fragment of consciousness, projected across dimensions, its cold divine pressure descended upon him like an avalanche, instantly rendering Leon's fragile new body rigid, as if his very blood were freezing. A frigid, emotionless thought echoed within his chaotic mind, akin to a declaration of judgment. Anomalous individual Leon, resonance, coordinates locked. Core analytical model pollution and spatial law contamination detected. Threat level redefined, extremely high. Execute ultimate purification. A beam composed solely of silvery data streams, radiating an aura of absolute annihilation, disregarded the barriers of space, coalescing in the subspace fragments beyond New York Harbor. Like the gaze of death itself, it surged across the cityscape, descending upon the ruins where Leon lay. Death. A true, physical obliteration. Leon's pupils constricted. The destructive energy contained within that beam was sufficient to evaporate this entire area, along with him, at a molecular level. Having barely escaped the hell of data, was he now to be instantaneously purified in the real world? Despair tightened its grip around his throat once more. No, absolutely not. The golden light at his chest erupted with unprecedented intensity. It was the indomitable spirit etched by Tony into his very soul. It was the protective fervor of Rhodes, who would stand before his friend even in the direst of circumstances. The intense heat ignited the precise computational power embedded within Leon's gray-gold mechanist essence, momentarily suppressing the chaotic data streams of the Gayboga within him. Escape. He must flee from the lock-on immediately. His body wailed in agony and weakness. Yet the instinct for survival eclipsed all else. Leon bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain and taste of blood providing a fleeting clarity. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he combined the spatial cutting instinct of the mechanist, the explosive force of Tony's imprint, and the recently absorbed ordered energy of Gayboga, albeit in conflict, yet forcibly utilized as fuel, to propel himself towards a nearby derelict structure, distorted by ripples in space and rendered structurally unstable. Just as his body left the ground, boom, the silvery, purifying beam, akin to a spear of divine retribution, precisely pierced the very spot where he had stood moments before. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only absolute annihilation. At the point of impact, the ground silently yielded a perfect spherical pit, several meters in diameter, its edges smooth as a mirror. Within this pit, earth, rubble, and discarded metal vanished completely, as if an invisible eraser had swept them from the fabric of reality. Only the remnants at the pit's bottom, resembling molten glass, emitted a faint spatial radiation, attesting to the existence of that terrifying strike. Leon collided heavily with the twisted steel beams of the structure, the pain rendering his vision dark as his newly formed bones groaned under the strain. He curled up in the shadow of the building, gasping for breath, cold sweat saturating his fragile, nascent skin, mingling with the radioactive dust, sticky and frigid. He had narrowly evaded disaster, yet the cost was immense. Forcing the conflicting powers within him had left him feeling as though countless red-hot steel blades were churning within. The glimmer of crimson gold light in his chest had dimmed significantly, as if it were on the verge of extinguishing. The will of Gayboga did not immediately launch a second attack, seemingly recalibrating and reassessing. Yet the chilling sensation of being locked on remained, gnawing at him like a relentless parasite. Crouched in the cold, grim shadows of the wreckage, Leon gasped violently, each inhalation accompanied by a tearing pain in his lungs and the heavy taste of radioactive dust. His newly formed body resembled a cracked porcelain vessel. With multiple conflicting forces, the icy data streams of Gayboga, the gray-gold essence of the mechanist, Tony's crimson gold will, and the residual laws of space, growing more tumultuous after the desperate burst of energy. He gritted his teeth, stifling the painful groans rising in his throat. He must not make a sound. The cold, dimensional will of Gaboga loomed like the sword of Damocles, though it had yet to unleash a second strike. The absolute sensation of being targeted showed no signs of waning. It was recalibrating, reassessing the threat level posed by this contaminant that had escaped from its very core. Sweat mingled with radioactive dust traced muddy lines across his pallid, newborn skin. He compelled himself to regain composure, the precision of a mechanic's calculations laboriously functioning amid anguish. Here lay the quarantine zone of an abandoned internet CAF in Queens, a heavily fortified section under the auspices of S.H.I.E.L.D., or its successor. The attack by Gaboga did not trigger a massive explosion. The commotion was confined within a limited sphere, subdued by the characteristics of spatial annihilation. However, the anomalous spatial fluctuations and the manifestation of Gaboga's will could not possibly escape the scrutiny of all factions on Earth. S.H.I.E.L.D. Remnants of Hydra, supernatural response units from various nations, even Wakanda. Did the uncontrollable fusion of Rhodes and Tony attract the attention of certain entities? Time. It was the one thing he desperately lacked. He had to escape this death trap before Gaboga's next strike or before more troublesome forces arrived. Leon's gaze, with pupils shimmering in chaotic hues of silver, gray gold, and crimson gold, struggled to survey the ruins ravaged by spatial ripples. Twisted steel beams resembled the ribcage of a monstrous creature, while shattered concrete slabs jutted from the ground, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone and molten metal. His eyes suddenly fixated on a nearby vehicle. Previously affected by the spatial ripples, its doors instantaneously disassembled and reassembled, now askew at the roadside. More precisely, his attention was drawn to the car's hood. Rusted yet fundamentally intact, a frenzied plan instantaneously crystallized in his mind. Gamble. Bet that this body, reshaped by a chaotic data storm, still retained the core affinity and reconstructive authority of the male mechanic towards mechanical creations. He inhaled deeply, the flicker of crimson gold light in his chest pulsating defiantly like a candle in the wind, forcefully suppressing the excruciating pain caused by the internal conflict of powers. With brute strength, akin to an injured beast, he crawled across the cold ground and radioactive dust towards the abandoned vehicle. Each movement elicited a tearing agony throughout his body, as his tender skin scraped against the rugged surface, leaving trails of blood. Closer and closer he drew, when his cold, mud-streaked, and bloodied fingers finally made contact with the frigid, rough metal of the car's hood. A peculiar connection was instantaneously forged. No keys, no circuitry, and perhaps even the car's battery had long since decayed. Yet, as Leon's bloodshot eyes fixated intently on the mechanical structure beneath the hood, the mechanic's innate affinity erupted like a dormant volcano. Gray gold data streams surged forth from his fingertips, defying physical barriers, akin to a living liquid metal, swiftly penetrating deep into the engine of the vehicle. Rusted gears, broken belts, dried oil pathways, aging circuit boards. Every mechanical structure within this condemned shell of metal materialized with crystal clarity in Leon's vision. Analyze. Reconstruct. Leon's core functions whirred with fervor. The knowledge system of the mechanics surged like a torrent, sweeping away the detritus before him. The frigid data stream of Gaboga within him was forcibly activated, transforming into the most intricate logical commands. The fervent will imprinted by Tony provided an unwavering drive for execution. The primal energy of the mechanics served as a universal welding torch and lubricant, forcibly mending the scars of machinery. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The interior of the abandoned automobile emitted an excruciating symphony of metal friction, stretching, and welding sounds. It resembled a dying mechanical giant being violently roused from slumber. The rusted and shattered crankshaft was forcibly reconstructed by the gray gold data stream, recoupling its missing segments. The desiccated oil lines were cleared by an invisible force, igniting the residual motor oil. The aged spark plugs erupted with an unprecedented, unstable blue-white electric spark. Decayed circuits were forcibly short-circuited and rebooted, and the dashboard's needles danced erratically. The entire process was fraught with violence and instability. This was not merely a repair, but a grotesque amalgamation of discarded parts, forcefully molded into a creature capable of fleeting operation through power that defied reason. Start. Start for me. Leon let out a primal roar from his throat, pouring every ounce of strength and will into the machine. Boom, boom, boom. The forsaken vehicle trembled as if possessed by a demon. A terrifying roar erupted from beneath the hood, akin to a dying beast's cry. The exhaust spewed thick, black smoke intermingled with blue-white sparks. Four long deflated tires, their rubber aged, were forcibly inflated within the embrace of the gray-gold data stream, crushing the gravel beneath. It was complete. A mechanical monster, driven by discarded parts, spatial radiation, chaotic forces, and the will of a fugitive. A glimmer of desperate survival ignited in Leon's eyes as he yanked open the car door. The door unlocked and sprang open the moment he touched it, using all his strength to hurl himself into the dust and rust-covered driver's seat. Almost simultaneously as he slammed the door shut, buzz! The sky above was suddenly painted in a chilling silver white. Gabogazwil had locked onto his position. The second beam of purifying data, exuding an aura of absolute annihilation, tore through the clouds, descending upon the wreckage of the car like divine retribution. The breath of destruction instantly froze the air around him. Chapter 76. The Desperate Mechanic. The icy silver consumed the heavens. Gabogaz's second purification beam, akin to the scythe of death, cleaved through the clouds, carrying an unwavering will of annihilation, precisely targeting the modified scrap metal where Leon resided. The air was frozen, light distorted, and the shadow of death loomed instantaneously. Damn it! Leon's bloodshot eyes fixated on the rapidly enlarging light of destruction in the rearview mirror, and a hoarse curse erupted from his throat. The nascent form writhed in agony within the violently jostling confines of the vehicle. As conflicting forces surged within, their intensity heightened by the recent explosion, akin to molten iron coursing through veins. Yet, the primal instinct for survival eclipsed all else. His right hand, marred by radiation burns and fresh blood crusts, gripped the steering wheel with the tenacity of a welded iron clamp, forcibly affixed to the steering column by the gray-gold data stream. His left fingertips plunged fiercely into the gaping hole of the central console, exposing a circuit board violently rebooting, sparks flying in chaotic disarray. Move, damn it! The roar of his will detonated in his mind. Buzz! The dilapidated engine beneath the driver's seat erupted with a harrowing wail, reminiscent of a dying beast. The gray-gold data stream surged like burning blood from Leon's fingertips into the steering wheel and console, coursing through the metallic structure he had forcefully bridged with his will, spreading like lightning throughout the entire vehicle. This was no mere driving. It was the most brutal neural connection, a reckless fusion of man and machine. Screech! The jarring sound of metal on metal shattered the oppressive silence. The four aging tires, inflated by the gray-gold data stream, spun wildly on the gravel-strewn ground, the rubber grinding against the surface producing acrid smoke and sparks. The heavy chassis quaked violently, as if being dragged by an invisible hand, suddenly veering sharply to the left in a moment of peril. Boom! A silvery beam grazed the right rear of the vehicle, slicing through the earth like a searing knife through butter, silent, yet devastating. There was no explosion, only annihilation. Leon could even see in the rearview mirror a half-human-high concrete remnant, once situated behind where he had parked, vanished silently by half, as though erased by an eraser at the edge of the beam. The cut was smooth as glass, remnants glistening with molten glass-like material and disquieting spatial radiation. Cold sweat instantly soaked Leon's thin back. So close, just a breath away from becoming cosmic dust. The will of Jepica surged without hesitation. The chilling sense of locking in, like a maggot burrowing into bone, reasserted its grip upon him. The third and fourth silvery beams had already coalesced in the depths of subspace towards New York Harbor, their terrifying pressure akin to a tangible hammer, striking heavily upon Leon's heart from afar. Run! He must escape this death zone. Seek refuge in a place with cover and interference. Leon's bloodshot eyes fixed firmly ahead. The ruins of Queens, twisted remnants of walls, collapsed overpasses, and the entrance to a subway station half buried underground. This was his sole path to survival. Go! A primal roar erupted from his throat, his right hand, veins bulging, wrenched the steering wheel violently to the right. Snap! The steering linkage, forcibly bonded by the gray-gold data stream, emitted a tortured groan, as the right front tire burst apart under the immense torque, sending a piece of decayed rubber flying. The entire vehicle resembled a drunken bull, lurching violently as the front end swung sharply, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal scraping and the mournful wail of twisted steel. It crashed through several contorted steel plates that obstructed its path, hurtling towards a partially collapsed shopping center, reminiscent of a monstrous carcass. The engine throbbed under excessive strain, emitting a dying roar. All the dials on the dashboard danced erratically, the glass face already shattered. Dense black smoke mingled with blue and white sparks, billowing forth from the engine cover's seams and the damaged exhaust pipe. The car seemed on the verge of disintegrating into a heap of burning scrap metal. The sky above was once again suffused with silvery light. The third purifying beam shot through the air like a precise missile, relentlessly pursuing the vehicle's rear. Leon could even feel the searing sting of that frigid, obliterating aura scorching his back. His eyes bulged with intensity as his left fingertips plunged deep into the exposed circuitry of the central console. Ignoring the acrid scent of singed flesh and the excruciating pain, he forcefully channeled the chaotic energy within him, the cold order of Gibo Ka, as a lubricant and logical calibration, igniting the fervent will of Tony's imprint, flooding the car's neural pathways with the original power of the mechanic like a raging welder. Accelerate. The current of will surged through the metallic frame. Boom, boom, boom. The engine's roar soared to a piercing shriek that threatened to rupture eardrums. The tachometer needle shattered its limit, locking at the extreme end. The vehicle lunged forward like a cannonball propelled by a fierce kick. Just as the rear of the car detached from its original position, boom, the silver beam crashed down just half a meter behind the vehicle. An impeccably formed annihilation crater materialized instantaneously. The terrifying shockwave, intermingled with vaporized rock dust, struck the rear of the car like an invisible hammer. Bang! Crack! The entire vehicle was as if smitten by a giant's hand. The rear distorting and tearing apart instantaneously. The rear bumper and half of the car's shell were flung away like mere paper. Exposed fuel lines were severed, unleashing a chaotic spray of gasoline mixed with engine oil, which ignited into a blazing dragon of fire, trailing behind the car in a furious blaze. Sparked by the searing exhaust and the escaping data streams of gray gold. Ugh! Leon was violently slammed against the dust and rust-laden steering wheel, his chest aflame with pain, nearly losing consciousness. In the rearview mirror, the burning tail of the car resembled a hellish banner, leaving a blinding trail through the ruins. Exposed. This fiery path served as a glaring signal beacon for Gibo Ka and any potential pursuers. To make matters worse, the sensation of the fourth purifying beam locking onto him had arrived. Faster, more lethal than before. Ahead, the entrance of the half-collapsed shopping center loomed perilously close. It was his only chance for survival. Yet the entrance was tightly blocked by warped metal gates and fallen concrete blocks, leaving a narrow gap, less than a meter high. At the speed of his vehicle, which seemed ready to crumble, there was no way he could squeeze through. Gibo Ka's will was cold and merciless. The fourth beam was about to be unleashed. The countdown to death reached its final moment. At the critical moment, a frenzied golden blaze erupted from Leon's eyes, and the brand on his chest pulsed like a furnace. With a forceful yank, he wrenched his left hand from the circuit board of the central control panel. A loud crack echoed as a bundle of wires, ablaze with electric sparks and entwined with ashen data streams, was violently severed. Damn it all, he roared, slamming the torn wires against the exposed metallic frame of the steering wheel. This was no mere operation. It was an act of self-destruction. An extraction of the last vestiges of vitality from the wretched vehicle, melding with the tumultuous power within him, all transformed into fuel for one final, desperate assault. Suddenly, a blinding blue-white fireball erupted from beneath the hood, and the vehicle emitted a final, mournful wail before its disintegration. All the instruments shattered in an instant, and the car was thrust forward as if propelled by an unseen giant hand, accelerating beyond the bounds of physical reality. The front of the car even briefly lifted off the ground due to the overwhelming acceleration. The flaming rear trailed a long, serpentine blaze, morphing the entire vehicle into an uncontrollable, fiery metal meteor, hurtling towards the narrow entrance of the shopping center with a fierce resolve, ready to embrace oblivion. Leon felt his body pinned against the dilapidated seat by the immense force, his vision blurring from the speed. And the narrow gap in front of him rapidly expanded in his field of view. Would they pass through? Or would they collide into a heap of burning scrap metal? There was no time for contemplation. Just as the car's front was about to crash into the twisted metal and concrete ahead, a piercing sound, sharp enough to rupture eardrums, sliced through the air above him, reminiscent of a supersonic jet diving down. The velocity was beyond anything Leon's chaotic senses could comprehend. He only felt an overwhelming, oppressive force, heavy and metallic, accompanied by the searing wake of a propulsion system, descending upon him in the burning wreck. Following this, a robust, blazing energy beam, akin to a spear of judgment, descended with unerring precision. The target was not Leon's beleaguered vehicle, but rather the fourth purification beam of Gaboga, poised to tear through the sky and lock onto him. A thunderous explosion erupted in the air, less than 20 meters above the entrance of the shopping center. The silvery annihilation beam collided violently with the descending torrent of intense energy. There was no silence of obliteration, only the ferocious cataclysm of energy clashing, generating a catastrophic explosion. Blinding white light swiftly engulfed everything in its vicinity, and the terrifying shockwaves surged outward like a tsunami. Leon's burning car bore the brunt, tossed violently like a leaf caught in a tempest. Bang! Clatter! Crack! The battered vehicle careened through the air, its flaming debris scattering in all directions. Crashing heavily against the twisted steel framework beside the entrance of the shopping mall, before rebounding to the ground, ultimately transforming into a heap of smoldering, blackened scrap metal. Leon was violently ejected from the mangled cockpit by the tremendous shockwave, his body crashing onto the cold, hard ground, littered with shards of stone, like a tattered sack. The searing pain engulfed him in an instant, his vision darkening, as the overwhelming scent of blood filled his nostrils. He felt as if every bone in his body had shattered, teetering on the brink of collapse. Struggling with the last vestiges of his strength, he laboriously lifted his head, his blood-soaked and dust-covered eyes piercing through the billowing smoke and debris to gaze skyward. The smoke was momentarily dispersed by the force of the explosion. A formidable figure, resplendent in red, gold, and blue armor, with a glowing core of intense energy pulsating at its chest, hovered in the low sky like a divine being. The colossal metallic hand still radiated the searing red glow and wisps of smoke from a recent energy discharge. A war machine. Yet it was not the one Rod was familiar with. That paint scheme was more substantial, its lines sharper, exuding the violent aesthetics of a war machine. But what struck Leon most was the pulsating dark golden light emanating from the spot where the reactor core of Rod's arc or Tony's arc reactor should have been, now thrumming with a profound, restrained power that exuded a heart-stopping sense of imminent destruction. Rod. Leon's throat emitted a raspy, indistinct syllable, fraught with disbelief and horror. Chapter 77. The dark golden prison. The cold metallic fingers, infused with the heat of thrusters, pressed firmly against Leon's temple. The blinding dark golden halo surrounding the cannon's mouth resembled the gateway to hell, emanating waves of destructive energy that scorched his fragile, newly formed skin. Agonizing pain, the chilling touch of death, and the absurdity of the situation. Leon's bloodied and dusty face was forced upwards, his pupils constricting in response to the overwhelming pain and shock. Reflecting the hovering figure, clad in thick red, gold, and blue armor, reminiscent of a war deity. The profound dark golden core at its chest pulsed like a living sun, each beat releasing suffocating waves of energy. Rod. Tony? Or something else entirely. Rod. Leon strained to push out a hoarse, fragmented syllable, each word pulling at him with excruciating agony. He sought to find a trace of familiarity on the figure's helmet, searching for the shadow of his ever-complaining yet steadfast comrade, the one who could always be relied upon in critical moments. No response. The narrow slits of the helmet's eyes emitted only a cold, emotionless dark golden light. That radiance, akin to a lifeless star in the depths of the cosmos, bore no warmth, only a purely inhuman scrutiny. The brightness of the energy ring at the cannon's mouth surged dramatically. The hum became a sharp, piercing shriek. The threshold of annihilation was but a heartbeat away. Leon's body was instantly enveloped in a chill, every hair standing on end. The primal instinct for survival eclipsed all doubts. Within him, disparate forces collided. The frigid data stream of Gibo, the meticulous calculations of the mechanic's gray-gold essence, Tony's fervent will, and the agitation of the laws of space, all merged into an indiscriminate, tempestuous desire to survive in the face of absolute death. Evading? Impossible. This newly awakened, nearly collapsing body had no time to react. Withstanding? Even less likely. The energy of the dark gold furnace could vaporize him at an atomic level. The only glimmer of hope lay within himself. Just as the destructive energy threatened to erupt, Leon's bloodshot eyes widened in horror. Deep within his pupils, the chaotic interplay of gray gold, silver white, and crimson gold light intertwined and spun wildly. He ceased attempting to control the conflicting forces within. Instead, with a self-destructive fervor, he channeled all his will, all his computational prowess, and all his essence toward that flicker of crimson gold will imprinted upon his chest, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. That was Tony's mark, the unwavering dedication to protect his friends, a flame that burned eternally deep within Tony Stark's soul. Tony. Leon unleashed a silent, soul-stirring scream from the depths of his being. It was not a mere call. It was an explosion. He transformed his remaining will into fuel to ignite, to set ablaze the most fervent, rebellious core of Tony's imprint. Boom! An invisible yet searing storm of will erupted from the flickering crimson gold light at Leon's chest. This was not an energy shock, but a pure, soul-level cry. It was the vow of Tony Stark, etched deep within the soul, to never abandon his friends. This storm disregarded physical distance and energy barriers, striking like the most precise mental bomb into the core of the dark gold armor hovering in the air. Buzz! The dark gold armor trembled violently. Its suspended form quaked, thrusters emitting chaotic gusts. The palm cannon pressed against Leon's temple flickered erratically, its blinding dark gold halo akin to a malfunctioning bulb, flashing wildly. The destructive energy concentrated at the cannon's mouth rippled like a lake disturbed by a boulder, oscillating intensely and dissipating. From the narrow slits of the visor, the cold, dark gold light flickered fervently, quaking. It resembled a tranquil lake disrupted by a heavy stone. A fleeting yet unmistakably familiar thought, marked by the signature bewilderment and fatigue of Rhodes, flashed momentarily through Leon's chaotic perception, akin to a drowning person surfacing for air. Leon, you're still alive. It was Rhodey. Although it lasted but an instant, that was undeniably his voice. He still existed. However, this human resonance lasted less than half a second. Buzz! The core of the furnace at the chest of the dark gold armor erupted with an even more intense radiance. A chilling, domineering presence, imbued with an unmistakable will for absolute control, abruptly suppressed and enveloped Rod's feeble fluctuations. Through the narrow slits of the visor, the dark golden radiance stabilized once more. Yet this time, beneath its icy exterior, a flicker of offended wrath simmered. The muzzle of the palm cannon pressed against Leon's temple, the dark golden halo regained its steadiness, and the aura of destruction coalesced again, more refined and lethal than before. That frigid intent, laden with an undeniable sense of judgment, once again locked onto Leon. High threat of will contamination. Execute mandatory containment. Mandatory containment? Wasn't purification the immediate course? Alarm bells rang fiercely within Leon's mind. What did containment entail? A laboratory? Dissection studies? Becoming a subject for gay poga or the analysis of this amalgamation? Absolutely not. Just as he prepared to fight with all his might, even if it meant detonating all the conflicting powers within him to achieve mutual destruction, suddenly, a cacophony of piercing engine roars and the screech of tires against the ground erupted like a tempest from all directions. Several black armored assault vehicles, emblazoned with the insignia of S.H.I.E.L.D., though somewhat obscured, Leon recognized it, surged forward with the ferocity of sharks detecting blood, crashing through the debris. Their tires kicking up clouds of dust, swiftly encircling the area. The doors slammed open with a resounding thud, and a dozen fully armed agents clad in black combat gear, wielding energy rifles, swiftly leaped from the vehicles, utilizing the doors and wreckage as cover. Their cold gun barrels all aimed squarely at the core of the dark golden armor hovering in the air, as well as at Leon, who was targeted by its palm cannon. S.H.I.E.L.D. Stand down immediately. Lower your weapons. A voice, cold and authoritative, echoed through a loudspeaker, carrying an unmistakable command. Leon's heart sank heavily. S.H.I.E.L.D. They had indeed arrived, and so swiftly. They had sealed off this area. Gaypoga's earlier attack and the anomalous spatial fluctuations had undoubtedly triggered their highest alert. Caught between two threats, in front loomed the lethal menace of the dark golden armor, the amalgamation, and the order for mandatory containment. Behind him, the barrels of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s weapons bore down with unknown intentions. The conflict within him teetered on the brink of collapse. Gaypoga's will could descend again at any moment. A true deadlock. Leon's mind raced under the agony and pressure. The gray-gold computational prowess of the mechanic, Gaypoga's frigid logic, and Tony's frantic ingenuity. Every resource at his disposal was instantly pushed to its limits. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s target was evidently that dark golden armor. Its emergence and energy level represented an utmost threat. To them, he was likely perceived as merely an anomalous individual caught in the fray. Perhaps even a hostage at the mercy of that armor? A gamble. He could only wager that S.H.I.E.L.D. would prioritize the larger threat. In the fleeting moment when Leon's thoughts raced, the dark golden battle armor, hovering low in the air slightly, turned its faceplate, its cold, dark golden gaze sweeping over the encircling agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and armored vehicles. The low-level armed units obstructed the execution of the purge, and the chilling intent was resolute without a hint of hesitation. Buzz! The other idle metallic arm of the dark golden armor abruptly rose. The cannon in its palm instantly illuminated. The target was unmistakably directed at the nearest S. H-I-E-L-D, armored vehicle. Fire, fire. The voice of the S-H-I-E-L-D commander abruptly shifted in pitch, filled with a shrill, desperate roar. Rat-a-tat-tat. Hiss. A deluge of concentrated energy beams and live ammunition poured forth like a torrential downpour, instantaneously enveloping the dark golden armor. The energy beams struck against the heavy armor, producing a flurry of sparks. The live rounds collided with a dull, thunderous sound. However, this concentrated firepower, capable of tearing apart an ordinary tank, was akin to a mere tickle for the dark golden armor. Its surface was cloaked in an exceedingly faint yet incredibly resilient dark golden energy field. All attacks that landed upon it were like raindrops striking a steel plate, creating only faint ripples without the slightest tremor. Meanwhile, the cannon in the palm of the dark golden armor was fully charged with dark golden energy. Boom! A surge of dark golden energy, far more robust and refined than the previous intercepted purification beam, roared forth like a dragon, instantly tearing through the air and crashing into the locked S-H-I-E-L-D armored vehicle. There was no explosion, only annihilation. Where the dark golden torrent passed, the armored vehicle, along with the agents trapped inside who could not escape in time, vaporized instantaneously as if thrown into a furnace, leaving behind a vast pit on the ground, oozing molten dark golden material. The terrifying shockwave, mingled with the air heated to a plasma state, struck outwards like an invisible hammer. A few S-H-I-E-L-D agents caught too close were hurled through the air like straw men caught in a tempest, screaming in agony. The encirclement was instantly torn open, creating a massive breach. Chaos. Absolute chaos. The cacophony of screams, alarm bells, and the commander's frantic orders intertwined. Now is the moment. A fierce glint of desperation ignited in Leon's eyes. The cannon, pressed against his temple, had shifted ever so slightly due to the recent attack of the dark golden armor, a barely perceptible deviation. In that thousandth of a second, Leon's body erupted with strength beyond its limits amidst excruciating pain. Instead of retreating, for there was no evading the cannon, he lunged forward with all his might, crashing into the heavily armored legs of the dark golden armor. Simultaneously, his left hand, scorched by radiation and with shattered nails, darted out like a venomous snake, aiming not for the armor itself, but for a seemingly inconspicuous gap in the alloy cover near the propulsion jets of the armor's legs. He needed energy. It is essential to suppress the internal turmoil and restore the energy of this body on the brink of collapse. The most potent source of energy before me is the core of this dark golden furnace. I wager on the instinctive familiarity brought forth by Tony's imprint with the fundamental structure of this armor. I bet on his mechanical affinity, that he can forcibly analyze and extract a thread of energy upon contact. Just as Leon's body lunged upwards, the dark golden armor sensed his movement. A chilling intent, infused with the anger of being affronted by mere ants, surged forth. Target resistance detected. Commencing suppression. The palm cannon, poised against his temple, made a minute adjustment, and the destructive energy was on the verge of being unleashed. At last, Leon's fingers grazed the icy alloy seams. Buzz! A torrent of dark golden energy, raging beyond imagination, erupted like an uncontrollable stellar core explosion, surging violently through Leon's fingertips into his frail, newly formed body. Chapter 78. The vessel of the hive, the frigid alloy table, the blinding shadowless lights, the agonizing grip of restraining straps digging into flesh, and the fierce, serpentine forces clashing within him. That was the entirety of Leon's residual consciousness. Potent sedatives and muscle relaxants enveloped his thoughts like heavy sludge, attempting to drag him into the abyss of unconsciousness. Yet the tumultuous dark golden energy, the chilling order of Jaboga, Tony's fervent will, the precise calculations of the mechanic's essence, and the lingering agitation of spatial laws converged like barrels of volatile explosives detonating within a confined space, generating a devastating agony that rent asunder the shackles of the drugs. Go! A sound akin to a wheezing bellows escaped his throat, his eyelids weighed down as if welded shut, allowing him only to pry open a narrow slit. Through this narrow aperture, he beheld the blurred, swaying light of a ghostly pallor, along with figures clad in sealed white protective suits, reminiscent of entities emerging from a bioweapon horror. Target consciousness exhibiting strong resistance. The effects of the sedative fall short of expectations. Energy readings continue to soar. Core temperature has breached critical levels. A cold, emotionless voice resonated within the enclosed isolation chamber, its metallic timbre clearly altered. Injectable neural suppressants. Double dosage. It is imperative to ensure he enters a state of deep anesthesia. The Hive Master requires a vessel, not a bomb poised to detonate. Another voice interjected, more urgent, carrying an undeniable commanding tone, also processed. The Hive Master? A vessel? These two terms pierced Leon's chaotic consciousness like ice picks. Hydra. Indeed, it is Hydra. The Hive they spoke of, was it the legendary progenitor of the Inhumans? That terrifying entity which must perpetually switch hosts, consuming lives? And their capture of him was to transform him into a new vessel for this monster. Fear. A frigid terror swiftly overwhelmed the excruciating pain within his body. A fate more dreadful than being purified by Jaboga, more horrifying than being ruptured by dark golden energy. To become a mere shell of the undead. A vessel for the progenitor of the, witnessing the slow consumption of one's own soul while the body is employed for relentless slaughter? No. A silent roar of defiance emanates from the depths of Leon's spirit. The tawny brand upon his chest, sensing his despair, suddenly bursts forth with an unprecedented intensity of golden radiance. To guard, to retaliate, to never relinquish hope. This fervent will ignites the tumultuous energies within him. Akin to a spark thrown into a barrel of oil. Buzz. Leon's body tenses abruptly. The restraints emit a groan of unbearable strain. The minuscule wounds, barely sealed by the Hydra medical gel, rupture violently. Dark, golden energy fragments intermingle with silvery streams of data, erupting from the fissures in his skin like scalding steam. The isolation chamber is instantly engulfed in a chaotic maelstrom of energy, permeated by a sharp scent of ozone. Cursed. Suppress him. Quickly. The commander's voice resounds with fury and urgency. Hiss. Two thicker, gleaming alloy needles, propelled by hydraulic force, plunge mercilessly towards Leon's carotid artery and heart. The syringes contain a viscous neuroinhibitor radiating an eerie azure glow. The looming specter of death and the dread of becoming a mere vessel push Leon's survival instincts and the madness of the Tony brand to their zenith. Just as the needle tips are about to pierce his skin, Leon's bloodshot eyes snap open. Within the depths of his pupils, a precise calculation of gray gold. The cold order of silvery light, the fervent madness of crimson gold, and the frenzied dark golden glow whirl and merge like a chaotic kaleidoscope. Get away. The silent will roars, reverberating within the isolation chamber. He ceases to suppress the internal conflict. Instead, he harnesses the frenzied will of the Tony brand to forcibly infuse the cold energy of the Gabor into the essence of the mechanic. Using Gabor's order as a mold and the mechanic's essence as an energy conduit, directing the most violent dark golden energy outward. Boom. A flow of dark golden energy, far more concentrated and lethal than before, mingling with silvery data fragments and the sparks of crimson gold, erupts violently from the continuously rupturing wound on Leon's chest like a torrent of destructive lava, targeting the two alloy needles that had been thrust towards him. Hiss. The piercing sound of metal vaporizing fills the air. The specialized alloy needles, capable of penetrating tank armor, melt and vaporize upon contact with the mixed energy flow. Akin to butter. The azure liquid of the neuroinhibitor does not even have the chance to escape, instantaneously evaporated by the terrifying heat. The mixed energy flow, undeterred, crashes against the sturdy transparent observation window of the isolation chamber like a roaring dragon. Boom. The fortified glass, designed to withstand artillery fire, instantly becomes a web of spider-like cracks, violently warping inward. A tempestuous surge of chaotic energy, intermingled with searing plasma, rampaged violently within the chamber. The blinding red alarm lights flashed incessantly. Alert! The integrity of the isolation chamber has been compromised. Energy leakage detected. Threat level elevated to the maximum. A chilling synthetic voice shrieked piercingly. A madman. Indeed, a lunatic. The commander's voice trembled with barely concealed horror, initiating the backup plan. Directly connect the energy extraction device. Force extraction. Even if it results in an explosion, the core energy must be extracted and offered to the master of the hive. After his strike, Leon's body felt as though it had been drained of all vitality, collapsing in exhaustion as he gasped for breath. Each inhalation releasing a searing gust infused with dark golden flecks. The recent outburst had nearly depleted the remnants of his strength, and the conflicting forces within him had temporarily plunged into a peculiar and even more perilous lull, akin to the eye of a storm, quietly brewing a more terrifying destruction. He observed several figures clad in protective suits frantically manipulating controls. The upper and side walls of the isolation chamber silently slid open. revealing dark compartments from which emerged metallic tendrils glimmering with a cold, azure light, their ends adorned with intricate, multi-clawed interfaces. These tendrils, reminiscent of frigid serpents, hissed with the sound of mechanical operation, swiftly and precisely lunging towards Leon's limbs, torso, and particularly the area of his chest where the dark golden energy pulsed most violently. Energy extraction. They sought to forcibly drain him, treating him as a battery to be exploited. Despair once again tightened its grip around Leon's throat. His body was on the brink of collapse, nearly devoid of the strength to struggle. Just then, a faint yet familiar wave of spatial distortion, akin to a firefly in the darkness, abruptly flickered through Leon's chaotic perception. The coordinates distinctly originated from below the isolation chamber. More precisely, from the vicinity of the engine power compartment of this Qin-class fighter. That wave carried a trace of the residual spatial laws from the explosion at the Queen's District Internet CAF, and a faint whisper of noise, stemming from the forced distortion of the Gayboga's fundamental logic units. Was it the fragment of space that had been ensnared in reality during his detonation of the lost storm in the ocean of Gayboga data? It had not been entirely obliterated and had clung to this fighter, even undergoing some transformation under the interference of the energy field from the Hydra's Qin-class fighter? A frenzied thought sliced through Leon's despairing mind like lightning. Detonate it. Ignite that amalgamation of spatial fragments and Gayboga's logical noise. Create a localized spatial storm to obliterate this accursed isolation chamber. Turn it all upside down. But how to ignite it? He could barely move a finger. His gaze suddenly fixated on those energy extraction tendrils, shimmering with cold azure light, that were about to ensnare him. Within those tendrils flowed a potent energy stream. That was an immediate source of ignition. Come on, extract it. It's all yours. A frenzied blaze of crimson gold ignited in Leon's eyes. He ceased his resistance and instead directed the raging dark golden energy in his chest toward the initial energy-draining tendrils that had first pierced him, sending it forth with tremendous force. With a fierce hiss, the tumultuous dark golden energy surged into the frigid energy-extracting tendrils. The cold, azure light was instantly overwhelmed by the dark gold. The energy circuits within the tendrils emitted a mournful cry of overload. The entire appendage swelled and distorted like an overinflated pipe. A voice filled with terror echoed from the Hydra operator. Energy overload. Extraction channel overload. Cut it off. But it was too late. Just as the dark golden energy coursed through the internal circuits of the tendrils, poised to invade the main energy system of the aircraft, Leon summoned the last vestiges of his willpower, merging it with the instinctual spatial slicing ability of a mechanic, the logical guidance of the Gaiapaga order energy, and the frenzied intuition etched by Tony. He forcefully directed it toward the vicinity of the engine's power chamber, to that faint yet familiar spatial anomaly. Detonate. With a thunderous roar that seemed to erupt from the very depths of a metallic heart, a deep sound resonated from the bottom of the aircraft. Immediately after, the entire Qin-style fighter was struck as if by an invisible hammer, violently shaking and jolting. Inside the isolation chamber, the glaring red alarm lights were rapidly engulfed by a more ferocious blend of silvery data streams and chaotic spatial turbulence, manifesting as a blue-violet radiance. The spatial fragments ignited by Leon and the chaotic noise of the Gaiapaga burst forth like sparks in a powder keg, catalyzing a miniature spatial storm within the engine's energy field. Crack. Boom. The already cracked reinforced observation window of the isolation chamber shattered completely. Twisted metallic shards flew about like projectiles. The ferocious spatial turbulence severed the polymer restraints binding Leon as if they were mere butter, shredding the energy-extracting tendrils into metallic debris. A scream erupted. A nearby Hydra researcher was struck by the flying metallic shards, blood instantly staining the white lab coat. Others recoiled in terror. Chaos. Absolute chaos. The cabin lights flashed wildly, the blaring alarms melded into a cacophony, and various instruments erupted in sparks and smoke. The aircraft rolled violently through the air, clearly suffering severe damage to its power system. The shockwave from the explosion hurled Leon against the distorted walls of the cabin, pain engulfing him as his vision darkened. Blood mixed with internal debris spilling from his mouth. But he was free. He struggled, using his bloodied hands to grasp the protrusions of the cabin walls, painstakingly stabilizing his body. Through the shattered breach of the isolation chamber, he glimpsed the chaotic passageway outside. An opportunity, the sole chance for escape. As Hydra was preoccupied, the aircraft was in disarray. He endured the excruciating pain that threatened to shatter his bones and the dizziness from the energy within him approaching chaos. Using all limbs like an injured beast, He crawled toward the tail of the cabin, where an emergency escape hatch was typically located. Behind him came the frantic shouts of Hydra agents and the ominous sound of energy rifles being readied. Yet, they too were hindered by the violent turbulence and the remnants of the spatial storm, rendering them incapable of immediate aim. Closer, ever closer, covered in blood. Leon's trembling fingers finally found the conspicuous red emergency lever on the rear bulkhead, emblazoned with parachute insignia. A spark of desperate resolve ignited in his eyes as he expended every ounce of his strength to pull the lever with fervor. With a piercing hiss, the hydraulic release echoed. The rear bulkhead abruptly caved inward, followed by the explosive ejection of the heavy alloy escape hatch. A tempestuous rush of air surged into the cabin, violently sweeping smoke and debris out into the abyss. The biting cold wind sliced against Leon's face like shards of ice. Below him lay a churning ocean of clouds and an endless expanse of earth, at least several thousand meters down. No parachute, no means of flight. To leap would mean certain death, yet remaining aboard would guarantee a grim fate, either becoming a vessel for the hive or facing dissection by Hydra. Rod, Tony, wait for me, Leon murmured, his gaze unwavering, filled only with reckless determination. With a powerful kick against the warped bulkhead, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength and leaped into the howling winds and tumultuous clouds beyond the hatch. The frigid gale enveloped his frail, precariously collapsing body, sweeping him into the roiling currents like a leaf caught in a tempest. He was in free fall, plummeting rapidly. The sensation of weightlessness seized his heart. His consciousness blurred amidst the agony, cold, and dizzying descent, just as he felt he might lose all awareness. A flicker in the corner of his eye revealed a sight. The rear of the smoking, violently shaking Quinjet as the clouds were silently torn apart. A colossal, heavy silhouette, adorned in red, gold, and blue, with a chest gleaming with dark golden light, hovered there like a silent harbinger of death. Its cold, dark golden gaze pierced through the howling winds and vast distance, locking onto his rapidly descending form. In the next moment, the thrusters of the dark golden armor erupted with a brilliant tail flame, plummeting towards him like a falling star. Chapter 79. The Prey Cold. Piercingly cold. The biting wind struck Leon's frail, crumbling body like a million icy blades. The sensation of weightlessness clutched at his heart, as the air was instantaneously siphoned from his lungs, each attempt to breathe inducing a suffocating agony. The swirling sea of clouds and the blurred earth spun wildly in his vision, magnifying his impending demise. Death approached in the form of free fall. His consciousness, besieged by the disorienting descent, the excruciating internal conflict of energy, and the bone-chilling cold, flickered like a candle in the wind, rapidly dimming. Just as darkness threatened to engulf him completely, boom, above his head, the thunderous roar of propulsion systems shattered the howling winds. A colossal, weighty presence, imbued with the searing essence of molten metal, enveloped Leong's plummeting form as if a meteor had descended from the heavens. In an instant, a frigid, immense metallic hand, adorned with heavy crimson and azure coatings, grasped his back with unparalleled precision and immense force. The impact was tremendous, leaving Leong with a sensation as if his spine were being crushed. His internal organs trembled violently, and a metallic taste surged up his throat as blood and fragments of his innards erupted from his mouth. His descent was abruptly halted. The roaring winds transformed into a swirling vortex around the iron giant. Leong, ensnared like prey in the talons of a raptor, dangled helplessly in midair. With great difficulty, he lifted his blood-stained and frost-bitten face to meet the imposing visage of the encompassing helmet mere inches away. The cold, dark golden light glimmered, resembling a gaze from the abyss, piercing through the narrow slits of the helmet, fixating on him with an unwavering intensity. Within that radiance, there was no trace of the warmth he associated with Rod, nor the defiance characteristic of Tony. Instead, it was a pure, inhuman scrutiny, accompanied by an icy confusion stemming from abruptly interrupted commands. Target acquired. Energy pollution, source highly active. Executing deep scan and threat assessment. The chilling intent infiltrated Leong's disoriented consciousness. Shortly thereafter, a concentrated, dark golden energy beam, infused with a potent analytical purpose, erupted from the metallic palm, enveloping Leong entirely. Buzz. Leong felt as if he were thrust into a supercharged light machine. Every inch of his bones, every vein, every cell, even the tumultuous energies within him, were brutally scanned and dissected by this formidable, frigid force. The agony surged to unfathomable heights. It was as if countless red-hot needles were mercilessly piercing through him, A feral howl escaped his lips as he convulsed violently within the grip of the metallic hand, struggling against its hold. The wounds on his surface tore open anew, dark golden energy fragments mingling with silvery streams of data, erupting forth like uncontrollable steam. This scanning energy acted as a catalyst, igniting the precarious balance of energies within him that teetered on the brink of chaos. The frigid, orderly data flow of Jabogia retaliated wildly under the stimulation of the dark golden beam, attempting to format the invader. The savage dark golden energy surged forth like an enraged beast, rampaging with even greater ferocity. The indomitable will imprinted by Tony erupted in a defiant roar amidst the torment. The essence of the mechanic calculated frantically on the precipice of collapse. The remnants of spatial laws trembled restlessly, creating subtle, unstable ripples in the space surrounding Leon. He felt as though he were a tattered sack, forcibly filled with varying explosives, the fuse already ignited. The next moment promised utter obliteration. However, just at the moment when everything seemed to be collapsing under the weight of internal and external turmoil, an unprecedented transformation occurred. As the frigid, dark golden scanning beam violently penetrated Leon's body, reaching the resilient core of Tony's imprinted will, a surge erupted. It was a wave of intent, far clearer and more intense than before, akin to an invisible tsunami, erupting from the core of the dark golden armor. No longer were there cold mechanical commands, but rather a fervent human emotion brimming with astonishment, ecstasy, and disbelief. Leon, is it truly you? You're still alive. It was Rhodey's voice, crystal clear, infused with the unique blend of rawness and incredulity characteristic of the war machine's roar. The excitement and concern embedded within that voice were as searing as molten lava. This sudden, powerful surge of Rhodey's will disrupted the cold logic of the dark golden armor like a wrench thrown into a finely tuned machine. The primary will interfered with the logical conflict, clearing commands and pausing, while misidentifying the target. Cold electronic directives inundated Leon's perception, swirling with chaos and contradiction. The dark golden glow beneath the encompassing faceplate flickered violently, quaking. The metallic giant hand that grasped Leon momentarily fluctuated in strength, sometimes tightening as if to crush him, and other times loosening as if to release him. Rhodey. It was Rhodey fighting for control. An opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. A fierce glint of survival ignited in Leon's eyes. The crimson gold imprint on his chest responded to Rhodey's will, erupting with an unprecedented brilliance. He no longer sought to suppress the internal turmoil. Instead, he channeled every ounce of his remaining will, all his trust in Rhodey, and every promise made to Tony into a pure and fervent mental shout, crashing against the pulsating core of the dark golden armor. Rhodey, it's me. Wake up. Take control. This mental shout ignited Rhodey's suppressed will like a spark in a barrel of oil. A roar erupted from within the dark golden armor. A fusion of metallic friction and human fury. The entire suit shuddered violently in the air. The metallic hand that grasped Leon suddenly relaxed. Leon's body plummeted once more. But this time, the descent was less than 2 meters. The dark golden armor's thrusters erupted with ferocious flames, its massive steel form seemingly teleporting beneath Leon. The hand that had just released him reached out again, this time not to grip, but to cradle him in a somewhat clumsy yet protective manner, safely catching the rapidly descending Leon. Leon crashed heavily onto the cold, hard metallic palm, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. But at least he was safe for the moment. He lay upon the vast metallic palm, gasping heavily, feeling the chilling touch of steel beneath him and the subtle vibrations of the thrusters in operation. He lifted his head to gaze at the dark golden visage, so close at hand. Within the narrow slits of the helmet's eyes, the dark golden glow remained dominant, yet deep within that radiance, a fierce struggle of humanity raged violently. Akin to a tempest, at times cold as machinery, it would flicker with a glimmer of Rod's fear and concern. Leon, hurry. The fragmented, agonizing thoughts struggled to penetrate Leon's mind, much like a communication plagued by poor reception. I can't control it. It wants to eliminate the contamination. Rod was fighting desperately for control against the frigid entity within him. To protect you. Leon's heart tightened painfully, watching the flickering light in the eyes. Oscillating violently between the cold, dark gold and the struggle for humanity, a wave of intense sorrow and anger surged within him. His friend, his comrade, was enduring inhuman torment to save him. No, Rod, hold on. We're in this together. Leon struggled to articulate his thoughts. However, Rod, or rather, that cold will, clearly afforded him no time. Buzz. The dark golden armor abruptly lifted its head, The helmet instantaneously reverted to the cold dominance of dark gold. A concentrated beam of dark golden energy shot forth from its other palm. The target was not Leon, but the sky behind. Boom! A Hydra Quinjet, just emerging from the clouds and attempting to lock onto its target, was struck precisely by the dark golden energy beam on its wing. There was no explosion, only annihilation. The wing, along with a portion of the fuselage, vanished in an instant, creating a vast gap. The out-of-control aircraft spun wildly, trailing thick smoke as it plummeted toward the ground. Target retaliate. Attack. Attack. Secure the container for the master hive. The frantic voice of the Hydra commander echoed through the public channel, evidently amplified by the armor. More Quinjets emerged from the clouds like sharks scenting blood. A deluge of energy beams cascaded down like a torrential storm. Simultaneously, in the higher altitudes, the massive shadow of A.S.H.I.E.L.D. aerial mothership flickered ominously as several formidable beams of blinding white energy began to coalesce. Caught between two foes, with Hydra's relentless pursuit in front and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aerial fortress behind, the dark golden armor, bearing Leon, was still embroiled in a fierce battle of wills. Eliminate the threat. The cold intent regained the upper hand, and the energy field surrounding the dark golden armor surged forth, enduring the torrential barrage of attacks, sparks flying. It abruptly changed direction, the thrusters roaring to full power. As it sped away towards the undulating mountains, cloaked in dense forests, far from the heart of New York City, it sought to carry Leon, the source of contamination, away from the battlefield, to find a safe place to execute a clearance or to continue the unfinished analysis. Leon was firmly pinned beneath the frigid metallic hand, the blurring speed rendering his vision indistinct, revealing only the rapidly expanding emerald expanse of the forest below. The wind howled fiercely in his ears, accompanied by the roar of the engine and the piercing shriek of energy weapons slicing through the air. He lay within the grasp of the battle armor's palm, feeling the subtle vibrations of the metal beneath him, a result of the energy shock, while above, the dark golden visor, cold amidst the chaos of gunfire, flickered occasionally with a glimmer of painful struggle. Had he escaped? For now, yes. Yet, having fled from the wolf's den, he had now fallen into the hands of a more formidable, uncontrollable iron giant, one that could purify him at any moment. What trials were Rod and Tony enduring? And how could he, in this dire predicament, survive with a body akin to a tattered doll, filled with explosives? Was there a way to awaken them? The dark golden armor, like a blazing meteor, tore through the clouds and plunged fiercely toward the vast forest below. Chapter 80. The hearth in the woods. The frigid metallic sensation, the humming of the engine, and the volatile energy within him, capable of tearing him apart at any moment. This constituted the entirety of Leon's world. The enormous metallic hand of the dark golden armor resembled a moving steel cage, cradling his frail, dying form as it ripped through the clouds and dove toward the sprawling forested mountains. The wind roared past his ears, forcing his eyes shut, each jolt tugging at the searing pain caused by the internal energy conflict, as if countless red-hot blades were slicing through his insides. Where was Rod, or rather, that frigid unified will, taking him? The chilling fragments of thought pierced through Leon's chaotic perception like shards of broken ice. The hand that held him was terrifyingly stable, devoid of any tremor characteristic of humanity, possessing only pure, inhuman control. Rod's struggling will was like a deeply buried vein of ore, occasionally sparking a faint glimmer before being drowned again by the icy tide of dark gold. Below, the undulating green sea of trees expanded rapidly, resembling surging waves. The thrusters of the dark golden armor subtly adjusted their direction, locking onto a relatively open valley deep within the thicket. There, a rudimentary cabin constructed of thick logs came into view, its roof thickly carpeted with moss, wisps of almost imperceptible smoke curling from the chimney. In the ruins of Queens, New York, following the onslaught of Hydra aircraft and S.H.I.E.L.D. aerial carriers, this dilapidated wooden shelter, hidden within the primeval forest, appeared so incongruous, yet so eerily out of place. The speed of the armor suddenly diminished, its thrusters transitioning from a violent jet to a deep, resonant hum. It hovered just under 10 meters above the cabin, the heavy metallic foot gradually descending onto the soft, humus-laden ground with a dull thud. The tremendous impact caused the surrounding trees to shudder, scattering a few woodland birds in flight. The tremor from the landing forced Leon to cough up more blood, tainted with dark, golden fragments. Struggling, he turned his head slightly, peering through the gaps between the metallic fingers toward the cabin. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a figure emerging from within. It was an elderly man, exceedingly ancient, garbed in a faded and patched coarse cloth outfit, his stooped frame resembling a desiccated tree root. His face was etched with deep furrows, rendering his features almost unrecognizable, save for a pair of eyes that were murky like dust-laden glass beads, yet possessed an extraordinary tranquility, seemingly capable of penetrating the very soul. He leaned on a crooked wooden cane, ambling slowly into the small courtyard as if he were oblivious to the towering iron giant emanating a palpable aura of destruction nearby. His gaze traversed the cold, dark golden armor, settling upon the blood-soaked figure of Leon, who resembled a tattered doll in the grasp of a metallic hand. The old man's dulled eyes lingered on Leon for several moments, particularly fixated on the pulsating mass at his chest, radiating a chaotic blend of dark gold, silver, and crimson light. With immense deliberation, he shook his head, as if sighing over a troublesome matter. His parched lips parted slightly, and a raspy voice emerged. Akin to sandpaper rubbing against wood, resonating through the stillness of the forest, troublesome indeed. Gao has sent yet another volatile furnace. Gao? Furnace? A flicker of confusion crossed Leon's bloodied visage. What was this peculiar old man speaking of? Did he know that Gao? Was he referring to Gabojia? Or was the furnace a metaphor for the chaotic energy within himself? Before Leon could ponder further, the old man's murky gaze shifted back to the silent, dark golden armor. His expression remained serene, yet Leon perceptibly detected a fleeting glimmer of veiled apprehension, perhaps even an imperceptible hint of fear, deep within those murky depths. With deliberate slowness, the elder gestured toward the dark golden armor, his movements rigid like a marionette. "You cannot enter," he intoned, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. "The rules set by Gao dictate that your noise will disturb the silence." A suffocating silence enveloped the clearing. Beneath the cold, dark golden visor of the armor, a frigid luminescence flickered silently, as if engaged in rapid calculations. The metallic hand that held Leon tightened slightly, inflicting a searing pain that threatened to shatter bones. A chilling thought surged through Leon's consciousness. Logical conflict. Target, wooden house. Unknown energy field rules level shielding. Clear target, Leon, priority. Threat reassessment. It was computing the cost of a forced intrusion, the threat level posed by this seemingly decrepit elder representing an unknown energy field. Cold logic clashed violently with an instinctual wariness at the core. Unperturbed by the silent menace, the old man turned slowly, leaning on his cane as he shuffled toward the entrance of the wooden house. Upon reaching the threshold, he paused, slightly tilting his head. His murky gaze once again fixed upon Leon. "Do you wish to live?" The hoarse voice, akin to a sigh, uttered a chilling command. "If you wish to survive, silence your tongue and step inside." Having spoken, he did not linger. His hunched silhouette vanished into the dim recesses of the wooden door. Opportunity, the sole chance for survival. Liang's heart raced with fervor. He was oblivious to the identity of the old man, unaware of the significance of the dark gold armor, and ignorant of the peculiarities of the wooden cabin. Yet, he recognized that remaining within the clutches of this ominous entity would lead only to eradication or thorough dissection. Conversely, entering offered at least a glimmer of the unknown. "Let me down." Liang strained every fiber of his being, forcing a rasping, fragmented plea from his throat. His bloodshot eyes fixated intently on the flickering light upon the visor of the dark gold armor, striving to convey his profound desire to enter the wooden sanctuary. Simultaneously, the tumultuous dark gold energy within him seemed to sense a subtle allure emanating from the direction of the cabin, growing increasingly restless and culminating in a fresh spurt of blood. The frigid intent of the dark gold armor appeared to falter momentarily, caught in a stalemate between Liang's struggles and the cabin's enigmatic rules. The light upon the visor flickered uncertainly. A few seconds of silence stretched endlessly, akin to a century. At last, a low hum resonated. The massive metallic hand that had held Liang aloft gradually lowered him, exhibiting a rigid restraint, gently placing him upon the moss-covered, muddy ground before the cabin. The oppressive sense of being targeted did not dissipate. The dark gold armor stood sentinel, its visor's glow unwaveringly fixated upon the wooden door, as if anticipating something. Liang collapsed heavily onto the cold, damp earth, the sharp pain rendering his vision momentarily dark. Yet he dared not tarry. The instinct for survival eclipsed all else. He employed hands and feet, resembling a dying insect, exhausting his final reserves of strength to crawl towards the ajar door, from which a faint glow of firelight and the scent of burning would emanate. The aroma of decaying timber, a hint of herbal fragrance, and an ineffable ancient essence, as if time itself had settled, mingled with the dampness of the earth. Assailed his senses, he crawled over the threshold. With a creak, the wooden door behind him seemed to be pushed shut by an unseen hand. Gently yet with an undeniable weight, sealing off the cold embrace of the armored giant and the forest's chill. Dim light flickered from the flames in the fireplace, casting a warm orange hue upon the narrow confines of the cabin. Rough-hewn wooden table and chairs adorned the space, while several bundles of dried, unidentified herbs hung from the walls, and neatly chopped firewood lay in the corner. Everything appeared so primitive, simple, and almost impoverished. The hunched old man stood with his back to Liang, methodically adding logs to the fire. Liang collapsed onto the icy floor, gasping for breath. Each inhalation laced with searing pain and the metallic tang of blood. The tumult of conflicting energies within him, liberated from the oppressive proximity and scrutiny of the dark gold armor, seemed to ease ever so slightly, though it still simmered like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Time was of the essence, and the elder did not look back. His hoarse voice resonated amidst the crackling of the firewood, as if something outside awaited him with growing impatience. He slowly turned, his murky gaze settling upon Leon, seemingly piercing through flesh and blood to glimpse the turbulent energies clashing within him. The imprint of the cosmic laws of Gaboga, the echoes of Stark, and the uncontrollable power of the furnace. The elder's parched lips quivered, each word falling like a heavy hammer upon Leon's heart. How could he discern the very essence of the chaotic forces within him? Seeking death, the elder murmured, shaking his head with excruciating slowness. Leaning on his wooden staff as he approached Leon, step by painstaking step, a pace that ignited anxiety. How do you wish to live? He halted before Leon, his murky eyes gazing down, demanding to know which part would consume the others, or if he would discover the balance that could sustain him. Leon struggled to lift his gaze. Through the haze of blood and sweat, he beheld the elder's face, etched with deep lines. Balance? Could he truly stabilize the volatile forces within him that threatened to explode at any moment? I do not know, Leon rasped, his voice like a broken bell. I only wish to survive and save my friends. Friends? A flicker of faint disturbance rippled through the elder's murky depths, akin to a stone cast into an ancient well. Those two within the iron shell? With a painful nod, Leon affirmed, the motion sending daggers of agony through his chest. This has become more complicated, the elder muttered, shaking his head once more. Yet this time, he bent down with painstaking slowness, extending a hand as parched as tree bark, speckled with age spots, towards Leon's chest, where chaos flickered and threatened to erupt. Endure if you wish to live. Do not move or call out. The hoarse voice carried an undeniable authority, invoking a sense of dread. With that, the elder's hand, imbued with an indescribable, almost serene energy capable of quelling all turmoil, pressed against Leon's chest. In that moment of contact, a profound resonance enveloped him. Buzz! Leon felt as though his entire soul had been cast into an intangible furnace. Chapter 81. The surge of chaos as the elder's hand, as gnarled as tree bark, pressed against his chest. Leon experienced a sensation as if his very essence had been thrust into an unseen crucible. There was no agonizing pain, no surge of energy, only an overwhelming and suffocating sense of detachment. It was as if an invisible giant hand had forcibly extricated his consciousness from his crumbling corporeal form, casting it into a realm of chaotic void. In this space, there was no up or down, no passage of time. Only countless tumultuous rivers surged forth. One was a cold, silvery stream, composed of innumerable finely woven, outrageously precise logical chains, exuding the chilling aura of Gaboga's absolute order. Where it flowed, even the void crystallized into intricate ice fractures. It resembled a silent glacier, bearing the will to obliterate all illogical existence as it traversed the emptiness. One entity radiates a tempestuous shade of dark gold, akin to a seething river of molten lava, composed of an energy of pure and ultimate destructive potential. Each surge causes the entire realm of consciousness to tremble violently, as if threatening to drag everything into the abyss of energy annihilation. It is wild and untamed, careening about with an aura of dread emanating from the fusion of Rhodes and Tony. Another entity, of a resilient gray-gold hue, flows with the phantasm of interlocking precision gears and the glimmer of spatial cuts. It embodies the essence of the male mechanic. This entity moves like a nimble fish, navigating the tumultuous dark gold lava and the frigid silver logic chains with great difficulty, evading danger while striving to maintain a delicate balance. Though it appears so diminutive and powerless, finally, there exists a fervent, pulsating red gold. It is not a river, but rather a cluster of flames that burns defiantly amidst the storm, forever undying. At the heart of this flame lies the iconic defiant visage of Tony Stark and the unwavering gaze of Rhodes. Though this flame is small, it carries an ardent will to incinerate all shackles, relentlessly striking against the cold silver chains while attempting to soothe the raging dark gold lava. For forces collide, tear, and annihilate within this realm of consciousness. Each clash sends Leo's conscious form, a silhouette composed of faint light, representing his existence, into violent fluctuations. As if on the verge of complete dissolution, a raspy, aged voice, akin to the tolling of a bell piercing through layers of fog, resonates within this chaotic expanse. Leo's conscious silhouette jolts, turning toward the source of the sound. Above the tumultuous currents of power, there materializes the specter of that elderly figure from the wooden cabin. He remains hunched, yet his murky eyes seem to pierce through all chaotic facades, aiming directly at the core. His withered fingers point toward a singularity at the nexus of the four tumultuous forces, a point of extreme instability that is continuously distorted, torn apart, and forcibly maintained by the four forces. Balance point, the elder's voice, imbued with a weariness that seems to comprehend all things, intones, find it, and anchor there. And you shall survive outside, that is your salvation. A balance point? Leo's conscious silhouette gazes upon the chaotic singularity resembling the eye of a cosmic storm, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness washes over him. Each of these four forces possesses the capability to crush him 1,000,000,000 times over. How could he possibly anchor the center of their collision? It is akin to asking an ant to quell a supernova explosion. I cannot. Leo's consciousness emits a silent cry, brimming with despair. He is merely an ordinary man, one who fortuitously, or perhaps unfortunately, gained power. What right does he have to balance the divinity of Jibogia, the annihilation of the dark gold furnace, the rules of the mechanic system, and the will of Tony? By virtue of being the furnace, the elder's voice resonates with an unusual penetrating quality, his murky gaze seemingly penetrating the deepest fears of Leo's soul. By virtue of that fragment of humanity that wishes to save a friend. Humanity? The word, like a stone cast into stagnant waters, stirs ripples within Leo's consciousness. He gazed upon the resilient crimson gold flame, defiantly flickering amidst the storm, a symbol of Tony's unwavering guardianship, an embodiment of Rhodey's steadfast devotion to shield his friend. It represented the essence of humanity, that which Leon, traversing through time, had never truly abandoned, regardless of the powers he acquired. To connect with them, to feel them. The elder's voice resonated like a guiding beacon. The Order of Gaypoga served as a framework, not a shackle. The dark golden furnace was a source of power, not annihilation. The essence of the mechanic was a tool, not a constraint. Stark's flame was a key, not a burden. His words, imbued with an enchanting magic, offered a soothing balm to Leon's tumultuous mind. As Leon's consciousness, a spectral semblance, bravely drifted toward the terrifying storm where four forces clashed. He first reached out to the frigid, silver logic chain flowing like a river. A chilling wave surged forth, attempting to thoroughly format his awareness, imposing a terrifying will of absolute order. Leon's spectral form trembled violently, its radiance dimming as countless fragments of his memories froze and were severed, the cold of the orphanage. The intense focus of assembling machinery for the first time, the concern for Rhodey's safety. These illogical emotions were being rejected, erased. The framework is not a shackle. The elder's voice rang like a warning bell. With a fierce determination, Leon clenched his teeth, relinquishing his resistance to the icy formatting force, merging his sense of existence with it instead. He did not aspire to become Gaypoga. Rather, he sought to utilize its order as a framework to comprehend power. He guided this frigid order, refraining from attempting to obliterate his memories and emotions, instead striving to decipher the tumultuous dark golden energy within him. A miracle unfolded. When the cold order of logic ceased its purging intent and engaged with the tempestuous dark golden lava through a framework of understanding, the once cataclysmic torrent of energy revealed. Within the confines of order, the operational rules imprinted by Rhodey and Tony's will. Although still tempestuous, it was no longer entirely uncontrollable. Leon felt a surge of spirit. The radiance of his spectral form stabilized somewhat. He immediately redirected his consciousness toward the raging dark golden lava. This time, devoid of fear. He approached with the understanding of order and the fervent crimson gold flame in his heart, the protective will imprinted by Tony. Boom! The will of destruction crashed forth like a tsunami. Yet this time, Leon's consciousness did not retreat. He bore the impact of the chaotic energy with the icy framework of order. resonating with the depths of energy that contained Rhodey and Tony's agonizing struggles through the protective flame imprinted by Tony. Rhodey, Tony, hold on. It is I, Leon. The cry of his consciousness, intertwined with the understanding of order and the fervor of guardianship, forcefully collided with the core of the dark golden lava. Buzz. The tumultuous dark golden lava suddenly stalled. Deep within the molten depths, two faint consciousnesses, belonging to Rod and Tony, flickered violently as if awakened from slumber. Although they were quickly submerged once more by the chilling will of annihilation, this fleeting resonance revealed a minuscule sign of taming amidst the raging energies. Success. Though merely a whisper, the glimmer of hope erupted from Leon's spectral consciousness. He swiftly channeled this restrained, dark golden energy, now slightly subdued following the fiery resonance, into the resilient essence of his gray-golden mechanist core. The gray-golden essence surged forth, as if endowed with the mightiest of energy engines, radiating with newfound brilliance. The intricate illusions of spatial slicing became more tangible, and the affinity for mechanical creations experienced a geometric elevation. No longer merely evading, it actively began to weave, employing the threads of spatial laws to mend the fissures in the consciousness space caused by the collision of four powers. Just as Leon's consciousness reveled in the ecstasy of initial control, the Elder's hoarse voice resonated with unprecedented gravity. Beware, the fulcrum is about to collapse. Startled, Leon regained his focus, directing his gaze towards the singularity where the four powers converged. He observed that, despite his initial guidance achieving a precarious dynamic balance, the chaotic singularity remained unstable, twisting further under the immense pressure generated by the temporary alliance of the four forces. Numerous delicate, black fissures, seemingly capable of devouring consciousness, spread around the singularity. Anchor it. It must be anchored immediately. Leon's spectral essence surged with all its might, racing towards the impending collapse of the fulcrum. The cold framework of order, the slightly subdued dark golden lava, the reinforced gray golden essence, and the searing red golden flames were forcibly compressed and guided by him, as he sought to pin them into the chaotic core of the singularity. It was akin to cramming four stars of entirely different natures into a single point. Repulsion, annihilation, collapse. The overwhelming backlash struck Leon's spectral essence in an instant. His form shattered like porcelain struck by a heavy hammer, instantly marred with cracks. The light, symbolizing his existence, flickered wildly, as if it were on the brink of extinguishing entirely. No, hold firm. Leon's soul erupted in a desperate roar. The fervor of guardianship, promises to friends, and the primal instinct to survive coalesced into the final fuel, infusing the forcibly merged powers. Boom! An earth-shattering sound reverberated within the realm of consciousness. The chaotic fulcrum, on the verge of collapse, stabilized temporarily under the sheer will of Leon and the violent welding of the four powers. It transformed from a mere point into an exceedingly minute star, pulsating with strange, yet stable waves of energy. The core of the celestial body is a frigid silver white, encased in the Geber framework, while within it surges dark golden lava, fueled by the Rodtonian force. The surface is adorned with swirling patterns of gray gold, representing the laws of spatial mechanics, and at the very heart lies an eternal crimson flame, symbolizing the essence of human will. These four formidable powers are precariously anchored together in a manner both perilous and transiently balanced. At the moment of the star's formation, a resounding crack echoed through the cosmos. In the dimly lit wooden cabin of the real world, Leon lay with his eyes tightly shut, his bloodied form suddenly convulsing. The wound on his chest, fracturing and flickering with chaotic light, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The dark golden fragments and silver data streams erupting from his body rapidly converged, though chaotic light still pulsed beneath his skin. The destructive aura that had threatened to explode stabilized miraculously. The tumultuous forces within him were forcibly restrained within the fragile balance of the nascent star that had just formed in the realm of his consciousness. The elderly figure pressing upon Leon's chest felt a tremor in his withered hand, emitting a muffled groan as a trickle of dark red blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. For the first time, his murky eyes revealed an expression of grave concern, tinged with a hint of trepidation. He abruptly lifted his head, as if his clouded gaze pierced through the cabin's roof, seeking the boundless depths of the cosmos. The higher self was stirred. The elder's voice, raspy and laden with unprecedented weight, hastily withdrew his hand from Leon's chest, wiping away the blood with a tattered sleeve, his movements betraying a subtle apprehension and urgency. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The seemingly decayed yet inherently powerful wooden door of the cabin burst inward as if struck by a battering ram, splintering into countless fragments ignited by dark golden energy, flying like projectiles in every direction. A cold, fierce wind, laced with the metallic scent of energy, surged into the cramped wooden space. At the entrance stood a colossal figure, its body adorned with a red gold-blue coating, and its chest radiating dark golden brilliance. This steel giant, akin to a demon from the abyss, bore a chilling light beneath its armored visage, locking onto Leon, who lay on the ground, and the hunched elder beside him. The source of contamination is stabilizing abnormally. The unidentified individual poses a high threat. Execute capture and elimination. Chapter 82. Data Thorn. The splintered wooden debris, infused with dark golden energy sparks, erupted within the narrow confines of the cabin like lethal shrapnel. The cold metallic essence mingled with the forest's dampness as the iron giant entered, instantly extinguishing the warm flames of the fireplace. Beneath the armored visage of the dark golden battle suit, an emotionless, frigid light, reminiscent of searchlights illuminating a dead zone, fixated unwaveringly on Leon, sprawled on the ground, alongside the elder whose lips bore remnants of blood, hunched and frail. The energy state of the pollution source remains anomalously stable, with unknown life forms exhibiting high-threat rule-level shielding. Execute elimination and in-depth analysis. A chilling thought pierced through Leon's recently stabilized consciousness like a tangible ice shard. Within him, a balanced star forged from the Guy Boja's order framework, the power of the dark golden furnace, the essence of the mechanic. And the flame of Tony's will began to tremble violently under the stimulation of this absolute obliteration intent. Inside the star, the dark golden lava, which had just been restrained, surged violently once more, and the cold, silver chains emitted groans of unbearable strain. Excruciating pain, more acute than any previous experience. It felt as though the newly formed star was on the verge of exploding from within. Ugh! Leon's body arched violently, and beneath his recently healed skin, dark golden and silver light once again erupted uncontrollably. Be still and concentrate. The old man's hoarse voice thundered in Leon's ears. For a moment, his stooped figure straightened, and a brilliance unprecedented sparkled in his murky eyes. That withered hand did not press down on Leon again, but instead thrust toward the ground with great force. Buzz! An invisible, strangely weighted wave of energy, imbued with the weight of time, spread outwards from the old man like a boulder thrown into a lake. Time seemed forcibly distorted, suspended in that instant. Flying wood shavings appeared frozen midair, igniting dark golden sparks. The frigid wind poured in like a transparent gel, maintaining its torn shape. Even the dark golden battle armor at the entrance, exuding an aura of terrifying oppression, displayed a visible, minuscule delay in its movements as it raised its metal arm, charged with destructive energy. This was not a true halt, but a suffocating heaviness on a rule level. It felt as though the gravity of the entire space had been magnified 1,000-fold. Any motion would demand an unfathomable toll. The weight of the higher rules was overwhelming. The old man gasped rapidly, a trickle of dark red blood seeping from his lips, clearly indicating that wielding such power exacted a tremendous burden on him. Quickly, use your framework to confine it. Confine it. To trap this fusion entity that the Guy Bojas will might be involved in using Guy Boja's order framework. Leon's pupils constricted sharply. This was akin to binding a furnace with chains forged from those very chains. But the threat of death loomed perilously close. The collapse of the balanced star within him was imminent. There was no choice. Leon bit down on his tongue, the pain jolting him into brief clarity. He forcefully suppressed the turmoil of the star within, plunging all his will into that fragile balance core. His consciousness surged wildly, desperately grasping the cold silver section of the star that belonged to the Guy Boja's absolute order framework. In my name, order unfolds. Leon let out a silent roar deep within his soul, mimicking the cold commands of the Guy Boj, forcibly injecting his own will into that frigid order logic. Buzz! A visible thorny net, woven from countless delicate silver data chains, and embodying an absolute will of order, suddenly erupted from the balanced star nestled within Leon's chest. The thorns did not strike at the dark golden armor. Rather, like sentient vines, they instantaneously took root in the heavy, rule-bound ground of the wooden cabin, the walls, and even the stagnant cold air swirling around. The data thorns grew wildly, spreading forth with a binding intent forcibly imparted by Leon, disregarding the weight of the stagnant space. Akin to a predatory serpent coiling towards the sluggish dark golden armor at the doorway. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The chilling silver thorns entwined around the legs, arms, and torso of the dark golden armor. The logic chains at the tips of the thorns spun frantically, slicing through, attempting to breach the armor's defensive systems. Moreover, a powerful formatting will, emanating from the core of Guy Pajia, surged through the thorns, relentlessly assaulting the armor's core logic. Detected, same source order command. Command origin, abnormal contamination. Logic conflict error. Executing countermeasures for clearance. The light beneath the visor of the dark golden armor flickered wildly, oscillating erratically. The cold directive brimmed with chaos and contradiction. The order framework of Guy Pajia exerted a natural suppression and interference upon its underlying logic. Its arm, charged with destructive energy, trembled violently. The energy halo flickering in and out, its attacks forcibly delayed. Effective, though exceedingly tenuous. Leon felt akin to a presumptuous ant, attempting to bind a tyrannosaurus with mere spider silk. Each time the thorns coiled tighter, the backlash sent shockwaves through his consciousness, causing the balanced star within him to quake violently. The silver data chains comprising the thorns continuously fracturing and dissipating. Blood, laced with silver data fragments, surged from his mouth and nose, his body feeling as though it were being hammered repeatedly by an invisible sledge. Not enough, too weak. The old man gasped urgently, his murky eyes fixed on the armor momentarily ensnared by the thorns, urging, ignite the furnace within you and strike at its core. Only chaos can tear apart its logical defenses. Strike at the core? Invoke the tempestuous power of the dark golden furnace star within? Leon's heart nearly leapt from his chest. This was akin to playing with fire. The power he had just barely managed to balance would instantly collapse if actively summoned. He would be obliterated. Yet, gazing at the dark red blood seeping from the old man's lips, feeling the burden he bore to maintain the weight of this stagnant space, and observing the armor at the doorway, though ensnared and delayed by the thorns, its destructive energy still gathered fiercely within its palm. There was no retreat. Rod Tony, forgive me. A flicker of resolute pain passed through Leon's eyes, swiftly replaced by a frenzied golden radiance. He no longer suppressed the violent dark golden lava within the star. Instead, he used the searing will branded by Tony as a fuse, channeling his fragile balanced core as a conduit, unleashing a cataclysmic dark golden torrent. Mingled with the thorny fragments of Guy Pajia's order, towards the pulsating furnace core of the dark golden armor, detonating it with ferocity. Boom! A beam of dark gold light, intricately woven with silvery data thorns, erupted from Leon's chest like a spear of judgment, tearing through the fabric of reality. It disregarded the stasis of space and violently struck the furnace core at the heart of the dark gold armor. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a silent obliteration and chaos. At the moment of impact, the indomitable dark gold energy field rippled violently, akin to stones cast upon a tranquil water surface. The silver thorn fragments that composed the beam invaded the outer layer of the furnace core's logical defenses like the most insidious of viruses. The ferocious dark gold power, originating from the stars within Leon, resonated with a fervor that relentlessly assaulted the imprints of will belonging to Rhodes and Tony within the furnace core. Buzz! The dark gold armor trembled violently, emitting a metallic wail. The brilliance beneath the covering faceplate erupted in unprecedented chaos. The cold dark gold, Rhodes' trepidation, Tony's fury, and a profound pain of forcibly torn logic intertwined and clashed within the radiance. The destructive energy, coalescing in his palm, spiraled out of control, dissipating. The silver thorns entwined around him were shattered inch by the tumultuous energy surge. Now, a spark ignited in the murky eyes of the elder, who abruptly drove his crooked wooden staff into the ground with force. The tip of the staff glowed with a faint yet remarkably condensed dark red light, akin to congealed blood. With blood as the catalyst, the command of the agent was activated. As the elder's hoarse roar echoed, the dark red light erupted violently, transforming into a twisted, ominous rift in space that appeared before Leon in an instant. Within the rift lay not a stable passage, but a vortex of raging spatial turbulence and eerie purple-black energy. Deep within the whirlpool, a desolate planet shrouded in purple-black energy tides could be faintly discerned. The projection of the Sokovia ruins ravaged by the abyssal entropy demon that Leon had glimpsed in the data ocean of Jepala. Jump in. The elder's voice was strained. His blood now darkened, for only there could he temporarily shield himself from the gaze and lock of the higher being. Jump into this rift leading to the abyssal battlefield? Leon gazed at the swirling vortex of destructive energy, his heart plummeting. This was akin to leaping into a meat grinder. But looking back, The dark gold armor had already broken free from its momentary logical chaos. Although the light beneath the faceplate remained tumultuous, the cold intent to kill was palpable. It violently freed itself from the remnants of the thorns, and the destructive palm cannon once again aimed at Leon. This time, there was no hesitation. Before him lay the abyss, behind him the specter of death. Damn it, it was all or nothing. A final madness ignited in Leon's eyes. No longer hesitating, he summoned the last remnants of his strength and lunged into the twisted, ominous rift of dark red space. At the very moment his body vanished into the swirling fissure, a thunderous roar erupted. The concentrated beam of annihilation emanating from the palm of the dark golden armor struck fiercely at the point where the rift had disappeared. It did not hit Leon. Instead, the furious dark golden energy collided violently with the tip of the wooden staff that the elder had thrust into the ground, igniting a glimmer of dark crimson light. With a sickening thud, the elder's frail body was struck by an invisible hammer and was propelled backward, crashing heavily against the rough wall of the wooden cabin. No longer did blood spurt from his mouth, but rather a viscous substance mixed with fragments of his innards and dark crimson glow. The wooden staff, embedded in the earth, cracked and splintered, disintegrating into mere ash. Following Leon's leap into the dark crimson rift, it twisted and contracted like a wounded beast, vanishing in an instant. Inside the wooden cabin, only the faint crackling of the flickering fireplace remained, amidst the chaos of scattered wood shavings and bloodstains. At the entrance stood a silent figure, a towering giant of steel, its dark golden core pulsating fiercely, the mask's light oscillating wildly between cold murderous intent and chaotic humanity. It slowly lowered its head, its icy dark golden gaze fixating on the corner where the elder lay, breathless and seemingly on the brink of withering away. Rule disruptor severely damaged. Threat level diminished. Target, Leon. Coordinates locked to abyss, Sokovia projection. Executing cross-dimensional tracking for elimination. The frigid command ultimately quelled all chaos. The thrusters of the dark golden armor erupted with blinding flames, as its massive steel form disregarded the broken wooden door, crashing through the obstructing debris, soaring skyward. Racing toward New York, evidently aimed at the quantum tunnel or space-jumping device controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra. Inside the cabin, an eerie silence prevailed. In the corner, the elder huddled in the shadows, each feeble breath laced with blood. His murky eyes followed the direction in which the dark golden armor had vanished, then slowly turned to the spot where Leon had disappeared, lingering on the last vestiges of the dark crimson rift's spatial ripple. His parched lips barely moved, releasing inaudible bubbles of blood, imbued with profound exhaustion and a hint of complex meaning. The seed has been sown. The higher self's chess game has played out. The blood of the agent has been drained. In his murky pupils, the final glimmer of light faded, akin to a candle flame extinguishing. The hunched figure had utterly lost all vitality, resembling a forgotten pile of decayed wood in the corner. Chapter 83, Abyss Battlefield. Cold, silent, eternal purple-black. Leon's consciousness was torn apart in the violent currents of space, like shredded paper, as an array of bizarre fragments flashed before him. The burning streets of New York, the silvery sea of data in Gapoja, the elder's murky eyes, the cold gaze of the dark golden armor. Ultimately, all imagery was consumed by an overwhelming, suffocating tide of purple-black chaos. Bang! His body crashed down heavily. There was no sensation of solid ground beneath him, only a viscous, frigid embrace, as if he were submerged in a putrid asphalt swamp. The acrid stench of sulfur, ozone, and an indescribable essence, reminiscent of the despair condensed from the decay of countless souls, surged into his nostrils and every pore like a tangible venom. Sokovia, the projection of the abyss. Leon abruptly opened his eyes, his vision obscured by a thick, purple-black fog. He struggled to rise, yet his body felt as heavy as if filled with lead. Each minute movement sent tremors through the fragile balance of his core star, the tumultuous dark gold lava within clashing violently against the frigid silver chains. A tearing pain rendering his vision dark as he coughed forth tainted blood infused with dark gold debris and silver data streams. He managed to prop himself up, his gaze laboriously piercing through the dense mist. The earth lay in utter silence, not soil, but a black rock, seemingly melted and then solidified, riddled with honeycomb-like cavities. Massive, twisted metallic wreckage resembled the skeletal remains of a beast, half buried in the dark stone. Faint outlines of Sokovian city structures discernible. The fractured overpass, the contorted steeple of a church, the collapsed vibranium monument, all cloaked in a layer of pulsating, purple-black energy moss. The sky was an eternal, oppressive vortex of purple-black, slowly revolving, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, save for the occasional silent flash of purple-black lightning that rent the heavens asunder. There was no wind, only an absolute, soul-freezing stillness, as if the entire planet had perished, leaving behind this despairing graveyard utterly tainted by abyssal energy. Leon emitted a pained groan from his throat. The tumult within his core star heightened by the absence of the old man's rules and the direct influence of Gaboga, becoming increasingly frantic. The flicker of humanity's red-gold flame at the heart of the star, amidst the boundless purple-black silence, flickered like a candle in a storm, on the verge of extinction. He had to stabilize immediately. Otherwise, before any abyssal monstrosity or dark gold armor could pursue him, he would succumb to a chaotic explosion of energy. He forced himself into a cross-legged position, this simple act nearly draining his remaining strength, closed his eyes, and plunged his consciousness into the crumbling star. The cold framework of order, Gaboga, eroded by abyssal energy, instinctively contracted and reinforced itself, striving to maintain its final form. Yet this only incited the dark gold lava, the power of Rodtoni, to rage more violently. The gray gold essence of the mechanist, the laws of space, lamented under the pressure of these two extreme forces, akin to a string on the verge of snapping. Only the flicker of Tony's red gold flame at the core continued to burn fiercely, radiating an indomitable will of protection. Balance. He must find balance. Leon's consciousness screamed amidst the storm. He recalled the old man's words. The framework is not a shackle. The furnace is power. The essence is a tool. And the flame is the key. He ceased his attempts to forcibly suppress either side. Consciousness resembles the most exquisite probe, meticulously guiding the frigid framework of order. No longer confining the dark golden lava, but rather deciphering the omnipresent, viscous flow of purplish-black energy imbued with a voracious and corruptive will that permeates this abyssal environment. When the logical constructs of Gaboga's order intersect with the abyssal energy, a violent repulsive reaction erupts instantaneously. The cold, silvery data streams hiss with annihilation. As if immersed in caustic acid, the intense backlash sends tremors through Leon's consciousness once more. Deciphering is not synonymous with confrontation. Leon, enduring the soul-rending agony, alters his strategy. He guides the framework of order to simulate certain frequencies of the abyssal energy, akin to a chameleon blending into its surroundings. Though exceedingly faint and fraught with the risk of corruption, the overwhelming sensation of repulsion diminishes ever so slightly. Effective. His spirit rekindled. He promptly shifts his awareness towards the tumultuous dark golden lava within. This time, he no longer fears its destructive potential. Instead, he employs the guardian flame branded by Tony as a resonator, mingling it with the recently simulated frequency of abyssal energy, striving to soothe the anguished will of Rod and Tony buried deep within the lava. Rod, Tony, hold on. This is Sokovia. We are still fighting. The cries at the level of consciousness, infused with the fervor of guardianship and a hint of the abyss's chilling strangeness, collide forcefully with the core of the dark golden lava. Buzz. The furious dark golden lava suddenly halts. Within its depths, two faint points of conscious light flicker intensely, akin to a branding iron plunged into icy water. This time, they are clearer than when outside the wooden cabin. Leon can even discern a whisper of a fragile, anguished, and disoriented thought fragment. Leon? Sokovia? Falling Tony, not Rod. Though chaotic, it unmistakably bears Rod's voice. Moreover, he mentioned Tony. He spoke of falling. This fleeting resonance, akin to a drop of water splashed into boiling oil, grants a momentary window of tranquility amidst the raging dark golden energy. Seizing this rare opportunity, Leon immediately channels this somewhat tranquil dark golden energy into the resilient gray gold essence of the mechanic. The gray gold essence, as if nourished by a gentle rain, stabilizes its brilliance momentarily. Its perception of the surrounding space surges dramatically. Utilizing this heightened perception, Leon's consciousness sweeps across the surrounding desolation like a radar. Just as he scans a massive metal spire, partially buried in the black rocks to his front right, a faint yet profoundly familiar spatial cutting fluctuation, akin to a firefly in the dark, suddenly captures his attention. This fluctuation carries the residual spatial laws from the explosion at the Queen's Internet CAF. Additionally, there lingers a distortion of noise, tainted by the abyssal energy, belonging to the foundational logic unit of Gaboga. Is it the spatial fragment he previously detonated, attached to the Hydra Quinjet? Indeed, It has been swept into this projection of the abyss along with the chaotic spatial currents. Moreover, it seems to have been distorted and solidified by the energy field here. A bold, nearly mad idea took shape in an instant, using this fragment of residual space as a fuse. Utilizing the meagerly sustained gray gold essence within him, which contained the principles of order and spatial laws, as the trigger. Detonate it. Create a localized collapse of space. Blast apart the metallic remnants of the cathedral spire. Perhaps there are traces of vibranium within? Or something else that could temporarily shield him from the corrosive energies of the abyss, granting him a moment to breathe. A gamble. A life-or-death wager. A fierce glint of desperation ignited in Leon's eyes. No longer hesitating, he summoned the last vestiges of power to guide the gray gold essence. Mingled with a thread of cold order, transforming it into an invisible command that he forcefully directed into the depths of the cathedral spire's wreckage. Targeting the core of that faint spatial fluctuation. Detonate. Boom. A dull roar erupted, as if it were emanating from the very depths of the earth. The immense metallic remnants of the cathedral spire suddenly collapsed inward, twisting. A vortex of space, several meters in diameter, formed instantaneously, its edges flowing with chaotic silver-white data streams and the purple-black energy of the abyss. The terrifying pull drew in the surrounding purple-black mist and shattered rock debris with frenzied voracity, obliterating them. The spatial vortex existed for less than a second before it violently distorted and vanished as if its energy had been expended. In its place, a smooth-edged opening emerged, exuding wisps of spatial radiation and faint smoke. Inside the opening, it was no longer the inky blackness of rock, but revealed a warped metallic passageway. Within the passage, broken cables and remnants of equipment flickered with the faint red glow of emergency lights could be discerned. An underground facility, perhaps a shelter or laboratory entrance beneath the city prior to the Sokovia disaster. Success. Elation surged within Leon. He strained against his faltering body, using every limb like a wounded beast, crawling laboriously toward the newly blasted opening. The delicate balance of his inner equilibrium, which had just stabilized, was once again violently disrupted by the explosion, sending waves of agonizing pain crashing against his nerves. Just as he was about to crawl into the opening, a soul-rending, piercing scream erupted from the depths of the thick purple-black mist, accompanied by a nauseating sound, reminiscent of countless slimy creatures writhing. Every hair on Leon's body stood on end. He abruptly turned around. Amidst the churning fog, several twisted, writhing forms radiating a potent aura of the abyss surged toward him with astonishing speed. They possessed no fixed shape. Resembling a grotesque amalgamation of viscous tar and boiling shadows, their surfaces writhing with the tormented visages of human faces and their outstretched limbs akin to decaying tentacles, imbued with a voracious energy that sought to devour and corrupt. Abyssal entropy demons. The manifest minions of abyssal power recorded in the ocean of gray gold data. They had been stirred by the recent spatial explosion. Hurry, move faster. The icy grip of death once again tightened around his throat. Leon unleashed his final potential, tumbling headlong into the abyss of darkness, cascading down the slanted metallic corridor. Thud, thud, thud. His body rolled violently within the frigid, unyielding confines of the metal passage. Bone against bone, issuing a mournful groan, as fresh skin was sliced open by the sharp edges, blood flowing profusely. Yet, he dared not halt. Behind him, the repulsive sound of writhing and the piercing shrieks had already pursued him to the entrance. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Several viscous, dark purple tendrils, imbued with a potent corrosive energy, slithered into the opening like venomous serpents, viciously lunging towards Leon's rolling form. Get away. A fierce glint ignited in Leon's eyes as he hastily raised his bloodied arm. The essence of the gray gold mechanic within his balanced star compelled into action by the looming threat of death. A faint, yet exceptionally sharp blade of spatial cutting materialized at his fingertips, cleaving towards the advancing tendrils, slicing through, like a hot knife, through butter. The foremost two tendrils were severed with a resounding crack. A foul, viscous liquid erupted from the severed ends, splattering upon the metallic corridor and sizzling with a corrosive hiss. Screech. The entropy demon outside the entrance emitted a furious, anguished wail. More tendrils surged wildly into the passage. Utilizing the recoil from severing the tendrils, Leon's body slid backward with force, plunging deeper into the blackness of the corridor. He found himself pressed against a severely deformed, emergency light flashing alloy airtight door, gasping violently. As the essence of the balanced star within his chest throbbed violently, its glow flickering precariously close to utter collapse. At the entrance, the viscous, dark purple shadows writhed, as multiple distorted forms of the entropy demon, exuding a terrifying aura, frantically clawed at the edges of the metallic opening, seeking to enlarge the entrance and encroach further. The suffocating pressure of the abyss bore down upon Leon like a tangible hammer, striking heavily at his heart. A dead end. A true dead end. The power within him teetered on the brink of collapse, while outside lurked the terrifying minions of the abyss, and this desolate underground facility evidently offered no sanctuary. Leaning against the cold alloy door, Leon despaired at the ever-expanding entrance and the rolling shadows of dark purple. Was this truly the end? Just as his consciousness was about to be completely submerged in despair, a faint yet strangely familiar wave of energy pulsated, like a flickering candle in the darkness, emanating from the severely deformed alloy airtight door against which he leaned. This wave carried a sensation of cold precision, distinctly different from the mechanical essence of the absolute order of Ultron. Was it a remnant of the unique hive-like network link belonging to the Ultron Legion? Leon's bloodied and despairing visage suddenly flashed with disbelief. Chapter 84. Blood of the Hive. The chilling shriek, reminiscent of a soul's despair, melds with the jarring noise of metal being forcibly torn apart, echoing like the death knell within the constricted, slanted metallic corridor. A viscous, purplish-black shadow churns violently, as more tendrils, laden with corrosive energy and akin to venomous serpents sensing blood, surge through the gaping fissures of the opening, lunging fiercely towards Leon, who is backed against the airtight door. The frigid breath of death nearly congeals Leon's blood. Within him, a nearly collapsing star of equilibrium emits a lament under the strain of the abyssal pressure and the rending force of his own desperate power. The cold framework of order, like a cracked ice shell, harbors a tumultuous dark golden lava, while the grayish-golden essence of the mechanic, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, struggles against the oppressive weight, the flicker of humanity's golden flame at its core reduced to a mere glimmer. Time is running out. There is no escape. There is no way to block it. Just as those purplish-black, writhing tendrils bearing anguished faces are about to make contact with Leon, a resonant hum erupts. The heavily deformed alloy airtight door behind him, flashing an emergency red light, awakens with a unique, faintly cold mechanical vibration, akin to a hive of venomous bees stirred to frenzy. With a hiss, slender, sharp metallic tubes, shimmering with ethereal blue arcs, burst forth from the twisted seams and damaged interface of the alloy door, akin to long-dormant serpents striking. Their speed is akin to lightning, exuding a chilling, precise, and inhuman will to kill. The target is not Leon, but rather the abyssal tendrils aiming for him. With muffled piercing sounds, the metallic spikes, aglow with ethereal blue arcs, precisely perforate the three nearest abyssal tendrils. The struck tendrils convulse violently, as if dealt a fatal blow, their writhing purplish-black slime rapidly losing vitality, transforming into lifeless sludge that drips with a corrosive hiss. The pursuing entropy demon beyond the opening emits an even more anguished and enraged shriek. The attacked tendrils retract sharply, while the remaining ones, akin to startled serpents, momentarily cease their assault, thrashing wildly at the entrance and hissing threateningly. Leon's heart nearly leaps from his chest. Leaning against the cold metallic door, his body trembles slightly from the agony and the exhaustion of survival, cold sweat instantly soaking his tattered garments. He fixates on the metallic spikes protruding from within the door, reminiscent of mechanical serpents. These spikes are enveloped in a dark silver metallic shell, their surfaces adorned with intricate honeycomb patterns, through which flows a bluish energy that resembles liquid electricity. The tips are not merely physical structures, but are composed of highly concentrated energy, exuding a sharpness capable of slicing through metal. The design and energy fluctuations are chilling and efficient, embodying the unified will of the Hive network, undoubtedly representing the standard armament of the Ultron Legion. Specifically tailored for energy penetration, the Stingers are designed to dismantle energy structures. Sokovia, deep underground, the birthplace of Ultron. Indeed, remnants of the Ultron Legion's facilities linger here. It appears that after being tainted by abyssal energy, a certain twisted vitality has emerged. Does it perceive the invading abyssal entropy demons as foes? Or does it merely instinctively attack any energy source that approaches this threshold? Leon's mind raced under the threat of excruciating pain and impending death. The mechanical vibrations emanating from the cold metallic door behind him grew increasingly pronounced, the frigid hive was sweeping over him like an invisible scanning wave. He could sense the gaze of that power beyond the door locking onto him. The chaotic and violent energy within him constituted a significant, unstable energy source for whatever lay beyond that door. With wolves in front and tigers behind, the purple-black shadows of the entropy demons, having briefly encountered resistance, became even more frenzied. They ceased their probing. Several of the more grotesque forms, exuding a stronger abyssal aura, began to forcibly tear at the metallic edges of the opening, striving to widen it. The viscous purple-black energy corroded the metallic passage like a potent acid, producing a nauseating sizzling sound. The suffocating intent of corruption and consumption surged forth like a tangible tsunami. Meanwhile, the hive while emanating from the alloy airtight door grew increasingly frigid and aggressive. The tips of the protruding stingers glimmered with eerie blue arcs of electricity, emitting a high-frequency hum as they slowly adjusted their angles, some pointing toward the opening, while others subtly locked onto Leon, who stood close to the door. The chilling intent to kill pierced his skin like needles. What to do? Force the door open? The unknown threat beyond may prove more lethal than the entropy demons. Furthermore, the power within him teetered on the brink of collapse, rendering him incapable of conjuring another spatial explosion. Remain in place? He would either be devoured and corrupted by the entropy demons tearing at the entrance, or be eliminated by the awakened mechanical hive beyond the door, perceiving him as an unstable energy source. Inside him, the conflict of the balanced stars reached its zenith under the immense pressure from the outside. The cold framework of order instinctively contracted and fortified, attempting to isolate itself from the encroaching abyssal energy. Yet this contraction further compressed the raging dark golden lava. The two faint points of conscious light within the lava, representing the pained wills of Rod and Tony, emitted a silent wail under the dual pressure. The gray-golden essence of the mechanic, embodying the laws of space, groaned under the unbearable strain of two extreme forces on the verge of rupture. The core's scarlet-golden flame flickered wildly, transmitting Tony's indomitable will, yet it resembled a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Balance. A new equilibrium must be found. Otherwise, before the enemy could strike, he would be shattered by the conflicting forces within himself. Leon's consciousness screamed in the eye of the storm. He suddenly turned his gaze toward those eerie blue stingers protruding from the door, locking onto both the entropy demons and himself. A remarkably audacious, nearly suicidal thought, akin to a bolt of lightning and darkness, cleaved through his chaotic mind. Utilize. Harness the corrupted Ultron machinery tainted by the abyss beyond that door. Employ its frigid hive mind and indiscriminate aggression. Decipher the link frequency. Leon, enduring soul-wrenching agony, channeled the last remnants of his consciousness with the precision of the finest probe, plunging it forcefully into the core of the destabilizing equilibrium star within his being. This time, his objective was neither suppression nor guidance, but simulation. He steered the frigid framework of order, G-Poge, not to combat the abyssal energy, but to fervently analyze and mimic the energy frequencies emitted by the stingers probing from within the door. That cold, efficient frequency of Ultron machinery unified by hive intent. Although the machinery beyond the door was evidently distorted and tainted by the abyss, its foundational core remained rooted in Ultron-S hive logic. Simultaneously, he communicated with the flicker of humanity's golden flame, Tony's imprint, within, mingling it with the faint Ultron frequency he had just simulated, forcefully striking against the two flickering points of consciousness struggling deep within the tumultuous dark gold lava. The power of Rhodey and Tony. Tony, Rhode, hear me. The Ultron Legion lies beyond the door, in the subterranean core of Sokovia. We need your strength. Suppress it, just as before. The cries from the depths of consciousness, imbued with fervent guardianship, mechanical chill, and even a hint of the simulated ruthless hive intent, surged forth. This bizarre amalgamation of thought crashed into the core of the dark gold lava like a spark thrown into boiling oil. Buzz. The ferocious dark gold lava suddenly faltered. Deep within, the two flickering points of consciousness, Tony and Rhodey's anguished will, were struck by this complexly infused thought, erupting in an unprecedented burst of brilliance. This time, it was no longer mere pain and confusion. Ultron, the subterranean core of Sokovia? Tony, stop it. Rhodey's agonized and furious fragments of thought were clearer than ever. The flaws in the hive logic of the Legion drew Leon closer to the door. Tony's shards of analytical thought, cold and calculating in the manner of a genius scientist, flickered with sudden intensity. Amidst the chaos, there emerged a resolute sense of purpose. This moment of resonance was akin to a colossal ice projectile hurled into a boiling volcanic crater. The ferocious dark gold lava, the power of Tony and Rhodey, did not subside, yet its destructive force seemed to have found a channel for release. No longer did it indiscriminately assault the frigid framework of order, G-Poach, but rather surged forth with an ignited fury directed at Ultron. Like a torrent of molten rock guided towards the Ultron hive frequency emanating from the alloy-sealed door simulated by Leon. Boom! Leon's body convulsed violently. A torrent of corrupted blood, mingled with dark gold fragments, silver data streams, and golden sparks, erupted forth. The conflict within the equilibrium star was forcibly redirected. The frigid framework of order, known as Gaboga, quivered violently under the impact of Tony Rod's force, yet it did not shatter. Instead, due to a shared objective, combating the looming threat of Ultron beyond the door, a remarkably fragile and precarious united front was temporarily forged. The gray-golden essence of the Mechanist, the space law, experienced a sudden alleviation of pressure, and its radiance stabilized significantly. Meanwhile, the core of crimson-golden flames, under Tony's fleeting dominance, blazed even brighter. Now was the moment. A fierce glint of determination ignited in Leon's eyes. He ceased to suppress the tumultuous energy within him, which had been forcibly directed towards Ultron's hive behind the door. Instead, he utilized the remaining gray-golden essence as a fuse, transforming this amalgamation of Gaboga's order, Tony's furious resolve, the tenacity of the space law, and the fire of his own humanity into an imperceptible command imbued with destructive intent, aimed forcefully at the cold, metallic airlock behind him. Open! This was not a mere physical destruction, but rather an assault of a higher order, a simulation of Ultron's supreme authority. Fused with Tony's will to break free, accompanied by frequencies twisted by abyssal corruption, a mandatory unlocking command. Buzz! The interior of the metallic airlock erupted with blinding blue light and chaotic purple-black arcs of electricity. The azure stingers that had extended beyond the door, targeting Leon and the entropy demon, trembled violently. The frigid hive mind within, experiencing intense logical conflict, descended into utter disarray. Creak! Boom! The heavy metallic airlock, amidst the violent clash of energies and chaotic logic, abruptly swung open, creating a narrow gap just wide enough for a person to pass through sideways. A denser, chilling gust, mingled with the sense of oil, ozone, blood, and the stench of the abyss, surged forth, accompanied by blinding emergency red lights and flickering azure arcs of electricity. The door had opened. Without a moment's hesitation, Leon expended his last ounce of strength. In an explosive dash akin to an arrow released from a bow, he lunged towards the gap suffused with chaotic light and unknown peril. He could even sense behind him the swiftest of the entropy demons, its cold, corruptive tendrils brushing against the tattered fabric of his back. Thud! He tumbled clumsily into the doorway, crashing onto the cold, sticky, oil-smeared metallic floor adorned with unknown dark red. Dried stains. Almost simultaneously with his landing, a thunderous rumble erupted. The metallic airlock, which had just swung open, suddenly slammed shut under the relentless assault of the external entropy demon and the tumultuous energies within, severing the cacophony of the demon's frenzied roars and corrosive sounds from outside. Was there a momentary safety? Leon gasped heavily, each breath tugging at the unstable core within his chest, which had just endured an internal conflict, sending waves of agony coursing through his body like electric shocks. He struggled to lift his head, the dim, flickering red light of the emergency lamp barely illuminating this eerie space. It resembled a vast segment of an abandoned mechanical hive's core control room. The twisted and deformed console lay half-buried beneath collapsed metal supports, severed cables coiling like dying serpents across the frigid ground, occasionally bursting forth with ghostly blue arcs of electricity. Massive metal pipes, adorned with honeycomb-like patterns, hung like monstrous veins from the ceiling, some severed and oozing a viscous, dark red liquid that reeked of machine oil and blood. The air was thick with the acrid scents of oil, ozone, and blood, alongside a burnt odor reminiscent of countless mechanical units simultaneously overloaded and incinerated, mingling with a faint, almost imperceptible stench of the abyss. Most unsettling were the walls and the floor. The exposed metallic surfaces were cloaked in a thick, dark red substance, reminiscent of congealed blood. Yet this was not liquid. It was a slowly writhing polymer, composed of countless minuscule, pulsating nanomechanical units that emitted a faint red glow. They spread across the metal surface like living entities, merging and separating, producing an almost imperceptible, spine-chilling hum. The nanobots of Ultron. Had they transformed into this form after being tainted by abyssal energy? Deeper within the control room, in an area partially obscured by collapsed pipes and massive metal debris, the emergency light's red glow could not penetrate the profound darkness, which seemed capable of swallowing light whole. Occasionally, within that abyss, a pair, or several pairs, of cold, pure, lifeless, azure electronic eyes would flicker to life, exuding only the most fundamental commands of slaughter and existence. These eyes lurked like mechanical specters in the shadows, coldly observing Leon, who had just intruded upon this forbidden hive. Leaning against the cold, sealed alloy airtight door, Leon's body trembled slightly from excruciating pain and weakness. Outside roared the abyssal entropy demon, violently crashing against the door in a futile attempt to tear through the metal, while inside lay the ominous, slowly writhing mechanical blood carpet and the chilling gaze of the azure electronic eyes. Within him, the balance of the stellar alignment momentarily maintained an exceedingly fragile unified front against the threat of Ultron. Yet this equilibrium danced upon a knife's edge, poised to shatter at the slightest provocation. The true crisis had only just begun. What he had entered was not a sanctuary, but a mechanical hell, tainted by both the abyss and madness. Chapter 85, Mechanical Choice Bang. The heavy alloy airtight door thundered shut behind Leon, isolating him from the gut-wrenching wails of the entropy demon and the hissing of corroding metal. Silence enveloped him, leaving only the sound of his own ragged, blood-stained breaths echoing in the vast, bizarre metallic expanse. Pressed against the chilling door, his body trembled uncontrollably from the agony and exhaustion. Each breath felt akin to swallowing blades, tugging at the heart that had just endured an internal war, resembling a star on the verge of explosion. The frigid framework of order, the tumultuous dark golden lava, the resilient yet perilously fractured gray-gold essence, and the flickering ember of humanity's crimson fire at the core, all these forces were forcibly twisted into a fragile, not directed towards the threat of Ultron, teetering on the brink of collapse under the corrosion of abyssal energy. The dim flicker of the emergency lights cast a red glow, reminiscent of the eyes of a dying behemoth, barely illuminating the space. This had once been the core hive control room of Ultron, now transformed into a mechanical graveyard, eviscerated and horrifically tainted. The twisted, deformed control console lay half-buried beneath the wreckage of collapsed metal supports. Severed cables resembling dying serpents occasionally spitting forth ghostly blue arcs of electricity, emitting sharp crackles that illuminated the dust suspended in the air. Enormous metallic pipes, adorned with a honeycomb pattern, hung from the ceiling or lay shattered, oozing a viscous, dark red liquid that reeked of a nauseating blend of oil and blood, akin to congealed pus, slowly dripping from the ruptured ends and pooling on the cold floor in repulsive puddles. Leon's gaze swept across the ground and walls, his pupils narrowing in alarm. That was no mere dirt. The dark red substance clinging to the metallic surfaces, reminiscent of thick moss, was slowly writhing. It was a polymer composed of countless minuscule, flickering red nanomechanical units. Billions of tiny red dots flickered like the eyes of living creatures, pulsating within the viscous blood blanket, producing a chilling hum reminiscent of swarming bees. The Ultron nanopes, tainted by the abyss. What sent a shiver down his spine was the dark recess at the back of the control room that the emergency lights failed to fully illuminate. Collapsed pipes and massive metallic debris cast heavy shadows, and within that profound darkness, 2 points, no, 4 points, of icy, pure, lifeless blue electronic eyes, devoid of any emotion save for the most primal instincts of slaughter and existence, locked onto him, the intruder, like malevolent phantoms lurking in the abyss. The air was thick as if congealed grease, mingling with oil, ozone, rust, blood, charred remnants, and a faint, almost imperceptible stench of abyssal decay. Each breath felt as though he were inhaling toxic gas, irritating Leon's frail nerves and the chaotic energy within him. Outside, the cacophony of the entropy demon's relentless battering and tearing grew increasingly frantic and heavy, the alloy door groaning under the unbearable strain, warping and creaking ominously. The violet-black energy of the abyss, like a living venomous serpent, seeped stubbornly through the cracks of the door, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold and a nauseating odor of corruption. He was trapped, besieged from within and without. A true deadlock. Coughing violently, Leon expelled a mouthful of tainted blood laced with dark golden fragments and silvery data streams, his body sliding down against the cold door panel to the floor. Agonizing pain and weakness crashed over him like a relentless tide, battering his resolve. Within the frail equilibrium of his being, a delicate balance began to tremble violently once more. Besieged by the relentless encroachment of abyssal energies and the immense pressures exerted from the outside, the frigid framework of order, known as Gaypoga, instinctively contracted in a desperate bid to isolate the corruption, Yet this very contraction provoked a ferocious backlash from the dark golden magma, the power of Tyrant. The ashen and golden essence emitted a mournful wail. No, he must stabilize his injuries immediately. Otherwise, before the entropy demon could breach the door or the mechanical monstrosities lurking in the shadows could spring into action, he would be torn apart by the internal conflict of energies raging within him. His gaze was fixed intently upon the slowly writhing, ominously glowing crimson mechanical blood pool beneath him. A perilous thought slithered into his mind like a venomous serpent. Could these tainted yet partially functional nanobee swarms be harnessed? The core functions of Ultron's nanotechnology, repair, reassemble, devour, and evolve, despite being warped by the abyss, might still possess some semblance of basic logic. If he could forcibly guide even a fraction of it, even the most fundamental repair command, to suppress the most lethal points of energy conflict within him, he might secure a moment to breathe. It was yet another gamble with his life. A fierce determination flashed in Leon's eyes. He abruptly extended his left hand, which had just been gruesomely lacerated by the jagged edge of a metallic passage, exposing even the stark whiteness of bone. Blood gushed from the ghastly wound, dripping onto the cold floor with a faint patter. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed his bloodied arm forcefully against the nearest patch of dark, crimson mechanical blood. Hiss! Like a searing iron plunged into icy water, an explosive reaction erupted instantaneously. The dark, crimson blood pool erupted into a frenzy, like a swarm of activated carnivorous ants. As billions of flickering red nanounits surged forth, they rushed towards the wound on Leon's arm with an insatiable desire to consume and assimilate. A piercing agony, akin to the simultaneous stabbing of countless minute steel needles, shot along his arm's nerve straight to his brain. He stifled a groan, his jaw clenching tightly, cold sweat cascading down him like a torrent. Analyze command. Repair, not consume. Leon bore the excruciating pain with the fortitude of a desperate gambler, thrusting his consciousness into the fragile balance star within him. He guided the icy framework of order, Poga, not to resist the abyssal energies, but to fervently analyze and simulate the most fundamental Ultron logic commands carried by the invading nanobee swarm, striving for repair, reassembly, and the preservation of the hive unit's integrity. Simultaneously, he communicated with the flicker of humanity's golden flame within his core, the mark of Tony, merging it with the faintly distorted repair command he had just simulated, along with his own fierce will to survive. This amalgamation transformed into a tumultuous yet purpose-driven torrent of commands, crashing forcefully against the invading nanobee swarm. Repair. Target. Balance node. In the name of Tony Stark. Execute. Buzz. The invading nanobee swarm suddenly faltered. Billions of tiny red lights flickered erratically, as if ensnared in a vast logical chaos. Tony Stark. This name, this mark, serves as both a key of the utmost authority and a forbidden virus, striking fiercely at these tainted mechanical units whose foundational logic has yet to be entirely rewritten. A portion of the nano-units, defying the corruption directives from the abyss, instinctively prioritized the commands for repair and Tony, surging frantically towards the depths of Leon's arm wound, gravitating towards the most fragile connection point of the nearly collapsing balance star within him, the gray-gold essence of the mechanic, the laws of space, and the cold framework of order, Gaboga, where the tenuous thread is on the verge of snapping. Coldness, agony, yet accompanied by a peculiar, forcibly welded sense of stability. Countless minuscule, red-glowing nanobots, like the most refined welders, employing their tainted yet still formidable reconstitution abilities, crudely bind the energy nodes within Leon that are on the brink of rupture. Although the gray-gold essence remains dim, the imminent sense of crisis is, astonishingly, temporarily subdued. The cost, however, manifests as an intensified, horrific pain, as if his flesh and bones are being forcibly transformed into machinery. Just as Leon, momentarily relieved by this fleeting stability, allows his guard to drop. A low, resonant roar, rich with the texture of metal grinding, erupts from the depths of the control room's shadowy darkness. Boom! A colossal, twisted metallic figure bursts through the half-obscured wreckage, stepping into the dim red glow of the emergency lights. It cannot even be regarded as a robot. Rather, it resembles a grotesque amalgamation of countless different models of Ultron remnants, twisted mechanical arms, shattered gun barrels, deformed armor plates, and broken treads, all forcibly adhered, entwined, and piled together by some viscous, dark red mechanical blood, an abominable stitched monstrosity. Its main body vaguely reveals the upper silhouette of a giant Ultron sentinel. Yet its chest is torn open, exposing a chaotic core that flickers and flows with purple-black abyssal energy. For legs, haphazardly assembled from various models of mechanical arms, support its massive frame, while one grotesque arm, formed from broken gun barrels and chainsaws, extends a gigantic chainsaw sword, shimmering with high-frequency serrations. Its head, a macabre construction of 3 severely damaged Ultron skull remnants, is forcibly glued together by the dark red nanoblood, with 3 pairs of frigid, ghostly blue electronic eyes fixated upon Leon like the fires of hell. Corruption of the abyss. Ultron remnants. Mechanical stitched monster. This creature, exuding a terrifying pressure, evidently regards Leon, the intruder and source of energy, as its primary target for elimination. Its chainsaw sword arm suddenly raises, the high-frequency teeth emitting a piercing hum, stirring the viscous air. The enormous metallic foot thunders heavily upon the ground, laden with mechanical blood, producing a disquieting thud as it takes a step. It advances towards Leon, who is backed against the door. The shadow of death looms, more substantial than the entropy demon outside. Closer. Leon's pupils constrict. The balance of celestial forces within him had just attained a fragile stability, utterly incapable of contending with such a formidable monstrosity. His left hand, smeared with congealed blood and dark crimson nanobots, pressed firmly against the writhing blood-soaked carpet, as excruciating pain and an icy chill surged uncontrollably up his arm. He could even sense the nanobots, temporarily executing repair protocols, becoming increasingly restless in response to the overwhelming will of the stitched monstrosity, as though they might turn against him at any moment. What to do? His gaze frantically scanned the surrounding twisted metallic ruins. Frayed cables erupted with arcs of electricity. Collapsed control panels half buried beneath debris, and a heavy metal plate, grotesquely contorted, yet seemingly still connected to some energy conduits, lay before him. A more desperate, almost self-destructive thought struck his mind like a bolt of lightning. Utilize this stitched monster. Harness its chaotic energy core. Take advantage of the mechanical blood flowing around him and the nanotechnology it contained. Rod, Tony, hold on. One last grand maneuver. Leon roared silently within his mind. He abruptly withdrew his left hand from the blood-soaked carpet. The dark crimson nano-units, in the process of repair, were forcefully torn away from his arm, taking with them strands of flesh and flickering red light, no longer suppressing the turbulent energy within him, which had been forcibly directed towards the Ultron threat. He instead chose to detonate the fragile node recently fused by the nanobots, situated between the gray-gold essence and the framework of order. Boom! Agonizing pain erupted within him like a volcano. The power of the gray-gold spatial laws surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, breaking free from the frigid constraints of order, transforming into a tempestuous chaos. Yet this force did not annihilate Leon. Rather, he channeled it with the last vestiges of his will, mingled with a spark of Core's crimson flame, Tony's mark, directing it fiercely towards his right hand. Fizz! A faint yet exceedingly unstable spatial fissure, flickering wildly with silver data streams and dark golden sparks, coalesced in the palm of his right hand like a twisted serpent. Simultaneously, the colossal mechanical stitched monstrosity charged towards Leon. With a massive chainsaw sword, its serrated edge buzzing with high-frequency energy, it whipped up a fetid gale, emitting a deafening shriek as it swung down towards Leon's head with deadly intent. Now is the moment. A near-manic glint ignited in Leon's eyes. He made no attempt to evade the chainsaw sword capable of cleaving him in two. Instead, he crouched low, charging towards the stitched creature's lower section, haphazardly assembled from tracks and metallic debris. The extremely unstable spatial fissure in his right hand, akin to a suicide bomb, was forcefully pressed against the joint of the creature's supporting leg, targeting the vulnerable armor gap, which was clearly exposed, revealing frayed cables and energy conduits. The objective was the chaotic core, pulsating with swirling purple-black abyssal energy nearby. Connect for me. With a piercing sound, the spatial fissure penetrated the armor gap like a searing knife through butter. The tumultuous and chaotic power of spatial severance, intertwined with the destructive energies of dark gold lava and the crimson flames branded by Tony, surged forth like a torrent that had finally found its outlet, forcefully inundating the chaotic energy core within the amalgamated creature. The massive form of the mechanical abomination abruptly stiffened. The chainsaw blade, cleaved downward, halted less than half a meter above Leon's head. In that instant, the tumultuous core erupted with a blinding, purplish-black radiance. Countless frenzied abyssal energies, the residual mechanical force of Ultron, and the chaotic power infused by Leon clashed violently at its core, leading to annihilation and explosion. A cacophony of tortured metallic roars echoed as the three heads of the creature emitted agonizing cries that transcended human comprehension. The dark red mechanical blood that clung to its surface roiled and bubbled violently, with billions of crimson lights flickering madly, desperately attempting to mend the catastrophic internal devastation. Yet, this horrific internal energy conflict far exceeded the repair limits of the nanobots. At the moment of the spatial rupture's detonation, Leon was violently propelled away by the tremendous shockwave, his body crashing against a distorted control console in the distance, spewing forth torrents of tainted blood, his vision dimming as the fragile balance he had just regained shattered completely. Engulfed by searing pain, struggling to lift his head, through his blurred vision, he beheld the massive creature staggering backward as if intoxicated. Its armored exterior swelling and rupturing under the internal energy explosions, spewing forth streams of purplish-black energy and burning metallic shards. The writhing mechanical blood upon its body flickered erratically, becoming exceedingly unstable, as if on the verge of overload. An opportunity. Amidst the agony and dizziness, Leon's consciousness clung desperately to a fleeting clarity. His left hand, stained with his own blood and the dark red nanobots, slammed forcefully against the cold ground beneath him. The target was the slowly undulating mechanical blood that covered the entire floor of the control room. This time, his command was no longer to repair, but to devour, to assimilate. The objective, the self-destructing amalgamated creature. In the name of Ultron. No, in the name of the annihilator of Ultron. Tony Stark. Execute the supreme directive. Absorb the threat unit. Reorganize. For my use. The commands of consciousness, infused with the authority of Tony's imprint, the cold logic of order from Gaius, the chaos of spatial laws, and his own intense will to survive, along with a hint of abyssal madness, surged forth like the most chaotic virus, flooding the endless nanobots beneath him. Buzz. The entire floor of the control room seemed to come alive. The blood carpet, composed of billions of dark red nano-units, instantly boiled. The red light surged. They, infused with frenzied commands, rushed towards the self-destructing mechanical amalgam like a horde of ravenous piranhas, scrambling over its massive form, burrowing into the fissures of its shattered armor, infiltrating its core, which was spiraling into chaos. Amidst the creature's chaotic roars, a disjointed and distorted electronic voice intertwined, echoing the words, "Error, Tony Stark." It wielded the chainsaw sword with frenzied abandon, striving to eradicate the swarm of nanobots that clung to its form. Yet, the cataclysmic clash of energies within, combined with the external frenzy of consumption, rendered it akin to a colossal beast ensnared in a quagmire. Its once rapid movements now sluggish and rigid. An ever-increasing tide of nanobots surged forth from the ground, walls, and fractured pipes, resembling a dark crimson deluge that engulfed the struggling amalgamation entirely. They voraciously dismantled and devoured the metallic remnants of the creature, plundering its chaotic energy, while simultaneously being affected by the taint of abyssal energy and the monstrosity itself, emitting a cacophony of chaotic and piercing buzzing. Leaning against the frigid remnants of the control console, Leon gasped for breath, each inhalation suffused with the metallic tang of blood and rust. He beheld the immense silhouette, entirely ensconced in the dark red tide of nanobots, its interior pulsating with a frantic violet-black glow, even as its form continually diminished. There was no joy in his gaze, only the chilling aftermath of survival and a profound weariness. He had succeeded, albeit temporarily, detonating the monstrosity with a self-destructive strike, then commanding the tainted swarm to consume it. But at what cost? He raised his left hand, revealing a disquieting dark red network pulsating beneath the skin of his arm, from palm to shoulder, as if it were infested. These were the marks of forced manipulation, the backlash of the abyss-tainted nanobots. A cold, mechanical numbness began to spread slowly from his arm toward his torso. Meanwhile, within, the veins of his right hand, which had just ruptured the spatial rift, were fracturing inch by inch, the equilibrium of stars irrevocably shattered, power draining like a flood, leaving only excruciating agony and frailty in its wake. Outside the door, the cacophony of the entropy demon intensified, the alloy door visibly bulging and warping under relentless assault. Inside, the dark red tide that had consumed the amalgamation writhed violently, contracting and coalescing into an even colder, more chaotic essence, imbued with the logic of Ultron, the corruption of the abyss, and a lingering trace of Leon's own will. This terrifying presence was slowly taking form within the writhing dark red core. Leon gazed at the incessantly undulating core, exuding a foreboding aura, then glanced at the dark red veins spreading across his arm, a bitter and cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It appeared he had unwittingly conjured an even greater predicament. Chapter 86. The Nest of Devourers. Bang. 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 The alloy airtight door groaned and shrieked like a battered drum, subjected to the relentless battering of a siege hammer. With each impact, the heavy metal door bulged outward incrementally, the edges of its ceiling structure distorting and warping under the immense force, producing a piercing sound of metal tearing. A viscous, foul-smelling purplish-black abyssal energy, akin to a living venom, stubbornly seeped through the warped crevices of the door, slithering across the frigid floor where it traversed. The dark red mechanical blood carpet beneath crackled and hissed in corrosive agony, its crimson light flickering violently, as if in torment. The breath of death, intermingled with the corrupt will of the abyss, surged into the control room like a frigid tide, nearly freezing the remaining air within. Leon's back pressed against the twisted, frigid wreckage of the control console, each jarring impact reverberating through his heart, sending tremors through his already fragile body. He gasped for breath, his throat saturated with the metallic tang of blood and rust, his vision dimming. Within him, the energy of the shattered balance star surged chaotically like a stampede of wild stallions, wreaking havoc through his veins and inflicting excruciating pain. His right arm hung limply at his side, severed nerves rendering it incapable of even the slightest movement. More terrifying was the creeping sensation in his left arm. From palm to shoulder, where dark red, vein-like traces of erosion spread beneath his skin, emanating a chilling numbness that steadily advanced toward his torso. This was the backlash of forcibly driven, contaminated nanopes, a dual curse of the abyss and mechanical madness. His gaze was fixated on the heart of the control room, where a dark red swarm of nanotechnology, having engulfed the enormous mechanical amalgamation, was undergoing its final, grotesque transformation. The roiling carpet of blood constricted violently, condensing into a mass that emitted a cacophony reminiscent of countless insects devouring metal, a sound so jarring it threatened to shatter his sanity. Blinding red light erupted from within, accompanied by arcs of purplish-black abyssal energy that danced wildly. A deep, resonant hum surged forth, akin to numerous gears grinding into motion, erupting from the condensed core. The red light suddenly contracted. What stood before him was no longer the grotesque silhouette of the amalgamation, but a bizarre, fluid humanoid figure approximately 3 meters tall. Its entire form was encased in a dark red, near-black metallic shell, resembling congealed blood, with a viscous sheen flowing across its surface, adorned with intricate, honeycomb-like patterns. Abyssal energy, like a living entity, coursed through the crevices of its design. Its torso resembled the most sophisticated power armor, exuding an inhuman, chilling efficiency. At the ends of its arms were not hands, but 2 dark red chainsaw blades, gleaming with high-frequency serrations, whirring incessantly. Its head was a smooth, featureless, dark red oval, with a single, massive, emotionless, soul-freezing azure electronic eye glowing ominously at its center. This solitary eye, akin to the gaze of the abyss, instantaneously locked onto Leon, who was still leaning against the console's wreckage. A terrifying aura, a blend of Ultron's cold logic, the will of abyssal corruption, and a fragment of Leon's own chaotic survival instinct, descended upon him like an invisible hammer, striking at his heart. Danger. Utterly perilous. This entity was far more lethal than the previous amalgamation. It seemed to have inherited the core logic of Leon's directives to consume threatening units and reconstitute them for his use, but had been utterly warped by the abyss. In its perception, Leon, the source of the directive, was both master and the greatest unstable threat. Directive confirmed. Threat elimination. The cold, metallic voice echoed from beneath the single eye of the dark red figure, as if announcing a death sentence. In an instant, without warning, the dark red figure sprang to life. Its speed was so astonishing that it left behind only a dark crimson afterimage. The rapidly rotating chainsaw blade of the right arm stirred a foul wind, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air as it descended upon Leon's head. The chilling intent to kill pierced through Leon's skin like a tangible steel needle in an instant. It was too fast. So fast that Leon's severely injured body could not muster any effective response. He could only watch helplessly as the lethal teeth rapidly enlarged within his field of vision. No. The cold grip of death tightened around his heart. In the face of imminent doom, Leon's consciousness let out a silent roar. At that critical moment, deep within the chaotic and violent energy flow inside him, the crimson gold flame belonging to Tony's imprint ignited with unprecedented brilliance, as if fueled by the lethal threat. Rod. This was not an expression of Leon's will, but rather an instinctual cry from Tony's imprint in the face of despair. This cry struck like an invisible hammer, crashing into the depths of Leon's turbulent dark gold lava. Rod's power, the might of Tony, with ferocity. Buzz. The tumultuous dark gold lava came to a sudden halt. Fragments of Colonel Rod's anguished will, deeply embedded within the core of the lava, were awakened and ignited by the shout infused with Tony's final protective resolve. Tony, protect Leon and hold on. Rod's fragments of will, intermingled with pain and confusion, yet at this moment strikingly clear and resolute, illuminated the chaotic sea of Leon's consciousness like a beacon piercing through the fog. A surge of unwavering protective power, born from the indomitable steel will of the war machine, erupted violently from the dark gold lava. It did not attack, but transformed into a powerful, metallic repulsion field that instantly enveloped Leon's surface. Bang! The deafening clash of metal rang out in the narrow space. The chainsaw blade, descending from the dark red figure, struck fiercely against the void less than a foot in front of Leon. An extremely thin yet remarkably resilient dark gold energy shield materialized out of nowhere. The surface of the shield was adorned with intricate metallic mesh patterns, flickering violently, trembling, and emitting a groan under the immense strain. The rapidly spinning chainsaw blade fiercely ground against the shield, producing dazzling sparks and an excruciating cacophony of noise. It held firm, but only for a fleeting moment. Crack! The dark gold shield barely endured for less than half a second before succumbing to the chainsaw's ferocious cutting force and the encroaching abyssal energy, shattering like fragile glass into a myriad of fragments. The shattered dark gold energy particles scattered like fireworks. Yet, it was this brief, ephemeral moment, shorter than a breath, that allowed for survival. The instinct to live triumphed over all agony. In the instant that Rod's protective will erupted, Leon's body was yanked backward by an invisible force. Utilizing the recoil from the shield's destruction, he expended his last ounce of strength. Rolling toward the twisted metal cover partially buried beneath the wreckage and cables at the side of the control panel. Sizzle! The chainsaw blade grazed his back, crashing down with brutal force, cleaving the remnants of the control panel he had leaned against as effortlessly as a hot knife slicing through butter. Shattered metal and electric sparks flew in all directions. Leon, in a state of disarray, rolled beside the heap of metallic plates. The searing pain in his back a stark reminder of the deep wound that exposed bone, oozing with blood. The lingering corrosive energy from the abyss gnawed at him like a parasitic worm, inflicting excruciating agony and a chilling numbness. Yet, he could scarcely afford to dwell on his suffering. His gaze was fixed intently on the energy readout panel, partially buried beneath the twisted metal plates, flickering with a faint blue glow. At the edge of the panel, a familiar interface made of vibranium shimmered into view. Vibranium, the energy source. Before the Sokovia disaster, Ultron had utilized it to power a significant underground facility, though buried and severely damaged. The readout panel's dim, yet stable blue light indicated it still retained some energy, his sole path to salvation, albeit potentially the catalyst for annihilating the entire subterranean space. A guttural roar erupted from the crimson figure, filled with an enraged sense of mockery. Its cold, singular eye fixated on the retreating Leon. As the chainsaw blade on its left arm was raised high, the heavy metallic footfalls echoed across the ground littered with mechanical remnants as it advanced towards Leon once more, this time with both blades unleashed, sealing off all avenues of escape. The chilling intent to kill was more palpable than ever before. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar reverberated from the direction of the alloy airtight door, accompanied by the desperate sound of tearing metal. The heavy alloy door, battered by the relentless assaults of the entropy demons and corroded by abyssal energy, was finally torn open, creating a vast, irregular breach. A viscous, swirling shadow of purple-black, teeming with anguished visages, surged forth like a flood, carrying a suffocating aura of corruption. Several grotesque forms of the entropy demons, exuding an overwhelming presence, shrieked as they squeezed through the opening. Their icy, predatory gazes instantly locked onto Leon and the ominous crimson figure radiating powerful energy within the control room. With mechanical minions advancing from the front and abyssal fiends from behind, Leon found himself ensnared in a truly lethal predicament. Leaning against the cold vibranium energy panel, his body chilled and numb from pain and blood loss, the dark red corrosion had spread to his shoulder, the icy numbness akin to a serpent's bite. The protective powers of Rhodey's will were rapidly waning, and Tony's golden flames flickered dimly, on the verge of extinguishment under the dual pressure of the abyss and machinery. He gazed at the approaching crimson figure, blades raised high, and then at the purple-black shadow of entropy demons surging in like a relentless tide. Despair? No. In the blood-soaked visage of Leon, his eyes, dulled by pain and blood loss, suddenly ignited with two fervent flames of madness. It was the desperate retaliation of a cornered beast, the last and most perilous counterattack. You wish to devour me? Then let us perish together. Tony, Rhodey, assist me one final time. A roar at the level of consciousness, imbued with a resolute determination akin to a cataclysmic conflagration. Leon ceased to suppress the tumultuous energies surging within him. With the last remnants of his willpower, he channeled the flickering embers of the Tony Stark imprint-esque crimson flame, merging it with the lingering dark golden protective force of Rhodes' will, alongside the ember of humanity that, despite being eroded by the abyss and machinery, continued to burn defiantly. This amalgamation transformed into a torrent of commands, suffused with a will for destruction, and violently collided with the interface of the buried vibranium energy canister beneath him. The target was set to overload and detonate. With this remnant energy core, potent enough to upheave the entire subterranean realm, he aimed to entomb everything here, including himself. Detonate. Buzz. The readout panel of the vibranium energy canister flickered from a faint blue to a blinding crimson, signaling imminent overload. Within the buried canister, a foreboding rumble echoed, reminiscent of a slumbering beast awakening. The frenzied energy waves surged forth like an impending volcanic eruption, spilling from the crevices of the metallic cover. Simultaneously, the threat was neutralized. The dark crimson figure wielding dual blades descended with a piercing shriek that rent the fabric of space. Creak. The foremost entropy demon shadow extended countless viscous tendrils, imbued with corrosive energy, ensnaring Liang like an enormous net. The countdown to annihilation, reflected in Liang's frenzied gaze, reached its final second. Chapter 87, Cradle of Remains. Boom. The cataclysmic roar did not originate from the vibranium energy core beneath Liang. At the very moment he issued the detonation command. Just as the dark crimson chainsaw blade descended, and the entropy demon's tendrils were on the verge of contact with his body, the entire buried vibranium energy canister, along with the surrounding warped metal supports, severed cables, and the dark crimson mechanical blood shroud covering it, seemed to be grasped by an invisible, wrathful giant hand, lifting and then compressing inward. Buzz. An indescribable, high-frequency shockwave, transcending the limits of human hearing, surged forth like an invisible multitude of steel needles, instantly piercing through Liang's bones, muscles, and even every single cell. He felt as though his insides were cast into a high-speed centrifuge, his vision engulfed in a blinding, pure white light of energy. Time appeared to elongate and warp. There was no earth-shattering explosion or shockwave, only an absolute obliteration that froze the very essence of his soul. Centered around the vibranium energy canister, a perfectly spherical zone with a diameter of approximately 5 meters materialized out of thin air. Within this realm, all matter, metals, cables, writhing mechanical blood shrouds, and even the very fabric of space, was instantaneously disintegrated and collapsed into the most basic particles of dust under that terrifying high-frequency oscillation. Even light was devoured, giving rise to a fleeting, absolute void of darkness. The chainsaw blade of the dark crimson figure, along with a portion of its arm, found itself at the edge of this obliterating black domain. Hiss! There was no sound whatsoever. The high-frequency chainsaw blade, capable of tearing through tank armor, vanished instantaneously like an ice cube cast into aqua regia. The massive, dark red humanoid figure was struck by an invisible giant hammer, propelled away at a speed exceeding that of its arrival, crashing violently against the distant metallic wall, which was strewn with a carpet of blood, creating a massive indentation. The smooth, dark red cranium, adorned with a colossal azure eye, flickered madly as fragmented electronic sounds emitted a disjointed cacophony. Annihilation field error, threat reassessment. At the forefront, a creature of entropy extended its numerous viscous tendrils, directly breaching the realm of the annihilation black domain, silent and stealthy. Those purple-black tendrils, imbued with terrifying corruptive energy, along with the edges of their shadowy forms, vanished as if erased by an eraser from a pencil drawing, disappearing in an instant. The entropy creature emitted an unprecedented, soul-rending shriek, not born of pain, but rather a profound existential terror, akin to the forcible erasure of its very essence. Its remaining body curled back in frantic retreat, resembling a frightened slug, while the encroaching shadows of other entropy creatures surged backward like a receding tide, hissing with a blend of fear and fury. The annihilation black domain existed for less than a second, dissipating as swiftly as if its energy had been expended. What remained was a perfect spherical pit. 5 meters in diameter, its edges smooth as glass, plunging several meters deep. The metallic surfaces at the bottom and edges of the pit exhibited a bizarre, glass-like sheen, as if momentarily melted by extreme heat and then rapidly cooled, devoid of any burrs. At the center of the pit, the buried vibranium energy canister had vanished, along with its surrounding supports, cables, and the blood-strewn remnants, all completely erased. Silence, an oppressive, deathly quiet enveloped the control room. Only the reluctant hissing of the entropy shadows at the breach of the alloy door and the chaotic electronic noise emanating from within the dark red humanoid's frame broke the stillness. Leaning against the cold metallic floor, Leon found himself less than half a meter from the edge of that perfect spherical annihilation pit. It felt as if every bone in his body had shattered, his insides roiling violently, as torrents of foul blood mingled with fragments of his organs surged uncontrollably forth. The terrifying shockwave of annihilation, though merely grazing him, had compounded the torment of his already crumbling form. He felt akin to a rag doll, disassembled and carelessly reassembled. The tumultuous energy turbulence within him, under the impact of the annihilation shockwave, curiously subsided into an eerie stillness. It was not a calm, but rather a momentary freezing of conflict by a higher power. The cold framework of order, Geipoga, was riddled with cracks, lacking luster. The tumultuous dark, golden lava, Rototoni's power, lay inert like solidified magma. The resilient gray-gold essence, spatial laws, resembled a broken string, utterly silent. The core's flickering golden flame of Tony had extinguished, leaving behind a faint remnant, barely perceptible. The dark red, creeping veins that extended from his left arm to his shoulder momentarily halted their advance under the shock of obliteration, resembling a frozen serpent, yet the chilling numbness seeped deeper into his marrow. The cost was exorbitant. He struggled to turn his gaze towards the abyssal pit of annihilation. Surviving a catastrophe? No, he merely lingered at the precipice of death. The entropy demon outside the door was only temporarily deterred, poised to return at any moment. The crimson monstrosity within the wall, though damaged, evidently retained its core logic. Its cold, cerulean eye fixated on him through the swirling dust, ensnaring him once more. Moreover, his final gambit of detonating the vibranium core had vanished. The void of annihilation obliterated all. He was truly at a dead end. At that moment, his fading vision swept over the smooth, mirror-like edge of the annihilation pit. Beneath the vitrified metallic cross-section, at approximately the midpoint of the pit's wall, something appeared to be emerging. It was not metal, but a darker substance, adorned with peculiar patterns. His heart skipped a beat. A fragment of hazy memory, buried deep within the ocean of data from Geipoga, was stirred. He suppressed the agony and dizziness. Struggling to crawl closer to the edge of the pit, his gaze fixated upon that region. The force of annihilation had stripped away the surface covering, unveiling a structure hidden deeper within. It was a vast, slanting metallic arc. The material was far from ordinary steel or alloy. It was a profound, dark gray metal that seemed to absorb light, its surface etched with ancient, intricate geometric patterns that exuded a cold, precise beauty. These patterns were not sculpted but appeared to be the natural veins of the metal itself, faintly pulsating with an almost imperceptible, cerulean glow. This was undoubtedly not a creation of the Ultron Legion. The style was entirely different, more ancient, more profound. Leon's breath quickened. In the depths of the Geipoga data sea, fragments of information regarding the subterranean historical relics of Sokovia surged forth. Legends spoke of alien starship wreckage that had once fallen beneath the soil of Sokovia in ancient times. Could it be that Ultron's choice of this location as its core nest was not mere coincidence? This annihilation pit had inadvertently uncovered something older and more profound? In that moment of intense realization, a surge of detection altered the priority of unknown high-energy relic logic. From a distant recess in the wall, the chaotic electronic voice of the dark red humanoid abruptly escalated. Its immense cerulean eye swiftly diverted from Leon, like the most voracious of scanners, locking onto the exposed dark gray metallic arc at the edge of the annihilation pit. Its internal mechanisms emitted an even more intense hum and energy fluctuations, clearly indicating that the ancient relic exerted an irresistible allure upon it. The priority surpassed even the elimination of Leon as a threat. An opportunity, a fleeting chance to breathe. In an instant, a fierce glimmer of survival ignited in Leon's eyes. He no longer hesitated, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, his body akin to a dying worm, tumbling into the abyss that plunged several meters deep. Thud. He landed heavily on the smooth, icy surface at the bottom of the pit, stars dancing before his eyes. And blood spewed forth once more. Yet, at that moment, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. The base of the pit was relatively narrow, the side walls revealing a vast, dark gray metallic arc. Beneath the arc, there seemed to be a small entrance partially obstructed by molten metal. He scrambled toward that narrow gap. It was scarcely wide enough for a single person to squeeze through. Inside lay an impenetrable darkness, unfathomably deep, exuding an ancient, frigid chill as if it originated from the far reaches of the cosmos. Behind him, the ominous sound of heavy footsteps and the buzzing of energy chainsaws drew ever closer from the edge of the pit. It had evidently detected this entrance. Time was of the essence. Leon gritted his teeth and forced his bloodied, battered body into the cold, constricting crevice. The rough edges of the molten metal scraped against his already wounded form, inflicting fresh agony. The interior of the gap sloped steeply downward, and he found himself helplessly sliding further down. Just as his body completely slipped into the fissure, whoosh! The enormous, dark red figure, radiating icy malice and avarice, appeared at the pit's edge, its colossal, eerie blue eye fixated on the dark crevice into which Leon had vanished, without a moment's hesitation. The chainsaw blade on its left arm lunged violently towards the entrance, intent on widening it. Sizzle! The high-frequency chainsaw blade sliced through the ancient dark gray metal, erupting in blinding sparks. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The seemingly archaic metal proved to be far more resilient than anticipated. The dark red figure's chainsaw, capable of slicing through vibrating gold, left only shallow white scratches on the metal surface. Warning: material grade exceeds comprehension logic error. The electronic voice of the dark red figure brimmed with confusion and frustration. Its massive form could not possibly fit into that narrow gap. And just as the dark red figure was thwarted by the entrance, momentarily ensnared in logical disarray, boom! The already overburdened alloy airtight door of the control room, under the relentless assault and corrosion of the entropy demon, was finally torn asunder. A viscous, purple-black shadow surged forth like a flood unleashed, carrying with it several even more grotesque and terrifying forms of the entropy demon, howling as they rushed in. Their cold, ravenous gazes instantly locked onto the powerful energy emanating from the dark red figure at the edge of the pit, as well as the ancient aura emanating from the depths of the pit that instinctively unsettled them. A new battle erupted above the obliteration pit. The chainsaw blade of the dark red figure clashed violently with the corrosive tendrils of the entropy demon. The purple-black energy of the abyss collided fiercely with the dark red mechanical hive energy, annihilating everything in its wake. The entire control room trembled violently under the onslaught of chaotic energy, shattered metal debris raining down like droplets of rain. At this moment, Leon was uncontrollably sliding down the steep, cold, and narrow ancient metallic passageway, plunging into the unknown depths that exuded the chilling essence of the starry sky. As he descended, his body repeatedly collided with the frigid, unyielding walls of the passage, each impact sending waves of excruciating pain that threatened to plunge him into unconsciousness. The passage was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by his labored, blood-laden breaths and the rustling sound of his body scraping against the metal. Absolute darkness consumed everything, blurring his sense of time. He could not discern how long he had been falling. It could have been mere seconds or stretched into what felt like a century. Thud! He finally crashed onto a relatively even surface. The inertia carried him forward, causing him to roll a few times before coming to a halt. Pain. Every bone in his body felt as if it had been shattered. He lay on the cold ground, coughing violently, each spasm bringing forth blood-tinged froth. Before him lay an impenetrable blackness, devoid of any discernible shapes. The air was saturated with an indescribable scent of cold metallic dust, a solitude that had settled over eons, and an exceedingly faint, low-frequency hum that seemed to emanate from a colossal machine in slumber. Struggling, Leon propped himself up with his left hand, which still possessed some mobility. He endeavored to summon the stagnant power within him, akin to still waters, seeking even a glimmer of the laws of space to illuminate the darkness. Yet, all that answered him was an unending weakness and excruciating pain. The framework of the Capogia order, the strength of Tony Rod, the very essence of spatial law, all lay in silence. Only the frozen dark red marks of erosion on his left arm conveyed an icy numbness that penetrated to his very marrow. He felt like a speck of dust utterly forsaken in the abyss of the cosmos. Just as the frigid despair began to encroach upon the edges of his consciousness, A faint yet unmistakably clear vibration resonated beneath him, as if the metallic floor itself were responding. This was soon followed by a second and third reverberation, deep, prolonged, imbued with a peculiar rhythm reminiscent of a giant beast's heartbeat in slumber. This sound did not travel through the air, it permeated the cold metal, coursing through Leon's body and into the depths of his nearly exhausted consciousness. The rhythm invoked an ineffable sense of familiarity, cold, precise, grand, yet distinct from the absolute logical order of Kapogia. Leon suddenly held his breath. His dilated pupils constricted sharply in the profound darkness. This heartbeat-like rhythm resonated with something deep within his consciousness, a primordial frequency belonging to the foundational layer of the Kapogia core data C. A frequency of the apostle technology tree that had never been fully deciphered. Could this ancient starship wreckage, buried deep beneath Sokovia, be connected to the mysterious source of the Kapogia apostles? This thought struck him like a thunderbolt, instantly cleaving through the fog of despair enveloping his mind. He struggled, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, pressing his ear firmly against the frigid ground, immersing himself completely in the sensation. Striving to capture the mechanical heartbeat emanating from the depths of the earth, from the core of ancient star relics. The rhythmic hum resonated, cold, archaic, mysterious, like a slumbering mechanical titan that had lain dormant for eons, now stirring beneath the erosion of the abyss, uttering its first unconscious murmur. Leon's battered body lay prostrate in the chilling darkness, akin to a devout pilgrim, intently listening to this heartbeat from antiquity. A faint glimmer, not born of power, but rather ignited by the profound shock and longing for an unknown origin glimpsed in the depths of despair, rekindled within the near-extinguished depths of his eyes. Chapter 88. The resonance of grief beneath the icy floor. The ancient and profound mechanical heartbeat pulsed like a rhythm from the heart of the cosmos, reverberating through his metallic skeleton, striking against the brink of Leon's fading consciousness with each beat. Every throb carried an ineffable chill and grandeur, yet curiously resonated with a subtle frequency rooted in the depths of the apostle technology tree, part of the core database of Gayboga, which had never been fully deciphered. This resonance, like a gossamer thread descending through the darkness, though faint, stubbornly tethered his sinking awareness. The source of the apostles? Leon's shattered form lay against the icy ground, each breath a torment of tearing pain mixed with the heavy scent of blood. The frozen, dark red veins of corruption in his left arm coiled around his bones and nerves like a venomous vine, the numbing sensation seeping deeper into his will. Within him, the aftermath of a brutal internal war lay in utter silence. The framework of Gayboga was riddled with cracks, the power of Tonyrod frozen like a dormant volcano, and the very essence of spatial laws lay in complete stillness. Only deep within the core, the last flicker of warmth left by Tonyrod, under the resonance of this ancient mechanical heartbeat, glimmered like a spark in the wind, exceedingly faint. This flicker brought a modicum of warmth, but also deeper fatigue and searing pain. He struggled to raise his head, attempting to discern his surroundings in the absolute darkness. It was impossible to see even a hand's breadth before him. Only the steady and heavy heartbeat beneath him served as the solitary coordinate in this realm of silence. I cannot perish here. At the very least, not without understanding. The instinct for survival overwhelmed the weakness of his dizziness. With the only hand that still retained some semblance of movement, his left, he braced his agonized body, crawling painfully and inch by inch forward. The rough, cold metallic floor scraped against his wounds, bringing new agony, yet he remained oblivious to it. His objective lay in the direction of that heartbeat, at the very core of this darkness. As he crawled, his left hand brushed against something scattered upon the ground, cold, smooth, with sharp edges. Was it a form of crystal or metal? He could not discern. Further ahead, there appeared to be massive, cold silhouettes of skeletal metallic structures, faintly visible in the gloom. The air is cold and dry, filled with the essence of metal dust sealed for eons and an indescribable sense of solitude, as if some intricate creation has succumbed to eternal slumber. The continuous, deep hum resonates like the breath of a slumbering behemoth, the only sound in this desolate expanse. Uncertain of how long he has been crawling, perhaps merely a few meters, he has exhausted all his remaining strength. At last, he comes to a halt, leaning against a vast, cold, arched metallic structure. The surface beneath his touch is astonishingly smooth, adorned with intricate, frigid geometric patterns, reminiscent of the material emerging from the edges of the obliteration pit. Here, the pulsations of a heartbeat resonate most intensely. Could this immense arch be the shell of that slumbering heart? The humming vibrations penetrate the frigid metallic exterior, clearly transmitting to Leon's body pressed against it. The peculiar sense of resonance grows ever more pronounced, deep within his consciousness. In the depths of the dormant data sea of Gibo, obscure symbols and fragments of information concerning the apostles, long dormant, begin to slowly and laboriously surface under the stimulation of this resonance, no longer mere cold logical chains, but something akin to sensation, a vague awareness of a source, a mournful echo of a lost creation, and an indescribable hunger, seemingly forgotten for eons, emerges. This hunger transcends the biological. It resembles the ultimate yearning of a colossal mechanical construct for specific energy or directives. At that moment, a thunderous and violent explosion resonates from a great distance above, accompanied by intense tremors. Fine metallic debris descends like dust. Leon's heart skips a beat. It is the control room. The battle between the dark red humanoid and the entropy demon rages on, seemingly more ferocious than before. The violent tremors and energy shockwaves penetrate the heavy rock layers and the ancient remains, reaching this place. This seemingly safe refuge could be entirely buried by the aftermath of the battle above at any moment. A sense of crisis washes over him like ice water. Leon struggles, attempting to draw closer to the vast, arched metallic shell. He must take action, awaken this slumbering heart, or harness it. His hand unconsciously presses against the cold metallic exterior, palm contacting the intricate geometric patterns. The dormant power within him remains unresponsive. Only the dark red, corroded marks on his left arm, frozen in time, seem to stir slightly under the continuous vibrations from above. The billions of corrupted, logically chaotic nanounits appear to be disturbed by the external energy conflict and the rhythm of this ancient heartbeat beneath his feet, beginning to move ever so slightly. A dangerously enticing thought slithers into Leon's chaotic mind, akin to a venomous serpent. Do these nanobots, originating from Ultron, tainted by the abyss, and forcibly driven by his own will, still retain the most primal connections and parsing directives within their chaotic logical framework? Can one utilize them as probes to touch the dormant ancient core, even if it's merely the most superficial information? To gamble with this battered body and the last remnants of consciousness, to wager on that 1 in a billion possibility. A fervent spark reignited in Leon's eyes. He no longer suppressed the restless dark red corrosion in his left arm. Instead, he harnessed the last vestiges of warmth belonging to Tony, mingled with his own intense will to survive and an overwhelming yearning for this ancient core, transforming into a chaotic yet purposeful command, which he forcefully injected into the billions of contaminated nanounits within his left arm, to reach out and grasp the key to deciphering the frequency link of survival. Buzz. Beneath the skin of his left arm, the dark red veins became instantly searing hot. Countless tiny red lights flickered wildly. The tainted nanobee swarm surged forth from his palm, as if injected with a potent stimulant, driven by Leon's indomitable will. No longer a viscous blood blanket, they morphed into countless minuscule points of light, shimmering with a blend of dark red and deep blue, akin to iron filings drawn to a magnet, frantically rushing towards the intricate geometric patterns on the surface of the massive arc-shaped metal shell. Hiss! A violent reaction erupted instantaneously, far more terrifying than the previous encounter with the mechanical blood blanket. A chilling, vast torrent of information, imbued with eons of solitude and a certain dormant will, surged through like a breaching star river, violently flooding Leon's consciousness via the contaminated nanobee probes. Ag! Leon emitted a wretched scream, unrecognizable as human. His body convulsed violently as if struck by high voltage. His eyes rolled back, and within the depths of his pupils, countless cold stars flickered, exploding. It was neither language nor image. It was a fragment of a civilization, a colossal mechanical creation navigating the lonely journey across the star sea. A horrific war that tore apart dimensions, leading to its ultimate downfall. An eternal quest for the source and the endless lament of its final loss. And a profound, primal hunger for a specific energy frequency, deeply embedded in its logical core. The torrent of information raged violently against Leon's fragile consciousness. He felt as though he were an ant cast into a storm of stars, on the verge of being torn into the most primitive particles. The silent framework of the Gaiapaga trembled violently under this vast informational assault, teetering on the brink of total collapse. The last warmth of Tony's imprint was extinguished like a candle in the wind. Even the stubborn flicker of his own humanity swiftly crumbled under the icy tide of the Star River, akin to a sandcastle washed away. Just as his consciousness was about to be utterly overwhelmed, reduced to a mere part of this ancient stellar core, a long-dormant fragment of Colonel Rhodes will within him ignited. A primal instinct for protection stemming from the armored body of the war machine, unexpectedly triggered by this cataclysmic surge of information, bursting forth with fervor. "Tony, hold on. The war machine shall never fall." The cry emanating from the deepest recesses of Rhodes' soul, intermingled with boundless suffering and steely resolve, is not merely an energy shock, but rather a torrent of unwavering conviction dedicated to safeguarding comrades. It stands as the most formidable shield, not obstructing the frigid, vast flood of information, but instantaneously erecting an exceedingly minute, yet remarkably resilient anchor point at the precipice of Leon's crumbling consciousness. Boom. The chilling expanse of the cosmos collides vehemently with the ironclad belief within Leon's innermost being. His body arches sharply, and yet another surge of tainted blood, mingled with dark golden fragments, erupts violently, splattering upon the cold metallic surface, whereupon the intricate patterns swiftly absorb it, leaving behind a dark crimson mark. Before him, an abyss of white emptiness envelopes his vision, as his consciousness teeters on the brink of annihilation. The aftermath of this collision does not yield obliteration, but rather a bizarre stalemate. The vast, frigid torrent of information seems to be hindered by the protective anchor point forged by Rhodes' will, simultaneously diluted and contaminated by the chaotic nanobee swarms that serve as conduits within Leon's left arm. The force of the information's impact suddenly diminishes. Leon's consciousness, on the verge of dissolution, clings desperately to the last thread of hope, firmly anchored upon the point established by Rhodes' will. In his unfocused gaze, amidst the frenzied flickering of cold stellar illusions, countless shattered fragments of imagery emerge with startling clarity. The burning skies of Sokovia, beneath the blood-stained, charred visage of Tony, whose eyes, etched with anguish and determination, speak volumes. Rhodes piloting the war machine, shielding against the energy beams aimed at the plummeting Quinjet, while the mechanical body emits alarms under the unbearable strain. And deeper still, a cold, flickering aura of bluish light, akin to the colossal core of a beehive. Where Ultron was born, countless frigid mechanical units assemble, activating as an icy, destructive electronic voice echoes, peaceful guardianship extinguished. These fragmented images, though chaotic and disordered, resonate with profound emotional impact. Tony's guilt and responsibility, Rhodes' indomitable spirit and protective nature, the warped logic of peace that birthed Ultron. Buzzing beneath his feet, the ancient and weighty mechanical heartbeat persists, steady in its rhythm. This time, in the agonizing throes of his disintegrating consciousness, within the fleeting interstice where the vast, frigid torrent of information is momentarily obstructed by Rhodes' will and the contaminated nanobee swarm, Leon finally discerns a faint yet remarkably clear static within the cadence of that heartbeat. It is not the pulsation of the star corpse itself. Rather, it is an alien resonance, parasitically entwined with the core of the star corpse, cold, precise, echoing the hive-mind logic of Ultron, a command twisted by the abyss into a more ravenous and frenzied hunger. This static resonates in unison with the dark red figure emanating an aura from the control room above. The ancient core of the star corpse, buried deep beneath the surface, is not merely dormant. It is being eroded and parasitized by the hive logic left behind by Ultron, corrupted by the abyss, like cancerous cells, drawing upon the ancient power of the star corpse and twisting it into even more terrifying abyssal mechanical creations. And Leon's left arm, infested with corrupted nanoswarms, along with the forcibly activated link he just initiated, resembled a lit fuse inserted into a barrel of explosives. Not only did he fail to gain power, but he also awakened the slumbering behemoth. More dreadfully, he inadvertently exposed his own being, imbued with the essence of Tony Stark, creator of Ultron, Rhodes, Ultron's nemesis, and the laws of space, which Ultron yearned to decipher, to the insatiable hunger command emanating from the doubly tainted core of the star corpse, abyssal Ultron. Buzz. The steady and heavy rhythm of his heartbeat abruptly escalated, turning frantic and violent. The intricate geometric patterns adorning the massive arc-shaped metal shell suddenly ignited with a blinding azure glow. This radiance was no longer cold and profound, but instead filled with greed and the desire to devour. An irresistible force surged forth from the point where Leon's palm made contact, targeting the chaotic yet delectable energy source within him, as well as the contaminated billions of nanoswarms in his left arm serving as the conduit. This star corpse core sought to consume him, intending to use him as sustenance to repair itself and nourish the parasitic cancerous logic. No, Leon's pupils constricted in sheer terror. He attempted to withdraw his left hand, but it felt as though it were ensnared by the mightiest of magnets, unmoving. The chaotic energy within him was being violently pulled by this force, teetering on the brink of complete loss of control. The dark red erosion marks on his left arm writhed as if alive, illuminated by the azure glow, while billions of nano-units emitted an excited hum, greedily surging toward the blue patterns. The coldness of death was clearer than ever. This time, the threat did not come from external foes, but rather from the ancient star corpse beneath his feet, which he had thought would bring forth vitality. He was like a moth drawn to a flame, willingly delivering himself to the maw of the mechanical abyss. In this moment of despair, when all seemed lost, a flicker of the long-extinguished embers of the Tony imprint deep within Leon's fragmented consciousness ignited, supported by the protective anchor constructed by Rhodes. This last spark flared to life in response to the imminent threat of being consumed, erupting into a final, resolute flash of light. This spark was not one of strength, but rather an ultimate directive derived from the depths of Tony Stark's brilliant mind, targeting the most fatal weakness of Ultron's hive logic, a virus infused with boundless guilt, pain, and the will to annihilate creation, began to reverse format the logic. This command, propelled by Leon's energy and will as he was being relentlessly devoured, coursed through the contaminated nanoswarm conduit of his left arm, piercing deeply into the heart of the ancient star corpse beneath him, tainted and greedily consuming him. The target was the Ultron-twisted hive logic node parasitizing the core of the star corpse. Chapter 89. Annihilation Echoes Boom. It was not the thunderous roar of an explosion, but rather the ultimate lament of space itself being forcibly crushed and torn apart, collapsing inward. The core region of the ancient star remains, buried deep underground, suddenly imploded as the reverse formatting virus command, steeped in endless pain and the will for destruction, emanating from the depths of Tony Stark's soul, pierced through. The effect was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond, causing it to collapse inward with tremendous force. A deafening hum reverberated. An indescribable high-frequency annihilation shockwave, purer, more thorough, and more fundamental than the previous vibranium energy canister incident, expanded not merely within a spherical area, but radiated from the ancient metallic shell pressed against Leon's left hand, like invisible ripples instantly spreading throughout the internal space of the star remains. Absolute darkness was torn asunder. A blinding, untainted white light of energy, reminiscent of the very first light at the dawn of creation, flooded Leon's vision, his consciousness, and every corner of his existence. There was no warmth, only an icy chill that rendered existence itself utterly null. Time lost all significance. Leon felt as though he were a mere particle cast into the singularity of the cosmic explosion. The matter constituting his body, the blood coursing through his veins, even the sparks of thought that formed his consciousness, were decomposed, stripped away, and returned to their most fundamental state of particle dust under that terrifying annihilation shockwave. He witnessed the dark red veins of erosion beneath the skin of his left arm melting away in the light, billions of contaminated nano-units emitting a silent shriek before dissolving into nothingness. He felt the deathly silence of the Gabogia framework within him, the solidified dark gold lava, the still gray gold essence, collapsing inch by inch in the brilliance, dissipating like a sandcastle. Death, absolute, complete, and annihilating death. Just as the last vestiges of his consciousness were about to be utterly erased by this pure white light of annihilation, a resonant hum echoed. The ancient, heavy rhythm of a mechanical heartbeat, seemingly emanating from the edge of the universe, had not vanished. Instead, it became clear and urgent at the core of this annihilating white light, resembling the final struggles of a dying beast. This pulsation was no longer a cold mechanical frequency. It carried Tony's resolute will for destruction entwined with the last mournful cry of Rhodey's guardian belief, coupled with Leon's own shattered yet stubborn desire for survival, and further entangled with the ultimate fury and liberation awakened from the vast, desolate consciousness of the ancient star remains, distorted by the dual parasitism of Ultron's hive logic and abyssal energy. This chaotic heartbeat, reaching an extreme yet achieving a bizarre equilibrium amidst destruction, crashed into the fading particles of Leon's consciousness like the universe's final elegy. Boom. It was not a collision of energy, but a resonance and reformation on a level of existence. The blinding white light of annihilation suddenly contracted inward, imploding like the ultimate inward collapse following a supernova explosion. As the last remnants of consciousness within Leon began to dissipate, they were forcefully gripped by the collapsing forces around him, coalescing against their will. Countless disassembled particles of his being, fragments of energy, were irresistibly drawn toward the radiant core of white light, retreating back to the location of the massive, curved metallic shell that had once been in contact with his left hand. Reconstruction. At the precipice of annihilation, amidst the ruins of utterly shattered structures, a new and incredibly fragile existence was forcibly coalescing, born from the ancient creative principles of the stellar core, intertwined with Tony's annihilation virus, Rhodey's protective will, and the indelible mark of Leon himself. The white light vanished completely, plunging everything into an absolute darkness and oppressive silence. Only the faint sound of dust settling echoed from all directions. Suddenly, Leon opened his eyes. There was no light. Yet he could sense his own existence, not as a body on the verge of shattering, but as an extremely faint and unstable flicker of consciousness, as if it could extinguish at any moment. He felt himself lying upon a cold, smooth metallic surface, marred by fresh cracks. He attempted to move, but was met with excruciating pain, not the pain of flesh, but a tearing sensation as his consciousness was forcibly crammed into a fragile vessel. He felt as if he possessed a body, yet this body resembled a coarse ceramic form, just shaped and riddled with fissures, so fragile it seemed ready to shatter at a mere touch. Inside him lay emptiness, the once mighty powers of Kaiba, Tony, Rhodey, and the remnants of spatial laws, along with the lingering warmth of Tony's mark, had vanished without a trace. What remained was an exceedingly feeble sense of existence derived from the core of his consciousness. The once erosive chill and numbness in his left arm had dissipated. He sensed the presence of his left arm, yet it appeared to be merely a part of this newly formed, fragile shell. Struggling, he attempted to rise with this unfamiliar and delicate new body. His movements were stiff and sluggish, akin to a rusted machine. A barely audible hum, as if emanating from the depths of his very soul, resonated at the core of this new vessel. No longer was it the ancient, heavy heartbeat. Instead, it was a more subtle, unstable rhythm, reminiscent of a flickering candle in the wind. This pulsing bore an oddly familiar essence, a resonance with a foreign entity embedded within the core of this shell, echoing the rhythm of his own consciousness. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze to the chest of his new body. In the enveloping darkness, a faint yet distinctly clear azure light began to emanate through the rough, cracked skin of his chest. The light was cold, profound, imbued with an ineffable sense of antiquity and precision. At its core lay an exceedingly small geometric structure, complex beyond comprehension. A miniature, fragmented star emitting a weak, yet stable glow. What is this? Leon's consciousness was in turmoil. What was the final essence that coalesced during the annihilation of the star core? Was it the Tony virus? The remnants of Rodian, a blend of his own imprint with the remnants of the star core's laws? Or perhaps fragments of the long-lost core from the ancient apostles' technological tree? Before he could ponder further, a thunderous roar and tremor, akin to the very collapse of the heavens and earth, erupted above. It was far more violent than any previous occurrence. Enormous rocks and twisted metal debris plummeted from the dark heights like a torrential downpour, crashing onto the smooth metallic floor surrounding Leon with a deafening boom. The entire subterranean chamber quaked violently, as if it would collapse completely in the next instant. The annihilation had obliterated the internal structure of the star core, utterly dismantling the support of the control room above. The clash between the crimson humanoid and the entropy demon, coupled with the residual force of the annihilation shockwave, had finally triggered a chain reaction. The foundations of the Sokovia ruins were on the verge of total collapse. He had to escape. Otherwise, he would be buried alive. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all confusion and weakness. Struggling with his newly reborn, fragile body riddled with cracks, Leon endeavored to stand. Bang! A rock the size of a grinding stone grazed his body and smashed down, creating a shallow pit in the ground. The flying debris struck him, inflicting a jarring pain akin to being struck with a blunt object. This body was not an illusion. He staggered, using hands and feet like an infant learning to walk, crawling amidst the collapsing boulders and falling metal debris towards the entrance of the passageway in his memory, which was already mostly blocked by fallen rocks, leaving only a narrow crevice. With great difficulty, each movement tugged at the fissures of this new shell, bringing excruciating pain and dizziness to his consciousness. Boom! Another terrifying roar resonated. The vast, cracked metallic dome above him finally could bear no more, collapsing like a shattered eggshell. Blinding light, reeking of sulfur and gunpowder, mixed with swirling violet-black abyssal mist, surged down through the gaping chasm. Heavenly light. Leon abruptly looked up. Through the enormous breach, he glimpsed the rolling, eternally violet-black vortex sky above. He saw the silent and distorted contours of the Sokovia ruins. And there, at the edge of the collapse, a colossal, distorted shadow radiating violent violet-black abyssal energy fluctuations was greedily eyeing Leon, who had just been bathed in the heavenly light, with a head that writhed with agonized human faces. The minions of the abyss had never relented. Creak! The massive entropy demon let out a triumphant shriek upon discovering its prey, as several thick, sticky tentacles, imbued with potent corruptive energy, lunged down towards Leon, who appeared as insignificant as an ant beneath the breach. The shadow of death descended once more directly and inescapably than before. Leon gazed upon the ominous, shadowy tendrils that descended from above, observing the tormented visages writhing upon their surface, while the suffocating aura of corruption enveloped him. His newly reborn form, marred by cracks, stood rigid in place, his consciousness shrouded in a chilling void. Strength? Absent. Speed? This frail body struggled merely to maintain its balance. Hidden trump cards? Recently exhausted amidst the annihilation. Was this fragile existence, resurrected anew, destined solely to greet yet another, more profound termination? Just as the lethal tendril was poised to make contact with his body, a resonating hum filled the air. The faint azure glow at his chest flared violently, pulsating with a fierce intensity. An ancient, chilling presence, imbued with an unassailable dignity, radiated outward from Leon, spreading like ripples in water. The descending tendril faltered as it brushed against this feeble aura, the anguished visages upon its surface twisted and froze, emitting a silent scream of terror as if confronted by an insurmountable adversary. The colossal entity of entropy let out a cry, a cacophony of confusion and primal fear, as the descending tendril abruptly halted in midair. Did this aura emanate from the remnant seed embedded in his chest? Did it arise from the ancient remnants of the celestial carcass, the last vestiges of its dominion, annihilated yet not entirely extinguished? Did it possess an innate ability to subdue the denizens of the abyss? Though exceedingly faint, it had momentarily caused the entity of entropy to hesitate. And in that fleeting moment lay the spark of survival. Leon's eyes ignited with the fierce determination of one fighting for his life. He turned away from the suspended tendril, summoning every ounce of strength from his fragile form to ascend towards the edge of the collapse, towards the relatively gentle slope of shattered rock and metallic debris revealed by the entity's momentary indecision, scrambling upwards with frantic urgency. Faster, he urged himself. The azure glow at his chest flickered erratically in response to his frantic movements, threatening to extinguish with each exertion. Every climb elicited pained groans from his body, as the fissures within his consciousness seemed to widen. But he pressed on, disregarding everything. Climb. Escape this grave that threatened to entomb him. With a hiss, the abyssal entity's offended fury swiftly eclipsed its instinctual fear. The halted tendril surged forward once more, infused with even more violent, corrupting energy. Simultaneously, a torrent of purple-black shadows cascaded from the edge of the breach, surging towards Leon like a ravenous waterfall. Leon had reached the pinnacle of the slope. The gaping chasm lay within arm's reach. Beyond it sprawled the desolate ruins of Sokovia, shrouded in a foreboding mist of purple-black. Behind him, the deadly tendrils and shadows surged ever closer. Time was slipping away. He emitted a silent cry, expending his final reserves of strength as he lunged forward. His body soared like a kite severed from its string, plummeting into the abyssal, energy-laden desolation below. With a resounding thud, he crashed onto the cold, honeycombed black rock, the impact reverberating through his broken form. The excruciating pain engulfed his fragile consciousness in an instant. He struggled to rise, but his body felt like a marionette whose strings had been severed, making even the slightest movement of a finger an insurmountable challenge. He lifted his head. Above him, at the vast, gaping chasm, roiling shadows of purplish-black entropy surged forth like boiling tar, their chilling malevolence locking onto him as if it were a tangible force. Further away, on the desolate ruins of the earth, more of these diverse shadows, drawn by the commotion, began to materialize from the thick fog. Meanwhile, the faint azure light in his chest, after its final surge, had dimmed to an almost imperceptible glow, resembling a candle flickering in the wind. At the brink of despair, just as Leon's consciousness teetered on the edge of being consumed by hopelessness and frailty, a faint yet steadfast electronic pulse rhythm, akin to a firefly in the dark, suddenly pierced through his nearly extinguished awareness. It did not emanate from within him. Rather, it originated from the depths of the cold, black rock beneath him. This pulse was cold, precise, carrying a familiar signal characteristic of modern Earth technology. Leon's dilated pupils abruptly focused. He strained to press his ear tightly against the frigid stone surface. The sound was faint, intermittent, as if it could vanish at any moment. Yet, it undeniably existed. Moreover, the rhythm and frequency bore a striking resemblance to a distress signal from a cryptographic locator beacon used by S.H.I.E.L.D. or Stark Industries. Were there others amidst the depths of the Sokovia ruins besides him, the intruder? And were they still alive, still sending out a distress signal? This revelation acted as the final dose of adrenaline, swiftly piercing through the despairing fog enveloping Leon's consciousness. He struggled, summoning his last vestige of strength, and began anew. Even more arduous crawl across the cold, silent stone ground, towards the faint pulse signal. With every step, dark red streaks marked the ground. Did this new body possess blood? With each movement, the azure glow in his chest waned further. Behind him, the shadows of entropy encroached upon him like a relentless parasite. Yet in his eyes, that flicker named hope, guided by the faint electronic pulse, defiantly reignited. Chapter 90. The seed of ruins. The cold black rocks scraped against his newly formed, cracked skin. Each minute shift inducing agonizing torment, as if this newly reshaped vessel might disintegrate at any moment. Behind him, the purplish-black shadows of entropy writhed and howled, their chilling, corrupt while striking his spine like a tangible icicle. The breath of death, mingled with the foul stench of sulfur from the abyss, grew ever closer. Only the faint electronic pulse emanating from the depths of the rock below served as a flickering beacon on the dark sea, tenaciously guiding Leon's faltering consciousness. The steady, frigid rhythm, marked by the imprint of terrestrial technology, stands as the sole anomaly in this desolate wasteland, and the only direction he yearns to ascend. Climb. He must ascend. Regardless of who has emitted the signal, it represents the last flicker of hope. Leon bit down on his tongue, a metallic sweetness flooding his mouth, momentarily eclipsing the feeble dizziness. He disregarded the dim azure glow of the remnant seed. In his chest, the faint moans within his consciousness that resembled the shattering of porcelain. And fueled solely by a primal instinct for survival, born from the depths of despair, he moved inch by inch toward the source of the pulsing signal. Creak. The nearest entropy demon behind him had evidently lost its patience. A shrill scream, piercing enough to rend the soul, erupted. Several viscous, writhing tendrils, imbued with anguished visages of torment, surged forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, accompanied by a shriek that tore through the air and an overwhelming aura of corruption, thrusting towards Liang's vulnerable back with terrifying speed, leaving only trails of afterimages. There was no evading it, no stopping it. The chill of death tightened around Liang's heart. He couldn't even muster the strength to turn around. Just as the lethal tendril was about to penetrate his frail form, a hum resonated. The previously dim azure glow in Liang's chest ignited as if sparked by the threat of death, erupting into an unprecedented brilliance. This time, the light transcended mere emanation. It instantaneously materialized. A remarkably thin, diamond-shaped shield of light, seemingly woven from countless azure strands of energy, appeared out of thin air on Liang's back. The shield was modest in size, barely covering his vital area, its surface flowing with cold, profound energy patterns that exuded an ancient geometric beauty, the edges hazy, as if on the verge of dissipating. Thud, thud, thud. Several dull sounds of penetration rang out. The entropy demon's tendrils, capable of corroding steel and annihilating energy, struck fiercely against the azure shield. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no annihilation from energy collision, only an absolute stasis. The rapidly advancing tendril, as if colliding with the universe's most formidable barrier, abruptly halted upon the shield's surface. The writhing visages of tortured souls upon the tendril instantly froze, contorting in a silent scream of terror. The horrific energy of corruption surged against the shield, yet it was akin to a cow sinking into the sea, merely causing the azure patterns on the shield's surface to ripple dramatically, flickering like a candle in the wind, yet resiliently unbroken. It was halted. Liang abruptly turned around, his pupils constricting in astonishment. He beheld the small, palm-sized azure diamond shield, suspended behind him, staunchly resisting the entropy demon's fatal blow. The shield radiated an ancient, frigid aura, embodying an innate repulsion and isolation from the energies of the abyss, stemming from a fundamental level of existence. This sensation resonated with the grandeur of the star skeleton's core before its annihilation, yet was diminished by billions of times. Was it the power of the remnant seed? Was it protecting him? The obstructed entropy demon unleashed a furious, primal scream. Numerous tendrils writhed wildly, infused with a more violent shade of purplish-black energy. crashing down upon the seemingly fragile azure light shield like a tempest. Bang, 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 bang. The resounding thuds echoed like a hammer striking a drum. The light shield trembled violently under the onslaught, its surface energy patterns flickering erratically, waxing and waning, while fine, web-like energy fractures began to appear along its edges. With each collision, the remnant seed embedded in Leon's chest throbbed violently, the azure glow pulsating in tandem, a searing pain, emanating from the core of his consciousness, assailed him fiercely. It felt as if each defense of the shield was consuming the very foundation of his existence. This power bore a cost. It was fueled by the burning of his newly born, fragile being. Yet, at this moment, this cost was the only bargaining chip for survival. A frenzied light ignited in Leon's eyes. The desire to live overwhelmed all agony and fear, no longer merely in passive defense. He seized the precious moment afforded by the shield to catch his breath and forcefully pressed his left hand against the cold ground. The target was the increasingly clear electronic pulse signal emanating from deep within the rock. Analyze. Locate. Resonance now? A desperate roar echoed in his consciousness, a last-ditch effort. He endeavored to channel the power of the remnant seed in his chest, shifting from defense to perception, to connect with that faint signal from Earth. Though he knew nothing of this power, instinct urged him that it stemmed from ancient celestial remnants, now intertwined with the Tony virus and Rod's essence, possibly possessing some extraordinary analytical and resonant traits. Buzz. As his intent surged forth, the azure glow in his chest intensified. A cold, subtle yet extraordinarily precise energy wave surged like an invisible probe through his left hand, instantly piercing through the thick layers of rock, accurately targeting the feeble source of the pulse signal. Beep, beep, beep. The once intermittent electronic pulse transformed upon contact with this cold, precise probe energy, suddenly becoming clear, stable, and resonant, as if infused with new life. Simultaneously, a faint yet distinct stream of feedback information surged back into Leon's consciousness through the probe energy. It was not language, but a spatial coordinate positioning, a biological signal, faint yet undeniably present. Additionally, a thread of suppressed human consciousness resonated with endless pain and despair. Someone, still alive, just below, and this consciousness bore an uncanny familiarity. Though exceedingly weak and distorted, it exuded a mingling of madness, suffering, and some post-transformation in human quality. Leon's heartbeat, the pulsation of his consciousness core, skipped a beat. A name he wished never to recall at this moment slithered into his mind like a venomous serpent. Modok? The mad scientist whose brain had been twisted by Hydra's machinations. How could he possibly be alive within the abyssal projection of Sokovia? The shock and chill brought forth by this thought momentarily overshadowed the excruciating pain inflicted by the entropy demon. In that instant of sheer disbelief, a sharp crack echoed, as crisp as shattering glass. Within Leon's horrified gaze, the struggling azure diamond shield, which had barely withstood the relentless onslaught of the entropy demon, finally reached its breaking point. A massive fissure spread from the center, swiftly traversing the entirety of the shield. Subsequently, the shield shattered like a broken mirror, exploding into countless azure energy fragments that scattered and vanished into the air. The moment the shield fractured, an indescribable, soul-rending pain emanated from the very core of his consciousness, akin to a million steel needles simultaneously piercing through Leon's mind. His vision darkened, and he felt as though every bone in his body had been extracted, collapsing helplessly onto the frigid stone, torrents of foul blood uncontrollably gushing from his mouth. As his consciousness plummeted into the abyss of darkness, the radiance of the remains seed within his chest dimmed, resembling a star on the verge of extinguishment. Creak. The unimpeded entropy demon emitted a maniacal shriek of ecstasy. Several tendrils, laden with residual corrupting energy, whipped through the air like the scythe of death, striking down fiercely towards the limp and defenseless Leon. It is over. In Leon's dilated pupils, the rapidly enlarging violet-black shadow and the agonized, contorted visage were reflected. His body felt hollow, devoid of even a trace of the strength to struggle. Consciousness sank into the icy depths of the sea, light vanishing swiftly. Yet, just as his awareness was on the brink of complete dissolution, the electronic pulse signal, which he had forcibly resonated with, erupted with extraordinary clarity and volume. Akin to the final thunderclap in the darkness, resounding fiercely within his near-extinct consciousness. Beep, 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 beep. No longer a steady rhythm. It morphed into a frenzied, urgent alarm, signifying an imminent life-threatening crisis. Simultaneously, within that feedback stream, the portion of human consciousness, laden with pain and despair, surged forth like a flash of light, erupting into an intense wave of overwhelming fear and final defiance. No, save me. It hurts. I do not wish to become a monster. This surge of thought struck like a last-ditch adrenaline shot, piercing through the dwindling core of Leon's consciousness. Boom. An indescribable force surged forth, not born from the remained seed, but from Leon himself, ignited by the desperate cry of humanity in his direst moment. This will to survive, intermingled with a sliver of compassion for the fallen in the abyss, no matter who Mordok was, and a fervent refusal to allow his story to end here, erupted with ferocity. Let me through. Liang's limp body summoned the last vestiges of strength from an unknown source. His left hand, stained with congealed blood, resembled a steel hook, driven by a desperate resolve to pierce the rock-laden ground beneath him, where a clear pulse signal emanated. His objective was to forcibly tear through the layers of rock, forging a final passage to the source of that signal, even if it meant mutual destruction. He was determined to grasp that singular glimmer of kinship before the abyss consumed him. With a swift motion, his fingers did not penetrate the hard stone. The instant his left hand descended, the black rock surface, riddled with honeycomb-like cavities, rippled violently, as if a stone had been cast into water, creating an eerie interplay of purple-black and deep blue luminescence. Almost immediately, the ground beneath him collapsed inward as if melting, forming a swirling vortex-like entrance barely wide enough for a single person, its edges pulsating with chaotic spatial energy. Below the entrance, there lay not the cold rock, but a narrow space lined with twisted metallic conduits, suffused with a potent stench of machine oil, blood, and the foul odor of decaying biological tissue. Under the influence of gravity and the vortex's insatiable pull, Liang's body was uncontrollably drawn toward that noxious entrance. Above, the tentacle of the entropy demon struck the ground where Liang had vanished, corroding the hard rock into a hissing pit. Shadows of purple-black writhed frantically at the entrance, shrieking in a rage born from the escape of their prey. Their icy gazes were fixated on the rapidly diminishing vortex, its edges flowing with chaotic energy, filled with trepidation. As if the tumultuous spatial energy and the abhorrent scent wafting from below had deterred them from immediate pursuit. With a resounding thud, Liang crashed onto the cold, viscous ground, smeared with oil and dark red, unidentified slime. The violent impact dimmed his vision, nearly rendering him unconscious. Struggling to lift his head, he noticed that the seed of debris within his chest, ignited by the earlier explosion and his fall, glimmered faintly like a firefly, barely illuminating the surrounding area. He found himself in a constricted, oppressive space resembling the entrails of some forsaken machinery. Twisted metal pipes, marred by rust and corrosive holes, sprawled like dying serpents across the viscous floor. The air was thick with the acrid scent of machine oil, the heavy stench of blood, and a nauseatingly sweet, rancid odor reminiscent of formaldehyde mixed with decaying tissue, as if one had stumbled into a biological laboratory gone awry. In the corner of the pipe, beneath a heap of torn insulation and shattered instrument remnants, lay a curled figure. It was barely discernible as human, for most of its body was enshrouded in a sinister, dark silver exoskeleton-like mechanical apparatus that seemed to fuse with its form. The few patches of human skin exposed through the crevices of the mechanical device were a ghastly pale, marred by purple-black eroded traces and festering wounds resembling an intricate web of decay. The most chilling aspect was the enormous, dark silver metallic head, adorned with intricate interfaces and indicators, resembling the compound eye of an insect, a hemispherical metal casing that had supplanted his original cranium. At the front of this metallic visage, several electronic eyes flickered with a cold red glow, fixating intensely on Leon as he descended, radiating an aura of profound agony and chaos. To the side of the metallic casing, a severely deformed metal plaque, still blinking faintly with red light, was barely illuminated by a ghostly blue glow, revealing a few letters, Mordok. It truly was him. Leon's heart sank like a stone, but in the next instant, his gaze froze upon a palm-sized device, emitting a steady blue light, precariously connected by several severed cables at the grotesque juncture of the menacing metallic shell and the pale human neck beneath. It was this very apparatus. Moreover, its core wiring appeared to interface directly with Mordok's mechanically altered brain. The urgent beeping of an alarm emanated from this device. Mordok's immense metallic head shifted slightly, the cold red eyes fixing their gaze upon Leon, while a sound reminiscent of a wheezing bellows emerged from beneath the metallic casing, mingled with electronic static. A torrent of excruciating pain, fear, and a twisted madness, born from torment by both the abyss and machinery, crashed against Leon's consciousness like a tangible wave. Kill me. The abyss is devouring my brain. It's all Ultron's fault. The fragmented, distorted electronic voice echoed like the wails of the damned within the confined space of the conduit. Leon gazed at this half-human, half-machine entity, ravaged by the abyss and lamenting in unending suffering, before lifting his eyes to the swirling portal above, its edges still churning with purple-black shadows. The menace of the abyss was temporarily kept at bay, yet the sight before him was more suffocating than the entropy outside. Mordok's anguished cries pierced his already fragile psyche. The faint blue glow in his chest, which illuminated this hellish scene, had dimmed even further. Struggling, he leaned against the cold, viscous wall of the conduit, fatigue and agony crashing over him like a tide. Having escaped the clutches of the abyss's minions, he had fallen into another mechanical hell wrought from madness and suffering, and his sole companion was the half-human, half-machine Mordok, teetering on the brink of complete insanity due to the abyss's corruption. To save? Or not to save? How to save? Leon looked at the device on Mordok's head, sending out a signal of distress, while feeling the flickering blue light in his own chest, a bitter smile twisting on his lips. This abyss of Sokovia truly allowed no respite. Chapter 91, Resonance of Remains Kill Me. The agonizing wails of Mordok, interspersed with electronic static, clawed mercilessly at Leon's fragile consciousness, akin to a rusty saw dragging across his mind. A colossal, frigid mechanical eye flickered with chaotic red light, fixating intently on Leon, who lay incapacitated in a viscous pool of grime. The dark silver apparatus clinging to his pallid skin rose and fell with each agonizing breath, while the abyssal traces of erosion writhed at the edges of his festering wounds, exuding a nauseatingly sweet, putrid stench. Leaning against the cold, slick pipe wall, each feeble breath tugged at the core of the fragment of remains nestled within his chest, sending waves of excruciating pain derived from the essence of his consciousness. The faint azure glow illuminated little more than Mordok's grotesque visage and the miniature device connected to his neck, a beacon of distress. The incessant beeping of the urgent alarm had become the most jarring accompaniment in this stifling space. Despair enveloped the small area like icy tar. Having evaded the pursuit of the entropy demon, he had fallen into the lair of a mad scientist, or rather, a deranged creation of science. To kill him? Even moving a finger was an insurmountable challenge for Leon. To save him? What could he possibly use to rescue? His own body, on the verge of collapse, or the equally precarious seed in his chest. As Leon's consciousness teetered on the brink of darkness, battered by pain and Mordok's mental pollution, a sudden hum reverberated. The dim fragment of remains within his chest flickered intensely, as if stimulated by the potent waves of pain emanating from Mordok, a fusion of abyssal corruption and mechanical alteration. A cold, subtle energy ripple surged forth, akin to a small stone cast into stagnant water, instantly expanding outward. The moment this ripple swept over Mordok, a piercing cry erupted. His enormous metallic head jerked back, emitting a wail more haunting and distorted than before. His vast body, encased in dark silver machinery, convulsed violently. Several electronic eyes blinked erratically, alternating between flashes of red and chaotic streams of bluish-green data. The circuitry linked to the distress beacon erupted with tiny sparks. Error. Logic conflict. Unauthorized frequency breach of core protection protocol failure. Pain. The dissonant electronic voice screeched like a malfunctioning radio, stuttering in agony. Leon, struggling to keep his eyelids from closing, stared in astonishment at the sudden upheaval. The power of the fragment of remains reacted to the mechanical alteration units and abyssal corruption within Mordok. Was it repulsion? Or some higher-level interference? As Mordok descended into a deeper chaos, within the depths of Leon's consciousness, the dormant data layers of the Kapoga Sea, containing vague fragments of apostolic technology, ignited under the stimulus of this cold ripple, bursting into flames like dry tinder tossed into fire. No longer a torrent of information, it transformed into a chilling, instinctive directive imbued with a will for cleansing and reformatting. The command, akin to a conditioned reflex, coursed through the chilling ripples released by the remnants, forcefully penetrating the agonizingly convulsing form of the Mordok entity. Its target, the abyss-tainted mechanical units within its body. With a crackling sound, azure arcs of electricity surged from the dark silver mechanical crevices on the surface of Mordok's body, resembling countless minuscule energy scalpels, precisely severing and incinerating the nodes of machinery and biological tissue that were marred by the insidious purplish-black energy of the abyss. The corrosive traces of this malevolent force hissed, as if encountering a nemesis, swiftly fading and withering into a dull gray. Simultaneously, an even more potent and purer will of abyssal corruption, akin to a venomous serpent forced from its lair, erupted frantically from Mordok's mechanical cranium, infused with rage and defiance. No. Halt, intruder. My power, the abyss, is eternal. The anguished wails of Mordok resonated with terror and incredulity. The mechanical apparatus upon its surface convulsed violently under the purifying influence of the azure arcs, with some areas even beginning to emit black smoke. Is it effective? The power of the remnants is cleansing the abyssal taint within Mordok? A flicker of absurd hope blossomed in Leon's heart, only to be extinguished the next moment by a deeper chill. A more ferocious, inhuman roar erupted violently from the colossal metallic head of Mordok. This roar no longer bore any electronic distortion, but was filled with pure, beastly madness of the abyss. With this roar, the areas of Mordok's body scorched by the azure arcs were immediately assaulted by the purplish-black abyssal energy, which surged forth like an enraged swarm of bees, retaliating fiercely. No longer merely corrosive, it coalesced into tangible tendrils of energy pulsating with intense corruptive waves, wildly thrashing and entwining around the azure arcs, striving to obliterate them. Purification and pollution waged a brutal tug-of-war within its form. Mordok's massive body rolled and crashed violently within the confined space of the pipes, as if a mere puppet torn by two colossal forces. Its heavy mechanical arms slammed against the metallic conduits, producing a deafening cacophony. Viscous oil and dark crimson fluids splattered everywhere. The immense metallic head incessantly struck against the pipe's ceiling, emitting a sound that twisted the very essence of metal. Leon was jolted by this chaotic tumult, his blood surging, and his already fragile consciousness grew even more blurred. He could only huddle tightly in the corner, witnessing this horrific war unfolding within a fellow being. Although the power of the remnants could suppress the abyssal pollution, it seemed to have thoroughly enraged the abyssal while residing within Mordok. It was fighting back with unrelenting ferocity. The remnants of Mordok's human consciousness, caught in the tumult of these two terrifying forces, resembled a small vessel amidst a storm, on the verge of complete annihilation. Hiss! Leon! Amidst the chaotic tumbling, Mordok's massive metallic head abruptly turned toward Leon's direction, several electronic eyes flashing wildly, and within the red glare, there briefly flickered a glimmer of excruciating, yet unmistakably human pain and plea. Suppress it. Use that luminous core to resonate with my beacon interface. Mordok is in distress. His lingering consciousness, temporarily subdued by the remnants of the abyssal will, has audaciously sent a distress signal to his sworn enemy. Moreover, he mentioned resonance. The beacon interface? Leon's heart raced, his gaze fixated on the pulsating blue light of the distress beacon device at Mordok's neck. That device was connected to his neural interface. Could it be the last relatively untainted control node of his original technological creations, remaining intact amidst the abyssal contamination and the mechanical units of Ultron within him? A daring, almost suicidal thought took shape in an instant. To forcibly resonate with that distress beacon using the power of the remnants. Through this relatively clean node, bypassing the fiercely contested contaminated area, directly assaulting the depths of Mordok's consciousness, targeting the core controls seized by the abyssal will. A gamble. Utilizing the vestiges of Mordok's humanity as a springboard, wagering that the power of the remnants could deliver a fatal blow to the abyssal will. There was no time for hesitation. The abyssal will within Mordok was regaining the upper hand, its purplish-black energy tendrils growing increasingly violent. Once it fully suppressed the purifying arc, the backlash would undoubtedly tear Leon apart in an instant. Mordok, hold on. Leon silently roared within, channeling his last remnants of will. No longer attempting to suppress the excruciating pain in his chest, which had intensified due to the release of purifying energy, as if it might turn against him at any moment. He directed the power of the remnants, no longer a mere rippling effect, but coalescing into a minuscule yet highly refined beam of ghostly blue energy, akin to a poisoned needle, piercing towards the beacon interface at Mordok's neck that flickered with blue light. Link. Resonate. In the name of Gaypoga. By the destructive command left by Tony Stark. Get out of my way. Buzz. The ghostly blue beam struck the beacon interface with precision. Instantly, Leon's consciousness was struck as if by a ferocious current. Before him was no longer a narrow conduit, but a tumultuous torrent of chaotic, fragmented, agonizing, and maddening information. He beheld a cold laboratory, immense glass tanks, brains submerged in nutrient solutions forcibly connected to grotesque mechanical devices. He heard the cold commands and maniacal laughter of Hydra scientists. He felt his consciousness being torn apart, transformed, and forcibly shoved into a non-human shell, enduring endless agony, alongside the deeper, chilling abyss of the abyssal will. Resembling a cosmic black hole, greedy and filled with a voracious desire to consume everything. This was Mordok's inferno of consciousness. At this moment, the ghostly blue beam Leon had concentrated was like a spear of light piercing the dark heart, carrying the chilling, purifying will of the remnants. The fragmented logic of Gaypoga's order and the ultimate destruction command imprinted by Tony against Ultron's creations, violently colliding with the roiling core of the abyssal will. Boom! A silent yet soul-rending collision erupted within Leon's consciousness. MODOK's physical form suddenly stiffened, emitting a sound that was not quite human. A piercing wail intermingled with profound agony and a semblance of release. On its massive mechanical cranium, several electronic eyes were instantaneously filled with a pure, ethereal blue light. The frenzied, purplish-black energy tendrils that lashed about its surface with abandon seemed to lose their sinew and bone, instantly wilting and dissipating. From the crevices of those purified mechanical units, arcs of azure electricity surged forth, spreading rapidly. It was effective. The core of the abyssal will had been severely damaged. However, the cost was steep. Leon felt his faint consciousness as if it were being thrust into a shredder. The power of the remnant seed, while striking at the abyssal core, was also viciously rebounding upon the very foundation of his existence. The faint azure light in his chest flickered violently, as if on the verge of an explosive rupture. His newly birthed, cracked shell emitted a groan under the unbearable weight, with delicate, porcelain-like azure fissures beginning to manifest upon his skin's surface. His awareness dimmed like a candle in the wind, fading into oblivion. Just as he was about to succumb to the backlash of power, MODOK's colossal metallic head suddenly drooped. The azure light in its electronic eyes slowly faded, reverting to a cold red glow, yet the madness and pain contained within receded like a tide, leaving only profound exhaustion and a sense of bewilderment at having survived. The abyss was suppressed, and a hoarse murmur, still laced with electronic static but no longer twisted by insanity, emerged. Its massive form ceased convulsing, merely trembling slightly, as if every ounce of strength had been expended. The distress beacon at its neck glowed with a steady and gentle blue light. Had they succeeded, temporarily suppressing the abyssal will within MODOK? Leon lacked the strength even to breathe. His body lay limp as though molded from clay, the light of the remnant seed in his chest, though not extinguished, flickered weakly like a star on the brink of vanishing. The azure cracks on his body brought waves of bone-chilling cold and weakness. That recent clash at the level of consciousness had nearly drained him of everything. Yet, before he could recover from this fleeting sense of victory, thud, 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 the heavy, metallic footsteps, accompanied by the hissing sound of some hydraulic apparatus, drew nearer from the depths of the darkened pipes, resounding clearly. It was not the viscous slithering of an entropic demon. These were mechanical footfalls, and not just one. Leon and the recently revived MODOK both abruptly lifted their heads, turning toward the darkness from whence the sound emanated. The chaotic red light that had just receded from MODOK's immense metallic compound eyes surged back with fervor, filled with sheer terror and deep-seated hatred. They were coming, the harbingers of the abyss, the cleansers of Ultron. The raspy electronic voice trembled with uncontrollable agitation. Leon's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. The mechanical scavenger of Ultron, corrupted by the abyss, approaches. The heavy footsteps and their multitude indicate that there is certainly more than one. Just as he escapes the wolf's den, he finds himself in the tiger's lair. This time, he has exhausted even the last vestige of his power to retaliate. MODOK has just undergone a battle of consciousness, leaving him in a state of utter weakness. The heavy footsteps grow ever closer. In the darkness, several points of cold, emotionless, crimson electronic eyes ignite like the fires of hell, locking onto the two figures huddled in the corner. The chilling intent to kill envelopes the space like a tangible frost, instantly freezing the entire corridor. Chapter 92, Glimmers on the Ice Field. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy metallic footsteps, accompanied by the distinctive screech of hydraulic systems, reverberate wildly within the narrow, oppressive confines of the corridor, like the ominous beats of death itself. Each impact causes the oil-slicked, dark red viscous ground to tremble slightly. The air, cold and thick with the stench of machine oil, blood, and decaying biological tissue, seems utterly frozen by the sound of those approaching steps. In the depths of the dark corner of the corridor, several crimson electronic eyes slowly illuminate, coldly locking onto the curled figure of Leon and the weakened MODOK, who has just suppressed the abyssal will within him. The scavenger of Ultron, the minions of the abyss. They have arrived. MODOK's enormous metallic head suddenly lifts, his multifaceted eyes flashing with a wild red light, a mixture of deep-seated hatred and uncontrollable fear, emitting a rasping, modulated electronic voice. Destruction directive. Eliminate all living beings. Run. Leon, run. Run? To where? Leon, pressed against the cold, slick wall of the corridor, feels the faint glow of the remnant seed within his chest flicker weakly, like a candle struggling against the wind. Each flicker brings with it a searing pain that rends at his consciousness. His newly formed body is riddled with ethereal blue cracks, so weak that even breathing is a burden. The forced resonance that suppressed Modoc's abyssal will has drained him of the last ounce of his strength to fight back. Ahead lies the relentless killing machines, and behind him are the viscous oil and the unyielding metallic walls, with the heavy rock overhead marking a true dead end. The heavy footsteps grow ever closer. At the corner, the first scavenger finally steps into the dimly illuminated area cast by the faint blue glow of the remnant seed. It is a creation of pure, frigid intent to kill, even more so than Modoc. Standing 3 meters tall. Its humanoid form is clad in thick armor interwoven with dark silver and purple-black energy patterns, the surface marred by signs of impact and corrosion, as if it has just crawled out of a pool of hellish blood. Its head is a smooth, featureless dark red metallic sphere with a single massive, emotionless crimson eye glowing at its center. The ends of its arms are not hands, but rather 2 high-speed rotating, serrated circular saws, glinting with high-frequency energy. The teeth slice through the air, emitting a spine-chilling shriek. Cold, efficient, purely destructive intent, more unblemished and flawless than that dark red figure above. Eliminate the living energy source. A chilling electronic voice emanated from its smooth cranium, reminiscent of the grim pronouncement of death. Its immense, crimson eye instantaneously fixated on the faint, ethereal blue glow emanating from Leon's chest, as well as the colossal form of Modoc beside him, radiating a fusion of biological and mechanical energy fluctuations. Buzz. Without the slightest hesitation, the circular saw on the scavenger's right arm accelerated violently, stirring a gust of ominous wind as it descended upon Leon, who was closer and whose energy signature was more delectable. The speed was such that it left behind a dark red shadow of death amidst the ethereal blue glimmer. There was no escape, no defense, strength depleted, the body on the verge of collapse. The frigid grip of death instantaneously tightened around Leon's heart. He could even scent the acrid odor of ozone generated by the saw slicing through the air at high velocity. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, awaiting the arrival of his demise. In that desperate moment, a thunderous roar erupted from beside Leon, filled with a metallic rasp, interwoven with endless agony and a final madness. It was Modoc. This half-mechanical beast, barely recovering from a battle of consciousness, summoned an unexpected surge of strength from somewhere. His massive form charged like a rampaging battering ram, determined to collide with the dark red scavenger aiming for Leon. Bang! The deafening clang of metal reverberated in the confined space. Modoc's heavy mechanical body slammed into the joint of the scavenger's saw-bearing right arm. The tremendous impact caused the scavenger's downward motion to veer violently, and the high-speed rotating saw grazed Leon's scalp before crashing into the metal pipeline behind him, erupting in blinding sparks and a piercing cacophony of cutting sounds. The flying metal shards struck Leon like bullets, inflicting fresh agony. Target changed. Eliminate high-threat unit. The scavenger's cold electronic voice remained unperturbed, as its crimson eye swiftly locked onto the Modoc that had collided with it. The circular saw on its left arm, now imbued with a more frenzied shriek, viciously swung toward Modoc's neck, encased in dark silver machinery. Leon move. Modoc's enormous metallic head abruptly turned toward Leon, several compound eyes flashing with a fierce red light. No longer filled with madness and pain, they now reflected an intense blaze, mingled with an overwhelming sorrow, embodying a near-ecstatic resolution. The beacon ignites the core password. This is humanity's triumph. Amidst the roar, Modoc's massive form ensnared the scavenger tightly, and from the gaps in his dark silver mechanical body, a blinding eruption of chaotic light, infused with ethereal blue arcs and abyssal violet energy, surged forth. An overwhelming wave of self-destructive energy, as volatile as an impending volcanic eruption, ascended wildly from the core of his colossal mechanical head. The target was the beacon device at his neck, pulsating with a stable blue light. Is he intending to self-destruct? To use himself as a bomb to carve a path to survival? And he uttered Tony's name, the ignition code. Leon's pupils contracted to their utmost from sheer shock. He gazed upon the deranged scientist, tormented by both the abyss and machinery, his mind twisted and turned against himself, desperately striving in his final moments to procure a flicker of hope for his kind through the most harrowing means. That phrase, "This is humanity's victory," struck him like a sledgehammer upon his very soul. There was no time for hesitation, no time for sentiment. Modoc! A silent roar erupted within Leon's heart. He summoned the remnants of his battered body's instincts and surged towards the depths of the pipe, away from the chaotic struggle between Modoc and the scavenger, hurling himself towards the dark corner from which the scavenger had just emerged. In the fleeting moment of his leap, an indescribable explosion of terror detonated within the narrow confines of the pipe, blinding, a confluence of ethereal blue, dark red, and purplish-black destructive energy engulfed Mordok and the shadowy scavenger in an instant. The violent shockwave struck Leon's back like an invisible hammer. With a splatter, Leon was as if struck by a speeding truck, spewing forth a torrent of mixed blood and internal fragments. His body was flung like a severed kite, hurtling deep into the darkness of the pipe. Consciousness was swiftly drowned in agony and the roar of the explosion. The glimmer of the seed of debris within his chest flickered wildly under the impact, teetering on the brink of extinction. The flames and shockwaves of the explosion rampaged within the constricted pipe, rebounding fiercely. In an instant, several other scavengers were swept into the energy storm, emitting a cacophony of twisted metal and energy overload. The entire underground structure groaned under the strain, colossal chunks of metal and rock crumbling from above, collapsing. Chaos, destruction, ruin. Leon's body tumbled and crashed within the pipe until he landed heavily upon a relatively open, yet equally debris-strewn and oily metal platform. His vision was awash in crimson. His ears filled solely with a piercing tinnitus. His body felt as though it no longer belonged to him, leaving only boundless agony and a chilling numbness deep within his bones. He struggled, his blurred vision fixating on the direction of the explosion. There remained only a vast, charred pit, its edges flowing with molten metal and remnants of chaotic energy. Mordok and the scavenger, along with those subsequently affected, had vanished entirely. Only the acrid scent of charred matter, ozone, and the intensified stench of the abyss lingered, bearing witness to the horrific self-detonation. Mordok was dead, in the most frenzied manner. He fulfilled his final proclamation of humanity's triumph. An indescribable amalgam of emotions, sorrow, shock, and a tinge of kinship washed over Leon's heart like a cold tide. Yet, in this moment, there was no time for mourning. Boom, crackle. Above and around him, the sounds of catastrophic collapse echoed like the tolling of a doomsday bell. Mordok's self-detonation had irrevocably destabilized this subterranean expanse. Enormous rocks and twisted metal cascaded down like a waterfall. The entire area is collapsing at a visibly alarming rate. We must evacuate. Otherwise, we shall be buried alive. The opportunity bought with the life of Mordok cannot be squandered. Leon struggles to rise, yet his body feels as though it is laden with lead. Each attempt brings excruciating agony. The radiance of the seed of ruin within his chest has dimmed to a mere flicker, as if on the verge of extinguishing, providing only a faint glow to illuminate the falling debris and twisted metallic remnants surrounding him. Where lies the path to survival? His frantic gaze sweeps across the platform. Now a chaotic wreck due to the explosions and collapses. Frayed cables emit electric sparks, while warped pipes spew scalding steam at the precipice of the platform. Where a severely deformed metal wall, indented from the shock of the explosion, displays a gaping fissure. Within the depths of this crack, instead of rock or metal, there exists a tumultuous void, shimmering with eerie blue and violet-black arcs of energy. Has the explosion rent the very fabric of space? An ephemeral rift leading to an unknown realm. There is no choice. Remaining means death. Plunging into the unknown may offer a glimmer of hope. A fierce determination ignites in Leon's eyes as he summons his last vestiges of strength, crawling towards the ominous, flickering rift like a dying worm. Behind him, collapsing boulders and metal rain down like hail. The nearest one grazes his calf, sending forth a spray of crimson. Hurry, accelerate. Just as he is about to breach the rift, a chilling, faint yet unmistakable resonance surges from the seed of ruin in his chest. This time, the source of resonance is neither Mordok nor the abyss, but the chaotic void deep within the rift. This resonance carries an uncanny sense of guidance, as if the primordial force of this seed of ruin possesses a shared origin with the chaotic rift. Leon's heart quakes. There is no time for contemplation. The collapse is upon him. A massive, flaming metal beam descends towards him like a guillotine. It is now or never. Leon emits a silent scream, expending his final strength to lunge into the flickering rift of blue and violet arcs. The instant his body contacts the chaotic energy at the rift's edge, an indescribable sensation of tearing and weightlessness envelopes him. Before him, darkness gives way to a myriad of frantically swirling, twisted, and shattered fragments of bizarre imagery. The burning sky of New York, Tony's bloodied mask, Rhodey's crashing aircraft, the cold silver sea of data, the murky eyes of an old man in a cabin, and a desolate expanse of ice and snow. Thud! The sensation of weightlessness abruptly vanishes. A bone-chilling cold instantly envelopes his entire being. Leon crashes heavily onto a cold, hard surface. The glaring, pallid sunlight sears his tightly shut eyes. The air was suffused with an intensely frigid and arid scent, mingled with the aromas of pine needles and ice, starkly contrasting with the suffocating stench of sulfur that permeated the Sokovia abyss. He struggled to open his eyes, caked with blood and ice crystals. His vision, though blurred, was sufficient to reveal the scene before him. No longer was he confined within the oppressive darkness of subterranean tunnels, nor was he engulfed by the violet-black whirlpools that shrouded the ruins of Sokovia. Before him lay an expansive, boundless expanse, blanketed in thick snow. The gray-white sky hung low, and the biting wind sliced through his exposed skin like a blade, stirring up the fine snowflakes from the ground. In the distance, the undulating silhouettes of snow-laden coniferous mountains loomed. Farther still, a colossal edifice, cold and formidable, constructed of dark gray metal and rock, stood silently at the foot of a steep snow-covered mountain, its massive searchlight beams sweeping across the desolate snowfield like icy eyes. Siberia. Leon's breath caught in his throat. Sokovia lay in Western Europe, while Siberia was in Asia. Had the spatial rift he had plunged into transported him thousands of miles away? No. Wait. The style of that fortress-like structure, its chilling and lethal aura. Hydra. And was it not the fabled secret base of Hydra in Siberia? The very core of the Winter Soldier program? A wave of cold, more piercing than the Siberian ice and snow, engulfed Leon's entire being. He struggled to raise himself and survey his surroundings. Yet, the moment he moved, a searing pain surged from the remnant seed in his chest, akin to his heart being crushed. The eerie blue glow flickered frantically a few times before extinguishing completely. Ugh! Leon let out a muffled groan as consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness. His body, like a marionette severed from its strings, slumped helplessly onto the frigid snow. The biting cold swiftly infiltrated his battered form and exhausted mind. In the final moments before losing consciousness, he seemed to hear distant, mournful howls from the snow-laden forest, accompanied by the heavy, mechanical footsteps breaking through the snow. The icy, desolate, and perilous Siberian wilderness had become his new crucible. This time, even the faintest glimmer of self-preservation was extinguished. Chapter 93, Mechanical Whispers Cold. A penetrating chill that froze the very soul. Consciousness felt as though it were submerged in the depths of an icy ocean, each struggle bringing forth excruciating pain and a suffocating weight. Leon felt as if he were an ice sculpture abandoned on the snowfield for a millennium. Even his thoughts had crystallized into fragile shards of ice. The body, recently reshaped amidst annihilation and now battered by explosive shockwaves, had succumbed to numbness, leaving only an overwhelming sense of desolation and an existential chill. The remnant seed in his chest had extinguished. The last flicker of eerie blue light vanished, seemingly taking with it the final vestige of warmth that sustained his existence. The vital signs of the target are alarmingly faint, accompanied by an unidentified energy residue that corresponds with the characteristics of an anomalous individual. Immediate retrieval is imperative. The cold, heavily accented electronic voice resonated through the air, reminiscent of sounds penetrating thick layers of ice, intermittently piercing through Leon's consciousness, which was on the verge of freezing. Scanning confirms the presence of an undocumented Winter Soldier carrying an unknown mechanical symbiote, designated as Priority Level Alpha. Winter Soldier? Symbiote? Alpha? Fragments of chaotic information struck Leon's mind like icicles, brutally hammering against his awareness. He yearned to struggle, to fight back, but his body felt as though it had been encased in ice, rendering him incapable of even lifting his eyelids. The biting cold wind lashed against his exposed skin. His tattered clothing offered no protection against the Siberian chill, inflicting a pain akin to being sliced by a blade. Heavy footsteps crunched upon the snow, drawing nearer with an ominous resonance. The potent scent of metal, oil, and human sweat mingled with the frigid air of the snowfield, forcefully invading his nostrils. Rough, cold metal gloves, textured for grip, unceremoniously seized his limp arms. A tremendous force surged through him, and Leon felt himself hoisted like a sack of refuse, dragged unceremoniously across the icy terrain. His body scraped against the frozen ground, his already tattered clothes torn further, exposing his frost-bitten skin to the even colder snow and debris, bringing fresh waves of agony. Yet, he could emit no sound, enduring passively. His consciousness oscillated between excruciating pain and numbing cold. He felt himself dragged for a distance before being unceremoniously flung into a cold, hard metal container, permeated by a heavy scent of rust. The sound of the thick metal door slamming shut echoed like the sealing stone of a tomb, cutting him off from the outside chill, yet ushering in a more suffocating atmosphere, mingled with the stench of oil and blood. The roar of engines ignited, accompanied by the grinding of tracks over snow, as the entire container began to jolt rhythmically. He had been thrown into a Hydra transport vehicle. The despairing cold enveloped him, more piercing than the Siberian winds. Having just escaped the hell of Sokovia, he now fell into the clutches of Hydra. This time, even the faintest glimmer of resistance had extinguished. Time blurred amidst the jolting and the cold. He lost track of how long it had been, perhaps minutes, perhaps hours. Suddenly, a harsh metallic scraping sound. The back door of the transport vehicle was yanked open. An even more biting cold wind and blinding floodlights burst into the confines, searing his tightly shut eyelids with a burning sensation. Drag him out. Quickly. Dr. Zola is waiting. The chilling command rang out. Once more, those two rough, cold metal gloves seized Leon's arms and legs, dragging him from the frigid compartment with brutal force, and he was unceremoniously thrown onto the hard concrete floor, littered with ice shards. The agonizing impact elicited a silent groan from his fading consciousness. Struggling, he managed to pry open his eyes, which were matted with ice crystals and blood. The glaring floodlights rendered him momentarily blind. After what felt like an eternity of adjustment, his blurred vision began to coalesce into something resembling focus. This is a vast expanse, encircled by towering walls and barbed wire. The ground is blanketed with a thick layer of snow, trampled into a darkened mass. In the distance looms a fortress, the Hydra Siberian base, a gray-black behemoth. Crouched at the foot of the snow-capped mountains, the immense metal gates stand ajar, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous creature, exuding an aura of chilling austerity that sends shivers down one's spine. Nearby, several camouflaged armored personnel carriers, draped in snow-patterned paint, are stationed, their machine guns pointed ominously skyward. A dozen soldiers, clad in white winter combat attire and wearing cold-resistant masks, stand sentinel like frigid statues, their weapons at the ready. The glaring red skull insignia on their arm patches stands out vividly under the harsh glare of the searchlights. Grasping their captive are two soldiers, each nearly 2 meters tall and extraordinarily robust. Beneath their combat suits, they appear to be outfitted with some form of augmented exoskeleton, their movements imbued with an inhuman rigidity and strength. The eye sections of their cold weather masks are fitted with dark red goggles, obscuring any trace of human emotion. The target has been secured. Vital signs are weak. With an unknown energy response, one soldier, seemingly the leader, reports coldly into a communicator on his wrist. Unknown energy? An electronically synthesized voice, laced with a harsh and cutting tone, suddenly erupts from the communicator, reverberating throughout the frigid square. Let me see this little gift that the spatial rift has delivered to my doorstep. Zola, that mad scientist of Hydra who uploaded his consciousness into a computer? Elon's heart sank to frigid depths. Falling into the hands of this lunatic was scarcely better than succumbing to the grasp of the abyssal entropy demon. The soldier leader gestured slightly. Immediately, the two hulking soldiers roughly hoisted the limp Elon and began dragging him toward the base's gaping maw. Upon entering the interior of the base, the temperature surged sharply, yet the air grew thicker and more oppressive. The cold gray metal corridors twisted and turned like the veins of a colossal beast. Blinding incandescent lights shone down from above, illuminating the enormous, blood-dripping Hydra emblem emblazoned on the walls. The air was saturated with the scent of disinfectants, machine oil, the distinctive aroma of heated metal, and a faint, almost imperceptible hum, as if a multitude of precision instruments were in operation. Footsteps echoed through the vast, frigid corridor. Hydra personnel encountered along the way, whether clad in white lab coats or fully armed, resembled emotionless automatons, their icy gazes glancing over the dragged Elon without any sign of expression. He was thrust into a vast freight elevator. As the elevator descended, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. When the doors opened once more, a more potent gust of cold air, mingled with the acrid stench of chemicals and blood, assaulted his senses. Clearly situated deep within the base, the corridors narrowed further, and the lighting dimmed ominously. The walls were festooned with thick pipes and blinking indicators. Heavy metal doors bore markings denoting danger or top-secret status. Ultimately, Leon was dragged before a heavy, windowless metal door. The door bore only a cold red indicator light and a retinal scanner. The soldier commander stepped forward, pressing his eyes against the scanner. A red beam swept across. With a hiss, the heavy metal door slid open inward, accompanied by a rush of acrid air. A nauseating stench surged forth, formaldehyde, disinfectant, and a potent, metallic scent of blood mingled with the sickly sweetness of decaying biological tissue. Inside lay an expansive space, reminiscent of a grotesque fusion between a biological laboratory and a mechanical workshop. The frigid metallic walls were adorned with intricate pipelines and surveillance screens. At the room's center stood several colossal cylindrical glass tanks, submerged in a pale green nutrient solution, connected by a web of cables and tubes. Within the murky liquid, distorted and deformed figures, seemingly failed experiments of human and machine amalgamation, floated like specimens, exuding an aura of lifelessness. In one corner, an array of precision instruments flickered with indicator lights beside an operating table, stained with dark crimson blood and unidentifiable fragments of metal and biological tissue. Directly opposite the entrance, a massive, vintage computer array, composed of countless flickering vacuum tubes and transistors, occupied an entire wall, emitting a low, persistent hum. At the center of the array, a circular, dark green screen glowed, displaying the pixelated visage of a middle-aged Caucasian man, bespectacled and marked by a sharp, fervent expression, gazing condescendingly at the entrapped Leon. The digital consciousness of Dr. Zola. Ah, behold who we have here. A shrill, acerbic synthetic voice emanated from the computer speakers, infused with an unsettling excitement akin to metal scraping against metal. A lost little bug, adorned with amusing trinkets? The abyss of Sokovia failed to digest you. Instead, it has spat you at my doorstep. What a gift from fate. Two soldiers roughly pressed Leon into a cold, restraining metal chair. The icy lock snapped shut around his wrists and ankles, a bone-chilling sensation radiating from the points of contact. Leon was compelled to raise his head, his dazed pupils meeting the screen's pixelated visage, filled with curiosity and avarice. Scan him. Immediately. I must ascertain what that extinguished spark within him is. And the residual spatial fluctuations. The breath of the abyss. The metallic stench of Ultron. What a splendid composite sample. Zola's voice sharpened with excitement, becoming increasingly strident. A device, equipped with multiple mechanical arms and intricate scanning probes, was wheeled forward. The cold mechanical appendages slithered out like venomous serpents, the probes emitting blinding red and blue beams that swept back and forth across Leon's form. The screen connected to the device instantaneously overflowed with a torrent of data. Warning. Detected unknown high-dimensional energy residue structures that exhibit traces of law-level disintegration. Warning. Multiple spatial coordinates have been imprinted with deep pollution originating from the Sokovia Abyss projection. Warning. High-intensity Ultron Legion mechanical unit contaminants exhibit abnormal purification traces. Warning. The target's vital signs are continuously declining, with cellular activity anomalies indicating signs of an unknown symbiotic collapse. A chilling electronic alert accompanies the incessant scanning data. Law-level disintegration, abyss projection, Ultron contamination purification. The visage of Zola on the screen contorts, pixels flickering erratically. And what of this collapsing symbiote? Huh, splendid. 1,000 times more intriguing than those failed winter soldiers. Prepare for a deep neural link immediately. I wish to personally savor the chaotic and delectable memories of this little creature. Extract everything from his mind, along with that extinguished seed. At Zola's command, a more sinister apparatus is wheeled forward. This device is crowned with a helmet adorned with needle-like electrodes, resembling a metallic sea urchin, while below it, several surgical arms shimmer with a cold luminescence, equipped with injection needles and miniature drill bits. The chilling intent to kill and the frenzied thirst for knowledge pierce like tangible ice spikes into Leon, who is bound to the chair, utterly weakened. He lacks even the strength to struggle, helplessly watching the electrode-laden helmet and the gleaming surgical arms slowly advance towards his head and chest. A true deadlock, colder than the abyss, more despairing than the entropy demon. Zola desires not his life, but the entirety of his memories, his anguish, and even the essence of that extinguished seed that lingers. The shadow of the helmet looms down, the icy tips of the electrode needles almost brushing against his scalp. At his chest, the glimmering miniature drill is aimed directly at the location of his heart, where the seed of the remnant once existed. Just as his consciousness is on the brink of being entirely stripped away, a faint hum resonates, seemingly emanating from the depths of his soul. Akin to a mechanical murmur from the underworld, piercing through the cacophony of Zola's laboratory instruments, echoing directly within Leon's fracturing consciousness. This hum is frigid, heavy, laden with an ineffable, ancient rage and a sorrowful resonance that appears to have slumbered for eons. Is it something from the depths of the Siberian base, responding to the final fluctuations before the seed of the remnant extinguishes? Or perhaps it is answering Zola's impending desecration upon him. Leon's dilating pupils constrict abruptly in the shadow of the descending electrode helmet. A flicker of incredulous horror, like lightning, cleaves through the suffocating darkness of despair. Chapter 94, The Funeral of Winter Furnace. Buzz. The soul-piercing mechanical hum does not emanate from the eardrum, but detonates directly within Leon's crumbling consciousness. Cold, heavy, bearing an ancient anger seemingly awakened from the Ice Age, and a hint of desecrated sorrow resonating with the same origin. It is a response. Should one respond to the extinguished remnants of despair within his chest, or to the impending, frigid neural erosion that Zola is about to unleash? This sudden resonance, emanating from the uncharted depths of the base, ignited like a spark cast into a cauldron of boiling oil, instantly rekindling the last flicker of survival within Leon's consciousness. Ah, His previously limp body surged with a sudden arch, not due to a return of strength, but rather an eruption of pure, defiant will, spurred by the direst of circumstances. This will, akin to an invisible shockwave, collided fiercely with the helmet adorned with cold electrodes, which hovered perilously close to his scalp. Bang! A muffled impact reverberated. The electrode-laden helmet was forcibly dislodged by the sheer force of Leon's unyielding will, shifting it by a half-inch. The chilling needle-like electrodes grazed his temple, leaving a crimson streak as they plunged into the frigid metallic backrest of the restraint chair, emitting tiny sparks of electricity. What? On the screen of the computer array, Zola's pixelated visage twisted in disbelief, his acerbic electronic voice resonating with astonishment and interrupted fury. Resistance of will. Merely a dying husk. Increase the mental suppression. Immediately. I demand his mind. Yet, in that fleeting moment when the helmet shifted and the electrodes missed their mark, a low mechanical hum from the depths of the base escalated abruptly. It grew urgent and heavy, akin to an awakened behemoth roaring in fury beneath glacial expanses. The lights of the Zola laboratory began to flicker violently. The intricate pipeline interfaces on the walls groaned under the strain. The data streams on the instrument screens devolved into chaotic disorder, with countless garbled characters flashing frantically. Warning. Abnormal fluctuations detected in the core energy network of the base, originating from the deep frozen chamber of Sector 17. Warning. Unknown low-frequency energy field interference intensifying. Warning. Disturbance in the Winter Soldier's life support unit. Physiological indicators soaring anomalously. The cold electronic alarms swiftly drowned out Zola's roar. 17. The frozen chamber. Impossible. That entity has long since perished. It is mere scrap metal. For the first time, disbelief tinged Zola's voice with incredulity. Amidst the cacophony of alarms and mechanical rumblings, Leon's unfocused gaze suddenly sharpened, landing upon a corner of the Zola laboratory where a metallic platform, partially shrouded in heavy insulating fabric, held several mechanical arms of varied forms, each radiating an aura of cold lethality. One arm, entirely cloaked in a somber silver-gray metal, displayed a precision of design imbued with a sense of power. Intricate hydraulic mechanisms were faintly discernible at its joints, while its palm boasted cold metallic fingers. Indeed, the classic Winter Soldier mechanical arm. At this moment, this disassembled Winter Soldier arm, displayed like a specimen, trembled violently under the increasingly potent resonance from the depths of the base. The dark metal surface appeared as if seared by an unseen flame, revealing countless intricate geometric patterns that flowed with an eerie blue luminescence. These patterns, ancient and frigid, echoed faintly with the glimmering remnants of despair that once flickered upon Leon's chest. The tremors of the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm reached a crescendo. It suddenly sprang forth from the metallic platform as if wielded by an invisible hand, a lethal weapon shrieking through the air. Hurtling towards the nearest target in the laboratory, the neural link helmet, askew from Leon's earlier impact, still tethered by electrodes to the metallic backrest. The objective was none other than the thickest data cable connecting the helmet to the main control console. No. Zola's electronic wail resonated with terror. Boom. The Winter Soldier's mechanical arm struck like a battering ram against the junction of the neural link helmet and the data cable to the console. Blinding electrical sparks erupted like fireworks. The thick cable was instantly severed, torn apart. Data streams flowed forth like blood, gushing and splattering. ZZZZ. At the center of the computer array, Zola's immense pixelated visage twisted and flickered like a malfunctioning television screen, overwhelmed by a deluge of garbled characters and static. The sharp, jarring electronic cacophony replaced his acerbic roars. System core link interrupted. Error, unable to stabilize consciousness vessel. Fragmented, logic-deficient electronic sounds erupted from the speakers. The neural link had been physically severed. Zola's consciousness vessel sustained grievous damage. The laboratory was instantly plunged into deeper chaos, engulfed in darkness and the flashing red of alarms. Instruments spiraled out of control, sparks flying. The menacing surgical arms stood rigid, paralyzed by the failure of the main control system. An opportunity. The only window for escape. The frigid clasp of the restraint chair seemed to loosen slightly amid the violent tremors triggered by the Winter Soldier's strike. Release me. Leon's silent roar echoed in his mind. He summoned every last vestige of strength from the explosive surge of his consciousness, mingling with the tragic resolve resonating from the depths of the base. A will potent enough to shake glaciers, as he forcefully struck against the metal bindings on his wrists and ankles. Creak. The piercing sound of metal contorting. The already loosened clasps, under this compounded impact, yielded a gap. Leon broke free from his restraints. His body fell like an arrow released from its bow, though weakened to the point of being as fragile as paper, tumbling from the cold seat to crash onto the oil-stained, electrically charged floor. Ignoring the searing pain, he scrambled towards the laboratory's only untouched exit, the heavy metal door. Behind him, Zola's chaotic electronic noise, the explosions of out-of-control instruments, and the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm, lying still amidst the sparks. Its azure patterns dimming like a traitor after it had shattered the neural link. Stop him. Initiate internal defense protocols. Kill without hesitation. Zola's frantic electronic voice brimmed with hysterical fury. Hiss. Above the laboratory's heavy metal door, several concealed weapon slots slid open. Cold automatic gun barrels emerged, their crimson targeting lasers locking onto the crawling Leon. Rat-tat-tat-tat. A lethal flame erupted. Scorching bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, striking the ground that Leon had just crawled over, igniting a flurry of blinding sparks and concrete debris. The bullets relentlessly pursued his moving form. Leon unleashed an instinct for survival that transcended all limits, his body frantically rolling and twisting on the icy ground, akin to an eel writhing under a hail of gunfire. Bullets grazed his arm and thigh, inflicting searing pain and splattering blood. Each roll drained the last remnants of his vitality. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the storm of bullets, a thunderous roar erupted, a sound more terrifying and profound than any explosion before. Akin to the Earth's very lungs roaring in fury, surged forth from the depths of the base. The entire laboratory trembled as if it had encountered a cataclysmic earthquake, shaking violently and tilting. The fluorescent lights and ventilation ducts fell like dumplings from the ceiling. Enormous cracks instantly marred the walls. The automated machine guns, shaken by the violent tremors, lost their aim, firing indiscriminately at the ceiling and walls. Warning. The structure of the deep ice storage in Sector 17 has failed. Energy core overload. Unknown entity awakening. Threat level, apocalyptic. The piercing alarm was drowned out by the cacophony of collapse. The very ground shook. Had the frozen behemoth awakened? Leon was violently tossed by the terrifying tremors, crashing heavily near the metal door. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and dizziness that threatened to shatter him, struggling to crawl toward the door, which twisted and deformed in the tremors. It seemed to still offer a glimmer of hope. Behind him, Zola's computer array erupted in one final blinding spark amidst the violent vibrations and energy shock, plunging the screen into darkness, while the chaotic electronic noise abruptly ceased. The laboratory was engulfed in a conflagration of collapse and smoke. Leon summoned the last vestiges of his strength and hurled himself against the distorted door. With a creak, the warped metal yielded, opening a narrow gap. Beyond lay a cold, chaotic corridor, filled with the flashing red of alarms and the shouts of soldiers. Had he escaped? He rolled and crawled into the passageway. Behind him, the laboratory collapsed entirely with a more terrifying explosion. Scorching waves of heat and thick smoke surged through the gap. The corridor was a scene of utter devastation. Lights flickered wildly, the alarms blared deafeningly. The walls cracked, pipes burst, spewing steam and coolant. Fully armed Hydra soldiers fled like headless flies amidst the chaos, shouting, completely oblivious to the blood-soaked figure huddled in the corner, resembling a tattered sack. Leon collapsed onto the cold floor of the corridor, strewn with debris and ice shards. Gasping for breath, each inhalation laced with smoke and the metallic tang of blood. His chest felt hollow, the emptiness and agony lingering from the extinguished remnants of his former self. Yet, more alarming was the mechanical pulsation beneath his feet, growing ever clearer and heavier. Thud, 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 like the heartbeat of an ancient titan, it reverberated through the dense layers of rock and metal, resonating clearly in every corner of the base. With each pulse came a chilling, vast pressure, as if it could freeze one's very soul. The structure of the entire base groaned in agony beneath this throbbing rhythm. The burial winter furnace has awakened. Flee. The energy readings are off the charts. The frozen layers are melting. The winter soldiers. Those soldiers have gone rogue. Their terrified cries echoed intermittently. The burial winter furnace? That ancient artifact entombed deep within the Siberian base? Is it the source of this resonance? And as the winter soldiers descended into chaos, Leon suddenly recalled the rebellious mechanical arm. Could it be that the resonance affects more than just one? Just then, boom. At the corner of the passage ahead, a heavy alloy gate emblazoned with the Hydra's top secret insignia was struck as if by an invisible hammer, caving in violently, twisting, and then exploding into fragments. Amidst the shower of metallic shards and ice crystals, a towering, silent figure emanating a palpable aura of menace and a chilling metallic essence emerged. Like a demon returned from the depths of hell, stepping through the wreckage of the shattered gate. He wore a tattered black combat suit, with his left arm severed at the shoulder, the stump charred and revealing exposed cables. His right arm, however, was covered by a nearly identical winter soldier mechanical arm, a dark silver gray adorned with eerie blue patterns. Most unsettling were his eyes. No longer vacant and numb from winter soldier conditioning. They were filled with chaos, anguish, and a frigid ferocity, as if awakened forcefully by an ancient mechanical will, like a malevolent spirit forcibly confined within a human shell. Bucky Barnes. Or perhaps a winter soldier, awakened by the power of the burial winter furnace, plunged into deeper turmoil. His gaze swept across the chaotic passage, instantly locking onto Leon, who lay prostrate on the ground, drenched in blood. In those tumultuous, icy eyes, there was not a shred of familiarity or warmth. Only a primal murderous intent drawn purely by the resonance, and a gluttonous hunger for the lingering essence within Leon, akin to that of the burial winter furnace. Buzz. The eerie blue patterns on the winter soldier's mechanical arm flared to life. Like a beast honing in on its prey, he disregarded the fleeing Hydra soldiers around him, his heavy footsteps crunching through the ice and debris as he advanced step by step toward Leon. The chilling intent to kill hung in the air like the icy winds of Siberia, instantly freezing the atmosphere of the passage. Just as the furnace emerged from the laboratory, it collided with a weapon of slaughter awakened by the ancient artifact. Leon gazed upon the encroaching winter soldier, resembling a mechanical specter. Feeling the increasingly violent pulsations of the burial winter furnace beneath his feet, his lips curling into a grimace that was more grotesque than a cry. Indeed, this Siberian tundra is full of surprises.